Ethan Walker unexpectedly traverses into a realm reminiscent of his previous existence. Just as he prepares to embark on a grand adventure armed with fragmented knowledge from his past life, he finds himself halted by the presence of a wand. Old Tom remarks, "Hey, young Ethan, you ought to be nestled in your cradle right now. Little Ethan, do tidy up the goblets. Ethan, it is time for your schooling." Ding, host detected, activating the sorcerer system. Hermione muses, "Why is it not me standing beside him?" Ron exclaims, "He is my idol." Harry asserts, "He is the true savior." Draco commands, "Engage." Years later, Voldemort declares, "Avada Kedavra." Walker responds, "Not enough power, make it stronger." Chapter 1. The long-awaited letter. On a rainy night in London, the chills seeped through the cracks of the apartment's bricks. A green light erupted from the tip of a dark-robed figure's wand, hurtling towards the woman before him. Aisha Walker staggered back, her back pressed against the damp wall, while the infant in her arms, previously in a peaceful slumber, began to whimper. "Avada Kedavra!" Aisha's emerald eyes widened in terror as she shielded the life cradled in her arms. In a moment of dire peril, the door burst open with a deafening crash, splintering wood flying in all directions as a figure emerged. "Disarm!" Jack Walker's wand erupted with blinding light, two spells clashing midair, creating a shower of sparks. A chilling laugh emanated from beneath the dark cloak. "Aura, do you truly believe this will suffice to confront me?" Jack remained silent, resolutely resisting. He could not retreat, for standing behind him were his beloved wife and child. Seeing the unfolding scene, Aisha clenched her fists, crimson droplets cascading from her palms. Within mere breaths, Jack staggered back, the light at the tip of his wand waning ominously. Observing this, he called out, "Aisha, flee. Take little Ethan and leave now." "Jack." Aisha hesitated, casting a lingering glance at her husband before looking down at the child in her arms, as though resolving to make a fateful decision. "Wait for me to return. 3 years later. Hey, young Ethan, you should be in your room, not out here disrupting my business." The leaky cauldron on the 3rd floor. Old Tom regarded the restless little boy before him with a tinge of exasperation. Had he known better, he would never have agreed to watch over a child. It was nothing short of self-imposed torment. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was Ethan's guardianship that he had fought for himself. Ethan gazed at the wand obstructing his path, a wave of determination surging within him as he instinctively reached out, only to grasp at air. "Oh, Merlin's long socks, little Ethan, you are still too young to wield a wand. Trust me, soon enough, it will be yours." With that, disregarding Ethan's protests, Old Tom locked the door firmly. This way, Old Tom felt at ease. After all, how could a mere 3-year-old possibly reach the doorknob? Ethan stared at the wooden door, symbolically tapping it with his delicate hand. Eek, eek, yay. After fruitless resistance, he crawled towards the window. Gazing at the greenery beyond, a longing stirred within him. As he observed the bustling crowd, a strange memory began to unfurl in the depths of his mind. The torrent of memories surged forth, overwhelming Ethan's consciousness. Gradually, his awareness began to blur. Fighting off the encroaching drowsiness, he stumbled back to his bed, settling into a comfortable position and promptly falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, downstairs, Old Tom, having heard the knocking cease, poured himself a glass of mead. See? He's still easily manageable. 8 years later. A boy stood at the end of a flickering candlelit corridor, his golden hair resembling molten gold, glistening with a cold sheen in the dim light. The hue of his hair was not a warm golden blonde, but a cool platinum, perfectly complementing his ice blue eyes. His name was Ethan. Ethan Walker, the tender age of 3, he logged into his previous life's account, awakening memories of the past, only to discover he had been transported into the world crafted by J.K. Rowling, that of Harry Potter. It was also during that time that he experienced a magical surge, an uncontrollable explosion of power that utterly obliterated Old Tom's pub. Typically, the intensity of a magical surge varies among young wizards, influenced by their individual magical capacities. For a young wizard like Harry, such an outburst might yield significant consequences, potentially triggering extraordinary magical phenomena, like his ability to speak. Parseltongue. Conversely, for a weaker young wizard, a magical surge might merely cause minor disturbances or the movement of small objects. For instance, Neville's magical outbursts often resulted in items disappearing or minor chaos ensuing. In contrast, at merely 3 years of age, Ethan had gained notoriety within the wizarding community, earning the moniker Little Genius, a title he found both tiresome and embarrassing. However, Old Tom did not share such sentiments. Following the incident, he incurred substantial reconstruction costs, yet reaped a windfall of new patrons. In his eyes, Ethan was akin to his own child. The more extraordinary the boy became, the more honor he reflected upon himself. That said, today marked Ethan's 11th birthday, a notably special occasion. Though he appeared as a child, he possessed the wisdom of an adult, making him somewhat exhilarated at this moment. Knock, knock, knock. At that instant, a rapping at the window broke Ethan's reverie. He lingered not in the corridor and promptly returned to his room. Upon opening the window, a white owl appeared before him. Ethan's gaze remained fixated on the letter clutched in its beak. Once he retrieved the letter, he placed some biscuits on the table from the drawer, disregarding the owl's voracious appetite. He held the thick parchment letter in his hands, suppressing the urge to exclaim with delight. However, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his current emotions. Exhaling deeply, Ethan observed that the address on the envelope was inscribed in emerald green ink, without a stamp affixed. He turned the envelope over, revealing a wax seal adorned with a heraldic emblem, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent surrounding an uppercase letter H. Ethan carefully opened the envelope and began to read the letter within. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, First Class. Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Walker, it is with great pleasure that we inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's reply by July 31 ST. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. How familiar this feels. Ethan mused. He inspected the envelope to ensure nothing was amiss, then retrieved parchment and a quill from his drawer to compose his response. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I can hardly contain my excitement to embark on this wondrous journey into the realm of magic. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. Ethan Walker. Once he completed the letter, he placed it into the envelope and set it on the beak of the owl, giving its head a gentle pat. Thank you for your service, Mr. Owl. With a disgruntled hoot, the owl shook its head, as if to express its desire to be free from the grasp of this bipedal creature. Recognizing the hint, Ethan promptly placed it on the windowsill. After the owl took flight, Ethan felt an overwhelming urge to run downstairs and share this moment of joy with old Tom. Yet at that very instant, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 2. The Childhood Secret Room. Congratulations, host. You have received your acceptance letter to Hogwarts, and the conditions for system activation have been met. The Magic God system is now activating. Activation complete. A system? Could it truly be that something so abstract exists? Ever since the day Ethan awakened his memories, he had often fantasized about possessing such a system, living a life where he could strike the white wizard with his fists and kick the dark wizard with his feet. However, he waited for 8 long years, and having lost all hope, he was taken aback when this extraordinary fortune unexpectedly fell upon him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. After several breaths, Ethan silently contemplated, System, are you still there? He refrained from uttering it aloud, as one understands the unspoken rules of transmigration. Yes, I am here. System, please introduce yourself. Certainly, host. This system is known as the Magic God system, with a clear purpose, to cultivate the host into a deity of this realm. The system comprises 3 components: stage rewards, random tasks, and the magical treasure trove. Ethan briefly examined the system's reward mechanism, which was not overly complex. Stage rewards are divided into 8 years, from 11 to 18, with a gift provided each year. Random tasks are assigned at the system's discretion. Completing them yields rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. This is quite humane, devoid of arbitrary obliteration. As for the magical treasure trove, it contains all the magic of this world, and whether one learns it or not depends solely on oneself. System, today happens to be my 11th birthday. Could you check on that gift? The first stage gift has been formally issued to the system space. Would you like to open it? Open, Ethan declared without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have received a Thunderstrike Wood Wand, Thunderstrike Wood, Phoenix Feather, 15 inches, and the Mind Blocking spell complete. Not too shabby indeed. This system is quite generous. Not only have I acquired a spare wand, but I also need not worry about that hat and a certain old man using the soul extraction spell on me. After murmuring a few words, Ethan silently commanded, System, open the panel. Name, Ethan Walker. Magic Power, Junior Wizard, Magic Apprentice, Junior Wizard, Intermediate Wizard, Senior Wizard, Great Wizard, Magic Master, Legendary Wizard. Talent, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Supreme. Dark Magic, Supreme, Azkaban Reserve. Spells, Supreme. Transfiguration, Advanced. Potions, Advanced. Spells, Novice, Entry, Proficient, Complete. Note, achieving proficiency allows for incantation-free casting. Mind Blocking spell, Complete. System Space, Infinite Space, no living beings allowed. Thunderstrike Wood Wand. It appears that I truly am a genius. Ethan gazed at the talent section on the panel, unable to suppress a sense of awe. Indeed, System, is there any discourse surrounding this magic? Ding, responding to the host. A second-grade young wizard is likely in the apprentice stage of magic. Most will attain the rank of intermediate wizard upon adulthood. While those with greater talent may reach the level of advanced wizard, such as ordinary Aurors and certain family patriarchs. The rank of Grand Wizard is akin to that of an Auror squad leader, while a Master Wizard holds a notable position within the wizarding community, akin to certain professors. As for legendary wizards, the only ones currently known are Dumbledore and the First Dark Lord. What about Voldemort? Ethan inquired. In the face of this world, it was essential for him to acquire knowledge of the apparent major antagonist. Simultaneously, for reasons unknown, a profound obsession resided within the depths of his mind, harboring an intense hatred towards this individual, reaching a point of mutual destruction. Ding, responding to the host. This individual no longer possesses a physical form and lies beyond the system's calculations. However, it can be assured that as long as he is not fully resurrected, his strength will not return to the legendary wizard stage. That is somewhat reassuring. In that case, I have another 6 or 7 years to prepare, Ethan said, patting his chest as his anxious heart gradually settled. There were certain matters he could not comprehend. He could have remained uninvolved and left everything to the protagonist, merely ensuring a safe passage through these years. Yet, his subconscious insisted that he must take matters into his own hands and personally end the life of that despicable individual. Over the years, from the fragmented tales of patrons, he had learned that his parents were slain during that great battle, likely at the hands of Voldemort. However, all of this remained mere speculation on Ethan's part. The specifics would need to be inquired from old Tom. With this thought in mind, Ethan swiftly descended the stairs. The dilapidated staircase creaked underfoot. Hey Tom, Tom, Tom. His exuberant voice echoed throughout the leaky cauldron, standing in stark contrast to the somber atmosphere. Old Tom slammed a wooden mug onto the bar, causing the butterbeer to ripple. Ethan Walker. Upon witnessing Ethan bounding down the stairs, old Tom scolded him, though a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. Tom, look at this. With that, Ethan produced a crumpled letter from his pocket. Old Tom took the letter from his hand, placed it on the table, and smoothed it out, gazing at its contents with a myriad of emotions. It has been 11 years. You have grown up and reached the age for schooling. Come with me. With that, old Tom downed the butterbeer in one gulp, picked up the letter, and ascended to the 3rd floor. Seeing this, Ethan promptly followed. They made their way to the 3rd floor, which was not extensive, containing only 3 rooms, a kitchen, his own room, and old Tom's, alongside a storage room. Old Tom headed toward the storage room, with Ethan closely trailing behind, for he had never permitted Ethan to enter that space. At the tender age of 4, Ethan devised various means to unlock that door, only to be discovered by old Tom, who reprimanded him thoroughly and subsequently placed a magical enchantment on the lock. It could be said that the storeroom was the most coveted secret for young Ethan, a yearning that diminished as he grew older. Little did he know that today he would finally behold its true form. Old Tom retrieved his wand from his waist, directing its tip towards the lock, murmuring, Alohomora. As the incantation echoed, the door, which had never opened in Ethan's eyes, creaked and slowly swung ajar. Ethan stepped inside first, but the scene before him was not as he had envisioned. There were no grand sculptures or mountains of gold, only a collection of aged tomes and a small box. Sunlight streamed through the enchanted glass, illuminating the dust in the air, creating a Tyndall effect. Indeed, it was nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary storeroom. How do you feel? Disappointed, young Ethan? Old Tom chuckled as he put away his wand and approached Ethan. A bit, Ethan admitted, turning his head to the side and scratching the back of his head. Observing this, old Tom ceased his teasing. He approached a wooden shelf, retrieved the small box atop it, and blew a puff of air onto it, sending a cloud of dust swirling. Cough, cough. Both of them were soon in tears from the dust. After several breaths, they finally regained their composure. Ethan shook his head and remarked, I think you should have cast a cleaning charm on them instead. As he said this, he gestured with his hands, mimicking a shape and blowing a puff of air dramatically. Ha ha ha, young Ethan, charms are certainly convenient, are they not? Yet, I still prefer this way. It adds to the atmosphere, old Tom replied, all the while deftly opening the box with a few swift movements. Inside was revealed a key and a book, or rather, a notebook. This is what your parents left for you, old Tom said, handing the key to Ethan. Young Ethan, this key belongs to the vault of the Walker family at Gringotts, and you are now the sole heir to the Walker family fortune. You are the patriarch. Ethan's mind buzzed, his mouth agape as he gazed at the key in his hand, finally asking the question that had lingered in his heart for many years. Tom, can you tell me about my parents? The inheritance was secondary. He was solely eager to uncover the truth that had haunted him for so long. Of course, my child, old Tom replied, finding a chair nearby, undeterred by the 2 millimeters of dust that had accumulated on it, and sat down. Sit. No, I prefer to stand. Very well. Old Tom fixed his gaze upon Ethan, seemingly reminiscing. After several breaths, his aged voice began to unfold a tale that started over a decade ago. Once, there existed a sorcerer who ultimately succumbed to malevolence, becoming irredeemably wicked. His name, however, is of little consequence to anyone. Voldemort? Ethan interjected, offering a thoughtful reminder. Oh, by Merlin's red-bottomed fork. How could you possibly know his name? It matters not, Tom. Ethan stepped forward, locking his gaze onto the elderly man who had nurtured him for many years. Please, tell me, was it indeed Voldemort who brought about their demise? In that moment, old Tom felt a surge of inner turmoil. Who was the wretched soul that would unveil this painful truth to the unfortunate child? His initial intention had merely been to share the background of Ethan's parents, but now he found himself grappling with an unexpected situation, wavering on whether to divulge the truth. Yet, it seemed that Ethan was already aware. Observing Tom's hesitation, Ethan's conviction only intensified. Clenching his hands, he implored, Tom, I simply seek a definitive answer. With a heavy sigh, old Tom conceded, Yes, my child, everything is as you suspect. At this juncture, he abruptly shifted the conversation. Rising with a solemn expression to address Ethan, Little Ethan, I do not wish for you to bear the burden of a painful past. You are still young. You ought to. I know, Ethan interrupted, grasping a small wooden box from the table and striding towards the door. Seeing his actions, old Tom felt an unsettling wave of anxiety wash over him, and his voice rose in urgency. Little Ethan, where are you headed? Upon hearing this, Ethan paused at the threshold, turning to old Tom, raising the letter in his hand with a smile. Life must go on, mustn't it? I need to procure my school supplies from Diagon Alley. Old Tom hesitated, a look of relief spreading across his face as he regarded Ethan. You speak the truth. With that, he approached Ethan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Come, our young wizard. Will you accompany me? Indeed. Listen to me. If I am not present, the goblins at Gringotts will surely take advantage of you. Descending the stairs, they found a few elderly witches nestled in a corner, sipping from their small goblets, one of whom was puffing on a pipe. Ethan greeted them individually. They were familiar faces, regular patrons. And it could be said that there was not a soul in Diagon Alley who did not know him. As a child, he often accompanied old Tom for shopping excursions. And with the leaky cauldron situated just beyond Diagon Alley, it was impossible for them not to recognize his name. Subsequently, they traversed past the bar and entered a small courtyard enclosed by walls. Apart from a few weeds and a solitary trash bin, there was little of note. Old Tom, familiar with the surroundings, approached the bin and murmured, Count 3 up, 2 across. He then produced his wand, tapping thrice against the wall. With a crack, the stone door swung open, revealing a scene that had undergone a remarkable transformation. A narrow street unfolded before their eyes. This scene is one Ethan has experienced numerous times. He does not share Harry's astonishment at the magical world concealed behind the wall. Let us proceed. There are many items yet to procure. They strolled along the street, the brilliant sunlight casting its glow upon a stack of pots outside the nearest shop. Above the pots hung a sign, which proclaimed, copper, brass, tin-plated, and silver cauldrons. Available in various models, equipped with automatic stirring and collapsible features. I believe you ought to purchase one. No, I should first visit Gringotts to retrieve some galleons. You are right. While I could buy it for you, you are now grown. If you desire it, then by all means, go ahead. As he spoke, they passed the pot shop and made their way directly toward Gringotts. Upon reaching the entrance, a goblin bowed respectfully as they entered. Before them appeared a second door, silver in hue, adorned with the following inscription, Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed begets. Those who take without labor shall face the most severe retribution. Thus, if you seek to plunder from our underground vaults a fortune that never belonged to you, thief, consider this your warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but calamity. We wish to access vault number 9527, the Walker family's treasury, to withdraw some funds. Old Tom casually summoned a goblin attending to other patrons. Do you possess the key, sir? Upon hearing this, Old Tom glanced at Ethan, who, understanding the cue, retrieved a small golden key from his pocket. Here it is. The goblin donned a pair of spectacles, scrutinizing the key before declaring, All is in order. Please follow me, gentlemen. Thus, the goblin proceeded to unlock the door for them. Before them lay a narrow stone corridor, illuminated by flickering torches. The corridor sloped steeply downward, revealing a small railway beneath. The goblin whistled, and a small cart hurtled toward them along the tracks. They raced along the labyrinthine passage, the cart seemingly knowing the way without the goblin needing to steer. Twists and turns, one after another. Ethan lost all sense of how many meters they had descended underground, aside from the torches and the rocks. Only the fire dragon mentioned in the original text provided any intrigue. Time passed swiftly, though he could not ascertain how long. Finally, they came to a halt at a dead end, where a single door awaited them, one belonging to Ethan, the Walker family's door. Behind it lay an unfathomable wealth. Yet he was not preoccupied with thoughts of riches at that moment. He fought against the urge to retch as he alighted from the cart and approached the vault door. The goblin unlocked it, and a beam of light spilled through the crack, bathing the dim tunnel in a golden hue. Wow, such astonishing wealth. Ethan gazed in awe at the seemingly endless mountain of galleons before him, not a single canoe in sight. Old Tom and the goblin remained outside, having not entered. In the words of Old Tom, I have no inclination to delve into the secrets of others. Alas, Ethan had no choice but to scavenge for himself. Chapter 4, Draco Malfoy. As Ethan stepped inside, he was greeted by unadorned heaps of modest treasures. The interior, however, exuded an air of antiquity, filled with tomes, alchemical artifacts, magical implements, and a deed to Diagon Alley, among other things. To his astonishment, he realized he was an invisible tycoon. He mused aloud, his hands ceaselessly sifting through the items. This is splendid. Oh, that too is quite nice. After a considerable time, Tom's raspy voice echoed from the entrance. Ethan, are you ready? The sound reverberated within the vault, his hoarse tone reminiscent of a devil from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Yes, Ethan replied loudly, smoothing down the goosebumps that had risen on his skin. He set aside the various artifacts and casually donned a black wizarding robe imbued with the undetectable extension charm, worth 100 galleons. Pocketing the galleons, he draped the robe over himself and made his way towards the door. Oh, young Ethan, I know you are brimming with excitement, but hold your horses. We have much to procure. Let us hasten, Tom remarked as he ushered Ethan into the carriage. Do not converse with me along the way. At my age, I cannot endure such turmoil. After a frenzied journey, this time ascending, they finally beheld the long-awaited sunlight emerging from the foreboding cavern. I fear I cannot accompany you for shopping, young Ethan, Tom said, covering his mouth, appearing as though he might retch at any moment. I believe you need to rest. Tom, you are right, young Ethan, Tom replied, preparing to depart while advising Ethan, be cautious, and remember, under no circumstances should you venture into Nocturne Alley. All right, I understand, Ethan nodded with exasperation. As he watched Tom leave, Ethan retrieved his list, intending to first visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have several robes custom-made. Ding ding. As the bell at the entrance chimed, Ethan stepped into the shop, where a short, plump witch appeared before him. Good morning, Madame Malkin. Madame Malkin, beaming with warmth in her purple attire, responded, Good morning, Mr. Walker. Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms? Yes, ma'am, I am in need of them. At this point, Madame Malkin paused and confidently declared, Oh, young sir, do not speak just yet. Allow me to guess. I have crafted many Hogwarts uniforms for young wizards, 3 plain black robes, a plain pointed hat for daytime wear, a pair of protective gloves made from dragon hide or similar material, a winter cloak adorned with silver clasps, all of which must bear a name tag. Am I correct, Mr. Walker? Splendid. Ethan beamed, offering a signature smile in response. Yet in his heart, he thought, this fellow is truly tedious. Ha, I knew it. In the face of Ethan's enthusiastic support, Madame Malkin appeared quite pleased. However, the payment must remain uncompromised. Very well, sir. I shall deliver the garments to the Leaky Cauldron in a few days. 5 galleons, thank you. Ethan reached into his pocket, extracting a handful of galleons from the system. Counting out 5, and added, There is one more matter. I would be grateful if you could embroider my family crest on the sleeves. Thank you. Of course. That is only proper. Madame Malkin did not inquire about the design of Ethan's family crest, for many in the wizarding community were familiar with the emblems of ancient lineages. Although the Walker family was not listed among the Sacred 28, they belonged to a number of formidable hidden families. However, due to an unfortunate incident, the previous patriarch had passed away at a young age, leaving behind only a young heir, which had led to the family's current predicament. Reflecting on this, Ethan felt a twinge of helplessness. Ultimately, it was a matter of personal strength. Yet he quickly cast aside such thoughts, refusing to dwell on them, and focused on the present. Exiting the specialized robe shop, Ethan continued onward to his next destination, Ollivander's Wand Shop, a venerable establishment renowned for crafting wands since 382 B.C. Welcome to Ollivander's, came the voice of Garrick from above. Turning around, he said, Oh, please hold on a moment, Mr. Walker. Of course, you may attend to your affairs. He was not the only customer present. There were 3 others in sight, 2 men and a woman, appearing to be a family. This assumption stemmed from the presence of a boy of similar age to Ethan, slightly shorter with striking golden hair slicked back, exuding an air of bravado. A sudden wave of familiarity washed over Ethan, as if a long-buried memory had resurfaced, sharpening his awareness. You are Walker, Ethan Walker? Inquired Mrs. Malfoy. Ethan looked at her with curiosity. And you are? With a gentle gaze, Mrs. Malfoy replied, Narcissa Malfoy. I was a close friend of your mother. We attended school together. Narcissa. At this moment, Lucius interrupted her reminiscence. Oh, I apologize, Ethan. It's quite all right, Mrs. Malfoy. Ethan waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to Lucius. Hello? It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. Ethan's elegance and refinement were evident, with his black suit complementing his demeanor, reminiscent of a young master from an esteemed family. Indeed, he was. Hello, Mr. Walker, Lucius responded with a smile. For those of their pure-blood elitist ilk, noble etiquette often served as a bridge to friendship. Though Ethan was generally quite casual, he understood the nuances of social interactions. This is my child. Mrs. Malfoy embraced the blond boy standing aside. The boy, with arms crossed, wore a proud expression. Draco Malfoy. A flicker of realization passed through Ethan's mind. Indeed, he was quite haughty. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and greeted, hello. At that moment, Garrick approached with a wand in hand. Young Mr. Malfoy, why not give this one a try? Draco took the wand and waved it, a flash of light appearing. Hawthorn wood, with a core of unicorn hair. It is evident that it suits you perfectly. How much? Lucius inquired. 7 galleons, thank you. After Lucius completed the payment, Garrick turned to Ethan and said, Mr. Walker, you are here to purchase a wand as well, are you not? Indeed, Mr. Ollivander. Ethan nodded gently. Come, let me see, Garrick said, picking up a measuring stick from the table to measure Ethan's arm length. Once he completed the measurement, Garrick navigated through rows of wand shelves. After a considerable time, he emerged holding a long box. Beech wood, with a dragon heartstring core, 13 inches long. Give it a try. Ethan grasped the wand and gave it a gentle wave. A breeze swept through, causing the nearby cabinets to topple over. I apologize. Not at all. It seems this wand does not suit you. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around, Garrick remarked, shaking his head as he returned to search the shelves. Chapter 5. Departure, Destination Hogwarts. No, this one, made of ebony and phoenix tail feather, 8.5 inches long, with excellent flexibility. Come, give this one a try. After several mishaps, Garrick returned once more, presenting Ethan with another wand. A discerning customer, but fret not. I believe we shall find the most ideal and perfect wand for you. Try this, Elder. With a thestral tail feather core, 15 inches. Ethan gazed at the wand in his hand. Was this not the very wand from the original tale? How could Garrick possess one as well? As he pondered, he waved the wand, and a brilliant light flashed, illuminating the otherwise dim room. Oh, splendid. You appear just as powerful as that individual from years past. Garrick chuckled, seemingly delighted to have found a suitable wand, while also astonished by Ethan's magical prowess. Who could fathom that an 11-year-old novice wizard would one day attain such strength? Who was that individual? Dumbledore. He wields a wand just like yours. Though his did not originate from here. This wand is somewhat special. It was crafted by my grandfather, and I fear it may be difficult to find another like it now. A tad more expensive at 12 galleons. That is of no concern. Ethan readily paid the sum. 12 galleons, an investment that promised no loss or trickery. It was worth noting that this wand, in comparison to the one in Dumbledore's possession, differed only in the years of use. One could say he had struck gold this time. Garrick accepted the money and whispered into Ethan's ear, Mr. Walker, this wand, due to its age, lacks any trace of core material. Haha. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Ollivander. Ethan replied with a slight bow of gratitude before departing from the wand shop. Prior to this, the Malfoy family had already taken their leave. For Ethan had spent too long testing wands, and the shop's cleanliness left much to be desired. For them, each additional second spent was a form of torment. After a meandering journey, he first visited the leaky cauldron to acquire the necessary books for his first year and gathered some cauldrons and other equipment. Time had elapsed considerably, and he was now intent on acquiring a pet, not a mouse or a toad, for if he were to procure a creature that would only bring him trouble, it would be a sheer waste of money. As he traversed various stalls, he eventually halted beside a corner where a wounded crow lay amidst a heap of debris, so inconspicuous that even passers-by would overlook it. This was quite typical, for according to Ethan's understanding, crows in England are laden with symbolism. If one were a member of the royal family, crows would be regarded as guardians. Whereas if one were religious, these carrion-feeding birds might be interpreted as embodiments of sin. Nevertheless, in the magical realm, peculiar pets serve to signify one's uniqueness, and there were indeed not a few who kept crows as companions. Ethan had initially sought to find a crow as a pet, as it was a symbol of his lineage, and crows are notably intelligent, which would save him considerable effort. In truth, he could have chosen a lively one. Yet he found himself drawn to the one before him. An unusual expression crossed his face as a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. A crow with a special bloodline has been detected. A special bloodline? Ethan muttered, observing the creature's near-death state. He lingered not, and swiftly scooped up the crow, rushing back to the tavern. After a rudimentary bandaging, Ethan inquired of the system, enlighten me about what makes this crow special. Ding, certainly host. This crow, a natural anomaly, has a bloodline that allows it to perceive the thoughts of others and communicate telepathically, as well as to become invisible. To perceive the thoughts of others, how remarkable. Ethan was taken aback by the system's revelation, finding it hard to believe. If such an extraordinary ability existed, how could it possibly be injured? Not at all, when it attempts to probe another's thoughts, if that individual happens to cast a mental shielding spell. the ability will be rendered ineffective. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ethan understood. The crow could delve into thoughts as long as the target's awareness was not acute enough to detect the abnormality and employ a mental shielding spell. Of course, such an extraordinary skill also bore limitations. Regardless of its use, it could only be employed twice a day, while the other two abilities remained unrestricted. Though somewhat disappointing, it was still within the realm of acceptability. Ethan exhaled deeply. If he were truly overstepping the bounds, he would undoubtedly not keep such a person by his side. It would be a farce, akin to having a surveillance device attached to himself, not to mention the impracticality of maintaining the brain-blocking spell at all times. Fortunately, everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the 1st of September, the day of the new term. Today, Ethan rose early, having spent the previous night in a state of excitement that kept him from sleeping. He confessed, "I have never looked forward to school as much as I do now. This is my first time, during the past month, apart from a single trip to Diagon Alley to retrieve a suitcase that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. He had hardly ventured outside, dedicating his days to practicing spells in his room. System, open the attribute panel. Name, Ethan Walker, pet, Woony, a raven. Magic power, apprentice wizard, apprentice, junior wizard, intermediate wizard, senior wizard, grand wizard, master of magic, legendary wizard. Talent, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Elite, dark magic, elite, Azkaban reserve, spells, elite transfiguration, advanced potions, advanced spells, novice, entry, proficient, mastery. Note, mastery allows for spellcasting without incantation, brain-blocking spell, mastery, stunning spell, entry. Unlocking charm, proficient, lumos, proficient, accio, proficient, reparo, proficient, scourgify, proficient, levioso, proficient, system space, infinite space, no living beings allowed, thunderwood wand, galleons. Ethan had effortlessly mastered several everyday spells, while he had also gained some experience with the more challenging incantations, resulting in a commendable overall proficiency. Subsequently, he packed all the items from his checklist into the suitcase, and with a sense of reluctance from Old Tom, he made his way to King's Cross Station, where he would board the Hogwarts Express. The train's whistle echoed throughout the station as Ethan wheeled his suitcase onto the platform. Today was indeed a significant day. Along the way, he encountered numerous oddly dressed individuals pushing carts overflowing with belongings. Undoubtedly, these were his fellow first-year students, while many of the older students had returned a day or two earlier. Unlike them, Ethan donned a smart black suit. As long as he refrained from openly declaring his identity as a wizard, no muggle would discern his true nature. 1, 2, 3. Ethan counted until he reached platforms 9 and 10, with the entrance situated behind the wall separating them. At that moment, he spotted a familiar face, one he had only encountered once before. Chapter 6, The Proud Young Master. Malfoy. Ethan heard someone call from behind him. As Malfoy parted ways with his parents and prepared to collide with the wall alongside his two younger brothers, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. An unfamiliar yet familiar sensation surged within him, and upon turning, he instantly recognized Ethan Walker. Draco furrowed his brow, recalling his father's words. "If possible, you may befriend him. His talents are remarkable, and I see the semblance of a great man in him." At that moment, two small figures were engaged in a scuffle beside Draco. "You are the heir of the Malfoy family. If you are to make friends, they should approach you first." "Nonsense." With a scoff, Malfoy shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued him. Taking a deep breath, he strode towards Ethan. "Walker, it has been a while." He endeavored to keep his voice steady. Ethan smiled, acknowledging the truth in Draco's words. They were Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, and Malfoy turned to introduce them to Ethan. Ethan returned their smiles but seemed disinterested in forming any deep connections. Aware of the unfolding narrative, he knew well that these two, especially Crabbe, had nearly led to Malfoy's demise. Indeed, it was true what they say. One need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a team of buffoonish allies. Ethan looked at Malfoy and said, "Shall we proceed? Time is of the essence." At this, Goyle and Crabbe made their way through the wall, leaving the two of them behind. Just then, a raven named Woony circled in the air before landing gracefully on Ethan's shoulder. "Wow, how cool!" Malfoy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. This was far more intriguing than his own owl. "This is Woony, an unusual raven," Ethan explained as he retrieved some meat from his pocket to feed it. They quickened their pace, charging forward through a dark tunnel until they reached platform 9 3/4, the beginning of their dreams. Upon reuniting with Goyle and Crabbe, they boarded the carriage. Throughout the journey, Malfoy appeared particularly animated, especially regarding Woony, exhibiting a profound curiosity. The raven rolled its eyes repeatedly at him, and ultimately, it could no longer endure the antics. Communicating telepathically, a youthful voice resonated in both Ethan's and Malfoy's minds. "Human, I advise you to quell your sordid thoughts." The unexpected voice startled Malfoy, but soon enough, His shock transformed into delight. When he could indeed speak, he leaned in closer to observe the raven. In Malfoy's view, sentient non-human beings were rare in the wizarding world, and while many magical creatures possessed intelligence akin to that of a young child, particularly owls, most did not possess the ability to speak. Compared to them, Winnie appeared extraordinarily unique. Winnie gazed at Malfoy's increasingly close visage, feeling a twinge of annoyance. She turned to Ethan and said, "Master, look at him." All right, Ethan replied, gently stroking Winnie's feathers before addressing Malfoy. "Malfoy, she is still but a child." Though he did not articulate it explicitly, the implication was clear. She is still a child, do not frighten her. Upon hearing this, Malfoy suddenly realized his previous demeanor had been somewhat overbearing, as if he had never encountered such innocence before. Reflecting on this, he felt an urge to find a hole to hide in. At that moment, a voice drifted in from outside. "Dearest, would you like to purchase some snacks from the cart?" This voice shattered the previously awkward atmosphere, granting Malfoy a reprieve. He quickly turned to the smiling woman at the entrance, her cheeks adorned with dimples, and said, "We shall take some of those." With that, he retrieved a handful of coins from his pocket, consisting of silver sickles and bronze nuts. In no time, the table was laden with an array of peculiar snacks. While Goyle and Crabbe remained silent, solely focused on eating, Ethan symbolically picked up a few Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, though he refrained from tasting them. Uncertain of the flavors they might hold, rumor had it that even flavors like snot existed. "I shall use the restroom first. You all enjoy," he declared, disregarding Winnie's protests as he placed her into Malfoy's arms, reiterating, "She is still a child." In the train corridor, Ethan emerged from the lavatory, only to be met face to face with a forehead. Bang! Ouch! They both exclaimed, clutching their heads in pain. As Ethan recovered, he looked at the girl before him and quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" "It's fine," Hermione instinctively responded. When she looked up, a warm, radiant smile greeted her. Ethan's. It had been a long time since she had seen such a smile. Apart from her parents, she had never had friends growing up, and she couldn't fathom why that was the case. Ethan extended his hand, helping her to her feet, and observed Hermione, who seemed momentarily stunned. "What's the matter?" he inquired. Hermione came to her senses, gently shaking her head as she replied, "Nothing, thank you." Ethan smiled and said, "No problem, let us introduce ourselves. I am Ethan Walker." Hermione whispered, "Ethan Walker? You are Ethan Walker. Do you know me?" "Oh, certainly. I'm Hermione Granger. I've heard of your exploits in some newspapers." "Haha, those were not particularly flattering," he chuckled. "Wait a moment, Hermione Granger?" She had prominent front teeth. Her hair always a tousled mess, a rich dark brown, and her eyes were brown as well. This aligns with her portrayal in the films. It truly was her. In stark contrast to the false school bully Malfoy, she was the genuine article, the future Minister of Magic. "Walker, having grown up in the magical world, do you possess a plethora of spells from a young age?" Hermione felt a tinge of anxiety, having never been exposed to magic throughout her life. The prospect of falling behind in her studies was utterly unacceptable for someone who had consistently ranked at the top of her class. Observing her troubled expression, Ethan found himself slightly amused. "Magic? Is this what you mean?" he said, as he picked up his wand and effortlessly performed a few simple spells without incantation. Hermione watched in disbelief, her mouth forming an astonished O. "You're truly impressive." "Well, there are many who surpass me at school," he replied modestly. "Indeed, especially among the professors." "Really?" Ethan nodded in affirmation. "Sigh. It seems I need to exert myself more," Hermione lamented, feeling a bit dejected, though she quickly resolved to gather her spirits and continue striving forward. Just then, as their conversation flowed, a voice amplified by a charm resonated throughout the train carriage. "The train you are aboard is approaching Hogwarts." Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat. "I believe I should return to my compartment and change into my school robes," Ethan remarked, gazing out at the receding landscape before turning back to Hermione. Upon hearing this, Hermione cast a glance out the window, a hint of reluctance in her eyes as she felt time slipping by too quickly. There were still many questions she wished to pose. "Very well, see you soon." "Wait, is there something else?" Ethan retrieved a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket. "Here, take these sweets. They are quite delightful, hailing from the magical realm." "Thank you, you are truly kind." After bidding farewell, Hermione continued her search for Neville's toad, having already donned her Hogwarts robes, thus needing no further change. Ethan returned to his compartment, where he encountered a glowering Draco Malfoy and a sullen Crabbe nursing his fingers. "It seems that while I was in the restroom, you encountered some misfortune." "Indeed, Harry Potter." "Harry Potter? Did you have a disagreement?" "Blame that insufferable Weasley. Here is what happened." As Ethan changed his clothes, he listened to Malfoy recount the tale. "Oh, that is truly unfortunate. Harry Potter has only just begun to navigate the magical world and is unfamiliar with everything. If you had initially spoken ill of the Weasleys, perhaps it would have been Ron who faced rejection." Ethan maintained a neutral stance, yet his logic was sound. Harry's understanding of the magical realm was as pure and untainted as that of a newborn in a strange world. The first person he encountered, or rather, the first friend he made, would inevitably shape his perceptions and beliefs. Perhaps you are right, Ethan, but he just publicly rejected me. That is unforgivable, Malfoy huffed, crossing his arms as he pondered how he might regain his dignity. In just 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. I shall ensure it is delivered to the school, a resonant voice echoed throughout the carriage. The train traversed a dense forest, appearing ominous against the deep purple night sky. With a castle at its heart, enchanting and reminiscent of a wizard's castle from a fairy tale. As the passengers disembarked, they found themselves on a dark, diminutive platform. With night having already fallen, the chill of the evening air compelled Ethan to tighten the slightly oversized robe around him. They ventured through the shadowy woods, arriving at a riverbank where the castle across the water shimmered with light, stars twinkling above. Hagrid pointed to the small boats by the riverbank and said, "Now, we must take these boats to Hogwarts. Each boat can accommodate no more than 4 individuals." Naturally, he, being an exception, would occupy a boat alone. The small vessels glided across the lake, reaching the opposite dock. Upon landing, with Hagrid's assistance, Neville successfully retrieved his toad. They passed through a dark tunnel and walked across a damp lawn, ultimately arriving before a magnificent oak door. Hagrid raised his fist and knocked thrice upon the door. Perhaps banged would be a more fitting term, as only this immense wooden door could withstand his strength. Ethan surveyed his surroundings. The castle was even grander than he had envisioned. "Thank you, Hagrid. This will suffice. I shall take it from here," spoke a witch. Clad in a flowing emerald robe, her dark hair framing her face, she introduced herself to the group. "I am Professor McGonagall. Before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first conduct the sorting ceremony. You may be placed into one of 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Each house possesses its own illustrious history, and during your time here, your conduct will earn your house points. The house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup, a significant honor that I hope you appreciate. That is all for now. I understand you may have many questions, and in due time, you will learn more. Now please follow me inside." The number of new students was modest, merely over 40. The initial excitement had waned from many faces, replaced by a sense of unease. "Hey, I heard we will be battling trolls." "No, that's not true. We are supposed to be searching for Merlin's socks." Of course, only a small portion fell for the prank, an age-old tradition at Hogwarts to tease the newcomers. Ethan was certainly skeptical, as was Malfoy beside him. "TSK, you actually believe that? No wonder you're a Weasley," Malfoy remarked, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring those nearby could hear. Instantly, curious eyes turned towards Ron. Ron, feeling the heat rise to his face, pointed at Malfoy, struggling to utter a single word, internally chastising Fred for his part in the jest. "Enough, enough, silence." Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unfurling a roll of parchment in her hands. As I read out each name, "That individual shall take a seat, don the hat, and be sorted." Hannah Abbott. At the call, a rosy-cheeked girl stumbled forward, seated herself, and placed the hat upon her head. Moments later, the sorting hat's raspy voice echoed throughout the hall. "Hufflepuff." A raucous applause erupted from the table on the far right, welcoming Hannah into their fold. "Susan Bones." "Hufflepuff." "Ron Weasley." Ethan kept his gaze fixed on the sorting hat, contemplating how to fabricate an illusion to deceive it. Simultaneously, he noted that the attention of the professors, Dumbledore and Snape, was squarely on Harry. This brought him a sense of relief. He was not yet ready to draw attention, especially from that old bee. What could a man who would calculate his own life be unwilling to do? Despite his seemingly benign demeanor in the original text, he was indeed rather shrewd in reality. He often advised Harry to rely on love, yet ultimately, it was force that quelled the turmoil. "Hermione Granger." Hermione nearly sprinted to the front, swiftly donning the hat. "Gryffindor." Ron turned slightly, discreetly hissing in disdain. He harbored a strong aversion to this incessant chatterbox. "Draco Malfoy." Malfoy strolled forward nonchalantly, and before the hat was even placed upon his head, it declared, "Slytherin." Malfoy had anticipated this outcome and was quite pleased with it. As time elapsed, only Harry and Ethan remained on the platform. Ethan began to employ his mental shielding, unwilling to let any old bee uncover his thoughts. "Harry Potter." When Professor McGonagall announced Harry's name, a wave of murmurs swept through the dining hall. Harry Potter? Could it be him? Just look at the scar on his forehead. The sorting hat seemed momentarily perplexed. "You possess great courage, a good heart, and talent. Yet, you are eager to prove yourself. To which house shall I assign you?" "This is quite a conundrum," Harry silently urged. "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." This poor child, under Ron's influence, truly believed that all Slytherins were malevolent. Logically, one could deduce that if it were indeed a house of unrepentant evil, it would not have endured through the ages. Ultimately, through Harry's determination and the scheming of a certain bee, the sorting hat proclaimed, "Gryffindor." The Weasley twins shouted in unison, "We have Harry, we have Potter." At long last, Ethan Walker. Chapter 8. Sorting Hat. I thank you, Ethan. Hermione gazed ahead, her eyes shimmering with excitement. This was her first true friend, and she fervently wished for Ethan to join Gryffindor. All eyes were fixed upon Ethan, who maintained his composure as he ascended the stage and approached the Sorting Hat. Oh, come now, come here, child, don me, it beckoned with a chuckle. Ethan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he suppressed the impulse to crumple the hat. He quietly took his seat on the wooden stool, allowing the Sorting Hat to perch askew upon his head while he discreetly employed his mental shielding technique, erecting an impenetrable barrier deep within his consciousness. Suddenly, the brim of the hat began to tremble violently, its sharp voice piercing his mind. I seem to have some difficulty discerning your thoughts. The Sorting Hat endeavored to breach the barrier, yet after several futile attempts, it reluctantly ceased its efforts, mumbling as it resumed its duty. Extraordinary wisdom, an insatiable ambition, and this power even I cannot fathom. What a conundrum. The hat's voice resonated loudly in the hushed great hall. Among the students below, some were evidently familiar with Ethan Walker's name, all fervently hoping that such an exceptional individual would be sorted into their house, particularly Slytherin and Gryffindor. Slytherin. The proclamation echoed, and the applause from the Slytherin table, adorned with silver and green banners, was both restrained and dignified. Ethan removed the hat, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he retrieved his wand from his sleeve, squinting with a smile at the Sorting Hat. Thank you, Mr. Hat. Your efforts are appreciated. Huh, what do you intend to do? Don't come any closer, the hat exclaimed. Ignoring its protests, Ethan lightly tapped the tip of the hat, rendering it spotless before swiftly making his way to the Slytherin table. The Sorting Hat was taken aback. By the time it comprehended the situation, its form was already immaculate, its wrinkled surface now even more creased. Oh no! The sharp cry resonated throughout the hall, prompting professors and students alike to cover their ears, until ultimately, Dumbledore waved his wand, sending the irate hat back to his office. Oh, I have longed to do that. Professor McGonagall's tightly pressed lips betrayed a hint of amusement. Flitwick, meanwhile, concealed his slightly twitching cheek with his robe. Observing the old hat's expression, Ethan felt a sense of satisfaction. The ancient relic had even dared to mention Azkaban. What? Just moments ago, you were intent on remaining inconspicuous. Oh please, he's no Dragon King descending from the mountains. He won't engage in the act of pretending to be a fool, for even the most naive among us knows that one might inadvertently become the fool instead. As for drawing attention, Ethan declared, I am not a savior. Why should anyone look at me? Look at Harry. Ding, ding, ding. Enough. Silence. Dumbledore returned to his seat, casting a mildly surprised glance at Ethan before commencing his distinctive opening address. Welcome, dear students, to Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I wish to impart a few words. Foolishness, tears, rubbish, twists. Thank you all, thank you. Ethan listened to the succinct speech and suddenly realized that the old bee had some merits. Unlike during his school days, when each speaker would drone on for at least 800 words before departing the stage. As Dumbledore concluded, a resounding applause erupted from the audience. Subsequently, the feast commenced. A fleeting glimmer illuminated the once bare long table, now laden with an abundance of delectable dishes. How splendid this looks. A headless apparition emerged from Ethan's plate, presenting its gruesomely severed neck right before him. It seemed to be a tradition to terrify the new students each academic year, a source of amusement for them over the years. Unfortunately, this time they had encountered a tough nut to crack. Ethan remained unperturbed, for Western-style horror held no power over him. However, the presence of the apparition was enough to frighten Draco Malfoy sitting beside him. Not just Malfoy, but even the other first years gazed at the food before them, which appeared far less appetizing than before. As the dinner concluded, Dumbledore rose once more, extending his arms. Students, before the new term commences, I feel it is imperative to address a few points of caution. First-year students, heed this warning. The Forbidden Forest adjacent to the school is off-limits to all students, particularly certain upperclassmen. At this, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted towards Gryffindor, specifically the Weasley twins. Additionally, magic is not permitted in the corridors, and lastly, if you wish to avoid a grim fate, do not venture into the corridor on the left side of the 4th floor. That will be all. Goodness, he didn't even bother to mask the message. Was it not plainly evident that he was urging Harry and his friends to investigate the secrets of the 4th floor corridor? Ethan glanced back at Harry and Ron, who appeared to be engaged in fervent discussion. Now, let us sing the school song, amplified by the sonorous charm, to resonate throughout the hall. Ready, sing. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. After the song concluded, everyone was escorted back to their dormitories by their respective house prefects. The Slytherin common room lay hidden behind a barren stone wall in the castle's dungeons. Entering through the door on the right side of the marble staircase on the 1st floor, one would traverse a labyrinthine corridor shrouded in darkness. Before uttering the password to gain access, the dormitories were located above the common room. This year's cohort was not particularly large, resulting in dormitories typically shared by 2 students. However, Slytherin's group comprised 7 individuals, necessitating that one person would occupy a room alone. The group exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gaze on Malfoy. Although Ethan longed for a room to himself, he was unfortunate enough to have Malfoy beside him. "Walker, you can take it," Malfoy declared after a moment of deliberation. Ethan looked at Malfoy, his expression revealing surprise. This fellow was actually offering his room to him? In truth, Malfoy had arrived at this decision only after considerable internal conflict. Prior to coming to school, he had dismissed his father's words without a second thought. As the esteemed heir of the Malfoy lineage, it was inconceivable that he would lack companions. However, during the sorting ceremony, Ethan's audacious display had utterly astonished him. Nonverbal spellcasting. Although it was merely a simple cleaning charm, it was undeniably a stroke of genius. Even he, a prodigy in his own right, could not perform a single spell at that moment. Nevertheless, he thought, "Thank you, Malfoy." He was not one to be overly sentimental. Since the gift was offered, he would graciously accept it. Price, observing their conclusion, continued. "You must remember the location of your dormitory. The code name is Pure Blood, which will change every fortnight. That is all. Rest well, for classes commence tomorrow." Soon, everyone returned to their spacious dormitory, adorned in a classic style. Numerous decorations and everyday furnishings were haphazardly arranged, creating a seemingly chaotic yet warm atmosphere. Ethan unpacked his belongings, preparing for the days ahead. With a flutter, Voni flew in from outside, landing gracefully on the coat rack. "Lights out, time for bed." Ethan gazed at the pitch-black ceiling, the moonlight shimmering through the ripples of the Black Lake, casting delicate silver spots upon the ceiling. Perhaps he was experiencing insomnia. In this castle, the awake always saw further than those who slept. Chapter 9, Transfiguration Class. In the following week, they thoroughly covered the first-year curriculum. The initial lessons were entirely theoretical, allowing Ethan to once again experience the rigors of academia. "Goodness, I wonder how long I must endure this arduous existence." Exiting the library with several books in hand, he reflected on how, after so many years, his classmate Walker was once more reacquainted with the sensation of homework. He considered sending a letter to old Tom, requesting a quick dry pen to expedite the conclusion of his homework days. The first-year courses were not excessively numerous, yet they were substantial. There were a total of 8 mandatory subjects: charms, history of magic, herbology, transfiguration, potions, defense against the dark arts, flying, and the sole subject identical to those in the Muggle world, astronomy. One could say Ethan was reveling in a vast ocean of knowledge daily. "I believe transfiguration class is next," he mused as he made his way to the classroom. Rising early that morning, while others were still lost in slumber, he had already partaken of breakfast in the kitchen before heading to the library to study. Arriving at the classroom, he found it already filled with students, likely due to the distance from the library. Today's transfiguration class was a joint session with Slytherin and Gryffindor. At the podium, there was no sign of Professor McGonagall, only a charming tabby cat. He recognized this as Professor McGonagall's animagus form. "Ethan," came the voice of Malfoy. He sat in the front row, with an empty seat beside him, deliberately reserved for Ethan, while his loyal protectors occupied a row behind. Ethan greeted the tabby cat before taking a seat next to Malfoy. Curiously, as he passed Hermione, he received a disdainful glance. The two houses were divided on either side, with Ethan sitting on the edge, separated from Hermione by an aisle. The once warm enthusiasm of the clever witch towards Ethan seemed to have faded. Ethan was unsure of the reason, only recalling that during their first week, she appeared to have an aversion to certain peculiar candies. "Ethan, you spend all your time in the library. One might think you are one of those bookworms from Ravenclaw," Malfoy commented, observing Ethan's late arrival. Ethan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Isn't that rather normal? On the contrary, you, as the eldest son of the Malfoy family and the future head of the Malfoy lineage, ought to be working even harder than I. I'm working hard too, but I simply cannot compare to someone as extraordinary as you," Malfoy retorted, somewhat exasperated. Before the start of the school term, he had believed he was on par with Ethan. However, after a week, he felt the gap between them widening, both in terms of spells and understanding. He remained oblivious to the fact that those without advantages would always lag behind those with them. Ethan chose not to respond to Malfoy's comment. He couldn't very well divulge that he possessed a system, a secret he would never share with anyone, even at the cost of his life. As they conversed, the class began, and the other students, except for Ethan, started to chatter. They believed Professor McGonagall would never be late, yet 5 minutes into the lesson, her absence puzzled them. "Ethan, what do you think is going on? Why hasn't Professor McGonagall arrived?" Malfoy inquired, reclining in his chair with his hands behind his head. Ethan, observing Malfoy's nonchalant demeanor, leaned in to whisper a few words. "What? Shoo, why are you being so loud? Since the professor hasn't he arrived? Let us pretend we don't know anything," Malfoy said, glancing around for Harry, a smirk creeping onto his face. Ethan was somewhat perplexed by his meaning. What was he supposed to be unaware of? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. "Oh, Harry, we are so lucky. Professor McGonagall hasn't he come yet?" Ron's voice was so loud that the previously noisy classroom fell silent, all eyes turning towards Ron and Harry. Feeling the weight of attention, Harry quickly pulled Ron towards the Gryffindor side. "Ron, stop talking. Let us just sit down," he urged. Malfoy cast a mocking glance at the two, his smirk revealing his current thoughts. Just as they were about to take their seats, the tabby cat on the podium leapt down and transformed into a human form. "Oh, McGonagall, Professor McGonagall." The two latecomers bowed their heads, their tremulous voices breaking the silence. It was well known that Professor McGonagall was both fair and strict. She would not show favoritism towards her own house merely because of her position as its head. This was precisely why Malfoy dared to speak ill of Dumbledore and Hagrid behind their backs, yet refrained from uttering a single disparaging word about Professor McGonagall. The head of Gryffindor. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, I believe I ought to transform you into clocks so that you may remember the time. Actually, we got lost. The shifting staircases led us astray." Ron attempted to offer a justification, but who was Professor McGonagall? She was not one to indulge excuses. A mistake was a mistake. "Then I shall turn you into maps, Mr. Weasley. 5 points from Gryffindor. I hope you will learn from this lesson." The two quickly accepted their punishment, and the lesson commenced. Transfiguration is an intriguing discipline, but do not underestimate it, for it can cost you your life. You must remember that it is fraught with danger. Do not act recklessly in my class without my permission. Professor McGonagall surveyed the attentive young witches and wizards below, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Who says that mischievous children are unmanageable? Look, they are quite obedient. Now, turn to page 666 of your textbooks. Today, we shall study this." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall produced her wand and gently tapped a nearby goblet, which instantly transformed into a toad. Wow! The audience gasped in astonishment, their hearts brimming with anticipation, for they had yet to wield their wands, let alone cast spells. This is the art of transmuting inanimate objects into living beings, a form of advanced transfiguration, though you are not yet ready to learn such feats. Professor McGonagall distributed matches to each student. "Now, each of you has a match in hand. Today's task is to transform your match into a silver needle, just like this." With a flick of her wand, the match in her hand transformed into a silver needle, complete with a needle's eye. "All right, who would like to give it a try?" Professor McGonagall's gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Ethan. "Look at you, eager to volunteer. Why are you looking at me?" Ethan felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. Was she expecting him to perform this transformation? Had it been the first day of school, he might have hesitated, for he had not practiced this magic before the term began. However, things were different now. Over the course of the past week, he had dedicated 2.5 days to mastering this spell. His commendable aptitude made the task manageable for a beginner. Since it was a request from Professor McGonagall, he had little choice but to reluctantly showcase his skills. As Ethan contemplated, he raised his hand, saying, "Professor, allow me a try." "Very well, Mr. Walker," replied Professor McGonagall, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Ethan slowly drew his wand, focusing intently on envisioning the transformed object. Despite having practiced numerous times, errors were always a possibility, and he knew he needed to concentrate fully to avoid embarrassment. With a gentle flick of his wand, he uttered the incantation, and a faint glow enveloped the scene. The matchsticks on his desk began to transform, the wood gradually morphing into a lustrous silver. The match heads tapering until a slender silver needle emerged, replacing the original match. Professor McGonagall's eyes brightened, and she nodded in approval, stating, "Well done, Mr. Walker. Your transfiguration skills are commendable. Slytherin earns 5 points." The young Gryffindors cast envious and astonished glances towards him. Ethan felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an outward facade of composure as he sat down. "Very well, ladies and gentlemen, now you may practice freely," she announced. Soon, a cacophony of halting incantations filled the air, though successful attempts were still scarce. Ethan observed Malfoy, who was fervently waving his wand. Becoming increasingly impatient in his quest to prove himself, his wand movements quickening. "Draco, you mustn't rush. Haste will yield no results," Ethan advised, demonstrating the correct technique. "It should be done this way, then that. Hiss. Good." Taking a deep breath, Malfoy followed Ethan's steps and gave a gentle flick. A coarse silver needle materialized. "Well done, Mr. Malfoy. Slytherin earns 5 points." At this, Malfoy's head lifted in pride, casting a challenging glance at Harry, while he overlooked Ron, who sat beside him. Why is he so smug? If it weren't for Ethan beside him, he wouldn't have performed so swiftly, Harry thought. But before he could respond, Ron spoke up. Unfortunately, with Professor McGonagall present, Ron could only simmer in frustration. Soon, Hermione also succeeded in transforming her match into a rough silver needle. The class, neither too long nor too short, did not hinder Ethan from diligently practicing transfiguration on the side, transforming various inanimate objects such as cups and books. In no time, Ethan conjured every conceivable object he could imagine. His prowess elicited exclamations from those present. The torpedo has arrived. Is this a joke? While we toil, he is merely playing. Even Professor McGonagall, astonished, had not anticipated that an 11-year-old could possess such extraordinary talent. As class came to an end, Ethan remarked, "You should have seen the expressions on Weasley and Potter's faces. Haha." The two prepared to return to the common room, while Malfoy appeared to still revel in the joy of the recent lesson. "Hee hee, Draco, your sense of humor is rather low," Ethan remarked helplessly. "Come on, don't talk about me. Someone is looking for you," Malfoy said, patting Ethan on the shoulder before walking away. Over the course of this week, Malfoy had come to realize that this Muggle wizard seemed to share a rather unique bond with Ethan. Although he still held onto the belief in the supremacy of bloodlines, he couldn't help but consider Ethan a friend. To avoid unnecessary conflict, he decided to leave for the time being. Ethan was taken aback by Malfoy's words. "Someone is looking for me. A fan." Just then, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. The fingers lightly brushed against the nape of his neck, cold and smooth. Ethan turned around, startled to find a large face looming before him, prompting him to step back in alarm. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, staring at Hermione, unable to suppress a classic retort. "What is the matter?" "You're making a big fuss," Hermione replied, her expression one of confusion. "This guy is really strange. Always so jumpy." "Cough, cough, it's nothing," Ethan murmured, then countered, "Why aren't you angry anymore?" "Angry about what?" Hermione turned her head to gaze out the window, her unruly curls partially concealing her slightly flushed ears. "Ah, right, you're not angry," Ethan said as he moved closer to her, both leaning against the window, unsure of what to focus on outside. After a long silence, Ethan broke the quiet, asking, "What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Why did you go to Slytherin?" "Huh, I can't choose which house I go to. Besides, I never promised you I would go to Gryffindor," Ethan replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way." With that, Ethan prepared to leave. "Wait, hold on." Hermione hurriedly stepped forward, grasping his arm. She was flustered. She didn't want to let him go so easily. I was wondering if you could teach me transfiguration." Ethan turned back to look at the girl before him, their proximity feeling surprisingly intimate from afar. However, she seemed blissfully unaware of it. "You want to learn?" "Uh-huh, I can teach you." "All right, it's settled then," Hermione said happily before leaving. Ding. Host has completed 1 week of enrollment. System tasks are now being issued. Ding. Tasks are as follows. Main task, defeat the Dark Lord and ascend. You shall become the 3rd-generation Dark Lord. Side task, if too strong, weaken him first. Weaken Voldemort once each academic year until he is ultimately defeated. Tasks. The system has finally remembered me. It's been a week since school started, and I had thought the system was inactive until now. Beep. 1st grade side quest, defeat Chino. Slay the lingering souls. Reward, unknown. Unknown. Can the system enlighten me? Beep, cannot. I knew it. Ethan harbored a love-hate relationship with this system. While it indeed provided valuable rewards, it occasionally exhibited a penchant for mischief. Nevertheless, Chino was the professor of defense against the dark arts this year. When did he slip away to steal the Philosopher's Stone? The original text did not specify a time, so would I need to stake out his location daily? It seemed a strategy was in order. Alas, what a conundrum. Chapter 11. Walker, you come. That evening, within Ethan's dormitory. Boom. The air crackled with tumultuous magic, scattering in all directions. Looking around, the pots and pans had vanished, leaving only a plethora of shattered fragments strewn across the floor. Another failure. Thankfully, a silencing charm had been cast in the vicinity. Ethan took a deep breath, ready to rest momentarily before attempting the disillusionment charm once more. He planned to procure a sample from a potion textbook the following night. Ethan recalled that this book had been utilized by Snape during his schooling, containing numerous invaluable notes. In the original narrative, due to Harry's poor performance in potions, he failed to meet the requirements for the 6th-year curriculum and thus was unprepared at the start of the term. However, Professor Slughorn had succeeded Snape in teaching potions, consequently lowering the standards. Lacking a textbook, Harry discovered the Half-Blood Prince's potion book in a classroom cabinet, leading to a remarkable improvement in his grades, even surpassing Hermione at times. Of course, potion experience was one matter, but for Ethan, the paramount focus remained the mastery of the stunning spell, which would enable him to swiftly grasp this offensive magic. Such proficiency would provide him with a semblance of confidence when facing Voldemort. His aptitude for dark arts and charms was exceptional, and his capacity for comprehension was commendable. However, if possible, he would prefer to expedite the process, for he had no desire to burn the midnight oil practicing spells each night. Once more he concentrated. Disillusionment. As the incantation echoed, a faint glow flickered, and he observed his hand gradually becoming translucent. A surge of joy filled Ethan as he continued to focus. At last, he was entirely invisible. After a while, he tapped his head gently with his wand to dispel the charm. Phew, that was exhausting. This spell could be maintained for 4 hours while his magic was abundant. And even if it was not in use, he could cast a countercharm to lift the invisibility. This enchantment was indeed practical. Tomorrow night would be foolproof. As for now, Ethan glanced at the bedside clock. It was 2:30 in the morning. With the utterance of his words, the fragments on the floor glimmered with a radiant light. Slowly levitating back to their original positions, Ethan gazed upon the formerly chaotic room, now transformed into a pristine state, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the wonders of magic. It is truly remarkable. It is time for slumber. Otherwise, should I succumb to drowsiness during class tomorrow and be caught by the old bat, I would surely endure a barrage of scorn and mockery." The following morning, Ethan awoke reluctantly to the blaring alarm. Upon his arrival at the Great Hall, he found it already bustling with students. After much exploration, Harry and Ron had finally deciphered the staircase's patterns and the castle's layout, liberating themselves from the life of tardiness. The three coincidentally crossed paths at the entrance of the hall. However, it was merely a coincidence. Since the commencement of the school year, Ethan had shown no inclination to engage with Harry. This was not due to any grievances he harbored against Harry. Rather, it was simply unnecessary. Ethan Walker possessed the autonomy to choose his friends and would not fawn over him merely because he was the protagonist. Additionally, there was Ron, a Weasley who harbored animosity towards Slytherin, which spoke volumes. After casting a fleeting glance at Harry, he made his way to the Slytherin table and took a seat beside Draco. "Good morning, Draco." No sooner had he settled in than a glass of milk and a sandwich appeared before him. After yawning, he began to eat. At this moment, Draco, observing him, inquired, "Ethan, why have you seemed so lackluster these past few days?" Ethan, with some difficulty, swallowed the bite of bread and replied, "Is it that obvious? Of course. You haven't been sneaking out for nocturnal escapades, have you?" Coughing, Ethan nearly spewed the milk he had just sipped, casting a surprised glance at him. It was indeed a peculiar conversation, considering he was indeed planning to venture out that very night. Nevertheless, Ethan vehemently denied, "I have not. Do not speak nonsense." "Well then, we have Professor Snape's potions class next. Do not doze off. Rest assured." As the two conversed, Ron at the Gryffindor table, observing them, scoffed and muttered a few words. Harry, puzzled, asked, "Ron, do you have a problem with Walker?" "Humph, Harry, you do not understand." After taking a bite of his apple, Ron continued, "That fellow associates with Malfoy. It is evident he is not a good person. Moreover, he has been stealing your thunder lately. Harry, you are the true savior." Ron became increasingly animated, his apple long forgotten. "I know, Ron, but I do not mind. I even wish I could be a little more ordinary." Harry now felt that the title should simply vanish. Those who understood the situation knew all too well that this was, in essence, a form of backhanded praise. "I truly do not comprehend you." With breakfast concluded, everyone proceeded to the potions classroom. Upon entering, they refrained from their usual boisterous chatter, having, over the course of a week, gained a semblance of understanding regarding Professor Snape's temperament. If Professor McGonagall embodies strictness, then Professor Snape epitomizes a severity that borders on the cruel. As Professor Snape entered the classroom, his black robe billowed with the wind, casting a bat-like shadow that swept across Ethan's face. His frigid gaze surveyed each student, ultimately settling upon Harry. "Harry Potter, our star," he uttered, his voice laced with sardonic mockery. "In my class, there is no room for foolish imbeciles who merely wave their wands about." Professor Snape elucidated the rules of the lesson, emphasizing that the brewing of potions carries risks that could lead to calamity. For the sake of his teaching career, he delivered this caution with an acerbic tone. The class listened intently, all except for two, Harry and Ron, who were engaged in a silent exchange of facial expressions, only to be caught by Professor Snape. "Potter, what would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" Harry stood frozen, bewildered by the terms. He glanced pleadingly at Ron. "Ron, do you know?" Ron, sensing the scrutiny, averted his gaze and shifted slightly away. "Don't look at me. I don't know you. Mr. Potter, please answer my question." Professor Snape disregarded Hermione's raised hand, pressing on. Professor, I don't know. If I instructed you to procure a piece of cowbane, where would you go?" Professor, I don't know. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Professor, I don't know." "Well, splendid, Mr. Potter. It seems that fame does not equate to knowledge." Snape's piercing stare conveyed his disdain, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Professor," Hermione has her hand raised. "Why do you not call on her?" "Perhaps you are correct, Potter, but that does not absolve you from your ignorance. As a consequence of your insubordination, Gryffindor loses 5 points." At this declaration, the other Gryffindor students cast unfriendly glances at Harry. Hermione, now standing, raised her hand high as if trying to pierce the ceiling. "Miss Granger, sit down." Snape then turned his attention to a figure in the corner. Draco, noticing this, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his earlier confidence and mockery evaporating. "Don't look at me. I don't know either." Unfortunately for him, the spotlight was not on him today, but rather on Ethan, who sat beside him, propped up on his elbows, engrossed in a book. Walker, you shall respond. Chapter 12, Professor Snape bullying me. Ethan gazed at the tome before him, his mind already far removed from the classroom. He was contemplating the details and feasibility of the plans for the evening. But all thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Professor Snape's icy voice. Reluctantly, he set aside his musings. Professor, Walter, please answer the 3 questions I posed earlier. Certainly, Professor. The combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort can yield a sleeping potion known as dream water. Neo Huang is a stone extracted from the stomach of cattle, renowned for its detoxifying properties. As for the aconitum and the wolf's bane, they are essentially the same plant, differing only in nomenclature. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape's previously rigid countenance softened slightly. Well said, Walker, 5 points to Slytherin, he declared, casting a cold glance at Harry before surveying the rest of the class. What are you staring at? Is there something written on my face? I've provided you with all the answers. Should I also assist you in writing them down? With that, Professor Snape returned to the lectern, seizing some materials he would need shortly while the students busily took notes. Malfoy exchanged a provocative glance with Harry before dismissing him entirely. After a while, Snape addressed the class. Now, pay close attention. We will be concocting a simple remedy for scabies. I expect none of you to fumble this task with your foolish wands. As it was their first practical session, they were paired in twos, and predictably, Ethan was grouped with Malfoy. Throughout the ensuing series of tasks, as Professor Snape made his rounds, nearly every student received his scorn, except for Ethan's group. The reason was simple. Their technique was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Additionally, due to Malfoy's influence and Ethan's innate talent, Snape reserved his rare commendations solely for them. Yet, Ethan understood that in Snape's heart, it was Harry who stirred the most complex emotions. Snape had always harbored affection for Lily. Harry inherited her striking eyes, causing Snape to involuntarily think of her each time their gazes met. Simultaneously, he harbored disdain for Harry, solely due to his surname. Returning to the classroom, Snape proclaimed, "Well done. A perfect potion. 5 points to Slytherin." He raised the vial containing the potion crafted by Ethan and Draco, his voice resonating throughout the room. They were indeed remarkable. Of course, they are the finest wizards in our Slytherin cohort. In the face of such accolades, Ethan maintained a serene demeanor. Malfoy intended to gloat to Harry, but upon witnessing Ethan's unflappable expression, he felt a pang of envy and mimicked his demeanor. Seriously, what a show-off. I could do that too. Ron, observing the two under the spotlight, felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. Perhaps it was his pride, but even his movements grew increasingly frantic. "Oh, Ron, slow down," Harry said, exasperated. He struggled to keep pace with Ron's rapid actions, momentarily forgetting how to manage the slug slime in his hands. At that moment, Ron elbowed him, causing the potion in Harry's hands to spill into the cauldron of the adjacent Hermione and Neville. The cauldron erupted in a furious boil, prompting Ethan to rush over and pull Hermione out of harm's way. With limited strength, I could only inflict some suffering upon Neville. The boiling potion splashed onto Neville's face, causing him to cry out in pain, and in his distress, he accidentally toppled the cauldron. "Oh, poor Longbottom. You fool." Professor Snape hurriedly approached to clean up the spilled potion from the floor before dragging him to the infirmary. At that moment, as if struck by a thought, he turned back and said, "There is one more matter. Weasley, Potter, due to your blunder, Gryffindor loses 5 points." Having said that, he turned without a backward glance, leading Neville away. Hearing those words, Harry buried his head beneath the table, fearful of the predatory gazes of his classmates. He could not comprehend why Professor Snape seemed to have such animosity towards him. In Harry's memory, he had never had any significant interaction with the professor. Yet, he felt that Snape's gaze was filled with malice. While Harry wallowed in self-doubt, Ethan was not idle. Beside him was another little lion in need of comfort. Hermione, having witnessed Neville's earlier predicament, felt a twinge of fear. Ethan could sense the slight tremor in the girl's body as she nestled against him. "Are you all right, Hermione?" he gently inquired, tousling his already unruly curls. Her fear was entirely understandable. After all, such incidents could be particularly distressing for a girl. "I truly owe you one for pulling me away, Ethan. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how I would cope in the years to come." Ethan softly reassured her, "It's all right, Hermione." She raised her head, her eyes filled with gratitude, yet the atmosphere in the classroom remained heavy and oppressive. After class, Ethan made his way to the Great Hall for lunch, only to encounter Harry on the way. They exchanged greetings, and throughout, Ethan had never regarded Harry as an adversary. After all, he was merely a child. Even though Harry had been subjected to public comparisons numerous times, each instance only served to make the title of the chosen one seem utterly ridiculous. Nevertheless, Harry remained silent, his heart inherently kind, never uttering words of malice. Observing Harry with his head hung low and a look of dejection, Ethan approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Potter, that's just how Professor Snape is. Don't take it too much to heart." Harry lifted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. But why does he always target me? I truly don't understand. Well, I'm not entirely sure either, Ethan chuckled, trying to brush it off. He certainly could not mention that Snape had an affinity for Harry's mother. If he were to say such a thing, he would be met not with Harry, but rather with the wrath of the old bat, Snape. If you really want to know, you could always ask the professor directly. Oh, I think I'll pass. I can hardly bear to look him in the eye. Late at night. Disillusionment. The somber incantation echoed through the empty room, but there was not a soul inside. With a soft click, the door creaked open as Ethan cautiously closed it behind him. As he passed the lounge, he glimpsed a man and a woman passionately kissing on the sofa. Holding his breath, he left the lounge, leaving behind footprints on the carpet as he made his way to the corridor. Surely, the Marauder's map had not yet been pilfered by the Weasley twins, he mused to himself while traversing the dimly lit hall. Chapter 13, The Proud Soul. Ethan vaguely recalled that during Harry's third year, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, had stolen the Marauder's map from Filch's office and gifted it to Harry, enabling him to venture to Hogsmeade despite the looming threat of Sirius Black. The Marauder's map was a remarkable artifact. Possessing it would bestow upon him a nearly divine perspective within Hogwarts. Contemplating this, Ethan stealthily approached Filch's office, suspecting the caretaker was currently on patrol. Ethan harbored no fondness for Filch. Though he was loyal to Hogwarts and had fought to protect the students during the war, his demeanor was cold, cantankerous, and exceedingly irritable. He bore an intense disdain for students, relishing the opportunity to punish those who misbehaved, finding joy in confining them. In their 5th year, Filch had been the only Hogwarts staff member to support Umbridge, assisting her in her oppressive measures against the students. When Umbridge held sway over Hogwarts, Filch reveled in the power she afforded him to reprimand the students. Soon, Ethan arrived at Filch's office. To ensure his safety, he had even applied a confounding potion on himself to evade detection by Mrs. Norris, who was still patrolling the castle alongside her master. With ease, Ethan rummaged through the drawer and retrieved the roll of parchment containing its secrets. Drawing his wand, he gently tapped the parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. As the words escaped his lips, the parchment began to shimmer with ink, the markings spreading from the center to form a map. The map revealed few names, as it was uncommon for students to wander the halls at such an hour. Ethan first spotted Filch's name, indicating he was at the far end of the corridor, just as he prepared to fold the Marauder's map back into his system space. The doorknob suddenly began to turn. Click, meow, cursed Ethan inwardly, quickly hiding beside the doorframe. The door slowly opened, and Filch hobbled in, leaning on his cane, muttering, "Humph. Those mischievous little brats think they can escape my watchful eye." Mrs. Norris trailed closely behind, her green eyes scanning the room warily. Finally locking onto the doorframe as if sensing something amiss, Ethan pressed himself against the wall, hardly daring to breathe. Furchie circled the room, his nose twitching in confusion as he detected an unfamiliar scent. As Furchie surveyed the office, Mrs. Loris leapt from his embrace, sauntering toward Ethan with a feline grace. Meow? Ethan, no longer willing to engage with them, swiftly pulled open the door and fled. "You insolent brat, should I ever catch you, I shall confine you in a cold, dark dungeon to face your fears." He dashed down the corridor, the chill of the night air echoing in his ears, accompanied by Furchie's curses. "Damn you!" Ethan ran aimlessly through the castle, occasionally encountering a few night-wandering lion cubs. Is there a draft in the castle? Never mind that. Dear, let us proceed. Eventually, Ethan halted at the girls' restroom, panting heavily. Is this what adventure feels like? No wonder Gryffindor is so enamored with nocturnal escapades. The thrill is like a virus. Once it begins, it cannot be stopped. I must be out of my mind tonight to engage in such antics, Ethan mused as he tried to catch his breath. The excitement was not merely about sneaking out at night or stealing a map. It stemmed from the fact that he had been running through the corridors, shouting. Once Ethan regained his composure, he pushed those thoughts aside and retrieved the living map from his system space, beginning to study it. As he examined the map closely, the routes and names began to crystallize. Oh, the living map has found a new master. It appears quite formidable. A sharp female voice emerged from the restroom pit. Just as Ethan was about to investigate, a ghostly apparition surged from the pit, showering him with droplets as it descended. Ethan furrowed his brow, using a levitation spell to disperse the water. "Are you the Weeping Myrtle?" "Ah, so you know me," she replied. "I merely heard about you from others. What mischief do you intend with that map?" Myrtle circled Ethan, her inquiry laced with curiosity. "I have no intention of causing harm. I simply find this map intriguing." Ethan shrugged. "Humph, all men are deceivers. I once trusted Oliver, and look where it led me," Myrtle lamented. Ethan waved dismissively. "I must take my leave." "Indeed. Men are nothing but trouble," she retorted before rushing back to the restroom, weeping bitterly. Ethan regarded the towering columns of water around him, which seemed to speak volumes, yet conveyed nothing at all. After wandering aimlessly, he arrived at the advanced potion classroom. The fluorescent lights flickered as the words fell from his lips. The dimly lit classroom was illuminated by a soft glow. Ethan approached the counter, where two exquisite tomes on potion-making lay. His gaze did not linger on the pristine volume, but rather fixated on another, tattered textbook. As he opened the first page, he was met with the inscription, "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." The Half-Blood Prince, Snape, a character of unparalleled complexity within the narrative. Ethan sighed, then tucked the textbook away and returned to his dormitory. In another part of the castle, at its highest point, Albus Dumbledore, clad in his night attire, observed all that transpired within the castle that night. He, much like Tom in his youth, was unique and immensely powerful. Though he harbored great ambition, he could discern no malevolence in his eyes, akin to you, Gellert. Perhaps, in the future, he might emerge as a true adversary to Voldemort. Dumbledore mused to himself, harboring a sense of uncertainty regarding Harry. While he recognized Harry's exceptional talents compared to most, he felt he still fell short, especially when compared to his classmate Hermione, who was in a league of her own. Crucially, he lacked the awareness of his role as the savior destined to confront Voldemort, which led Dumbledore to frequently question whether the prophecy had been misinterpreted. The burdens of age. Let us observe further before drawing conclusions. Meanwhile, back in his dormitory, Ethan reflected upon the fruits of the evening's endeavors. With that, he settled down for sleep, for a proud soul requires no shackles. Chapter 14, Dumbledore's Correspondence Recently. After acquiring the Half-Blood Prince's potion book, Ethan had diligently practiced the disarming charm each night, achieving commendable progress, having reached a rudimentary level of proficiency. Yet, he found himself yearning for more. It is widely acknowledged that wizards wield magic, akin to sorcerers. One cannot expect a sorcerer to navigate without finesse, otherwise, they might as well be a hapless mage. Moreover, this is the realm of reality, not a mere game. What does one do when their resources dwindle? It is a question worthy of contemplation. In Ethan's perspective, should he find himself depleted, he would simply engage in some physical training. Let those who wish to be mages take on that mantle. It is not a role he desires. Thus, with this mindset, Ethan embarked upon his nocturnal fitness regime, dedicating half of his time to practical magical combat training. As time passed, the school days seemed to fly by. This evening, like any other, found some in blissful slumber, others wandering the night, some on dates, and a few enduring punishment. Indeed, punishment. Opposite the tapestry depicting the troll bludgeoning the hapless Barnabas on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle lay a wondrous room, the Room of Requirement, also known as the Come-and-Go Room. It reveals itself only to those who genuinely need it, adapting its arrangement according to the user's desires. Within the Room of Requirement at this moment, Expelliarmus, Avada Kedavra, an invisible edge collided with a green light, unleashing a potent magical force that erupted into the air and scattered around. Ethan, gasping for breath, paled as he gazed at the strikingly handsome, yet sinister man before him. Before Ethan could fully comprehend the situation, another burst of green light followed. Avada Kedavra, he exclaimed. Damn it, your dual-socket maneuver lacks martial ethics. Before he could finish his words, the killing curse struck him. A sharp pain, akin to the tearing of his very soul, engulfed him. At that moment, Ethan regretted his choices. Why not enjoy the comforts of Hogwarts instead of enduring such torment here? Although this was merely a simulation and the curse was not fatal, the agony was all too real. He had experienced the sensation of his soul being ripped apart numerous times, a struggle at the precipice of death. As for why Ethan did not resist, he acknowledged the futility. He simply could not match Voldemort's power. The Room of Requirement had recreated Voldemort at his 7th-year pinnacle, a time when his magical prowess and combat instincts were unparalleled. Ethan's spells were either evaded or countered before they could even reach him. Naturally, Ethan had contemplated switching to another opponent, but the memory of his parents' demise loomed large. He realized that a confrontation with Voldemort was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to conquer his fears and face him with courage. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. He refused to believe he could not prevail. After the pain subsided, Ethan slowly rose and retrieved his fallen wand. Voldemort, however, made no move to advance. For he was the challenger, and the challenger had yet to act. Ethan's gaze remained fixed on Voldemort until, suddenly, his expression shifted. He pointed to the sky behind Voldemort and exclaimed, "Look, a flying pig." Voldemort, intrigued, glanced over his shoulder, only to find nothing there. Shattered to pieces, Ethan seized the moment and cast his spell. Unaware of the impending attack, Voldemort was once again reduced to ashes. With a sigh of relief, Ethan concluded today's training. He envisioned a cozy lounge in his mind, and the scene transformed before him, revealing a brown sofa that appeared behind him. With no further pretense, he collapsed onto the sofa. When will this ever end? Ethan lamented. This was not his first deception of Voldemort. He was acutely aware that he could not possibly defeat Voldemort at his 7th-year peak, yet enduring this relentless torment was infuriating. Surely, tricking him with tales of flying pigs before obliterating him was something Voldemort would come to understand. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ethan gradually emptied himself of worries and drifted off to sleep on the sofa. Morning arrived. Today marks a self-study session, where students from 4 different colleges gather in the auditorium. Some are diligently completing their assignments, others are practicing spells, while a few succumb to slumber. Behind Ethan lies the long table of Gryffindor. One wonders, are all little lions so brimming with vitality? With bright, rabbit-like eyes and a soft harp-like demeanor, they transform this clear water into exquisite wine. What nonsense, Ethan muttered, shifting his position to continue his nap. Unfortunately, it seemed that Simo had no intention of allowing him to drift off. Boom. A deep rumble reverberated through the hall, startling Ethan from the brink of sleep. What on earth? What is happening? Ethan glanced at Malfoy, then followed his gaze behind him. Ethan, that's just how Gryffindor folks are. You'll get used to it. What? Clumsy and playful, I suppose. Ethan shrugged, choosing not to engage further nor express any desire to sleep. The recent explosion had stirred a cacophony of discussions and laughter throughout the auditorium, rendering the pursuit of dreams utterly futile. Just then, someone shouted, "Mail has arrived." Owls descended from the skylight above, swooping down in a flurry. Large and small, nearly everyone received a package, except for Harry. A white owl flew over Ethan's head and dropped a gift box. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what old Tom might have sent him. However, he was mistaken. This was not from old Tom. The sender's name inscribed on it read, Albus Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore? This felt decidedly off, indeed. It was highly improbable that Professor Dumbledore would send him anything. At this moment, Malfoy, intrigued, leaned in and exclaimed, "Dumbledore's mail? Addressed to you?" "I believe so. Though I cannot fathom the reason. Shall we open it?" "May I?" "Of course." Malfoy's exclamation drew the attention of those around Ethan, prompting them to rise or turn to see what the commotion was about. The gift box was modest in size, akin to one typically used for a watch. Ethan opened the box, revealing an object that shimmered with a peculiar luster. A ring? Ethan curiously extracted the ring from within. It was bronze in hue, marked by numerous scratches, clearly not new. Just then, Malfoy seemed to notice something and hurriedly remarked, "Hey, Ethan, look, there's an inscription on the inner side of the ring." An inscription? Ethan examined the inside of the ring, where several purple letters boldly appeared, Eternity, a symbol of everlasting time, synonymous with immortality. Hiss. This item, upon closer reflection, was deeply unsettling. In the realm of Harry Potter, anything associated with longevity was deemed a forbidden magical artifact, much like the Philosopher's Stone crafted by Nicholas Flamel, which could grant prolonged life, yet fell short of true immortality. Simultaneously, Ethan remained uncertain whether true immortality could indeed be achieved in this world. All of it was shrouded in mystery, yet he believed that one day in the future, he would uncover these truths. Eternity? Dumbledore incessantly bestowed upon him trivialities. Malfoy, upon witnessing this, could not help but scoff. Chapter 15, The Weasley Boy. "Draco, what is it?" Ethan inquired. "The inscription on this ring. I hope you can keep it confidential. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. Not a word shall escape." "Of course, I trust you." Ethan returned the longevity ring to the system's space, keen to avoid drawing further attention to it. He also felt fortunate that only Malfoy had seen the inscription, otherwise, it would have truly caused a stir. Ding! Special magical item detected. Detection complete. A ring capable of withstanding one fatal blow. Each owner may endure a single lethal injury. And it can store magical energy, with a maximum capacity equivalent to that of a master-level sorcerer. Note, this item belongs to the Walker family. No way. This trinket belongs to my family. Ethan exclaimed internally as he leaned on the table. I thought old B was particularly generous, only to realize it was mine all along, leaving me to feel unnecessarily touched. While Ethan delved into the mysteries of the ring within the system, the Gryffindor trio on the other side learned from the newspaper that the Vault 713, where he and Hagrid had once retrieved an item, had been breached. They exchanged glances, planting the seeds of suspicion, and their adventure was about to commence. Flying class. Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, Madam Hooch. Madam Hooch briskly navigated through the crowd, addressing everyone. Welcome to your first flying lesson. I am your instructor. Are you all eager? Very well. Now stand beside your broomsticks. Speak to your broom with intent. Up. Give it a try. Upon her instruction, each individual made their attempts. Up, up. Sure enough, Harry was the first to summon his broomstick. Ethan, however, felt little enthusiasm for this so-called flying broom. It took him 3 attempts before he successfully called it. In his view, with the prospect of learning both flying techniques and apparition, what need was there for a broomstick? Beside him, Malfoy, much like Harry, summoned his broom with a single command. It could only be said that they were indeed born rivals. Yet, he recalled that Malfoy had never bested Harry in a Quidditch match. The genes of the Potter family were likely half attributed to Quidditch prowess. Ethan, what do you think? Impressive, right? Malfoy boasted. Impressive indeed, Ethan replied, somewhat bemused. Have you practiced before? Of course. I've been playing Quidditch since I was 6. It truly is an addictive sport. 6. Ethan's lips twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Harry across the room, pondering with a sense of resignation. Is effort truly so trivial in the face of innate talent? After a while, Mrs. Hooch observed that most of them had acquired their brooms and announced, "All right, listen up. Those who have obtained a broom, attempt to mount it. Exercise caution, take your time, and do not rush. Yes, that's it. Hover in the air for a moment." However, at that moment, Mr. Longbottom encountered an unexpected mishap. The broom seemed unresponsive to his commands. As he ascended higher, Mrs. Hooch urgently shouted, "Mr. Longbottom, descend, descend, descend." "No, Professor, it seems to be ignoring my commands," Neville exclaimed, just as the broom took off with him into the sky. "No, no, no, oh my goodness, Neville." Mrs. Hooch continued to call out from below, but her words appeared futile. Neville spiraled wildly in the air, ultimately getting snagged by a protruding iron rod. "Ah, help me." He looked down, his face pale as he trembled from the dizzying height. Eventually, his robe could no longer withstand the strain, and he plummeted from the sky. "Oh!" The crowd turned in unison, with some covering their faces, seemingly reluctant to witness the unfolding scene. However, instead of Neville's scream, they heard a distinct voice proclaim, "Wingardium Leviosa." Ethan swiftly waved his wand, casting the spell. Neville's body began to rise gently before safely descending to the ground. The surrounding classmates exhaled in relief, casting admiring glances at Ethan. "Well done, Ethan," Mrs. Hooch praised. Ethan merely nodded, attributing it to routine practice. Mrs. Hooch hurried over to assess Neville's condition. "It appears you are uninjured, though you seem to have been quite startled." After her examination, she turned to the others and declared, "Listen, I am taking him to the infirmary now. You all stay put and do not ride the brooms. If I catch any of you, you will be expelled immediately." Once Mrs. Hooch departed, Malfoy remarked, "She really knows how to scare people. She doesn't possess that much authority." While speaking, he seemed to have stumbled upon something at his feet and picked it up. "A memory ball? This must belong to Longbottom," Ethan remarked. "Since you found it, you should return it to him later." Ethan recalled that in the original story, it was this very memory ball that led to the first confrontation between Malfoy and Harry. "All right then," Malfoy replied, somewhat resigned. With Mrs. Hooch still absent, Malfoy began conversing with Ethan. "The inventor of this memory ball is truly peculiar," Malfoy said, gazing at the object in his hand with a smile. "Those who have forgotten their past look to the memory ball, acknowledging their lost memories. Yet the ball only turns red, failing to reveal the nature of what has been forgotten. I cannot fathom the purpose of this memory orb," Ethan mused. Perhaps even the creator himself is perplexed. Meanwhile, at a distance, Harry and his companions observed the memory orb in Malfoy's possession, along with his smug expression. Harry approached and demanded, "Hand over the memory orb." His tone was less than cordial, insinuating that Malfoy was merely a thief. But who was Malfoy? A person who responds not to force but to cunning. Malfoy's countenance darkened instantaneously, yet he maintained his composure. "What? Give you the memory orb? Is it even yours?" This sudden retort left Harry momentarily speechless. Ron, witnessing Harry's discomposure and unable to tolerate Malfoy's arrogance, stepped forward and asserted, "Malfoy, return the memory orb." "Why does it concern you, Weasley?" Malfoy retorted. "Harry, he is my brother. I see you are eager for a fight. Is that so? Come then, who fears whom?" Ethan, unable to bear the scene any longer, strode forth and seized the memory orb from Malfoy's grasp. He then addressed Ron and Harry. "You two, first and foremost. Draco indeed intends to return the memory orb to Longbottom. Secondly, you have both misconstrued his intentions." Ethan turned to Harry. "Next time, refrain from jumping to conclusions without evidence." Ron fell silent, perhaps daunted by Ethan's prowess or for other reasons. Ethan's words seemed to ignite a sense of unity among the Slytherins, who rallied behind Malfoy. "Indeed, Weasley. Do you presume we Slytherins are easy prey?" Chapter 16. Young players in light of these events. Ethan chose to refrain from further commentary and placed the memory orb into Hermione's hands. "Since you are also a Gryffindor, please return the memory orb to Longbottom on our behalf." Hermione accepted the orb, responding, "Very well." As the class concluded, they each departed, leaving Harry and his companions behind. Ron, noticing the others had vacated, persisted in his assertion, "Humph, he must be feeling guilty to return the memory orb." Harry remained silent, feeling perplexed and uncertain about the correctness of his earlier actions, struggling to discern who was virtuous and who was malevolent. However, Hermione had no inclination to indulge Ron's incessant chatter, particularly his incessant complaints. "Ron, if you truly believe that, you wouldn't have been silent earlier. Moreover, Ethan saved Neville. He had no obligation to act, and Malfoy wouldn't have done the same. You vexing fellow, are you perhaps smitten with Walker? Think as you will." Hermione, unwilling to engage further, turned and strode back towards the castle. "Haha, Ethan, you were phenomenal just now." The Weasley shrank back at your entrance. Ethan chuckled softly. "Just a child who has yet to mature." The two continued their conversation as they made their way towards the Great Hall. At the turn of the corner, a shadow clad in black emerged. It was Professor Snape. Upon seeing him, Ethan promptly greeted him while simultaneously tugging at Malfoy's robe. Malfoy, catching on, quickly fell silent. "You two. Follow me," Snape commanded, striding towards his office without waiting for their response. The two exchanged glances and, sensing the unspoken understanding, followed suit. Inside the office, Ethan surveyed his surroundings, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Each professor's office bore its unique style, though they were largely similar in essence. However, Professor Snape's office stood apart. There were no superfluous adornments, only cauldrons, instruments, and shelves laden with books and potions. The atmosphere was rather somber, akin to an underground cavern. Extinguishing a candle would plunge the space into complete darkness. "You two," a deep voice reverberated in the cramped room. Is something wrong?" Malfoy asked cautiously. Despite his audacity to speak ill of Dumbledore, he reserved such boldness for private moments. The piercing gaze of Professor Snape, however, made even Malfoy, the heir of the illustrious Malfoy family, hesitate to meet his eyes. "I hear you excel at Quidditch," Snape remarked. The mention of Quidditch dissipated the tension in the room. "Professor, you truly have a discerning eye. I am exceptional at Quidditch, but alas, first-year students are not eligible to join the house team," Malfoy replied eagerly. Snape's furrowed brow relaxed momentarily as he regarded Malfoy. "Given your enthusiasm, I shall discuss with Dumbledore the possibility of allowing first-years to participate in the team." "Really, Professor?" Malfoy exclaimed, hope igniting in his voice. "Not guaranteed. It requires a conversation with Dumbledore. Of course, he is the headmaster. Now, that will be all for today." Snape, clearly not one for idle chatter, had made his point and saw no reason to linger. "You may leave. I will inform you of any developments regarding your team membership." "Yes, Professor," Malfoy responded before hastily exiting. "Wait, Professor," Ethan interjected, feeling somewhat bewildered. When did he express a desire to join the team? Was this not all Malfoy's doing? Snape turned back. "What is it, Mr. Walker? Do you have further questions?" I don't believe I ever agreed to join the team." "No, you did. That was Draco." "Sir, you wouldn't want to be perceived as unreliable, would you?" "Certainly not." Snape's brow furrowed once more, as though this was not the response he had anticipated. "Well then," Ethan sighed. Snape despondently remarked, "Next time, just give a nod." "Albus, what do you think of the matter I mentioned?" "Severus, it does sound like a commendable proposal. However, I fear the other heads of houses may." "Of course. I have always been quite equitable, Albus. You might also consider allowing 2 slots for the other houses." At that moment, Headmaster Dumbledore picked up a roach crawling on the table and placed it in his mouth. A rich aroma burst forth in his mouth. He savored it with closed eyes, seemingly deep in thought, yet also as if he were merely indulging. "I believe we could summon the other 3 heads of houses for a discussion." "Certainly. Do as you wish. It matters not to me," Professor Snape stated impassively. He was acutely aware that these first-year students, who had only attended a single lesson, were unlikely to possess any flying experience. Even if they were accepted, they would merely serve as substitutes in the ranks, with the exception of these 2. Soon after, several heads of houses arrived in succession. The 5 engaged in a discussion lasting 150 seconds. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and adjusted his robe, stating, "In that case, let us announce this matter in the Great Hall. I happen to be feeling hungry as well. I trust they will be quite pleased." "I certainly hope so. In my view, this is not a wise decision," remarked the 4 heads of houses, excluding Snape, who expressed their thoughts. That evening, in the Great Hall, students from each house were enjoying their dinner when suddenly, Headmaster Dumbledore rose to his feet. He gently tapped his goblet, and the room fell silent at once. "Students, after deliberation among the heads of houses, it has been decided that this year, each house may allow 2 first-year students to join the Quidditch team, based on voluntary participation. There are only 2 slots available. Good luck to you all." As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz of murmurs erupted in the hall. Ethan and Malfoy exchanged knowing glances, both aware that this was the handiwork of their house head. At that moment, Professor Snape stood and announced, "The 2 slots for first-year students will go to Draco Malfoy and Ethan Walker." The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause. There was little to contest. Hogwarts had only a handful of students each year, with about 11 or 12 allocated to each house. Slytherin was a place that valued reason and strength. Having spent some time together, they had already regarded Malfoy and Walker as the leaders of the first-year cohort. One possessed considerable wealth and notable talent, while the other boasted a family fortune and extraordinary aptitude. They complemented each other well. Slytherin had already made its selection, while the other 3 houses had yet to finalize theirs, likely taking some time. At this moment, Malfoy was grinning ear to ear, not forgetting to throw a taunting glance at Harry. Chapter 17, Run. The wolf is coming. Alas, it is most unjust that this fellow has been chosen. Malfoy incessantly boasts about his prowess, yet I wager he merely engages in idle talk. Whether he will actually have the opportunity to participate on the day of the competition remains uncertain. Ron gnawed at the chicken leg in his hand, as if it were the flesh of a rival. If only I were chosen as well, he lamented. Harry gazed enviously at the jubilant Slytherins, unaware of the peculiar fervor that Quidditch ignited within his heart. Fear not, Harry, with your performance in flying class. You shall surely excel, Ron reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. After dinner, rumors circulated that Malfoy intended to seek a conversation with Harry, though Ethan chose not to accompany him. He resolved to return to the dormitory for a brief respite before heading to the room of requirement for training in the dead of night. As the midnight hour approached, the castle resembled a colossal beast slumbering under the veil of arcane enchantments. Moonlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of shimmering patterns upon the stone floor, akin to a still magical tapestry. At the threshold of a Slytherin dormitory, a gentle breeze whispered, causing the wooden door to creak softly. Though faint, the sound reverberated in the stillness, amplifying its presence. A figure emerged from within, only to vanish almost instantaneously. Ethan gently closed the door, tightening his robe around him as he ventured outside. The night at Hogwarts was decidedly frigid, the riverside location shrouding the surroundings in a misty haze. To his surprise, Ethan noticed a figure darting ahead of him. Draco? He mused, questioning the purpose of his nocturnal foray. As a noble Slytherin, it was uncommon for one to wander the night. Such anomalies often heralded mischief. With that thought, Ethan trailed after him. Not only Draco, but Crabbe was also in tow. They navigated the corridors, arriving at the trophy room, where Draco and Crabbe paused. Hiding in a nearby corner, Ethan produced the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he declared, as the map revealed a flurry of names. It seemed many were out for a midnight escapade tonight. Hermione, Ron, Harry, Neville. Was this not reminiscent of that fateful midnight duel, albeit with a slight twist? He recalled that during that event, Draco had deceived them, failing to show up at all. The Gryffindor quartet had been pursued by Filch, eventually finding themselves in the chamber housing the three-headed dog. It was after this incident that they began to unravel the secrets below. Before long, the Gryffindor Four stealthily approached the trophy room. Harry brandished his wand, seemingly prepared for a decisive confrontation with Malfoy. Moments ticked by, yet Malfoy's absence was palpable. He hasn't come. Surely he is afraid, Ron whispered. As soon as the words were spoken, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. Who said I wouldn't dare to come? You arrived too early. Initially hesitant, Malfoy, upon hearing Ron's taunt, resolved to turn him into a pig's head today. The sudden appearance of Malfoy and Crabbe startled the group, maintaining a facade of indifference. Ron forced a nonchalant demeanor. You finally arrived. I thought you were too frightened. Malfoy, however, did not respond, his gaze fixed steadfastly on Harry. As for Ron, he was as inconsequential to Malfoy as Crabbe was. Harry, you still have time to beg for mercy, Malfoy taunted, drawing his wand. Enough of the chatter, let us go? Harry remained vigilant, watching Malfoy, whom he deemed even more despicable than Dudley. Disarm you. Malfoy struck first, casting the only dueling spell he knew, a disarming charm. Faced with the swiftly approaching beam of light, Harry found himself at a loss, having only the levitating charm at his disposal. Harry dodged. Hermione urgently pulled him aside, exclaiming, "Stupefy!" Two beams of light erupted in the air. Foul play. You've broken the rules. Malfoy glared at them. Granger, I've overlooked your antics due to Ethan in the past, but today you openly defy the rules, you filthy mudblood. Hermione, confused by the term mudblood, recognized it as derogatory. And you, Weasley, do not tell me that as a pure blood you are unaware of the rules. Ron, throwing up his hands, feigned ignorance. Oh, I certainly didn't ask her for help. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Neville, nervous, rushed forward, tugging at Harry's robe. Harry, let go of my robe, Neville. Harry replied. Oh, sorry. Neville retracted his hand, pointing down the corridor. Mrs. Norris and Filch are coming. The group gasped, and Crabbe, without a second thought, dashed toward the Slytherin common room. The sound of Crabbe's hurried footsteps ultimately caught the attention of Mrs. Norris and Filch. Damn it, Malfoy muttered under his breath. As their footsteps drew closer, anxiety gripped them. In the shadows, Ethan observed the scene, stowing away the map before approaching Malfoy and casting a disillusionment charm upon him. The incantation caught the attention of the other four. They turned around, only to find Malfoy had vanished. Ethan, it was Ethan. Hermione recognized the familiar voice. Where's Malfoy? Ron inquired. Ethan must have made him invisible, came the response. Meow? Madame Loris emerged from the shadows, her luminous emerald eyes fixated upon the Gryffindors before her. A few of them crouched low, cautiously retreating, when Neville inadvertently stumbled as he passed a row of armor, hastily clutching Ron's waist. Clatter. The surrounding suits of armor crashed to the ground, their cacophony reverberating through the corridor, echoing throughout the castle. Cackling. I've found you. Swiftly, return with me. Run. They ultimately succumbed to the pressure. Heedless of direction, they dashed forward in blind panic. In contrast to the desperate flight of the four Gryffindors, Ethan and Malfoy appeared rather nonchalant. Pray tell, What compels you to be awake at this hour, seeking a duel? Ethan inquired. It's all Weasley's fault. I had no intention of engaging in a duel, but that wretch mocked me. Humph. Did you emerge victorious? Malfoy replied, addressing the empty air beside him. No. As you witnessed, I did not. Your muggle friend disrupted the duel. In my view, you ought not to associate with her. She is a Gryffindor and will only aid her own. In the long run, this will only jeopardize your interests. Let us discuss this matter later. Ethan neither affirmed nor denied. Where shall we venture now? Malfoy surveyed their surroundings. This does not seem to lead to the Slytherin common room. Chapter 18. The young master must strive. A sudden thought struck Malfoy's mind. This fellow harbors secrets. Indeed, this was not the route to the Slytherin common room. And now that it was safe, Ethan offered, you may choose to return. Cough cough. Malfoy cleared his throat. It is still early. I am in no rush to return. The two meandered through the castle, faintly hearing the sounds of others fleeing in the distance. Your two lackeys, Ethan remarked, do not appear to be particularly loyal. Humph, that crab. Just wait until I return to have my parents deal with him, Malfoy retorted. Ethan pondered for a moment, deciding to interject. Those two lack intellect and strength. Keeping them close will inevitably lead to your demise. It can't be that severe, Malfoy hesitated, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Ethan understood that discussing life and death with an 11-year-old would be futile. However, this was a world of magic, and death was not an uncommon occurrence. Draco. Slytherins are pragmatic. It is unwise to retain two inept individuals for the sake of greater interests. Having spoken, Ethan fell silent, allowing Malfoy time for reflection. Yet, my father told me that although they may not seem particularly clever, their imposing stature could better ensure my safety in the first and second years, Malfoy stated. And Ethan was well aware, after all, which young wizard in the first or second year possessed as much magical prowess as he did. Malfoy was not particularly tall, embodying a rather average physique. During their early years when magical skills were still in their infancy, the intimidating presence of Goyle and Crabbe was indeed notable, albeit limited. Ethan had always adhered to the principle of relying solely on oneself. Draco, destiny is grasped in one's own hands to truly belong to oneself. Perhaps it is fortuitous that you accompany me to this place tonight. Grasped in one's own hands. Malfoy murmured, echoing the phrase. Where are we headed now? To a place where power can be acquired. They stood before the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, opposite the tapestry depicting the troll's encounter with the hapless Barnabas. The room of requirement would reveal itself to those in need of it. One must concentrate on the desired location. And after walking thrice past the white wall opposite the tapestry, a smooth door would materialize, granting entry. As he spoke, Ethan demonstrated, and soon a grand door slowly emerged. Enter. Very well. As they stepped inside, a flash of brilliance enveloped them, and the door gradually vanished behind them. Oh my, what an enchanting place! Malfoy exclaimed. Before them stretched a vast plain, dotted with a few wooden cabins. This was the very scene Ethan envisioned in his mind. Today, he would once more confront Voldemort here. Draco, Ethan's calm voice resonated behind Malfoy. What is it? Malfoy turned back, puzzled. Do you know the purpose of this place? You mentioned it was a site for acquiring power, yet I fail to comprehend what kind of power can be obtained from a room that can transform. Indeed. Wait a moment. If you conceal yourself within the house, you shall witness all that you wish to know. A piercing chill shot through the air. Ethan's pupils contracted as he dodged to the side, barely evading the attack, while countering with a stunning spell. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, evading one another while unleashing a barrage of curses. Ethan found himself in a precarious state, his arms marred by several gashes, blood soaking his robe. He paid little heed to his injuries as their duel escalated to a fever pitch. Voldemort too was not unscathed, after all. He was merely a shadow of his former self, and Ethan, having faced him countless times, had long since deciphered some of his attack patterns. As Ethan evaded, he utilized the surrounding terrain to create disturbances. Transform. Suddenly, a stone before him rose, morphing into a monument that shielded him from a malevolent curse. Seizing the moment of Voldemort's vulnerability, Ethan leaped from behind the monument. Stupefy. The sharp magic sliced through the air, severing Voldemort's grip on his wand. Ethan pressed his advantage. Stupefy. Shatter into dust. Voldemort was rendered unconscious, and he swiftly disintegrated into oblivion. Phew. Ethan gazed at the ashes of Voldemort, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. At last, he had slain him in broad daylight. During this arduous period, he had been utterly exhausted, attending classes by day and enduring torment by night. It was high time for him to rest. Lying on the grass, sunlight bathed his face, and the beads of sweat glistened brilliantly in its radiance. Meanwhile, inside the house, Malfoy covered his mouth in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never encountered such a formidable peer. Observing Ethan sprawled in a pool of blood, Malfoy quickly approached, asking, "Oh, Ethan, are you all right? You're not dead, are you? Who was that person?" He seemed to be in his teens, yet his power eclipsed even my father's. Ethan shot him a surprised glance. Do you truly wish to know? You must have heard his name. Of course, Malfoy was somewhat perplexed by Ethan's words. Tom Riddle. I don't recognize him. He is also known as Voldemort. Unfamiliar. Malfoy was momentarily dumbfounded, his voice rising in astonishment. Voldemort, the Dark Lord. Oh, you must be mad to utter his name. Ethan opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Malfoy, replying, Is it forbidden to say? Not exactly. Are you afraid of him? A little. What kind of monster is he? Not really. A torrent of questions left Malfoy feeling increasingly insecure. Upon reflection, it seemed that Voldemort was not so terrifying after all. Then why do you fear him? Ethan gradually rose, his blood-stained hands resting on Malfoy's shoulder. He is merely a powerful wizard. I believe that in a few years, I will be able to vanquish him completely. Oh no, isn't he dead? Malfoy questioned, somewhat incredulous. His corporeal form has perished, yet his soul endures. In a few years, he shall return. Is that true? If you believe it, then it is indeed true. Then why not inform Dumbledore? His life is mine to take. It can only end at my hands. You and the Dark Lord. Malfoy was puzzled as to why Ethan was so intent on killing Voldemort. After all, no matter how powerful Voldemort might be, with Dumbledore around, what could he accomplish upon his return? My parents fell before his wand. Chapter 19. Halloween. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. It's quite all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Ethan glanced at Malfoy, pondering whether to share the circumstances surrounding their families. If he could instill a sense of urgency in Malfoy, perhaps he would strive to enhance his strength, thus ensuring that during the impending conflict, he would not be compelled to compromise to protect his family from the Death Eaters. Never mind, Ethan thought. Ultimately, Malfoy is merely a little over 11 years old, with 5 or 6 years remaining before the great conflict. To involve him prematurely in such matters would indeed be somewhat cruel. Not everyone possesses a soul aged in decades, concealed within the guise of youth. As for future events, they shall be addressed in due course. Ethan smiled at Malfoy, saying, What do you think? Shall we practice magic together? This way, you won't have to rely on your 2 unreliable lackeys, and you can instill fear in others. Upon hearing this, Malfoy felt a stirring in his heart. If that were the case, he could better torment Potter in the future. Very well, let us commence at once. With a swift motion, Malfoy sprang to his feet, appearing quite spirited, though whether he could maintain this enthusiasm remained to be seen. Coughing lightly, Ethan cleared his throat. He led Malfoy to an open patch of grass and demonstrated several advanced applications of basic spells. Observe closely. The levitation charm is not merely about making objects float. With a flourish of his wand, a massive stone rose slowly into the air and began to spin rapidly. When Ethan lowered his wand, the stone shot forth like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a large crater. Malfoy watched in awe, astonished at this newfound approach. Of course, one must always learn to adapt, Ethan remarked. Now, since you possess such vigor, let us begin. Days passed, and Ethan continued his routine of attending classes. Due to his exceptional grades and commendable character, he became the epitome of the ideal student, even in Malfoy's eyes, though Professor Quirrell stood as an exception, languishing in mediocrity with no questions or practical engagement. After a period of training, Malfoy's prowess had transformed dramatically. His innate talent, combined with diligent effort, yielded remarkable results. Perhaps it was exhaustion from training, or perhaps the words Ethan had previously spoken. The most lethal form of arrogance is that which is invisible. Now, he no longer fixated on provoking Harry. Instead, he discovered a far more effective method to unsettle him, by disregarding him and striving for personal excellence. Truly, the adage rings true. In the past, you paid me no mind. Today, I have ascended beyond your reach. The present Malfoy had emerged as a model student in the eyes of the professors. In stark contrast, the mischievous trio of Gryffindor had repeatedly breached school regulations, garnering discontent even among their fellow housemates. Ethan held no interest in their antics, which were likely related to the secrets beneath the trapdoor. All would be revealed by the end of the term. With Christmas just around the corner, I eagerly anticipate my first Halloween at Hogwarts. Ethan gazed out the window at the swirling snow, which appeared so pristine beneath the moonlight. He refrained from visiting the request room for this evening. He merely desired a good night's sleep. The following day, after savoring the morning pumpkin pancakes, the day's lessons commenced. In the magic class, Professor Flitwick believed they were ready to make objects levitate, and thus intended to teach them a simple, yet practical levitation charm. He divided the students into pairs to assist with practice. How simple. Malfoy chuckled, gently flicking his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. You seem to have learned quite well, Ethan remarked, waving his wand, causing a feather to hover effortlessly in midair. Professor Flitwick hurried over, exclaiming, Oh, nonverbal spellcasting, splendid. It appears that Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Walker have succeeded. The audience, whether Slytherin or Gryffindor, could not help but marvel at the two. We are still merely stumbling through the basics, and you claim you can recite ancient poetry? Professor Flitwick said joyfully. 2 points to Slytherin. In stark contrast to their success, Hermione's group was faring less favorably. She had been paired with Weasley. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron shouted. You've made a mistake, Hermione began to correct him. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The gar must be pronounced clearly and distinctly. Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Ron bellowed, being reprimanded by a muggle-born, which left Ron feeling humiliated, especially in the presence of Malfoy. Hermione, oblivious to the underlying emotions, remained focused on her studies. Rolling up her sleeves, she waved her wand and declared, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather ascended from the table, floating gracefully above their heads. Well done. 1 point to Gryffindor, Professor Flitwick announced. As the class neared its conclusion, Ron's mood soured to its nadir. Why? Why does Malfoy steal all the limelight? And I have to endure that insufferable Granger. Even Harry's reputation as the savior seems to be losing its charm. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. She has no friends here, Ron lamented to Harry as they walked. However, Hermione overheard every word. She fought back tears, weaving her way between the two and dashing out. Did you hear that? So what if I did? It's the truth, Ron muttered. Come on. The feast is about to begin, Ethan urged as he entered the dining hall, where a kaleidoscope of lights danced around him. Various decorations adorned the corners of the hall. The ceiling, no longer the starry expanse of the start of term, was now embellished with grand chandeliers fitting for Halloween. The tables overflowed with an array of delectable dishes, the candlelight flickering within the pumpkins, casting an enticing glow over the feast. Oh, Ethan, the Quidditch Cup is just a week away. I've asked my father to sponsor each member of our Slytherin team with a Firebolt 2000. It's sure to be an exhilarating event. I eagerly anticipate Ethan raising his goblet, filled with juice, in a toast to great endeavors. The crisp clinking of the glass reverberates within the hall, and that alone suffices, requiring no further embellishment. The dinner tonight is delightful, and Ethan's appetite is insatiable. Laughter fills the entire dining hall, enveloping Hogwarts in a festive atmosphere. Yet, amidst this joyous moment, there are always those who thrive on disruption. Professor Quirrell bursts through the door, trembling as he announces, a troll. There's a troll in the dungeon. I believe you ought to be aware. Upon witnessing Professor Quirrell's distress, the young witches and wizards instinctively halt their dining, the previously lively ambience plunging into an eerie silence. It is unclear who first uttered a startled cry, but soon the students are in disarray, hiding beneath tables, leaping atop them, huddling together, and attempting to flee through the doors in a frenzy. Professor Dumbledore, compelled to restore order, strikes his wand against the goblet with vigor. The amplified sound reverberates throughout the hall, compelling everyone to cease their commotion. In a solemn tone, he commands, heads of houses, escort your students back to their dormitories at once. Ensure no one lingers in the corridors. Draco, observing Ethan, who remains in a daze, softly suggests, Ethan, we should leave. All right, Ethan replies, glancing toward Gryffindor's table, yet failing to spot Hermione. Hesitant, he follows Draco back to the Slytherin common room. Upon reaching the entrance, Ethan pulls Draco aside to a corner. What's the matter? Draco inquires. I believe I cannot return just yet. You're not going back? Ethan nods. You can't just leave it at that. Draco pauses, then pats his forehead. Wait, are you planning to confront the troll? Essentially, Ethan shrugs in response. He intends to rescue Hermione, and inevitably, he must face the troll. Calling it a confrontation is not entirely inaccurate. Very well, I shall accompany you. It will serve as an excellent test of my recent training. All right, let us proceed. Ethan surveys their surroundings for onlookers before dashing toward the girls' restroom. Hey, wait for me. Draco glances back, crouching as if in stealth, following closely behind Ethan. As they reach the corridor's end and turn the corner, an overwhelming stench assaults their senses. It is a foul amalgamation of excrement and soiled socks, prompting Draco to regret his decision to follow. It is not fear that grips him, but rather the sheer repugnance of the odor. Suddenly, a rumbling sound reverberates through the air. Thud, thud, thud. They hear a deep, thunderous footfall, shaking the ancient walls, causing the plaster to flake away. Hush, Ethan signals to Draco. Did you hear that? The troll is just ahead. What shall we do? Draco queries. We'll quietly circle around from behind and unleash every spell you've learned upon it. Malfoy nodded heavily, having entered the girls' restroom. He followed closely behind. The troll wandered aimlessly, unaware that danger was imminent. Alohomora, Ethan uttered, swinging open the wooden door, and they rushed inside. At that moment, Hermione was cornered against the wall, the troll's foolishly clear eyes fixated on the tiny figure before it. However, its savage nature and bloodthirsty instinct compelled it to raise the wooden club and strike at Hermione. Goodness, how reckless! Ethan exclaimed, hastily drawing his wand. He transformed the scattered wood shavings into an iron shield. Thud! The club struck the shield with a dull thud. Draco! Look! Malfoy, disregarding everything else, uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. The club slipped from the troll's grasp, but it attempted to reclaim it, yet it was too late. Just then, a horde of professors, along with Harry and Ron, burst through the door, having rushed over due to the commotion. Upon entering, they were instantly taken aback. Malfoy controlled the club, turning its sharp end towards the troll. Ethan transformed the iron shield once more, conjuring a massive iron hammer. With a swish of his wand, the hammer struck the club. With a squelch, the sharp end pierced the troll's chest. Roar! A wave of intense pain surged through the troll's heart as it clutched the club, attempting to pull it free. But Ethan had no intention of complying. He swung his wand again, and the hammer struck the club once more. Unsurprisingly, it pierced through completely. Thud! The enormous body swayed in the air before slowly collapsing to the ground. Phew! Ethan, we killed the troll, Malfoy murmured. He could hardly believe this had transpired at his hands, that he could possess the power to protect himself without relying on others. Perhaps he began to understand why Ethan was so enamored with strength, believing that one day he too could wield the power to safeguard his family. Ethan, oblivious to Malfoy's words, rushed over to lift Hermione up. Are you all right, Hermione? He asked. Hermione remained silent, burying her face in Ethan's embrace. He gazed at the girl weeping softly in his arms and sighed, relieved that she was unharmed. What on earth are you playing at? Professor McGonagall's voice resonated, laced with palpable anger. Harry and Ron stood behind, unsure of what to say. You truly are remarkable, not only surviving but also defeating it, she remarked. Ethan and Malfoy exchanged glances, sensing no hint of praise in her words. Why weren't you three simply staying in the dormitory? Snape's piercing gaze bore down on them. A low voice emanated from Ethan. Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger finally extricated herself from the warm embrace, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. I've upset my stomach and was unaware of the troll incident. It was you who saved me. Oh, is that so? Professor McGonagall regarded the two blonde boys before her. You two managed to slay a fully grown troll. Mr. Walker, your transfiguration skills have reached the level of an accomplished wizard. Even in my time, I did not achieve such a feat, which astounds me. Mr. Malfoy, your magic is brimming with creativity, demonstrating that even the levitation charm can possess boundless potential. Much like yourself, due to your valiant actions, I shall award each of you 5 points, and I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. Professor McGonagall turned her gaze to Hermione, pondering. Miss Granger, to be candid, I am relieved that you are unharmed. Since you were unaware of the situation, I shall not deduct points from you. Very well, if you are all fine, you may return to the castle and continue enjoying the feast. Professor Snape remained silent throughout, casting a contemplative glance at Hermione and Ethan, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The group returned to the dining hall, which was still bustling with students. Those who had initially retreated to the common room were informed that the feast would continue, prompting their return. Ding, ding, ding. The headmaster continued to tap his goblet. Dumbledore cast a glance towards Slytherin, ultimately resting his gaze on Ethan and Malfoy. He had already grasped the situation's unfolding, and this child of a former Death Eater appeared to possess a certain uniqueness, unlike his father. This was the outcome he had hoped for. Pleased that the boy had chosen the right path, I would like to say a few words. Chapter 21. The competition begins. Just moments ago, a troll had invaded the castle. Miss Granger was attacked in the girls' restroom, and Mr. Walker and Mr. Malfoy of Slytherin House stepped forward to slay the beast. I express my gratitude for their bravery, thus awarding Slytherin House 30 points. Lastly, I wish to emphasize that Hogwarts, aside from Gringotts, is the safest place. Thank you. Wow. As soon as Dumbledore's words echoed, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Ethan and Malfoy basked in the admiration of their peers, particularly Malfoy, whose pale visage rarefied by a faint blush. Professor McGonagall observed the cheering students below and leaned towards Dumbledore to quietly inquire, Professor Dumbledore, did you not say each would receive 5 points? A raspy chuckle escaped from Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall, points are ultimately just points, mere ephemeral numbers. If these intangible figures can positively influence the growth of our students, then all of this is undoubtedly worthwhile. Dumbledore's words were somewhat nebulous, leaving Professor McGonagall slightly perplexed, prompting her to abandon the thought. However, McGonagall's confusion did not imply that Ethan shared the same ignorance. The so-called house points can be a source of inspiration, much like how a young pure-blood elitist such as Malfoy might be motivated by rewards and encouragement when helping others, igniting the love within him. After the feast, everyone gradually returned to their respective dormitories. November in Hogwarts is exceptionally cold. Following several days of heavy snowfall, the mountains are cloaked in a blanket of white. The snow covers the ground, and one can still see figures on the Quidditch pitch clearing the accumulated snow. This season marks the time for Quidditch matches. And after weeks of training, Ethan and Malfoy have made significant progress. Unsurprisingly, Malfoy has secured his position as the starting seeker, a role typically suited for the smallest and fastest players, making him an ideal candidate. In contrast, Ethan, being taller and more robust, is less suited for the position of seeker. Initially, as a first-year student, he found no suitable role for himself. However, due to his exceptional skills, He successfully claimed a starting position as a chaser. Each Quidditch team comprises 7 members, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, and 1 seeker. The quaffle, resembling a red soccer ball, is the responsibility of the chasers, who must pass it and score through the opposing team's hoops, earning 10 points for each goal. 2 black iron bludgers roam the pitch, attacking players, and the beaters must use their bats to deflect them, protecting their teammates while also striking the ball towards the opposing players. The golden snitch, about the size of a walnut and adorned with silver wings, flies at remarkable speed. And the seeker's task is to catch it. The team that captures the golden snitch earns 150 points, thereby concluding the match. If the snitch is not caught within the allotted time, the winner is determined by the score. Quidditch matches encompass 700 ways to commit fouls, and Ethan is bewildered as to how this seemingly rule-less game continues to function. Recently, Hermione has taken to pestering him almost daily, always conjuring various excuses. Following the incident with the troll, Hermione apologized to Malfoy for the disruption during the duel. In turn, Malfoy, under Ethan's guidance, also extended an apology to Hermione. Perhaps it is due to a newfound liberation of her spirit, but Hermione now seems less concerned with rules, acting with a delightful sense of independence and vivacity. Malfoy has often remarked that there is a reason the Sorting Hat placed her in Gryffindor. Notably, even though one member of the Gryffindor trio is absent, Harry remains the boy who attracts misfortune. Each encounter with Professor Snape seems to herald bad tidings, as a new school rule invariably emerges. Our dear Mr. Potter has the dubious honor of being the first to violate these newly minted regulations. Perhaps it is due to his impression of Snape, along with some lingering uncertainties, that Harry has begun to suspect that Snape intends to steal something hidden beneath the trapdoor, thus unleashing the troll to distract others. Thus, Harry and Ron commence their investigation into the mysteries lurking beneath the trapdoor. Ethan, however, remained unaware of the unfolding events. He merely anticipated the challenges that awaited him as the academic year drew to a close. Today marked the Quidditch match, and the pitch had been meticulously prepared in advance. Yet, the howling cold wind showed no signs of abating, compelling the players to contend with harsh conditions. Draco, you've eaten far too much. Pray do not vomit on me while we're airborne, Malfoy remarked, shoving an egg into his mouth. Just ensure you are full. Time is fleeting, let us prepare. Ethan replied. As they exited the dining hall, they encountered Hermione, who had just emerged. She grasped Ethan's robust arm and cautioned, be careful during the match. I've heard it can be perilous, even fatal. Ethan recognized her concern, though he knew he faced no real danger. He reassured her softly, do not fret. I shall be fine. Just cheer for me from the stands. Hermione's ears turned slightly crimson as she retorted, who would cheer for you? Just don't weep when Gryffindor defeats you. By the time I take the field, victory or defeat is already predetermined. Such bravado, Malfoy interjected, observing the flirtation between the two with exasperation. How long will you two continue this banter? The match is nearly upon us. Hermione shot Malfoy a glare, her blush still evident, and after offering a few parting words of encouragement to Ethan, she departed. Ethan and Malfoy proceeded to the locker room to don their team uniforms. The emerald green attire, adorned with the striking Slytherin emblem upon the chest, symbolized their honor. Malfoy anxiously flexed his wrists, prompting Ethan to pat his shoulder in reassurance. Relax. Just treat it as a regular practice. Am I nervous? Who am I? I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Precisely. Let us ensure our house name is engraved upon this year's Quidditch trophy. On the pitch, the audience settled into their seats, flags of both houses fluttering in the breeze. Today's match featured Gryffindor against Slytherin. The red-clad Gryffindors faced off against the green-robed Slytherins, each uniform emblematic of their respective houses, the lion and the serpent. Now let us welcome the competitors. Mrs. Hooch bellowed from the podium, her passionate voice igniting the fervor of the crowd. Slytherin, Gryffindor. As her words resonated, the teams emerged from the player tunnel, each house's students cheering for their favorite athletes. Prepare for the match. All players, take your positions. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the match commenced. Chapter 22. Shock. Ethan swiftly found his rhythm, deftly weaving through the throngs as he seized the quaffle. Upon seizing the quaffle, Ethan surged toward the Gryffindor goal like a bolt from a crossbow. The Gryffindor chasers hastily converged, attempting to intercept his passing route. Yet, does sheer numbers truly confer advantage? Today, Ethan demonstrated to all what it means to embody a low-tier deity of the game. With a swift dive, he evaded the throng, flicking the tail of his broom to propel the ball into the net. Excellent. Slytherin claimed their first 10 points. Ethan remained composed as he surveyed the field, abruptly transmitting the ball to an open teammate. They executed a rapid maneuver that pierced through Gryffindor's defense. Observing the opportunity, the teammate lofted the ball forward, and Ethan, in seamless motion, sent it into the goal. Walker! Walker! At this moment, the Slytherin supporters erupted, their cheers reaching a crescendo. Ethan flourished, his erratic flight path leaving Gryffindor's players bewildered. 30 points, 40 points, 130 points. Slytherin's score swelled, leading Gryffindor by a staggering 120 points. During this period, Ethan dominated possession for an astonishing 85% of the game time, astonishing everyone present. Perhaps it was the influence of his lineage. Ultimately, Ethan soared upon his broom with the finesse of a master, the Nimbus 2000's speed complemented by his agile prowess, rendering the match a foregone conclusion, save for the elusive golden snitch. Meanwhile, Malfoy circled the sky, his eyes glinting with determination as he spotted the fleeting glimpse of the snitch. Without hesitation, he accelerated in pursuit, closely followed by Harry, who knew that capturing the snitch was their only chance to turn the tide. The two engaged in an intense chase, the crowd below roaring in excitement. As seconds ticked away, the gap between Slytherin and Gryffindor widened to 170 points. Ethan played like a scoring machine, continuously finding the net. Eventually, the Gryffindor chasers, encircling Ethan, finally forced him to halt. Although he ceased to score, his mere presence occupied all the Gryffindor chasers, thereby diminishing their numbers. Slytherin's other chasers, equipped with Nimbus 2000s, swiftly capitalized on the opportunity to score. In the room of requirement, Malfoy, after extensive physical training, held his own against Harry, even beginning to gain the upper hand. Beep. The match concluded with Malfoy seizing the golden snitch. Post-match, Ethan and Malfoy were inundated with admiration from numerous fans, hailed as a rare duo of prodigious seekers. Unsurprisingly, Ethan and Malfoy's formidable debut, characterized by an impressive score differential and an astonishing possession rate, led Slytherin to victory. Ethan was also awarded the MVP of the match. Oh my goodness, I am utterly convinced that that individual is indeed the most exquisite creation of the divine. I have made my decision. The Slytherin brothers shall be my idols from this day forth. In contrast to the other fervent students, Ethan remained relatively unperturbed. Everything unfolded seamlessly, a testament to his confidence. Professor Dumbledore did not lament the defeat of Gryffindor. Well, perhaps there was a hint of regret, but more so. He marveled at the brilliance of the competition. It was truly a splendid match, affirming the correctness of my decision. Their performance was commendable, and Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, albeit with a tinge of regret for acquiescing to Professor Snape's initial proposal. Indeed, both bats and bees exhibit a cunning nature. As for Professor Snape, he remained as inscrutable as ever, though one could imagine his inner delight. In the Slytherin common room, Ethan, splendid job, Malfoy exclaimed with excitement. The experience of the match is entirely different from my usual training. I swear, I have fallen in love with this sensation. Ethan nodded in undeniable agreement. It was indeed exhilarating. Aside from dueling with Voldemort, this was the only endeavor that stirred his excitement. However, he would not devote all his energy to this pursuit. Unlike certain individuals who incessantly bellow about avenging their parents while indulging in frivolities and romances, he understood that the enhancement of his abilities was paramount. Tomorrow night, he would resume his training. He set a goal for himself. Before the conclusion of his second year, he aimed to master several commonly used spells in the magical realm, including the unforgivable curses, to a foundational level. Proficiency was not necessary, but familiarity was essential. One could never predict when such knowledge might be required. After exchanging a few more words with Malfoy, Ethan returned to his dormitory and soon drifted into slumber. In the office of the Daily Prophet, Mr. Malfoy, welcome. How may I assist you today? Mr. Barnabas Cuff inquired. Sir, did you receive a recording from Hogwarts this afternoon? Upon hearing this, Cuff approached his desk and rummaged through some parchment before responding. Indeed, I did. It was a remarkable match. I am still contemplating whether to publish it in the newspaper. I expect to see this news in tomorrow's edition of the Daily Prophet. The following day, in the dining hall, Ethan savored a freshly fried dough stick between his lips while cradling a bowl of steaming soy milk in his hands, relishing the delightful moments of breakfast. To his surprise, the house elves proved remarkably adept. After taking a sip of the soy milk, he smacked his lips in appreciation. There is something profoundly comforting about enjoying a bowl of warm soy milk on a chilly winter's day. Such simple happiness is truly unparalleled. He had grown weary of the traditional European breakfast. With a spirit of experimentation, he had casually mentioned a few suggestions to the kitchen elves, and to his astonishment, they had indeed delivered. Soy milk and fried dough sticks, the quintessential breakfast of the flower-growing family, are simple to prepare yet possess an extraordinary flavor. Perhaps due to Ethan's burgeoning fame, every action of his captures considerable attention. Consequently, the day after the soy milk and fried dough sticks were served, numerous students followed suit and ordered a portion. By the third day, even the professors were not exempt, with everyone on campus enjoying 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk. At that moment, Hermione hurriedly approached, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet. Ethan, Draco, look, we made it to the newspaper. Ethan took the paper, only to find a prominent headline proclaiming, "The Slytherin twin stars shine on the Quidditch field," accompanied by an action shot of them soaring on their brooms across the pitch. Wow, we've become celebrities. Draco exclaimed excitedly. Ethan smiled subtly, though he favored tranquility. He understood that fame was inevitable and would never feign humility while thriving. With this newfound renown, perhaps future endeavors would be less arduous. However, upon the publication of the article, the entire wizarding community of Britain couldn't help but turn its gaze toward Hogwarts, as various details began to emerge. Shock! On the eve of Halloween, the Slytherin twin stars slay the troll. A certain bee once remarked, "This is a great revival of the wizarding world following the turmoil." Chapter 23, Christmas. By mid-November, the surface of the lake outside the castle had already frozen over. Christmas was approaching, and various decorations were gradually adorning the castle's surroundings. This served as a testament to the impending holiday, albeit a brief one. Ethan expressed his relief at finally having some time away from Professor Quirrell's lessons. Setting aside the overwhelming odor of garlic mixed with stale socks, most of his teachings were merely recitations from textbooks, lacking any practical application. To label him as audacious would indeed be accurate, as he brazenly slacked off under the scrutiny of so many professors and heads of houses. Conversely, to suggest he was timid might hold some truth. Regardless of whether he had been possessed by Voldemort's fragment, his character remained unchanged. From the upper years to the younger students, many young witches and wizards who disdained him sought various ways to prank him. Draco even penned multiple letters imploring his father to have Quirrell dismissed at the board meetings, citing, "This fellow exudes eccentricity from top to bottom, and I would not want my child under the watch of such a peculiar individual." Many at the board meetings agreed with this sentiment, yet Dumbledore refused to acquiesce. He stated, "He will be dismissed at the end of this academic year, but not now. I understand your concerns, but I assure you, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world." On this particular day, Ethan reluctantly roused himself from his warm cocoon. With Christmas approaching, the frigid air from the far north gradually infiltrated the castle. Aside from the warmth of his bed and the fireplace, other areas were decidedly uninviting. Gazing through the window, he beheld a world blanketed in white, where a few owls could be seen gliding through the air. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Ethan, should you rise at this moment, you might still savor a warm breakfast before your class. Please hold on, Draco." Ethan donned his slippers and wrapped himself in a blanket as he approached the door. "Oh, Merlin's beard." Malfoy burst in, exclaiming, "You cannot be telling me you have just awoken." "As you can see, I have indeed." Ethan raked his fingers through his tousled blonde hair and closed the door tightly to prevent the scant warmth from escaping. All right. Our first class today is Professor Snape's potions. If you wish to avoid a reprimand, you must depart at once. Give me 5 minutes. Then make haste." Ethan hurriedly completed his morning routine and followed Draco as they dashed towards the classroom. The biting cold wind made them shiver uncontrollably. Upon finally arriving at the potions classroom, they found Professor Snape surveying the students with his icy gaze. The two quietly slipped into their seats, silently relieved that they were not late. Due to the impending holiday, there would be no practical lessons today. Most of the class consisted of theoretical discussions. Ethan idly flipped through the textbook, occasionally glancing at Snape's hair, and the class passed in this manner. Afterward, Ethan and Malfoy sought out Hermione to dine in the Great Hall. Suddenly, Ethan inquired, "How long until Christmas?" "1 day. Just 1 day left," Hermione interjected eagerly. "What is it?" Malfoy asked. "Nothing." Ethan shook his head, sighing. "It just feels as though time is flying by." "Indeed." Malfoy draped an arm around Ethan's shoulders. "I feel as if I could vanquish the 10 previous versions of myself." Hermione, with her arms crossed, gazed at them in confusion. "What are you two talking about?" He chuckled, touching his nose as he glanced at Malfoy. "I am uncertain. Perhaps you should inquire with Draco." With that, he playfully shoved Malfoy aside and swiftly made his way to the dining hall. Hermione shifted her focus to Malfoy. "Don't look at me. My memory is rather poor." Before he could finish his sentence, he sprinted off, muttering under his breath, "That fellow has no sense of loyalty whatsoever." In the Great Hall, the magically enhanced decorations adorned the ceiling, where countless twinkling stars and floating snowflakes harmoniously illuminated the space, perfectly encapsulating the romance of a winter's night sky above. The walls of the hall were festooned with wreaths woven from evergreens, interspersed with red berries that resembled rubies embedded within, infusing the atmosphere with a vibrant holiday spirit. Towering Christmas trees stood elegantly arranged on either side of the hall, amplifying the festive ambience. "Ethan, are you not returning home for Christmas?" Malfoy inquired curiously. "This year, I shall remain here. Old Tom has gone to Norway to visit friends, and I find myself alone at the pub, which is rather dreary." As he spoke, Ethan signed the stay-at-school list. Once completed, he returned the list to Professor McGonagall. "Moreover, I yearn to experience the enchanting atmosphere of Christmas at Hogwarts. Alas, it is truly lamentable." That evening, Ethan, swathed in a blanket, sat by the window. Hogwarts was particularly serene that night. As many of his classmates had departed in the afternoon, he gazed out at the tranquil, snowy landscape, his thoughts drifting away. His eyelids grew heavy, and he vaguely perceived the flickering green lights emanating from the forbidden forest. The following morning, Ethan instinctively stretched his limbs. A series of crackling sounds resonated from within him. How had he fallen asleep? Ethan muttered under his breath, feeling a pervasive soreness throughout his body. He had, quite astonishingly, spent the night seated by the window. Rubbing his eyes in an attempt to rouse himself, he fumbled on the floor, searching for his missing clothing. Though he found nothing, he inadvertently encountered numerous sharp objects. Ethan struggled to open his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening. Before him lay a mountain of gifts, leaving him momentarily speechless. Was it truly possible to have so many presents? During his time at the pub, he had not known that many people. The Christmas gifts had previously been limited to Tom and a few neighbors. Faced with the towering pile of presents, Ethan disregarded any thoughts of cleanliness and began to unwrap them eagerly. Professor McGonagall had sent a golden snitch, a limited edition in collaboration with the World Cup. Most of the other professors had sent various books. Professor Dumbledore had gifted him a box of cockroach clusters, which Ethan dared not open. Malfoy had sent a special magical robe, imbued with enchantments to keep warm in winter and cool in summer. A recent release from the clothing store. The remainder of the gifts consisted mainly of candies and cookies. Old Tom. Ethan picked up a box and opened it. A large dragon tooth emerged, accompanied by a note. Ethan, Merry Christmas. I hope you are adjusting well to a Christmas without me. In any case, I am quite content here. The witches are exceedingly warm-hearted. This dragon tooth was an unexpected find in Norway and is said to be quite ancient. This dragon was remarkably powerful in life, and its tooth may prove beneficial to you. Lastly, I hope you enjoy your time at Hogwarts. Do not miss me. What a character, Ethan thought helplessly. A witch? Quite beautiful. Old Dumbledore, are you serious? Upon his next return, he wouldn't dare find a mistress for the pub. Would he? Chapter 24, Prophecy. In Professor Snape's office, a figure stood before the desk, leafing through an old album. His countenance bore no festive joy, his expression was icy. And even Dumbledore would have to summon the fire god to gain entry. His gaze was fixed vacantly on the photograph of a girl, revealing a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Lily. At that moment, an owl flapped its wings and entered the office, landing upon the desk with a delicate little package tied to its leg. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, setting down the album, and unwrapped the parcel to reveal a bottle of shampoo. Having neglected his hair for years, he invariably received shampoo during the holidays, and its final destination was, without exception, the trash bin. The shampoo exuded a faint herbal fragrance, and beneath the package lay a greeting card. He unfolded the card, which read, Professor Snape, Merry Christmas. This is a bottle of shampoo from the Muggle world. It possesses no magic, merely crafted from ordinary herbs. I hope the scent of these herbs may wash away your worries. Ethan Walker. Snape scoffed at the clever little imp, glancing at the shampoo while running his fingers through his oily, glossy hair. He chose not to utter another word, silently stowing it away in his drawer. In the great hall, Ethan delightedly speared a sausage with his fork, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet in his left hand. A massive owl had transformed into Santa Claus. Merlin-esque socks for sale at the stand on Diagon Alley. Interested parties please inquire. He muttered incomprehensibly, absurd. After swallowing his mouthful, Ethan set down the newspaper, contemplating where to venture next. Hogsmeade Village seemed quite appealing, although first-year students were not permitted. With the Marauders map in hand, everything would pose no issue. Thus, after breakfast, Ethan navigated through the passageway marked by the map, arriving at a statue. Just then, an irreverent voice echoed from the stout stone wall. Well, who would have thought a little wizard would come to this passage years later? Cursing under his breath, Ethan nearly dropped his wand. If you scare me again, Peeves, I'll summon Barrow, he retorted disdainfully. Choosing to ignore the poltergeist, he proceeded straight through the passage. After winding through, he emerged beneath a centuries-old tree after passing the 9th turn. Folding the Marauders map, he oriented himself and followed a couple into Hogsmeade Village. Walking down the street, the scent of gingerbread wafted through the air, mingling with the falling snowflakes. The pointed rooftops of Hogsmeade wore caps of snow, and in the window of Honeydukes, dancing chocolate frogs thudded against the glass. As Ethan pushed open the shop door, adorned with icicles, the bell tinkled, dislodging a few snowflakes. Colorful frosting rained down from the ceiling, melting into strawberry-flavored dewdrops upon his shoulders. New bloody lollipops, exclaimed Madame Putafoot, as her silver spoon automatically tapped against a copper pot. One lick and you'll be nosebleeding. As Ethan squeezed through the crowd, savoring the fizzy lemon snow cone, his scarf became adorned with badges from tasting samples. The explosion from the Zoko joke shop resonated perfectly, and a massive dung bomb in the display window suddenly erupted into a cloud of purple smoke, startling the teapots at the nearby tea house across the street into a collective shriek. What a spectacle, far more entertaining than Diagon Alley. Hey, a boy named Walker, squatting between the shelves, suddenly interjected, causing Ethan to nearly drop the firework in his hand. This needs to be paired with a freezing spell. He tossed a packet of quick-acting skipping class sweets towards Ethan. Huh, Thank you, and Merry Christmas. Oh, of course, Merry Christmas, sir. Ethan made his way to the back alley of the Pig's Head pub, patting his chest. It seems that having too much notoriety isn't always advantageous, especially with no professors around. He quickly cast a disillusionment charm on himself before emerging from the alley. Surrounding him were numerous market stall wizards. He looked left and right, his curiosity piqued by these novel sights. The magical community's market was, after all, rather scarce. Eventually, he arrived at a witch's stall, where a single bead was displayed alongside a copper basin filled with a viscous liquid bubbling with green foam. Suddenly, the liquid rippled, and mist emanated from it, revealing his own visage. The elderly witch immediately leaned in to inspect, her previously squinting eyes now wide as saucers from the otherworldly souls. Her gnarled fingers traced the icy surface. Her raspy voice laced with a chilling breeze reached Ethan's ears. Time shall inevitably change. The otherworldly souls shall be the saviors. Upon hearing this, Ethan muttered under his breath, "Nonsense. Who's there?" The old witch abruptly looked up. There was no figure in sight. Yet a distinct footprint marred the snow. "This is becoming increasingly amusing. The savior. Ha." After sprinting away, Ethan paused beside a grand tree, heaving heavily. His breaths echoed as the frigid air infiltrated his lungs. Damn it, good thing I run fast. The savior? I would never be that. After resting for a few minutes, he noted it was nearing noon. He did not linger, retracing his steps back to the castle. Upon returning, he found that many had already finished their meals in the dining hall. After procuring a few pieces of bread and a jar of jam from the kitchen elves, he prepared to head to the room of requirement. However, the moment he stepped out of the hall, he discovered someone waiting for him. Mr. Walker. Ethan turned abruptly, and in the dim corner stood a figure. The shadow slowly approached him. The midday sun streaming through the snow illuminated the castle interior, revealing the figure's face. Professor Snape? Ethan raised an eyebrow slightly before smoothing it down again, smiling. Merry Christmas, Professor. Merry Christmas, Mr. Walker, Professor Snape replied calmly, casting a glance at the food in Ethan's hands. This does not seem to be the direction towards the Slytherin common room. Upon hearing those words, Ethan was taken aback, silently reflecting. This old bat is rather sensitive, isn't. Although astonished internally, he wore a smile and raised the lunch in his hand, saying, Of course not, Professor. I intend to head to the observatory to relish a delightful lunch. Care to join me? Professor Snape did not respond, but scrutinized him with a calm gaze, as if to convey, do I appear easily deceived to you? The observatory, in such frigid weather? Why not ascend to the heavens instead? Without uttering a word, they both understood the unspoken truth. No, Walker, I have matters to discuss with you. If you wouldn't mind, you could enjoy your lunch in my office. May I decline? Certainly, Walker. The choice is yours. With that, Professor Snape directed his piercing gaze towards Ethan. I believe that is a splendid proposal. Let us proceed. After speaking, Professor Snape turned and strode towards his office, while Ethan hurriedly shuffled behind, struggling to keep pace with the swift strides of the imposing figure ahead. This old bat surely has no good intentions in seeking me out. Chapter 25, Merely Luck. Professor Snape may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet he is surprisingly amiable. Ethan emerged from Snape's office in high spirits, a piece of bread wedged in his mouth, with a smear of jam having dripped onto his robe. However, he bore no displeasure, for Snape inquired, Walker, what are your thoughts on the potions class? As he organized the apparatus on the shelf, Ethan looked at him. Feeling somewhat perplexed, yet under pressure, he offered a diplomatic response. It is quite commendable, Professor. The course is well structured, harmoniously blending theory and practice, effectively showcasing the forefront of the discipline. Your teaching is logically coherent, employing diverse methods such as case analyses and group discussions, fostering robust classroom interaction and effectively igniting interest in learning. The accompanying assignments are both challenging and thought-provoking, significantly enhancing the ability to apply knowledge. The course resources are abundant, and the recommended readings facilitate independent study. This course achieves excellence in knowledge dissemination, cognitive training, and skill development, embodying both academic depth and real-world relevance. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape's previously darkened expression deepened. Well articulated, but refrain from such flattery in the future. All right, Ethan waved dismissively, feigning regret. You possess a notable talent for potions. Ethan touched his nose, merely luck. However, that is no excuse for not paying attention in class. Ethan was taken aback. You summoned me merely to say this? After all this time, so you could penalize me? He still could not fathom what had offended the man. Why seek me out instead of Harry? However, soon he finally understood the reason. Considering it was your first offense, I shall refrain from deducting points and allow you to serve as my potions assistant until the end of the term. Ethan's lips twitched slightly. What kind of punishment was this? It was more akin to a reward. Yet, given Professor Snape's temperament, it was to be expected. Oh, my dear proud enigma. Professor Snape gazed at the vacant-eyed figure before him, whose mouth curled into a smile, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his mind, accompanied by a twinge of regret for making such a decision. What are you grinning about, Walker? Ahem, it's nothing, Professor. Ethan wiped away the imaginary drool at the corner of his mouth. As a student of Hogwarts, it was only right to accept punishment for mistakes made. Humph. Professor Snape scoffed. Conceal your insincere words in my presence. Very well, Professor. Now, if there is nothing further, you may leave. Phew, that nearly frightened me to death. But the outcome is ultimately favorable. As Ethan strolled down the corridor, he contemplated the changes that would need to be made to his evening training schedule. Otherwise, he would truly lack the energy for potion making. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before an abandoned room. In a moment of daze, he seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure. Ethan focused on a particular corner of the room, as if attempting to pierce through the shadows that concealed everything within. There was an excessive amount of dust. He waved his hand before him, as if wishing to disperse the dust that lay before him. Before departing, he kindly closed the door behind him. Once the door was locked, in the next moment, a figure slowly materialized in the corner of the wall that Ethan had been observing. Had he not left, he would certainly have recognized him. Albus Dumbledore. Alas, growing old. Were it years past, only he could have discovered me, he mused, stroking his graying beard. Yet, the child's magical perception is remarkably formidable. It is truly a perplexing choice. With that thought, Professor Dumbledore waved his elder wand, and a mirror materialized before him. At that moment, Ethan had already wandered far away, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding within the room. However, even without witnessing it, he understood what was transpiring. Albus Dumbledore had commenced training the chosen savior. If his deductions were correct, that night Harry would don the invisibility cloak he received for Christmas, roaming the castle, even attempting to infiltrate the restricted section. Yet, upon being discovered by Snape and Filch, fearing exposure, he inadvertently stumbled into an abandoned room. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing within, save for an eerie mirror. The mirror of Arist. It could reveal the deepest desires of one's heart. There, Harry beheld his parents. He yearned for the love from his parents. A love he had never known. If Harry's longing was for familial affection, then what was it that I most deeply yearned for? Ethan gazed out the window at the brilliant sun, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. Perhaps the mirror of Arist will provide me with the answers, he murmured to himself. Resolute in his decision, he planned to revisit that very room later that evening. As night fell, the atmosphere was charged with the spirit of the Christmas celebration, despite the few students and professors who remained behind. 100 exquisitely roasted turkeys adorned the table. Although plentiful in meat, their flavor was rather lackluster, merely acceptable when dipped in gravy. Mountains of roasted meats, boiled potatoes, sausages, buttery rice, and an array of other culinary delights filled the hall. Regrettably, Ethan could not partake in alcohol, stirring his plate of roast with a fork, feeling a distinct sense of culinary indifference. The professors at the head table, however, were not bound by such restrictions. There, one could witness Hagrid indulging in cup after cup of ale, growing increasingly animated with each sip. His once dark complexion transformed into a deeper shade of crimson, culminating in an unexpected peck on Professor McGonagall's cheek. She merely chuckled, her face aflame with embarrassment, causing her black witch's hat to tilt askew. Professor Dumbledore sat like a benevolent Santa Claus, his kind gaze sweeping over the gathering. His hands were perpetually in motion, savoring a cheese pudding laced with honey syrup. Come over here for cake, Professor Flitwick called, expertly slicing the dessert into portions. Step right up, everyone gets a piece. Cradling his slice of cake, Ethan ventured outside the hall, followed closely by the others. This was the final act of the feast, the most eagerly anticipated moment. 3, 2, 1 Merry Christmas. With Dumbledore's words, the Weasley twins ignited magical fireworks in the clearing. The explosions erupted with vibrant hues, illuminating the night sky. Some couples, unable to contain their affection, kissed openly amid the spectacle. Ethan merely tightened his robe around him, quietly observing this enchanting scene. The magical fireworks, a stark contrast to their muggle counterparts, danced through the air as if imbued with life. In their final moments, all flames converged, gradually forming the silhouette of a castle, the emblem of Hogwarts. Above, 4 animal figures emerged, each representing one of the 4 houses, while a few letters gathered at the base. Chapter 26, Desire. In the stillness of the deep night, the castle shed the clamor of the day, cloaked in a veil of mysterious darkness. Candles flickered in the corridors, casting dappled shadows on the floor that stretched into the distance, lonely and forlorn. Ethan cast the disillusionment charm, weaving through the castle's halls. He refrained from using the Lumos spell, wary of the portrait spirits reporting him to the professors. In the depths of the night, the corridor lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the silvery glow of the moon filtering through the window. It was approximately past midnight. While it may seem late to many, for Ethan, it felt just right. If his memory served him well, Harry was currently entranced by the mirror of Arist, lost in its allure. The ancient and ornate mirror, known by various names such as the Desire Mirror, captivated his thoughts as he continued to tread forward. Eventually, he arrived at the abandoned classroom he had passed earlier that afternoon. The door, which had been firmly closed, now stood ajar. Peering inside, he spotted a small shadow flitting about at the threshold. Ethan recognized it to be Harry, though a part of him hesitated to interrupt. Nevertheless, his instincts propelled him forward. Upon entering, he found Harry completely absorbed in the mirror, oblivious to Ethan's presence, even as he dispelled the enchantment that had cloaked him. "Harry," Ethan called softly. No response came. It took 3 attempts before Harry finally snapped back to reality. "Oh, Ethan, it's you. I thought it might be Professor Snape or Filch," he murmured. A hand pressed against his chest in relief. Ethan shrugged, subtly stepping aside to reveal the emptiness behind him. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Fully aware of the answer, yet compelled to ask for the sake of normalcy, which irked him. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I've discovered a marvelous mirror." He stepped back and gestured towards it, saying, "I saw my parents. Look, they're waving at me." Ethan approached the mirror of Arist, his gaze fixed upon the pristine surface. Suddenly, the reflection shifted, and figures began to materialize behind him within the mirror. In that moment, he was struck dumb, as if witnessing something utterly surreal. "Dad, Mom," he blurted out in his native tongue, a reaction born of instinct. Yet, rather than joy, his heart was flooded with confusion and a tinge of fear. Why were his parents from a past life appearing within? If this were a normal occurrence, he would not feel such shock. Both of Ethan's parents had been British nationals, and even in this new existence, he harbored lingering thoughts of them. But who could elucidate this bizarre situation? Why, within the mirror, were they adorned in wizarding robes? Could it be? He hesitated, grappling with a preposterous conclusion that was so far-fetched, even he struggled to believe it. Resolutely, Ethan pushed aside the spiraling thoughts threatening to consume him. He understood that even if the entire truth were revealed to him now, what difference would it make? Without absolute power, all discussions are mere trifles. "We shall speak of this later," Ethan sighed deeply, turning away and refusing to look back. "Ethan, what did you see?" Harry inquired curiously. He had just observed Ethan's face undergo a myriad of expressions, more exaggerated than his own. "Nothing. I'm heading back," Ethan replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He felt a heaviness in his body as his polished shoes struck the aged floorboards, stirring up clouds of dust. Ethan glanced back and saw Harry lost in thought once more, prompting him to call out, "Harry." "Ethan, is there something else?" Harry responded, "This mirror reflects our innermost desires," Ethan stated. "However, people often become entranced by it, wasting time before its surface, oblivious to the reality of what they see, and even more so, whether it is attainable." "What are you talking about?" Harry asked, puzzled. How could he possibly be entranced? Individuals are often imbued with a misguided confidence, convinced they are immune to addiction. Yet how could they ever truly know? "I am uncertain," Ethan admitted, gesturing toward the enchanted mirror. There was an inscription upon it, which must be viewed upside down to grasp its true meaning. Harry, intrigued, tilted his head in an attempt to decipher it. Ethan continued, "What I reveal is not merely a reflection, but your deepest yearning. If the happiest and most fulfilled person in the world gazed into the Arist mirror, the image would mirror that of an ordinary one. In my view, such a person does not exist in this world, not even among the gods." Having said this, Ethan turned his back and departed, unwilling to linger any longer. As for the words he had just shared with Harry, whether they resonated or not mattered little. After all, in just a few days, his spiritual mentor, Dumbledore, would reclaim the mirror. The advice he offered was merely born out of their shared experiences. Professor Dumbledore, observing from the shadows, found himself somewhat astonished by Ethan's words. Could this truly be articulated by an 11-year-old? Initially, he had anticipated that Ethan would require further guidance. To his surprise, Ethan had managed to extricate himself from that illusion so quickly, even articulating such profound thoughts. Even Dumbledore himself, revered as the greatest sage in the magical realm, often found himself ensnared in a world of fantasy, unable to escape. What a formidable young man, he mused quietly, feeling a twinge of relief that Ethan was aligned with his cause. Regardless of his moral compass, one undeniable truth remained. Voldemort had taken his parents from him. Dumbledore was convinced that as long as he persevered for a few more years, even if the chosen one were to falter, Ethan would be his ultimate trump card. With this thought, Dumbledore found himself lost in contemplation. "I hope my decision is not a mistake," he sighed, and finally vanished from the classroom. Only Harry remained, still gazing into the mirror, a smile gracing his lips. Time seemed to slip away as he continued to stare until a sound from the corridor outside jolted him awake. "Sleep, I must return to sleep." With a reluctant heart, Harry rose and walked towards the door. "I shall return." After Harry departed, Professor Snape entered from the opposite side. Undoubtedly, everything he had done tonight was for the sake of a performance. The professors were not fools. They were aware that someone had infiltrated Hogwarts, seeking to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The scheme had long been set in motion, and this mirror was merely a part of it. Professor Snape gazed at the figure in the mirror, his typically cold demeanor softened by an unusual gentleness. Chapter 27. I Need a Break. In the following days, Ethan spent his time in the room of requirement. By day, he remained in the enchanted room, while at night, he nestled in the warmth of his bed. He endeavored to dispel his thoughts of the mirror through sheer exertion. As anticipated, the strategy proved effective. Ethan remained the cheerful boy he had always been. His life gradually became fulfilling, although it was already quite rich. Yet, this felt different, as he no longer had to endure sleepless nights. Today marked the final day of the holiday. In the Great Hall, Ethan was munching on his fried dough sticks, but Harry's absence was palpable. However, his close friend Ron Weasley was perpetually seen lugging a hefty breakfast back to the Gryffindor common room. That lad probably hadn't registered Ethan's resigned shake of the head. All that needed to be said had been spoken. If he chose not to listen, then so be it. Just as he finished his breakfast and prepared to resume his training regimen, a voice called out from behind him. "Walker, please wait a moment." Ethan turned around, bemused by the frequent summons he had been receiving lately. "Professor McGonagall, is there something you need?" She replied, "Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you." To be honest, she had grown accustomed to this over the year. Dumbledore had a penchant for inviting students for conversations. "Me? Yes, please follow me." The pair traversed the castle, and Ethan, observing the figure in front of him, couldn't he help but inquire, "Professor McGonagall, do you have any idea why Professor Dumbledore seeks me?" "I'm afraid not, Walker. However, if you are truly curious, he will undoubtedly share the reason upon your meeting." They continued in silence until they arrived before a statue. Upon stopping, Professor McGonagall skillfully uttered the password. "Cockroach cluster." Ethan raised an eyebrow, a look of knowing on his face. The statue slowly shifted aside, revealing a small passageway. "You may enter on your own. I have other matters to attend to. Thank you for your assistance, Professor." After Ethan stepped inside, the statue returned to its original position. He walked down the corridor, revealing a spacious office of over 100 square meters. Seated behind the central desk was an elderly gentleman, Dumbledore. "Ethan, I am delighted that you could come." He gestured with his sleeve, pulling a chair into position directly opposite him. "Please, have a seat." Ethan sat down and inquired, "May I ask, Professor, why you summoned me?" "Do not be in haste," he replied, bending slightly to retrieve a bag from his drawer. It was a package labeled with a peculiar assortment of cockroaches. Familiar with the contents, Dumbledore poured its entirety onto the desk. With a clatter, the large desk was soon teeming with British-style double tails. They attempted to escape the tabletop, but were thwarted by an invisible barrier of air surrounding the edges. Unable to contain his excitement, Dumbledore seized one and tossed it into his mouth, leaving two tails and a protein-rich thigh exposed. Red and white chocolate explosion, my favorite. Would you care for a taste?" As he offered a double tail to Ethan, Ethan hesitated. No thank you, Professor. I've been experiencing some dental discomfort lately." "Is that so? What a pity," Dumbledore lamented, promptly consuming the double tail in his hand. "I absolutely adore it." Ethan's lips twitched slightly. So, to express love for something, one must consume it. After indulging in a third double tail, Dumbledore finally spoke again. "Ethan, may I address you as such?" "Of course. Your composure is admirable. I certainly could not have maintained it at your age. You flatter me." This has prompted a change of heart. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light. A change of heart? Indeed. He steadied himself with the chair and approached a floor-to-ceiling window. "Are you aware of the mysterious figure, Voldemort?" Ethan's voice turned somber. "Oh, it seems you are informed." Dumbledore tapped his forehead lightly. "Tom Riddle, he is the one who murdered my parents. How could I not be aware?" Ethan's countenance remained unaffected by the name, betraying no emotion. "Though I am reluctant to involve you in this tempest at such a tender age, it is a confrontation you must inevitably face." "Professor, are you implying that he is not dead?" "Oh." Dumbledore recoiled slightly, repeating, You. "Professor Dumbledore, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Despite Tom's efforts to conceal himself, someone will eventually uncover the truth." Dumbledore sighed. "What do you know?" Ethan gazed down at Hagrid, who was shoveling snow outside, and replied, "Have you heard of Horcruxes?" "Horcruxes? Yes, I have some recollection. The previous potions professor mentioned the term to me. A Horcrux is an object containing a fragment of a person's soul, an exceedingly malevolent alchemical creation. As long as the soul persists, that individual has not truly perished. He is still alive. Since he crafted his first Horcrux, he has ceased to age. Are you suggesting that there is more than one Horcrux?" Dumbledore stroked his beard, a sudden realization striking him, causing him to pluck a few strands from it. "To my knowledge, there are currently 6. How astonishing. He is indeed a consummate madman." Ethan remarked. "Each fragmentation of the soul incurs immense agony, and with every division, one becomes increasingly susceptible to losing their sanity, ultimately becoming a mere slave to power." "Oh." Dumbledore returned to the table, consuming a pile of cockroaches in an attempt to alleviate the tense atmosphere. "It appears that your rational resistance to the allure of power has validated my decision to entrust you to old Tom's care all those years ago. Pray, enlighten me about the Horcruxes. After a moment's contemplation, Ethan replied, I am aware of only one Horcrux, with another being uncertain. Dumbledore gazed at him, awaiting the revelation. The diadem of Ravenclaw, and there is a possibility that it is Harry Potter. Harry Potter? When Tom killed him, a fragment of his soul inadvertently became lodged within his scar. Ethan regarded the elderly man before him and continued, Of course, this is merely speculation, but the likelihood is substantial. We shall examine this later. Do you know the whereabouts of the diadem of Ravenclaw? Certainly. Ethan nodded. Yet I must request something from you. Ha ha ha. Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his beard. In this office, you may take whatever you desire. I want this. Ethan pointed towards the sorting hat. Ah, that seems rather unfeasible. No, I do not mean that. Ethan waved his hand dismissively. What I require is the sword of Gryffindor contained within the sorting hat. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ethan, and said, If you can provide me with a compelling reason, I would not mind allowing you to attempt to extract the sword. For only one deemed worthy by Gryffindor may possess it. Chapter 28. This sword has its flavor. Ethan shrugged, stating, To locate a Horcrux, it must also be destroyed. Thus, I require it, not only for the present, but for the future. I cannot perpetually seek your assistance. Ethan gestured towards Dumbledore's graying hair. While your assertion holds truth, reality often proves to be quite harsh. Dumbledore approached the pedestal where the hat rested and lifted the sorting hat. Death remains an inescapable topic for humanity. As he spoke, he extended the sorting hat towards Ethan. This action roused the sorting hat from its slumber. Has another year passed? Inquiring, the sorting hat's perspective shifted towards Ethan. It is you again, you wretched fellow. Sorting hat, I apologize for my previous actions. You would exhibit such kindness? Ethan fixed his gaze upon it, thinking to himself, certainly not. Ethan chose not to respond further, merely reaching beneath the hat. Alas, young one, do you still covet the legendary sword of Gryffindor that resides within me? The sorting hat has firmly decided, even if it were to shatter its own hand, it would never yield the sword to that wretched Slytherin brat. Wait a moment. The tip of the sorting hat began to contort. It must be drawing forth. With a sudden pop, a sword hilt emerged from the hat. Ethan grasped the hilt and withdrew the sword. Quite impressive, though your method of arrival is rather villainous. It is indeed a fine blade. What? The sword of Gryffindor has chosen a Slytherin. The sorting hat was writhing in disbelief, unable to comprehend this horrifying spectacle. Dumbledore replaced the hat and addressed Ethan. Though it may seem incredulous, this proves that the sword has acknowledged the courage within your heart. Thus, it is now yours, Ethan. I shall wield it with honor, Ethan said as he caressed the blade. Now, I believe we should proceed to the room of requirement. I am surprised you are aware of this place. Naturally, the diadem resides there. Let us depart. The elder and the youth approached the entrance of the room of requirement, performing the necessary actions in sequence before entering. Ethan envisioned the item he sought within his mind. Upon entry, a cluttered storeroom revealed itself. Ethan and Dumbledore cautiously stepped inside, searching for traces of the diadem. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Ethan, prompting him to grip the sword of Gryffindor tightly. In the corner, a wooden box emanated a faint, eerie glow. Ethan slowly approached the box. With each step, the cold intensified. Dumbledore followed closely behind, his wand discreetly drawn. This must be it, Ethan whispered. As the box opened, a delicately jeweled crown lay quietly within. I can sense an overwhelming malice embedded within this resplendent diadem. Dumbledore bent down to examine it closely before turning to Ethan. What will you do? Fiendfire or the poisoned blade could obliterate it, yet fiendfire is far too perilous here. Ethan gestured for Dumbledore to step back. He then produced a small vial of serpent venom he had fortuitously collected and coated the diadem with it. Once prepared, Ethan seized the moment, swinging the sword to emit a brilliant light. As the sword descended, the diadem unleashed a powerful force, staggering Ethan. The diadem hovered in the air, the central purple gem fissuring, releasing dark smoke that coalesced into a grotesque visage. Do you think you can so easily destroy me? I am immortal. A chilling voice echoed throughout the chamber. Dumbledore, witnessing this, moved swiftly to shield Ethan behind him. Tom, Dumbledore intoned gravely. A mere remnant of a soul is not enough to instill fear in him. However, this room still serves a purpose, lest a fierce fire be summoned. Professor, allow me to proceed. Ethan stepped forward, bypassing the professor's steady arm. The power of this specter before him was no greater than that of Tom upon his graduation. After all, a remnant is merely a remnant, and the sword in Ethan's grasp serves as his talisman of fate. After nearly a semester of diligent practice, everything was vividly etched in his mind. Be cautious, Dumbledore advised, observing from the side, ever ready to offer assistance. With both hands gripping the sword, Ethan's gaze was resolute as he charged at the specter. A chilling laugh escaped the remnant, as dark smoke surged towards Ethan. He deftly evaded, leaping high, aiming the Gryffindor sword directly at the center of the smoke. Upon piercing the specter, A shrill scream echoed through the air. Yet, the remnant did not dissipate. Instead, it coiled around the sword, creeping towards Ethan along the blade. A formidable foe, even if it cost a soul, it must be snuffed out in its infancy. Ethan remained unflustered, reciting an ancient incantation. Quickly, quickly, Bill, Bill, Bill. The sword shone brilliantly, engulfed in fierce flames. How can this be? The remnant bellowed in fury. Die! Ethan roared in response. As his voice resonated, the flames erupted violently, rapidly consuming the specter. The remnant emitted a tortured shriek, struggling against its fate. Yet under the dual influence of the sword and the flames, it gradually dissolved into a wisp of azure smoke. The crown lost its support, crashing to the ground with a clatter. Ethan approached to retrieve the crown, raising the sword once more, delivering a powerful strike. The crown shattered instantly, the central gem falling away, its shattered remnants transforming into a cloud of dust. Dumbledore hastily stepped forward, assisting Ethan to his feet, inquiring, "Ethan, are you all right?" "I am fine, Professor," Ethan replied as he retracted the flames from the sword. "Is it dead?" "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be," Dumbledore mused, studying Ethan intently. Ethan dusted himself off and asked, "Professor, how did I fare?" "It appears you were correct," Dumbledore nodded. "There is one more matter. What transpired today must remain confidential." "Understood, Professor," Ethan affirmed. Even without Dumbledore's admonition, he would not divulge this to anyone. This incident bore significant weight, and carelessness could alert the adversary. After all, several Horcruxes remained in the hands of the Death Eaters: Tom's notes with Lucius, the Slytherin locket in Umbridge's possession, and the Hufflepuff cup within Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts. The enemy is visible, while I remain concealed. For now, the advantage lies with me. Very well, I believe it is time for me to take my leave. I should not impose on the youth's time any longer. As Professor Dumbledore approached the door, he seemed to recall something and turned back, saying, "Ah, Ethan. Thank you for the Christmas gift you bestowed upon me. It has been far too long since I received such a token." With that, he lifted his foot and departed from the room of requirement. Chapter 29. The restricted section. What a remarkably easily pleased old man, Ethan murmured, deftly returning the Gryffindor's sword to the confines of his system space. Reflecting on the events of this morning, he sensed that the world had begun to spiral out of his control, with an unsettling feeling that things were amiss. Dumbledore had been privy to the existence of Horcruxes far earlier than in the original narrative, where he only learned of them years later through Horace Slughorn. Now, with this sword in his possession, it was likely that the sword master had met his demise, which could be considered an unexpected boon, fortifying Ethan for future encounters with Horcruxes and the Basilisk next semester. With nothing pressing to attend to, Ethan left the room of requirement and made his way to the library, specifically to the restricted section. It was daytime, and Madame Irma Pants, the librarian, was certainly present. However, he felt no trepidation. He intended to enter the restricted section with utmost transparency. While Harry had a cloak of invisibility, Ethan lacked such privileges. Even with mastery over the disillusionment charm, one could not evade the detection of the restricted section's entrance. In contrast, the invisibility cloak rendered its wearer completely concealed, allowing entrance to the restricted section as effortlessly as returning home. With this thought, Ethan reached into his pocket, where the faint sound of paper rustling could be heard. A subtle smile graced his lips. It was the pass to the restricted section, stealthily placed in his pocket by Dumbledore just moments ago. At that moment, an elderly, frail woman obstructed his path. "Hold on, Mr. Walker, students are prohibited from entering the restricted section. Regardless of your notoriety, rules are rules." "Of course, Madame Pants. This is a pass from Professor Dumbledore," Ethan replied, extending the note from his pocket. "As you know, I am not one to flout school regulations." The elderly Madame Pants, however, cared little for his adherence to rules. For a bibliophile such as herself, the books within the library held far greater value than the regulations. This was her domain, and all had to abide by her rules. "Yes, indeed, it is Professor Dumbledore's note," she conceded, tucking the pass away and hastily scribbling a few words in a nearby ledger. Turning back to Ethan, she instructed, "Very well, Mr. Walker. You are permitted 4 hours daily in the restricted section. You may borrow one book at a time, and should you wish to borrow another, the previous one must be returned first. You must also assure me that you will treat those venerable tomes with the utmost care." "I assure you, Madame Pants." Ethan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Very well," she said, retrieving a key from her pocket and handing it to him. "Off you go. Return the key to me after the term concludes." Ethan accepted the key and, after expressing his gratitude to Madame Pants once more, entered the true library of Hogwarts. He recalled that there existed a comprehensive tome on dark magic within these walls. As he murmured to himself, he wandered past row upon row of bookshelves. The fiend fire he had conjured earlier was a product of a sudden flash of inspiration. He reasoned that if, in the realm of his previous life's Xianxia novels, one could infuse energy into a sword, then why could he not imbue fiend fire into the blade as well? with the strength of Gryffindor's sword. It was indeed capable of withstanding the fire's intensity. Thus, the scene from that very morning was born. As for the incantation, it was merely a fabrication of his own. Surely, no one would take it seriously. Regrettably, during his second attempt, the Fiendfire refused to heed his commands, had it not been for his considerable talent in dark magic. The Room of Requirement would have long ceased to exist. The Room of Requirement. You are remarkable, you are lofty. The Fiendfire curse. I had only glanced at it hastily in the Magical Treasures repository, yet its formidable power indicated that I must master it. The incantation was not solely to be found in the restricted section, it was also present within the system's repository of spells. However, it lacked detail, offering merely the method, incantation, and steps, devoid of any cautionary notes or experiential wisdom. He had attempted to query the system, but if one expects a mere artificial intelligence to provide answers, one might as well retire to bed. In contrast, that tome on dark magic promised to save him considerable time, facilitating a swift acquisition of skills. With this thought in mind, Ethan discovered the book The Compendium of Ancient Dark Magic on the third row of bookshelves, a volume once wielded by 2 generations of Dark Lords. Cradling the book, he approached a table beside a magical window. Simultaneously, he retrieved a blank book and a shorthand pen from his system space. After all, others' books are ultimately just that, others, while one's own tome offers a far greater comfort. Once enchanted, the shorthand pen swiftly transcribed the contents of the book. Meanwhile, Ethan sat nearby, organizing his acquired knowledge. Aside from mastering some mundane, straightforward spells, he had also acquired a considerable arsenal of specialized incantations: the Mind Cloaking Charm, Mastery; the Stunning Spell, Beginner; Transfiguration, Beginner; the Disillusionment Charm, Beginner; and the Silent Killing Curse, Beginner. Notably, the Disillusionment Charm had naturally progressed to the beginner level due to frequent use. Magical energy resides within a wizard's being, its quantity dictated by the strength of one's soul. At first glance, it appeared as though effort held little comparability to innate talent. Those with greater magical power exert a natural dominance over those with lesser. In terms familiar to the Flower Kingdom, this could be described as a hierarchy of levels. Individuals with superior magical capacity possess not only a higher volume, but also a superior quality of magic. If one's fate regarding future magical prowess is predetermined at birth, it is indeed a lamentable thought. In this regard, the magical realm here seems somewhat antiquated compared to the cultivation system of the Land of Flowers. This is not to suggest that he harbors a saintly compassion for the weak. For Ethan, his innate talent is already considerable. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, it is highly likely that he will ascend to the legendary heights achieved by Dumbledore and the 2 Dark Lords. But is this truly his desire? If only he could acquire something akin to a cultivation manual. Suddenly, Ethan found himself frozen in thought, as if struck by a profound revelation. Indeed, how could he have overlooked such a notion? He slapped his forehead and began pacing beside the table. If the energies of the world are composed of the same substance, then this idea possesses remarkable feasibility. A clatter startled him back to reality. His brush had fallen. He glanced at the wall clock, realizing that several hours had elapsed and his reading time was drawing to a close. The tome on magic was exceedingly thick, and even with his shorthand notes, he would require 3 to 4 days to grasp its contents. He decided to set aside his earlier contemplation, prioritizing the enhancement of his abilities for the moment. Ethan stored his copied texts within the confines of his system space and returned the original magic book to its rightful place before hastily exiting the restricted section. Chapter 30. More Ravenclaw than Ravenclaw. The restricted section was perpetually eerie, as its name suggests. Even the simulated sunlight from the magical windows could not dispel the chill that had accumulated over the years. It was unbearable, that dreadful place. Yet, he had managed to glean some insights. Ethan closed the door of the restricted section tightly behind him. The library was now nearly deserted, with even Madame Pants having gone off to dine. His stomach growled, and he mused that when one is deeply engrossed in an endeavor, time slips away unexpectedly. He hurried towards the great hall, where the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. Many were already indulging in a sumptuous dinner. After hastily attending to his hunger, he returned to the Slytherin common room to read. Typically, he refrained from studying in such a public space, as even Slytherin could be somewhat boisterous. Fortunately, during the Christmas season, the room was relatively empty, allowing him to experience the pleasure of reading by the fireside. During this period, Ethan could be described as more Ravenclaw than Ravenclaw itself. He was thoroughly immersed in the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate himself, yet possessing the courage of Gryffindor, the ambition of Slytherin, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, and the patience of Hufflepuff. He found nocturnal wanderings to be a favored pastime. While not a nightly ritual, he indulged in it with sufficient frequency that one fateful evening, he inadvertently attended an impromptu parenting lesson. "Harry, why aren't you returning to sleep? The warmth of a cozy bed is undoubtedly preferable to sitting on the cold ground in the company of a mirror." "Professor, may I pose a question to you?" Certainly. If, as Ethan posits, there exists no individual devoid of desire in this world, even deities are not exempt. What did you behold in the enchanted mirror? Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his white beard. I beheld myself holding a pair of woolen socks. Woolen socks? Indeed, why not? Although I received them on Christmas. They represent the only pair I have received in many years. Yet, I always feel that I lack sufficient woolen socks. Harry gazed at him in disbelief, his eyes reflecting clarity. Do you find it hard to believe? Dumbledore laughed heartily again. The desires that dwell within individuals vary greatly. Some crave power, others yearn for strength. Some seek familial affection, while others long for a mere crust of bread. Harry remained silent, and even as he returned to his warm cocoon, Ethan's words echoed in his mind. Seasons changed, and the fleeting holiday moments always evoked nostalgia, yet they were brief and insubstantial. Soon, it was time for the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Professor Snape, in a rare turn of events, assumed the role of referee and took his position. Harry successfully redirected his focus from the Mirror of Erist to the Quidditch match. The vigorous exercise each day left him exhausted by nightfall, devoid of time for contemplation. Perhaps due to their shared house, Hermione and Harry found themselves reunited with Ron. Initially, Hermione urged them not to breach school regulations, but eventually, she too became embroiled in their antics. According to Hermione, to prevent Professor Snape from casting harmful spells against Harry, she and Ron practiced the leglocker curse. The moment he harbored any malicious intent, they would swiftly intervene. Despite Ethan's repeated insistence on their misunderstanding of Professor Snape, they remained unconvinced. They even inquired about the affairs of Nicholas Flamel. Ethan refrained from responding, yet they ultimately discovered that name on a card in Harry's pocket. As the match approached, Ethan found himself at a loss, compelled to confront the professor, though the likelihood of any incident was minimal. Nevertheless, as a diligent student, while apprenticed in Professor Snape's office, he felt compelled to voice his concerns, offering a timely warning to prevent any embarrassment before his peers and professors. The day of the match unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Harry shattered records, capturing the golden snitch in under 5 minutes. It was an exhilarating match, and Ethan could not help but marvel at Harry's exceptional Quidditch talent. However, compared to Ethan's exclamations, Draco Malfoy appeared decidedly sullen. Ethan, do not lose yourself in praise. Our next match is the final against Gryffindor. With a hearty laugh, Ethan clapped Draco on the shoulder. Do you lack confidence in yourself, Draco? Of course not. Malfoy is resolute. The concept of failure does not exist in his lexicon. Not now, at least, though the future remains uncertain. So if that is the case, could you impede him on the day of the competition? Grant me some time to conclude the match. Rest assured, leave it to me. With that, Malfoy turned back, muttering to Harry with a menacing tone, you won't be so pleased when you lose in the finals, Potter. The Quidditch Cup final is scheduled to take place a week or two before the end of term, which still leaves some time ahead. Yet this period is bound to be tumultuous. Listen, I just saw Professor Snape conversing with Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. Conversing? Hermione inquired. Are you serious? Harry and Ron widened their eyes in astonishment. Harry, breathless, replied, yes, but to be precise, it was Snape threatening Professor Quirrell. Harry, take a breath, slow down. Hermione gently patted Harry's back, attempting to soothe him. Here's the situation. I was in the Forbidden Forest just now. Based on this information, Hermione speculated. In other words, Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. It's not merely guarded by Fluffy. There are magical mechanisms in place, some of which might have been set by Professor Quirrell. Snape is coercing Quirrell to disable those protections. Finally, our dear Harry summed it up. Thus, only Professor Quirrell can resist Snape. Ethan exclaimed, what a turn of events. After reaching this conclusion, the group showed little concern for the evidence. In their minds, Professor Snape, who often hurled harsh words at them, had already been deemed a villain. Even if he were to become slightly more nefarious due to the Philosopher's Stone, what of it? In the following days, they devoted themselves to safeguarding Professor Quirrell, with even Harry frequently displaying encouraging smiles behind him. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a cloaked figure bent down to drink the blood of a unicorn. The sunlight could not penetrate the darkness, and the hoarse voice echoed ominously. This is the third one this month. Master, I can sense your strength returning. Fool. This meager power is insufficient for my needs. You must devise a way to seize the Philosopher's Stone before the end of term. But, there is a three-headed dog guarding it. No buts, this is an order. Lately, those around you have been casting strange glances. Even Harry Potter has shown an odd smile more than once. I could almost suspect he is mocking me. This is a provocation, and I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 31. Did you catch a chicken foot again? Hey, Ethan, do you know what I just heard? Malfoy leaned in to ask. Ethan closed his book, sitting up with an expression of incredulity directed at him. This fellow seems to be involved in some peculiar antics all day long. After class today, he returned to the common room, intending to read for a while before dinner. To my surprise, this fellow returned with an expression of sheer excitement. Few things can evoke such a look. and Harry is certainly one of them. You wouldn't tell me that you've caught Harry in yet another escapade, would you? At this, Malfoy awkwardly scratched his golden quiff. You know this. As expected of my good brother. I already know you. Ethan shook his head and redirected his attention to the book. I must inform you that they are about to venture into that massive stone house to observe dragons. Malfoy rose to his feet, exhilarated. A dragon. That fellow is actually raising a dragon at Hogwarts. Ethan countered. So you intend to report them? Indeed, Malfoy nodded. As a student of Hogwarts, it is our duty to ensure the safety of the school. Ethan's lips twitched slightly. Who did you learn that from? From you. You're talking nonsense. Recently. The professors have, much like teachers in the Muggle world, assigned a considerable amount of homework. This has rendered some students, particularly those who despise studying, to perceive the world as shrouded in darkness. Especially Gryffindor, where the restless little lions could only think of where to embark on their next adventure. As for homework, have you ever witnessed a night of miracles? Ethan, I am all too familiar with that. Ethan, I am in despair, Malfoy lamented early the next morning. Let me guess. Ethan swallowed a mouthful of bread and said, you must have intended to report them, only to find yourself violating school rules and facing punishment alongside them? Malfoy stumbled at this, gazing at the man before him in astonishment. No, how did you know? He glanced around, searching for something on his person. You haven't cast some listening charm on me, have you? Ethan shrugged. I haven't sunk to the level of casting such a spell on you. Haha, Malfoy chuckled. Merely jesting. So what punishment did you receive? Ethan was aware that in the original narrative, they were punished by patrolling the Forbidden Forest alongside Hagrid. On one occasion, they encountered Quirrell, cloaked in black, feeding on unicorn blood. This marked the first encounter between them and Voldemort in name. His inquiry was prompted by the uncertainty instilled by Quirrell's presence. It was prudent to ask. I was sentenced to patrol the Forbidden Forest with them for a week. Malfoy said dejectedly. The Forbidden Forest? That is not a place of amusement, Ethan pondered. There was no way around it. Had I known, I wouldn't have reported to Professor McGonagall. Now you regret it? Why didn't you think of that sooner? Who regrets? Not I. Had I known, I would have sought out Professor Snape instead. Ethan fell silent, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a palm-sized red bamboo tube from his system space. Here, take this. He offered to Malfoy. Malfoy accepted the bamboo tube, examining the curious object, and inquired, what is this? A magical distress flare. Meanwhile, Ethan mused internally. This is a signal flare belonging to the realm of magic. You present this to me. Is there indeed some peril lurking in the Forbidden Forest? Recently, there have been frequent occurrences of unicorns perishing, their blood completely drained. Being a member of the Malfoy lineage, you ought to comprehend the implications of this. Malfoy exclaimed, there are dark wizards in the Forbidden Forest, and a formidable one at that. Indeed. Then why do we not inform the professors? Do you believe those professors are unaware? Ethan retorted, they must have sensed something amiss, which is why they instructed Hagrid to patrol the area. But Professor McGonagall has also allowed us. This is merely conjecture, without tangible evidence. Our speculations will attract little attention. Ethan paused momentarily, then continued. However, we could indeed forewarn Professor Snape. If a signal is detected from the Forbidden Forest, it would indicate you are in danger. And he could rush to your aid at once. Good idea, Malfoy nodded. He cherished his life greatly. It would be unworthy to meet his end due to an unforeseen mishap. Subsequently, the two made their way to Professor Snape's office. After a period of discourse, Professor Snape acquiesced to Malfoy's request. After all, as the head of Slytherin, even as a double agent, he felt a sense of satisfaction when his students sought his protection. Just as the two were preparing to depart, Professor Snape suddenly spoke. Walker, you stay behind. Malfoy, seeing this, did not linger, casting Ethan an encouraging glance before exiting. Once Malfoy had distanced himself, Ethan turned back and inquired, Professor, did you wish to discuss something with me? You seem quite busy, Mr. Walker. Professor Snape initially withheld his response, beginning his customary sardonic banter. Fairly well, nothing extraordinary. Ethan provided a candid reply. He understood that if he claimed to be very busy, Snape would retort, if you are so occupied, then you need not return. Conversely, if he stated that he was not busy, Snape would remark, with such leisure, why do you not attend potions? It seems you do not favor this subject. Henceforth, you need not return. Professor Snape remained silent for a considerable time, unable to utter a word. The temperature gradually fell, and Ethan felt a shiver run down his spine. Do not squander your talent. You could refine a potion formula before the end of next year, or better yet, create one yourself. By then, you could apply for the second-class medal of the Order of Merlin. In that moment, Professor Snape resembled a peculiar uncle in a child's eyes, his words laced with temptation. I will, Professor. Ethan nodded earnestly, sincerity radiating from his gaze. Well, nothing pressing today. I merely wanted to remind you. You may leave now. Upon exiting the office, Ethan immediately turned and entered the library. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Hermione and Harry. Ethan might possess more information regarding Nicolene. Hermione wished to approach Ethan for an inquiry, Yet Ron was rather reluctant for him to divulge anything. That is certainly more than we know, Hermione retorted. Harry, unable to interject in their exchange, simply stood by in silence. The group, engaging in a lively discussion, quickly followed suit and soon witnessed an astonishing scene. He had entered the restricted section. How did he manage to gain access? It appeared he did so quite openly, as Madame Pants was still present. Chapter 32. Adventures in the Forbidden Forest. I believe we could inquire with Madame Pants. She was preoccupied with organizing a new batch of magical tomes, and upon noticing the newcomers, she frowned slightly. You better have something of considerable importance. Do not disturb me while I arrange these precious books. Just then, Harry, who had been lingering behind the others, was unexpectedly pushed forward. With no choice left, he mustered his courage and stepped up to ask, Excuse me, Madame Pants, may we inquire why Ethan is permitted to freely enter the restricted section? Madame Pants squinted, scrutinizing Harry. At that moment, Harry was already contemplating an escape, yet he found himself blocked by the two behind him, rendering his thoughts futile. It's not that we suspect you, Madame Pants. We are merely curious. Yes, curious. Hearing this, Madame Pants returned to the shelves, continuing to arrange the books as she spoke. It is Professor Dumbledore. Yes, the professor issued Walker a pass. Over the years, aside from the dark wizard from years past, only Walker has managed to obtain a pass from the professor. Oh, you are unaware. Walker is someone I have encountered. Where did he go? When Madame Pants turned around, the trio had already vanished from sight. Such impolite little rascals, she muttered before resuming her work. Meanwhile, the three, now outside the library, found themselves mired in discontent. A special pass, good heavens. Can someone enlighten me on what transpired during the Christmas period? Hermione pondered, her tone tinged with envy. As a keen learner, the ability to traverse the restricted section freely must be such a delight. Ron, murmuring from behind, remarked, Here we go again. Harry stood awkwardly, entirely in the dark, and finally managed to say, We don't know either. I recall Professor McGonagall mentioning that Professor Dumbledore had sought her out, but beyond that, we are at a loss. Sighing, Hermione felt that discussing this matter with them would be futile. The joy of a scholar was lost on them. So, what shall we do now? What else can we do? Let us head back. Are we to wait here for hours? Their departure created not a ripple. Inside the restricted section, Ethan remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. He was engrossed in the preparation of a new potion, a task that would require an extensive period, likely over a year. As for concocting a potion, he already harbored a notion in his mind. For instance, a tincture for the rapid restoration of memory. This would serve a miraculous purpose for those afflicted by the forgetfulness curse, or those suffering from memory lapses and a lack of recollection. To this end, he meticulously perused several tomes on historical potions, which nearly documented every potion that had ever existed. Those that were not included here had been all but forgotten by the world. Excellent. This shall suffice, Ethan proclaimed as he closed the book. This potion might very well be ready by the end of the next semester, at which point it would prove immensely useful. He retrieved an ancient potion book and, after registering with Mrs. Pants, swaggered out of the library. Formulating a new potion is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. He required further references and a deeper understanding of the myriad uses of the ingredients. After leaving the library, Ethan learned from Mrs. Pants that Harry and his companions had been inquiring about him. Ethan surmised that they were most likely probing into matters concerning Nicholas Flamel and the concealed Philosopher's Stone. If this were the case, the first year was nearing its conclusion, and Voldemort was looming. He muttered to himself as he retraced his steps to the common room. In the ensuing nights, Ethan observed the absence of Malfoy. He speculated that Malfoy was likely engaged in a verbal spar with Harry. Such scenarios were hardly speculative. The two seemed to be natural adversaries. Malfoy deemed Harry merely a figurehead devoid of true prowess, while Harry found Malfoy even more detestable than Dudley, resenting his haughty demeanor. What is wrong, Potter? Afraid, are we? Silence, Malfoy. Humph. Their bickering continued as they walked until Harry, intent on moving closer, found himself hesitating. A unicorn. A dark-robed figure. Malfoy was indifferent to the unicorn. In his eyes, that dark figure was of far greater significance. He recalled Ethan's words. Should you encounter a dark wizard consuming the blood of a unicorn, sound this magical flare. Yes, indeed, the flare. Ignoring Harry, who was beside himself with anxiety, Malfoy hastily set down the oil lamp and retrieved a red tube from his pocket. He released the tether binding it and, to Harry's astonishment, pulled the string. With a resounding bye-bong, the flare soared and exploded, casting a brilliant red light across the sky. In the common room where Ethan resided, his quill paused abruptly. Draco triggered the flare. He sprang to his feet, gazing towards the forbidden forest. This time, even if he wasn't killed, he would ensure that something was left of him. With this thought, he gathered his belongings and hastened towards the forbidden forest, aware that it was night, but hopeful that he would remain undetected. Elsewhere, Professor Snape also noted the signal emitted by Malfoy. At that moment, he found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He had more pressing matters at hand and could not afford to expose himself just yet. After a brief moment, he decided to observe first. If Walker could handle the situation, he would refrain from intervening. In contrast to the others, Malfoy appeared somewhat anxious. Due to the signal flare, Quirrell had already spotted Malfoy and Harry. Quirrell gazed at them with a peculiar smile, though they were oblivious to it. "You shouldn't be here," he cackled, raising his wand in their direction. Harry gripped his wand tightly, fear coursing through him, yet he steeled himself for battle. Malfoy hid behind Harry. His eyes locked nervously on Quirrell. Avada Kedavra! Harry's legs trembled. He wished to flee, but they would not obey. "Get out of the way!" a voice shouted, and Harry felt a shove. When he regained his senses, the killing curse had struck a tree behind him. It was Malfoy. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. At a moment of peril, it was Malfoy who had saved him. "Damn you, servant!" Voldemort cursed from Quirrell's head. Avada Kedavra! Another killing curse. This time more potent than before. Voldemort had seized control of Quirrell's body. The once noble being could not endure such treatment from the descendant of his former servant. And that Harry Potter. His current state was entirely due to him. As the curse loomed closer, he attempted to grasp his wand to resist, but it was too late. "Malfoy!" Harry shouted. Chapter 33, Confrontation. He could not accept that his classmate was to be killed before his eyes, even if he was someone he despised. Let alone the fact that Malfoy had just saved him. But what good was any of it? He wished to assist, yet found himself utterly powerless. Was this how his life would conclude? Malfoy's eyes brimmed with resentment. Just then, a familiar voice rang out behind him. Expelliarmus! A streak of light cleaved through the night, colliding with Voldemort's killing curse. The immense force hurled Harry away, ancient trees collapsing around him, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough. Malfoy coughed repeatedly, his vision obscured by the dust, but through the haze, he perceived a hand before him. "Can you still rise?" "Of course. Draco is never inferior," Ethan exclaimed as he pulled him up. As the dust settled, Voldemort, controlling Quirrell's body, approached slowly. Dark robes were subtly marked with drops of liquid. It was unicorn blood. At that moment, a silent tension formed between Quirrell and Ethan. "Harry, are you all right?" Ethan called to him, wand in hand. Cough, cough. "I'm fine, Ethan. How did you get here?" "As long as you're okay, that's what matters. I'll explain everything later." Upon finishing his words, he wore a stern expression, his gaze fixated on Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. "The Walker family scion, your parents once stood before me just as you do now. Their anguished cries remain etched in my memory. Truly, it was the most exquisite symphony of despair. Ha 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 ha. I am aware, thus you must perish today?" Ethan's voice was devoid of any emotion. Avada Kedavra! Ethan knew the killing curse, although he had seldom employed it before. A green beam shot forth from his wand, hurtling towards Quirrell. At that moment, his murderous intent towards the Wraith had reached its zenith. Perhaps even Voldemort himself had not anticipated that this mere 11-year-old would wield the killing curse. He was utterly unguarded, believing himself to be the wolf, unaware that a young wolf cub was ahead of him. Quirrell hastily dove aside, narrowly evading the curse as it grazed his scalp. Before he could fully comprehend the danger, another attack swiftly followed. Stupefy! Whoosh! Ah! Quirrell cried out in agony. The timid and cowardly man struck in the chest by Ethan's stunning spell. This bore some distinction from Harry's previous attack on Malfoy. While Malfoy had only sustained superficial injuries, Quirrell now bore a significant wound upon his chest. Useless, worthless fool. Voldemort seethed within his mind. Despite his ire, he was a pragmatic being. Sensing the peril, he hastily commandeered Quirrell's body and fled deeper into the forbidden forest. "Quick, pursue him." Harry, witnessing the cloaked figure's retreat, was about to follow when Ethan's voice halted him. "Harry, do not chase him. Let him go. He is exceedingly dangerous." Heeding this, Harry abandoned his pursuit. Woof, woof, woof. Turning back, Harry was overjoyed at the sight of the familiar black figure. It was Fong, along with Hagrid, Hermione, and Ron. The group gathered around as Hagrid anxiously inquired, "What transpired?" "We heard a tremendous commotion." Ethan succinctly recounted the recent events. "Thank goodness you are all unharmed." Hagrid sighed in relief, grateful that they had avoided any misfortune. He was uncertain if he could remain at Hogwarts should anything happen to them. At that moment, a female voice rang out, laced with indignation. "My goodness, Harry Potter, what on earth are you all doing?" "Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape," they acknowledged as the professors approached. "Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I believe you ought to clarify what occurred tonight." At this, everyone's attention turned toward Ethan. "Mr. Walker, I sense you have not been punished. Yet, what brings you here?" Professor McGonagall inquired. With a hint of exasperation, Ethan recounted the events once more, omitting any mention of the spells he had cast. A detail that the three seemed to tacitly agree to avoid. Is what he said true? Professor McGonagall directed her gaze towards Malfoy and Harry, attempting to glean some insight from their expressions. After all, the notion of a first-year student repelling an exceedingly malevolent dark wizard seemed utterly preposterous. However, this reaction was understandable. given that she had not witnessed Harry's 6 years of experiences. Had she been privy to them, she might not have found it so peculiar. Malfoy was the first to step forward, stating, "Yes, Professor, I can attest to that," with Harry following closely behind. "Very well, I believe you, Mr. Walker. Although you violated school rules tonight, you inadvertently saved the lives of 2 classmates. In the face of life, such points are remarkably trivial, essentially devoid of value." Professor McGonagall paused before continuing, "Thus, I shall award you 50 points. However, this matter is rather serious, and you must accompany me to the headmaster's office tomorrow morning." "Understood, Professor." As the group prepared to inter the unicorn's body, a centaur emerged from the underbrush. Clearly acquainted with Professor McGonagall, he refrained from acting immediately. After learning the details of the incident, he expressed his intention to return the unicorn's remains to its kin. Before departing, he addressed Ethan, saying, "Mr. Walker, I am grateful for your assistance. Should the opportunity arise, you are welcome to visit my clan." "I shall make an effort to do so," Ethan replied. Once the centaur departed, the group made no further delay in returning to the castle, acutely aware that the dark wizard might still be lurking nearby. The events of the evening had been a considerable shock to all, particularly for Harry and Malfoy, who had traversed the precipice of life and death. In the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere was sparse, with only Ethan and Malfoy present. At that moment, Malfoy could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Ethan, do you think the Dark Lord is still alive? Is that dark wizard from the Forbidden Forest him?" "Perhaps yes, perhaps no," Ethan replied cryptically. "What do you mean? Are you certain you wish to know? This knowledge offers you no benefit." Then perhaps I shall forego it." "Very well, but regarding the Dark Lord, you must not disclose anything to anyone, including your parents, understood?" "I am well aware of that. Rest assured, I shall keep tonight's conversation to myself." After this exchange, both chose not to pursue further discussion on the night's events. Nonetheless, Malfoy would find it difficult to attain a restful slumber that night. Meanwhile, Harry faced a similar predicament. The trio remained in the Gryffindor common room, having not yet returned to their dormitory. The occurrences of the evening were surreal, and Hermione and Ron evidently doubted the so-called truth Ethan had relayed to Professor McGonagall. Consequently, they redirected their inquiries towards Harry. "What is going on?" Ron approached. Draping an arm over Harry's shoulder, his curiosity piqued. "Come on, Harry, tell us what truly transpired tonight." Hermione concurred. "I am certain that Ethan is not speaking the truth." "I know him too well," Ethan replied. "Really? I don't even understand myself." Harry, feeling somewhat uneasy under their gaze, stammered, "Am I not allowed to say this?" "Absolutely not." They chimed in unison. "Very well, here is the situation." Harry gradually recounted the events, omitting certain details, such as Ethan's use of the unforgivable curse. Ron exclaimed dramatically, "So, Walker was telling the truth. He truly defeated the Dark Wizard." "Ah, yes. And Malfoy saved you?" "Indeed. My goodness. This world is utterly insane. I cannot believe that Malfoy, of all people, would rescue you, Harry." Hermione furrowed her brow. "What is so strange about that?" Ron retorted, "It is certainly peculiar in your case, especially since you have a decent rapport with Walker. In my view, you are merely attributing too much malice to others." Hermione shot him a look. Ron chose not to engage further, as he was at a loss for a rebuttal. Perhaps it was due to Professor Quirrell's severe injuries that he had not attended classes for several weeks, much to Professor Snape's delight. He relished the opportunity to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor for a few weeks. Quirrell's absence went largely unnoticed, as Snape's teachings were far more practical compared to Quirrell's monotonous recitations from the book. Furthermore, Quirrell frequently fell ill and was not particularly well liked, rendering him almost invisible within the school. Many parents even wrote to Dumbledore requesting Quirrell's dismissal. All of this unfolded as anticipated. It is well known that the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is cursed by Voldemort, preventing any wizard from holding the position for more than a year. Time passed slowly, and the annual exam week arrived. The weeks following the exams heralded the onset of summer vacation. Yet, Ethan grew increasingly anxious during these days, not due to a lack of preparation, but because he was acutely aware that the time for Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone was drawing near, necessitating early preparations. As for the exams, he believed it was merely a matter of showing up. Meanwhile, Harry, haunted by the events in the Forbidden Forest, found that every time he closed his eyes, he envisioned Voldemort. Even the normally adventurous Harry felt compelled to remain in the dormitory at night, allowing the invisibility cloak to gather dust beneath his bed. Each time he passed the locked room, he would glance inside, relieved to see that Quirrell was still alive. Still, he worried that one day Voldemort would burst through the door. During the exam week, Harry felt as though his soul had been siphoned away, his body a mere shell. Even he could not fathom how he managed to scrape by with a passing grade. This left Ron, who had devoted an entire week to studying, utterly disheartened when he realized he had not achieved a passing score. The moment the results were announced, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Unlike Harry, Malfoy did not live in constant trepidation. He continued to pursue his whims, indulging in 3 daily pursuits: tormenting Harry, mocking Harry, and reporting Harry. This realization led Ethan to understand that perhaps immersing oneself in one's passions could indeed alleviate worries. Thus, he made his way to Professor Snape's office, eager to concoct a potion that would be uniquely his own, which he believed would be of great assistance. "What?" Harry exclaimed. "Hagrid, did you really divulge how to bypass the Fluffy?" Hagrid's face instantly registered horror. "I suppose I did," he admitted. "Oh, I am such a fool. How could I trust that person's words?" Hagrid, a towering figure nearing 3 meters, cradled his head in his hands, softly weeping. In stark contrast, Harry and his companions felt as though they were the epitome of villainy. "Sorry, Hagrid." Harry endeavored to soften his tone. "What I meant to ask is, do you remember that person?" Hagrid wiped the large tears from his eyes and replied slowly, "No, I don't know. He was clad in a black cloak, and no one could see his face." Hermione suddenly interjected, "What did you say at that time?" "Let me think," Hagrid mused. "I recall having 2 large mugs of butterbeer. And in a daze, I mentioned that Fluffy was a good boy." That person retorted, "He isn't like that with others." I was quite indignant. He said I could, but that I couldn't speak of Fluffy. So I said, "If you had a music box, you might just be able to stroke his lovely fur." Harry pressed further, "Why is that?" Hagrid, oblivious to the implications, held no reservations when discussing magical creatures. "Well, Fluffy loves music. When he hears it, he falls asleep, and so on." Hagrid quickly covered his mouth, hastily denying, No, that's not it." Harry chuckled in response. Yes, we haven't heard anything at all. It's getting dark. We should be on our way." Hagrid, until next time." With that, the trio hurried away, as if they had committed some indiscretion. On their way back to the castle, Harry urged, "We must seek out Professor Dumbledore immediately. With him present, all our plans could be rendered futile." Thus, they arrived at Professor McGonagall's office. "You seem rather rushed. Is there something amiss?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "Professor, we wish to speak with Professor Dumbledore," Harry panted. "He is not here. He just received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and hurried off to London," she replied, and the 3 of them exchanged anxious glances. Professor McGonagall removed her glasses and inquired, "What exactly has transpired?" These 3 had been a constant source of trouble, and she hoped nothing serious had occurred this time. Under their exchanged glances, Harry stepped forward and said, "Professor McGonagall, someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and we must intervene. You must understand," he continued. McGonagall's eyes widened in disbelief as she sighed in resignation. "The Philosopher's Stone is secure. No one wishes to steal it. Now, please return quietly. This matter should not be made known." With no choice but to comply, they departed reluctantly. "What shall we do? No one believes us. We must venture down to the trapdoor tonight. That individual will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to steal the stone in Professor Dumbledore's absence. That individual is likely Professor Snape." The 3 of them exchanged accusations, directly implicating Professor Snape. However, all of this was overheard by Ethan, who remained silent, choosing instead to retreat in the opposite direction. "Tonight," he mused. Chapter 35, Seizing the Advantage. Caw-caw. The cawing of crows echoed through the castle corridors, amplifying the eeriness of the already dark night. "Quiet down, won't he?" Ethan murmured, pinching the beak of the crow in an attempt to silence it. "Master, I am so excited. Hee. Tonight the night demon will roam every corner of the castle." Woney's manic voice reverberated in Ethan's mind. Sighing, Ethan lamented his decision to bring it along. "Remember, tonight. Wait for my signal, and then summon the professor for assistance." "Understood, Master," Woney replied earnestly, recognizing the significance of the night's events. After a brief moment of playful banter, it quickly sobered up. With that, Woney soared out of the window, heading to Professor McGonagall's rooftop, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Winding his way through the halls, Ethan arrived at the designated room. It was just past 9 o'clock, and Harry and the others had yet to arrive. This spared him some effort. Otherwise, managing several burdensome companions would have proven exceedingly challenging. Standing before the door, he noted that it remained firmly shut. "It seems Quirrell has not yet arrived," Ethan muttered to himself, all part of his plan. He carefully nudged the wooden door open, when suddenly a deep growl echoed in his ear. Although Ethan had cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, it was not as effective as an invisibility cloak in masking his presence. Yet, he was not without recourse. Lu had its vulnerabilities. With this in mind, Ethan retrieved a music box from his system space. He wound the key counterclockwise, and a simple melody emerged from the box. Swiftly, he opened the wooden door and tossed the box inside before closing the door tightly. The loud noise drew Lu-Wei's attention, which attempted to ward off the intruder with its fierce roar. However, before it could utter more than a few cries, a solid object struck it upon the head. Ugh! Ha! Shortly thereafter, Ethan heard Louis' snoring from outside the door. No longer hesitating, he stepped inside, lifted the trapdoor beneath Louis, and in that fleeting moment, he seized the music box. Ignoring Louis's continued cries, he pressed on. Upon reaching the second challenge, he found himself amidst numerous tendrils, Ethan recognized this as the Devil's Snare. This perilous plant, set by Professor Sprout, thrived in dark and damp conditions, ensnaring any intruders with its vines. In the original tale, Hermione had used flames to repel the Devil's Snare, allowing their escape. However, Ethan had no intention of resorting to such measures. He aimed to leave as little trace or scent as possible. Thus, he resolved to do nothing. At that moment, the Devil's Snare sensed an intruder and swiftly extended its tendrils towards Ethan. He made no resistance, allowing the vines to envelop him tightly, slowly pulling him downward. The tendrils resembled a gluttonous serpent, attempting to consume him whole. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness surged from beneath him, prompting Ethan to instinctively cast a levitation charm to save himself from a dire fate. Fortunately, his quick reflexes spared him, otherwise, he would have met a rather unfortunate end. Landing on the ground, he brushed off the residual sap from the vines and continued to advance to the next challenge. Before long, he arrived at the subsequent stage, filled with fluttering keys, while a distant door glimmered with a faint light from its keyhole. Ethan glanced up, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his wand. All petrified, a surge of magical energy emanated from his wand, causing the previously chaotic swarm of keys to freeze as if an unseen hand had pressed the pause button. He retrieved a flute from his system space and began to play softly. As the melodious notes wafted through the air, one of the old keys detached itself from the group, wobbling its way to Ethan's outstretched hand. He grasped the key and approached the door. Upon opening it, an immense chessboard unfolded before his eyes, with the pieces standing still like sculptures. The grand chess setup was evidently the work of Professor McGonagall. A true wizard's chess match necessitated the manipulation of colossal pieces in combat. Rubbing his wand, Ethan muttered, "Such a splendid opportunity is mine to seize." He felt a sense of helplessness, yet there was no alternative. Dumbledore had orchestrated this elaborate scheme to cultivate a savior, employing a cadre of professors to strategize. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore had never even ventured to the Ministry of Magic, but was instead lurking in the shadows, observing. Otherwise, it was impossible to fathom how he could allow Harry to risk his life each term for such undertakings. Following the original plan, Ethan positioned himself accordingly. He softly recited an incantation, and in an instant, the chessboard sprang to life as the pieces began to engage in battle. Ethan deftly dodged the attacks of the pieces while skillfully guiding the course of the game. At long last, after a considerable interval, he successfully traversed to the opposite side of the chessboard, turning back to behold the disarrayed chessboard behind him. Ethan employed a restoration spell to revert the stone chess pieces to their original state. However, their magical essence had been depleted, even when Ron and the others arrived. They would simply pass through without obstacles. This would greatly confound Quirrell, as in the original narrative, he had approached directly without encountering any challenges. Ethan continued onward, a familiar stench wafting towards him. Alas, another troll awaited him. Pinching his nose, he advanced. This particular challenge had been devised by that fool Quirrell, featuring a new troll, while the previous one had already been vanquished by himself and Malfoy. He had no desire to confront the troll, it was better left for Quirrell to deal with. The disillusionment charm he wore remained intact, allowing him to slip past unobtrusively. Ahead lay the potions challenge, which posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. This was a logical riddle set by Professor Snape, involving 7 vials of liquid, each with a unique shape. Among them were 3 poisons, 2 wines, one that could navigate through the black flames ahead, and one that could return through the purple flames behind. Ethan quickly identified the 2 vials of wine, drank one, and strode confidently through the black flame gate. Upon emerging from the flames, his surroundings expanded dramatically. He found himself in a spacious, circular stone chamber, at the center of which stood a familiar object, the mirror of Ariste. Ethan recalled that when Harry stood before the mirror once more, he unexpectedly discovered the Philosopher's Stone had appeared in his pocket. In truth, the stone possessed a unique magical quality, only one who sincerely sought to protect it from Voldemort, without any desire for power or wealth, would have it manifest in their possession when confronted with the mirror. Harry's pure heart, driven by the wish to prevent Voldemort from obtaining the stone, was why it appeared to him in such a miraculous manner. As for Ethan, he held no such intentions. After all, this Philosopher's Stone was merely a replica, or more accurately, a flawed imitation. Yet, even a flawed version would ultimately be reclaimed by Dumbledore, rendering it useless to him. Moreover, his ambition to eradicate Voldemort's lingering essence took precedence over acquiring the stone. Thus, it was no surprise that as he stood before the mirror, he felt his pocket suddenly grow heavy. A smile graced Ethan's face as he rubbed the stone within his pocket, murmuring, "The Philosopher's Stone is in my grasp. Now, the grand performance is set to commence, Tom." Chapter 36. Who decreed that one must duel with wands? Ethan concealed himself within a recess at the rear of the stone chamber. Perhaps due to the early hour, he waited for an extended period without encountering a soul. Rubbing his eyes, he found himself dozing off, the torches around him burning fiercely. their warmth dispelling the chill of the chamber. The sound of footsteps echoed. The sound of leather shoes striking the stone slabs echoed loudly in the stillness of the environment. Beneath the flickering flames, Ethan's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes, remaining utterly silent, not even a hint of movement. "Master, there are no philosopher's stones here." "We have been deceived by Dumbledore," Quirrell murmured, his head bowed low. He dared not speak too loudly, fearing to disturb Voldemort's contemplation, lest he be subjected to the Cruciatus curse in a fit of displeasure. He truly wished to avoid that torment again. It was far more agonizing than death itself. "Humph." Voldemort scoffed, feeling more wretched than if he had consumed something vile. To this day, he remained ensnared in Dumbledore's machinations. Contemplating this, his gaze toward Quirrell grew increasingly contemptuous. Had it not been for the necessity of employing this fool shortly, he would have likely unleashed the Cruciatus curse upon him already. "We shall wait here for Harry Potter. I am confident he will bring me the Philosopher's Stone," he cackled. "Master, you are wise." Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, Ethan blinked rapidly, his pupils contracting suddenly. While internally he chanted, "Winnie, Winnie." At that moment, Winnie, standing upon Professor McGonagall's rooftop, stared vacantly ahead. Master, are you all right?" "Winnie, I am fine. In 5 minutes. Remember to awaken Professor McGonagall and direct her to the room at the end of the 4th floor. Fear not, Master. The great demon of night shall come to your rescue. Ha ha ha. It is preferable that I resolve this myself. Such is the nature of humans." After uttering this, Ethan disengaged the mental link, satisfied with his most effective skill. It was an enhanced version of the mind communication ability from Winnie, beneficial solely to him. As they had forged a master-servant contract, a pact that served only his interests, Ethan shifted his body subtly to attain a clearer vantage point. He merely needed to wait for Quirrell to turn. Then he could deliver a fatal blow. Lying low, he silently contemplated. After a considerable time, Voldemort, growing impatient, inquired, "Why has he not yet arrived?" "I do not know, Master. The potion from the potion checkpoint has vanished. It seems Snape wishes to protect Harry Potter and has taken the potions. Shall we send some potions over? I brought a large vial from Snape's office. Why did you not mention this sooner?" "Master, you did not ask." "Then hurry and go," Voldemort bellowed. Yes. Quirrell scrambled to the front checkpoint, depositing the potions. Upon his return, he approached the Mirror of Arist, seemingly entranced by its allure. "Master, I see it. I offer the Philosopher's Stone to your greatness," Quirrell murmured. Suddenly, a youthful, furious shout reverberated throughout the stone chamber, "Avada Kedavra." Hearing this, Voldemort sensed impending doom and immediately took control of Quirrell's body, narrowly dodging to the side. Who's there?" Quirrell rose, glancing towards Ethan's hiding spot, terror etched on his face. He had narrowly escaped death, thanks to his master's presence. A flickering light. Ethan remained silent, reciting his incantation once more. In an instant, a blinding beam surged toward Quirrell. This was a recent enhancement of Ethan's illumination charm, harnessing potent magical energy to propel the light from his wand, creating an unconventional flashbang. Quirrell was momentarily blinded by this unexpected strike. Under the intense illumination, tears streamed down his face, rendering the world before him a stark, white expanse. Incompetent fool. Voldemort sensed Ethan's aura. He recognized it as that of the boy who had opposed him in the Forbidden Forest. Once again, he had been outmaneuvered, but this time, it was not Dumbledore, but a mere child. Without further contemplation, deep within Quirrell's soul, Voldemort's fragmented essence enveloped Quirrell's spirit, eroding it to serve as sustenance. "No. Please, Master, spare me. Enough with the nonsense. To offer your soul and body to me is the greatest act of loyalty." Within mere moments, Voldemort completely consumed him, his power surging. "Walker, ha ha ha." The face that had been positioned behind Quirrell's head now rotated a full 180 degrees upon his neck. A perfect vessel, Walker, emerge. Voldemort relentlessly struck the surrounding walls with his wand, attempting to force Ethan out of the shadows. At that moment, with his back turned to Ethan, the latter seized the opportunity. "Avada Kedavra." Hearing the shout from behind, Voldemort quickly turned. Avada Kedavra. 2 beams of green light collided, suspended in midair as both began to contest their magical might. Clearly, Ethan's power was insufficient. He watched in dismay as the green light gradually shifted toward him. Voldemort, reveling in his superiority, spoke. "Walker, your talent for dark magic is remarkable. It is a pity you chose Dumbledore, but I can offer you another chance. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life." "Oh, is that so?" Ethan smiled faintly, remaining unfazed by his current disadvantage. The offer was tempting, and life was precious. "Pray tell, what is your choice?" Voldemort inquired while intensifying his magical output. "I refuse," Ethan enunciated firmly. "Then you shall die?" Voldemort roared in fury. To mock the great Dark Lord is to court death. In an instant, Voldemort unleashed his full force. Ethan's right hand trembled uncontrollably, visible beads of sweat forming at his brow. Just then, Harry and his companions arrived, the potion left by Quirrell sufficient for their passage. Ethan, Hermione screamed. Walker, and Professor Quirrell, Harry exclaimed, astonished to find no sign of Snape. Ron muttered, one of them must be trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This is not the time for such discussions. Hermione shot him a glare. Meanwhile, Voldemort, alerted by the commotion behind him, glanced back and bellowed, Harry Potter. Ha ha. The Philosopher's Stone is mine. In that moment, Ethan's eyes sparkled with opportunity as he deftly flicked his wand upward. The killing curse whizzed past him, striking the ceiling and causing the connection with the bone wand to fall to the ground. Aware that time was of the essence, Ethan disregarded the fallen wands and swiftly drew the sword of Gryffindor from his system space, charging forward. By the time Voldemort reacted, Ethan was already before him. Chapter 37, The Sword Saint. What? Voldemort stared at Ethan, who wielded the sword, bewildered. When did Slytherin's people gain access to the sword of Gryffindor? Who can tell me? With a flash of the blade, flesh and bones separated. Quirrell's arm, which held the wand, fell to the ground. Ah, you have ruined my plans. You deserve to die. Voldemort controlled Quirrell's other hand, gathering dark magic within it. As the Dark Lord, casting spells without a wand was merely a fundamental skill. But would Ethan grant him the opportunity? The answer was a resounding no. With the sword in one hand, Ethan pressed against Voldemort's spell-casting hand with the other. No. This is not how it should be. I am the Dark Lord. Ha ha ha, I cannot die. With a swift motion, he struck, the sword of Gryffindor piercing Voldemort's throat. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Ethan's blade fell, transfixing his very soul. Voldemort's remaining essence perished. Quirrell's head rolled to the ground. But Ethan had no strength left to concern himself with anything else. He knelt, the sword planted before him, gasping for breath. Blood mingled with sweat streamed down his body. The white shirt beneath his black robes now soaked in crimson. His golden hair shimmered in the torchlight, casting an ethereal glow. Hermione stood frozen, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Ethan, are you all right? Harry rushed forward, concern etched on his face. They had heard Voldemort's words, and even witnessed Quirrell's severed head. The implications were clear. They had misunderstood Professor Snape. I'm fine. Ethan gently shook his head in response. At the sound of his voice, Hermione regained her composure and hurried to his side, though she remained speechless, her cheeks still flushed. Ethan found her reaction perplexing, but chose not to dwell on it. He intended to rise and retrieve his wand, but at that moment, several figures appeared before him, startling Ron. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and, Professor Snape. Snape merely scoffed, offering no words, only a cold grunt. Professor Dumbledore smiled gently, then picked up the Elder Wand from the ground and handed it to Ethan. This wand is identical to mine. I had no idea Garrick had this up his sleeve. Thank you, Professor, Ethan said as he accepted the wand. In response, Professor Dumbledore shook his head and remarked, No, it is I who should thank you, Ethan. Me? Indeed, you thwarted Quirrell's plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone. As he spoke, Dumbledore gestured towards the small watermelon on the ground. I am delighted that you truly succeeded. It was the least I could do, Professor, Ethan replied with a composed nod. Simultaneously, he retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and presented it to Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore accepted the stone and addressed everyone. You are all a brave group of children. It is time for us to return. Subsequently, Professors McGonagall and Snape each led their students back to the dormitory. However, once everyone had departed, the severed head that had just been liberated from its body began to tremble, a wisp of black smoke quietly escaping. As Ethan and Professor Snape walked back, a familiar voice called out, Caw-caw, Oney, come here. Ethan beckoned. Oney flew from the window to perch on his shoulder. Caw, Master, how did it go? I summoned both headmasters. Well done, Ethan said, stroking its head while conversing with it mentally. At that moment, Professor Snape, who had been silent, spoke up. It is quite clever, a raven capable of communication. Oh, Professor, it has always been this way. In contrast to Ethan's calm demeanor, the trio who had returned to the Gryffindor common room were far from serene. That night, they reflected on the events of the evening. It was not Snape who sought to resurrect Voldemort, but Quirrell. However, several aspects remained perplexing, and as the hour grew late, they unanimously decided to retire for the night. Unfortunately, they were destined for restless slumber, as every time they closed their eyes, Quirrell's grotesque visage haunted their thoughts. Consequently, their roommate awoke early the next morning to the unmistakable scent of vomit emanating from the bathroom. In the following days, Harry incessantly chattered in Ethan's ear. Ethan, was Professor Quirrell Voldemort that day? Ethan, why does Professor Snape want to harm me? Ethan, was that sword of yours the sword of Gryffindor? In a fleeting moment, Ethan genuinely wished to draw the sword of Gryffindor and slay Harry. He believed Voldemort would undoubtedly take pleasure in such news. Of course, these were merely jestful thoughts. To address Harry's incessant inquiries, Ethan filled an entire page with responses, concluding with the remark, Prejudice is a great mountain. I hope you come to understand this truth. Meanwhile, for reasons unknown, many first-year wizards, along with several upperclassmen, had begun to regard him with peculiar glances during these few days. Even our Miss Know-It-all has adopted a gentler demeanor when conversing with him, occasionally blushing, a stark contrast to her previous boisterous self. Gradually, Ethan followed the innate aura of gossip toward the hall. Hey, have you heard of Professor Quirrell? The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. He is a dark wizard who killed unicorns in the Forbidden Forest and aimed to steal treasures from the 4th floor. Indeed, our Ethan, the pride of Slytherin, vanquished him with the sword of Gryffindor. Ethan lifted his gaze to see Malfoy standing on a chair, grandstanding and gesturing dramatically. Well, let us be honest. Behind every peculiarity lies a source of influence. Upon noticing Ethan's arrival, Malfoy remained unfazed and swiftly pulled him closer, exclaiming, "Our glory." At that moment, Ethan felt compelled to respond with a smile, even though inwardly he was so embarrassed that he could have excavated an entire Hogwarts castle with his toes. After a while, Ethan managed to extricate himself from the crowd, sprinting from the castle to the lawn. Behind him, Malfoy huffed and puffed in pursuit. "Ethan, why did you leave so quickly?" Malfoy asked, hands on his knees, looking up. "Why not run? Do you wish to be a spectacle?" Ethan retorted, his tone hinting at dissatisfaction. Having been raised in an elite environment, Malfoy easily discerned the discontent in his words. Ethan, I apologize. However, I wasn't the one to spread this information." "If not you, then who?" Ethan inquired. "Look at this," Malfoy said, pulling a newspaper from his pocket. The headline read, "The Daily Prophet. The Sword of Gryffindor re-emerges at Hogwarts. Current Swordmaster Ethan Walker." Accompanying it was a moving image of Ethan beheading Quirrell. Below, a reporter relayed information obtained from several professors, explicitly stating Quirrell's allegiance to the Death Eaters. Ethan chose to disregard the preceding details, focusing instead on the name in the information gathering section, Rita Skeeter. Chapter 38, Year-End Feast. Ethan shook his head in resignation. If it were her doing, it would hardly be surprising. "However, my information is not easily acquired," he murmured, gazing pensively at the lake. "What did you say?" Malfoy asked. Ethan suppressed his thoughts, responding with a smile, though it bore an unsettling quality that Malfoy noted. "Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Ethan nodded. Once Malfoy departed, Ethan hurried back into the castle, eager to converse with Dumbledore. He entered the hall and sought out Professor McGonagall, following the same routine as always. "Professor McGonagall," he addressed her. She set down her quill and inquired, "Ethan, are you here to see Professor Dumbledore?" "Indeed, I have matters I wish to discuss with him." Professor McGonagall, upon hearing this, expressed her regret, saying, "Oh, sir, your timing is unfortunate. I must inform you that he is currently not here." "Where has he gone? When will he return?" Ethan inquired earnestly, his eyes shining like two bright lanterns, displaying an innocent demeanor. Well, Professor McGonagall, unable to withstand his gaze, hastily bent down and retrieved a parcel from her drawer, which she thrust into Ethan's arms before he could react. "This is a gift from Professor Dumbledore for you. It should contain the answers you seek." With that, she cast a levitation charm and, disregarding Ethan's reaction, expelled him from the hall. In her haste, she fled back to her office, muttering to herself, "Alas, what an irresponsible headmaster, indulging himself while I am left to deal with Ethan." Despite her incessant murmuring, her feet did not falter. She had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Meanwhile, Ethan, having been dismissed, rubbed his backside and picked up the parcel, returning to his dormitory. Dumbledore's absence did not catch him off guard. He had long anticipated it. That old bee, with sweetness in his eyes, was full of schemes. Once inside his dormitory, Ethan locked the door and examined the parcel, which was secured with a thick envelope, presumably filled with written content. Upon unwrapping it, a finely crafted stone appeared before him. "A philosopher's stone?" Ethan exclaimed. He scrutinized the stone closely, sensing something amiss. "Is this the inferior version?" With this question in mind, he opened the envelope attached to the parcel. "Ethan Walker, when you read this letter, I trust you have seen the news, and for that, I sincerely apologize. That journalist, Rita, has been incessantly pursuing me, inquiring about the events in the stone chamber. I am unaware of when she captured those photographs." Reluctantly, I could only divulge some semblance of the truth, as the revelation in the magical community is now irrevocable, after all. The death of a professor within the castle demands an explanation. Thus you have encountered everything reported in the newspapers. Do not attempt to seek me out, for I shall return on the night of the end-of-term feast. I am currently reminiscing with an old friend who has a keen interest in you. The item you have received is a product of his craftsmanship, the Philosopher's Stone. Should you wish to pursue this further, you may seek him out at the end of your second year. He may still be awaiting your arrival. I understand you are averse to complications, as the negative repercussions of fame can often be overwhelming. I will arrange for members of the Order of the Phoenix to frequently patrol near the Leaky Cauldron to ensure the safety of old Tom. Lastly, I wish to assure you that Hogwarts is the safest place in all of Britain. Your principal, Albus Dumbledore, the old bee, was indeed the one. Ethan cursed inwardly. However, His attention was primarily fixed on Nicodemus. According to the implications of the letter, it was suggested that he could visit Nicodemus during the summer break of the next academic year. Ethan glanced at the magical stone in his hand and recalled the sword of Gryffindor he possessed. Should he have the opportunity to learn the art of alchemy from this living legend, it was conceivable that the sword might soon acquire a new name. Of course, all of this was a matter for the future. With a year remaining until the end of the next semester, he could take the liberty of studying the ancient languages, such as those of the Niconaic scriptures. While he might not achieve mastery, at the very least, he would not find himself utterly ignorant. In the following days, the Quidditch finals unfolded, featuring a fierce battle between Slytherin and Gryffindor. After a rather dismal training session prior to the match, Malfoy's agility had significantly improved, resulting in a stalemate with Harry that persisted until the game's conclusion. Meanwhile, Ethan was on a rampage, demonstrating that scoring was as effortless as breathing. Walker, I am pleased to announce that this year's Quidditch championship belongs to Slytherin. At the moment the results were declared, the entire Slytherin section, along with students from the other two non-competing houses, rose in applause. In that instant, Ethan's popularity soared to unprecedented heights, both within and beyond the school. He had even earned the title of Sword Saint. To this, Ethan offered no response, merely accepting it in silence. With the conclusion of the Quidditch matches, Slytherin had become the unofficial champion of the House Cup for the year, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Time swiftly passed, leading to the year-end banquet. Following tonight, a wave of students would depart this ivory tower, embarking on their journeys to various corners of the world for their careers. In the coming year, a new cohort of freshmen would arrive, perpetuating the cycle. Each year, these professors bid farewell to a graduating class, and when they meet again, they might be friends or perhaps adversaries. Upon Ethan's arrival at the banquet, he found the hall already filled with attendees. The entire auditorium was adorned with green and silver serpent-patterned banners and decorations. His presence transformed the previously lively gathering into a frenzied scene, as many first-year wizards eagerly sought to sit beside him, only to be thwarted by Malfoy. He settled beside Malfoy, with the Gryffindor long table behind him. Moments later, Dumbledore entered from behind, approached the faculty table, and rang the chimes to signal the end of the year. Ding, ding, ding. After 3 rings, the once chaotic banquet fell into an immediate hush. Stealing a furtive glance of apology towards Ethan, he cheerfully raised his goblet. Students, another year has passed. I trust that throughout this year of study, you have gained much. I hope that during this holiday, you will clear your minds and prepare to embrace the next academic year. Without further ado, we shall now announce the scores from each house. 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin with 493 points. The Slytherin table erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Ahem. Chapter 39, The Youngest Weasley. Dumbledore coughed a few times, and the Slytherin students fell silent, eager to hear what further words the headmaster had to impart. There are still a few matters to consider for this academic year. First, Miss Hermione Granger made a commendable judgment in the face of danger, for which Gryffindor is awarded 50 points. The Gryffindor table burst into enthusiastic applause. With 362 points, we stand in 3rd place, hoping to add a few more. Our Ms. Know-it-all was so moved by the recognition that tears began to well in her eyes. Secondly, Mr. Draco Malfoy, setting aside past grievances, came to the aid of a friend in peril. He is a true Slytherin, and thus I shall award Slytherin 50 points. Oh, the applause from Slytherin rivaled that of Gryffindor, as the two houses subtly vied for supremacy. Pansy Parkinson even embraced him, bestowing upon him a kiss. Malfoy transitioned from initial resistance to heartfelt acceptance, ultimately reveling in the moment. The professors at the staff table wore expressions of contentment. Ah, youth is splendid. The clamor in the hall hushed, with every gaze directed upon them. Sensing something amiss, the two separated as if jolted. Pansy, however, appeared somewhat reluctant to part. Ha ha. Dumbledore laughed heartily, the reason for his mirth unknown, yet he continued to chuckle. Lastly, Mr. Ethan Walker, through his remarkable prowess and courage, has repeatedly rescued his companions from peril, while also repelling the dark wizard Quirrell. For this, I shall award him 100 points. The atmosphere reached its zenith, with applause not only from Slytherin, but from students of other houses as well. Finally, I declare that the champion of this year's House Cup is Slytherin, with a historic high score of 643 points. In an instant, the enchanted ceiling sparkled with fireworks, cannons boomed, and ribbons burst forth as if costless, while silver and green banners adorned the entire hall. After several rounds of revelry, the students returned to their dormitories, each sporting a satisfied belly. Tomorrow, they would board the train home. Ethan did not seek out Dumbledore again, nor did he engage in playful antics with Malfoy in the common room. All he desired was to return to his dormitory for a restful slumber. Yet, unexpectedly, insomnia struck once more. Indeed, he found himself unable to sleep. Uncertain whether it was due to the impending journey home or the recent experiences he had endured. As he attempted to relax, he discovered, to his surprise, that he felt no fatigue whatsoever. "Where shall I go for vacation?" Ethan murmured while gazing at the ceiling. As the patriarch of the Walker family, he possessed a residence. However, the reason for his previous stay at the Shattered Kettle Inn was that, in the words of old Tom, "You are still too young to live alone. I cannot rest easy. Perhaps it would be better to return home, for practicing magic at the inn was rather inconvenient." As a minor wizard, he was prohibited from using magic outside school. Yet, the 2 wands in his possession remained undetected, thus eluding regulation. Furthermore, his quaint villa was situated by a river on the plains, with only the Gringlass family nearby, making it an ideal location for both practicing magic and playing Quidditch. He decided to contemplate it further. Even if he returned, he ought to inform old Tom. That night, he pondered for quite some time, reflecting on past experiences and envisioning future aspirations. He was unaware of when slumber overtook him. "First-year students, gather over here. Your luggage is ready and awaits you in the carriage," Hagrid bellowed, waving a flag at the platform. Ethan and his companions boarded the train home, the journey passing in silence. At precisely 5:20 in the evening, the train came to a gentle halt at the platform, and the passengers disembarked. "Ethan, do remember to visit my home during the holidays. I am certain my parents will warmly welcome you," Draco Malfoy remarked as they walked. "Certainly, I will." Ethan nodded in agreement. Although Draco's father was not particularly admirable, he remained merely a child's father in the end. Ultimately, to Ethan, even Voldemort paled in comparison to the importance of one's own family. As for Draco's seemingly villainous demeanor, upon deeper reflection, it was rather simplistic. His ire was primarily directed at the Weasley family, and since Ron was a member of the main cast, Lucius was undoubtedly branded as the antagonist. But in this world, who truly defines good and evil? The answer, of course, is elusive. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. The perception of villainy arises when one infringes upon another's interests. Ethan was indifferent. After all, his family's wealth was securely stored in Gringotts, and even their shops remained vacant, allowing him to act without restraint. Moreover, expanding his network could prove beneficial. Perhaps, in the future, he could prevent the Malfoy family from becoming Death Eaters once more and bring them under his influence. Of course, this would require possessing a compelling reason to gain Lucius's trust, strength, not merely inherent talent unfulfilled. There was no rush, he thought, like boiling a frog in warm water. One must proceed slowly. "Draco," a gentle, refined voice called from ahead. Malfoy turned to see 2 familiar figures approaching, his parents. After greeting his parents, Draco introduced Ethan, who had previously met them, albeit briefly. "This is Ethan, my friend," he said. "Ethan, these are my parents." Lucius scrutinized Ethan for a moment before extending his hand. "Ethan Walker, you have performed exceptionally well at school." Ethan politely shook his hand. "Thank you, Uncle Lucius, but you flatter me." Narcissa, less formal, looked at Ethan with warmth and said, "Ethan, thank you for taking care of Draco at school. If you have some free time during the holidays, do visit the Malfoy residence." "I will, Mrs. Malfoy," Ethan replied with a smile. Lucius glanced at the time and said, "Well, it's nearly time for us to leave." After bidding farewell, Ethan exited platform 9 3/4. As Ethan traversed the dark passage, he barely had time to open his eyes before a scream pierced the air. "Hey, Ginny, no shouting. Mind your manners," Mrs. Weasley quickly admonished, sensing the peculiar stares from those around them. "Mom, it's Ethan Walker," Ginny exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "Oh my goodness," Mrs. Weasley sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated with her youngest daughter. Ever since spotting Ethan's image in the newspaper, her enthusiasm had spiraled out of control. Chapter 40, Gone Missing Again? Truth be told, Mrs. Weasley did not interfere with whom her daughter fancied. But she couldn't help but wonder about Ethan's close ties with the Malfoy family and what that might mean for his character. Meanwhile, Ethan, upon hearing his name called, turned to see the red-haired girl he recognized as Ginny Weasley, the heroine of the original story. Despite her status as the protagonist, Ethan felt no need to approach her. Instead, he offered a polite nod in her direction as he exited the station. Old Tom had not come to fetch him, claiming that he was too busy on this holiday. Thus, Ethan set off alone back to the Leaky Cauldron. Before returning, he had sent a letter to old Tom, indicating his intention to stay at his family home. Although Tom expressed reluctance, his words betrayed none of that sentiment. He remained his usual self. As he put it, "Staying at your family home is fine. It allows me to rent out another room." Ethan understood that this was merely banter. In reality, Tom would not do such a thing. Dragging his suitcase through the streets of London, Ethan marveled at the many ancient buildings that graced the city in 1992. The Leaky Cauldron was not far from the station, and rather than take the night bus, Ethan opted to walk back, largely due to the bus's unappealing reputation. Do not ask him how he knew. Discussing it would only bring tears. Before long, Ethan arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. The tinkling of the bell at the door announced his arrival as the weathered wooden door swung open. "Let me guess, is it you, Ethan?" Old Tom stood at the bar, polishing glasses with his back turned to the door, not bothering to look back. "It's not Ethan," he said. As Ethan pinched his nose and half covered his mouth, speaking in a muffled tone, "It's Walker." Upon hearing this, Old Tom turned around with a chuckle and said, "Come on, Walker, you've come back after a year of magic school, and now you think you're tough." Ethan retorted, "My room hasn't been rented out, has it?" "Oh, it has. Old Tom waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, really? What a pity," Ethan replied with a face full of regret, while he carried his suitcase upstairs. It was difficult to cast spells here, and this was evident in the results of his training. Upon returning to his small room, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. There was not a speck of dust, and everything remained just as he had left it. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if the room were shrinking, and the memories of his childhood were slipping away. "Alas," Ethan sighed, pinching his brow, "I am still just an 11-year-old child." In the following days, Ethan did not venture anywhere but downstairs to help out, just like before. He did not feel ashamed of engaging in such work, despite his newfound fame. Instead, he cherished these moments, for no one could guarantee when they would depart from this world, so it was essential to treasure the present. However, a week later, Old Tom took the cup from Ethan's hand and placed a newspaper before him, featuring a picture of him wielding a sword single-handedly. After glancing around, Old Tom said casually, "You know, no parent wishes for their child to engage in such perilous activities." "Tom, Ethan began, but for some reason, the words lodged in his throat. During this time, they had both tacitly avoided discussing his exploits at Hogwarts. Yet, some matters needed to be addressed. "That person is not dead, is he?" Old Tom asked gravely, leaning closer. After a moment of silence, Ethan nodded at his only remaining family member. "Yes." Sighing, Old Tom understood that in the years to come, that person would return, and no one would be spared. "You should not stay here," Old Tom said, using a levitation spell to bring down Ethan's luggage from upstairs. Reluctantly, he added, "I think you should go back to the Walker family home." He placed the suitcase in Ethan's hands. Ethan stared at the suitcase in silence, contemplating his departure, which he had intended to delay for a few more days. Unsure of how to voice his thoughts, taking a deep breath, he said slowly, "I will visit you often." He understood that Old Tom was concerned for his safety. As he walked out of the leaky cauldron with his suitcase in hand, he glanced back at the place brimming with memories. On the way, he pondered his plans for the upcoming month. Upon arriving at the old Walker family estate, Ethan pushed open the heavy door. He gazed up at the house etched in his memories, endeavoring to uncover the traces left by his parents from years gone by. The abode was permeated with an ancient atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill within its walls. Surprisingly, there was not a speck of dust to be found. Just then, a voice resonated before him. "Young master, you have returned." Ethan, noticing the absence of anyone in front of him, looked down to discover a small sprite clad in tattered rags, gazing at him with fervent eyes. "Are you Danny?" Ethan inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. In his recollection, his last visit to this place had been when he was merely 1 or 2 years old. He recalled a sprite named Danny, though unlike the one before him, that Danny had been quite elderly. At that moment, the little sprite seemed to perceive Ethan's uncertainty and began to clarify, "Young master, that was my mother. She gave birth to me and soon after passed away. My name is Dick." "Well, please return my luggage to my room," Ethan instructed. "Certainly, young master." Dick promptly approached to retrieve the suitcase. Fearful that Ethan might change his mind. It was indeed something ingrained deep within, Ethan thought, shaking his head in resignation. He made no attempt to alter anything, for to them, kindness was perceived as a rejection of their existence. An exception to this rule might be found in someone like Dobby. During this time, Ethan explored every corner of the villa, discovering numerous photographs of the generations of the Walker family. Their incessant questions became a barrage that left Ethan feeling exasperated, leading him to instruct Dick to lock them all away in the storeroom. The Walker family possessed a substantial library. While not as grand as Hogwarts, it was impressive nonetheless. Titles such as ancient rune literature, reversal potion, and the tale of a hammer towered before him, nearly reaching his height, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. "Well, this is sufficient. One cannot bite off more than one can chew," he mused, aware that he could not neglect his spells. Just as Ethan prepared to carry the books back to the study, an electronic synthesized voice abruptly interrupted him. "Beep. Host has completed the first-year side quest." "System?" Ethan exclaimed in disbelief. This system had been playing hide-and-seek with him, and over time, he had nearly forgotten about its existence. "Why do you appear now? Haven't you been on vacation for a week?" "Beep. You haven't forgotten about me, have you?" "Beep. Due to prior system obligations, rewards were delayed. They are now being issued." Chapter 41, Inheritance. "Who am I?" "Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received the tome The Great Alchemical Art. Are you certain this is a reward? A book?" "Beep. This book contains the legacy of an ancient alchemical master. This reward is impressive, Ethan remarked in astonishment. Beep. Do you wish to extract the inheritance? I will not extract it, Ethan replied softly. He was well aware of the trick systems often employed. This memory irrigation contains a vast amount of information, encompassing some ancient knowledge. Here lies the library, and he certainly does not wish to collapse onto the unforgiving floor. With this thought, Ethan shouted towards the entrance, Dick? No sooner had his voice faded than a sudden bang resonated, releasing a cloud of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a diminutive figure emerged. Little Master, how may I serve you? Please return these books to the study, Ethan nodded. Of course, Little Master, Dick responded. At that moment, Ethan seemed to recall something and continued. By the way, you need not prepare my meals for the next few days, and you are not to enter my room without my command. Upon hearing this, Dick hesitated, scratching his head. Little Master, this puts me in quite a predicament. The old mistress instructed my mother that as long as the Little Master is home, I must remain by your side. If anything were to happen to you, I might as well perish. Having said this, Dick, ever the action-oriented one, promptly began to bang his head against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. Oh, enough, enough. Please stop, Ethan said, pressing his hand to his forehead in exasperation. However, his plea seemed to have little effect. In desperation, Ethan altered his tone to one of authority, stating firmly, All right, Dick, I command you to cease. Do you intend to ruin my walls? Upon hearing this, the typically subservient creature halted. Little Master, I truly regret my intentions to damage your walls. Okay, Dick. Just listen to me. With this, Dick quieted down. I don't care what my parents may have said in the past. However, Ethan paused before continuing. I am the master of this house now, and it is my word that holds sway here. Do you comprehend my meaning? Dick understood, yet hesitated. No buts, Dick. Listen carefully. If you wish to avoid being expelled from here, you will heed my commands. After delivering this ultimatum, Ethan fixed a sharp gaze upon him, awaiting a satisfactory response. After a prolonged struggle of 5 seconds, Dick ultimately conceded. I will obey the Master's commands. Good, now you may proceed with your tasks. Once Dick departed, Ethan exhaled in relief. It was a bit challenging to have a young man of the 20th century play the villain. Yet, this was for the best. Ensuring a domesticated house elf's loyalty would prevent situations akin to those in the original tale, where Dobby sought to thwart Harry's journey to Hogwarts for his protection. With matters concerning the house elf settled, it was time to embrace the inheritance. Ethan swiftly returned to his room, locked the door, lay upon his bed, and closed his eyes. His soul entered the system space, where numerous items awaited, though none captured Ethan's interest. His focus was drawn to a book radiating a white glow above him. The ancient tome appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking a physical form, with a few faint characters barely discernible along its side. This was inscribed with the alchemical script of the ancient language. System, accept the inheritance, Ethan murmured. Ding. Detecting the host's will, initiating inheritance infusion. As the system's voice faded, the spectral book began to disperse, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that surged into the depths of Ethan's mind. The smoke pierced like steel needles, each nerve ablaze with the process of reconfiguration. A sharp gasp escaped Ethan's lips as the intense pain overwhelmed him. In an instant, his consciousness began to waver. He perceived silhouettes of identical figures flitting before him, each engrossed in their own tasks. Ethan's awareness gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a chamber, or rather, a grand hall. For its vastness was truly astonishing. The center of the hall was adorned with an array of iron implements, while a furnace crackled rhythmically, aided by a bellows. Amidst a scattering of jewels, at that moment, a figure before him began to coalesce, its form becoming increasingly solid. When it turned around, Ethan's heart raced violently. Father? He uttered in disbelief. He gazed upon the 30-something man before him, and the world around him seemed increasingly surreal. Yet, something felt amiss. It did not seem quite right. Upon closer inspection, Ethan discerned discrepancies, not only in the timeline but also in the man's appearance. If this was not his father, then who was it? He was struck by an eerie sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this person in a past life, not after his transmigration. The memories were too distant to grasp clearly. However, time was of the essence. He could not afford to linger in thought. He needed to obtain the inheritance swiftly, lest the year be rendered futile. With this in mind, Ethan approached hastily and inquired, Greetings, sir. I have come to receive the inheritance. Contrary to his expectations, the figure before him paid no heed to Ethan, remaining absorbed in contemplation. In other words, the dimension Ethan occupied was utterly incapable of facilitating communication with this individual. This posed a dilemma. Ethan scratched his head, even contemplating a light tap on the man's shoulder, only for his hand to pass through. Left with no choice, Ethan settled into a nearby seat, pondering his next move. As he sat idly, he began to peruse some books nearby. After a while, a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, by examining these texts, could it not signify that they were part of the inheritance? Resolute, Ethan wasted no time. scouring the surroundings for more books to delve into while also experimenting with the materials and tools at hand. Time flowed by, indeterminate and unmeasured. Ethan had lost count of the days spent in this place. It was devoid of time, with only himself and the figure of his remaining. The name was one Ethan had gleaned from the inscriptions on the works he had encountered during this period. During this period, Ethan did not require any rest, exhibiting no signs of fatigue as he diligently read every book in the vicinity. Simultaneously, he immersed himself in the alchemical techniques of reaping significant rewards in the process. One day, Ethan set down the necklace he had been working on and stretched lazily. This place has little more to offer me. I have learned all that I needed, and perhaps even more than I should have. He gazed at the industrious and performed a deep bow. Had become a mentor of sorts to him, and although he felt a pang of reluctance, he knew this was merely an illusion. It was time for him to depart. With this thought, Ethan shouted to the heavens, "I am leaving." He understood that his system was always present, albeit somewhat inept. As his voice faded, a portal of light materialized, and without lingering, he stepped through, bidding farewell. However, once the light faded, who had been tirelessly working, paused and turned to gaze in the direction of Ethan's departure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, a middle-aged woman appeared in a flash of light and teased, "Walker, how can you toy with your own apprentice like that?" Chapter 42. It's not as if he was sending him off with a bride. Ethan awoke from his dream, his gaze falling upon the overcast sky outside, and he called out, "Dick, Dick." His voice was not loud, but with the aid of a sound amplification spell, it resonated throughout the villa. "Master, I am here. Are you well?" Dick's form flickered by, his voice echoing before his figure was even visible. It seemed he had indeed been frightened. Ethan shook his head. Dick approached him, ready to pounce and check on Ethan's well-being. Alarmed, Ethan quickly said, "Stop, stop, stop. I am fine." Hearing this, Dick's worries began to ease. "Dick, how long has it been since I entered this room?" "Master, it has been 7 days. "Ah, I see," Ethan said, running his fingers through his golden curls. Gurgle, gurgle. This was his stomach protesting. Thanks to the energy provided by the system, he had not become the first wizard in this century to starve in his slumber. "Master, there is a meal prepared for you in the kitchen." "Oh," Ethan replied, casting a surprised glance at Dick. "Did you know when I would awaken?" "Not at all, master. I prepare meals for you daily to ensure that you have something to eat the moment you wake up. However, to avoid waste, they are not particularly lavish." "That is fine. You have done well. Please take the food to the dining room. I shall wash up and join you shortly." "Very well, master." After Dick departed, Ethan rose to freshen up, changing out of his wizard robe into shorts and a tank top. "This feels much more comfortable." He descended the stairs leisurely, finding the surroundings devoid of any moving portraits, save for the still images of his parents. Upon entering the living room, as soon as he sat down, food appeared before him. TSK. The convenience of having a domesticated house elf became evident as Ethan, with a hint of nostalgia, began to devour the modest yet diverse spread before him. Although the selection was limited, it was rich in variety, a reflection of the elfin culinary repertoire that spans nearly all of Europe, yet predominantly features British cuisine in daily life. After indulging in a hearty meal, Ethan made his way to the basement, where a complete set of alchemical apparatus awaited him. Dick routinely inspected and maintained the equipment, ensuring it was ready for immediate use upon Ethan's arrival. 2 weeks later, a resounding boom echoed through the room. Coughing slightly, Ethan rose from the floor, brushing the dust from his face. "At last, I have completed it," he declared, a note of excitement evident in his voice. Previously, he had crafted a defensive necklace within the confines of the illusory realm, and now, after 2 weeks of diligent work, he had brought that necklace to fruition, a testament to his commitment to learning and mastery. However, the task alone did not account for the entirety of his time spent. He had also enhanced the necklace's material composition and the sequence of its inscriptions, significantly bolstering its defensive capabilities. Whereas the original necklace could only shield against ordinary spells, this new iteration could withstand a portion of common dark magic and certain magical creature attacks, such as the gaze of a basilisk. With a sigh of relief, Ethan stored the necklace in his system space and instructed Dick to tidy up before he exited the villa. Reflecting on his time since returning, he realized he had not ventured beyond the confines of his home, almost rendering him a recluse. Arriving at the riverbank, he gazed at the gentle stream, finding a stone upon which to recline. The upcoming month promised an opportunity to concentrate on potion making. Ethan harbored aspirations of gaining recognition within the British wizarding community through his newly developed potions, eventually establishing a potion shop. After all, his family owned a storefront in Diagon Alley, which would be a wasted opportunity if left untapped. "Master, you have received correspondence." Dick's voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Ethan turned to see him holding 2 letters. "Oh." His curiosity piqued. He accepted the letters, noting they were from different families. He had anticipated receiving only correspondence from the Malfoy family, yet he could not recall any connections to other pureblood families. He He opened one letter and briefly scanned its contents. As expected, it was an invitation from the Malfoys to visit their estate. The second letter, however, left him perplexed. The Greengrass family? The message also extended an invitation for him to be their guest. What were they scheming? While he felt no fear, after all, the Malfoy family was undoubtedly among the wealthiest and most influential of the 20 or so pureblood families in the British wizarding realm. As for the other families, they are merely a tad more affluent than the average wizarding households. Some even fare worse, with only a few kittens left in their lineage and their enterprises reduced to mere small shops. So be it, I shall pay them a visit, after all. They are neighbors. Resolute, Ethan rose and addressed Dick. Please prepare a suit for me, along with some gifts. Of course, master. As a master of time management, Ethan promptly responded to each of his correspondences that evening. The following day, Ethan had Dick apparate him to the doorstep of the Malfoy residence. According to his budget, he planned to stay here for 2 days before heading to the Greengrass family for a brief visit. Lingering longer would be of no benefit, as he was not there to deliver a bride. As the grand door swung open, Malfoy emerged. Ah, Ethan, you have finally arrived. Indeed. I shall see you at the start of term in Diagon Alley. Very well, farewell. During these 2 days, an intriguing development had occurred. It was rumored that Malfoy's parents intended to arrange a betrothal with Pansy. As for Malfoy himself, although he was somewhat irked by their presumptuousness, he did not refuse. One might say, in Ethan's words, he was merely being tsundere. After bidding farewell, Ethan instructed Dick to take him back to the villa. After a brief tidying up, he resolved to venture alone to the Greengrass family estate. The journey was not far. Ordinarily, it would take merely a few minutes to walk. However, perhaps due to the enchanting scenery surrounding him, he found himself wandering for half an hour. A little girl made Ethan's lips curl into a slight smile. He was now only a couple of 100 meters from the house ahead, and it was undoubtedly a member of the Greengrass family who was following him discreetly. Yet, was this her reason for stealthily tailing him? Had they arrived home, and she still did not emerge? Ethan's voice was not loud, yet in the tranquil forest, it resonated with clarity. As footsteps drew closer, Ethan turned around, momentarily taken aback. Years later, even the proudest of him would have to concede that there was a moment when he truly felt his heart flutter. She too possessed a head of golden curls, but the girl before him had eyes that sparkled with vitality, her blinking and the dimples on her cheeks reminiscent of blossoms in spring, sweet and captivating. Chapter 43, An Engagement? Who are you? Ethan stammered, feeling a touch of awkwardness. This was the first time he found himself at a loss in the presence of a girl, devoid of his usual composure. However, in contrast to Ethan's embarrassment, the girl across from him appeared somewhat perplexed. Why does this person before me differ from the portrayal in the Daily Prophet? She thought, a look of bewilderment on her face, unsure of her parents' reasoning for this meeting. Nevertheless, as the second daughter of the Greengrass family, she maintained her politeness and introduced herself, Astoria Greengrass. Ahem. Ethan was aware that he had just lost his composure. He quickly straightened his somewhat disheveled coat and said, Ethan Walker, Mr. Greengrass has invited me over, as you might already know. Of course, I am aware, Astoria replied, gradually stepping forward to scrutinize the renowned swordsman standing before her in the wizarding world. Out of her own curiosity, she had been waiting for his return in the forest, though she had not anticipated being discovered. Since you know, why did you follow me? Ethan smiled at the quirky girl, regaining his former composure. Their dialogue began to tip in his favor. Why? Astoria was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether she should confess her curiosity about the future. A hint of crimson blossomed on her cheeks as she swiftly turned away. What business is it of yours? With that, she hastened towards the house ahead. Astoria knew that if she lingered any longer, this insufferable fellow would unearth her dwindling secrets. Watching the girl flee in haste, Ethan felt as if he had been rejuvenated by several years. Draco is probably on the verge of engagement, he muttered to himself as he followed the girl ahead. Beneath the azure sky and amidst the white clouds, a man and a woman walked along the country path, one trailing the other. Ethan soon arrived at the Greengrass residence. As he stepped through the doorway, he was enveloped by the distinct aura of an ancient magical family. Observing the magical energy fluctuations around him, he surmised it was a protective enchantment, common in the architecture of every magical realm to shield against muggle instruments and travelers. Astoria glanced back at Ethan, murmuring under her breath, I hope my father hasn't prepared anything peculiar. Upon entering the living room, Mr. Greengrass greeted Ethan with warmth. During their conversation, Ethan sensed Mr. Greengrass subtly attempting to foster a connection between him and Astoria, which suited Ethan perfectly. Though he harbored a fondness for Astoria, it was merely his personal inclination. Gaining the approval of her parents would be a significant step toward success. As for the other half, that would be Astoria herself. However, Ethan was confident, not only in his looks but also in his abilities. He enjoyed a pleasant rapport with Astoria's parents, but one individual was less than enthusiastic. Daphne Greengrass, his senior, seemed to be inadvertently acting as an obstacle. After dinner, Astoria's parents suggested to Daphne, "Child, take your sister out for a stroll." Daphne understood the unspoken intent and, after casting a mildly threatening glance at Ethan, took Astoria outside. "Walker Gringlass," she said. "Just call me Ethan," Mr. Ethan said. "Very well." "Ethan, you need not call me sir. Rather, address me as Uncle," Gringotts cheerfully replied. "All right, Uncle." Gringotts then produced a marriage contract from his pocket. "Your parents and I were very close friends, and we shared delightful moments at Hogwarts. When you were born, we arranged a marriage contract for you and Astoria." As he spoke, Gringotts presented the contract to Ethan. Mrs. Gringotts remained silent, her hands clasped before her. Ethan examined the document before him, which essentially stated that when Astoria turned 11, the two would be informed of the arrangement, and if agreeable, the engagement would be publicly acknowledged. However, if either party objected, the contract would be rendered null and void. In truth, the Gringotts couple harbored hopes that the union would flourish. Given the curse upon Astoria, it was exceedingly difficult for any woman of the Gringotts lineage to find a partner. If Astoria has no objections, I believe honoring our parents' wishes would be a commendable choice, Ethan implied, thereby signaling his consent. "Splendid," Mr. Gringotts exclaimed, visibly elated. "Astoria is already aware of this arrangement prior to your arrival, and there are no issues. Regarding the curse, we have also informed you," Mr. Gringotts continued, "that should they have children in the future, Astoria's life would be endangered." "How can the curse be broken?" Ethan inquired. "It is a complex matter, yet perhaps achievable for you." The Gringotts couple exchanged glances and replied in unison. "Please enlighten me, Uncle," Ethan earnestly requested, unwilling to let this wretched curse mar his chance at happiness with someone he cherished. "The Philosopher's Stone," Mr. Gringotts declared. "Have you ever encountered it? The energy contained within has allowed Nicholas Flamel to live for centuries. Likewise, it could restore Astoria's vitality, lost after giving birth to offspring." At this moment, Mrs. Gringotts interjected. "However, even then, we have no means. After all, there is only one Philosopher's Stone, and Nicholas also requires it." Mr. Gringotts continued where his wife left off. "Unless, of course, you both intend to forego procreation." "Good heavens," Ethan exclaimed, realizing that the two had orchestrated this discussion not merely to explain the means of breaking the curse, but rather to present him with two choices: to seek the Philosopher's Stone or to abstain from having children to ensure Astoria's safety. There was yet another option they did not mention. Should he refuse, the engagement would regrettably be voided. Nonetheless, Ethan understood that their intentions stemmed from a desire to secure Astoria's future, as well as that of the Gringotts family. They were aware of Ethan's interaction with the Philosopher's Stone, a fact not concealed among certain pure-blood families in the magical community. After all, it was Dumbledore who had mentioned it at the board meeting. A professor had perished at the academy, and notably at Ethan's hands. Without a compelling reason, these parents would be reluctant to entrust their children to Hogwarts. Today, as they summoned Ethan to discuss the matter of the betrothal, he had become the most favorable option for Astoria. Perhaps, in time, they could even borrow the Philosopher's Stone to resolve the curse issues. After the Greengrass couple spoke, they gazed intently at Ethan, eager to hear his response. Even the two sisters eavesdropping outside shared this curiosity. Chapter 44, A Muggle's Night of Struggle. Although today marked my first encounter with Astoria, I must admit that I am fond of her. Upon hearing this, the Greengrass couple displayed smiles of contentment. What parents do not wish for the happiness of their children? If Astoria could find someone who truly adores him, they would consider their efforts a success. At the entrance, Astoria shyly lowered her head. A year prior, she had developed an interest in Ethan after seeing him play Quidditch in the newspaper. While her feelings had not yet reached the pinnacle of unwavering devotion, it was certainly a promising beginning. "If possible, I still have the Philosopher's Stone," Ethan remarked, retrieving a crystal from his system space. It was indeed a substandard Philosopher's Stone. "My heavens, Ethan, do not tell me this is the legendary Philosopher's Stone," exclaimed Mr. Greengrass. "Hey, don't push me. Oh, how unfortunate." Suddenly, the previously closed door burst open, revealing two graceful figures, Astoria and Daphne, who had just stepped outside. They seemed aware that all eyes were upon them and could only lower their heads in embarrassment, nervously fidgeting with the ground. Especially Astoria, who had absorbed every word Ethan had just spoken. If all goes as expected, their relationship would undoubtedly undergo a transformation today. Of course, the focus remained on Ethan, who, being perceptive, spoke up. "This is the Philosopher's Stone, though merely a flawed variant from Nicholas Flamel." "A flawed variant?" The expressions of the Greengrass couple, once filled with joy, sank anew. "Indeed, it can also be referred to as a lesser Philosopher's Stone. While the energy contained within is not as abundant as that of a true Philosopher's Stone, it should suffice to mitigate the damage inflicted by the curse." Upon hearing this, the Greengrass couple's spirits were lifted once more. Regardless of whether it was a true Philosopher's Stone, as long as it could counteract the curse's effects, it would suffice, Mrs. Greengrass remarked. Mr. Greengrass hesitated, words unspoken. Ethan knew what he wanted to say and spoke up. "Mr. Nicklame gave it to me." That was a relief. Mr. Gringlass also exhaled with ease. At that moment, Mrs. Gringlass stepped forward and took Astoria's hand. My dear, do you agree? Astoria gently nodded, responding in a soft voice. Since her entrance, her cheeks had been flushed, rendering her utterly enchanting. Mrs. Gringlass smiled and placed Astoria's hand into Ethan's. From now on, may you both cherish one another. Ethan felt the warmth of her hand, gave it a gentle squeeze, and a smile crept onto his lips, as if embarking on a romance was indeed a possibility. Astoria remained silent, yet the blush on her face spoke volumes. I believe you two should take a stroll. Young people ought to converse more, Mrs. Gringlass said tenderly. As for Mr. Gringlass, he had retreated upstairs, appearing somewhat discontented. Ethan led Astoria outside, meandering along the garden path, surrounded by blooming flowers that exuded a captivating fragrance. In the absence of the Gringlass's watchful gaze, the blush on Astoria's cheeks gradually faded. Within the garden, her youthful spirit was fully unleashed. They skipped along the path, their hands never parting, and Ethan found himself jogging to keep up. He observed Astoria, who now radiated a vivacity that eclipsed her previous demure charm. Ethan felt a surge of double joy. When she finally paused, they ambled to the shade of a grand tree, beneath which a solitary swing awaited. Astoria adeptly seated herself and turned back to Ethan with a smile, saying, Ethan, could you give me a push? Sure. Ethan placed his hands on Astoria's back and gently propelled her, causing the swing to sway gracefully. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon Astoria, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. Neither spoke. Ethan, afflicted by a bout of awkwardness, found silence preferable, despite his earlier composure amidst the admiration of beautiful women. Facing his own moment of truth rendered him speechless. All his grand strategies and tactical prowess seemed mere rhetoric in the face of reality. He had always detested pretentious masters. Yet, ultimately, it was Ethan who shattered the silence. Astoria, what is it? Are you tired? No. I merely wish to inquire if you received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I did. Then let us venture to Diagon Alley together before the term begins. Upon hearing this, Astoria leapt from the swing, approached him, tilted her head in contemplation, her eyes sparkling. So, is this an invitation? You could say that. Wonderful. It's settled then. Ethan beheld her jubilant demeanor, feeling a sweetness within that surpassed the delight of indulging in candy. They conversed like dear friends, refraining from mentioning the recent events that transpired in the hall. Regardless, the matter had already been settled, and everything would simply unfold as it should. Time is a fleeting visitor. Upon returning from the Gringotts family, Ethan immersed himself in the vast ocean of potions. As the saying goes, to amass wealth, one must first master the art of potion making. This principle holds true in any realm. Presently, he possessed a vial of experimental elixir. After trials, its efficacy proved lacking, offering merely a brief half-day of clarity, accompanied by some side effects. Yet, this was still a positive development. With this sample in hand, continual refinements could be made until perfection was achieved. Throughout the month, Ethan diligently composed numerous letters to Snape. Should one glance into Snape's mailbox, once shrouded in dust, they would find it now immaculate, brimming with correspondence. In his letters, Professor Snape assured him that upon returning to school, he would provide ample guidance for such a diligent and eager student. This month, besides concocting potions, Ethan often ventured out with Astoria. Their bond blossomed rapidly, as they explored every nook and cranny of their neighborhood. Occasionally, during leisurely moments, Ethan would teach her some basic spells. Whether she grasped them remained uncertain, yet each time, her cheeks would flush with a rosy hue. August 30th, 1992. Today promised to be a bustling day, both in the Muggle world and the Wizarding realm. On this day, parents would escort their children to school, or perhaps, like wizards, procure school supplies in Diagon Alley. Chapter 45. This shall be a testament to an era. Astoria, are you ready? Ethan called from outside the door, standing beside a window adorned with a potted green plant. With nothing else to occupy him, he amused himself by toying with the unfortunate plant. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder, followed by a soft voice behind him. If you continue to torment my potted plant, I fear it shan't survive the week. Startled, Ethan quickly withdrew his hand and turned to see who had spoken. Goodness, what is this? He found himself momentarily speechless before the sight before him. Clad in a flowing white gown, her golden locks cascading gracefully, she appeared utterly enchanting in the sunlight. Glancing down, he noted her pristine white high heels, unembellished yet undeniably exquisite. What? Are you mesmerized? Astoria stepped closer, resting a hand on his shoulder. Of course, my princess, Ethan replied with a smile. He lifted her hand from his shoulder, gently kissed it, and then took her hand as they descended the stairs together. I suspect there will be many people today. My dear, it is always like this each year. I needn't even guess. The Gringotts couple is conversing downstairs, and they have no intention of visiting Diagon Alley today, for someone has already taken care of that for them. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. You two have finally come down. Hurry. lest Diagon Alley be besieged by a throng of people. Understood, Astoria replied. Thus, Ethan took her hand, leaving the old Gringotts residence under the watchful gaze of Mr. Gringotts, whose fiery eyes seemed to follow them. With Dick's assistance, they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Upon entering, old Tom greeted Astoria warmly, so effusively that Ethan barely recognized him. He had informed Tom of his relationship with Astoria long ago, and on that very day, Tom had even visited the Gringotts family to discuss matters with her parents. Navigating through the pub, they made their way to Diagon Alley, with Ethan clutching his wand firmly in one hand and Astoria linked to him with the other. He did not perceive Diagon Alley as entirely safe. One could never tell when a dark wizard might pass by. In such moments, the wand would prove its worth. Throughout their journey, Ethan elaborated on everything concerning their surroundings, followed by an enthusiastic shopping spree. When selecting a pet, Astoria glanced at the creature perched on Ethan's shoulder, a small misty figure. Subsequently, she purchased a white dove that appeared rather ordinary. Indeed, it was quite unremarkable. Before long, they had acquired most of their items, leaving only books yet to be purchased. Ethan, what books do you intend to buy this year? She inquired. Let me see, he replied, retrieving a letter from his pocket addressed to the Gringotts family. Do not find it strange. His eyes are everywhere in Britain, and he can ascertain your whereabouts at will. The list included standard spells, level 2, Miranda Goshawk's confronting the ghost, Gilderoy Lockhart's wandering with ghouls, vacationing with banshees, journeying with trolls, traveling by boat with vampires, roaming with werewolves, and a year with the Yeti in Tibet. Astoria leaned closer, peering at the book list in his hand. I know this person. He is quite famous, and many admire him. Do you like him? Ethan queried. Not particularly. Astoria shook her head. Why not? Because I already have you. I concede, you have one. He replied. As they conversed, they arrived at Flourish and Blots. Why are there so many people? Astoria asked, perplexed. I suppose it is due to Lockhart being inside. Ethan guessed. How do you know? Look at that. He pointed to the poster beside the bookstore entrance, all depicting the same visage. What shall we do now? With so many inside, let us wait. Ethan led Astoria to a beverage shop adjacent to the bookstore, leisurely browsing until the crowd thinned before they entered Lycan bookstore. Hey, Ethan, a voice drew the attention of both Ethan and Astoria. It was Malfoy, accompanied by his fiancée, Pansy. Draco, are you here to purchase books as well? Indeed. Malfoy nodded, then turned to Astoria and inquired, and who might this be? Like you, my fiancée, Astoria Greengrass, Ethan replied. The group exchanged pleasantries. Suddenly, a flash illuminated the scene. A child approached, presenting a photograph which Ethan purchased for a gold galleon. Oh, look at this. It's as if we are standing before a mirror, he remarked. In the photo, both Ethan and Malfoy donned black suits. Their golden hair styled similarly, Ethan S in curls while Malfoy sported a slicked-back look, each accompanied by a partner. I believe this photograph will serve as a testament to an era in the future, Malfoy mused. Indeed, Ethan smiled and tucked the photo away. Meanwhile, the Weasley family and Harry navigated through the bustling crowd, visible ash marking their faces. The two groups, in close proximity, soon became aware of one another. In contrast to Ethan and Malfoy's calm demeanor, Harry felt a twinge of awkwardness. Faced with those who had aided him and his former adversary who had saved his life, he hesitated, uncertain whether to approach. After all, Malfoy's barbed words had genuinely hurt him. No one desires to invite ridicule upon themselves. Thus, they each continued their separate pursuits. After Ethan and Malfoy had distanced themselves, Ron finally spoke up. Oh, how unfortunate. I can't imagine anything worse than encountering Malfoy today. Harry noticed something unusual. It appeared that both Ethan and Malfoy were accompanied by girls. How should I know? Ron replied, frustrated. Mrs. Weasley approached and asked, Oh, what are you all doing here? Harry reiterated the earlier question. It's not surprising. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Parkinson family is engaged to young Malfoy. Really? Harry and Ron were taken aback by the news. It felt strange to transition from playing in the mud to discussing engagements. They couldn't shake off the feeling of immaturity in comparison. At that moment, Ginny, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, her eyes glimmering with hope. Mom, what about Ethan? Oh, likewise, the second daughter of the Greengrass family is also engaged to him. Mrs. Weasley responded before plunging back into the crowd to cheer for her idol. Engaged? Ginny murmured, lowering her head. Chapter 46. Who are you? Hey, Ethan, are you only buying a couple of textbooks? Malfoy inquired. He gazed at Ethan's hands, which held 2 books, a look of confusion etched across his face. What else could it be? Ethan lifted the books in his grasp and, taking Astoria's hand, strolled outside. I thought your disdain for Lockhart was merely superficial. I had no idea you wouldn't even purchase his books, Astoria murmured beside him. Of course. If you were to peruse the contents, you might find yourself equally disinclined to buy them, Ethan replied, observing the curiosity sparkling in Astoria's eyes. As far as I know, the experiences chronicled in his works are far from his own. He is merely a thief who can only wield the Obliviate charm. Upon hearing this, Astoria tugged Ethan into a corner, casting a glance at Lockhart, who was still fervently addressing the crowd from his elevated platform. Then why not expose him? She inquired. There's no necessity. He still serves a purpose for me. Is that so? Astoria whispered, opting not to press further, for everyone harbors secrets, and if Ethan chose to share, he would do so of his own volition. Hey, isn't that Ethan Walker? Ethan turned toward the direction of the voice and spotted a man clad in a forget-me-not embroidered robe approaching him. In the light's reflection, he could even discern the gaudy, enchanted makeup plastered across Lockhart's face. Ethan frowned and grasped Astoria's hand, intending to leave, but Lockhart obstructed their path. Ah, Ethan Walker, the new generation's swordmaster of Hogwarts. I believe that if we were to share the spotlight, the outcome would be quite unexpected. As he spoke, Lockhart reached out to pull Ethan onto the platform. Unfortunately for him, his self-importance was misplaced. Ethan sidestepped deftly. Sir, I concede you are a rather mundane yet self-assured wizard. Thank you for the compliment, Lockhart replied. Flashing a grin he deemed charming. Come now, I am certain you would shine on stage, albeit perhaps not quite as brightly as I. I must respectfully decline, sir. Ethan stepped back. Come on, don't be shy. At this moment, Lockhart's irritation began to surface. After years in the limelight, he had never encountered such blatant disregard. He attempted to forcibly draw Ethan closer, convinced that the throng below would find nothing amiss. They would only perceive his actions as warm and approachable. However, Ethan had long since discerned Lockhart's intentions to leverage his fame to elevate his own notoriety. Ethan was no Harry. Assertiveness was his defining trait. Regarding the greasy man before him, Ethan wasted no time in positioning his wand against Lockhart's chest. I have no need for that, Lockhart. Ethan narrowed his eyes, his tone devoid of its previous gentleness. Lockhart, eyeing the elder wand pressed against his chest, felt a flicker of greed alongside a surging rage that reached its zenith. Were it not for the presence of numerous fans, he would undoubtedly have cast a memory charm upon that ungrateful lad. No, I must practice restraint. Gilderoy Lockhart continually reminded himself inwardly, while casting his gaze toward Astoria, who stood beside Ethan, hoping to alleviate the current awkwardness through her charm. Convinced that no witch could resist his allure. Oh, Miss Greengrass, your beauty astounds me. I would like to invite you to join me for a photograph. Maintaining his usual demeanor, he proceeded without waiting for Astoria's response. Ethan, unfazed, tucked away his wand. For he knew that the true Astoria was not the gentle soul she appeared to be in his company. Rather, she was a formidable girl with her own convictions. Mr. Lockhart, I appreciate your compliment, but I am not fond of photographs, Astoria replied, exuding the grace of a proud queen. Her beauty merely a trivial aspect of her distinctive presence that captivated the Hogwarts wizards present. Without a second thought for the stunned Lockhart, she linked arms with Ethan and departed from flourish and blots. Harry observed Ethan and felt a pang of envy. The desire for beauty is universal, yet the longing for the beauty of others is even more profound. As he watched Ethan fade into the distance, he recalled the myriad posters and animated images of him that adorned Ginny's room at the Weasley household. At that moment, he despised the cursed scar upon his forehead even more. Lockhart stood awkwardly with a forced smile, and then, as if seizing a lifeline, he turned his gaze to Harry. Unsurprisingly, Harry and Lockhart later found themselves gracing the pages of the newspaper. Another day passed. Ethan had packed all his belongings into the system space, including Astoria's. As for any doubts, he could only respond, I am a wizard. Is it not reasonable to conceal a few items? Ethan, what are you pondering so intently? The girl in front of him inquired. Turning to her, he replied gently, nothing of great importance. Shall we be off? Astoria responded softly, seamlessly linking her arm with his. With Dick's assistance, the pair arrived at King's Cross Station. As the train's thunderous roar filled the air, the Hogwarts Express, as per tradition, set forth with a host of new students bound for the school. Inside one carriage, Ethan and Malfoy engaged in discussions of amusing anecdotes, while Astoria and Pansy remained relatively quiet, their differing personalities rendering extensive conversation futile. Knock, knock, is anyone there? Ethan glanced at Malfoy. Malfoy shrugged, signifying his ignorance. After returning home for the holidays, he had already informed his father about Goyle and Crabbe, expressing his disinterest in having two lackeys, which resulted in a rather stern reprimand from both his mother and father. In the end, feeling helpless, he could only display his transcript and the spell, which successfully altered his parents' decision. Therefore, the individuals outside the door were certainly not them. No one relishes the thought of being a mere follower. With this in mind, it was highly probable that the two of them already knew who it was. Nowadays, few dared to disturb them, with the exception of one. With a click, as the carriage door swung open, Hermione stepped inside. Ethan, you? When Hermione cast her gaze upon Ethan, she was momentarily taken aback. No, to be precise, it was the sight of Astoria beside him that left her stunned. Who are you? Hermione inquired, her tone perhaps a bit brusque, but that was merely her nature. A rather straightforward and knowledgeable young lady. Naturally, the whimsically eccentric Astoria discerned the underlying implications. She felt a mix of resignation and joy. The resignation stemmed from her need to become even more exceptional to fend off those fluttering butterflies, while the joy arose from the knowledge that her future husband was someone who captivated many women, yet she would ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 47. The Fluttering Butterfly on the Way to Slytherin. Astoria Greengrass rose and extended her hand toward Hermione. As Hermione regarded the poised young woman before her, a surge of inexplicable anger ignited within her, yet out of courtesy, she still engaged in a handshake. Hermione Granger. Their hands quickly parted, and Astoria resumed her seat beside Ethan. They sat close, almost touching, which, under normal circumstances in this open-minded country, would be deemed entirely ordinary. However, a woman's intuition told Hermione that their relationship was anything but ordinary. With this thought, Hermione directly asked, "Are you Ethan's friend?" "Sort of," Astoria replied with a smile. "Ethan is my fiancé." Boom. At that moment, it felt as though multiple thunderclaps echoed in Hermione's mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. As Ethan's close friend, it seemed she had little to say beyond offering her congratulations. "Indeed," Malfoy interjected, "they became engaged over a month ago, just like Pansy and me. Although I was quicker than Ethan." "Ah, right. Ethan chuckled at Malfoy. "You were quicker than me. Feels like you're mocking me." Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Not at all," Ethan said, scratching his nose. Hermione observed the two conversing, along with their companions, and felt an overwhelming sense of alienation. For reasons unknown, she found herself on the verge of tears. Without uttering a single word, she dashed out the door. Ethan watched the departing girl without making an attempt to stop her. Having lived a substantial portion of his life, he had encountered myriad experiences. Even if he had never seen a pig being slaughtered, he had certainly seen them run. In his eyes, the thoughts of a 12-year-old girl were all too evident in her expression. Regrettably, he is not one to indulge in fleeting emotions. Even if he harbored romantic desires, he would refrain from acting upon them, for such actions would not only cause harm to Astoria, but also to Hermione. It was merely a youthful heartbreak, and Ethan firmly believed that our future Minister of Magic would come to comprehend this. Soon, the train came to a halt. Ethan and Astoria surveyed the throngs of people ahead, intending to disembark once the crowd had thinned. At that moment, Ethan seemed to recall something and retrieved a necklace from his system space. The necklace was modest in size, featuring a diamond-shaped ruby approximately 5 millimeters in diameter. Encircled by a frame adorned with intricate inscriptions, an exquisite creation of Ethan's from this holiday. "Astoria, this necklace is for you." "For me?" "Thank you, Ethan." As Astoria reached out to accept it, Ethan interjected, "Shall I help you put it on?" Before long, the beautiful girl's neck was graced with the necklace. Astoria appeared to sense the necklace's uniqueness, prompting Ethan to offer a brief explanation. He refrained from divulging too much, knowing that her extensive knowledge could pose a risk. He merely informed her that Hogwarts was not as safe as some might claim, with new dangers arising each year, particularly in recent times, when perilous occurrences seemed to revolve around Harry Potter and the defense against the dark arts professor. Thus, you must wear this necklace at all times. And be wary of Lockhart. He might resort to using the Obliviate spell on you in desperation. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. All right, it's getting late. We should head down. You still have to be sorted. Which house do you think I will be sorted into? Slytherin. Are you so certain? Of course. Do I not know you well enough? All right, you know best. As they playfully bantered, they made their way to the dock. I will wait for you in the Great Hall. Okay. After bidding farewell to Astoria, Ethan proceeded alone to the Great Hall, intentionally avoiding Draco. Unlike Harry, he lacked any inclination to be a third wheel. Speaking of Harry, Ethan noticed his absence today, along with Ron's. It was likely a result of Dobby's interference. After all, it was only through that flying car that the two had managed to arrive at school, Ethan mused. Despite his contemplations, his steps did not falter. Before long, he arrived at the Great Hall, where the professors had gathered. Professor McGonagall welcomed the first years, reciting the same familiar lines she delivered each year. Unless there were a change in headmaster, Ethan believed that Dumbledore would continue this tradition indefinitely. He spotted Astoria among the crowd and exchanged a knowing smile with her. However, when his gaze fell upon Draco, who was enamored with Pansy, he felt that sitting here was the most regrettable decision he had made thus far today. At this moment, those whose names were called stepped forward to don the sorting hat. Astoria Greengrass. Slytherin. No surprises there, as she was assigned to Slytherin. Overjoyed, she took her seat beside Ethan amidst thunderous applause. The new student Ethan paid little attention, as it seemed unnecessary. Even Ginny Weasley was destined for Gryffindor. Next up, Ginny Weasley. Are you sure? Well, so be it. After some musings from the sorting hat, the verdict was soon rendered. Slytherin. Cough, cough. Ethan nearly spewed the juice he had just consumed. What was happening? Ethan's eyes widened as he gazed at Ginny, who was making her way to the Slytherin table. When did this little butterfly influence her? The main cast remained unchanged, so why was she the exception? Ethan found himself perplexed, yet this news was somewhat uplifting for him. It suggested that, deep within this world, there was no interference from any so-called world consciousness. As to whether it existed, Ethan dared not make any assertions. However, for now, he chose to take things one step at a time. Meanwhile, applause for Slytherin was scarce, if not entirely absent. This was to be expected, given that the Weasley family was notoriously unpopular among the Sacred 28. Any applause would be a miracle. Ginny, unfazed, quietly settled down opposite Ethan. This scene caught the attention of the Weasley brothers, as well as the tardy Ron and Harry. Ron immediately turned to his brothers and asked, "My goodness, what on earth happened while I was away? How did Ginny end up in Slytherin?" "No idea," came the perplexed response from the Weasley brothers. Instantly extinguishing any joy Ron had felt for narrowly escaping a mishap, Hermione observed the suddenly silent group, glanced at Ginny, then at Ethan, as if piecing together some unspoken truths. Yet, she remained silent, her mood considerably dampened, especially upon seeing Ethan. At this moment, our know-it-all was enveloped in gloom, unable to confront her own feelings, choosing instead to evade them. Chapter 48, Another Obsessed Fan. After the feast concluded, the new students, guided by their prefects, made their way to their respective common rooms. Ethan refrained from further flirtation with Astoria. After a long day of travel, everyone was weary. After exchanging a few words, the two returned to their dormitories. The following day in the Great Hall, Ethan was heartily devouring the bread in his hands. However, Astoria was not quite as ravenous. Newly separated from home, she was still adjusting to school life, compounded by a sleepless night, yearning only for a restful slumber in her dormitory. Suddenly, a great flock of owls surged into the room from the ceiling. Most of the correspondence consists of freshmen's emails, usually concerning forgotten belongings or offering consolation to their children. However, there are exceptions, such as our classmate Ron. He currently clutches a crimson letter, which, if one were to speculate, is likely a howler. As the envelope is gradually unsealed, the gaze of every individual in the hall converges upon him. Ron has contemplated refraining from opening it. Yet it is apparent that the letter is enchanted. Even if he chooses not to unveil it now, it would inevitably reveal itself in the next moment. "How dare you, Ron Weasley, stealing a car? Should they expel you, I would not be the least surprised. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Did you ever consider the feelings of your father and me while you were driving that car?" The roar reverberated throughout the hall. Thankfully, Ethan, with foresight, had covered his ears alongside Astoria. Otherwise, the amplified sound would have been overwhelming. Some subsequent remarks involved Mr. Weasley facing an inquiry, and even with his ears covered, Ethan could still discern fragments of the conversation. The tremors of the cutlery upon the table indicated the formidable nature of the letter. Ultimately, the matter came to a close when the letter self-destructed and ignited. For everyone other than Ron, it was merely a jest, hardly worth remembering, and Ethan was no exception. As classes approached, Ethan and Astoria temporarily parted ways, attending different year levels and subjects. Ethan's first class was Transfiguration, where Professor McGonagall is undeniably a paragon in this field. Nevertheless, even in such esteemed company, Ethan's performance elicited astonishment. He effortlessly transformed a beetle into an exquisite button, and not only that, he played with the button, rapidly shifting its hues into every known color, occasionally morphing it into other objects like a vase, a picture frame, or a clock. Perhaps one day, when he masters Transfiguration, the only limitation he will face will be his own imagination. The second class was Herbology, akin to the previous Gryffindor lesson, where they tended to a mandrake and repotted it. Thus, the lengthy class passed without incident. After class, Ethan returned to the dormitory for a quick wash before heading to the hall to enjoy a delightful lunch with Astoria. Time swiftly transitioned to the afternoon classes, which included his least favorite, Defense Against the Dark Arts, without exception. The reason was simple. It felt like an utter waste of his time. "Oh, a thief who can only perform the forgetfulness charm," Ethan mused, considering whether he might find an opportunity to converse with Dumbledore. However, for now, he resolved to attend class diligently. On his way, he encountered Hermione and stealthily approached her from behind, relieved to see that she appeared to be in good spirits. As she walked, she immersed herself in the book Traveling with Vampires, diligently marking every mention of Lockhart's name with heart symbols. Lockhart's name slipped from her lips softly. Yet Hermione, ever perceptive, heard her and quickly looked around, muttering phrases like where? Ah, yet another infatuated admirer. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought in Ethan's mind. Were he to voice it, he might find himself besieged by a throng of defenders. Not spotting Lockhart nearby, Hermione turned her gaze behind her, exclaiming, "Ethan, why are you here? Why not me?" Ethan waved his hand dismissively, explaining that this lesson was jointly attended by Slytherin and Gryffindor. "Oh, is that so? I forgot," Hermione stammered. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she hastily closed her book and concealed it behind her back. "How could you forget? That's rather uncharacteristic of you," Ethan remarked, feigning confusion while stroking his chin. Believe it or not, Hermione retorted, somewhat irked, clutching her book as she hurried away without a backward glance. Observing Hermione's apparent annoyance, Ethan chose not to pursue her. After all, whether her ire arose now or later, it was inevitable. Perhaps it would intensify with time. With this thought, he made his way toward the classroom. On his path, Ethan encountered a boy named Colin Creevy, who had a penchant for photography. Colin expressed a desire to take Ethan's picture, to which Ethan gladly acquiesced. Click. In an instant, a black and white photograph materialized. In the image, Ethan stood by the window, arms crossed, his wand gripped in his right hand. Golden curls dancing in the gentle breeze. The scene was frozen in time, and even the photographer was unaware of its future, which, barring unforeseen events, would lead to an intriguing revelation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your defense against the dark arts instructor for this academic year, Lockhart proclaimed with a smile, addressing the class. He then brandished a copy of one of his own works, exclaiming with pride, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. Naturally, he added, I do not boast about these accolades, nor do I frequently mention them, despite being a 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award. With that, Lockhart flashed what he presumed to be an enchanting smile, leaving Ethan and many of his classmates thoroughly unimpressed. Notably, the female students seemed unaffected by his charm, a mystery that perhaps underscored Lockhart's peculiar appeal. He could vividly narrate the adventures of others, making it a pity he wasn't an editor for the Daily Prophet. Malfoy, leaning closer to Ethan, whispered, Ethan, I think I understand why you haven't purchased his book. If possible, I would wish for his immediate disappearance. Otherwise, I might struggle to eat. Ethan shrugged, seemingly silent, yet conveying a multitude of unspoken words. I observe that you all must have acquired my complete works, which is quite commendable. As he spoke, his voice diminished to a whisper until he stood directly before Ethan. Walker, have you not purchased my books? Chapter 49, Ethan's Disruption of Classroom Discipline. Ah, indeed, Mr. Lockhart. As you can see, I have not, Ethan replied with a smile. Lockhart regarded him with an impassive expression, and Ethan discerned anger in his pupils. However, Lockhart concealed it adeptly. Only those like Lucius and Dumbledore could perceive it. Haha, Lockhart chuckled lightly before adding, no matter. I can gift you a set of my signed books. No, thank you, sir, Ethan responded. Lockhart's eyelids twitched slightly, and then he spoke with a hardened tone. Well, I suppose the illustrious Walker truly has no need. His tone bore a hint of provocation, but Ethan would not indulge him. His current mirth would surely lead to greater misfortune later. As Lockhart stepped away from Ethan, he looked out at the audience, flashing his trademark dazzling smile as he proclaimed, I trust you all have, to some extent, read my books. The witches in the audience nodded vigorously, including Hermione. Excellent. Splendid. Lockhart surveyed the crowd. Let us now conduct a brief test. What? Oh, I think he has lost his mind. The male wizards below immediately began to voice their discontent. Some more volatile individuals even cursing Lockhart's family. We haven't even had class. Why would you test us? I dare say his ancestors must have had a penchant for roasting history. The students' rising ire did not faze Lockhart. This exemplifies why thick-skinned individuals often thrive in any setting. Quiet down, Lockhart commanded after distributing the test papers. All right, students. You have 30 minutes. Let us begin. Damn. Even Draco, typically reserved in his language, couldn't help but exclaim. The questions filled 3 whole pages. What is Lockhart's favorite color? What are Lockhart's secret ambitions? What has been Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? Is he jesting? I admit I laughed, though it was laughter born of frustration. As Draco set down his paper to voice his grievances, observing Ethan, who showed no inclination to write, he mimicked him by tossing his pen aside. As for whether Lockhart would impose any punishment on him and Ethan afterward, Draco was entirely unperturbed. After all, he belonged to the Malfoy lineage, and to them, no matter how famous Lockhart may be, he was merely an entertainer in the Muggle world. One could say that Lockhart lacked strength, influence, and charisma. Essentially, he was a person of no significance. Soon, 30 minutes had elapsed, and Lockhart collected all the examination papers, perusing them before the eyes of all. As he rifled through the sheets, he muttered to himself, oh dear, no one remembers my fondness for lilac. I distinctly recall mentioning it in my writings. Moreover, no one recalls that my ideal birthday gift is the harmonious coexistence of both magical and non-magical beings. Miss Granger, however, is quite astute. She knows my aspiration to eradicate evil from the world and to market my endorsed line of shampoos. Splendid. 10 points to Gryffindor. At this, Hermione could not help but rise momentarily, her gaze drifting towards Ethan, only to find him entirely oblivious to her presence. Seemingly struck by a thought, she hastily retook her seat. Lockhart continued his examination, selecting 2 papers to showcase. To ensure everyone could see clearly, he even employed a levitation charm to suspend them in midair. Ethan Walker, Draco Malfoy, Lockhart announced, but upon uttering the name Malfoy, Ethan distinctly heard him pause. Yet, the flattery from his admirers over the years had rendered Lockhart somewhat unclear about his own standing and abilities. He approached the two, inquiring, "I wish to know why you submitted blank papers." Malfoy remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ethan. Truth be told, it was his first time doing this, and he was uncertain of the ensuing procedures. Following Malfoy's gaze, Lockhart turned to Ethan, finding him, in contrast to Malfoy, somewhat easier to intimidate. Ethan, however, was not inclined to grant him any favor. "Mr. Lockhart, might I inquire where in Hogwarts regulations it states that submitting a blank paper is prohibited?" Lockhart, taken aback by Ethan's disarming smile, felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself at a loss. Indeed, the school's regulations did not impose any stringent requirements. After all, the educational philosophy in this country had long championed joyful learning, and the Wizarding World was no exception. With so many students now observing him, it was certainly not the optimal moment to take action. Thus, Lockhart departed, though he harbored a fierce resolve. "Just wait until I find you alone. I shall deal with you then." Reluctantly, Lockhart set down the stack of papers and retrieved a large cage from beneath the table. "What you see before you is the most malevolent and fearsome creature in the entire magical realm, a Cornish pixie. I shall teach you how to defend yourselves against them." At this revelation, the students below displayed expressions of terror, and one by one, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Satisfied by their fearful gazes, Lockhart smugly declared, "Fear not, for with me present, they cannot harm you." "I always thought he was a bit unreliable," Ron muttered. "Indeed," Harry concurred, "he's not nearly as dependable as Ethan." Upon hearing this, Hermione, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "How can you be so unreasonable? He is a formidable wizard. Have you not read the books he has authored?" Ron, equally incensed, retorted, "Just because he has written them does not necessarily mean he has lived through those experiences." Naturally, Harry was not one to be outdone, chiming in with a similar sentiment. Hermione was on solid ground. After all, in the Muggle world, many authors craft tales that are grandiose, yet have never ventured beyond their own hometowns. This phenomenon is not unique to the Muggle realm. The Wizarding World is no exception. Hermione's voice elongated. "Just be quiet." In an instant, all eyes turned towards her. Realizing the attention she had garnered, Hermione hastily abandoned her furious demeanor, reverting to her studious persona. The onlookers shifted their gaze away, while Ron and Harry had already scurried off to a distance not far from Ethan. Clever Hermione discerned their intentions, and with a huff, she remarked, "Just wait, the professor's prowess will surely astound you." Chapter 50, The Phoenix Bow. During their exchange, Lockhart had produced a key, and moments later, the cell door swung open, allowing a swarm of mischievous little creatures to burst forth. "Chirp, chirp," they shrieked, wreaking havoc in their wake. Oh no, poor Neville found himself dangling from a chandelier, his ears gripped by a tiny elf, while books scattered chaotically around him. The sounds of torn robes, shattered ink bottles, and overturned desks filled the air, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. "I told you he was unreliable." Ron winced as he endured a bite to his ear, limping towards Ethan. Fortunately, Ethan was not one to hold grudges. He casually cast a spell to extricate Ron from his plight. Many classmates were left nursing minor injuries, sprawled on the floor, too frightened to move. Lockhart, in a panic, brandished his wand and bellowed at the frenzied elves, "Hokey, hokey." The students, momentarily intimidated by his bluster, hoped that the professor's intervention would quell the chaos, but to their dismay, it proved utterly ineffective. "I told you he was unreliable," Ron lamented again, this time addressing Hermione and the entire class. He was oblivious to the consequences that might follow. All he knew was the sting of the bite he had just received. Hermione shot Ron a fierce glare, clearly on the brink of an outburst. She swiftly cast several freezing charms, subduing the little creatures in front of her. In that very moment, amidst the commotion, Lockhart found himself the target of a swarm of elves, ultimately being confined within a cage. "Hey, you filthy creatures, release my clothing," he shouted in fury, though his anger seemed to bear no fruit. Hermione wished to intervene, but was obstructed by several elves. As she surveyed the classroom, she realized that only Ethan, Malfoy, and herself remained amidst the chaos. However, Ethan and Malfoy's circumstances were markedly different from hers. They were entirely unscathed and engaged in light-hearted banter by the window. At that moment, her mind momentarily faltered, and she instinctively exclaimed, "Ethan, help me." Upon hearing her plea, Ethan and Malfoy exchanged silent glances. Ethan casually waved his wand, murmuring, "Petrificus totalis." As the words escaped his lips, a brilliant beam of light erupted from his wand, enveloping the entire classroom in a surge of formidable magic. Under Ethan's precise control, the spell targeted the fairies, and the scene appeared to freeze. The once flitting little creatures were rendered immobile, cascading to the ground like dumplings. "Oh, we are saved. Merlin, only he knows what just transpired." Perhaps even Merlin could not fathom that a wizard incapable of subduing fairies was our defense against the dark arts professor. Honestly, I could do that job myself. The students rose from the floor, their expressions marred by dissatisfaction towards Lockhart. Meanwhile, the very subject of their discontent sat in a cage, lost in existential doubt. Offering no retort. Just then, the class bell rang, prompting them to rush towards the door without a second thought. Ethan and Malfoy, however, leisurely exited after the crowd had dispersed, as if nothing had transpired. As for Ron and Harry, they lingered behind, awaiting Hermione. She had gone ahead to liberate Lockhart from his cage. Initially, Lockhart intended to shoo them away, but upon discovering the cage was locked and the key had been discarded, and realizing he could not perform the unlocking charm, he reluctantly called for Hermione's assistance. This scene did not escape the notice of the two boys, whose disdain for Lockhart had reached its zenith. They silently resolved to avoid him in the future. After all, why would they engage with someone so incompetent and frivolous? Especially in the safe haven of Hogwarts, where he was akin to a ticking time bomb. The thought sent a shiver down their spines, and they hurriedly urged Hermione, who wanted to chat further, to leave. Upon reaching the classroom door, Hermione voiced her displeasure. Why are you rushing? I haven't finished talking. Come on, he's just a fraud. Ron retorted, exasperated. He merely intended to give us a practical opportunity. Ah, yes, right. Ron chimed in. He's nowhere near as skilled as Ethan, yet dares to assume the role of a professor. With that, Ron promptly pulled Harry away. Hermione glanced back at the classroom before departing as well. Although the campus gossip remained confined to the school grounds, its dissemination was astonishingly swift. Within hours, the events that had transpired in the classroom became common knowledge. This led many to question the capabilities of the so-called celebrity, and apart from a few diehard fans, the majority adopted a stance of avoidance towards him, fearing they might one day find themselves ensnared in the infirmary due to his incompetence. At present, a considerable number of individuals are still awaiting treatment in the infirmary. This predicament is largely attributable to the dissemination of news by the Weasley brothers. After all, it would be remiss not to assist a brother in distress, lest one face the ire of their mother upon returning home. Unbeknownst to Ethan, the circumstances outside were rather chaotic. As he sat in his dormitory, his gaze fixed ahead. Ding! The host's second academic year journey has commenced, now selecting phase rewards. P.S. I got carried away and forgot, alas. Ugh, once again late. System. Could your responses be any slower? Ethan lamented. However, this time the system refrained from replying. According to the guidelines beneath the system interface, all explanations were reserved for the system itself. Very well, you are the system. You hold yourself in high regard, Ethan retorted. Ding. Phase rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon, the Phoenix Bow. Ding. The weapon has been placed in the system space. Please review it at your convenience. Ethan gasped in astonishment. Is this real? The system is so generous? The Phoenix Bow sounds rather formidable. As he pondered this, he retrieved it from the system space. The bow radiated a dazzling red-gold light, with a crimson thread extending from top to bottom, coursing to the center, where numerous runes surged like vibrant life forms. Wait a moment, Ethan queried with confusion. System, I have a bow, but no arrows. How am I to shoot? Ding. Host. The arrows of the Phoenix Bow are formed from condensed magical energy. As this weapon is crafted to the utmost limits of this world, your current magical power can only suffice to shoot a single arrow, consuming 80% of your magical energy. Upon reading the introduction, Ethan's heart soared with excitement. If I were to increase my magical power, wouldn't that be extraordinary? After storing the Phoenix Bow back in the system space, he silently commanded, System, open the panel. Name, Ethan Walker. Pet, Woonie Crow. Magical power, Intermediate Wizard, Magic Apprentice, Junior Wizard, Intermediate Wizard, Senior Wizard, Great Wizard, Master of Magic, Legendary Wizard. Talent, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Tier. Dark Magic, Top Tier, Azkaban Reserve. Spells, Top Tier. Transfiguration, Advanced. Potions, Advanced. Alchemy, Top Tier. Spells, Novice, Entry Level, Proficient, Perfect. Note, Mastery allows for incantation-free casting. Mind Sealing Technique, Perfect. Sleep Spell, Entry Level. Transfiguration, Entry Level. Illusion Spell, Entry Level. Silent Killing Spell, Entry Level. Fiery Curse, Entry Level. Life Claiming Curse, Entry Level. Petrifying Curse, Entry Level. Disarm Curse, Entry Level. Commonly used spells. System Space, Infinite Space, no living beings allowed. Lightning Strike, Wooden Wand. Galleons, Longevity Ring. Magic Stone, Defective. Phoenix Bow, Gryffindor Sword. Remarkably, within merely a year, the magic had ascended to the rank of an intermediate wizard, a level where many mediocre adult wizards found themselves. Much like our current professor of defense against the dark arts, Ethan remarked with satisfaction. Chapter 51. Professor Dumbledore, I wish to converse with you. Gazing at the system panel before him, Ethan began to strategize the tasks for the semester ahead. Foremost, the basilisk must be dealt with, aside from its treasure-laden form. The safety concerns were paramount, particularly for Astoria's well-being. The narrative had grown increasingly convoluted. Who could predict whether Ginny might shift her targets from half-bloods and muggles to indiscriminate ones? Moreover, potion making could not be neglected, as the restorative potion for memory was of utmost urgency. If handled poorly, he could already envision the words Professor Snape would utter, which would undoubtedly be laced with disdain. Reflecting on this, Ethan found himself at a loss for what to do, reclining on his bed and pinching the bridge of his nose. He recalled that last year, the system had assigned him a task. Astonishingly, this year, it had remained silent. No performance at all, it seemed. Potions needed practice, and physical training could not be overlooked. Ethan pondered. However, aside from the night hours, when would he find the time? Must he endure sleepless nights once again? This thought crossed his mind, and he quickly shook his head to dispel it. No, continuing to sacrifice sleep would hinder his growth. At present, his height was already remarkable among peers, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, reaching 6 feet was certainly within reach. Thus, sleepless nights were out of the question. Ethan scratched his curly hair, staring at the ceiling. After a moment, he abruptly sat up. How could he have forgotten about that? A faint smile crept onto his lips. With this thought in mind, he promptly rose and stepped outside. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and the corridors were bustling with people coming and going from the castle. Ethan moved swiftly through the crowd, making his way to Professor Dumbledore's office. Cockroach cluster. Incorrect password. Candy pudding. Incorrect password. Error, error, error. BirdieBot, every flavor beans. Correct password. Upon reciting the password, Ethan proceeded through the passageway under the scrutinizing gaze of the statue. As he entered, an aged voice resonated. Ethan, oh, it appears you know me well. Ethan looked up to see Dumbledore seated comfortably, a jovial smile gracing his features, while he continuously tossed BirdieBot's beans into his mouth, relishing them immensely. You know, the moments I cherish most are those spent indulging in sweets. However, at that moment, Dumbledore's expression suddenly contorted. Oh, what a bothersome flavor, the scent of mucus. Yet he did not expel the candy. Instead, he swallowed it down, braving the discomfort. Professor, I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your personal time, Ethan murmured as he bowed slightly. However, there is a matter on which I hope you might assist me. Dumbledore, after taking a sip of honey tea, chuckled. Ethan, feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for formalities. Ethan, observing the unusually amiable demeanor of the professor today, found his carefully crafted words dissipating in the moment, deciding instead to be forthright. Professor Dumbledore, I wish to be exempted from this year's defense against the dark arts class. At these words, the candy in Dumbledore's hand noticeably paused. Can you tell me why, Ethan? He inquired, popping the sweet into his mouth. Throughout the history of my students, no one has ever made such a request. You are the first. You understand that to receive special treatment, a special reason must accompany it. Otherwise, I find myself at a loss. Ethan recognized the impropriety of his request, yet he understood that this world was not merely a game. Extraordinary circumstances warranted extraordinary measures. After pondering for a few moments, he began to speak slowly. Surely you are aware of Gilderoy Lockhart's exploits this afternoon. In the absence of anyone else, he refrained from bestowing the courtesy of a title upon that individual. I have indeed heard from Professor McGonagall. She lamented for nearly an hour about it. I suspect within a few days, I shall be inundated with complaints from parents. Dumbledore appeared entirely unfazed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Since you are already aware, I trust you also understand my situation. I do not wish to squander my time in that class, Ethan continued. Dumbledore seemed poised to respond, but Ethan pressed on. Determined to seize the moment, every ounce of strength I gain now is in service of preserving a precious life. I am certain a mind as astute as yours comprehends this. Dumbledore fixed his gaze intently upon Ethan, internally acknowledging, alas, I have encountered a formidable opponent today. It was a rare reversal, for he had often been the one to morally compel others, and now he found himself on the receiving end of such tactics. A peculiar sensation indeed. Dumbledore sighed deeply before stating, very well, I shall grant your request. Ethan raised an eyebrow, sensing there would be conditions attached. Of course, there are conditions, Dumbledore continued. You must undertake the trials set forth by several professors in 3 days' time. If you succeed, you will be permitted to forego this academic year's defense against the dark arts course. Understood, Ethan replied, still cautious. But I trust you will not impose a challenge I cannot possibly complete? Rest assured, it will pertain solely to this year's curriculum, Dumbledore assured him. With this confirmation, Ethan's spirits lifted significantly. However, Dumbledore added, should you fail? What then? Ethan inquired. Then you shall dutifully return to class. Ethan chuckled, lightly touching his nose. Rest assured, Professor, it's merely a trivial matter. Once the arrangements were finalized, the two exchanged a few more words before Ethan graciously declined Dumbledore's offer of BirdieBot's every flavor beans and departed from the office. Upon exiting, he made his way to the library. Though he felt confident in his practical spellcasting abilities, he harbored concerns about potential tricks, particularly the possibility of a written examination. Thus, it was prudent to dedicate some time to study in the library. After wandering through the library for a while, Ethan approached Madame Pants to register, balancing 3 towering tomes that stacked nearly half a meter high. "Ah, it's you, Ethan," Madame Pants remarked as she processed his registration. "I knew you would come here." "You knew?" Ethan inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, just moments ago, Professor Dumbledore mentioned that you would be exempt from this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I am one of the examiners. So everyone is aware? Well, it should be so. All the professors involved in the assessment are aware, as is Mr. Lockhart. Although he is not participating in the examination, being the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts." After expressing his gratitude, Ethan collected his books and settled into a nearby seat. "Wow, everyone knows already. I recall leaving the office not too long ago," he mused, reflecting on Dumbledore's formidable influence. Chapter 52, Duel with Flitwick. "My goodness, Ethan, are you truly going to do this?" A sudden voice exclaimed from behind him, startling him. Turning around, he instantly recognized Harry and his friends. It was Ron who had spoken. Yet, it prompted Ethan to wonder when Ron had developed such admiration for him. Could it be that his charm was simply irresistible? "Ethan, what are you thinking about?" Hermione inquired as she approached him, leaning down with curiosity. "Nothing," Ethan replied, shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts. Seeing he was fine, Hermione pressed on. "By the way, is what you discussed with Madame Pants true?" "Indeed. I believe wasting time is not a commendable habit," he responded casually. At that moment, Harry spoke up. "Ethan." He glanced around to ensure no one else was within earshot before continuing. "Is it because of Voldemort?" Ethan looked at Harry in surprise. He had not expected him to possess such insight. However, it was understandable. After all, he had witnessed the battle between Ethan and Voldemort the previous school year. It was not unreasonable for him to make such connections. Perhaps when he reached adulthood, he could pursue a career as a detective in the Muggle world. With that thought, Ethan glanced at the trio and said, "Indeed, he has not perished. This is a fact. However, returning from the dead is no simple feat nonetheless. It is an event destined to occur in the future. So, you feel pressed for time, then?" Hermione interjected. "Precisely," Ethan nodded, somewhat resigned. After Ethan's admission, Harry promptly inquired, "So what do you know now?" Ethan paused for a moment before responding. "However, it would be prudent for you to remain unaware of too much." "Why?" Harry pressed further. "There is no reason. You must simply understand that this is for your protection." With that, Ethan gathered his books and made his way to the door. "I'm not a pushover," Harry retorted, somewhat defiantly. "Ah, right. You're not a pushover. You're a fighter," Ethan replied, wishing to avoid further entanglement. Since he was already aware of the unfolding narrative, he deemed it best to resolve matters before the academic year concluded, rather than squandering time engaging in a game of deciphering puzzles with them. After Ethan's departure, the 3 friends appeared even more despondent. Ron had no rebuttal. He simply felt Ethan was correct. He indeed lacked the strength Ethan possessed, let alone the power to contend with the Dark Lord. However, Harry seemed less than content, perhaps due to his recent rise to fame, which left him feeling somewhat ungrounded. "Oh, this cursed scar." Hermione, observing this, chose not to comment further. After all, her dear friend was unwilling to attend Professor Lockhart's class, which dampened her spirits somewhat, though she began to harbor doubts about Lockhart's competence. In the past few days, Ethan had also chosen to tune out the world, embarking on a retreat of sorts. Of course, he still occasionally held hands with Astoria and took leisurely strolls. He had opted out of Quidditch training, deeming it of little significance. With his abilities, as long as Malfoy did not falter, victory would be easily within reach. Despite his absence from training, he had heard of yet another altercation between their team and Gryffindor. The conflict primarily revolved around Harry and Malfoy. Gryffindor had arrived at the Quidditch pitch first to prepare for practice. However, the late-arriving Slytherin team possessed a note signed by Professor Snape. Each side believed themselves justified, viewing the other as unreasonable. A dispute ensued, with Ron, Harry, and Malfoy being the most vehement. Ron attempted to cast a slug curse on Malfoy, but his broken wand seemed uncooperative. The outcome was a rebound of the spell, resulting in slugs being expelled from his mouth. Though not numerous, they were notably persistent, suggesting a potential for sustained development. As Harry needed to escort Ron to Hagrid for treatment, Gryffindor's practice ended in failure. According to eyewitness accounts, the narrative appeared largely unchanged. Yet there were subtle deviations. Malfoy did not utter that derogatory term towards Hermione, and she refrained from participating in the dispute. Naturally, Ethan had no intention of deliberately altering or directing events. He simply aimed to focus on his own responsibilities. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Today is the weekend, and while others indulge in slumber, Ethan has already finished his breakfast and made his way to the classroom for defense against the dark arts. Adhering to his habit of arriving early, he found the room empty upon his arrival. However, he did not have to wait long. As the professors soon appeared one by one, Ethan greeted each of them, receiving smiles in return, except from one individual. Lockhart, trailing behind, leaned in and whispered to Ethan, Walker, I hope you are not merely putting on a show, but truly possess the necessary skill. Ethan smiled back, reassuring him, rest assured, sir, I shall not disappoint you. Once they were all seated, Ethan turned his attention to Professor McGonagall. 5 individuals had gathered today, aside from Lockhart, who was of no real concern. There were 3 heads of houses, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick, along with Madame Pants, the librarian. All right, Ethan, are you prepared? Professor McGonagall inquired. I am ready, Professor. The examination commenced, proving to be quite manageable. There were 4 assessments, beginning with Madame Pants's knowledge test, which was written. Drawing upon the knowledge he had crammed in over the past few days, Ethan scored an impressive 99, passing with flying colors. Next came Professor Flitwick's charm examination, which initially required Ethan to perform a few specified spells to pass. However, upon witnessing Ethan's prowess, Flitwick's competitive spirit ignited, prompting him to alter the challenge to a duel. As for the score, it seemed likely that only a truly exhilarating performance would yield a perfect mark. Although Ethan found Dumbledore's so-called examination somewhat trivial, he decided to comply. Perhaps this was what they referred to as joyful education. Ethan was uncertain of his own happiness, yet he recognized that Professor Flitwick appeared quite content at that moment. Petrificus Totalis. Flitwick initiated the duel, fully aware that Ethan was capable of countering this spell, so he held no reservations. Expelliarmus. A flash of light illuminated the room as Ethan seized the opportunity, casting a series of spells toward Professor Flitwick without allowing him much time to react. Their thoughts aligned, as Flitwick too was intent on a spirited exchange. After several exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand, though Ethan held a slight advantage. This was a classroom, not a duel arena, allowing him the freedom to evade. Walker, regardless of whether you defeat me, I shall grant you 100 for passing, Flitwick declared while engaged in combat with Ethan. Thank you, Professor. Do not celebrate too soon. Brace yourself for my final spell. Ethan took a couple of steps back, channeling his magic through his wand, poised and ready. Chapter 53, Lockhart, oh Lockhart. Quickly, immobilize Professor Flitwick. He commanded. Something felt amiss, most certainly not right. A mere 9 out of 10. The magical trajectory emanating from Flitwick's wand was not that of the immobilization spell, but rather the disarming charm. The time Ethan spent contemplating this was brief, mere seconds in reality. Thus, an alarm rang in his mind, and he instinctively lunged aside. Following that, he recited, disarm you. The magical light from Professor Flitwick struck the floor, and he glanced at Ethan, who had fallen nearby, instinctively wishing to deliver a finishing blow. However, at that moment, a beam of magic knocked the wand from his hand, leaving Flitwick frozen in place. Hiss! The other professors, who had been seated, suddenly sprang to their feet. With the wand lost, the outcome was clear. The once celebrated duel champion, hailed as a master of dueling, Professor Flitwick, had been defeated. During their confrontation, both had employed commonly used spells. It was evident that Professor Flitwick had been somewhat lenient. After all, in a duel, beyond the lethal spells, myriad offensive spells exist. As a dueling master, Flitwick could not possibly be limited to just these few incantations. Dueling encompasses spells, agility, reflexes, and magical prowess. At first glance, magical power might seem inconsequential, and indeed, it often is. The duel today provided ample evidence of this. Well, Professor Flitwick clapped his hands, expressing his delight. It has been ages since I enjoyed a duel so thoroughly. He retrieved his wand from the floor and turned to Ethan, saying, Walker, you have passed with flying colors. A perfect score. I look forward to our next encounter on the day of your graduation. Whenever the opportunity arises, Professor, Ethan replied, dusting himself off as he stood. Enough. Professor McGonagall approached. Walker, it is now my turn to test you. Do you require a moment to rest? Professor McGonagall, I can continue, Ethan insisted. Very well. Professor McGonagall conceded, respecting his determination. Now, I need you to transform the chair before you into the object I specify within 3 seconds. Ethan took a step back, aiming his wand at the chair. This task was not particularly challenging, at least for him. For other second-year students, however, it would be a significant hurdle, let alone accomplishing it within 3 seconds. Merely transforming it at all could be a struggle. At this stage, they were still learning according to the curriculum, transforming objects as required by the professors. Yet, they lacked the capacity for autonomous innovation, a skill that could only be developed through relentless practice of transfiguration until it became second nature. Clearly, Ethan was nearing that level. As for whether this test was overly difficult, several professors shared that concern. However, according to Dumbledore's perspective, the goal was to elicit Ethan's full potential. The reason? Perhaps it was to ensure he had a solid foundation to rely upon. Let us begin, Professor McGonagall announced as she opened the note in her hand and recited, rabbit, grass, hammer, a 3-legged chair, beetle. She continued to transform, persisting until she reached the 25th item before finally stopping. Ethan wiped the sweat from his brow, his wand trembling slightly in his hand. You did remarkably well, Mr. Walker. A perfect score, Professor McGonagall remarked, her previously stern visage softening to a degree. An exceptional student, excelling in his field, would naturally evoke a sense of pride in anyone. Afterward, she could boast to others, "Look, this is a student of mine." After taking a brief respite, Ethan rose and addressed Professor Snape, saying, "Professor, I am prepared." Snape's brooding gaze made Ethan hesitant to meet his eyes. "All I require is for you to demonstrate the fruits of your labor over the holiday," Snape replied languidly. Although proficient in the dark arts, he publicly held the position of potions master. Thus, the assessment could only pertain to potion content. Asking Ethan to brew a potion on the spot would be sheer nonsense. How long does it take to brew a potion? The time varies. Some simple potions require only a few minutes, but such tasks would be far too elementary for Ethan. Hence, after a lengthy 10 minutes of contemplation, Snape established this examination. He was indifferent to others' opinions, believing he was merely fulfilling his duty to review a student's holiday assignment. Even if he had already done so once. Under Snape's unwavering scrutiny, Ethan successfully passed the examination with an outstanding score of 100. "Hey, that's not fair," Lockhart exclaimed, rising from his seat. Upon hearing this, Snape turned to regard him coldly. "Lockhart, I find this entirely fair. The new potion he has developed is bound to achieve remarkable success in the future," Lockhart retorted, pointing at Snape. No. If I cannot witness the brewing process firsthand, how can I ascertain that both of you are not deceiving me? Until the potion is fully disclosed, no one is entitled to know its formula, not even I, as his mentor." Unfazed, Snape regarded Lockhart as nothing more than a jester. Fortunately, he was now a professor. Had it been in the past, he would have surely cast a lethal curse for such insolence. "I do not share your view. You are the only one making this claim, and I am not even aware of the potion-esque brewing process or its functions." At these words, Snape's expression grew even colder, his wand slowly materializing from his sleeve. "What do you intend to do?" "I warn you, I am a professor," Lockhart stammered, retreating several paces. The others prepared to intervene and restrain Snape, anticipating an impulsive action. However, at that moment, a figure appeared behind Lockhart, halting their movements. Unbeknownst to Lockhart, he assumed they were simply intimidated. "Oh, come now, tell me your brewing process," Lockhart urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Ethan. With this formula, he would acquire the esteemed title of Master Potion Maker, and his fame would undoubtedly ascend like a rocket. At that point, figures like Snape and other professors would have no choice but to bow before him. As for his desire for potions, Ethan would certainly not grant them, having already returned them to the system space prior to this. The man before him was calculating with thoughts so intricate they could circle the globe and still find their way to him. Alas, today, his schemes would be confiscated. Ethan glanced at the aged figure behind Lockhart, none other than Dumbledore, who had just emerged from the office. In Hogwarts, no one could escape his keen perception. It was evident that Dumbledore was aware of the recent events. He placed a hand upon Lockhart's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. "Professor Lockhart." Chapter 54, Salt has lost its flavor. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lockhart's demeanor instantly shifted. His neck turned mechanically, and his formerly acerbic face transformed into a forced smile. "Ah, my dear headmaster, good morning," he exclaimed. "It is nearly noon. I believe this farce should come to an end. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lockhart?" Dumbledore replied with a grin. Ethan felt a wave of relief. "Mr. Lockhart?" It appeared that this individual had indeed engaged in some nefarious activities. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Let him revel in his arrogance for just one more year. "Whatever you say goes," Lockhart replied with a strained smile. Dumbledore chuckled lightly and turned to Ethan. "Ethan, congratulations. You have passed my test. Over the course of the next year, you will be exempt from defense against the dark arts class, and you will also be granted a perfect score for the final examination." Ethan looked at him in astonishment. It seemed that Professor Dumbledore was genuinely pleased. With the trial concluded and noon approaching, Ethan had no intention of wandering elsewhere. He made his way directly to Hagrid's hut. Speaking of which, it seemed he had not visited this place in the past year. His only interaction with Hagrid had been during that incident in the Forbidden Forest. A kind-hearted giant with a lineage of giants. Although he harbored a dislike for Slytherin, it was more a matter of personal preference, particularly regarding Malfoy. The reason was simple. Malfoy's enmity with Harry was already sufficient cause for disdain. As for other grievances, perhaps it was due to the time Tom had wronged him. In truth, he was a pitiable soul. During his school years, due to his temperament, he had become a target for bullying. Much like the incidents of schoolyard harassment Ethan had experienced before his arrival. Ultimately, he bore the burden of blame and lived a life riddled with hardship. Hagrid is undoubtedly a friend worthy of deep connection. However, one must refrain from confiding secrets in him. As Ethan pondered this, he ambled along the slope. Having brought along Looney, an animal lover whose presence would undoubtedly enrich their shared language, thus rendering this endeavor far more fruitful. Before long, he spotted a circular roof. Hagrid was at the entrance, pouring some mysterious liquid into those splendid pumpkins. Ethan suspected it was the castle's waste. Do not inquire how he knew, for the pungent aroma would reveal it to anyone nearby. Hastily, Ethan cast an air-freshening charm above the pumpkins. Meanwhile, Hagrid, intrigued by the recent incantation, turned to Ethan and said, "Thank you, Walker. I have always wanted to do that." "Hagrid, may I address you as such?" Ethan inquired. "Oh, certainly," Hagrid replied, setting down the wooden bucket and washing his hands at the nearby tap before beckoning Ethan inside. "Walker, would you care for something to drink?" Hagrid busied himself at the wooden cabinet. "Just call me Ethan, Hagrid," Ethan remarked, surveying his surroundings before adding, "A glass of water will suffice." "Oh, what a pity," Hagrid said as he poured a glass of water, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. "I had hoped to offer you my freshly pressed pumpkin juice as a token of gratitude for saving Harry." "Grateful for me?" Ethan asked, puzzled. "Indeed," Hagrid's tone grew animated. "Last year, after the chamber incident, you cannot fathom the fear I felt. Not just for you, but for Harry, Hermione, and Ron. You saved them." Observing Hagrid's increasingly slurred speech, Ethan quickly rose and waved his hand. "Truly, you need not be so formal. It is my duty to protect my classmates." He thought to himself, "As long as my own safety is assured." "You are truly a good soul, a commendable Slytherin." Hagrid wiped away his runny nose. "If only you were a Gryffindor. And you have even earned the recognition of the Sword of Gryffindor. I cannot fathom what that accursed hat was thinking." "Sorting hat. Blame me, I suppose." Ethan rubbed his nose, bemused by suddenly being labeled a good person. "In truth, not all Slytherins are ill-intentioned," Ethan remarked. "Oh, I know. Malfoy, that fellow, he is indeed different from his father. He saved Harry in a moment of crisis. He is a good person as well." Hagrid scratched his head, seemingly finding no fault in his reasoning. "Malfoy, thank you very much." Ethan gazed at the affable giant before him, shaking his head in resigned amusement. "Caw-caw. Huh, Woony," Ethan exclaimed, astonished as Woony flew in to drink some water. "Just a moment ago, didn't it express disdain for the complexity of the atmosphere within the house, showing reluctance to enter? Master, I have suddenly come to appreciate the aesthetic charm of this residence." Ethan regarded it with a look of contempt. "You can pretend all you want. After more than a year of acquaintance, do you really think I am unaware of your true nature?" If it weren't for its unwavering gaze fixated on the bowl containing an unknown object atop the wooden cabinet, he might have genuinely believed it. Ethan and Woony were engaged in silent communication, oblivious to the fact that Hagrid had approached them. "What is this, a raven?" Hagrid's trembling hands revealed his unease. "No, this is no ordinary raven. I can sense its extraordinary essence," he murmured. Just then, a haughty voice resonated in his mind. "Indeed, I am no mere raven." Clatter. The cup in Hagrid's hand fell to the ground, splashing water onto his shoes, but he paid it no mind, gazing at the raven before him with fervent excitement. A raven capable of mental communication is a rarity, even among wondrous creatures. Hagrid rubbed his trembling hands together in anticipation. "Ethan, could you allow me to see it?" Ethan's lips twitched. How amusing. It seemed he had abandoned all pretense. One would go to great lengths for sustenance. Clearly, it had just conversed with Hagrid, and he could only wonder what sort of being could elicit such longing and even compel it to alter its usual demeanor. In the past, it would perch upon Ethan's shoulder, a creature many upperclassmen yearned to touch, yet it had always rebuffed their advances. Yet now, indeed, no one can escape the law of irresistible allure, Ethan mused. Ethan, is that possible?" Hagrid looked at him with tearful eyes. Caught off guard, Ethan quickly replied, "Hagrid, you may ask it. If it consents, then that will suffice." With that, Ethan seized the lifeless raven from his shoulder and placed it upon the table. "Oh, thank you. Thank you. But be gentle. It fears pain." Hagrid, in that moment, resembled a child who had just received a new toy, somewhat at a loss. Chapter 55, Under the Moonlight. Ethan was unaware of the transaction that had transpired between Woony and Hagrid. In any case, both seemed quite pleased. Ethan observed Woony performing an extravagant display with 3 large bowls on the table, and he couldn't help but suspect that this creature had been possessed. Or perhaps, there was something special about that bowl of golden paste. Nevertheless, these matters were beyond his current plans. He would inquire later. The pressing concern was the materials at hand. With this thought, Ethan turned to Hagrid, who was currently admiring Woony's impressive display. "Hagrid, I require your assistance." Ethan's sudden voice interrupted Hagrid's reverie, and he turned with a cheerful smile, saying, "Ethan, whatever you need help with, feel free to ask. We are friends." Ethan gazed at the generous Hagrid, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak, his fingers nervously rubbing the cup in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Ethan finally spoke up. I require some materials related to animals." Upon hearing this, Hagrid scratched his tousled hair. "Is that all? I thought it was something serious." "I have plenty of materials, just tell me what you need." Hagrid chuckled. He then rose to his feet and exited the door, with Ethan following closely behind. The two descended along a narrow path. stopping at a few wooden houses near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This is as far as we go. Beyond here lies the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid stated. Are the materials inside? Ethan inquired, pointing at the small house before them. Yes, but not entirely, Hagrid replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? All the houses here contain materials I've collected. At this revelation, Ethan's mouth twitched slightly. Is this what they call a treasure trove? If sold, it could fetch a fortune. As the door creaked open, everything inside came into view for Ethan. Oh my goodness, so much! He exclaimed. These are all rare materials. Ethan wandered about, thoroughly enjoying himself. Hagrid, delighted by the praise of his little treasures, stroked his beard and remarked, Of course. I've kept these here for many years. I couldn't bear to part with them, though I did discard quite a few, leaving only the intact ones. Quite impressive, Ethan remarked, pulling a list of materials from his pocket. Let me assist you, Ethan. Would that be too much trouble? Ethan asked, feeling a bit shy. Taking someone else's belongings and then asking for their help felt slightly awkward, even for someone as brazen as Ethan. No, not at all, Hagrid said, snatching the list from Ethan's hand and stepping inside. There is an abundance of items here, so many that even I can't count them all. I can only rely on the scant memories I've left to assist you. Otherwise, you might spend an entire day and night searching here. Hagrid rummaged through the items as he spoke. There was once someone like you who insisted on finding things by himself. You know how that turned out. Eventually, he had to ask me for help. At this, Ethan, with a knowing smile, replied, You're not referring to Professor Snape, are you? Oh, I never said that. Hagrid's rumbling voice made it hard for Ethan to hear. I once promised him I wouldn't reveal anything, but if others guess, that's not my concern. Hagrid seemed quite different from the portrayal in the original text. Ethan mused as he observed Hagrid chatting animatedly. While Hagrid busied himself searching for items, Ethan took the opportunity to explore the other rooms. In Hagrid's words, perhaps you might uncover something intriguing. The Philosopher's Stone, the pale tuber, the leaves of the Aria tree, the African tree snake's shed skin, and the horn of a unicorn. Truly, there is an abundance of everything. An hour later, Ethan emerged from Hagrid's hut, cradling a bewildered Woony in his arms. Hey, why is it that you took someone else's belongings and now seek to pluck my feathers? He quipped. Ethan retorted. I asked Hagrid for some materials. Even without your presence, there would have been no unforeseen circumstances, would there? Instead, you gulped down a large bowl of something. And now you have the audacity to accuse me? Hagrid is a good man. He merely asked for a few strands of your fur. If it were me. Ha ha ha. You're a pest. I'm going to fly away. Woony shouted, attempting to escape from Ethan's grasp. Shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue. He chuckled, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The pair, one human and one raven, engaged in playful banter while making their way back to the castle. The sunset elongated Ethan's silhouette, conveying a sense of emotion. Nightfall quietly descended. Ethan, do you know? You've become famous again today. At the observatory, the two sat atop the highest point of the castle, gazing at the starry sky. Astoria leaned against Ethan's shoulder, recounting the events of recent times. That evening, Ethan guided Astoria on her first nocturnal adventure. With the aid of the disillusionment charm, he led her through the castle. They were discovered by Filch while frolicking through its halls. Eventually, the two weary souls found themselves in this serene spot. Famous? Was it today's test? Astoria mused softly. This afternoon, while you were away, Professor Snape posted on the notice board that you had passed your test and earned an exemption from this semester's defense against the dark arts class. Surely not. Ethan grasped her hand, her golden locks brushing against his cheek. Indeed, Astoria nestled closer to him. Many, upon seeing the announcement, sought out their respective heads of house to apply for exemptions. Can you guess what happened next? She glanced back at Ethan, continuing. Several heads of house recounted your examination to their students, and they fell silent. This is only natural. After all, no second-year student could achieve such a feat, yes. So when your accomplishments became known, quite a few young witches began to admire you. Even my roommates have become your fans. She exclaimed. What? Are you feeling jealous? Ethan teased. At his words, Astoria rose, gazing at the remarkable boy before her, a cascade of inexplicable emotions flashing through her heart. A little, but more so. I fear I won't be able to keep pace with you, that I might become a burden, and also. Before she could finish, Ethan placed his hand over her mouth. You are overthinking it. Let us set aside the praises for your excellence. Even if your assertions hold true, I would never abandon you. My love for you is eternal and unwavering. I believe that together we can withstand any trial. After Ethan's heartfelt declarations, Astoria's cheeks flushed crimson. Her gaze cast downward, too shy to meet his eyes. Is this what one would call a confession? The young girl pondered silently. That evening, a meteor streaked across the night sky, illuminating the castle. On the observatory, two figures nestled closely together, pledging an oath of love devoid of magic. Chapter 56, The Blood Letter. Hey look, it's Ethan. He is so cool. I've heard tales of his exceptional Quidditch skills. I wonder when I shall witness them. Ethan found himself under the scrutiny of others for several weeks, an experience that was somewhat disconcerting. Fortunately, this peculiar existence was disrupted by another occurrence. Due to the weather, an unusual chill from October infiltrated the castle. Many students began to fall ill, and even some professors were not exempt from its grasp. Thunderous rain again, what wretched weather. Ethan lamented as he gazed outside, watching the raindrops pummel the window, water pooling steadily, creating visible puddles on the ground. He glanced down at the concoction simmering in the cauldron, a bluish-green mixture that even he could not decipher. However, one thing was certain. The memory potion before him had achieved a success rate of 90%. The remaining task was to conduct clinical trials. Previously, he had only experimented with small rodents, yielding significant results. Yet, how it would perform on humans remained a mystery. Given Ethan's stature, few would dare to volunteer for such an experiment. But let us not forget the potion's master standing behind him. A potion's master, whose network is undoubtedly extensive. Even someone as taciturn and formidable as Professor Snape is acquainted with many. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. What are you contemplating? Ethan did not turn around, nor was he startled. After numerous encounters, he had grown accustomed to Professor Snape's voice and his habit of speaking from the shadows. The potion development has reached its final phase, Ethan replied, his tone light, tinged with a hint of joy. Oh, Professor Snape's previously narrowed eyes widened slightly. And where do we stand now? Only the clinical trials remain, Ethan indicated, turning slightly to reveal the potion behind him. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape stepped forward to examine it. He stirred the mixture a few times, leaned down to inhale its aroma, and after a pause, stood upright, wiping the potion from his hands. It seems you were correct. I am indeed astonished. I had anticipated it would take you until the end of the term to reach this point. Unexpectedly, your talent has already surpassed my own from years past. It appears that teaching you the art of potion making was indeed a wise decision. Thank you, Professor. Ethan slightly bowed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed teacher. Professor Snape, this time, refrained from his usual sardonic remarks, accepting the thanks with an impassive demeanor. However, if one were to observe closely, they would notice the subtle curve of his lips, betraying his current emotions. Put aside your concerns regarding potions for now. I shall seek someone for the clinical trials. Snape stated. Oh, by the way, he added, having just turned to leave, the Quidditch match is in a couple of days. I expect to see a victory. He cast a glance outside and continued, despite the dismal weather. With that, he departed from the office. Sighing, Ethan approached the desk and reclined in Professor Snape's exclusive chair. This wretched match has returned. It feels as though I am being treated like a mere beast of burden. Had I known then, I would have never agreed to this. Alas, I must endure the consequences of my own commitments. After a brief respite, Ethan rose, neatly storing the potions back into the system's space. After tidying up and returning everything to its rightful place, he exited. Thunderous sounds echoed. Clatter. They have arrived. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Harry managed a strained smile. Goodness, tonight is truly something. Thankfully, Ron and Hermione are here as well. Harry observed the myriad of spirits, ghosts of all kinds flitting about. He found it perplexing that even the deceased celebrated their death dates, as though they were birthdays. How long must one have been dead to adopt such a practice? He had expressed this sentiment to Harry countless times throughout the evening. Interestingly, they had met many friends in this peculiar gathering, Moaning Myrtle, Peeves, and countless others. He had witnessed the legendary antics of Peeves firsthand, managing to reduce Myrtle to tears amidst the revelry. On the way back, Harry traversed a dimly lit corridor, where only a few candles flickered weakly along the edges. Had a muggle been present, they would surely deem it a haunted house. But who was Harry? A young wizard with an adventurous spirit. Scientific studies suggest that those who embrace adventure often harbor no fear of darkness or the uncanny, for they thrive in such an atmosphere. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Harry suddenly paused, feeling a chill run through him. Oh, why did you stop? Ron, trailing behind, inadvertently bumped into him. Shoo, quiet, listen. Harry, in a state of urgency, yearned for his companions to hear the ominous sound. Kill, kill, kill. The hoarse and chilling voice echoed from an unknown source. However, Hermione and Ron, trailing behind, appeared utterly bewildered. Only Harry could discern the message. It was communicating a sinister intent. It wants to kill, he exclaimed, immediately dashing towards the sound. The two left behind exchanged glances before hastening to follow him. The voice grew fainter. It's on the third floor, hurry, they urged, panting as they ascended. Upon reaching the third floor, the sound vanished. Harry, perplexed, scanned his surroundings, only to feel a tug from behind. It was Hermione. Her lips quivered as she pointed towards a corridor behind them. Harry, look. A line of blood-red letters adorned the wall above. The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir's adversaries. Ron read aloud, his gaze then shifting downward, his pupils constricting abruptly. There's something below. What? The other two followed Ron's stare, discovering the tail of the fat lady suspended from the torch bracket, with a pool of water beneath. Whence it came, and whither it led remained a mystery. The heir, who is he? He must be responsible for all of this, Harry surmised, though he realized he had yet to articulate any substantial reasoning. Anyone witnessing this scene would recognize the heir's handiwork. Was it not plainly inscribed above? I think we should leave quickly, before anyone notices, he suggested. Why? Harry and Ron queried, puzzled. Shouldn't we inform a professor immediately about such an occurrence? Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night's tranquility. The trio snapped back to reality, realizing they were surrounded by a gathering crowd. The Halloween feast had just concluded, and as everyone, living and spectral, emerged, they were confronted with the alarming scene. Ethan was among them, initially reluctant to attend, but his concern for Astoria compelled him to follow. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have declined, but these were exceptional times, particularly this night. Aware of the serpent's impending threat to both humans and creatures, he could not bear the thought of Astoria venturing here alone into danger. Ethan, Astoria whispered, her grip tightening in anxiety. Do not fear. I am here, he reassured her, gently tousling her hair and holding her close, shielding her from the grim spectacle. Suddenly, the shrill scream of a third year which drew Filch's attention. The fat lady. No, my cat, he shouted, seizing Harry by the collar. You killed her. I will have you. The words paying with one's life had yet to be uttered when the other faculty members arrived, led by Dumbledore. Witnessing this scene, a flood of memories from years past surged within him. Come with me, Filch, Dumbledore commanded as he set down the cat. And you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. With that, he hastened toward my office, the professors following closely behind, while the crowd parted to make way. Once they had departed, Astoria inquired, Ethan, where shall we go now? Let us return. The castle has become perilous, Ethan replied, gazing into the distance towards the girls' lavatory. Astoria tightened her grip on Ethan's hand, expressing her agreement with his decision. Once the professors had left, the once congregated crowd dispersed in an instant, each returning to their dormitories. To claim they were unafraid would be disingenuous. Without the professors present, they dared not linger, uncertain if the assailant might suddenly reappear. No one was willing to gamble their life, not even the adventurous Gryffindors. The Weasley brothers found Ginny and escorted her back. On their way, Ethan faintly caught snippets of gossip, rumors about Harry, with some suspecting him to be the culprit. Of course, such matters were of no concern to him. He trusted that Dumbledore would discuss it with him the following day. Therefore, he had no inclination to follow them tonight. On the following morning, Ethan and Astoria arrived in the great hall for breakfast. The peculiar conversations of year had vanished, leaving only discussions of the previous night's events. It was uncertain what Dumbledore had communicated to Filch, but it was evident that the outcome of the situation had not been satisfactory. Consequently, he had risen early to impose various punishments on the students. The moisture from your breath has tarnished the windows. Just look at the puddle on the table. I must decide what punishment to assign you. This is Mr. Waterdrop. If you inspect it with a magnifying glass, you'll see I'm not mistaken. Oh, and there were exaggerated antics that were beyond description. Ethan observed several individuals in Gryffindor mimicking Filch's mannerisms when apprehending students, as he sat nearby enjoying his meal. Was this not more entertaining than a grand performance? After breakfast, a throng of students made their way toward the classrooms for the weekly defense against the dark arts lesson. Ethan and Malfoy departed in the opposite direction. Perhaps this was the bittersweet reality of privilege. However, today's task was no less daunting. The old bat, Snape, had assigned him a project. In the potions classroom today, we shall concoct a standard healing potion, Professor Snape announced coldly from the podium. The audience exchanged glances, seemingly surprised by the course content that deviated from their expectations. Professor Snape continued, I am aware that brewing a restorative potion is no facile task, especially for you. However, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. With a flick of his right hand, Snape opened the wooden door, revealing a boy not much older than them, Ethan. Observing this, Professor Snape added, Thus, I have summoned Mr. Walker from the second year to assist me today. A murmur of whispers erupted among the audience, their voices a cacophony of chatter. Yet, not everyone shared the same sentiment. For instance, our dear Astoria had already been informed by Ethan that he would be assisting today, so she remained unfazed, well aware of her fiancé's talent and diligence. In contrast, Ginny exhibited signs of anxiety. Ever since the previous night, she had been in a daze, unaware of the events that had transpired. All she knew was that upon waking in the middle of the night, her robe was stained with blood and feathers. After hearing about the occurrences from last night this morning, she increasingly felt responsible. But what could that signify? No one would believe her, not even herself. With this thought, Ginny gazed at the figure on stage, who was demonstrating the potion brewing process, while Professor Snape elucidated the details. Perhaps he could assist me, Ginny whispered to herself. Her roommate, noticing Ginny's distraction, nudged her. Hey, Ginny, you need to focus. If Professor Snape catches you, it will be the end. Oh, right, Ginny replied, lifting her gaze to the potion-making process being conducted by Ethan. As the clock struck noon, students began to leave the classroom in succession. After bidding farewell to Professor Snape, Ethan stepped outside, where Astoria awaited him. However, unlike usual, she was accompanied by a familiar face, though perhaps only somewhat familiar. Upon seeing Ethan, Astoria remarked, "Ethan, Ginny has something to discuss with you." Ethan raised an eyebrow, turning to the bashful Ginny. "Ginny, what is it you wish to say?" He observed the girl before him, who seemed to shy away. Was he truly that intimidating? "Please, speak your mind." It felt as though he were a teacher reprimanding a student. "Well, Ginny glanced at Astoria, hesitating. Both Astoria and Ethan, perceptive as they were, recognized her unspoken thoughts. However, Ethan remained indifferent. Ultimately, it depended on Astoria's sentiments. It was perhaps better that she remained unaware. If she did know, it would necessitate consulting her opinion. This was not a matter of being subservient, but rather one of mutual respect, or at least that was Ethan's understanding. Chapter 58. Just wait, I shall bring it to you. You go ahead. I will fetch some food for the lounge. Do remember to return promptly, Astoria jested. Ethan smiled gently in response. Very well. Subsequently, Astoria walked alone back to the hall, leaving only Ethan and Ginny behind. Observing Ginny, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, Ethan remarked, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Follow me." "All right," she replied. The two walked in tandem down the castle corridor, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Ethan had long since learned to ignore such scrutiny, yet Ginny found it hard to do so. Thus, he quickened his pace, guiding her away from the throng. As fate would have it, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by Harry and his companions. Ron observed Ginny and Ethan, who were less than 20 meters away, walking closely together. Ginny's head bowed as she followed Ethan, their proximity merely a fist's width apart. Ron, who had been jovially laughing moments before, now wore a look of shock. "Wait, is this for real? I idolize you, and you go after my sister?" Feeling a surge of frustration, Ron hurriedly sought to clarify the situation. Harry and Hermione, noticing Ron's distress, followed suit. Hermione felt the weight of an additional rival, one considerably formidable, at least braver than herself. How could this be? She had arrived first. Not only had Astoria intercepted her, but now a new contender, Ginny, had emerged. In contrast to Hermione's spiraling thoughts, Harry remained less preoccupied, simply content to follow Ron. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a dull ache in his chest, an inexplicable sense of loss. "Hurry, keep up," Ron urged, prompting the others to hasten forward. "Oh, all right," they said in unison, exchanging glances. The trio weaved through the dense crowd until they reached a fork in the corridor. "Oh, where have they gone?" At that moment, they scanned the intersection but found no trace of Ethan and Ginny. "I suspect they have already moved on," Harry murmured. His voice was not quiet, and the others responded with resigned expressions. After deliberation, they decided they must leave for now. Ron vowed to confront Ginny that very night to clear the air. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, they brought along a collection of books borrowed from the library. The pressing matter at hand was the enigma surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. The mere mention of the chamber induced a collective headache among them. Given the blood inscriptions on the walls, it was indisputable that the chamber had indeed been opened. It is crucial to ascertain who the heir is. The Hogwarts Detective Club once more takes on the role of Holmes' apprentice, casting suspicion upon the members of Slytherin. A few individuals surveyed the parchment on the table, specifically the densely written names upon it. Based on the degree of suspicion, 5 names emerged, ranked from highest to lowest. At the forefront was Severus Snape. If Ethan were to discover this, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. Goodness, after all this time, they still have not let him be. The second name belonged to Draco Malfoy. Given their complicated relationship, it was indeed difficult not to harbor doubts. As for the remaining names, well, there was little of significance to mention. Goyle, Crabbe, Ethan. Unbeknownst to Ethan, events transpiring within Gryffindor were beyond his knowledge as he hurriedly pulled Ginny along to the room where the Mirror of Arist was previously kept. As for the reason for their brisk pace, surely, they couldn't simply wait for those 3 ruffians to catch up. Let us not even consider whether Ethan had eyes in the back of his head. Merely his companion, the observant Woony perched upon his shoulder, ensured he remained vigilant of their surroundings. Such is the advantage of having a clever pet. With this thought, Ethan released Ginny's hand and addressed Woony, saying, "Woony, go outside and keep an eye out for me. If anyone approaches, be sure to let me know." "Caw, caw." Woony emitted a series of raspy calls within their minds, assuring, "Rest easy, master. I will not allow anyone to disturb you. Ho ho ho." With that, Woony shot a knowing glance, akin to one a man might understand. Before soaring out, Ethan gazed at the cheeky raven and suddenly felt a craving for bird. Meanwhile, Ginny beside him had flushed to the point of being able to play a character in a dramatic performance, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Completely forgetting that it was she who sought Ethan out. Once tranquility enveloped them, Ethan turned to Ginny, who simultaneously lifted her gaze, and their eyes met. Seeing this, Ethan spoke first. "Ginny, did you seek me out for a particular reason?" Though he posed the question, Ethan was acutely aware that it was likely concerning the notes. While he remained puzzled by the absurdity of this year's narrative, how Ginny had come to find him, it still boded well to obtain the notes in advance. Were this a previous time, he might have been indifferent. Yet, circumstances had changed. Ethan felt it prudent to mitigate some danger, if only for Astoria's sake. At his words, Ginny hesitated for a moment before recollecting the matter at hand. Ethan, what are your thoughts on the attack on Filch's cat that night? Ethan pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Are you referring to the events in the Chamber of Secrets? Upon hearing this, Ginny's pupils dilated, and she instinctively took a step back. No, I meant to approach this more subtly, and you go straight to the point? Do you know something? Ethan inquired once more. As Ginny faced Ethan's inquiry, she gradually retreated until she found herself cornered. Observing her demeanor, Ethan realized he had been too hasty. He took a deep breath and spoke gently. I apologize, Ginny. She shook her head, signaling that it was nothing. Well, I believe I am the heir, she confessed, tears welling in her eyes. Ethan quickly offered her a handkerchief. Once the young girl had calmed down somewhat, Ethan refrained from pressing further. A heavy silence enveloped them once more. Finally, summoning her courage, Ginny spoke. Ethan, I have no recollection of what transpired that night. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I was covered in blood. What was that person's name? Tom Riddle. Oh, that is truly dreadful. Ethan placed his hand on his forehead and, under Ginny's concerned gaze, said slowly, if I am not mistaken, Voldemort's name is Tom Riddle. At this revelation, Ginny stood frozen in place. Voldemort. However, Ethan smiled slightly. If you trust me, you may hand that notebook over to me. I trust you. Ethan, Ginny replied without hesitation. All right, where is the notebook? It is in my dormitory. Wait here. I will fetch it for you. With that, Ginny passed by Ethan, but then paused momentarily, turned, and leaped into his embrace. This was a hug. To Ethan, such an embrace between friends seemed quite ordinary, especially in England. Yet, Ginny perceived it differently. She buried her face in Ethan's chest, mumbling something incomprehensible. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she hastily covered her face and dashed away, leaving Ethan bewildered in the wind. Chapter 59, The Experiment. What? Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean the notebook is missing? Yes, Ginny replied, her gaze downcast and vacant. I don't know who took it. I remember placing it on my bed. Upon hearing this, Ethan had no choice but to abandon his prior plans. With the notebook now lost, the answers grew increasingly elusive. Well, Ginny, if the notebook is gone, then so be it. As long as you are all right, Ethan reassured her. With little else to say, Ethan accompanied Ginny back to the common room. Upon entering, he spotted Astoria reading on the sofa. A plate of cold food, bread, milk, and jam, lay on the table before her. Ethan, you're back, Astoria exclaimed, pulling him away from Ginny. Have you been waiting for me? Yes, you hadn't eaten, so I had no choice but to wait for your return. I didn't expect you to be gone for so long. As she spoke, a flicker of something unusual sparkled in Ginny's eyes. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, she briskly returned to her dormitory. Observing this, Astoria cast a puzzled glance at Ethan, who merely shrugged, conveying his ignorance of the situation. Indeed, he was utterly oblivious. Everything had seemed fine until they returned to the dormitory, and now, it appeared she was troubled, perhaps distressed over the loss of her notes. That was Ethan's assumption. When life settles into a semblance of calm, people tend to instinctively forget the unpleasant memories of the past. It had been some time since that incident, and no one had been assaulted since. Everyone believed it was merely an accident, a prank gone awry. Yet, only those who truly grasped the reality of the situation understood it was but the eerie tranquility before the storm, depressing and oppressive, much like the somber, overcast sky that loomed above, imbued with a breath of deathly silence. Ethan gazed out the window, his mind wandering. Rain was imminent. Ethan, we must depart, Professor Snape remarked, observing Ethan muttering to himself on the sofa, his brow furrowing in concern. Oh, very well, Professor. What were you pondering just now? Nothing of significance. Merely the oppressive nature of this weather. It feels stifling. You will grow accustomed to it. This is the climate of this country. Those muggles outside always manage to make it particularly dreadful. With that, the two exited the castle and stepped into the open grounds. Ethan grasped Professor Snape's arm, and in an instant, the space around them twisted and they vanished from sight. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Harry and his companions from above. Was that Snape and Ethan? I believe so. Where are they headed? Harry inquired, perplexed. I don't know, but one thing is certain. They harbor secrets, Ron shrugged, casting a glance at Hermione. Ever since he had approached Ginny that day, his sister had been avoiding him, much to his chagrin. He had subsequently asked Ethan. Yet the latter remained tight-lipped. Frustrated, Ron felt an urge to draw his wand and teach the fellow a lesson. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall who intervened, preventing Ron from a visit to the infirmary. By the way, Hermione, have you uncovered anything regarding the Chamber of Secrets? Harry inquired. He had been preoccupied with this matter, not only driven by curiosity, but also eager to prove he was not the heir. However, until tangible evidence emerged, he remained a target of suspicion. Consequently, many of his classmates had begun to distance themselves from him. Not just him, but even Ron and Hermione faced similar isolation. Thus, they had all been diligently pursuing this matter, but progress was sorely lacking. With no leads, this event had transpired decades ago, known to only a handful of professors. As Hermione spoke, she noticed a spark of determination in Harry's eyes, soon followed by a splash of cold reality. It is evident that they would not divulge anything to us, a group of second-year students. Upon receiving an answer, Harry immediately lost his temper. Alas, this won't do, nor will that. How I wish I possessed Ethan's remarkable prowess. Harry lamented, leaning on the windowsill. He had never yearned for strength as intensely as he did now. The power that accompanies such strength, once experienced, becomes an intoxicating allure. Even Harry found himself entranced. Meanwhile, Ethan and Professor Snape had arrived at Diagon Alley. Unbeknownst to the former, after he and Professor Snape departed, their thoughts were observed by 3 individuals. Yet, he had no desire to ponder such matters. A more pressing concern lay before them, the potion trial, the very reason for their visit. However, it was not Diagon Alley that beckoned, but Knockturn Alley. According to Professor Snape, before conducting an official trial, they needed to execute a private test. Though prohibited, there was no alternative. If they could secure a successful official trial, it would be best to avoid a second attempt. After all, the Ministry of Magic would not squander time repeatedly on a failed experiment. It is unclear when this practice became commonplace. Experimenters could earn galleons to transform their lives, while simultaneously testing potions, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement that has persisted to this day. Ethan and Professor Snape entered a dimly lit room. The darkness was precisely what they sought. Draped in black robes, their identities concealed, they vanished into the shadows. Exiting the door, they traversed a narrow path. Turning right, the previously illuminated path instantly succumbed to darkness. This was Knockturn Alley. Stay close to me. If you wish to survive, do not converse with others. Professor Snape's now hoarse voice resonated, seemingly fitting for the surroundings. A low murmur emanated from his slightly diminutive figure. Both had consumed a silencing potion prior to their arrival. As a regular patron of Knockturn Alley, Professor Snape often came here to sell potions. The reason for his frequent visits? The lucrative prices, of course. Thus, he navigated the alley with ease. And the two encountered no hindrances. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated building. Ethan surveyed his surroundings. The space was scarcely larger than a restroom, containing only an oil lamp and a wooden plank, suggesting it was a rudimentary clinic. Just then, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. "Enter," came the command. As the words fell, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man. His face bore a stubbled appearance, yet his attire was tidy, and his hair seemed to have been somewhat groomed. "Arrow, you have arrived," Snape remarked. "I do not recall my name. If it is indeed my concern, then I should be called Arrow, I suppose. Have you forgotten something?" "I am uncertain, yet those who reside with me assert this is indeed the case." As I spoke, Arrow retrieved a memory orb from his pocket, which could serve as proof. Chapter 60, The Black Stone. I could no longer endure it. Their gazes upon me were unbearable, as if they all knew something that I did not. I am certain you cannot fathom this feeling. Thus, upon seeing the announcement you issued, I made my way here. Mr. Puss, Mr. Scent. This is the alias of Snape and Ethan. The individual before me has divulged his true name, evidently unaware that his family remains oblivious to this matter, nor does he comprehend the perils of Knockturn Alley. I harbor no fondness for wealth. My interest in it is non-existent. My memories are far more valuable than any galleons. Professor Snape's brooding gaze fixated on him, seeking to unveil something within his pupils. Are you prepared? I am ready. Before we commence, it is imperative that you understand the uncertainties inherent in this experiment, particularly one involving memory restoration, which touches the soul. What awaits you is death. I comprehend, yet without memories, living holds no significance. Upon hearing this, Snape refrained from further commentary. Let us begin. With that, Professor Snape instructed Arrow to recline on the wooden board and then turned his attention to Ethan. The latter, understanding the cue, retrieved the memory potion from the system space. Everything was under control. As Arrow consumed the potion, his body convulsed violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Professor Snape cast a spell to secure his wrists, preventing erratic movements. Meanwhile, Ethan diligently observed his symptoms, meticulously documenting them. Suddenly, Arrow's eyes widened, and a peculiar light erupted from his mouth, within which countless images flickered. Ethan and Snape exchanged glances, capturing the phenomenon with a magical camera. These were the fragments of Arrow's memories being restored. However, at that moment, a dark energy surged from within Arrow, attempting to obscure those memory fragments. Yet, it was thwarted by a surge of magical power, which caused it to dissipate. The potion was indeed effective. Clearly, Ethan's concoction had proven successful. Ultimately, it would suffice to assess Arrow's degree of restoration. Half an hour later, Arrow had succumbed to tranquility. Ethan and Snape remained, their hands clutching a clock. Soon, Aero roused from his stupor, his robes drenched in perspiration. His formerly vacant eyes now sparkled with vitality. I am Rajlan Aero. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a sigh of relief escaping him. After a full year of endeavor, success had finally been achieved. Aero, do you recall the events of the past? Who cast the forgetting charm upon you? Snape inquired, needing to confirm certain matters while harboring additional plans. Oh damn it. It was him, Lockhart, that insufferable fool. Ethan exchanged glances with Professor Snape, who then remarked, I understand your urgency, but you must exercise patience. No. What I must do now is seek vengeance. Ethan retorted, Not so fast, sir. I believe I have a more prudent approach, he continued. Upon hearing this, Aero regained his composure and inquired, What is your plan? With a derisive chuckle, Ethan's features were obscured by the shadow of his dark robe, rendering him inscrutable. Many had fallen victim to his forgetfulness charm, and it was through their perilous escapades that he had garnered fame, becoming a notable figure in the contemporary wizarding world. Humph. He is but a thief, and I once safeguarded him during my own adventures. Now, he serves as the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Aero gasped in realization, grasping the implications of Ethan's words. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he sighed heavily. I shall keep today's events confidential and will inform my family upon my return. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket and inscribed a few words with his wand before departing. Professor Snape glanced at it and remarked, this is his address. When the Ministry of Magic and esteemed figures from the wizarding community come to investigate, we shall reveal everything. After finalizing their plans, the two did not linger further and promptly exited Nocturne Alley. Upon reaching the narrow path of Diagon Alley, Professor Snape informed Ethan that he had some matters to attend to and would return in half an hour. Thus, Ethan was left to meander alone through Diagon Alley. Oh, Merlin's beard, what a find. 6 galleons left behind by Merlin himself. Is Merlin's beard blue? It looks more like hair to me. Hey, if you don't understand, refrain from speaking nonsense. As he observed the bustling crowd engaged in haggling, Ethan slowed his pace to examine the nearby stalls. Everyone yearns for a hidden treasure, but only a select few can achieve it. Unluckily, Ethan had always held a strong belief in his own fortune. As he passed a stall, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding, unidentified object detected in proximity. Unidentified object? System, do you know what it is? Ding, affirmative. What is it? System error. Error. With a disdainful smile, Ethan dismissed the system, which had remained unhelpful as ever. Ignoring it, he crouched down, feigning interest in selecting items, though he had no idea what he wished to purchase. Before him lay a dazzling array of goods, yet their appearance made them difficult to appraise in the Muggle world. They might not even fetch a price at a scrapyard. What do you wish to buy? Asked a ragged man before him, lifting his gaze slightly. His eyes were the only clear feature on his otherwise unkempt visage, suggesting he was not of advanced age. The items before me hail from every corner of the globe. Behold this, the gentleman declared, lifting a ceramic vase before him. This is a vessel from the summit of the Himalayas, said to have been reserved for emperors, adorned with enigmatic inscriptions. At these words, Ethan's lips curled in disbelief. Really, my friend? A vase meant for emperors, from the highest peaks of the Himalayas, filled with inscriptions, wielding unfathomable power. How did you weave those phrases together? Do you take me for a fool? Ignoring him, Ethan continued to peruse the trinkets on the stall, examining each one in succession. Eventually, he paused over a piece of obsidian, only to set it down again. He then picked up the earlier ceramic vase, admiring it with rapt attention. Sir, how much for this vase? The man looked up, confusion etched on his face as he scrutinized the vase, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. 1 gold galleon. I see. Then no bargaining. Ethan was rendered speechless. Since when had he expressed a desire to negotiate? His familiarity with the routine and phrases was unmistakable. Surely, many had fallen victim to such tactics. However, Ethan remained unfazed, swiftly gathering a few small items, including the obsidian, into a bundle. What for this lot, including the 5 items? Chapter 61. You have been waiting for me. For gold galleons, no bargaining. Very well, it's a deal. With that, Ethan retrieved 4 gold galleons from his pocket, tossing them onto the stall, seizing his chosen items, and dashing away, leaving the man to ponder the coins. Could it be that I overlooked something? Resolute in his decision, Ethan ceased his wandering and returned to the small, dimly lit room, awaiting Professor Snape's return. System, what is the purpose of this stone? Ding, host, this is a magic inscription stone, containing immense magical power. Though it cannot be compared to a philosopher's stone, it possesses functions that the latter does not have. Elucidate further. Host, it is well known that a philosopher's stone cannot be ingested directly by living beings due to its overwhelming magical energy, beyond what the human body can bear. It must be absorbed gradually. However, this magic inscription stone is different. If you were to study a Nimigus transformation and choose a particularly powerful magical creature, consuming this stone could significantly enhance your magical prowess, and it would also yield the inscriptions within the stone, granting you a formidable means of attack. Ah, interesting. With this reminder from the system, Ethan suddenly recalled the concept of a Nimmagus transformation. It is well understood that even the most powerful wizards, like Professors Snape and McGonagall, find themselves at a disadvantage against certain formidable magical creatures. While magical power is indeed formidable, it is merely a form of energy. Unlike the fantastical novels he had encountered before his journey, the extraordinary creatures here possess a significant degree of magical resistance, particularly the larger and tougher ones. To illustrate, let us consider our gamekeeper, Hagrid. Although he is not a pure giant, he bears the bloodline of giants, which grants him a magical resistance that surpasses that of the vast majority of individuals. In the sixth installment, The Half-Blood Prince, those Death Eaters who invaded Hogwarts and caused Snape to kill the cursed Dumbledore initially attacked Hagrid's hut, but their efforts were in vain, at most. They could only manage to scratch him. This clearly demonstrates his extraordinary resilience. Should he master the Animagus form of magical creatures, it would provide him with an additional safeguard for his life. With this thought in mind, Ethan took a deep breath. This idea held great potential, yet it required time. For now, he needed to focus on potion making while also beginning to seek materials for studying Animagus transformation. At that moment, the door swung open, and Professor Snape entered, his expression inscrutable. The two exchanged glances, after which Ethan proceeded to board the Portkey train to Hogwarts. At noon, Ethan enjoyed his lunch in the Great Hall. He had returned somewhat late, leaving only himself and Astoria present. Astoria had been waiting for his return, aware of his earlier departure due to Professor Snape's presence, which eased her worries. Nevertheless, she could not help but wait for him. With this thought, Ethan cupped her face in his hands and gently kissed her forehead. Oh, with a wife like this, what more could a man desire? In contrast to Ethan's sentiments, Astoria blushed deeply at his gesture, feeling both shy and elated. What is it? She inquired, bewildered by his sudden display of affection while she was in the midst of eating. Nothing, just, Ethan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Did I move you? Astoria teased, exposing his vulnerability, which left Ethan no choice but to feign indifference. Of course not. I think so, she replied playfully. Oh, this answer is quite disheartening. All right, you win. I am indeed moved. Ethan rolled his eyes, bemused by her tone, which seemed oddly reminiscent of someone else. Astoria's laughter was infectious, clearly pleased with his admission. She picked up a piece of bread from the table and offered it to Ethan. The air around them tinged with the unmistakable scent of youthful romance. Their days returned to a familiar rhythm of classes, courtship, and the pursuit of strength. However, Ethan found himself increasingly irked by the disruptive detective escapades of Harry and his friends, which had begun to intrude upon his life. He once contemplated imparting a profound lesson to the three of them. However, he was acutely aware that it would bear little fruit. They would investigate as necessary, but the outcome would remain undisclosed to him. At this very moment, within the confines of the girls' restroom, a scene of fraternal affection and filial piety was unfolding. Leave this place at once, Percy commanded sternly. I refuse, Ron retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded his most despised brother, seemingly disregarding his words entirely. Listen to me, your sister has been growing increasingly despondent and weeping daily due to your actions. You should feel ashamed, rather than engaging in this foolish detective endeavor. What do you know? Ron shot back without hesitation. In your mind, the student council president holds far greater importance than anything else. You have shown no concern for Ginny. Percy's forehead was now visibly strained with veins, and had it not been for Harry and Hermione's presence, he would have imparted some tangible affection to his foolish brother. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. I hope this serves as a lesson to cease this ridiculous behavior. Deduct away, I wouldn't care even if you took all my points. In response, Percy inhaled deeply and turned to leave, unwilling to continue the conversation. However, as an elder brother, he could not refrain from offering a reminder. Do not speak of you all. Even the professors would take time to resolve this matter. Who do you think you are? A second-year student daring to investigate this issue? Even if you were to uncover something, what would you do then? Have you considered any of this? All that occupies your mind is your own reckless plan. Have you thought about how our parents would worry because of you? And you too, Harry and Hermione, you only need to focus on your studies. Such matters are best left to the professors, not to be trifled with like Ron. With that, Percy departed without a backward glance. His words extinguished the fervor of the trio like a sudden gust of wind. Each syllable pierced their hearts like a blade. Hermione thought of her parents. So did Ron. Only Harry contemplated Ron and Hermione. He had no parents, no one to fret over him, not even the Dursleys. He realized that Voldemort was not dead, and he was the one who had slain his own parents. Consequently, upon learning that he had not perished and sought to return, Harry felt compelled to thwart him, to stop Voldemort. Yet, his friends did not share the same urgency. Chapter 62, a schemer filled with malice. Their parents were alive, and they enjoyed happy, fulfilling families. No parent wishes for their child to be embroiled in danger. Had he inadvertently drawn them into this predicament? Had he harmed them? As this notion crossed his mind, his heart grew increasingly heavy. The three individuals harbored their own thoughts, concealing their intentions from one another. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped from Myrtle. "Ah, what happened? Who is it?" The trio, taken aback, swiftly surveyed their surroundings. "Oh dear, my hairpin has fallen," Myrtle exclaimed, bending gracefully to retrieve the pin that floated in the air, a relic from her life that now lingered around her even in death. Relieved that no immediate danger presented itself, the three relaxed slightly. However, before they could gather their composure, Hermione hastily urged the others, "We must leave, quickly." Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, but complied, following Hermione's lead. "How dreadfully dull," Myrtle mused, caressing her hair while observing the trio's hasty retreat with a bemused expression. Her gaze flickered toward the sink at the center, a hint of trepidation crossing her features. In the great hall, the trio had kept their distance from Percy over the past few days, wary of another one of his lectures. "Ethan, could you do me a favor?" Hermione ventured, unusually approaching the Slytherin table. Ethan swallowed a bite of bread, looking perplexed. "What is it? If it involves breaking rules or exceeds my capabilities, I must politely decline." "Oh no, it certainly won't be that," Hermione assured him eagerly. She then glanced around before sitting beside Ethan, close to him. Observing this, Astoria merely furrowed her brow but remained silent. Maintaining respect and dignity for her husband was paramount, and she would not engage in anything that might tarnish their image. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, Hermione spoke softly. "I wish to borrow a book." "A book from the restricted section?" Ethan immediately grasped the implication. "Yes, how did you know?" Hermione inquired. Ethan shook his head, a hint of exasperation evident. "You are usually quite astute, yet you seem so oblivious when it comes to social nuances. Besides the restricted books, I can hardly think of anything else you might need my assistance with. Could you help me?" "I need a potions book." Hermione grasped Ethan's hand earnestly. "No." Ethan withdrew his hand, shaking his head resolutely. "Why not?" Hermione pressed, unwilling to relent. "Setting aside why you wish to borrow a book, and particularly a potions book, I cannot guarantee that you won't use it to concoct some illicit potion. That would indeed breach school regulations. I suspect that the book you seek does not contain any information relevant to the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss for words, as Ethan seemed to have nearly deduced their entire plan. Biting her lip, she shifted her gaze and said, "Actually, I'm not looking for anything related to the Chamber of Secrets. That book would be incredibly useful for my potion studies. Moreover, I've been struggling to understand the material in my recent potions classes." Ethan crossed his arms, a skeptical expression etched on his face. "If you struggle with potions class, it is all the more imperative to solidify your foundational knowledge. How could you possibly aspire to delve into more advanced potions?" Hermione stammered, unable to respond for a considerable time. Ultimately, unable to withstand Ethan's penetrating gaze, she capitulated. Upon returning to the Gryffindor table, Astoria inquired, "Aren't you two quite close? Why not lend her a hand?" "Close. We are merely acquaintances," Ethan shrugged, feigning indifference. "They are constantly devising ways to contravene school rules. Should I lend them my potions book, they might concoct some dangerously illicit elixirs, which would not only implicate me, but also jeopardize their own well-being. I am, in fact, looking out for their best interests." His words bore a certain charm that would make anyone perceive him as a good person. However, Astoria knew that beneath that facade lay a plethora of mischief, in stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of Ethan and Astoria. Harry and his companions were compelled to endure yet another session of defense against the dark arts, continuing to suffer the whims of Professor Lockhart. Of course, while it was said to be a trio, only Harry and Ron truly felt the strain, as Hermione remained steadfast in her quest for Lockhart's autograph. The silver lining was that following the incident with the house elf, Lockhart had finally recognized his limitations. To avoid becoming a laughingstock once more, he had learned to confine his lessons to theoretical knowledge, devoid of any practical activities. Though tedious, it provided them with a sense of security. Ethan had ceased attending classes. Should any misfortune befall them, who would come to their aid? Unbeknownst to him, his classmates were preoccupied with such thoughts, while he himself basked in a life of leisure. Free from the demands of strenuous potion experiments, he spent his days joyfully immersed in study, occasionally teasing Astoria. Soon, they were poised to experience the first Quidditch match of the academic year. Indeed, akin to a football match, to enhance the spectacle. The inaugural game was arranged by several heads of houses to feature Slytherin against Gryffindor. It remained uncertain whether Dobby would disrupt the event as he had in the original tale. The air in November was particularly damp, the players' tunnel suffused with moisture and the earthy scent of soil. Ethan, pulling Malfoy along, arrived at the rear of the tunnel. "Draco, hold on a moment before rushing out. Come here." "What is it, Ethan?" Malfoy, brimming with excitement, bounced on his broom. "Have you conceived a brilliant idea? Perhaps a strategy of sorts?" "Nope," Ethan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Then what are we waiting for? Did you hear that? They are cheering for us." "True. But do exercise caution with the bludger. it may go awry. Huh, why? Malfoy regarded Ethan with an odd expression. What are you thinking? You assume it's me? Ethan laughed, playfully rebuking him. Ha ha ha. Malfoy chuckled awkwardly. Alas, your house elf is not particularly loyal, if you catch my drift. With that, Ethan strode out of the passageway. Dobby, Malfoy murmured. Yet it is a house elf. Where did he go? Malfoy glanced at Ethan, who was already a distance away, and hurried to catch up. Is what you said true? If you believe me, then it is indeed true. I believe you. But why would there be an issue with a house elf's loyalty? I do not know. Time will reveal all. Ethan did not look back, his words concluding their conversation. Chapter 63. The healer Lockhart. The two emerged from the passage, and the once boisterous stadium fell momentarily silent, only to erupt in a thunderous cheer as every Slytherin and student from the other two houses celebrated the pair. Wood, the captain of Gryffindor, observed the scene with an increasingly grave expression. On their brooms, aside from Harry, none could rival them. This could not be deemed external assistance. It could only be said that the advantage of superior equipment was indeed an advantage. Amidst the fervent cheers, the opening ceremony of this year's Quidditch match commenced. Following the ceremony, both teams took their tactical positions. Beep. The match begins. Malfoy seized the initiative, darting straight for the golden snitch. Harry was no exception. The two vied fiercely, neither willing to concede. Come on, Harry, knock him out. Ron's voice failed to stir any reaction from the crowd. Yet, at that moment, every Slytherin student glared menacingly at him. Even Hermione, sitting beside him, shifted away, attempting to distance herself from the troublemaker. You brought this upon us by insisting on reading that Lockhart's book, leaving us no choice but to sit with Slytherin. As the two conversed, the two houses were already embroiled in an intense clash. The scoreboard reflected a dramatic shift, 60-0. Ethan continued to perform steadily, weaving in and out as he dominated the pitch. Quick, stop him, Wood shouted, realizing the dire situation. Immediately, several players surrounded Ethan. Oh well. Ethan was also ready for a breather, as the other Slytherin players were not to be underestimated. Even if Ethan were surrounded, they could still leverage their advantage. Moreover, Ethan had already occupied several opponents, and Slytherin was on a scoring frenzy, netting goals every minute. As long as Malfoy's side did not falter, the outcome was essentially assured. Of course, in the original story, Malfoy ultimately lost, as Dobby covertly directed the bludger, resulting in Harry's injury. Yet, through misfortune, he managed to seize the bludger. It can only be said that the protagonist's aura is ever present. Yet here lies the realm of reality, where all remains uncertain. Confronted by a Malfoy who surpasses even the original in prowess, Harry's streak of good fortune appears to have reached its conclusion. Oh heavens! Harry! The gazes of the crowd fixated upon him, or more precisely, upon the bludger hurtling towards him as if guided by some mischievous sprite. Oh dear Professor Dumbledore! I believe it prudent to pause the match now. No, there is no such thing as a pause in a Quidditch match. It has never been so. Nor will it be now, spoke Professor Snape. He understood that while this would not endanger Harry's life, it would undoubtedly bring considerable discomfort. Severus, you are correct. The tradition of uninterrupted play in Quidditch remains, yet I suspect Slytherin is on the verge of victory, Dumbledore remarked with a calm demeanor. Even though he was perceived by many as the Dark Lord, there were still those who stood unafraid before him, for he was not Voldemort. He adhered to the rules. Thus, even he was not omnipotent. Indeed, Dumbledore spoke the truth. The score gap had widened to an irreversible extent, unless Harry managed to seize the golden snitch at this very moment. But would the wheels of fate truly return to their rightful position? Harry, hurry, call for a stop, shouted Elias Pinnet. Yet Wood remained resolute. It was either the snitch or death on the field. Clearly, in contrast to the former, Harry opted for the latter. He yearned for victory. Madame Hooch evidently wished to continue as well. You may pause the game, but you cannot terminate it. Shall we proceed? She inquired. Harry nodded emphatically. The match resumed. A downpour began to fall, blurring the vision of the spectators. The sound of the rain gradually drowned out the shouts of the other players. Malfoy, spotting a golden figure through the rain, swiftly ascended. Just a little more, just a fraction more, Malfoy seethed within. His hand stretched as far as it could reach. On the other side, Harry, witnessing the scene, hastened to catch up, prepared to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. However, at that moment, a shadow darted past. Bang! A tremendous force struck him. At that instant, Harry could no longer maintain his balance. Darkness enveloped him as he fell. Faintly, he heard Madame Hooch's voice. Oh dear heavens! Malfoy has captured the golden snitch. Slytherin wins the match. A silent sigh could not encapsulate Harry's current despair. Just then, a surge of excruciating pain radiated through his arm. My hand, oh. He gazed at his arm, now bent at an alarming angle, and promptly shut his eyes. Even Ethan behind him could not help but lament. How tragic. Truly tragic. Upon reflecting on this, he shook his head. However, this was merely the beginning, for worse awaited him. One must concede that Lockhart is indeed a remarkable character. Ethan was celebrating with his teammates, while Malfoy held the golden snitch, posing for photographs nearby. Upon noticing Harry's injury, Lockhart hurried over, eager to administer treatment. This presented yet another opportunity for him to showcase his prowess, which he was reluctant to forfeit. Yet, he was not one to revel in embarrassment, and fortuitously, he was familiar with the healing spell for arm injuries. Admittedly, his proficiency was somewhat lacking. Quickly, allow me. I am well versed in that incantation. Wait. I don't believe it's that severe. I can make my way to the infirmary, Harry interjected hastily. Rest assured, I have performed this spell numerous times, Lockhart declared, disregarding Harry's objections as he grasped his hand and gently rolled up his sleeve. No, it doesn't appear to be serious. Harry attempted to resist, but he was about to undergo the most memorable treatment of his life. Oh dear, my card. Lockhart intoned the spell, his wand dancing swiftly through the air. With a whoosh, a beam of light surged into Harry's hand. In that instant, he felt as though his hand no longer ached. Yet it also seemed to have vanished from his consciousness. Lockhart triumphantly lifted Harry's hand, displaying the outcome to the gathering crowd. The arm was raised, only to quickly droop down again, resembling jelly, soft and quivering. Oh, this appears to be quite successful. After all, you're not in pain now, are you? Lockhart blinked awkwardly. However, I believe you should still pay Madame Pomfrey a visit. He then turned to Hermione, saying, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. I trust you will assist him in getting there. Hermione nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 64. Ethan, you are the heir. That evening, at the suggestion of the prefects, a small gathering was held in the Slytherin common room to celebrate the house's first victory in the Quidditch match of the academic year. This tradition marked the commencement of the season, and it could be said that most Slytherin students were in attendance that night. Ethan enjoyed a splendid evening, reveling in the festivities. However, Harry, confined to his hospital bed, held a different perspective. Indeed, yet another individual had been attacked that night. This marked the second incident. The film within had been destroyed, Dumbledore stated solemnly. Professor McGonagall shook her head, filled with frustration. Aside from magical creatures, I cannot fathom who could perpetrate such deeds. It was petrified, just like the previous cat. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, rising to retrieve a fairy tale book from the shelf. This brings to mind a legend. According to the tale, the serpent queen Medusa possessed eyes capable of turning people to stone. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, gazing at the rather eccentric individual before her, and inquired, Are you suggesting that the assailant was Medusa? Does such a serpent-like creature truly exist? Before Madame Pomfrey could elucidate, Dumbledore interjected, No, Minerva. I believe Madame Pomfrey's intention was not to imply the existence of serpent people, but rather to convey that the entity attacking the students is not human. It is, in fact, a serpent, one of considerable size. With that, Professor Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, a glimmer of sagacity flashing in his eyes. Am I correct, Madame Pomfrey? Indeed, she replied, her voice a mere hiss. Thus, McGonagall left her sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was clear to all present. Precisely, Minerva, just as you surmised, Dumbledore sighed, reluctantly acknowledging the grim reality. The Chamber of Secrets had been reopened after many years, and its heir had returned. What shall we do? McGonagall inquired anxiously. Are we to send the students home? If the situation cannot be contained, we may have no other recourse, Dumbledore conceded. After all, no one knows who the next assailant may be. Having reached a consensus, the three departed the infirmary silently, leaving behind Colin, who had been petrified, and Harry, nursing an injured arm. The room descended into an eerie silence. Harry opened his eyes and turned to see Colin, his head swathed in a thin blanket, rendering his features indistinguishable. Alas, Colin had intended to offer him solace, but had instead become a target. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Harry as he succumbed to slumber, the hands of the clock continuing their relentless march. Hey, Ethan, did you know? Someone else was attacked, Malfoy whispered conspiratorially in Ethan's ear. Ethan cast a surprised glance at him. How do you know? I recall the professors didn't make any announcements. Malfoy, brimming with excitement, did not answer but instead exclaimed, So you're aware as well. Ethan shrugged. How could I not be? After all, I'm also a traveler from another world. Although he was uncertain of the timing of the second attack, it was evident that it had occurred on the night of Harry's injury. So, who else is aware of this besides you? No one, just me, now you as well. Malfoy replied, casting a glance at Astoria beside Ethan. Meanwhile, the two conversing quietly failed to notice Harry, who had just concluded recounting the events of the previous night to Hermione and Ron, now directing his attention toward Malfoy. The trio observed the scene unfold before them, Malfoy seemingly whispering something to Ethan. Oh, look at them. They appear to be discussing something, Ron indicated with his eyes. Could it be Harry left his thought unfinished, leaving a tantalizing suspense hanging between them? He now perceives every individual as suspicious. Should anyone exhibit even the slightest abnormal behavior, they would undoubtedly be deemed a suspect. It seems imperative that the compound potion be concocted without delay. Hermione glanced at the list of materials in her hand and presented it to the two. Oh, you don't expect us to steal it, do you? Ron hesitated, aware that this venture transcended mere violations of school rules. Of course not. If you were caught, expulsion would be the least of your troubles. Hermione shook her head, retracting the list, fully aware of these two troublemakers' penchant for mischief. It was far more reassuring to handle matters herself. With this thought, she cast a glance at Ethan across the table, feeling an inexplicable sense of duty. Ethan, could you truly be the heir? As for Ethan, he remained oblivious to the thoughts of others. He simply finished his breakfast before bidding farewell to his friends and Astoria. They were about to attend a defense against the dark arts lesson, which would undoubtedly double as his supplementary potions class. Beyond developing the memory potion, he needed to familiarize himself with various advanced potions, even those slightly outside the curriculum, which Snape was more than willing to teach. Ethan welcomed this knowledge. For despite his mission of avenging his parents, he understood the importance of living his own life. Aside from enhancing his abilities, he sought to acquire a range of other skills. When it came to learning, his philosophy was simple: absorb as much knowledge as possible. At that moment, he shook the potion in his hand, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the quality of this calming draft is nearly on par with my own. Professor Snape nodded slowly, his voice devoid of joy yet not entirely frigid. For others, a tone lacking in coldness or sarcasm was considered a compliment. This is all thanks to your guidance, Ethan replied with a smile. Professor Snape inclined his head slightly, graciously accepting Ethan's words. In a few days, the potion testing will commence. Make sure you prepare well. Understood, Ethan responded, stowing away the calming draft in readiness to depart. There is one more thing, Professor Snape said slowly. Lockhart is organizing a dueling club tomorrow, and Dumbledore has given his approval. Upon hearing this news, Ethan raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, Professor. Indeed. Let us hope it unfolds that way. We must not bring disgrace to Slytherin. The following evening at 8 o'clock, the dueling club convened in the Great Hall, the dining tables having vanished. In their place stood a gilded long table, adorned with a red carpet, exuding a sense of grandeur. Professor Flitwick also made an appearance, seemingly quite enthusiastic. Ha ha, I believe this is the most prudent decision Dumbledore has made in years. Oh, how I adore dueling. Meanwhile, Lockhart commenced his own theatrical speech. Ethan stood to the side, observing Lockhart as he flamboyantly showcased his ostentatious magical prowess on the stage. It felt as though the dueling platform had been transformed into a runway. Chapter 65, The Duel Resumes. I am certain you shall find this event utterly captivating. The dueling club will impart invaluable lessons. While it may not elevate you to my level of power, it will certainly equip you with the ability to defend yourselves. Lockhart rambled on, while Professor Snape's expression below grew increasingly sour, though he always seemed to wear such a countenance. The entire student body had gathered, tightly packed below, wands in hand, exuding an eager anticipation. I heard that Professor Flitwick was once the champion of the dueling tournament. Is he the one instructing us? Undoubtedly. Although even if he were not, Professor Snape is quite adept as well. That is true, as long as it is not. The students below engaged in lively discussions, with hardly anyone paying heed to Lockhart's words, save for a handful of die-hard admirers. Lockhart noticed this, but remained unfazed. For tonight was his moment to shine. All right, gather around, can you hear me? He exclaimed, clearing his throat with theatrical flair. After considerable effort on my part, Professor Dumbledore has finally consented to my hosting this modest, inconsequential dueling club to ensure you possess some means of self-defense. At this juncture, Lockhart flashed a slight smile, revealing his trademark broad white teeth. Furthermore, to facilitate the smooth operation of the club, I have specially requested the presence of my assistant, Professor Snape. He possesses some experience in dueling. Of course, he may not be quite as formidable as I am. Shortly, I shall engage in a brief demonstration with him. Fear not. I will fully return your potions lesson to you. Ha ha ha. Lockhart's words served to humiliate Professor Snape while feigning concern. Such is the power of language. Ethan shook his head, bewildered by Lockhart's antics. Why can't you just lie back and relax? Must you insist on meddling? If one were to call him clever. He failed to choose a dueling champion as his opponent. Yet if one deemed him foolish, it is indeed a valid assessment. For he has selected someone even more formidable than the champion, a genius who invented dark magic, a former Death Eater, a confidant of Voldemort. One cannot deny Lockhart's audacity. A slight smile crept across Ethan's lips as he envisioned Lockhart's expression when he was inevitably sent flying. Come. Let us count to 3 and each strike the other with our wands. Rest assured, it shall not be lethal. Professor Snape offered no rebuttal. The slight reveal of his white teeth spoke volumes. The two quickly assumed their stances, wands aimed at one another. 1, 2, 3. Professor Snape swiftly brandished his wand, casting the spell, Expelliarmus. In contrast, Lockhart was a moment too slow, attempting to counter with Expelli. Oh. He failed to cast his charm, and was promptly knocked off the dueling platform by Professor Snape. The duel between the two unfolded in a flash. Yet for Professor Snape, it felt unbearably sluggish. The crowd's excitement surged instantly, particularly among the Gryffindor Lions, who roared with enthusiasm. Standing atop the platform, Professor Snape observed Lockhart, who had fallen against the ladder, and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right, Professor Lockhart?" Lockhart raised his right hand in acknowledgement, indicating he was fine. He staggered to his feet, adjusting his flamboyant crimson robes. "Ahem, I was careless. I didn't dodge in time." The spectators watched his every move in silence. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted from the crowd, startling everyone. Lockhart felt a flush of embarrassment on his face and turned towards the source. "Ethan Walker, my dear fellow, what brings you here?" Ethan smiled faintly. Lockhart, shifting from irritation to amusement, remarked, "I believe Mr. Walker is a renowned genius in the magical community. Why not come up and demonstrate your skills?" Upon hearing this, Ethan shook his head. "What? Are you afraid?" Lockhart pressed on. "Not at all, sir," Ethan replied with a grin. "I'm more than willing to demonstrate. But who shall be my opponent? That goes without saying. Of course, it will be me. I admit, I am not yet a match for Professor Snape, and neither is Professor Flitwick." Ethan scanned the audience, finally fixing his gaze on Lockhart. Lockhart chuckled heartily. "You wish to challenge me? Even if I cannot surpass Snape, surely I am not to be outdone by a mere second-year student. Very well. Since you are so eager to improve, I shall reluctantly offer you some guidance." "Thank you, sir," Ethan replied with a sincere smile. At Professor Snape's nod, Ethan ascended the dueling platform, facing Lockhart. As they took their positions, the arena fell silent. 1, 2, 3. Ethan struck first, his wand flicking gracefully as he cast the binding charm silently. A beam of light shot swiftly towards Lockhart. Taken aback by Ethan's rapid action, Lockhart hastily waved his wand to defend himself, conjuring the shield charm. In moments of peril, one can sometimes activate their latent potential. The shield charm, which often failed him, succeeded this time. Yet, Ethan's mastery of magic seemed to surpass Lockhart's. The binding charm broke through the shield charm's defenses, ensnaring Lockhart's legs tightly. Gasps filled the audience. Lockhart's face flushed crimson as he struggled against the bindings, raising his wand once more, shouting, "Incendio!" attempting to force Ethan to retreat with a fiery assault. The assailant sought to buy time to free himself from his bindings. Yet, Ethan remained composed, with a gentle tap of his wand upon the ground. A formidable earthen wall erupted, effectively shielding him from the flames. He then turned his attention to the trapped Lockhart, giving a subtle flick of his wand, and exclaimed, "Disarm you." In an instant, Lockhart felt himself lift off the ground once more. However, unlike before, his posterior experienced no discomfort this time. Instead, he found himself cushioned by a sofa. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Ethan's silhouette, which obscured the candlelight, resembling a valiant figure silently proclaiming victory. "Oh, thank heavens. I conjured a sofa behind the gentleman." Otherwise, Ethan sighed. Ha 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 ha. It's nothing at all. I'm perfectly fine." Lockhart feigned a smile, though his demeanor and expression felt incongruous. "That's good to hear." Ethan shrugged casually before descending. Upon his return to the crowd, cheers reverberated throughout the hall. I had never witnessed such a powerful second-year wizard. Even as a sixth year, I found myself inferior to him. Chapter 66, Whispers. The duel had already concluded its initial 2 rounds. Next, 2 professors were to select a representative from among themselves to engage in combat. With no formal introductions, the battle commenced. Let me see. Lockhart glanced downward, scrutinizing the candidates with an earnestness that left one wondering about his sincerity. Ultimately, he declared, "Harry Potter, our savior." Harry gazed at Lockhart with a mixture of indignation and fury, wishing he could dismantle him piece by piece. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. "Come on up, child." Lockhart beamed at him. At that moment, Harry felt as though he were striking a fist into cotton, utterly unfazed. What is this nonsense? Why didn't I just toss this fellow into the infirmary? He pondered. "Well," Harry replied weakly, appearing far from enthusiastic. Severus Snape, observing the scene, wore a sardonic smile. "Look at you, choosing such an opponent. Why must you pick Potter? A mere novice who only knows how to disarm. Had you summoned Granger, I might have conceded." It seemed Lockhart indeed lived up to Walker's assertion of being quite the good-natured individual. With that thought, he glanced at Ethan, then turned to Malfoy. "Malfoy, you go." Professor Snape gestured emphatically before striding down to bring him forward, indicating that Malfoy was now under Snape's considerable expectations. With heavy steps, Harry ascended to the dueling platform, locking eyes with Malfoy, who had been unceremoniously brought forth by Snape. Both boys ignited with competitive spirit. The dueling arena fell into an immediate hush. All eyes fixated upon the stage. "You're not afraid, are you?" "You are." 2 individuals exchanged hushed, innocuous words. In days gone by, such an encounter would have swiftly escalated, with their opponent's lineage laid bare, and the conversation dominated by the topic of Trojan horses. "Begin," commanded the referee, prompting both participants to turn away from one another. 1, 2, 3. Malfoy made the first move, intoning an incantation as a violet beam shot forth towards Harry. Reverse the spell. Harry reacted just in time, brandishing his wand. The two magical forces collided mid-air, obscuring their line of sight. At last, Malfoy unleashed the very first offensive spell he had mastered. Serpent's Release. With a crack, the atmosphere rippled, and a massive black serpent, nearly 7 or 8 meters long, emerged. It flicked its crimson tongue, its enormous head surveying the surroundings, and embers of wrath igniting within. Here it was, peacefully slumbering with its companion in a grass hut. Only to be summoned for battle at such a critical moment. How could one commit such an affront? Yet, despite the indignation brewing within, it could not turn against its master. The beatings endured in youth were not easily forgotten. What was one to do with such frustration? It began to slither towards the towering biped before it. I am quite angered, and the consequences shall be severe. Thus, man and serpent locked eyes in a tense standoff. As the formidable serpent drew nearer, Harry's wand began to tremble, his mind blank. Who said Parseltongue was not fearful of snakes? Voldemort feared them not, yet he did. Harry's inner turmoil raged, but to no avail. Step aside, Harry, allow me to handle this. I have faced such scenarios countless times, proclaimed Lockhart. Furrowing his brow as he shielded Harry, he began to chant, Expelliarmus. A thunderous blast sent the black serpent soaring into the air before it fell back down. Just as the spectators believed the serpent had been rendered dazed, they gathered around the dueling platform, curiosity piqued. Suddenly, the serpent lifted its head, baring its fangs as it glared menacingly at its surroundings. Kill, 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 echoed in Harry's mind. The serpent was poised to strike at a certain individual below. Do not harm him, Harry implored, his words in English seemingly indistinguishable to him, yet entirely different to others. Strangely, the serpent fell silent upon hearing him, abandoning its previous intent to attack. At that moment, Professor Snape sauntered forward, stating, Now, allow me to bring this farce to an end. With that, he produced his wand and returned the serpent to its cherished companion. The duel appeared to have reached a temporary conclusion, yet the audience erupted in fervent discussions. Everyone was abuzz with the revelation that Harry could communicate with snakes. He was, astonishingly, a Parselmouth. I have heard that only heirs possess such a gift. A cacophony of speculation and astonishment ensued. Who told you that? Hermione eagerly pulled a girl aside, her excitement palpable. My father, the girl replied. Hermione stood there, momentarily speechless. She could not retort. After all, many were aware of the events of the previous generation. It was merely a matter of silence. Even that scoundrel Malfoy seemed to know more than they did, as did Ethan. The mere thought of Ethan caused Hermione, the ever-curious, to feel a haze envelop her mind. She had contemplated inquiring about the Chamber of Secrets from him, but Harry had dissuaded her. Moreover, during this time, she sensed an increasing distance between them, not due to discord, but simply a lack of intersection. Their only commonality lay in the classes shared between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Ethan, too, had felt this shift. Yet there was little he could do. Being in different houses destined them to inhabit separate circles. Much like Professor Snape in his day, regardless of past camaraderie. Different circles could lead to estrangement. This was not solely the fault of one individual. Just as Hermione considered Harry and Ron her friends, their relationship with Ethan was rather indifferent. Likewise, Ethan's friendship with Malfoy ensured he would not forge a deep connection with the main trio. Furthermore, with his burgeoning relationship with Astoria, the distance between them had only widened. The scene shifted back to the Great Hall, where pairs of students returned to their common rooms. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked back to Gryffindor, Harry still reeling from the shock of his newfound ability to converse with snakes. Harry, you truly are a Parselmouth, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Hermione, contemplative, noted that Parseltongue was typically associated with Slytherin, perhaps indicating a connection to the Chamber of Secrets. What? Harry's eyes widened further, incredulous. Hermione, who told you that? A Hufflepuff girl shrugged, then turned to Ron. She said that many pure-blood families are aware of this. Oh, of course, Ron replied without hesitation. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? Harry asked, exasperated. Before this, I had no idea you were a Parselmouth, Ron scratched his head, appearing to find no fault in his logic. Sigh, Harry lamented, tomorrow morning, those people will surely look at me with strange eyes, as if I really were the one who opened the chamber. Chapter 67, Ignorance is Bliss. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rang incessantly, sunlight streaming onto the desk. The clock dispersed the visible dust that lingered in the air. Creak, creak. As the young Ethan prepared to embrace slumber, the persistent croaks of the raven echoed incessantly, attempting to ward off the unwelcome sounds with its inky wings. Just then, perhaps spurred by the bird's cries, a large hand abruptly swatted the alarm clock to the ground. After a few desperate clangs, silence finally prevailed. Ethan tugged at the blanket beside him, shivering slightly. The morning air at Hogwarts was undeniably brisk. The previous night's dueling club had left him utterly fatigued. Fortunately, today was a weekend, granting Ethan the rare luxury of a leisurely lie-in. How delightful it was. He stretched and turned, preparing to drift back into the embrace of sleep when a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Reluctantly, Ethan wrapped himself in the quilt and rose from his bed. Knock, 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 knock. Here it comes. With his eyes still shut, Ethan groped for his elusive slippers. But finding none, he had no choice but to place his bare feet upon the frigid floor. "Brr, how cold." He hurriedly opened the door, then leaped back onto his bed, exposing only his head. "Honestly, Draco, why are you looking for me instead of Pansy so early in the morning? Why are you still asleep?" A girl's voice, somewhat familiar, reached his ears. With great effort, Ethan pried his eyes open, and as the figure approached, she became clearer, a vision of golden hair and striking blue eyes, tall and slender. "Astoria, what brings you here?" he inquired as he sat up, recalling the unwritten rule that girls were not permitted in the boys' dormitory. What was this? If she intended to do something to him, should he refuse? What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come? Astoria plopped down onto Ethan's lap, gripping his chin and gazing down at him. "Isn't there a rule that says, cough, cough?" She interrupted, puffing out her chest with pride. "What you don't know doesn't count." Ethan chuckled, finding her whimsical nature quite endearing. Although their exchanges might seem juvenile to outsiders, he perceived them as manifestations of affection. "Love, this is love, do you understand?" Astoria laughed softly, playfully patting Ethan's sturdy chest. "Your exaggeration is rather peculiar." Ethan remained silent, captivated by her radiant presence, as the morning warmth surged within him. "Ah!" Astoria suddenly exclaimed, seemingly sensing something, and quickly freed herself from Ethan's grasp, rising to exit. Before departing, she cast a sympathetic glance back at him. What a perplexing situation, Ethan mused. He felt he had matured. After all, his younger brother was growing up, so how small could he still be? He was, after all, already 12 years old. Upon contemplating this, he resolved to abandon his lingering slumber, swiftly rising to take a refreshing cold shower. Once he had donned his attire, he stepped out of his dormitory and made his way to the lounge. He greeted Astoria, Draco, and Pansy with a smile before seating himself beside Astoria, who shot him a playful glare and then nestled closely against him. "Ethan, it's rare to see you awake this late," Malfoy remarked, tossing an apple from the table in his direction. Chuckling, Ethan took a bite of the apple. "It's not that I woke up late. It's that you all arose too early. Just look at the time. Others are still asleep." Astoria tugged at Ethan's sleeve and whispered, "They've all gone out to play." "Well, I suppose that's true. Kids these days are rather energetic," he laughed, earning a chorus of eye rolls from the trio. "Though you call them children. You hardly seem much older yourself," Astoria teased. "Is that so?" Ignoring the amused glances from Malfoy and Pansy, Ethan wrapped his arm around the girl's waist and playfully tickled her until she begged for mercy. "Where's Draco?" Ethan wondered aloud as he noticed their absence. "It's your fault. You embarrassed them in front of others. If they stayed, they'd be quite uncomfortable," she replied, giggling. With no one around, Ethan pulled her closer, preparing to indulge in their moment. However, their tender atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a commanding voice. "Walker, come to my office." It was Professor Snape. Ethan turned to see him already at the door, having exited the lounge. Why did he arrive so unexpectedly? "Didn't I tell you to stay away from here?" Astoria blushed at the earlier incident, quickly extricating herself from Ethan's embrace and retreating to the dormitory. Muttering to himself, Ethan stood and made his way to Professor Snape's office. "Professor, did you summon me for something?" he inquired, recalling that the official clinical trial was not due for several more days. "Indeed, many have arrived. The trial has been moved up to today. Let us go." With that, Professor Snape seized Ethan's arm, transforming into a cloud of black smoke as they soared through the window. Ethan was immediately engulfed in a dizzying sensation, the world around him plunging into darkness as he felt his body become insubstantial. The biting cold wind sliced against his face, and a profound sense of weightlessness enveloped him, though he lamented the inability to behold the beauty of the skies above. One must blame the uncooperative fog, so small it's scarcely larger than my palm. In just over 20 seconds, Ethan found himself across the lake. As the solid ground met his feet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Ethan was abruptly engulfed by a sensation of his body being carelessly jostled, an experience that surpassed even that of riding a crowded bus. Soon, he felt the solid ground beneath his feet once more. As his vision gradually cleared, a grand estate materialized before him. "What on earth am I doing here?" Ethan pondered while surveying his surroundings. Professor Snape walked ahead and spoke. "If this experiment succeeds, it will profoundly impact the wizarding world. Therefore, those present today are not only notable figures from various fields, but also reporters from the Daily Prophet. Of course, with the exception of Lockhart, who might soon find himself in Azkaban after today. Such a grand affair. Aren't they concerned about the possibility of it all being in vain?" Ethan voiced his skepticism. "No, that won't happen. Everyone understands that until they are entirely certain, no one dares to jeopardize their reputation," Snape replied. "As I mentioned earlier, even though conducting human experiments is illegal, some still do it, and the Ministry of Magic turns a blind eye. These are the unspoken rules we all accept. At this, Ethan nodded. Whether he fully grasped the implications, Snape neither knew nor cared to know. As they approached the entrance, a figure darted past them and stood before them. Chapter 68. This young man possesses mastery. Ethan exclaimed, Professor Dumbledore. How did you arrive here? Ha ha, Dumbledore chuckled, stepping forward to pat Ethan on the shoulder. As the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, it is not surprising that I have witnessed the rise of many legendary potion masters. So my presence here is quite natural. With a wistful sigh, he continued, Regrettably, I came to London early due to some old friends visiting. Otherwise, I might have been able to mentor you. Not to worry, Professor. I'm just as pleased to have Professor Snape here. Ethan replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us enter together, and I shall introduce you to some of my old friends. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the trio traversed a dimly lit grove. Ahead, candlelight flickered through the leaves, casting enchanting beams of light. Ethan brushed aside the foliage and moved forward. Following the sounds, surprisingly, the usually leading Dumbledore now trailed behind with Professor Snape, engaged in a hushed conversation. Before long, the three arrived at the gathering, where an array of attire adorned the attendees, all evidently Europeans, likely seasoned wizards returning from their global adventures. Oh, look, who is this, our legendary wizard? An elderly man, leaning on a gentleman's cane, approached slowly. Clad in a deep blue robe, he evoked a sense of familiarity within Ethan. Dumbledore, undeterred by the teasing from the individual before him, responded with a benevolent smile. Biao, those are merely hollow titles. You know I have never cared for them. The elderly man named Biao erupted into hearty laughter. I know, Albus, after all these years, you remain unchanged. His laughter proved infectious, prompting many wizards present to join in. Unlike the mundane world, with its generic Western attire and commercial pleasantries, this gathering felt akin to a reunion of old friends, albeit with the notable addition of a young child today. Biao glanced behind Professor Dumbledore and smiled. Ah, is this our guest of honor today, Ethan Walker? Noticing the attention directed towards him, Ethan stepped forward, his expression composed, and replied, Yes, Mr. Scary, you may simply call me Ethan. The elderly gentleman, known as Biao Scary, was a renowned master of potions and a longtime friend of Dumbledore. Moreover, every elder present was a distinguished wizard within the magical community, their prowess formidable. Even under the lackluster leadership of the current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, the wizarding world remained desolate, yet this was only because the older generation had yet to intervene. Otherwise, even a few Voldemorts would not dare to act recklessly. Regrettably, each individual valued their life, and while they could unite to confront Voldemort, potentially exhausting him into submission, they opted instead to explore the world during this interval of respite. Apart from their initial resistance against Gellert Grindelwald, they had not made any significant appearances since, yet their influence still lingered. This raises a pertinent question. Why did they engage in the fight against the first Dark Lord but remain indifferent towards the second? Was Voldemort deemed too weak? Not quite. Each generation possesses its own methods of dealing with challenges. The Dark Wizard of Voldemort's era was to be addressed by that generation. Alas, in that time, though Voldemort was defeated, it was at the hands of a child, resulting in no new figure of light emerging. Today, they still relied on Dumbledore's steadfast support. Whenever Dumbledore met with his old friends, they often brought this matter to light. Out of enduring camaraderie, they would urge him to join them in their worldly travels. Had it been in the past, Ethan would have wholeheartedly agreed. After all, it is under immense pressure that a powerful leader emerges in the magical realm. Yet, circumstances were different now. This white wizard was Ethan's last bastion of hope. Contemplating this, Ethan's smile towards Dumbledore grew even warmer. Very well, Biao chuckled, clearly fond of the young lad. Mr. Scary, your robe must be from the land of flowers, correct? Ethan inquired with a smile. Oh. Boheo cast a somewhat surprised glance at him and promptly admitted, Indeed, it is clothing from the land of flower cultivation. At this juncture, the renowned elder, celebrated across Europe, began to recount his experiences in the land of flower cultivation. Ah, the land of flowers, a place steeped in a rich history, a lifetime scarcely sufficient to grasp its entirety. Their wizards differ from ours. There, individuals endowed with special abilities are referred to as chi practitioners. Boheo, though not extensively versed in this country, is, after all, a small flower cultivator himself. Thus, when the topic arose, he spoke with great enthusiasm, relishing the conversation. Moreover, Boheo exclaimed, pulling Ethan aside and continuing his discourse. Ethan, unwilling to contradict him, patiently assumed the role of an audience. Eventually, Dumbledore could no longer bear it, and swiftly interjected, Boheo, I am aware of your fondness for the culture of the land of flower cultivation. You may discuss it privately later. For now, let us attend to business. Oh, right, Boheo said, tapping his forehead in an attempt to restrain his words. No worries, Ethan remarked with composure. Dumbledore smiled. If you are prepared, Ethan. Please proceed. Ethan nodded and followed several wizards to a cauldron. Come, I shall check on Helly, he declared. If successful, he would become the youngest master of potions of the century. Indeed, this young man possesses the demeanor of a master. The surrounding wizards gathered closer, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Ethan took a deep breath and began to concoct the potion. Various herbs and materials lined up in order, neither particularly rare nor exceedingly common. His movements were deft as he accurately introduced a blend of herbs and magical ingredients into the cauldron. Flames danced as the potion emitted an extraordinary glow. As time elapsed, the potion successfully took shape, releasing a captivating aroma. Boheo raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Remarkable! Such adaptability and skill. He is destined for greatness." The atmosphere erupted with enthusiastic applause. One individual spoke up, quickly, summon the test subjects. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape walked to the rear of the manor and brought forth the volunteers for the experiment, accompanied by their families, to the heart of the estate. In Chapter 69, assembling the troops, Ethan gazed at the test subjects, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet predominantly a sense of anticipation and excitement. He was acutely aware that the potion he had brewed was effective, but until the final moment, no one could ascertain the outcome. Even with one successful case already established, fate could play tricks, unveiling unexpected occurrences at critical junctures. Perhaps nothing would transpire. The clinical trial might proceed smoothly. Regardless of the scenario, Ethan was prepared. He reminded himself repeatedly that half-hearted celebrations were ill-fated. He meticulously bottled the memory potion, distributing it with utmost care to the test subjects. A myriad of inexplicable emotions flickered across the faces of the test subjects. Excitement, apprehension, akin to the individual who once found himself in the alley of misfortune. Before long, bolstered by the encouragement of their families, they each imbibed the potion. At first, no discernible changes manifested. However, it wasn't long before one of the test subjects suddenly clutched his head, emitting a cry of agony, causing the hearts of those present to constrict in an instant. In quick succession, much like the earlier occurrence with Gilderoy Lockhart, vivid fragments of memories erupted from within them, resembling scenes from a playback tape. Every individual in attendance straightened their posture, their eyes fixated on the unfolding memories. Among them were numerous journalists, Aurors, and the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. The journalists yearned for a sensational scoop, hoping to reap immense rewards. Fudge, on the other hand, wished fervently that the perpetrator of such heinous acts was not of pure-blood lineage. Should it transpire that the individual hailed from humble beginnings, Ethan believed he would unhesitatingly dispatch a multitude of Aurors to apprehend him, aiming to embellish his own lackluster record. Aurors stood poised for action. Then, a keen observer spotted a familiar figure. Lockhart. Who is this Lockhart? Some elderly individuals, unfamiliar with the events of recent years, voiced their confusion. He is a somewhat notable figure. Yet I harbor little faith in him. To my knowledge, his academic performance was subpar, and he is not a formidable wizard. However, his published works are exceptionally well-crafted. Let us observe further. As the discussions unfolded, the scene before them shifted once more. It depicted a dimly lit forest, where several individuals gathered in clusters. Nearly everyone present was depicted in the scene, save for Lockhart. This indicated that among the team ensnared by the memory charm, only Lockhart had escaped unscathed. Yet, in the aftermath, he vehemently denied any involvement, claiming that all his adventures were undertaken solo, with no knowledge of the events that transpired. Oh no. I have never encountered such an unabashed individual. An elderly witch, her expression one of disbelief, pointed at the image suspended in midair. The crowd followed her gaze, witnessing Lockhart trailing behind the others, and before they could comprehend the situation, he adeptly cast the memory charm upon each of them. Time elapsed, and one by one, the audience absorbed the entirety of the imagery. The test subjects gradually reopened their eyes, their expressions no longer vacant, but rather imbued with vitality. I see the truth. I am. It was him, the ungrateful one, a traitor. Each victim present raised their voices in condemnation of Lockhart. Were it not for the esteemed elders observing, they might have charged directly to Hogwarts. They harbored no fears of Lockhart escaping, for this clandestine gathering had drawn all those privy to its existence. The level of confidentiality is exceedingly high, alleviating any concerns about leaks. On the other hand, in stark contrast to the ire of the victims, their families were elated, showering Ethan with embraces. A wave of cheers erupted, with everyone extolling the miraculous qualities of Ethan's potion. Dumbledore approached, gently patting Ethan on the shoulder. Congratulations, my boy. Your potion has triumphed. Thank you, Professor. It is indeed due to your unwavering support, Ethan replied gratefully. Dumbledore chuckled softly. I haven't done much at all. He gestured toward the elevated platform at the center of the gathering. Go on. You need to deliver a speech and also receive some accolades. Ethan nodded, then turned to Professor Snape, who, for once, wore a rare smile. Thus, under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Ethan ascended the platform. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his address. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the success of this potion trial, and I extend my gratitude to many. I thank Professor Dumbledore for his support, and Professor Snape for his guidance. Yet, I wish to express my deepest appreciation for the brave test subjects, for their trust has allowed the truth to surface. Memory is our most cherished treasure and should never be easily stripped away. Lockhart's actions are disgraceful, yet justice will never be absent. I hope this potion will assist many in reclaiming lost memories. Therefore, I shall name this potion Essence of Dreams. Thank you all. Ethan bowed slightly, concluding his speech, and thus achieved his first significant milestone. In the audience, old Tom was already inebriated, muttering repeatedly, "He is my child. Ha ha ha. He is extraordinary. He is the best." Following this, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge took the stage, offering a few words of encouragement to Ethan, before his secretary brought forth a palm-sized box. Fudge smiled and announced loudly, "Due to the remarkable efficacy of Mr. Walker's potion, which has made a significant contribution to potion-making in the magical community, I, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, on behalf of the Ministry of Magic and the wizarding community of the United Kingdom, hereby award Ethan Walker the second-class Order of Merlin." Applause erupted. As the medal was placed around Ethan's neck, cameras eagerly captured this historic moment. Amidst a flurry of flashes, Ethan finally managed to step away. He then received his patent certificate from Fudge. Although Ethan made the potion formula public, any potion shops wishing to sell it would require his consent and a share of the profits. Nevertheless, Ethan had no intention of granting them selling rights. Come the holidays, he would establish his own potion shop. Even though the Essence of Dreams would cater to a select clientele, it would serve as his signature establishment. Contemplating this, a broader smile graced Ethan's face. However, at that moment, Fudge's words interrupted him. Ahem, now that the potion has succeeded and the truth is revealed, I must go and apprehend that fellow Lockhart. Fudge, taking charge, intended to personally lead the mission this time. Lockhart, merely a buffoon. He can only cast a simple obliviate. He is even inferior to me. Ha ha ha. As the scene unfolded, every individual present felt an irresistible urge to witness the spectacle firsthand. Those returning veterans viewed it as a source of amusement, while the victims had repeatedly implored Fudge to allow them to take action themselves, only to be met with his firm refusal. Preposterous. You think you can usurp my achievements? Not a chance. Thus, Fudge articulated an irrefutable rationale. I understand your feelings, but I cannot permit this. I cannot ensure that this fool will hold up in your hands. If he were to perish, there would be no accountability for the wizarding world. He must face judgment and be confined in Azkaban, the safest place in the magical realm. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore was displeased. Hogwarts is the safest place, and Harry knows this better than anyone. Consequently, as the banquet drew to a close, the guests spontaneously decided to partake in an impromptu display. With a resounding rumble, everyone showcased their talents, flying broomsticks, apparition, and more. Ethan declined an invitation from an elderly wizard. He preferred to arrive in a single leap rather than on a broomstick. Moreover, the wizard was old, a younger which would have been more appealing. Of course, this was merely Ethan's fancy, for if such an opportunity arose, he would still refuse. As for the reason, well, those who understand, understand. Soon, a throng of individuals arrived at the gates of Hogwarts. Dumbledore then instructed Professor Flitwick to assemble all the new students in the courtyard outside the castle. The newcomers quickly gathered, their faces a mixture of curiosity and slight apprehension as they gazed at the unexpected arrivals. Many among them were recognized. Oh, by Merlin's large foot. I know that person, Hagrid exclaimed, pointing toward a figure ahead in disbelief. The author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Scamander. I read his book as a child. With Hagrid initiating the recognition, the astute Ravenclaws began to name the figures they recognized. The author of Advanced Potion Making, Libatius Borage, is here. I've seen him in the illustrations of his books. And from the standard spellbook series, Miranda Goshawk. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Fudge cleared his throat and stood before them with an air of superiority, signaling to the Aurors beside him. Complying with his cue, the Aurors positioned themselves behind the professors, primarily standing beside Lockhart. In response to the situation, the world-renowned artist Lockhart, who had been living in a state of denial, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. However, the resplendent achievements of recent years allowed him to gradually ease his mind. He firmly believed that he would not be discovered. After all, with memories erased, there would be no witnesses to testify against him. Yet, he could never have anticipated that outside the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, a group of victims awaited him. Their gazes were fixed upon Lockhart with the intensity of famished wolves eyeing a flock of sheep, their blood-red eyes locked onto him. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Fudge spoke up. Students, I have gathered you here today to witness a disgrace within the British magical community, a disgrace among wizards worldwide. His actions fill me with revulsion, and his audacity elicits admiration. Gilderoy Lockhart shall face judgment from the magical realm. As these words echoed through the square, the atmosphere erupted with commotion. Some of Lockhart's fans stood in disbelief, unable to reconcile the polished demeanor and lofty reputation of Professor Lockhart with the villain before them. Lockhart's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet, and his legs quivered uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Struggling to maintain his composure, he protested loudly. "Minister Fudge, you slander me. You hurl accusations without a shred of evidence." Fudge let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Evidence? Huh, look," with a sweeping gesture. The victims began to file in from outside the castle. Upon seeing Lockhart, their outrage ignited, and they rushed forward to accuse him. "It was he who stole my memory, robbing me of my rightful honor. He used the Obliviate charm to erase my recollections and claimed my adventurous tales as his own." Lockhart's face grew increasingly ashen, and his legs nearly buckled beneath him. Desperate to fight back, he shouted, "They have been bribed. This is pure slander. Who am I, Lockhart, to need to steal your memories? Even if you had one hand, you couldn't defeat me." Inevitably, Ethan could not suppress a chuckle, drawing the attention of those around him. "I just recalled something amusing." Ethan waved his hand dismissively. Fudge snorted, "Seize him." With that command, a group of Aurors unleashed a barrage of spells, employing every binding technique at their disposal. Lockhart, a man of bluster but little substance, offered no resistance and was swiftly subdued and brought to the ground. "Well, it seems he truly is a fool," Fudge declared as he emerged from behind Dumbledore, a triumphant expression on his face. Dumbledore merely smiled, saying nothing. Yet it felt as though he had uttered volumes. "Lockhart, your theft of others' memories is irrefutable. What awaits you is the judgment of wizards from all across Britain. Take him away." Thus, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Lockhart was escorted away by the Aurors. Witnessing this, the crowd began to disperse, with the reporters hastening to leave, eager to return with their exclusive scoop. The fragrant galleons awaited them. After they departed, Dumbledore slowly approached, signaling for the students to quiet down. "I understand that you may be perplexed by today's events." In truth, Minister Fudge did not elaborate as much as necessary. "You will likely find further information in tomorrow's newspapers. However, I sense your eagerness to learn what has transpired. First and foremost, I wish to acknowledge Mr. Walker from Slytherin House, who has spent an entire year developing a potion capable of healing the wounds inflicted by the Forgetfulness charm. Its remarkable efficacy has garnered recognition from numerous masters in the magical community." At this juncture, Dumbledore paused, narrowing his eyes with a smile directed at Ethan. "I shall award him 50 points for his house as a token of encouragement, and I will present him with the School's Special Contribution Award." With a grand gesture, Professor Dumbledore conjured a resplendent golden trophy, inscribed with Ethan Walker's name. Beneath the name, a brief inscription elucidated the reason for the award. He then officially bestowed it upon Ethan in the presence of the entire school community. "Mr. Walker, you may keep this trophy until your graduation. Afterwards, it will be housed in the trophy display room." Chapter 71. This child possesses the qualities of a Dark Lord. Ethan accepted the trophy from Professor Dumbledore, feeling a flicker of joy within. Although the trophy held no tangible value, it served as a testament to his efforts over the past year. In Ethan's estimation, the series of benefits and acclaim that followed his acquisition of the Dream Water would signify success. Thus, he did not feel overly elated by this unexpected accolade. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. At this point, it seemed that matters were settling down, yet unbeknownst to many, the tempest was only beginning. With the support of his peers, Ethan navigated his way into the Slytherin common room. "Oh my goodness, quickly, keep them outside. Walker is from Slytherin. Ha ha ha. By Merlin's beard, how can there be such a genius among us? Now that Lockhart has departed, do we no longer have to attend that tedious defense against the dark arts class? I believe that might be the case. Unless Dumbledore decides to have our headmaster juggle two positions, which would be utterly absurd. One can never be certain. After all, he has done so before." Listening to the chatter that shifted from his own accomplishments to the prospect of avoiding classes, Ethan felt a mix of exasperation and delight, grateful to escape their incessant inquiries. He maneuvered through the crowd, finding Astoria, and took her small hand in his, running together toward the grassy expanse outside the castle. The grounds were vast, bordered by the forbidden forest on one side and a serene woodland and meadow on the other. Upon stepping outside, they instinctively slowed their pace. Ethan, noticing her silence, took the initiative to speak first. "What do you think?" Astoria gently nodded, a blush gracing her cheeks. "You look rather handsome today." "Am I not usually handsome?" Ethan replied, winking with a teasing smirk. Astoria quickly turned her head away, wishing to conceal her current flustered state. "Well, it's just all right, I suppose." "Just all right." Ethan chuckled, bemused by her response. "Indeed, it's a pity I couldn't be of much assistance." Astoria gazed at the ideal of many witches at Hogwarts before her, feeling a pang of melancholy. She did not wish to be merely a decorative presence beside Ethan, so whenever he was absent, she would immerse herself in books or practice spells in the room of requirement. However, Ethan was not oblivious to Astoria's thoughts. Therefore, he always made time to guide her. In truth, her well-being was all that he desired. With a smile, Ethan affectionately ruffled her hair. Having you by my side is my greatest support. The two strolled across the grassy field, sunlight cascading over them, as if enveloping them in a golden glow. The following day, after hastily consuming a few bites of bread, Ethan arrived at the classroom. Yet, to his surprise, it was completely empty. Had he arrived late? Certainly not. There was still nearly half an hour until class began. Many students were just now finishing their breakfast. As for his early arrival, the news in today's Daily Prophet and various other newspapers would elucidate that. What? A 12-year-old child brewing potions by hand. The untold stories about Hogwarts potions professor. Who is Ethan Walker? This boy possesses the potential of a Dark Lord. The youngest potions master of the century, Ethan Walker. With these thoughts, Ethan gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, stretching lazily. Thankfully, he had risen early today. Otherwise, goodness gracious. Listening to the cheers emanating from the great hall below, he found himself thinking that the wretched alarm clock was, in fact, quite gentle. Soon, students from Slytherin and Gryffindor began to trickle into the classroom. Although there was only one class scheduled for the morning, it would span the entire morning. Fortunately, it was History of Magic, and not Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Otherwise, he would have been forced to endure sitting in a chair for hours. Without giving the students an opportunity to cluster around Ethan, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom with purposeful strides. Her gaze swept the room before finally resting on Ethan, a glimmer of approval flickering in her eyes. Class, today we will be learning a rather complex transfiguration spell, she announced, her voice clear and resonant. Ethan did not pay full attention, yet he still managed to glean a few thoughts from the lesson. Though Professor McGonagall deemed the lesson on transfiguration to be rather challenging, it posed no difficulty for Ethan. His prowess in transfiguration had reached an alarming level, rivaling that of Professor McGonagall herself. Presently, he found himself contemplating whether to return home for the Christmas holiday. In Western education, the actual time spent in the classroom is rather limited. The schedule at Hogwarts mirrors that of a university, with ample free time between classes. Thus, Ethan felt that the brief and seemingly insignificant Christmas break was inconsequential, especially considering that old Tom would not be at home. This absence was not due to Tom, but rather Ethan himself. The entire magical community of Britain was now aware of the prodigy who had emerged from the leaky cauldron, a 12-year-old master of potions. Consequently, old Tom had sent a letter the previous day, expressing his regret. It seems we shall not be spending Christmas together this year, as several witches have invited me to their homes for festivities. I imagine such gatherings would not appeal to you, my child. With a sigh, Ethan rested his head on his hand, twirling his wand as various forms danced before him, the spoon in front of him nearing the brink of destruction. Malfoy glanced over at Professor McGonagall on the Gryffindor side before turning back to Ethan. Ethan, how are you? Ethan replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. What do you mean? About yesterday, Malfoy whispered conspiratorially, setting down the spoon. Everyone is saying you are the first person since Hogwarts' inception to personally send a professor to Azkaban. Good heavens, you have no idea. During the time you were exempt from defense against the dark arts, that incompetent fool wreaked havoc. I truly do not know, Ethan chuckled. Compared to his accomplishments in potions, it seemed his classmates were more concerned with his elimination of the bi-weekly defense against the dark arts classes. Indeed, students are merely students. What malicious intent could they harbor? Missing 2 trivial classes was enough to bring them joy. Chapter 72. It was merely a matter of time. On December 24th, Christmas Eve, students gradually made their way home in the afternoon. Interestingly, there were particularly many returning home this year. Each student emerged from the castle, laden with bags and parcels. Abandoning their usual decorum, they surged towards the carriages, reminiscent of high school students rushing home for the weekend. Ethan stood by the lake, bidding farewell to Astoria. Ethan, this is where I shall leave you, she said, turning to retrieve the luggage from his hands. Take care on your journey, and remember to write to me, Ethan said, affectionately ruffling the golden hair of the girl before him, reluctant to part ways. All right, Astoria sighed, having already repeated herself 5 times. I've invited you to celebrate Christmas at my home, yet you refuse to come. Now that I've returned home, do you feel any regret? Upon hearing this, Ethan awkwardly cleared his throat. Never mind. It would be rather inappropriate for me to intrude upon your family celebration. What is there to feel inappropriate about? Astoria furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Anyway what? Astoria pursed her lips, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shook her head. It's nothing. I must take my leave. Before Ethan could respond, the young woman hurriedly grabbed her suitcase and dashed onto the train. After all, we will all be family eventually, were the last words she spoke, words that Ethan was destined never to hear. Standing by the lake, Ethan watched the train depart. He then boarded a boat back to the castle with Hagrid's assistance. The castle felt unusually desolate at that moment. The once lively corridors now only showed a handful of occupants. Interestingly, Draco Malfoy had not returned home, nor had Crabbe or Goyle. It was rumored that their parents had compelled them to stay behind during the Christmas holiday to protect Malfoy, though the two had ceased to be Malfoy's lackeys. The overindulgent Malfoy couple made a special trip to ensure their son's safety. However, Malfoy paid little mind to Crabbe and Goyle. In his view, even the fiercest of heirs would not dare to harm a pureblood wizard. Thus, as a proud Malfoy, he remained unperturbed. Yet his rivals held a different perspective. Harry and his friends speculated that Malfoy might seize the opportunity during the quieter Christmas period to engage in some mischief. Ironically, they had nearly forgotten that Malfoy had previously saved Hermione and Harry the year before. Upon returning to his empty dormitory, Ethan tidied up briefly, preparing to head to the library in search of some books. Just as he reached the stairwell, he encountered Harry and his friends, sneaking in and out of the girls' restroom at the end of the corridor. Ethan's lips twitched slightly at the sight. He had initially considered using Polyjuice Potion to extract information from them. It must be said that among second-year students, Hermione was the second to brew such an advanced potion. As for the first, that would undoubtedly be Ethan himself. Never mind. After all, they aren't replicating my work, he mused, glancing back at the trio before turning to descend the stairs. Once he had walked a distance away, Harry pulled Ron aside and whispered, "Hey Ron, do you think Ethan noticed anything just now? What if he found out?" "How would I know?" Ron scratched his head. "Hermione said the potion will be ready tomorrow. Even if he did notice, it wouldn't matter." Harry, with a hint of understanding, nodded slightly. "However, we should inform Hermione first. That way, even if we are discovered, she can ensure it remains a secret, given her good rapport with him." As they spoke, the two entered the lavatory. "How did you two get in here?" Hermione asked without turning around. Harry nudged Ron, urging him to speak. Ron, wide-eyed, remained silent, as if to say, "Why don't you go ahead?" Thus, they engaged in a comical push and pull, neither able to utter a word for quite some time. Hermione, baffled by their antics, paused her potion stirring and turned to them. "What is going on?" Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, Harry recounted what he had just witnessed. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Harry, I don't know what he saw, but there is one thing I can confirm." "What is it?" Ron inquired, stepping forward. "I still lack the final ingredient," Hermione said, glancing at her book. "Can't we substitute it with another ingredient?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Yes, just like before." Ron recalled the herbs they had borrowed from Professor Sprout, feeling rather helpless. This was not their first time resorting to such measures, but even in Hogwarts herb garden, they could not gather all the ingredients for the Polyjuice Potion. Ultimately, they had no choice but to use some similar materials as substitutes. This significantly diminished the potion's duration, albeit making its brewing considerably easier. This was the reason Hermione had managed to succeed in concocting it. Returning to the matter at hand, Hermione closed her book and said, "This time, we want Teeny to go to the herb garden." Upon hearing this, Ron quickly stepped back, pushing Harry in front of Hermione. "What?" Harry raised his hands and began to wave them like a windmill. Hermione shot them a glare, exasperated. "This time, we also don't need to visit Snape's office." "Ahem. Well, it's not that I fear Snape. I merely slipped for a moment," Ron awkwardly explained. "Hermione, what materials will we need this time?" Harry asked. Hair. The two exchanged bewildered glances. "More specifically, the hair of the person we wish to transform into. Only then can we become someone close to Malfoy and gather information regarding the Chamber of Secrets." "Whom should we transform into?" "That guy has only a handful of friends who haven't gone home." "Listen to me," I said. "Ethan, are you still reading?" Malfoy searched the castle and finally spotted Ethan in the library. "What else would I do? It's snowing heavily. I wouldn't go out flying on a broomstick." "Would I?" "Of course not," Malfoy replied, taking a seat opposite Ethan. "Isn't there a banquet tonight? With so much time left, why don't we explore Hogsmeade?" "Sounds rather appealing," Ethan said, closing his book and looking at Malfoy with a sly smile. "Why are you staring at me?" Malfoy hastily rose to his feet. "I have already dealt with Pansy. WDFK, what are you thinking? Please, don't disgust me." Ethan observed Malfoy, noting how he differed from his usual self. The coldness typically displayed before others had dissipated, replaced by an almost imperceptible air of vulnerability. The two fell silent and made their way outside. "How did you know I could go to Hogsmeade?" "I guessed. Do you believe me?" "Not at all." Chapter 73, My Eyes Are a Measuring Stick. "Hey, what are you doing here?" This was the first question Ethan uttered upon waking on Christmas morning. "Why can't I be here?" Hermione naturally settled on the bed, picking up a gift from the floor to inspect it. "How did you get in?" Ethan burrowed back under the covers, swiftly dressed, and posed yet another probing question to Hermione. "Ginny didn't go home this year, so I came to visit her. Besides, the school is open now. What is there to fear?" At this, Ethan shook his head in resignation and proceeded to wash up. Once he was properly attired, he took a seat nearby. He refrained from inquiring about her presence in his dormitory, as he could surmise some of the reasons. After all, the raven perched on his shelf was not merely for decoration. As soon as he sat down, it had already informed him of Hermione's activities while she slept. "Just throw your hair away," Ethan remarked nonchalantly. His startling words caught Hermione off guard. "What are you talking about?" I don't understand. Hermione picked up the gift from the floor, scrutinizing it intently, seemingly lost in thought. Yet, from Ethan's perspective, he could see beads of sweat trickling down her smooth forehead. Despite her wandering gaze, she could feel Ethan's eyes upon her. We're classmates. Why make it so complicated? Ethan asked, his tone tinged with confusion and indifference. Hermione remained silent, prompting him to continue. Regardless of the Malfoy family's reputation, what fault lies with him? He is merely 12 years old. You all spend your days casting suspicion on professors and classmates. Do you truly believe that those who are less articulate or mischievous children are inherently wicked? Ethan's barrage of questions rendered Hermione speechless. It was evident from his words that he was well aware of everything, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable in his presence. She turned and made her way to the door. As she closed it, she faintly heard him say, I do not care if you become someone else. But if you were to take on my appearance. The latter part of his statement was unclear, but she understood it was a warning. Clearly, Ethan had seen through it all. Even if he collected some of his hair, it would be futile. Ethan was no fool like Goyle or Crabbe. His intelligence rivaled that of Dumbledore, and his magical prowess was exceptional. A man heralded by the British magical community as the embodiment of all virtues of this century is certainly not someone to be easily deceived. If Hermione were to persist in her current course, it is likely that she and this man would find themselves devoid of even friendship in the future. This is not what she desires. She cannot sacrifice a friendship for the sake of a truth, particularly when it involves a man who ensnares her so completely. With this thought in mind, Hermione quickened her pace, exchanging a brief greeting with Ginny in the common room before hastily departing from the Slytherin castle. Nu, come here. Ethan called, raising his arm to summon Nu, who reluctantly flew to his hand, her eyes heavy with fatigue. Come on, it's Christmas. We can't just linger in the room. Nu, with no other option, wobbled her way to him, her dark circles betraying her weariness. Ethan observed the drowsy creature in his hand and pondered with a smirk. What could you have been up to last night? Perhaps charming a lady crow? Together, they made their way to the Great Hall, where, just like the previous year, Hagrid was busy arranging the Christmas tree, while Professors Snape and Flitwick adorned the surroundings. After surveying the room, Ethan chose a seat beside Malfoy. You've changed, Ethan, Malfoy remarked, biting into a piece of bread. You used to rise early. Oh, is that so? Ethan replied, feigning surprise. I think I'm doing fine. The early mornings were merely a necessity back then. Snape was more invested in potion research than I was, making quite a ruckus in his office each morning. And, to my dismay, he insisted that I rise early as well. That was certainly not to my liking. Yet, Snape's pointed comment had left him speechless. I recall you being quite lively, often out at night with your little girlfriend at the observatory. Stop. Ethan shook his head, dismissing those unwelcome memories. So, where are you planning to go today? Malfoy inquired. Go. I hadn't really thought about it, Ethan admitted, his tone brightening slightly. It's Christmas. After all, what is there to do but eat and drink? As he spoke, a sense of gloom settled over him, and he inadvertently applied more force to his fork as it speared the fried egg on his plate. Ah, he sighed. A vision of a golden-haired girl flashing through his mind. If only Astoria were here, it would be far less dull. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that Astoria was destined to return home to celebrate the holiday with her family. Even if she were willing to stay, he would not intrude upon her time with loved ones. With that thought, Ethan decisively finished the fried egg on his plate and stood to leave. Malfoy, noticing his departure, called out, Ethan, where are you going? Ethan turned back, gesturing vaguely in the air before making his exit. This is a secret code known only to the two of them. Ethan informed Malfoy that he intended to practice spells in the Room of Requirement. This scene, of course, did not go unnoticed by Harry and his companions. Harry remarked, what are they signaling? It appears to be a code. Unbeknownst to Ron, who was engrossed in his chicken leg, the code seemed to indicate a hidden chamber that Walker intended to visit. At this revelation, the trio collectively inhaled sharply, their minds racing to a singular location, the Chamber of Secrets. It seems we must hasten our efforts. The potion can be completed tonight, but the matter of the hair will be left to you two. Hermione rose, imparting a few words of instruction to the duo before hastily departing. She needed to monitor the potion's progress closely to avert any unforeseen mishaps. This is why she had ventured to Ethan's dormitory early that morning to collect hair. Yet her efforts had been in vain, leading her to abandon the thought of transforming into Ethan. Now, she had no choice but to rely on those two unreliable fellows. Upon seeing Hermione leave, Harry and Ron decided not to squander any more time, picking up their wands and departing the hall to deliberate on their strategy in the Gryffindor common room. The scene was left with a girl clad in peculiar attire, Luna, hailing from the Ravenclaw house, a symbol of wisdom. Others referred to her as the Loony Girl. Yet, she was not truly mad, rather. She possessed a clarity that surpassed her peers, a person of great insight who had just deciphered the duo's code with remarkable precision. In stark contrast were those in the Muggle world deemed as mentally ill. Were they foolish? Not at all. On the contrary, They were exceedingly intelligent and lucid, to the extent that they were regarded as outcasts. Perhaps this aligns with the sentiment expressed by some, that prejudice in the human heart is akin to an insurmountable mountain. Even Malfoy, viewed as a villain by Harry and his friends, is a victim in his own right. Chapter 74, Christmas Training. On Christmas Day, nearly every wizard was enveloped in the joy of the holiday, surrounded by family. Only a scant few were homeless, lacking kin, wandering the streets or drowning their sorrows in taverns. As a certain Mr. Insect once remarked, on the same day, happiness does not extend to everyone. Harry and his friends were desperately seeking to obtain hair from Goyle and Crabbe, while Malfoy, finding no companions to entertain himself, decided to join Ethan in his endeavors. However, initially, Ethan had no intention of practicing any advanced magic. Instead, he aimed to enhance his physical fitness. Nevertheless, with Malfoy present and adhering to the principle of making the most of the situation, Ethan willingly shared some techniques with him. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Quickly, counterattack. Counterattack. Ethan exclaimed as he cast a disarming charm at Malfoy, simultaneously guiding him in evasive maneuvers. Dodge, quickly dodge. Don't stand there like a statue. As Malfoy deftly rolled to evade an attack, another strike swiftly followed, catching him unprepared. His already sore thigh rendered him nearly incapable of mounting any resistance. Yet, confronted with the impending beam of white light, he resolutely decided to dodge once more. Indeed, this would be his final attempt. After all, the sensation of being sent flying was decidedly unpleasant. The agony of his torn muscles compelled him to lunge sideways, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Seeing his strike miss, Ethan abandoned any further attempts, recognizing that Malfoy had reached his limits. This final attack was merely a test to see if it could awaken his latent potential. Humans stand atop the food chain not only due to their intellect, but also because of their unique physical capabilities. However, transcending one's limitations to fully unleash their potential is a formidable challenge, with low odds of success, unless faced with life-threatening danger, coupled with an indomitable will and resolve. Fortunately, Malfoy had achieved this. Reflecting on this, Ethan recalled a rather unrealistic notion from the past. If a wizard's magical capacity is inherently limited, what might happen if their physical boundaries were surpassed? Wasn't Malfoy a prime example before him? Previously, Malfoy's magic had been depleted during their exchange, leaving him with no choice but to dodge incessantly, if he were to break through his limits. Ethan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Malfoy, his expression akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. Pick up your wand. Pick up your wand. Ethan shouted, eagerly yearning for answers. Coughing, Malfoy, unaware of Ethan's thoughts, wiped the dust from his face and glanced at the wand on the ground. Musing to himself, here we go again. Is he treating me like a puppet? He promptly retrieved the wand and shouted at Ethan, disarm you. As Malfoy's words echoed, a magnificent surge of white magical light erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling toward Ethan in the blink of an eye. Bravo, 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 Ethan exclaimed, feeling no trace of displeasure, but rather an exhilarating thrill. With a flash of red light, Ethan's elder wand intercepted the disarming spell mid-flight, detonating it with a resounding explosion. In an instant, dust swirled violently, and debris scattered. Before Ethan could utter a word, Malfoy, seemingly invigorated, continued to shout, disarm. Hey, hold on. Ethan rushed forward to restrain Malfoy's wand. All right, cease your incantation. He pulled Malfoy, who was half reclining on the ground, back to his feet. As Malfoy stood up, he immediately complained, Ethan, that was rather ruthless, don't you think? I don't recall having done anything to wrong you. Well, indeed. You haven tea. Ethan gazed at him with a beaming smile, his voice betraying not a hint of the delight swelling within him. What is the matter? Malfoy inquired, perplexed. Ha ha ha. Ethan laughed heartily. First, you should take a moment to appreciate the changes you are experiencing. Changes? Malfoy murmured in confusion, glancing left and right. Yet he seemed unable to discern anything amiss. Everything appeared to be as it should be, unfolding seamlessly. I don't see any changes, Malfoy remarked, insisting, if anything. I might just be even more handsome now. Ethan, taken aback by his words, explained, don't you feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through you? The previous fatigue in your muscles has vanished, and your magical energy has notably increased. Oh, he was startled by the realization. Indeed, it was true. Feeling this transformation within him, Malfoy excitedly grasped Ethan's shoulders, shaking him animatedly. Ethan, this is truly miraculous. I feel invigorated. Ethan shrugged off his hands, affirming, indeed. You have successfully transcended your limitations, which accounts for your current sensations. However, what? You will find out in due time, Ethan smiled, for now. You may take a moment to rest. No, I don't need to, Malfoy confidently replied. I feel better than ever. At this, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Ethan's mouth. Very well, as you wish. Subsequently, Ethan said little more, leaving behind a potion for replenishing stamina before departing. Ethan cast a disillusionment charm and briskly made his way back to the dormitory. It was daytime, and a few individuals wandered the corridor. He was not keen on being seen in his disheveled state. It was not a matter of embarrassment, but rather the difficulty of explaining his appearance, which might lead to unwarranted inquiries. In the dormitory, Ethan immersed himself in a tub of warm water. He turned to glance at his dusty wizarding robe draped over a hanger, sighing, I shall never choose a desert map again. With that thought, he took a towel from nearby, covering his eyes, and luxuriated in the comfort of post-exercise relaxation. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had successfully acquired the hair of Goyle and Crabbe, intending to act that very night. In the girls' washroom, what? You're not going? Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. Why not, Hermione? Did you not obtain Ethan's hair today? Well, yes, Hermione replied, exasperated as she looked at the two, but he discovered me. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell upon the trio. Oh, Ron sighed. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, both wondering if he had lost his mind. Hey, what with that look? Ron said, displeased. Nothing. Harry awkwardly shifted the topic. Oh, by the way, what were you going to say? Ron, ever the optimist, quickly cast aside the recent events upon hearing Harry's inquiry, exclaiming with enthusiasm, I have a plan. With a triumphant glance at his companions, he continued. You two seem utterly intimidated by Ethan. We can discreetly transform, as long as he remains oblivious. Hermione and Harry remained silent, experiencing an unprecedented moment of speechlessness. Chapter 75. Why are you so odd today? The familiar jingle of Christmas bells resonated as the festive celebration commenced. The gathering was sparsely attended, comprising a handful of students who remained at school, a notable decrease from the previous term. Reflecting on the expressions of those departing, Ethan couldn't help but chuckle. Harry. Oh, Harry, you truly are remarkable. This will surely go down in history, as one individual has managed to frighten away nearly 90% of the school. Seated in a corner, Ethan savored a chilled grape juice concoction crafted by the house elves. As for Malfoy, his absence was no surprise. It was evident that a 12-year-old child, who had pushed his physical limits and was now indulging in reckless play, would hardly make an appearance tonight. Ethan had contemplated revealing the truth to him, suggesting he take a rest. However, from the current perspective, it seemed irrelevant. Pain would persist, and discomfort would remain. Thus, he resigned himself to spending this Christmas alone. Ethan swirled the contents of his goblet, lamenting his boredom. He observed the professors on stage reveling in their libations, internally critiquing the regulations of the British Wizarding World. The notion that minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol was nothing short of absurd. Noticing Ethan's solitary sigh, Ginny approached and inquired, Ethan, what's the matter? Taken aback, Ethan paused momentarily, surprised by her concern. With many familiar faces absent, including Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy, boredom was indeed inevitable. Were it not for the sustenance before him, he would not have remained in this place. Nonetheless, despite the monotony, Ethan was unperturbed. His soul was not that of a child. He preferred tranquility over the clamor of festivities. Yet, with the holiday spirit in the air and a lovely companion nearby, a conversation was certainly more appealing than solitude, provided she was indeed a beauty. With this thought, Ethan smiled at Ginny. Oh, it's nothing, merely reflecting on some troubling matters. Noticing Ginny's contemplative expression, he deftly shifted the conversation back to her. By the way, Ginny, what is it? She replied, returning his gaze with a radiant smile, her beauty illuminated by the candlelight. Had Ethan not been committed to Astoria, he might have been tempted to steal a kiss at that very moment. Ethan never considered himself a good person, but he aspired to be an exemplary husband in the future. Thus, the young girl before him, who harbored feelings for him, had never stirred within him any inclination to pursue her. How have you been lately? Ethan inquired. Before Ginny could finish her words, she realized the intent behind his question. Responding, I suppose I'm doing all right. She understood the context of Ethan's inquiry. Their only previous connection revolved around that notebook. Ethan observed the wavering glimmer in Ginny's eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face, though he chose not to ponder too deeply. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Ethan had certainly come to comprehend this sentiment himself. Meanwhile, Malfoy lay languidly on the sofa in the lounge, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. No. Can someone explain why my legs feel so sore right now? He lamented. Glancing down at his now flat stomach, he muttered, I'm starving. Ethan, please come back soon, he called out, elongating his voice in an attempt to divert his attention and ease his discomfort. Suddenly, the sound of a door slamming jolted Malfoy's attention. He looked up in surprise, but quickly succumbed to dejection once more. Goyle, Crabbe, have you finished eating? Malfoy asked without really looking at them, merely posing the question out of habit. Goyle responded, flustered, his hands flailing at his waist. It was Crabbe who finally brought him back to reality with a firm pat, much like an old machine that needed a gentle nudge to function properly. However, Crabbe was not much better off. If one overlooked the beads of sweat trickling down his back, he might even deceive Ethan. Indeed, the newcomers were Harry and Ron. having transformed into Goyle and Crabbe, respectively. Ethan was aware of the events that were to unfold that evening, yet he opted not to disclose anything to Malfoy. He understood that Malfoy was not the heir, and thus, whatever Harry and his friends endeavored to accomplish that night would inevitably be in vain. Had Ethan simply revealed the answer to Harry and the others, they would not have wasted months concocting the Polyjuice potion. With their uncanny ability to stir trouble, they might have stumbled upon unforeseen complications. After much contemplation, it seemed wiser to allow them to remain somewhat subdued. On the sofa, Malfoy noticed the prolonged silence between the two and furrowed his brow. "Why are you two not speaking?" He coughed, prompting the pair to nudge each other until Harry, with trepidation, finally broke the silence. "And no, what?" Malfoy struggled to prop himself up, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Harry. "Did you not just say you were going to the Great Hall for an all-you-can-eat feast?" "Ah, well." Harry began to explain, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Malfoy. "So, you mean to say you haven't eaten yet?" Yes, Ron interjected hastily, pulling Harry back to prevent any further slip-ups. "Very well, then. Do go and have your meal. But most importantly, do remember to bring back some food from the kitchen for me." Malfoy waved his hand dismissively, as if commanding servants. This incited a flicker of annoyance in Ron, who had always been at odds with him, provoking him to want to retaliate, though Harry restrained him. Harry winked at Ron, urging him to remain composed. "Why are you still lingering here?" Malfoy observed the two dawdling boys with growing irritation. "No wonder Ethan advised me to keep these two from following. They are utterly daft. Are you not going?" Harry inquired. It was evident that the two could not depart directly. The Polyjuice potion had a limited duration, and if they waited until after retrieving food from the kitchen, the potion would have already worn off. At that point, their months of planning would be declared a failure. "I'm not going. My foot hurts," Malfoy replied, curling his lip, regarding Harry's words as mere casual conversation. "Foot hurts?" Ron's voice rose slightly. "Why does your foot hurt?" He was eager to delve deeper, sensing he was nearing the truth. "Admit it, you are the heir. You injured your foot while going to the Chamber of Secrets," Ron silently implored, yearning for Malfoy's next words to confirm his suspicions. However, Malfoy's response abruptly quashed the topic. "Why?" Malfoy shot a cold glance at Crabbe. "Why so many questions? Black, why are you acting so strangely today?" Chapter 76, Failure. Under the piercing gaze of Malfoy's formidable eyes, both boys felt a chill run down their spines. After training with Ethan for so long, Malfoy had undergone a remarkable transformation. The sharpness in his gaze was unmistakable, unless he possessed the emotional control of a time traveler like Ethan, who could mask his feelings after years of experience. Naturally, that was impossible. Nonetheless, at this moment, Malfoy was distinctly ahead of his peers, save for Ethan, and could not be compared to the likes of Harry and Ron. "We should leave now," Ron stammered, hastily covering his mouth to suppress a nervous laugh. Without further ado, he pulled Harry away from the Slytherin common room. "What on earth is wrong with those two today?" Malfoy muttered as he observed their hasty retreat. "Could it be that I appear too intimidating? No way, that cannot be." Reclining on the sofa, his expression shifting rapidly, he seemed to recall something and instinctively rose. Ouch! The soreness in his muscles prickled his nerves. "I don't believe I mentioned what I wanted to eat, did I?" Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having escaped, hurried toward the girls' restroom. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Ron complained. "When did he become so clever?" Harry remained silent. "That fellow dared to treat me like a servant. How detestable." Ron incessantly grumbled until Harry came to a halt. "What's wrong?" Ron inquired. "Do you think we should head to the kitchen and fetch him some food?" Harry asked blankly. "Huh. Harry, are you all right?" Ron approached, touching his forehead, still intent on offering him something to eat. "I'm fine." Harry brushed Ron's hand away, speaking earnestly. "He's still in the common room, starving. If Goyle and Crabbe don't bring food back, our plan will surely be exposed." With that, Harry dashed towards the dining hall. Why run? Time was of the essence. "Hey, what about me?" Ron shouted from behind. "You go back first," Harry replied while continuing his sprint, leaving Ron in his wake. To be honest, Harry felt conflicted about his relationship with Malfoy. He regarded someone as arrogant and fond of teasing others as inherently wicked. Ethan, he merely enjoys teasing you. Yet, it was an undeniable fact that Malfoy had saved him in the Forbidden Forest, leading Harry to occasionally wonder if the Malfoy family had a pair of twins, akin to Fred and George. Reflecting on this, Harry thought to himself, "I simply wish to avoid exposing my weakness. It is certainly not concern for you, absolutely not." Understanding the logic of the situation, he felt a surge of energy and ran even faster. No, don't come in," Hermione exclaimed in a panic. Ethan, gazing at the tightly locked wooden door before him, felt an intensified desire to enter. He had been chatting with Ginny in the Great Hall, but suddenly recalled that Hermione might transform into a cat girl that evening, prompting him to come take a look, albeit with a sense of trepidation. Upon entering, he found himself before a locked wooden door, but Hermione refused him entry. What did this signify? A cat girl? Oh dear. Clearing his throat, Ethan prepared to use the unlocking charm. "I'm coming in." Creak. Ethan slowly pushed the door open, only to be stunned by the scene before him. Oh, thank goodness. Finally, something to eat. Malfoy was gnawing on a large chicken leg, grease smeared across his face. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned, shedding his previous airs of gentility. He was merely a boy after all. Seeing that Malfoy was already eating, Harry chose not to linger any longer and turned to leave. The transformation time was nearing, and he could now feel the muscles in his hands beginning to twitch. Wait, hold on. Harry was halted, mechanically turning around to ask, is there something else? Oh, nothing. Thank you. Malfoy's indistinct words resonated clearly within the common room. How could Harry possibly be oblivious? It was simply too hard to believe. Malfoy, who usually exuded such arrogance, had actually uttered a word of thanks. So, Malfoy, are you the heir? Harry inquired, gazing at the seemingly harmless Malfoy before him, compelled by an inexplicable impulse. Heir? What nonsense. Malfoy struggled to swallow a piece of chicken. I am certainly not. Of course, if I were, that would be splendid. The heir of Slytherin sounds rather impressive, doesn't it? Upon hearing Malfoy's response, Harry was momentarily taken aback, and his previously lingering doubts began to dissipate. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Harry stated before swiftly turning to depart. After Harry had left, Malfoy squinted his eyes, discarding the half-eaten chicken leg, and made his way back to the dormitory. Is that all there is to it? Ethan remarked with a hint of disappointment. Hey, what do you mean by that? Hermione crossed her arms, visibly displeased. I mean nothing, Ethan shrugged. Nothing? That's exactly what you mean. What do you mean by that? Ethan, perplexed, was struggling to keep up. He was nearly at a loss for words. What I mean by that is none of your concern. Their debate over this trivial matter escalated into a quarrel. However, Ethan was already inclined to retreat, not out of fear, but because he simply couldn't argue any further. Hermione. Hermione. Ron's voice echoed from afar. Seeing this, Ethan quickly stepped back and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Shoo. Oh, Hermione, what bad luck. Ron, undeterred by the potential exposure, bellowed into the air. You have no idea. That insufferable Malfoy said nothing, and yet ordered me to bring him food. Hermione frowned, sensing that the outcome should not have been as it was, and retorted, so you just came back on your own? Whereas Harry? Harry? Ron scratched his head. He went back. Why? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Alas, Ron sighed as he plopped down onto the raised platform beneath the sink. He went to the kitchen to fetch food for Malfoy, saying that if Goyle and Crabbe didn't return with food, they would surely be suspected afterward. I can't believe it. Is Malfoy really that clever? He's right, Ron added. Hermione began to expound on a moral principle. We must leave no traces behind. Remember that. None at all. I, on the other hand, could not care less. What about you two? At this point, Ron fell silent as well. Since the beginning of the term, they had already violated a multitude of school rules. If they were caught in the act now, expulsion would be a reasonable consequence. A sudden noise shattered Ron's silence. What was that sound? I don't know. Chapter 77. The truth always remains singular. Alas, what a pity, the butterfly has returned. Ethan lamented as he dashed out of the restroom. At the outset, Hermione's transformation target was Ethan, and she did not contemplate the possibility of failure, thus failing to prepare any alternative measures. Consequently, the catgirl was absent. He returned to the common room, burdened by his heavy frame. Ethan, why have you returned only now? The door to Malfoy's dormitory swung open. Draco regarded Ethan's disheveled appearance and inquired, So, how does it feel? Oh, thank you, but I do not feel well at all. Malfoy leaned against the armrest as he made his way to the sofa in the common room. Why did you not inform me that after pushing past one's limits, one would experience muscle soreness? You didn't ask, did you? Ethan shrugged apologetically. The two engaged in a casual conversation on the sofa. So, are you implying that Goyle and Crabbe have been somewhat unusual today? Indeed, Malfoy replied, sitting upright with a knowing expression. They resemble Potter and Weasley in their antics. What do you mean? Ethan asked with keen interest. The current Malfoy's reactions, thoughts, and abilities were far beyond what the original narrative depicted. It was, to say the least, unexpected. Ethan was curious to see how much Malfoy could deduce on his own. After all, the Polyjuice potion was something Malfoy was aware of. It was not a secret in the magical realm, yet its use was rare due to its complex nature. Malfoy had learned of it merely from Professor Snape's mention in class. They have been subtly inquiring about the Chamber of Secrets. I suspect they have transformed using the Polyjuice potion, Malfoy articulated, his thoughts suddenly becoming clear. At Hogwarts, every student harbors a fear of the chamber, except for you, me, and those 3 Gryffindors. I certainly believe you, considering your character is one that avoids trouble at all costs. And Granger is a composed individual. She would never exhibit such panic. Therefore, the truth is unequivocal. Potter and Weasley have transformed into Goyle and Crabbe using the Polyjuice potion to extract information from me. Well done. Quite impressive. Ethan couldn't help but commend. Ahem, Malfoy's cheeks flushed slightly as he nonchalantly replied. Oh, it's nothing, just average. Must you feign modesty? Ethan playfully pressed his hand against Malfoy's thigh. That tickles. Malfoy exclaimed dramatically, wailing in pain. Stop, stop, please don't press any further, he pleaded. After a bout of playful banter, Ethan inquired, now that you've pieced it together, will you inform the professor? Malfoy hesitated. Truth be told, in the past, he would have rushed to Snape without a second thought. He still felt that way now. However, Potter had surprisingly brought him food. This unexpected gesture was something Malfoy had not anticipated, as he initially doubted whether the two would truly return. After all, they are not truly Goyle and Crabbe. However, the presence of Pettigrew was quite unexpected. As for why Malfoy recognized Goyle as Pettigrew, one must delve into the affairs of the Malfoy and Weasley families. After much contemplation, Malfoy declared, Enough, enough. I shall not report this. Let it be regarded as the mischievous antics of children, and I, as an adult, will grant them my forgiveness. Yet, within his heart, he mused, it is certainly not due to Pettigrew. A chuckle escaped Ethan, who said nothing. Weeks have passed since then. Due to Hermione's failure to transform into a cat, she had not spent a sufficient time in the infirmary. Life continued as usual. However, on this day, Filch's loud outbursts echoed throughout the school. Ethan initially speculated that yet another attack had occurred, prompting him to follow the professors to investigate. Do not inquire as to why Ethan was permitted. It was a privilege bestowed upon him by Dumbledore. He relished the opportunity, as he yearned for assistance with his burdens. As he approached, Ethan overheard Filch exclaiming, Curse it! Curse it! Who has once again brought me trouble? I have spent the entire night mopping the floors. Is this not enough? I cannot endure this. I shall seek out Dumbledore. The other professors, upon witnessing this, silently withdrew. Yet, Ethan knew they were all mentally commiserating with Filch. A perfectly pleasant dinner had been thus disrupted. Who would remain in good spirits under such circumstances? With everyone departing, Ethan entered the girls' lavatory, a place he had not visited in weeks. The area was damp, with water continuously gushing from the sink. Reluctantly, he rolled up his pant legs and stood on tiptoe, striving to keep his heels off the ground. Suddenly, the sound of moaning Myrtle's sobs reached his ears. She appeared to be in great distress, her cries tinged with a slight tremor as if she had been startled. Clearing his throat softly, Ethan interrupted Myrtle's weeping with a gentle spell. What are you doing? Don't you see I am crying? Myrtle retorted with dissatisfaction. In a fit of despair, she dove into the toilet, splashing a considerable amount of water. Fortunately, Ethan had quick reflexes, otherwise, he would have been drenched. Hey Myrtle, why are you crying? He inquired. Leave me be. Woe is me, Myrtle wailed. I was simply floating above the toilet, contemplating life, when someone threw a book at me. Why would they do that? Are they bullying me? A book? A notebook? Ethan's mind surged with excitement. He had not anticipated that this particular book would find its way here. He wondered if Harry had managed to retrieve it. Ethan wandered around the lavatory, yet still found no sign of the notebook. At that moment, Myrtle, who had been sobbing, spoke up. Do not waste your time. The book is not here. Someone has taken it. Who? Who took it? Harry. Thank you. Upon concluding his thoughts, Ethan departed from the desolate restroom, believing that since the notebook had already fallen into Harry's possession, there was no longer any purpose in remaining there. No one relished the idea of lingering in such a forsaken lavatory. What on earth is happening? Everyone seems to be clamoring for that notebook, murmured the girl with the myrtle. As Ethan made his way back to the Slytherin common room, he did not seek out Harry, nor did he contemplate requesting the notebook from him. After all, he was not a Parselmouth, and his efforts would be futile. It would be wiser for the notebook to remain with Harry until he chose to unlock the Chamber of Secrets, at which point Ethan could follow. As for the timing, it was evident it would coincide with the approach of the end-of-term examinations. For now, he could focus on his studies with greater peace of mind, reassured that the notebook was in Harry's possession rather than in the hands of someone unknown to him. Shadows danced in the night as the young boy wandered alone through the castle. Chapter 78, The Valentine's Day Incident. One afternoon, while Ethan frolicked with Astoria, they encountered a visibly troubled Harry. The heir had ceased his actions, which could be deemed a positive development, though perhaps it was not entirely favorable. For if the heir remained inactive, Harry would never have the opportunity to capture him and prove his innocence. Everyone believed him to be the heir. Nico, the boy from that day, was convinced that Harry Potter had revealed his true nature during the duel at the club. Parselmouth. This realization filled Harry with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet, he found himself powerless to refute it, as he possessed no evidence to the contrary. Moreover, that insufferable Peeves incessantly buzzed in his ear. Whenever Harry appeared in crowded spaces, Peeves would suddenly materialize, shouting that Harry Potter was a nuisance, a danger, and other such nonsense. The crowd accepted it as truth. February 14th, Valentine's Day, seemed to be a day cherished by many. Regardless of whether they had partners, lovers, or companions, they celebrated the occasion together. Of course, there were no tales of toilet babies or other catastrophic beginnings. The festive atmosphere, while not as jubilant as Christmas, inspired many to take action, much like they did. Ethan, hurry, hurry. Take this, it's from the upperclassmen, exclaimed Astoria, her excitement palpable. And I'm here too. Ethan accepted the stack of greeting cards, a standard smile etched upon his face. Thank you, he repeated, having lost count of how many times he had uttered those words. At that moment, the muscles in his face began to stiffen, and he silently prayed for Astoria to arrive and rescue him from this situation. He gazed at the thick stack of cards in his hands, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a long-awaited figure. Thus, Ethan hastily maneuvered through the thronging crowd. Astoria, he called, waving his arms, attempting to convey to the others, she is my fiancée. I am a man of commitments. Astoria aspired to approach directly and connect with her Ethan. However, upon seeing the card he was waving about, she couldn't help but ponder, is he flaunting it before me? This fellow truly. A little privilege and his tail is already up in the air. Hey, madam, could you allow me to pass? Oh right, and you too. Yes, you indeed. Please refrain from clinging to my arm. Ethan, disheveled and struggling to extricate himself from the crowd, might have appeared to an unsuspecting observer as though he had endured some form of mistreatment. Thus, it is imperative for a young man to safeguard himself while out and about. Of course, if one cannot protect oneself, then let the storm rage even fiercer. With a nervous heart, Ethan approached Astoria, instinctively attempting to smooth his flowing curls. Yet, unexpectedly, a pink card materialized between them. Just as Ethan anticipated a baptism of affection, Astoria seized his card, took his hand, and led him away from the clamor, leaving a bewildered group of senior girls in their wake. The duo arrived at the long-missed observatory, their cherished rendezvous. The breeze at the observatory was rather brisk, and as Astoria regarded Ethan, she retrieved a pink card from her pocket, presenting it to him. Ethan raised an eyebrow, observing the girl who moments ago was so assertive, now transformed into a gentle and endearing presence, truly a delightful blend of elegance and sweetness, a double dose of charm. Cough, cough. For me? Thank you, I adore it. Ethan gazed at the pink card in his hands as if it were a precious treasure, akin to the previous one he had received, yet distinctly different. This one was bestowed by Astoria, rendering it exceptional. Astoria, amused by his exaggerated reaction, playfully tapped his chest with her fist. In response, Ethan grasped her hand, pulling Astoria into his embrace, a fusion of ice and fire. I wish I could hold you like this forever, Ethan sighed. Then hold me. It's not like I'm denying you, Astoria replied, burying her head into Ethan's sturdy chest, her delicate fingers tracing circles over his heart. After a considerable time, she inquired, what do you intend to do with all those cards? So many. Ethan scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. He initially contemplated declining, but the enthusiasm of those senior girls was overwhelming. Perhaps I'll just toss them. All I truly desire is to have you. Astoria huffed lightly. Humph, you silver-tongued rogue. How would you know? You're incorrigible. Text omitted for brevity. Eventually, they left the observatory, leaving behind a collection of pink cards celebrating the joyous occasion. The castle was particularly lively that night, thanks to the Weasley twins, and Filch had refrained from his usual pursuits. However, Ethan and Astoria chose not to venture out. Instead, they were frolicking in the lounge. I am Harry Potter. And you are? Greetings, Harry Potter. I am Tom Riddle. How did you manage to find me? You were in the restroom, standing in a large puddle of water. What? The toilet water? Oh dear. The Tom within the notebook is in disarray. He once held himself in high esteem, with a noble lineage, yet now, though merely a fragment of a soul, he has been reduced to lurking in a lavatory. Curse that Weasley, unforgivable. He is Voldemort, and although fury rages within him, he shall bury it deep, awaiting the day to exact his vengeance. Why has he fallen silent? Harry pondered aloud. It is no surprise, after all, for Voldemort has ensnared Harry in a web of deception. Consequently, after glimpsing my memories, Harry bore an expression of sheer incredulity. How could this be? The heir of Hagrid, a monster? Hey, what is wrong with you? Ron inquired, entering to find Harry looking as if possessed. Ron, I have discovered the identity of that heir from years past, Harry exclaimed, grasping Ron's hand with palpable excitement. Entirely neglecting to question the credibility of the notebook, he was simply swayed by others' words, lacking absolute trust in his friends. This state persisted until their 5th and 6th years, yet he remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Who is it? Ron asked instinctively. It is he, Hagrid. 50 years ago, he opened the Chamber of Secrets. This revelation struck Ron like a thunderclap, a resounding blow to his previous certainties, as he had been adamantly convinced it was Malfoy. Are you certain? Ron questioned. I am certain. If it were he, it would not be without possibility, Harry replied, referencing Hagrid's fondness for large creatures. Ultimately, after an impasse in their discussion, they sought out Hermione. Harry, you present a valid argument, but we must not be so hasty. We cannot ascertain whether that notebook is trustworthy. Then what shall we do now? Ron asked. We must confront Hagrid and seek clarity, Hermione stated. Oh, so direct? What else do you propose? As Hermione and Ron deliberated on their next course of action, Harry remained silent. Alas, it was indeed an unpleasant visit. Reflecting on this, The trio ultimately resolved to speak with Hagrid after the next incident of attack. Thus, matters concluded on a somewhat agreeable note. Days passed steadily, and the end of term approached. Notably, since taking on the role of defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Snape had garnered a series of commendations from diligent students. Conversely, those less inclined to study greatly missed Professor Lockhart. Whatever became of our dear Lockhart now? According to the information presently available, it has come to light that a trial convened recently, sweeping through the entirety of the wizarding community in the United Kingdom. The number of attendees was staggering. As for the reason behind such magnitude, one can only attribute it to Lockhart's selective targeting. Each victim was a notable figure, with a plethora of pureblood lineage among them. It is well known that nearly every pureblood wizard's preceding generation primarily resulted from unions between two pureblood families, thus creating an intricate web of relationships. Hence, the saying that all wizards are akin to one family holds considerable truth. Consequently, in the ensuing chain reaction, Lockhart found himself the target of numerous pureblood families, who exerted pressure on the current Minister for Magic, Fudge, demanding a grand trial. They also sought the restitution of their deserved honors and the gold galleons accrued from publications. Ultimately, the Daily Prophet reported that Gilderoy Lockhart, for utilizing the Obliviate charm against wizards and pilfering their adventurous achievements, would be incarcerated in Azkaban indefinitely. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the wizarding world. Through the comprehensive coverage in the newspaper and the word of mouth among those who attended the trial, it has become common knowledge. As for the victims, while they could not claim satisfaction, they begrudgingly accepted the outcome. If given the choice, they would not hesitate to see him dead, adhering to the primal law of nature, blood for blood, and violence for violence. However, as members of humanity, it is paramount to abide by the rules of the human realm, where life takes precedence. Thus, they could only bury their feelings deep within. Days following the trial, a report reignited the flames of gossip in many hearts. The Daily Prophet announced that Lockhart had taken his own life in Azkaban, the reasons remaining shrouded in mystery. No further investigation ensued. Minister Fudge, with a single phrase, effectively buried the cases forever. He, a man of immense pride, transformed from a national celebrity into a pariah. And it is only natural that he succumbed to the unbearable weight of his circumstances. Silence is often the most eloquent response. The tranquil surface of the waters cannot remain undisturbed. Some ripples are essential to the narrative. As the Easter holidays approached, indeed, as you might surmise, the continuity of holidays is the norm at Hogwarts. Ethan experienced a blend of agony and joy each day. This holiday marked a pivotal moment, a turning point for second-year students, the selection of courses. They must choose their electives for the third year in advance, a decision that will inevitably shape their futures and dictate their career paths. While this does not guarantee absolute outcomes, the likelihood is significantly high. Oh, how vexing it is to be faced with such choices. Malfoy clutched his pen, gazing at the list of courses before him, seemingly afflicted by a dilemma of indecision. You need not be so troubled. Simply attend the requisite subjects and select those that genuinely pique your interest, Ethan remarked. Upon finishing his statement, he cast his gaze upon his course selection list, which presented 5 options: care of magical creatures, divination, arithmancy, ancient runes, and muggle studies. The title care of magical creatures was self-explanatory, requiring no further elaboration. As for divination and arithmancy, both pertained to the art of prophecy, yet their methodologies differed significantly. Divination could employ various tools such as crystal balls, tea leaves, and dreams, an esoteric practice demanding considerable innate talent. Conversely, arithmancy, while similarly arcane, involved calculations akin to probability assessments in the Muggle world. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan dismissed arithmancy, for reasons that were all too clear. Muggle studies was also disregarded. Ancient runes, however, was a course he deemed necessary. Although he possessed substantial knowledge, elective courses required a minimum of 2 selections with no upper limit. Thus, Ethan enrolled in ancient runes, divination, and care of magical creatures. Observing this, Malfoy pondered for a few moments before mirroring Ethan's choices. Signing up for care of magical creatures and ancient runes. All right, selections are complete, Malfoy said, surveying his schedule with satisfaction. You truly are something, Ethan, he teased, recalling Ethan's earlier lament regarding the difficulty of choices. Isn't this your selection? How could I doubt your judgment? Ethan found himself at a loss for words. Your praise delights me, yet. Saturday brings a Quidditch match, Gryffindor against Hufflepuff. Ethan and the Slytherins arrived early to observe. The genuine reason for his presence was Snape's insistence that he attend, the motive behind which was a mystery. In the player's tunnel, he caught a glimpse of Harry, who appeared somewhat unwell. Given the time frame, Harry's notebook experience voucher must have expired, Ethan mused, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light as if he perceived the truths of existence. He wondered if the notebook had returned to Ginny's possession. His thoughts drifted far beyond the mundane, rendering him oblivious to the surrounding cheers. Hermione was absent that day. Her roommate had mentioned she was once more engrossed in her studies at the library. Suddenly, a call echoed. The match is cancelled. The warming-up players, startled, approached Professor McGonagall for clarification, only to be met with her authoritative gaze, which quelled their curiosity. Everyone, promptly return to your common rooms. Your head will provide further information. With that, Professor McGonagall beckoned Harry forward. Potter, I believe you need to accompany me. After dispersing the students, she led Harry away, intercepting Ethan and Malfoy in the corridor. Perhaps you two should join us as well. They then proceeded to the Gryffindor common room, where McGonagall called out, Weasley, you too. Under the direction of Professor McGonagall, a small group made their way to the hospital. Chapter 80. All right, we shall not learn. Throughout their journey, Harry incessantly muttered, Why is it always me? Why is it always me? Harry, this is not your fault, his steadfast friend Ron reassured him. Ethan and Malfoy remained silent, yet their eyes exchanged knowing glances. They blinked at one another. Ethan, what is happening? Have you broken some celestial law? Why should I care? I'm merely passing through, Ethan retorted. Do you think another attack has occurred? I suspect so. Professor McGonagall, walking ahead, was oblivious to the exchange transpiring behind her. She appeared quite serious, though her demeanor was typically stern. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, she altered her tone to prepare them mentally. There has been another attack. This time it is a double assault. However, you need not fear, for with Albus present, this is the safest place in all of England. Yes. Ethan quickly nodded in agreement, as he felt particularly qualified to affirm this. They entered the hospital, the rhythmic sound of their heartbeats palpable in the air. Ethan was aware that Hermione had been attacked, yet he concealed this knowledge, striving to appear oblivious. Otherwise, he would become the next suspect. At least that was Harry's belief. Hermione. On 2 hospital beds lay 2 girls, Hermione and a 5th-year Ravenclaw. Phew. Ethan sighed in relief. As long as there were no physical injuries, recovery was possible. Well, you have seen the patients. Now you must return to your dormitory. I will escort you back, as I have something to discuss. With that, Professor McGonagall prepared to depart. Ethan and Malfoy exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. What shall we do now? Let us go back first, and then I will devise a plan. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, they swiftly returned to their dormitory. Soon after, the heads of each house began to speak. All 4 houses witnessed the same scene. All students must return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening and are forbidden from lingering outside. Every class must be accompanied by a teacher. Students are not permitted to use the restrooms without a teacher's company. Quidditch matches are postponed, with the rescheduling contingent upon circumstances. This was not welcome news. In summary, it applied to everyone. Hogwarts boasted a considerable number of students, certainly more than professors. According to the new regulations, every trip to the restroom would require a professor's accompaniment, greatly inconveniencing their daily lives. Yet, there was little choice in the matter. Dumbledore was currently vexed, contemplating how to manage the situation, as it was clear that the truth could not be concealed. Hogwarts finds itself once more enveloped in a shroud of haze this year, casting a pall of gloom over everyone's spirits. The following morning, the great hall bustles with students, yet an unusual stillness permeates the atmosphere. Heads are bowed as individuals partake in their breakfast. It appears serene. Yet beneath the surface lies a disquieting reality. How long must we endure such days, one might wonder. Draco Malfoy, prodding his egg with a fork, could not help but voice his grievances. What of it? Such days are bound to multiply. Perhaps our years at Hogwarts will be fraught with this same dreariness. In comparison to the crises that loom ahead, this is but a trifling matter, whispered Ethan at his ear. Indeed, after all, he is still alive, sighed Malfoy. Both understood the gravity of their situation, prompting them to engage in riddles to distract themselves. The 2 girls beside them were left momentarily perplexed. Astoria spoke up, Ethan, what are you discussing? Upon hearing this, Ethan gently ruffled the girl's hair and reassured her, it's nothing to worry about. I'm here to protect you. Her cheeks flushed as she was taken aback by Ethan's tender gestures. Noticing her reaction, Ethan embraced her, internally exhaling with relief. At least he had managed to assuage her concerns. He certainly did not wish for Astoria to fret over him. Meanwhile, Malfoy found himself in a similar predicament. Mindful of the professor's presence nearby, he could not afford to falter. One could say Malfoy possesses an extraordinary ability to harmonize knowledge with action. At the professor's table, Dumbledore was conspicuously absent, engaged in negotiations with the ministry and others. To ensure the continued operation of Hogwarts, he found it necessary to broker discussions, even at the risk of relinquishing his position as headmaster. Clink, clink, clink. Professor McGonagall tapped her goblet, rising to announce, now, those with partners, please proceed to class. In the classroom, Ethan found his focus wavering. He contemplated how to mitigate risks and successfully navigate this year's challenges. Due to his interventions, the original course of events had shifted slightly, and he could not guarantee that they would emerge unscathed as before. This uncertainty weighed heavily on him. After all, the basilisk posed quite a formidable threat. When the time came to act, he would need to confer with Dumbledore, even if the latter could not be present in person. Fawkes, the Phoenix, must be summoned. Coupled with the newly acquired Phoenix bow in his possession, the challenges ahead should not prove insurmountable. For the sake of safety, avoiding close combat was paramount, especially considering the basilisk's immense size, which rendered it exceedingly perilous. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he pondered the whereabouts of that notebook. Perhaps he could obtain it through Ginny. Yet, the notion brought him discomfort. The Weasley twins and Percy had been keeping a close watch over Ginny these past few days, ever fearful of any potential harm befalling their sister. How could he approach the matter? Setting aside his relationship with them, which, due to Malfoy, was neither particularly strong nor entirely strained, posed another layer of complexity. Venturing forth so recklessly, should one be discovered, the news would swiftly spread. How vexing. Yet, it is certain that the day Ginny disappears will coincide with Harry and Ron's actions, at which point I shall descend to resolve the ensuing chaos. With this thought, Ethan's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, and even the sight of Malfoy became somewhat more agreeable. Malfoy, snapping back to reality, exclaimed, "What kind of look is that? I am fond of women." Ethan cast him a disdainful glance. Surely, one could not take him seriously. At that moment, Pansy turned to inquire, "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing." Malfoy hastily denied. Thus, it is evident that our Malfoy also possesses a rather subservient disposition towards his partner. How amusing. "Oh," Malfoy exclaimed, and without needing to look, Ethan knew that Pansy's fingers were pinching his side. No need to ask why, for he too was aware. Observing that the professor was not looking their way, Ethan quickly grasped Astoria's small hand and gently whispered in her ear, "Be good, we shall not emulate their behavior." Chapter 81, Hagrid's Secret. Ding, ding, ding. Class is dismissed. Professor McGonagall closed the book and moved to the front of the door. She needed to escort the students safely to the Great Hall, particularly the restless Gryffindors. "Hurry up. Gather your things. We must head to the Great Hall for lunch," McGonagall urged. In recent days, Professor Dumbledore had been absent, leaving all responsibilities on her shoulders. Even when he was present, he tended to remain uninvolved, comfortably serving as the school's mascot. McGonagall had no time to rest, as she was tasked with ensuring the safety of the students. The rest were considerate enough not to stir up trouble, with certain exceptions. "Ethan, what are we having for lunch today?" Malfoy inquired as they walked. He posed this question daily, and the cluster of classmates nearby nearly always echoed the same sentiment, transporting Ethan back to his university days. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron pondered how to avoid detection and slip away from the crowd. "I think we need to talk to Hagrid," Harry whispered, tugging at Ron's sleeve. "Do you suspect him?" Ron frowned, clearly skeptical of the claims made in the diary. After all, they had spent a year with Hagrid. While they may not know him intimately, a person's inherent kindness cannot be concealed. Even if the truth aligns with the diary's assertions, Ron believed it was a misunderstanding. In the Muggle world, such wrongful accusations are not uncommon. Some escape unscathed, while others bear the weight of falsehoods for a lifetime until death. "Isn't it somewhat suspicious, Ron? Don't you think?" Harry mused, entirely unaware of Ron's expression beside him. "Riddle conveyed to me precisely this matter. The award displayed in the trophy room serves as ample evidence." However, upon turning to Ron, who wore an expression of disbelief, I realized I may have overstated my case and hastily offered clarification. "It may not necessarily be him. Yet I suspect Hagrid is certainly aware of the events from that year. He is the key we seek." After a moment of contemplation, Ron concurred with this plan and promptly took action. "When do you intend to act?" Ron inquired. "It is essential to note that Professor McGonagall does not permit us to leave the castle unaccompanied. Should we be discovered, the consequences would be dire." The mere thought of this made Ron shudder. Professor McGonagall's authority is unwavering, far surpassing even that of Dumbledore. "Indeed, that is correct. I believe it is time to unveil that dreadful cloak." "The invisibility cloak?" "Precisely. We shall venture out tonight." "What do you mean? Are you taking charge of this matter?" "You must be privy to some details. Share them with me, as I wish to assist." Malfoy's incessant questioning left Ethan speechless. "Wait, hold on. Let us not rush this, shall we?" Noticing the common room was relatively empty, Ethan led Malfoy to his dormitory. The fewer people who know about this matter, the better. He dared not gamble on whether someone might be lurking in the shadows. "I will involve myself in anything related to Voldemort." Ethan reiterated his stance. "Oh, how exhilarating." Malfoy, unusually animated, seemed to possess a peculiar fascination for this perilous undertaking. "So what is our next course of action? Are you going to divulge some information to me?" "We?" Ethan gave him a dubious look, but ultimately conceded. "Well, since you have made your decision, I shall share it with you." With that, both sat up straight. After organizing his thoughts, Ethan spoke. "It is the basilisk." "The basilisk?" "Indeed, it has lived for over 1,000 years, concealed within the Chamber of Secrets. And the heir can command it." 1,000 years? My goodness!" Malfoy exclaimed, struggling to fathom any life form that could endure for such a duration. "Do not be surprised. The world is filled with wonders, divine and extraordinary, Ethan remarked. Are you aware of those petrified half-bloods and muggles? I am, Malfoy nodded. The legendary Medusa possesses the ability to petrify with her gaze. This serpent is no exception. That certainly clarifies matters. The heir commands the basilisk to petrify students, and only those who can speak Parseltongue may issue such commands. Harry Potter, it must be him. Malfoy pieced together the reasoning, rising in excitement. You're mistaken. It is not him. Ethan shook his head in denial. He is merely an unfortunate child. Observing Malfoy's incredulous expression, Ethan revealed further information. Oh, that is indeed quite unfortunate. Malfoy, resting his forehead against his hand and staring at the floor, occasionally trembled, appearing genuinely distressed for Harry. Ethan remained silent, primarily because the situation was indeed rather abstract. Each semester he had become the focal point. So, when do we plan to take action against the serpent creature? Let us wait until Harry unlocks the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. After all, we cannot speak the serpent's tongue. Tonight was particularly unsettling, as each individual grappled with their anxious thoughts. Under the cover of the invisibility cloak, Harry and Ron successfully slipped out of the castle, making their way to Hagrid's small abode. It seemed Harry was oblivious to the fact that Voldemort had always targeted him. Yet, he appeared never to have comprehended the essence of death, constantly taunting fate at the brink of demise. Even the Grim Reaper had no recourse. Harry, Ron, is that truly you? What brings you here? Hagrid lowered his bow and stepped back to allow them entry. The giant's demeanor was not one of excitement upon their arrival. Aside from a hint of surprise, there was only a flatness to his reaction. You shouldn't be here. No, we should have come a long time ago, Harry countered, striding directly inside with Ron. Oh dear, are we not welcome? Harry asked sensitively, feeling the weight of the heir's actions pressing down on him, making everyone seem suspect. No, I'm quite pleased. Hagrid forced a smile, although it was strained at best. He clearly was not adept at deceit. Oh, right, the tea leaves. Hagrid faltered, unsure of what to say, as Harry and Ron watched him intently since their entrance. Reluctantly, he sought something to occupy himself, such as searching for tea leaves. Crash! The tea leaves scattered across the floor, and in that moment, he appeared utterly helpless, pacing back and forth, unsure of what to do. Observing this, Harry and Ron understood that their visit tonight would not be in vain. Hagrid, we have some questions for you, Harry whispered, trying to keep his voice low to avoid startling Hagrid. Oh, of course. Yes, you may ask, Hagrid nodded, shaking his head as he found a chair to sit in. Chapter 82, Descending into Darkness. Hagrid, do you know what significant events transpired years ago? Harry mustered the courage to inquire. Hagrid's body instantly stiffened, his eyes flickering. No, I know nothing, especially not about the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid, we are not asking you about the chamber itself. Do you know something? I cannot say. Hagrid's expression turned pained, filled with distress. Seeing this, Harry pressed Hagrid further. I know you will speak. Hermione is still in the hospital. At this, Hagrid took a deep breath, as if arriving at a crucial decision. He rose to secure the windows and, after a long pause, finally spoke. Aragog, that poor child. Aragog. The two exchanged glances, sensing a spark of excitement in each other's eyes. There was hope. Oh, it is an acromantula, Hagrid elaborated, promptly retrieving an old photograph from the cabinet. Look at this. Wow, it's enormous. Isn't it adorable? He chuckled, his delight evident as it marked the first smile he had displayed that evening. Indeed, Harry replied, sharing a knowing glance with Hagrid, both seemingly enamored with the creature. Alas, Hagrid sighed, placing the photograph down. The tragic events of that time were universally attributed to Aragog, yet only I am aware that the truth diverges from this belief. Of course, Dumbledore is cognizant of it as well. Hagrid, could you elaborate further? Certainly, regarding the Chamber of Secrets. If that monster was not the acromantula. Hagrid corrected him with a serious expression. It was Aragog. Ah, yes, right, Aragog. But who was it that attacked the students? I cannot say for certain. However, Aragog once confided in me that it harbored a primal fear of that creature. It is powerful, is it not? That monster? I cannot attest to that. Hagrid shook his head. Aragog spoke of an instinctual fear, a fear rooted in the food chain. This clue may prove useful to you. Harry and Ron's faces brightened, having finally unearthed something of value. Do you know the entrance to the chamber? Ron inquired eagerly. Hagrid hesitated before responding. I am not entirely certain. Only that it is linked to Slytherin. You must cease your investigations. It is far too perilous. Such antiquated matters ought to be left to the professors. You are merely second-year students, Hagrid cautioned earnestly. He wished to prevent Harry and Ron from facing danger due to his words, silently adding, not everyone is an Ethan. And before the 20th century concludes, there will be no second Walker. Before Harry could voice his thoughts, Ron pressed him down. All right. We are aware of our limitations. Ron quickly asserted. Phew, that is good. Hagrid wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. With that, Ron tugged Harry, who was reluctant to depart, toward the doorway. Before they exited, Hagrid reminded them, by the way, remember to keep this confidential. Do not disclose the contents of today's conversation. It would serve you no benefit. Of course, absolutely. How did you return? Hagrid questioned, perplexed. Harry and Ron, panting in the corner, were about to explain when a series of knocks echoed through the air. Shoo! The two concealed themselves invisibly in the corner. By the following morning, news of Dumbledore's dismissal and Hagrid's arrest permeated every corner of the school. Some rejoiced, while others mourned. The students largely found themselves in agreement with Fudge's actions, choosing to blindly trust him in the absence of their own judgment, much like they had with Lockhart previously. In their view, the minister's personal intervention to take Hagrid away indicated the presence of substantial evidence. Unfortunately, those who were destined to attack would continue to do so, and such a jubilant atmosphere could not endure for long. Soon enough, they would realize that even with Hagrid's removal, the air remained alive, and the monsters would persist in their assaults. In contrast, Harry and Ron appeared somewhat despondent. After all, it seemed that the omnipotent Dumbledore had been ousted, and Hagrid had been taken away. While there were supporters behind them, they were few in number. Aside from Dumbledore and Hagrid, no one was willing to believe in their words. This is dreadful, Ron muttered under his breath while clutching a newspaper in the Great Hall. It was an unavoidable situation. Harry buried his head beneath the table, trying to devise some plan. Meanwhile, Malfoy, observing the two dispirited boys, felt a twinge of urgency. You need to pull yourselves together. If you keep languishing like this, when will you ever uncover the Chamber of Secrets? Just then, he felt a kick at his feet. Looking down, he discovered it was Ethan. Thus, he dismissed the impulse to reprimand the individual who had kicked him. Look at you. You're getting anxious, Ethan remarked, picking up 2 apples and placing one before Malfoy. Just wait, it won't be long now. Unless, of course, you're in a hurry. What if I am? Malfoy retorted. Ethan, too, was in a state of urgency. To him, the basilisk was merely a henchman. The true concern lay with the fragment of soul, for if that remnant could manipulate minds, confronting Ginny would yield no information whatsoever. Moreover, the whereabouts of the notebook remained uncertain. After all, this was a tangible world, and Ethan would not gamble with such matters. The path to victory lay in cautious strategy. Caw caw caw. My lord, they have departed towards the Forbidden Forest. Woonie's excited voice resonated in Ethan and Malfoy's minds. Oh, the Forbidden Forest. How they adore that wretched place, Malfoy scoffed, recalling the previous year when they had nearly been killed by Quirrell. Were it not for his timely intervention to save Potter, he would likely have met his fate by now. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility of obtaining useful information. Ethan had no intention of following them. After all, it wasn't as though he was going to confront Voldemort. It was merely a monstrous arachnid they were dealing with. Indeed, Ethan was determined to keep a relentless pursuit of Voldemort, ensuring his demise and subsequent revival, only to face death once more. The reason for having Woonie monitor their movements was simply to ascertain the right moment to act. Entrusting such a task to Woonie was perfectly reasonable. A night raven was indifferent to sleep. Regardless, he intended to rest. All right, let this be the end for tonight. I shall return to slumber. Ethan rose and made his way back to the dormitory. Aren't you going to take a look? What if something has happened? Malfoy inquired anxiously as he stood up. Rest assured, they won't perish, came the nonchalant reply. You have quite the confidence, Malfoy muttered, intending to return to his slumber. If Ethan wasn't going, his presence would be of little consequence. Chapter 83, The Eve of the Heir's End. The end of the term was approaching. This morning, there was only one transfiguration class, but it was to last the entire morning. As Professor McGonagall entered, she shared some uplifting news. The final exams would be held on June 1st, just a week away. Ethan felt an unsettling familiarity with this. One could say he was merely seeking solace in the Buddha's lap. Those who understood, understood. Why was this considered good news? Because it allowed students to temporarily forget their anxieties and devote themselves wholeheartedly to preparing for the finals. Indeed, this was a piece of good news for Professor McGonagall. Ah, cried Seamus in despair. Clearly, for someone of his academic standing, this was a significant source of distress. Why must we still have exams? I was hoping for an early vacation. Upon hearing this, the classmates began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, the school feels increasingly unsafe. We should hasten home. Come now. You've already calculated your odds against Merlin, chimed another. Why are we still having exams? I haven't even begun to study. By all that is holy, I want to sue whoever invented exams, exclaimed another, exasperated. Oh, Merlin's pink dress. That situation has already troubled us to no end, and now this. Ron clasped his head in his hands, vigorously ruffling his already unruly hair. For my part, I have no real concerns. My grades may be low, but the Dursleys won't pay them any mind, he remarked. At that moment, Harry felt an unexpected warmth towards the Dursleys. Perhaps this was the plight of every child at the end of the term. Why hadn't it felt this way last semester? That brings to mind Hermione. Last semester, under her rigorous tutoring, both had managed to achieve respectable grades. However, this term was an exception. They were already overwhelmed with the troubles surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, leaving little time for study. Quite right. Well said. You leave me speechless, someone interjected. Meanwhile, Ethan and Malfoy appeared remarkably at ease. Of course, the Slytherin twins are not jesting, they would say. It is known that exams at Hogwarts predominantly consist of written assessments. However, the subjects tested pertain to magical studies. Since these were matters of magic, the duo maintained, having hands was sufficient. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room as Neville tumbled to the floor, his wand slipping from his grasp and casting a burst of magical light, causing a chair, already missing a leg, to finally succumb under the weight and transform into a two-legged seat. Friends, in such circumstances, why haven't we closed the school? It is not merely for the sake of providing you with a place to study, Professor McGonagall stated earnestly. I trust you will all review your materials diligently. The audience became increasingly rowdy, inciting her anger as her piercing gaze bore down upon them. This is at Professor Dumbledore's behest. I presume you do not wish to disappoint him? He is quite eager to see how much knowledge you acquire this year. Dumbledore interjected. I did not say anything. I have said nothing at all. Observing that the students had finally quieted down, Professor McGonagall reflected on Dumbledore's effectiveness. Very well, let us commence the lesson. 3 days later. In the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall, seizing the moment when everyone was present, announced some splendid news. This is indeed good news. Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are finally ready for harvest. Tonight, those students who were affected will soon recover, and at that time, the truth shall come to light. A thunderous cheer erupted from the 4 long tables, creating the impression of an uprising. The creature and its air had indeed instilled great unease throughout Hogwarts, with everyone holding their breath. Splendid news, Harry! Ron exclaimed, embracing Harry joyfully. Good heavens! With only 3 days until exams, I truly wish Hermione would sleep a little longer. Perhaps then our grades would surpass hers. Ha ha ha. Harry, too, broke into a long-missed smile, the two boys embracing and bouncing around until they attracted curious glances from those nearby. Surely they cannot harbor any peculiar feelings? Draco Malfoy glared at Ron, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Ethan clapped him on the shoulder, retorting, Oh, Draco, I assume you do not wish to join in, do you? Let us not forget, you already have Pansy. What? Ethan shrugged, dismissing the matter. Then, seemingly recalling something, he nudged Malfoy. What is it? Speak. It is important. Let us return to the dormitory, Ethan whispered beside him. They then rose, gathered their small breads, and bid farewell to Professor McGonagall before departing. Oh, Merlin's beard. Why are we leaving so soon? Malfoy inquired impatiently as they reached the corridor. To save time, Ethan, seeing no one around, replied, Tonight, it is tonight. We must take action. The twin stars. His voice was calm, revealing little emotion. And these breads? To replenish our strength, should you feel timid. You may chew on them to bolster your courage. Though I do not concur with your earlier statements, I hope it proves useful. They had little class that day and did not cross paths with Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, piecing together various clues, deduced the location of the Chamber of Secrets and ultimately confirmed that the monster was indeed a serpent. The food chain, the food chain. It was high time to heed Hagrid's words. The snake fears the chicken and the basketball, which is why Hagrid's beloved chicken met a tragic end. Aragog, the spider, harbors a fear of snakes, hence its trepidation. A flawless deduction. Harry, I believe we must hasten to inform Professor McGonagall. Off they went, giggling, without a backward glance. The entire castle was shrouded in ominous clouds, seemingly heralding the doom of Hogwarts. Not long ago, Professor McGonagall had informed the students of the events that had transpired. Ginny had been taken, and an ominous message was left on the wall. Her bones would forever lie in the Chamber of Secrets. What experiences could the students in the Ivory Tower possibly have faced? Being captured by dark wizards isn't as terrifying, but the lurking malevolence is indeed spine-chilling. Perhaps it is humanity's innate fear of serpents that stirs such dread. In the Gryffindor common room, silence reigned. In stark contrast, the Slytherin common room was abuzz with students retreating to their dormitories, preparing to return home the next day. Draco, tonight is the night. Are you afraid? If you are, I can pretend you never said that. There's no shame in it, for I alone would know, and even if it were to be revealed, it would only tarnish one. Would I be afraid? Nonsense. Unless you knock me unconscious, I would leap into the lake without uttering a word of fear. Chapter 84, Just a Touch of Frost. The night was dark and stormy. This time, Harry and Ron were without Gilderoy Lockhart as company. It was just the two of them. Of course, unless one were to notice the two shadowy figures lurking behind them. At this moment, in the girls' lavatory, Myrtle. Are you there? Harry inquired. Myrtle emerged from the toilet, her usual nonchalance evident as she asked, What do you want this time? I wish to know how you met your demise. Harry was anxious, for they had but one night remaining. By dawn, they would be taken from the castle, leaving little time for meandering inquiries. It is indeed an unpleasant question, Myrtle remarked, though inwardly she was thrilled. After all these years, someone finally asked. She felt a tinge of honor. Indeed, Being a ghost for so long can lead to a profound sense of loneliness, especially when one perished in the dim confines of a lavatory. It is dreadful. I scarcely wish to recall it. Myrtle floated gracefully before them, her form descending as she spoke. I died in the restroom. That day I had locked myself in, weeping, when suddenly someone entered. He spoke strangely, a boy's voice. Yet this was the girl's lavatory. I stepped out and scolded him to leave. At this point, she paused noticeably. Perhaps that was my greatest regret. I should not have reprimanded him. Ron inquired, who was he? What transpired then? I was oblivious, for in that fleeting moment, I perished. A sudden sense of relief enveloped me as I beheld my own body sprawled upon the damp ground, my large yellow eyes devoid of any emotion. With each word she uttered, her excitement intensified, as ominous winds swirled around them, doors and windows opening and closing in a restless dance. Ha ha ha. The two gazed at the increasingly frantic Peach Myrtle and hastily inquired, do you know where you saw the eyes? At this juncture, their conviction solidified. This creature was indeed a serpent. Right there, I believe, though my memory is somewhat hazy, Myrtle indicated towards the large, glistening pool before her. Harry and Ron hurried over, meticulously examining every inch until they halted before a faucet. Why is that? They wondered. For there lay a slender, exquisite snake, unlike the haphazardly carved serpents within the Slytherin castle. Rather, it was so finely detailed that one could discern every scale, its eyes shimmering with an ethereal glow. Yet, this was no apparition. It was a manifestation of profound magic. Enchanted objects possess an extraordinary essence. Even in the Muggle world, where magic is absent, one can perceive the rarity of such items, for magic imbues them with an extraordinary aura. This faucet had never dispensed water, Myrtle exclaimed with fervor. She sensed that the truth of yesteryears was on the verge of revelation. How shall we unlock it? Harry inquired. Given that this is the Slytherin's chamber associated with serpents. Harry, perhaps you should try speaking Parseltongue. Ah, realization dawned upon Harry. Let me give it a try. So, he uttered, and at once, a mechanical sound resonated. Click. Click. The once cohesive pool began to fracture, revealing a shadowy passageway. Hiss. The chamber truly lies here. Draco Malfoy exclaimed with excitement. They stood outside the lavatory, witnessing this spectacle. Shall we enter now? Draco queried. Proceed. Ethan responded succinctly yet assertively. Without further ado, the two dispelled their invisibility charm and boldly ventured inside. The commotion behind them ceased, and Harry felt a jolt. Who goes there? They turned to find two familiar figures. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Ron demanded. Malfoy, unfazed by the inquiry, chuckled disdainfully. Why should I not be here? Are you the heir? Harry leveled his wand at Malfoy. Oh, I am not. But I detest when others aim wands at me. Potter. Malfoy intended to deliver a lesson in affection, but was intercepted by Ethan. Observing this, Malfoy retreated, saying little. Ethan smiled slightly. You ought not to be here. No, we must stay here. We must save Ginny. Just the two of you? Indeed, just the two of us. Harry stepped forward, exuding a fierce determination. Ron, do you feel the same? Ethan disregarded Harry, instead turning to Ron. Think of your sister. If you wish for her to return unharmed, you ought not to hinder us. His implication was unmistakable. You are too weak. Your involvement would only lead to demise. Ron hesitated, but it lasted merely a second. Honor, heroism, adventure, all paled in comparison to the safety of his sister. What should we do? Ron asked, now fully aligning himself with Ethan, no longer acting on impulse. Perhaps this was the power of love. As Dumbledore had articulated, love is the greatest force in the world. Harry wished to voice his thoughts, yet Ron restrained him. In that moment, Harry remained oblivious to his own frailty. His fervor clouded his judgment. Perhaps my words are harsh, but your only course of action is to seek out the professors, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and so forth. The more, the better. And you? Or rather, what will you do? We will descend to rescue her. Seeing Ethan's unwavering confidence, Ron ceased to linger, pulling Harry along as they exited. Once they had departed, Malfoy and Ethan exchanged a knowing glance. Let us proceed. In the dim corridor, damp with moisture, the two wielded a mermaid oil lamp, walking onward through the passage. Eventually, they reached a broad expanse, only to be greeted by a lengthy serpent-esque skin, measuring 20 feet. By Merlin's pink hairpin, how enormous must this serpent be? Malfoy exclaimed, a mix of excitement and trepidation evident in his voice, for this was the challenge they were about to confront. It is known that a serpent's shed skin does not retain its original length, and the age of this skin was uncertain. Its vibrant hue suggested it had been recently shed. Ethan furrowed his brow. Standing before the skin, one could truly appreciate their own insignificance. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. However, given his composed nature, he had already sent Woony to seek his good friend before leaving the common room. He glanced back at Malfoy, who was visibly trembling. A bit of weathering, and you're frightened? Ethan remarked nonchalantly. Truth be told, he could face the basilisk alone. Yet, In a bid to bolster Malfoy's resolve this season, he had chosen to bring him along. After all, they had come this far. You wouldn't want to turn back now, would you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 85. You should not be my enemy. They pressed deeper until they paused before a door adorned with serpentine patterns. What the hell, this door is cool, Malfoy exclaimed in astonishment. It's passable. But this is not the time for such remarks. Ethan urged Malfoy to step back, for he was about to begin the intricate task of unlocking the door. This particular portal could only be accessed through the ancient language of serpents. Unfortunately, Harry had just departed. Yet, how could Ethan possibly be unaware of this? He promptly retrieved a small device from his pocket, an alchemical contraption he had fashioned during his idle moments at school, perfectly suited for the occasion. Earlier, at the lavatory entrance, he had recorded Harry's voice speaking the serpent's command to open the door. Now, all that remained was to play it back. Contemplating this, a twinge of frustration washed over Ethan. Had it not been for Hogwarts' strict prohibition against Muggle artifacts, he would not have needed to resort to such a device. What is this? Malfoy marveled at the sight of Ethan unveiling this peculiar object. When Ethan recorded the message, he had merely tucked it away in his pocket, leaving Malfoy oblivious to its existence. This whimsical invention, which I fondly refer to as the whispering ear, possesses a singular function, to record and play back sound. Is that all? Malfoy had anticipated something extraordinary, only to discover it was this trivial item. Yet, one should not underestimate it, after all. It is an alchemical device capable of capturing sounds from a distance of up to 100 meters. Impressive. I never expected you had this skill. Malfoy gazed enviously at the whispering ear in Ethan's hand, already imagining how he would procure one for himself after their adventure concluded. Very well, let us commence, Ethan declared, eyeing the rectangular plaque adorned with intricate inscriptions, featuring a small rotating disc. Given the multitude of recorded voices, it was impossible for the device to play them all simultaneously. Nor was that Ethan's intention. Thus, he could select any single voice from the many captured, just as he intended to do now. As he turned the dial, it clicked rhythmically. The holes along the edges of the rectangular plaque began to emit a voice. How shall we unlock it? The voice echoed. Let me try. In an instant, it was as though a singularity had been disturbed, causing the entire space to tremble, especially the circular portal before them. Each serpentine head began to writhe as the lock disengaged. Let us proceed. Time waits for no one, Ethan declared, choosing not to elaborate further to Malfoy. The latter understood the gravity of their situation. He could always inquire later. The duo traversed the lengthy tunnel, which gradually widened, until they emerged into a vast chamber. A hidden chamber, indeed, Malfoy exclaimed in astonishment. The expanse before them was grander than any classroom at Hogwarts. Each stone column was entwined with a colossal serpent, its gaping maw seemingly poised to devour any intruder. The dampness of the ground rendered the atmosphere slightly chilling, shrouded in dimness and a foul stench. Adorned with sculptures and inscriptions. At first glance, it merely appeared to be a chamber devoid of any intrinsic value. If one were to insist otherwise, it would only be due to the presence of the ancient serpent. Malfoy pointed towards a dark figure lying on the ground, exclaiming, "Look, there's someone on the floor, clad in a school uniform. It must be Ginny. Come on, hurry." Ethan beckoned, hastening forward. Upon reaching Ginny, he noticed her complexion was ashen. "Ginny," he murmured, crouching down to touch her forehead. It was icy, chillingly cold. He leaned closer, finally exhaling a sigh of relief moments later. Thank goodness, she was still breathing, still alive. Malfoy, however, did not turn his gaze, for his relationship with the Weasley family was rather tenuous. Nevertheless, he bore no significant animosity towards the youngest Weasley. According to Ethan's prior assessment, the massive serpent and its heir must be within the chamber. He needed to remain vigilant, for one misstep could lead to disaster. Just then, as he turned back, a wraith leaned against a stone pillar. "Ethan, look over there, there's a ghost." Malfoy's words struck a nerve with Tom. The one who yearned for immortality was now being referred to as a ghost, igniting a profound anger within him. Yet, as the cunning individual he was, he did not allow his rage to manifest upon his visage. He cast a brief glance at Malfoy before his gaze returned to Ethan, sensing something amiss behind him. Ethan stood and turned. "Tom Riddle, is that you?" he inquired. He was aware of the man's name, asking merely out of courtesy. "Indeed, Walker, I have heard of you." Tom did not deny it. He seemed quite intrigued by Ethan. "You've heard of me? Who told you? Harry Potter?" "Yes, that foolish fellow," Tom scoffed with a derisive laugh. Taken aback that he had been slain by him. Through Harry, he had learned of matters unknown to his own fragmented soul. The Savior had vanquished Voldemort. The Weasley twins shone like stars in the century, and a part of his essence had been extinguished by the very person before him. "Huh," Tom, in a fit of rage, chuckled maniacally, reflecting on how his proud life had culminated in such treatment by mere second-year students. "Tom, Voldemort," Malfoy exclaimed, promptly shielding Ethan with his own body. "It seems you know quite a bit about me. Dumbledore must have shared his insights with you." A knowing smile lingered on Tom's face, as if he anticipated everything unfolding before him. Yet, internally, he was deeply pained. If only that foolish Harry Potter had come instead, he might have had the opportunity to manipulate him further. Currently, he was siphoning Ginny's life force, and every moment he could delay mattered. Do you know? Harry Potter, that foolish boy, is hailed as the savior, yet he revealed everything to me. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Tom's handsome visage appeared utterly deranged. Moreover, the 11-year-old girl beside you confided in me her deepest feelings. She spoke of her brother's ridicule, lamenting her obligation to don an old robe and carry worn books to school, and also of you. She has long harbored affection for you, yet perceives you as a man already betrothed, believing that the youngest master of potions of this century would never reciprocate her feelings. Tom has been muttering to himself. Ethan, however, pays him little mind, while Malfoy listens with keen interest, happily munching on seeds. Have all your dying words been spoken? Ethan gazes coldly at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, as if mocking Tom for resorting to such petty tricks. You. Tom's veins throb visibly, the facade of gentlemanly composure stripped away in this moment. You should not make an enemy of me. Ethan draws his wand from his sleeve, advancing step by step, his calm words betraying no emotion. His golden hair flows, embodying a harbinger of death, exuding an overwhelming presence. Though merely a remnant of a soul, your demise at my hands shall be the sole memory worth cherishing in your life. Chapter 86. Reinforcements arrived. Ha, ha. Tom laughs heartily, his eyes brimming with disdain. In his estimation, he is the greatest genius of this century, while the walker before him is but a hollow title. Infinitely arrogant. He refuses to acknowledge Ethan's prowess before being vanquished. It seems you possess great confidence in yourself. Tom's form solidifies further as he retrieves Ginny's wand, toying with it, showing no sign of trepidation. I see great potential in you. Become my servant, a Death Eater. Shut up. Ethan retorts sharply, striking swiftly. Without a wave of his wand or incantation, he casts the killing curse. In an instant, immense magical energy surges from within him to the tip of his wand. A green glow coalescing there. The entire chamber is enveloped in silence, as the curse hurtles towards Tom with blinding speed. Damn it, Tom curses under his breath, caught off guard by Ethan's blatant disregard for the rules of combat. Unprovoked, he resorts to the killing curse, even more sinister than the Dark Lord himself. As a gentleman, you ought to have greeted me first, much like those muggles who refrain from harming envoys in battle. Now, as I extend an olive branch, you retaliate with deadly intent. Truly, this is outrageous. Avada Kedavra. Tom bellows in anger, clearly having mastered the killing curse even before his graduation. The phrase Kedavra had often graced his lips back then. In truth, he too can cast the curse without uttering a word, yet believes that vocalizing it instills greater fear in his adversary. Tom reacts swiftly. Two beams of magical light explode near him, akin to a flashbang, momentarily blinding him. This compels the experienced wizard to instinctively dodge to the side, wary of an ambush from Ethan. Regardless of whether Ethan initiated the attack, this evasion was undeniably necessary. Observing his current disheveled state, one could hardly recall the spirited figure he embodied decades ago, even though this was merely a fragment of his soul, lingering from his graduation days. It elicited an amused chuckle from Malfoy. Was this truly the Voldemort he recognized? How could he be reduced to such a pitiful state? Today, he would also attempt to vanquish the Dark Lord. The Wand of Destiny. Malfoy invoked the dark magic that Ethan had imparted to him, launching a swift assault. The blade of energy sliced through the sky, aimed directly at Tom. Dust and chaos enveloped the scene, isolating the two adversaries, leaving Malfoy uncertain whether he had struck true. A piercing scream soon followed. The outcome was evident. He had hit. I wounded Voldemort. Malfoy was exhilarated, pride swelling within him. After all, this was Voldemort. Even if it was but a trivial remnant of his soul, he was still Voldemort. Upon returning home, his father would surely take delight in this achievement, perhaps even rewarding him. Malfoy continued to bask in his daydreams of familial pride. However, a cough interrupted his reverie as Tom staggered to his feet. His spectral form bore no dust or disarray, no stains of blood. Yet, it was palpable that his essence had grown even weaker. He could not withstand injury. This fragment of a soul was too frail. Malfoy's recent strike had diminished his strength by a third. It seemed he could not continue this duel. As the heir of Slytherin, he was not alone in this endeavor. Arise, basilisk. Tom hissed in parcel tongue, words unknown to Ethan and Malfoy, yet they sensed the impending doom. For they were aware of the formidable creature lurking within the chamber. With a low, menacing growl, the enormous basilisk slithered forth from the depths of the chamber. Its robust body coiled upon the ground, its scales glimmering with a chilling sheen. The triangular head rose high, emitting a terrifying hiss. Ethan swiftly positioned himself in front of Malfoy, cautioning him not to gaze into the creature's eyes. Is this your trump card? He directed at Tom. Indeed. The serpent was colossal and venomous. Surely, Walker, it is only natural for the greatest wizard in the world to possess a slightly larger pet. No, Ethan countered, shaking his head. Tom's grotesque visage twisted further in fury. Did he still believe in Dumbledore? Neither, Ethan responded with a smile, retracting his wand into the system's space. Simultaneously, a narrow fissure opened in the surrounding air, revealing a silver sword hilt. As he drew the sword and advanced, the kingly aura he exuded was magnificently palpable. Hiss! The sword's edge grazed the ground, producing a few sparks. Undeniably, Dumbledore is powerful, yet one who cannot protect even his own kin cannot be deemed the mightiest wizard. Such assertions are mere folly. Tom stepped back a few paces. The notion of familial bonds has always been a thorn in his heart. He despised love. Yet in his youth, he yearned for it. Anyone with a heart can discern this truth. Humanity is not inherently good or evil. There are no so-called born villains. Tom was no exception. His childhood in an orphanage marred by relentless bullying shaped him into the being he is today. Extreme, selfish, and mad. Kill him. Tom was thoroughly enraged. But alas, his strength was currently limited, leaving him no choice but to unleash the basilisk. Ethan sensed impending doom. The creature's gaze could be lethal. Before Phoenix Fox arrived, he was unable to confront it, leaving him in a precarious position. Draco, protect Ginny and be wary of Tom. With that, Ethan charged forward. His sword instantly engulfed in flames. The speed was so swift that the basilisk momentarily faltered. Utilizing his slight stature, Ethan swiftly approached the beast, striking with his sword. A roar erupted, blood was drawn. The basilisk writhed in agony, letting out a sound reminiscent of both serpent and dragon. What a sight! It's almost transforming into a dragon. Ethan thought in alarm. If this serpent were to survive for centuries, it could silently obliterate Hogwarts. With this thought, Ethan's resolve intensified, targeting the creature's vital points with each strike. However, the space was exceedingly confined. To safeguard Ginny and Draco, he darted into the drainage pipe, the basilisk following closely behind. Within the narrow confines, Ethan nimbly evaded the creature's attacks, his fiery sword relentlessly slashing at it. The blue flames danced upon its wounds, a sight both enchanting and terrifying. The basilisk, massive in size, struggled to maneuver in the cramped quarters, yet its assaults remained ferocious. Each swing of its tail shook the pipe, some sections even tearing apart. Seizing the opportunity, Ethan swiftly concealed himself. He had received word from Wony. Reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 87. Today, the youth draws his bow. It is time to exit. A glimmer sparked in Ethan's eyes. He hesitated no longer and sprinted toward another passage. The water in the pipe gushed in response to Ethan's vigorous sprint. Though the millennia-old basilisk could not see ahead, its hearing was formidable. Especially after years of dwelling here, it could discern the position of the small mouse with remarkable clarity. A roar echoed. No mere foot soldier could rival the might of a colossal serpent. As Ethan ran with all his might, he finally glimpsed candlelight once more. Yet the colossal serpent loomed ominously, a mere 10 meters away. Upon exiting the passage, he sprang into action, seizing the protruding ledge of the pipe, his feet soaring into the air. In that very instant, the serpent's gaping maw surged beneath him. Phew! Fortuitously, my intellect prevails, and my strength has not been in vain. Ethan seized the moment, releasing his grip and swiftly positioning himself astride the massive serpent. He had witnessed others riding horses, and even eagles. Now, he found himself atop a serpent. Huh, look at this, Walker, Tom chuckled with glee. Observe your disheveled state, with your frail human form. You dare to challenge a millennia-old beast, such folly. Ethan sneered, is that so? Let us wait and see. Nevertheless, he was far from comfortable. Though he had sustained no injuries, the serpent's head swayed violently, crashing through the chamber's expanse, churning his stomach uncomfortably. Were it not for his pride, he would have already succumbed to nausea. He urged Wony inwardly, eagerly anticipating Fox's arrival. Suddenly, an unexpected melody resonated throughout the chamber. Ethereal and fluctuating, it conveyed no discernible emotion. Tom abruptly turned. The once empty room now filled with music, amplifying amidst the serpent's roars, creating an eerie atmosphere. With a cry, the phoenix descended, adorned in fiery plumage, from a towering pillar. With a head resembling a rooster, a beak akin to a swallow, pearl-like eyes, a serpentine neck, a patterned back, multicolored feathers, immense wings, and a tail reminiscent of a fish, the recently reborn fox soared gracefully, reaching heights of 6 feet or more, embodying regal elegance in every movement. Fox, strike its eyes. The phoenix, a natural adversary to serpents, rendered the ancient beast momentarily breathless, despite its formidable strength. With golden talons akin to divine hands, it dove downwards. What? A phoenix? That old fool, Dumbledore. Tom's countenance twisted with madness as he realized his advantageous position was about to be disrupted. He hastily commanded the serpent to attack Malfoy. Eliminate him. That wretched offspring of a servant. Roar. What the hell? Malfoy cursed vehemently, attempting to evade, yet upon seeing Ginny on the ground, he hesitated, rooted in place. He brandished his wand, unleashing a flurry of spells that appeared formidable but proved utterly ineffective. The serpent's magical resistance was insurmountable. The spells were rendered useless before it. Much like Hagrid, they both possessed a magical resistance that Ethan envied greatly. "Fox, save me!" Malfoy cried out repeatedly, and though Ethan wished to assist, he found himself ensnared by Tom. "The advantage lies with me. Walker, submit to my will." The spells cast by the two of them relentlessly assailed the seemingly impregnable chamber. "Is that so? I beg to differ. Though Dumbledore is cunning and enjoys manipulating others, it is precisely this trait that will be overturned by the arrival of Fawkes." Ethan sidestepped as a barrage of killing curses surged toward him. In the past, he would have been thrown into disarray. However, now he merely awaited the opportune moment. And that moment is now. A roar erupted from the giant serpent, though it lacked the usual ferocity, instead resonating with a hint of sorrow. It was Fawkes who had triumphed, piercing the serpent's eyes. Black blood poured forth from its eye sockets, and due to this strike, the basilisk's attack trajectory shifted slightly. "Ha. Now is the time for a change in offense and defense. Draco, you shall hold him back." "Excellent." Compared to that loathsome serpent, for the first time, he found Voldemort somewhat amiable. Fueled by fervor, Ethan stowed his wand and sword, retrieving a fiery red bow from his space. "I shall draw my bow to slay the serpent today." With a furious shout, Ethan summoned all his strength, drawing the phoenix bow, his magical energy dissipating at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! The white arrow swiftly approached the basilisk, which remained oblivious to the impending danger. But in the next moment, roar! Bang! The basilisk emitted an earth-shattering roar, its body propelled several meters away. What? Why did it not evade? With its eyes blinded, what could it still perceive? Previously, it had fought with its eyes closed. Now it was his turn. Ethan no longer considered anything else, striking the serpent's heart. "Today I shall ensure your demise." Drawing the bow once more, he aimed fiercely at the basilisk's vital point. However, in a fit of pain, the serpent thrashed wildly, narrowly avoiding the strike. The sharp arrow only grazed its scales, leaving a shallow wound. The serpent violently swung its tail, sending Ethan crashing against the wall, blood escaping his lips. Tom, witnessing this, erupted into a piercing laugh. "Walker, do you really believe this will kill it? Such naivety. Damn, you dare to be distracted while fighting me?" Malfoy, furious, intensified his grip. Although Malfoy's magical power was currently weak, it was still far superior to that of a mere fragment of a soul. After all, this remnant had languished within a notebook for so many years, now only drawing upon Ginny's life force. It was no match for Malfoy. The only advantage he possessed lay in experience and skill, but at this moment, they were of little use. After all, Malfoy was no novice. He feasted on strength. "Disarm your weapon." Malfoy invoked Harry's classic spell, contending with Tom's magic in the air. "Well done, Draco." Seeing his friend perform so admirably, Ethan ignored the pain coursing through his body. "First, strike Tom, then slay the giant serpent." Avada Kedavra. In a synchronized assault, Tom's soul was destined to meet its end. "No, it cannot be. You spoke in a similar vein as the last remnant of the soul," Ethan remarked with a cutting tone, showing no mercy. "Tell me why?" He did not receive the answer he sought. With a resounding crash, the soul shattered, its fragments merging into the notebook. Ethan was aware that he was not truly dead. How could a soul possibly perish? Once he regained his strength, he would inevitably re-emerge, thus necessitating his return to the notebook. Nevertheless, that was a matter for another time. The pressing concern was the delectable, yet cursed serpent before him. "Draco, your efforts are commendable. I shall handle the rest." "Very well," Malfoy nodded in agreement. For he had reached the limits of his own power. "Come forth," Ethan commanded, channeling energy through his hands, directly aimed at the basilisk. Fawkes sensed a familiar essence resonating within Ethan. It soared before him, joining in the draw of the bow, an unprecedented surge of energy coalescing ahead, both his and Fawkes'. The temperature steadily escalated, the moisture upon the ground evaporating as mist enveloped the air. The basilisk, too, detected the rising heat, for its tongue was not a mere plaything. In its mindless state, it charged forward, exhibiting the very definition of thoughtlessness. Ethan did not evade. The arrow found its mark beneath the creature's jaw, glinting with a deadly light as black blood gushed forth. Thus, the pet nurtured by Slytherin departed this world, following its master. Chapter 88. A treasure in every part. Clang. The Gryffindor sword clattered to the ground, Ethan's hands trembling uncontrollably. "Do not dwell on it. It is merely fatigue." After all, such a massive serpent was composed entirely of muscle. A single strike would demand considerable strength. This was the result of his rigorous training. Should it have been those other frail wizards, one swing would suffice to embed the sword, although whether the serpent was injured would remain uncertain, while the sword itself would be irretrievable. "Ethan, are you well?" Malfoy struggled to rise, his face a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. Ethan shook his head. I am fine, just somewhat drained. That is reassuring. However, our task is not yet complete. Approaching the basilisk's severed head, he extracted both venomous fangs. After all, these were prime materials for crafting, inherently toxic, albeit small, yet together, they were more than adequate to forge a poisoned bone dagger. Now, he needed to destroy the notebook, returning Ginny's vitality entirely. Clutching the serpent's fangs, Ethan approached the notebook, which radiated an ominous aura. He inhaled deeply and plunged the fangs forcefully into the pages. In that instant, a plume of black smoke erupted from the notebook, accompanied by a piercing wail, as if something within was in excruciating agony. In a heartbeat, a torrent of dark blood surged forth, as though he were piercing not a book, but the flesh of a living being. Ginny's body began to tremble slightly, her formerly pallid complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. A minute later, the notebook ceased its incessant bleeding, falling silent and resembling a true lifeless object. A faint, mosquito-like groan emerged, prompting Ethan to glance at Malfoy with a peculiar expression. Oh, come on, it wasn't me, Malfoy retorted, indignantly gesturing towards Ginny, who lay on the ground. It was her. Ethan chuckled lightly. I never said it was you. With that, he rose and stored away his venomous fangs into the system space. Approaching Ginny, he placed his hand on her forehead. Her temperature was normal, albeit slightly elevated. Why is her face a bit flushed? He had seen Ginny's face redden to an unusual degree. Typically, a rosy complexion is distinct from blushing. Could it be? Is there a malfunction? In his helplessness, Malfoy stepped closer. Blushing? It's simple. Why not calculate her condition? All right, let us give it a try. Ethan shrugged, surveying the surroundings before reluctantly shedding his outer coat. Standing 2 meters away from Ginny, he began to fan her. Malfoy, meanwhile, was not idle. He intended to head back and fetch the professor, all the while grumbling about how inept those two, Potter and Weasley, were at handling matters, as no one had appeared despite his prolonged calls. Ethan, feeling somewhat fatigued, paused and approached the basilisk. Such a massive serpent, brimming with treasures, he mused. Setting aside the serpent's petrifying gaze, the scales alone could be fashioned into garments, undoubtedly boasting high defensive and magical resistance. The basilisk's gallbladder was also a prized possession. It was said that Yang would gain strength from consuming a snake's gallbladder. Even if this serpent was of a different breed, the effects would likely be similar, especially given its size and ferocity. After a thorough inspection, he concluded that the largest piece of flesh was the least useful. The challenge lay in how to transport it. Surely when the professor arrived, an explanation would be required. Disappearing without a trace was not an option at that moment. He harbored no concerns about the other professors, but Snape was a different matter entirely. He had a notorious history of exploiting Hagrid's modest dwellings. If the old bat were to claim this corpse, retrieving it would be nearly impossible. It seemed that Dumbledore would need to intervene. Otherwise, he could not merely act as a mascot, but must also leverage some of his residual influence. Just as Ethan finished contemplating the subsequent steps, Ginny began to stir, gradually sitting up and gazing around in confusion, seemingly unfamiliar with her surroundings. She had regained consciousness earlier but had remained silent, overhearing Ethan and Malfoy's conversation. Through their dialogue and her fragmented memories, she pieced together the events that had transpired. Uncertain of how to confront Ethan, she recalled her prior promise to give him the notebook. Yet now, the notebook remained in her possession, and the numerous injured individuals were all due to her actions. She gazed at Ethan's retreating figure, yearning to articulate her thoughts, yet her words remained trapped in silence. Ethan, sensing the stir behind him, recognized that Ginny had awakened. Turning around, he found her fixated on him. Ginny, are you all right? He inquired with concern. Ginny lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat melancholic. I'm fine, she replied. However, as the conversation progressed, a realization dawned upon her, prompting her to lift her head swiftly. You see, I was under control and was completely unaware. I wanted to give you the notebook, but it seized control of me again. Subsequently, I discarded the notebook in the restroom to free myself from it, but it seemed futile. I understand. I truly do. This is not your fault. Ethan approached her, speaking softly. He is formidable and adept at manipulation. Even Harry fell prey to his deceit. Yet, fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The notebook was destroyed, the basilisk slain. And you are safe. For an 11-year-old girl to endure such tribulations would have reduced many to tears, but Ginny possessed an inner strength. After all, she was a Weasley, hailing from a long-established pureblood family. Malfoy often ridiculed their financial standing, yet he never questioned their strength. The Weasley family, with its numerous children, each possessed unique talents and exceptional magical abilities. Take Ginny, for instance. Under Tom's one-on-one tutelage, she transformed into a first-year witch capable of wielding her abilities with remarkable proficiency. In comparison to Ron, she surpassed him significantly, as his prowess was limited to wizard's chess, leaving him lagging behind his siblings in other areas. At this moment, Ginny's demeanor was peculiar. She exhibited no fear, only a whirlwind of emotions. Regardless of the world or its inhabitants, the allure of a hero rescuing a damsel is difficult to resist, a reflection of a society that often values appearances. The one who saved you, if handsome, is often afforded admiration, while those less fortunate are tasked with repaying favors through servitude. It appeared that Ginny could no longer suppress her feelings. A decision seemed to have crystallized within her. Suddenly, she rose and leapt into Ethan's embrace, holding him tightly. The unexpected gesture left him momentarily bewildered, his body freezing in place. With her face nestled in his chest, her voice trembled as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." After a brief pause, Ethan gently patted her back, fully aware that Ginny's feelings for him were exceptional. After all, what secrets could a young girl truly hide? Nevertheless, he had always regarded her as a close friend. A hug between friends is a commonplace gesture, is it not? This is not a place where such affection is misconstrued. Rather, it is merely a customary formality in Europe. Were this elsewhere, one might speculate about Ethan's intentions with other girls. Alas, it truly is a case of each party believing themselves to be right, leaving us in a quagmire of conflicting truths. Chapter 89, The Girl's Resignation. Ginny, we are safe now. Let us hasten our departure from this place. Ethan gently wiped her tears and helped her to her feet, steadying her as she stumbled. I will be expelled, Ginny lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. She bore no fear of Tom or the basilisk, but the thought of exiting and having her actions revealed to all was unbearable. The prospect of expulsion loomed over her, and the disappointment of her mother and father weighed heavily on her heart. The world outside would undoubtedly speculate that the daughter of the Weasley family had become a minion of Voldemort, wreaking havoc at Hogwarts. I have always yearned to attend Hogwarts because of my love for magic, and now I must leave you. Ethan, ever supportive, ensured she did not fall. But was this a confession? Sighing inwardly, he felt helpless in the face of such circumstances. Fate has a way of teasing mortals. One cannot have both fish and bear's paws, so all must be left to time. Fox circled overhead, chirping incessantly. What malice could a bird harbor? It understood not the complexities of human emotion. All it knew was that soon it would return to its master for a hearty meal and perhaps offer an explanation to its colorful companion. Thus, it sensibly perched upon Ethan's shoulder, breaking the tension between the two. Rest assured, once we are outside, I will vouch for you. I have faith that Professor Dumbledore will not make things difficult for you. As they walked together, Ethan continued to support her. They soon arrived at the concealed passage beneath the washroom. With a wave of his hand, Ethan transformed the debris below into a makeshift ladder. Once he ascended, he swiftly pulled Ginny up after him. Fox, appearing quite busy, took flight after their ascent. I can hardly believe we are alive, Ginny breathed, inhaling the air. Albeit less than fragrant, yet a vast improvement over the stench of the chamber. The panic that had previously gripped her had dissipated. On the way back, Ethan had reassured her. Few were aware of the events that transpired. The public only knew of the basilisk's attack, and the heir was never seen. A brief discussion with Dumbledore would suffice. Moreover, she had been under duress and would surely not face expulsion, much like Hagrid years prior. Though his heart may have been somewhat darkened, his vision was undeniably clear. Fear not, he had said. With this thought, Ginny's spirits began to lift. Ethan's words rang true. After all, no one had discovered anything amiss. As for the truth, she could craft her own narrative. At that moment, her gaze toward Ethan bore a complexity of emotions, love, admiration, defiance, yet predominantly, a sense of release. Indeed, she already harbors affections for another. How could she possibly accommodate anyone else in her heart? The only regret lies in her own tardiness. However, even if Ethan can never be her partner, he can certainly be a cherished friend. With this thought, her previous disappointment dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. She drew Ethan close, and they shared a gentle embrace before parting swiftly. Ethan, remember to keep this a secret, okay? Ginny playfully winked at him. I will, and so will Malfoy. This matter will remain known only to the three of us and Professor Dumbledore. Ethan replied with a gentle smile. It seemed he need not utter any words of refusal, as he was not particularly adept at such expressions. From the depth of Ginny's gaze, he discerned much. Being empathetic, he naturally understood that Ginny had come to terms with her feelings. Just as he was about to speak further, the sound of many footsteps approached the restroom door. It appeared reinforcements had arrived, though their presence seemed somewhat superfluous at this juncture. Oh, thank heavens you are unharmed. Professor McGonagall was the first to step forward, assessing the two. Although she had already learned from Malfoy that they were safe, witnessing it firsthand finally set her mind at ease. We apologize for causing you concern, Professor. They spoke in unison. Oh, Ginny, you're alive. Thank goodness. What would I say to Mother if something had happened to you? Ron stepped forward, eager to comfort his sister. Given the urgency of the situation, he was the only brother present. Little Ginny, however, seemed reluctant to engage with him, retreating behind Ethan. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Ron stammered, momentarily bewildered by the circumstances, only managing a sheepish grin. "Ginny, my dear." Mrs. Weasley soon arrived, having been brought by Dumbledore. "Mother." The two embraced, weeping tears of joy in celebration of new life. Dumbledore stood at the doorway, silent yet benevolent as he observed the scene. He then winked at Ethan, resembling a mischievous child, though perhaps it would be more apt to refer to him as a playful old man. Their eyes exchanged an unspoken communication, the content of which remained a mystery. "Let us return. If there are matters to discuss, we shall convene in the headmaster's office," Professor Snape interjected. The atmosphere here was truly indescribable. "Do you not see the moss growing in the corner from the stagnant water?" "As you rightly pointed out, Professor," Ethan mused, eager to converse with Dumbledore about certain matters. Thus, the group made their way toward Dumbledore's office, laughter and chatter filling the air, creating a truly delightful scene. "It was you who saved her. I truly cannot express my gratitude adequately," Dumbledore remarked upon their arrival at the office. Mrs. Weasley gazed at the two young men with palpable excitement, her heart swelling with gratitude for Ethan, who had saved her daughter. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that Malfoy had played a role in this unforeseen turn of events. "How did you manage it? We are all eager to know," she inquired. Professor McGonagall, visibly weary, regarded the duo with a mixture of exasperation and relief. She had a sinking feeling that these two troublemakers had managed to avoid chaos for an entire semester, only to unleash an avalanche of turmoil at the end. If anything were to happen to them, she would be at a loss as to how to explain it to their families. Just like this instance, Mrs. Weasley had been summoned to Hogwarts, and the turmoil of recent days had left her little time for rest. Yet, the outcome was favorable, and the tumultuous journey was best left unexamined. As the conversation unfolded, Ginny felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, instinctively clutching the blood-stained hem of Ethan's robe. Clearing his throat, Ethan cast a glance at Malfoy and Professor Dumbledore, signaling for their cooperation as he prepared to weave his tale. He retrieved the bloodied notebook from the pocket of his wizarding robes, presenting it as evidence. "This is all I have," he began, recounting the events from start to finish. He could not reveal that he had known of the basilisk's existence from the outset, nor the subsequent series of events, for such admissions would cast him in an unflattering light, suggesting a failure to act in the face of danger. Thus, he resorted to mirroring Harry's deductions from the original narrative, while judiciously editing the details. He spoke of the myth of Medusa, the powers of serpents, the heir of Slytherin, the emblem of the house, and the intricate food chain among magical creatures, all culminating in the moment Harry opened the Chamber of Secrets. In this retelling, he cleverly substituted himself and Malfoy for Harry and Ron, as this was not merely a story, it was a matter of practical application, a distinction that could not be overlooked. Ultimately, it was he and Malfoy who had rescued Ginny, while Harry, Ron, and the others remained blissfully unaware of the authenticity of Ethan's narrative, relieved that their rationality had prevailed, steering them away from the perilous escapade that Ethan had described. After all, according to Ethan's account, that enormous serpent was beyond their capacity to confront. Additionally, Ethan pondered aloud, what method did Riddle employ to ensnare Ginny? What? Riddle? The Dark Lord? Harry's confusion echoed through the room as he exchanged glances with the others. "Potter, you are acquainted with him?" Snape inquired, his tone sharp. Harry's lips trembled as he reluctantly acknowledged the truth. He was indeed one of those who had been ensnared. With so many eyes upon him, he felt compelled to speak. "I found it in the bathroom." He indicated the notebook, before recounting how he had fallen under its spell. "Indeed, he is none other than the most distinguished student of Hogwarts." Dumbledore sighed, reflecting inwardly, "Not anymore." "Ethan, please continue." Upon hearing this, Ethan cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, initially reluctant to disclose the matter of Ginny's control, for it was indeed hard to believe. However, Dumbledore's acknowledgement indicated that he would take responsibility for the situation. "Indeed, Ginny was under control when Malfoy and I arrived at the Chamber of Secrets. Riddle was siphoning her life force in an attempt to regain his strength, but he was ultimately thwarted. Consequently, the basilisk perished, and the fragment of soul within that notebook was eradicated, restoring Ginny's vitality." What a splendid conclusion. Although Dumbledore harbored numerous questions regarding certain aspects, he was nonetheless profoundly impressed by this outcome. "I believe the matter is clear, just as Ethan has articulated," Dumbledore declared, resolute and dismissive of any dissent. "You all have performed admirably, despite violating over 100 school regulations. However, such infractions pale in comparison to the value of life. Of course, that will be addressed later. For now, I believe Miss Weasley should visit the hospital wing. Rest assured, the school will impose no penalties upon her. Even the most seasoned wizards may struggle to resist such temptations." With just a few words, Dumbledore alleviated their concerns. After all, there were only a handful of them present, all on the side of light. It sufficed for their own to be aware, and formal reprimands were unnecessary. "No, I believe I need not visit the hospital wing." Ginny firmly shook her head. As the saying goes, bitter medicine is no match for the remedy of sincere affection, which she had already received from Ethan. "Ah, very well. Then I suggest you take a few days to rest at home before returning to school. Ginny glanced at Ethan, contemplating before responding. All right, Professor. As a mother, Mrs. Weasley instinctively understood her daughter's sentiments. Throughout their conversation, Ginny's gaze had frequently drifted toward Ethan, a detail that the older gentleman had overlooked. Could she possibly be interested in anything else? Those who understood, understood. Very well, my child, let us depart, Mrs. Weasley said, taking Ginny's hand as they prepared to leave. As they passed by Malfoy and Ethan, she expressed her gratitude repeatedly, even extending an invitation for Malfoy and Ethan to visit their humble abode during the holidays. Ethan, under the earnest gaze of the young girl, readily agreed. After some contemplation, Malfoy also expressed his desire to visit. As for whether his parents would approve, that would open an intriguing discussion on the topic of filial piety. The young eagle, eager to spread its wings, longs to fly independently, and no parent can truly hinder that aspiration. Very well, it is settled. I eagerly anticipate your arrival. With that, Mrs. Weasley ushered Ginny out. Ha ha ha, Minerva, this is indeed a delightful matter. Dumbledore thrives in lively gatherings. This occasion warrants a grand feast for all to celebrate. I would like to request that you inform the kitchens. Professor McGonagall, ever efficient, paused momentarily to inquire, shall I leave these 4 rascals in your care? Fear not. I shall manage them, Dumbledore replied, standing tall to assure her. I presume you all have matters to attend to as well? Please notify the students of each house that they need not return home. Very well. Let us proceed. One moment, Professor Snape. After the other 2 heads of houses departed, Ethan halted Snape. What is it, Walker? Snape's tone was laced with impatience. Why did this fellow always speak in fragments instead of conveying his thoughts in full? Ahem. Ethan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet recalling Snape's method of tidying up at Hagrid's hut, he steeled himself to speak. That basilisk in the chamber. I have use for it. Could you please hand it over to me? Ethan's eyes flickered toward Dumbledore, though his words were directed at Professor Snape. A basilisk, Professor Snape, nearly amused by the absurdity, thought to himself, so this is how you perceive me? Although he considered retrieving the creature in a few days, he would not voice this intention. Mr. Walker, I believe you have already contravened over 100 school rules. Perhaps you should ponder how to remain at Hogwarts. As for the basilisk, Snape began, but Dumbledore interrupted him. Ah, Severus, I think it wise to leave the basilisk in Ethan's capable hands. After all, he was the one who vanquished it, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore smiled at Snape, winking at Ethan. This left Snape with an impassive expression, as he regarded the old trickster before him, brimming with retorts he longed to unleash. Yet, bound by a promise made long ago, he chose to suppress his thoughts. Very well, it's merely a basilisk. I had no intention of utilizing it anyway. With that, he flicked his black robe and strode away without a backward glance, his cloak billowing behind him like a retreating bat. Chapter 91. Lucius's Perilous Existence. Well, yet another departure. Dumbledore waved his hand, appearing somewhat fatigued as he returned to his old chair. Let me see, you all seem to be entangled in quite serious issues. Dumbledore produced an unmarked tome from an unknown source, devoid of even a title. 1, 2, altogether over 100 school rules. How impressive. Dumbledore pondered deeply over this revelation. This is not merely a matter of fortune. This is not merely a matter of fortune. He genuinely found it impressive. Professor, what about us? Ron cautiously inquired. He hesitated to voice the latter part of his thought. The boldness he had previously displayed was now replaced by trepidation. Similarly, Harry felt even more fear than Ron. After all, he had no family and had no desire to return to the Dursleys, the place that had darkened his childhood. I have warned you. Should you err again this semester, expulsion will be the consequence. At this juncture, Dumbledore paused to sip his tea. Ethan sensed that this statement was deliberately directed at Harry and Ron, as he himself had not violated any school rules since the term began. This poor acting left the two of them momentarily bewildered. Side by side, their faces ashen, they felt as if they could collapse onto a bed and weep inconsolably. However, Dumbledore continued with a chuckle, your transgressions this time were not as severe as theirs. He gestured towards the two who had been spectating with relish. Thus, by promptly notifying a teacher of your actions, you have somewhat redeemed yourselves. I shall overlook this incident, but heed my warning. Do not let it happen again. Dumbledore stroked his beard with a smile, seemingly pleased to witness their transformation from despair to relief. Oh yes, splendid. Harry, we can stay, Ron exclaimed with exuberance, jumping around and embracing Harry, causing those around them to feel a tad embarrassed. And you too, Dumbledore addressed the others. Though your mistake was significant, your contributions are noteworthy. As I previously stated, life is of utmost importance. He adjusted his glasses and cast a satisfied glance at Malfoy, evidently pleased with his capacity for change. Therefore, I shall award each of you an additional 200 points, and you will receive a special contribution award for your house, with your names inscribed in the display room. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's eyes visibly lit up. He valued honor far more than monetary rewards. Although these accolades and points may hold little value in the future, for now, they afforded him a sense of pride among his peers, and that was sufficient. The thoughts of a child are rarely complex. They seek merely simple joys. Of course, Ethan could be excluded from this group, as Dumbledore regarded him as a character more cunning than himself, always scheming for his own gain, unwilling to incur any loss. Yet, as long as he remained aligned with the light, that was enough for Dumbledore, who would gain a loyal follower, in his own estimation. Having arranged the rewards and consequences, Dumbledore dismissed the three, excluding Ethan. He yearned to uncover some details, fully aware that the recent points would not suffice to satisfy him. He required something tangible. In response, Ethan mused, "Indeed, this is my kindred spirit. Ethan, I believe you should descend to partake in the banquet. However, it is imperative that you first return to your dormitory and change into appropriate attire, lest you frighten your fellow classmates." Dumbledore issued a direct dismissal, having already discerned the entire course of events he desired, and thus had no inclination to engage further with this individual. Subconsciously, he now believed that every conversation with Ethan would necessitate some form of exchange. Were Ethan aware of this, he would undoubtedly exclaim his innocence. What peculiar reasoning this old man possesses. Am I truly that sort of person? Very well, Professor. Ethan, feeling the pangs of hunger, chose not to linger and turned to depart. However, upon his exit, an unexpected visitor arrived in the office. "Mr. Malfoy, I presume this matter has been thoroughly investigated, and the board has no grounds to dismiss me from my position, correct? Alas, how disappointing for you. Dumbledore's mastery of subtext far exceeds that of Professor Snape. Even the dimmest of minds would struggle to grasp his true meaning. Conversely, Professor Snape, regardless of whether he speaks ill or well, is invariably perceived as casting aspersions. Truly, we live in an age that prioritizes appearances. Thus, are you attempting to thwart and confront this incident, or have you apprehended the perpetrator?" "Oh, indeed, that is most assured." Dumbledore smiled. "There is nothing more splendid than this. Yet, you were previously suspended. What compels your unauthorized return to the school?" Malfoy squinted, his gaze unfocused as if lost in thought. "This was the request of the board members. I had no choice. Especially since a member of a pure-blood family has been captured, and they unanimously believe I am the only one capable of resolving this issue. Look, behold. It is he, the diary of Voldemort, concealing his former memories, which he utilized to assault the students." Dumbledore lifted the notebook from his desk and handed it to Malfoy. This notebook had become obsolete, merely collecting dust in the office. It would be better to return it to its rightful owner. As for how Dumbledore knew the original proprietor of this notebook, one must look to Dobby, who gestured frantically from behind Malfoy. In the absence of Harry Potter, he hinted at something to Dumbledore, the guardian of Harry. What a loyal elf he is. Originally, Malfoy had brought Dobby along due to his own inadequacies, fearing that Dumbledore might take action, yet now, he had unwittingly caused his own downfall. It remains uncertain whether encountering such an elf is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. "Very well, it appears you are quite suited to the role of headmaster." Malfoy, witnessing the unfolding events before him, found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was acutely aware that this notebook originated from him. However, he had not anticipated that what he believed to be a mere dark artifact concealed Voldemort's very soul. In essence, the current state of Hogwarts is, in large part, due to his own actions. Thus, he found himself devoid of any justification to further threaten the board regarding the dismissal of Dumbledore. Contemplating this, his complexion grew noticeably paler, for he was acutely aware that Voldemort had not perished. Over the years, he had caught whispers of this unsettling truth. The significance of that notebook weighed heavily on his mind. What would he do if Dumbledore were to inquire about it in the future? "Alas, my life has been a precarious balancing act." Malfoy departed with the notebook. Contrary to expectations, Harry, who had seemingly left earlier, unexpectedly appeared at the office door. Perhaps this was one of his virtues, his capacity to remember others. He had come to return the favor to Dobby. Ding. Chapter 92. My rules are absolute. Ethan, who had just vacated his dormitory, did not return immediately. Instead, he made his way to the chamber. It was not a matter of distrust towards Professor Snape, but rather a necessity to preserve the basilisk's corpse. Without proper preservation, its valuable components would decay, and he lacked the time to attend to it immediately. Thus, he hurried to store it within the system space. After all, this system space could be likened to a complementary preservation unit. Why not take advantage of it? However, just as he secured the basilisk's remains, he heard a long-forgotten notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating the basilisk. Well, that is commendable. What now? No further rewards available. Sigh. Did I truly slay the basilisk without any recompense? The system is divided into 3 cultivation segments: phase rewards, random tasks, and the magical treasury. Note the random tasks. Due to the absence of a task for this academic year, the host will not receive any rewards. Then why are you here? Ethan was incensed. Realizing he had naively assumed the system possessed some semblance of humanity, As I stated in my opening line, I am merely here to congratulate the host. All right, fine. If you're going to play this way, I demand something in return. Ethan was clearly not one to be easily outmaneuvered, though he now recalled that the system had indeed not mentioned any tasks for the year. Yet, this did not deter him from soliciting rewards. Host. That does not conform to the rules. My rules are absolute. Very well. Ding. A random task has been issued. The host's house must win this year's House Cup. Reward, mastery in flying. Their essay reward? Excellent. But why is there a task? Ethan inquired, puzzled. Isn't the House Cup a foregone conclusion for Slytherin? Ding. Host. Everything must adhere to the rules. Oh, I see. Name, Ethan Walker. Pet, Woony, the Raven. Magic, Advanced Wizard, Magic Apprentice, Junior Wizard, Intermediate Wizard, Senior Wizard, Grand Wizard. Master of Magic, Legendary Wizard. Talent, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Tier. Dark Magic, Top Tier, Azkaban Reserve. Spells, Top Tier. Transfiguration, Advanced. Potions, Advanced. Alchemy, Top Tier. Spells, Beginner, Entry Level, Proficient, Perfected. Note, Mastery allows for spellcasting without incantation. Mind Closure Spell, Perfected. Coma Curse, Proficient. Transfiguration, Proficient. Disillusionment Charm, Proficient. Killing Curse, Proficient. Fiendfire Curse, Proficient. Soul Snatching Curse, Proficient. Petrification Spell, Proficient. Disarming Charm, Proficient. And common spells shall remain unmentioned. System Space, Infinite Space, no living beings allowed. Thunderstrike Wand, Galleons, Immortality Ring, Inferior Philosopher's Stone, Phoenix Bow. Magic Rune Stone, Venomous Fangs, Basilisk Corpse, various potions. Ethan stroked his chin, contemplating the data before him, which appeared quite impressive. Setting aside the fact that he had mastered several frequently used offensive and common spells, his magical power had already reached the level of a senior wizard. While not exceptionally strong, it granted him a measure of self-defense within the wizarding community. After all, who could fathom that a mere second-year child could attain such a level of magical prowess? Even if Ethan encountered formidable adversaries, his charming exterior might serve as a clever guise. With this thought, Ethan exhaled deeply, feeling fortunate. Perhaps his summer plans would indeed keep him occupied. He was not one to remain idle. In an age where technology was not yet advanced, spending over 2 months of summer vacation at home was simply unthinkable. Elevating his strength was paramount. Last year, his limitations had forced him to postpone certain plans, but now circumstances had changed. He intended to accept an invitation to visit Mr. Nicholame, not far from London, where he anticipated staying for a while. Subsequently, he would embark on a solitary journey across the entirety of the UK. To be candid, despite Britain's relatively small size on the map, there were numerous places concealed by magic that were astonishingly vast. This journey would not only take him to other magical realms in the UK, but also allow him to explore the Muggle world. Well, it was settled. After clarifying his thoughts, Ethan swiftly departed the secret chamber, eager to escape the rather unpleasant atmosphere. Upon leaving, he returned to his dormitory to take a refreshing bath and change into clean attire. To his surprise, Astoria had been waiting for him in the common room. Having learned from Malfoy that Ethan remained in the headmaster's office, her perceptive nature led her to suspect he would return here soon, and her intuition proved correct. Come, my princess, he beckoned. Ethan gazed at Astoria with a smile, feeling a lingering sense of guilt within him. This undertaking had been disclosed only to Malfoy, leaving Astoria, the girl before him, in the dark. She had waited for him throughout the night, her heart filled with worry. He pondered the depths of his confidence. After all, others remained oblivious to his certainty, who would not be anxious in her position. This complexity could not be easily articulated. To speak bluntly, even with unwavering confidence and formidable strength, one could still face an unexpected downfall. If misfortune were to befall him, what would become of her? Thus, Ethan resolved that, aside from the peculiarities of being a time traveler with a system, he could not afford to repeat such secrecy with this girl. Fortunately, Astoria refrained from voicing any complaints or anger. Instead, she stood by him in quiet support. In moments of joy, she resembled a lively sprite, and in times of sorrow, she embodied a gentle soul who knew how to soothe others. Truly, with a partner like her, what more could one desire? As classmates began to awaken, Ethan surmised they would soon gather in the hall, for it had been quite some time since they had last dined. Indeed, he felt a pang of hunger himself. Engaging in light conversation, he and Astoria soon made their way to the hall. Upon opening the grand doors, they were greeted by 2 eager individuals who had been waiting in anticipation. Suddenly, a cascade of colorful streamers rained down upon them, igniting the atmosphere. Hey, look! Our second hero has returned, someone shouted, elevating the excitement to a fever pitch. The crowd ceased their activities, rising to their feet to offer a resounding applause. Oh, you rascal, you've finally arrived. Malfoy emerged from the side, reveling in the admiration of the audience, while Astoria observed silently, her heart swelling with pride. This is my man. How wonderful. Chapter 93. A homecoming like an arrow. Here, only flowers and applause remained. The decision to close the academy was swiftly rescinded at the moment the crisis was averted, reminiscent of a weekend that had suddenly transformed into a mandatory school day. The script remained the same, yet the emotions were distinctly different. The students appeared far from disheartened. In fact, they were exceptionally joyful. Within the magical realm, they faced numerous restrictions at home, whereas at school, they could forge friendships and engage in merriment. The remainder of the summer term promised bright sunshine, banishing the persistent, gloomy weather that had lingered for an entire semester. Ahead lay the unavoidable final examination week. Notably, even if the defense against the dark arts class were to be cancelled, historically, this had only occurred close to the end of the term, leaving the examination on that subject inevitable. However, now the defense against the dark arts class has been largely commandeered by Professor Snape for over half the semester. There will undoubtedly be an examination. Yet, unlike before, it is no longer perceived as a daunting beast. Perhaps this is the allure of Professor Snape, capable of inspiring such diligence among the students. Another matter to consider is that, despite the basilisk being vanquished, the governors of Hogwarts and the students have remarkably refrained from discussing it publicly. This incident has been well concealed, a masterstroke of some old wizard. Unsurprisingly, Malfoy received a letter of concern from his father. Although Ethan did not read the contents, Malfoy's listless demeanor spoke volumes. Lucius had been expelled from the board, yet Malfoy seemed indifferent. He was no longer the tyrant who relied on familial connections to dominate the academy, but rather a true man, imbued with a sense of responsibility and integrity. Lucius was unconcerned with the board. His worries were for Malfoy, fearing that his son might be bullied at school. To be frank, his anxiety was unwarranted, a common plight among parents, perhaps. Upon reading the correspondence, which illuminated everything that had transpired in school, his previous gloom dissipated. His son was correct. A disloyal elf would eventually depart, and the sooner, the better, to prevent any potential leaks of information. This realization brought him joy, not least because of his son's growth. He was a stern father. Unlike his caring mother, his love was tempered with rigor. He did not expect Malfoy to become a formidable wizard, but he at least hoped he would grow to be a competent leader. Possessing the strength to protect himself, that would suffice. As the exams concluded, Professor McGonagall announced, "You may now return to pack your belongings and bid farewell to your classmates. We shall meet again in 2 months." She rolled up the test papers and was the first to leave the classroom. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express grew ever louder. Through the window, a wisp of smoke drifted lazily. Another year had passed. Ethan leaned against the window, observing the bustling crowd outside. An unsettling thought crept into his mind. The great battle was drawing nearer, and time was slipping away. What was he pondering? A delicate hand rested upon Ethan's shoulder, and he caught a faint whiff of a youthful fragrance. This hand belonged to none other than Astoria. Ethan inhaled deeply, recognizing that familiar scent. He turned and placed a gentle kiss upon her cheek. "Have you packed everything, Astoria?" She shyly nodded, glancing around instinctively. "I have little to gather. The house elves will assist me with my luggage. It's getting late. We should leave." Ethan tousled the girl's hair, and the air around them became infused with her sweet aroma. Their feelings for each other grew with each passing day, love evident in their gazes. Astoria entwined her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder as they strolled outside. The time was now 4:30 p.m. The golden hues of the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the couple. In the blink of an eye, the express train approached King's Cross Station, living up to its name. Throughout the journey, Ethan found little respite from slumber, as the confined hours were filled with students engaged in magical antics, a pastime that would soon be curtailed upon their return home. The cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated through each carriage, a significant disruption for Ethan, who was accustomed to dozing off during travels. Fortunately, Astoria's presence alleviated his boredom. Malfoy had not accompanied them. He had considered it, but was sent back by Ethan for a straightforward reason. He ought to be with his fiancée rather than being an unwelcome third wheel. Meanwhile, on the other side of the carriage, a group from Gryffindor, including Ginny, engaged in lively discussions filled with amusing anecdotes. Ginny had returned a week before the exams. Suddenly, Harry seemed to recall something and stepped outside for a glimpse, noting the absence of Percy. "Harry, what do you want to ask?" Ginny inquired. "Oh, did you see what Percy was up to that day? Why didn't he tell anyone?" "Ah, so that's what you meant," Ginny giggled. "I saw him with a girlfriend." "What? Percy has a girlfriend? My goodness. How did you connect Percy and girlfriend in the same sentence?" Fred's book tumbled from his hands as he pulled George, who was beside him, into a flurry of murmurs, unsure of what to say. However, it was evident that upon Percy's return, he would undoubtedly be the target of the brothers' playful teasing. "Hey, sis, do you know who she is?" Ron asked with a broad grin. "Humph," Ginny rolled her eyes. "She is the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, one of the victims of the attack. Last holiday, I witnessed them exchanging numerous letters and having clandestine meetings at night." At this point, Ginny spoke with a hint of apprehension. You all want to use today's events to mock him, will you? This query was directed at Fred and George, well aware of their notorious reputation. Ginny hit the nail on the head, and the two brothers silently exchanged glances. Realizing they had indeed contemplated such teasing, they paused to reflect. If they proceeded to ridicule Percy, Ginny would become the informant. With that thought, they sighed in unison. Rest assured, we won't, they reassured her. I know. As the train came to a halt, Platform 9 was teeming with people. Observing the scene, Ethan conjured a wall of air using his magic to manage the surrounding airflow. This is a long-lost spell, one he learned from the treasure trove many years ago. It was once a widely known defensive magic. Today, Ethan has also unlocked its alternative application, pushing people aside. Chapter 94, The Importance of Culture. Might I trouble you, good sir, to let me pass? Oh, you are indeed a gracious gentleman. Astoria, follow me this way. Ethan took Astoria's hand, weaving through the throngs of people until they reached the entrance pillar of Platform 9 3/4. Hand in hand, they passed through the pillar, returning to the Muggle world. Here, they encountered numerous familiar faces, the Weasley family, the Malfoys, all standing there, wide-eyed, gazing at one another. Oh, and there was Harry, his uncle impatiently shoving him into a small car. As a rising star in the wizarding world, Ethan's name and visage were well known to all. The moment he and Astoria appeared, they captured the attention of the majority present. Ethan was no stranger to such scrutiny. It elicited no feelings of discomfort. He led Astoria before his in-laws. Ethan, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Indeed, your name now echoes throughout the British magical community. We are immensely proud of you. The Gringotts couple grasped Ethan's hands, exchanging compliments that left him somewhat bashful. Ahem, Astoria interjected, playfully nudging Ethan. Mom, Dad, why don't you ask about me? The Gringotts couple finally shifted their gaze from Ethan to Astoria, smiling as they remarked, our precious daughter must be thriving at school. With someone as remarkable as Ethan by your side, you are surely in good hands. Astoria pouted, feigning annoyance. Humph, all you do is praise Ethan. I work hard at Hogwarts too. Ethan ruffled her hair, chuckling. Indeed, my Astoria is the best. Before long, the Gringotts couple took their daughter home, leaving Ethan standing alone. Initially, they had considered bringing Ethan along, given the proximity between their homes. However, Ethan insisted on declining, expressing a desire to stroll back to the Leaky Cauldron. And so they parted ways. It had been an entire year since he last saw old Tom. Visiting the Leaky Cauldron was a matter of courtesy, after all, as he was Ethan's guardian. Soon, Ethan made his way back to the Leaky Cauldron, which remained as lively as ever, with the same familiar patrons frequenting the establishment. After a conversation with Tom, he spent 3 days at the Leaky Cauldron. 3 days later, he ventured into Diagon Alley, listening to the vendors' calls surrounding him. He did not linger, meandering about. He arrived at a rather well-placed shop. Inside, it was empty, devoid of any presence, an unoccupied store. Indeed, it is you, Dick, Ethan murmured softly. A puff of white smoke swirled, revealing a slender figure with pointed ears. Great master, you have finally arrived. Dick gazed at Ethan with admiration, his fervent devotion to the Walker family rendering him almost reverent towards this juvenile patriarch, eagerly anticipating the day he would shine with his own brilliance. Ah, Ethan replied, offering a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. How has the shop been faring? At the query, Dick sprang to his feet, enthusiastically gesturing around. Master, in accordance with your instructions, I have ensured the cleanliness of this place is impeccable. It is utterly spotless. He continued, moreover, I have undertaken some renovations as per your vision. I now invite you to inspect the results. With that, Dick stepped aside to showcase the fruits of his labor. Ethan's eyes brightened at the sight before him. It appears that Dick possesses a sense of aesthetics. The low-hanging wooden beams cast a warm golden glow that danced among the cracked glass jars. The oak counter bore the faint remnants of alchemical runes etched by the previous owner, now partially obscured by a fresh coat of varnish. Shelves along the walls were haphazardly constructed from discarded wooden crates, while dried vines crept through the cracks, entwining themselves around the window frames. In a corner, a copper kettle gurgled with soothing tea, the aromas of wormwood and sage mingling with the faded tapestry of celestial designs. In glass jars, fireflies replaced candles, their green luminescence illuminating the crooked scrawls of a child's handwriting on the price tags, a vestige of the ancestral price list penned in charcoal. Despite the shop having languished in disuse for many years, everything within retained its essence. For opening a shop in Diagon Alley necessitated a sense of historical ambience. Heaven bear witness, despite the passage of years, Diagon Alley remained unchanged, its shopkeepers having shifted through generations. Yet, as one gazed outward, the walls still bore the marks of age. Regardless of the fierce battles that may have raged, this place, even if destroyed, would invariably be restored by magic to its original, time-worn state. Though Ethan remained unaware of why people felt compelled to do so, he found solace in the thought that this enduring quality was indeed quite splendid. After surveying the premises, Ethan approached the counter, placing some commonly used potions atop it, and prominently displaying his golden sign, the Dream Water. This shall be the first shop I establish in this world, Dick. We shall open in a month's time. During this interval, I would appreciate it if you could periodically attend to the cleaning. Yes, master, Dick replied respectfully. With Dick's affirmation, Ethan chose not to linger, for the space was modest and, despite its charming renovations, did not inspire prolonged fascination. Upon exiting the shop, Ethan rounded the corner and, upon passing the leaky cauldron, exchanged greetings with Tom before returning to the Muggle world. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, kid, don't stand in the middle of the road. A black car halted beside Ethan, the driver honking incessantly and shouting through the open window. Oh, my sincerest apologies, sir. Ethan came to his senses and realized that he had unconsciously wandered into the middle of the street. He was humming an unfamiliar tune as he strolled through the streets of London. The pedestrians around him paid him no mind, for he was clad not in a wizard's robe, but in a perfectly tailored black suit. This bespoke attire accentuated Ethan's robust physique exquisitely. His muscles were firm and powerful, yet did not appear bulky. To the casual observer, he might be mistaken for the scion of an aristocratic family or a young corporate executive. Having hailed a cab, Ethan arrived at Chinatown, where the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Aside from a hint of British flair, the surroundings were dominated by architectural styles reminiscent of the land of the rising sun. Familiar Asian faces surrounded him, leading Ethan to believe he had stepped into a different country altogether. Perhaps one could traverse any European nation without perceiving much difference, as their cultures bear striking similarities. Yet, in a corner of one country, one might discover a culture distinct and paramount. Perhaps this underscores the significance of culture itself. Chapter 95, Forest Night Lights. After enjoying a meal in Chinatown, Ethan found himself at the end of an alley. Dick swoosh. Dick appeared instantly. Master, please feel free to command me. Let us embark. Back home, Ethan downed the last sip of his drink, and in an instant, the two vanished, utilizing apparition to return to the villa. The alley returned to its prior tranquility, with only a shattered bottle serving as evidence of recent visitors. Meanwhile, in the Walker family's residence, Ethan staggered through the door. Do not misinterpret this. He was not inebriated, but rather still acclimating to the disorienting effects of apparition. He shook his head and collapsed onto the sofa, his mind blank, reveling in an unprecedented sense of comfort. He mused to himself, I am still too inexperienced. Feeling dizzy from just apparition, what will I do in the future? I must practice. Practice. Oh right. The Academy Cup has concluded this year, with Slytherin emerging victorious. Why hasn't my reward arrived yet? He cursed under his breath, realizing he might have forgotten had it not been for the thought of apparition. Suddenly, he sat upright. System, reveal yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the time-sensitive task of winning this year's Academy Cup. Task reward, mastery of flying, complete. No sooner had the system's words faded than a surge of potent memories flooded his mind. Wait a moment. Ding. Once rewards are dispensed, they are irrevocable. Please accept graciously. Host. With a gasp, Ethan, who had just risen, collapsed back down. Ah, master. Master, what is the matter? Dick rushed forward in a flurry of concern. Ethan curled up in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, leaving Dick bewildered and at a loss. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine. How had it changed so swiftly? If anything were to happen to my master, how could I explain it to my mother or to the former master? However, the pain came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Just as Dick was preparing to summon someone from the Greengrass family, Ethan had already awakened. He intercepted Dick, who was intent on going to the Greengrass estate, asserting that he was fine, while also instructing him not to disclose what he had witnessed today. Master, are you truly all right? I am fine. I am fine. I shall step out for a moment. After taking a sip of water, Ethan exited. He did not wish to be incessantly questioned by Dick. Although he understood that the concern was genuine, it was nonetheless rather bothersome. Ethan ambled slowly to the grassy expanse outside the villa, eager to experiment with this newfound magic. Although his proficiency had reached its zenith, he yearned to experience the sensation of soaring without the aid of tools. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his mind, silently reciting the incantation for flight. In an instant, his body gently lifted off the ground, gracefully hovering in midair. With a mere thought, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, ascending rapidly. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, and a wave of exhilaration surged within him. He endeavored to navigate through the sky, deftly maneuvering his body, sometimes rising, sometimes descending, and at times, hurtling forward with great speed. The sensation was akin to a bird escaping its cage, freely flitting between heaven and earth. Ethan, relying on his mastery over his body, soon transcended the novice phase, soaring through the air at exhilarating speeds and weaving through the forest. This was the feeling of flight. He soared for over an hour, traversing mountains and streams, thoroughly exploring the acre of land surrounding his home. Upon returning, Ethan felt invigorated and refreshed. Master, it is time for dinner. Before he even arrived, Dick's voice heralded his presence. That was professionalism. Suddenly, he appeared before Ethan. Sporting a vibrant red apron around his waist and a chef's hat perched atop his head, towering higher than the entire fairy itself, threatening to topple and envelop him. "Oh, let us go." Ethan freshened up in his room, donned his pajamas, and made his way to the hall. There, he found Dick standing patiently, waiting for him. Ethan couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate it was to have a devoted house elf. With this thought in mind, he took a seat and said to Dick, "Come and join me for dinner." "Oh, no, I cannot. Mother taught me that I may only eat after the master has finished, and I cannot eat in the hall, only in the kitchen." At this, Ethan furrowed his brow, bewildered by such absurd rules. "What I say goes. I am your master, and you must obey me." Regardless of the education or rules Dick had previously adhered to, in Ethan's world, everything must align with his wishes. Listening to Ethan's resolute voice, Dick ceased to argue. He was indeed curious to experience the sensation of dining at the table. "Very well, master," he replied. Approaching the chair, he found it less than welcoming. Without the aid of magic, he could only clamber up by himself. Observing this, Ethan transformed the chair, manifesting a small ladder at its edge, and then conjured a diminutive seat atop it, allowing Dick to reach the food laid out on the table. "Thank you, master." With the assistance of these additions, Dick finally perched upon the table, a sight he had seldom encountered over the years. "From now on, you shall sit here. This chair belongs to you," Ethan remarked nonchalantly. Dick nodded eagerly, refraining from the self-destructive antics typical of other little sprites. His mother had instilled in him the lesson that a master's command supersedes all else. Even the old master's rules could be altered at the behest of the new master, and defiance was not an option. He considered himself a good child, unwavering in his obedience to his mother's words. As Ethan observed Dick engrossed in his meal, he felt a sense of novelty. He thus employed a levitation spell to conjure a camera, setting it to capture a moment before placing it on the counter. Click! A flash of white light illuminated the room as a black and white moving image slowly emerged, resting quietly on the counter. Ethan smiled, allowing the photograph to remain undisturbed, for perhaps its stillness was its most fitting abode. Soon, dinner concluded, and Ethan, weary of further antics, pocketed a bag of muggle candies and retreated to his room. Why muggle candies, one might wonder, for he dared not indulge in the confections of the magical realm, strange shapes, bizarre varieties, and overwhelmingly sweet. The bag he carried was procured that very afternoon from Chinatown, retaining its familiar flavor. In the dimly lit room, shadows danced as Ethan sat on the windowsill, engrossed in his book, a lantern casting a warm glow. At 7:30, the castle was enveloped in silence, save for a faint light emanating from a corner of the top floor. As Ethan read, drowsiness began to wash over him, an effect of the sleep-inducing potion. Just as he contemplated returning to bed, he caught sight of a beam of light slowly moving through the forest. The direction indicated it was approaching the Gringlass family estate. Who could be wandering in the woods at such a late hour? Narrowing his eyes in an attempt to discern the figure, he found his vision limited and saw nothing clearly. Chapter 96, A Late Night. Unable to make out the details, he opted to refrain from further scrutiny. Dick, Ethan called out, noting it was still early, just past 7, and Dick should not yet be asleep. Thus, he felt justified in breaking the silence. Bang! "Master, Dick has arrived." Clearing his throat, Ethan gestured toward the sliver of light outside. "Go and investigate what is occurring. See who it is and why they are here. Do they not realize this is the domain of the Walker family?" Ethan spoke with gravity. As Dick prepared to depart, he was unexpectedly called back by Ethan. "Be cautious. If you encounter a formidable foe, do not confront them directly, flee instead. Remember to take me with you," he advised. Having delivered his counsel, Ethan waved his hand dismissively and resumed gazing out the window. Soon, Dick emerged outside, yet he heeded Ethan's words and refrained from advancing recklessly. Instead, he concealed himself within the nearby underbrush, observing quietly. Before him were two figures, one slender and slight, reminiscent of his own stature. The other was a woman adorned in a flowing nightgown, her long hair cascading down her back. Dick seemed to recognize her, yet for the sake of prudence, he resolved to confirm her identity personally. "Please, halt," he called out. The two figures appeared startled, glancing about nervously. "This is the territory of the Walker family. May I inquire about your purpose here?" As Dick's form became visible, the two figures relaxed upon recognizing him. It seemed they had received some unspoken command, for the vast clouds parted with a gust of wind, allowing the silvery moonlight to illuminate the ground once more. Now, Dick could discern their features clearly. Before him stood Miss Gringlass, the fiancée of his master and his future mistress, accompanied by their house elf. Dick inclined his head slightly. "Mistress, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Dick, it is you," Astoria exclaimed, advancing toward him. "I thought I would come to play with Ethan tonight and not return home." "Oh, I see," Dick replied. "The forest can be perilous at night. Please follow me." Walking beside Astoria, he cleared the underbrush for her, while the little elf mimicked his actions, soon leading them to the entrance of the villa. Astoria sent the elf home before joining Dick in the foyer. He quickly retrieved some refreshments and snacks from the kitchen. "Mistress, please wait here while I fetch the master from his room." "Very well," Astoria nodded, sipping the juice from the table. The title of mistress resonated delightfully in her ears, making even the juice taste sweeter than before. Meanwhile, in Ethan's room, he exclaimed incredulously, "What? She has come? Do the Gringlasses not know?" Faced with Ethan's perplexity, Dick was at a loss for words. He had not posed that question and felt unqualified to do so. Observing Dick's expression, Ethan deduced the situation without needing further inquiry. He tossed aside the book in his hands and dashed downstairs. "Hey, master, your slippers. Could you bring them down for me?" Dick lifted the slippers he held, scurrying after him with his short, feeble legs. In the living room, Astoria held her juice, admiring her surroundings. Though she had seen them many times before, she was eager to take in every detail once more. At that moment, she heard the sound of pounding footsteps on the staircase, two distinct sounds intertwining, one soft and one loud. "Astoria, what brings you here?" Ethan exclaimed as he dashed down the stairs in swift strides, arriving before Astoria. "I came to see you," Astoria replied, her brows arching slightly as she smiled. "Oh," Ethan said, plopping down beside her, leaning in closer. "Are you not going back tonight?" "No, I'm staying," she replied. "Do they know?" "No, they don't." "Oh, they do?" Well, Suddenly, Ethan's expression shifted to one of shock as he looked at her. "This won't do. You arrived here without a word. What if they discover your absence?" Gazing at the boy before her, who resembled an anxious little ant, Astoria's affection deepened. Wishing fervently to grow up and step into the realm of matrimony with him, Astoria covered her face, her body trembling with suppressed laughter. "Ha ha." Ethan's eyelids twitched as he observed the girl before him, struggling to contain her mirth. "Ah, you little rascal, have you grown bold enough to deceive me?" He feigned anger, grabbing a nearby cushion and thrusting it into her embrace. Astoria instinctively held it close. "Here it comes." "Ah no." Ethan, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, tackled Astoria onto the sofa. "Wait, not now," Astoria exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. She admitted to herself that she had become timid. Although their relationship had reached an undeniable peak, they were still merely children. In truth, if he desired, it would not be impossible. Within those few fleeting breaths, Astoria's thoughts raced. Would it hurt as her mother had said? What would they name the child? Would it be a boy or a girl? Just then, a ticklish sensation coursed through her waist. "Ha ha, stop. Ethan interrupted her reverie. "What? Is that all it was?" Realizing she had overthought the situation, Astoria sought to reclaim her dignity. However, as she prepared to retaliate, Ethan seized the opportunity, deftly flipping her over. Astoria's hands clutched the pillow, pinned beneath her. Ethan gazed at the chattering girl before him, finding amusement in her antics, yet he did not indulge her. He swiftly positioned her over his legs, removing her shoes, and began to tickle her. She attempted to resist, but her struggles only backfired. Ethan understood the implication of her earlier words. Did she truly perceive him that way? He fancied himself a gentleman. How could he possibly engage in such base acts? Yet, as the saying goes, even the most virtuous can harbor their own fires. For now, however, he knew he must not allow Astoria to sense any peculiarity. Thus, he resorted to this desperate tactic. On the other side, after Dick delivered the slippers, he quietly departed, seemingly underestimating something as he left. Following a playful interlude, the two settled down on the sofa. The clock had struck 8:30. After finishing a glass of ice water, Ethan turned to Astoria and inquired, "Are you really not going back?" "Honestly, why would I deceive you?" Astoria, observing the incredulous expression on Ethan's face, felt a surge of irritation and tossed the pillow in her lap at him. "I've already informed my mother. They're all aware." "Very well," Ethan conceded, realizing the matter was settled. "It's getting late. Time for bed, my princess." Chapter 97. "My dear, I apologize for the inconvenience." Giggles ensued. Astoria, her eyes twinkling, teased, "So, my noble knight, in such a vast space, where shall I sleep?" After a bout of playful banter, their courage grew, as they continually tested each other's limits. "Ha ha ha, my space may not be expansive, but it is certainly not cramped," Ethan replied. With both hands, he scooped Astoria into a princess carry. "After all, you are the lady of the house. Sleep wherever you desire." "You said it," she affirmed. Ethan extinguished the oil lamp in the hall and ascended the stairs with Astoria in his arms. Upon returning to his room, he picked up the books strewn on the floor. Astoria's presence had extinguished his earlier desire to read. The young girl was now sleeping in the adjacent room. Glancing at the time, Ethan chose not to dwell on it further. He turned off the light and succumbed to slumber. Time spun forward to the midnight hour, a period often marked by thunderstorms. Those who sleep deeply often remain undisturbed by even the loudest thunderclaps, only to discover the aftermath of the storm by the dampness of the ground the following day. Ethan was one such individual, though tonight proved to be an exception. The scene shifted outside. Boom, boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Ethan furrowed his brow in his sleep, but remained undisturbed. However, the sudden thunder roused Astoria in the room next door. Wrapped in her blanket, she trembled as she stumbled out of bed, making her way toward Ethan's room. Gently, she pushed open his door, and by the light of the lightning, she beheld Ethan in a deep slumber. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously approached the bedside, carefully climbed onto the bed, and nestled into Ethan's embrace. In his dream, Ethan sensed a soft form slipping into his arms, and, drowsily mistaking it for a dream, instinctively tightened his hold. Astoria, feeling the warmth of Ethan's embrace, found her fears dissipating, her cheeks flushing slightly. She then shifted to a comfortable position and gradually closed her eyes. Soon, Astoria's breathing gradually calmed. In the darkness, Ethan slowly opened his eyes, and by the light of the moon, he could vaguely discern the golden strands of the girl's hair. "How wonderful it is to have you." Ethan tucked a loose strand of Astoria's hair behind her ear. Just then, it seemed that Astoria was on the verge of waking, yet she remained in slumber, merely shifting her delicate form closer into Ethan's embrace before drifting back into sleep. As Ethan felt the softness in his arms, his drowsiness vanished in an instant. At that moment, it was as if a meteor had collided with the earth, the air crackling with countless sparks. Taking a deep breath, Ethan arched his back, striving to maintain his composure. Thus, a restless night quietly passed. The following day, after the storm, sunshine broke through, evaporating the moisture from the ground. Ethan, still lost in dreams, suddenly sensed the surrounding heat intensifying, as though his throat was being constricted. There was a face, though Ethan could not discern its features. In an instant, he opened his eyes. Astoria. Beads of sweat adorned Ethan's forehead as sunlight streamed through the window. He gazed down at the girl, resembling an octopus, peacefully sprawled across him, her arms entwined around his neck. Lowering his gaze would reveal endless beauty. As Ethan awoke, he rubbed his eyes, marveling at his beloved Astoria, who, at such a tender age, had already blossomed. He looked at the two little rabbits and couldn't help but express his admiration. Just then, it appeared that Ethan's movements had stirred Astoria awake. Are you awake?" Ethan playfully patted her pert backside. Astoria lifted her head, staring at Ethan, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, she had intended to sneak back to her room before Ethan awoke that morning, but the reality was quite the opposite. She wondered if she looked unattractive while sleeping. Undoubtedly, she thought, it must not have been a pretty sight. Astoria buried her head in Ethan's chest, lost in thought, her ears visibly reddening. "Oh dear." With a startled exclamation, Astoria seemed to have been frightened, quickly rising to her feet and bolting out the door. "TSK, TSK, TSK. My dear, I apologize for the inconvenience." Ethan lowered his head to glance at her before reclining once more. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma wafting from downstairs began to stir his appetite. Ethan, who had hoped for a brief return to sleep, found himself wide awake. After freshening up, he descended the stairs to enjoy breakfast alongside Astoria. The two shared a silent understanding, choosing not to discuss the earlier events, and continued to indulge in their usual playful banter in front of the little sprite, Dick. "By the way, Ethan," Astoria suddenly sat up straight and inquired, "do you have any plans for this summer?" "Plans?" Ethan set down his knife and fork, contemplating whether it was permissible to speak of certain matters. He nodded slightly, acknowledging that perhaps in a few days, or maybe a week or two, he would be departing, likely to return at the start of the new term. "Very well," he conceded. Astoria's gaze dimmed at this thought. Noticing her sorrow, Ethan gently took her small hand and said, "Be good and wait for my return." "I understand," she replied, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at the mature and composed young man before her. She was acutely aware of the burdens he bore, the blood debts that loomed over him, and the fact that the one responsible was still alive. She could not afford to hinder his path. Yet, it pained her to think that he, still in the playful years of youth, was now shouldering the weight of an entire family. Some spoke of his prowess, declaring him the envy among the pure-blood families, the epitome of what others aspired to be. But was it truly so? The price of growth was steep. The joy of childhood had slipped away, replaced by the treachery and deceit of adulthood he faced daily. With this thought, Astoria cradled Ethan's face in her hands and, to his astonishment, kissed him. He murmured, finding it fragrant and slightly sweet. Although they had experienced this before, it was not enough. He yearned for more. 10 minutes later, it was a sense of suffocation that finally drew them apart. "Astoria," Ethan said, rising to embrace her as he carried her out of the villa. He wished to grant her as much companionship as possible within the limited time they had together. Time flew by, and 8 days later, Ethan left a letter in the hall and, with Dick's assistance, returned to Diagon Alley. He did not bid Astoria farewell, leaving only a brief note. Although 2 months would pass without their meeting and they would reunite at school, he wished to avoid the melancholy of a proper goodbye, resorting to this less painful option instead. Chapter 98, The Living Nicolette. Upon his return to Diagon Alley, Ethan smoothly made his way back to the leaky cauldron. Following Dumbledore's letter, which indicated a meeting at the pub before heading to Devon, Ethan had inquired why they wouldn't simply go to Dumbledore's home first. However, that old man remained as enigmatic as ever, claiming he was to meet an old friend. Understanding this unspoken implication, Ethan refrained from pressing further. "Ethan, you've arrived," old Tom said, polishing a glass at the bar and gesturing towards the elderly man with white hair sitting in the corner. "The headmaster has been waiting for quite some time." "Thank you, Tom," Ethan replied, making his way to the table where Dumbledore sat. Yet before he could speak, Dumbledore greeted him. "Ah, Ethan, it's a pleasure to see you again." "Indeed," Ethan responded with a smile. "Please, give me a moment. I would like to finish this drink. After all, it is unseemly to waste food." Dumbledore raised his glass in emphasis. "Of course, take your time," Ethan replied as he sat across from him, and Tom, noticing the exchange, poured a glass of juice for Ethan. "Drink up, this is my latest concoction." "Latest concoction?" Ethan gazed skeptically at the verdant liquid in his cup and turned to old Tom, as if to inquire whether this substance was indeed drinkable. "Drink up. It's kiwi juice." "Oh," Ethan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "In that case, I must savor it." Old Tom chuckled softly, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in the young man's mind. He understood that Dumbledore's visit today bore significant importance, so he refrained from intruding upon their conversation and returned to his work behind the bar. He seemed to relish his occupation, a stark contrast to others who were eager to retire. Even with his hair now streaked with gray, he continued to work cheerfully each day. Once, Ethan had asked him how he managed to persist in this role. With a smile, old Tom had replied, "The next proprietor of this tavern has yet to grow up." At that time, when he was merely 5 or 6, he believed old Tom referred to him. Now, as he matured, he realized there was another in mind. Indeed, it was that classmate who arrived at school already bearing a title of sorts, a title that was widely renowned in the world he had traversed from. However, the specifics eluded his memory, and he did not know what it was called. It seemed that Hannah and old Tom shared some familial connection, though he had not inquired further, as he had never intended to inherit the tavern. A cough from Dumbledore jolted Ethan back to reality. "Just in time, let us depart." Indeed. With that, Ethan and Dumbledore took their leave. Before they exited, Tom spoke gravely, advising him not to disappoint Astoria, emphasizing the importance of loyalty and cautioning against fickleness. "What sort of advice is this? Am I truly that kind of person?" The answer was decidedly negative. "There is a considerable distance from Devonshire. To save time, we shall proceed directly." Professor Dumbledore's gnarled hand rested upon Ethan's shoulder. They exchanged a glance, and in an instant, the space around them twisted, and they vanished from their location. "Just as I arrived gently, now I shall depart gently." In the blink of an eye, Ethan found himself in an unfamiliar setting. It was a quaint village where muggles and wizards coexisted, imbued with an air of mystery and harmony. The village was adorned with charmingly arranged houses, surrounded by lush trees and flourishing flora, while a clear stream meandered alongside it. The scenery was breathtaking, along the southern coast of the English Channel. The sandy beaches were soft and delicate, shimmering with golden hues under the sun's embrace. The azure waters sparkled, with gentle waves lapping against the shore. Upon witnessing this beauty, Ethan remarked, "It is truly magnificent." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, stroking his long beard. "If possible, I too would wish to retire here in the future." The former visitor is no stranger to this place. However, each visit captivates him anew with its resplendent scenery. To be precise, it is the tranquil ambience that enchants him. "Let us proceed. Nico resides in that venerable house ahead." The elder and the youth traversed the rural path, ultimately halting before a modest abode. "Oh, I hope our arrival does not intrude upon them." Ethan's heartbeat quickens at the thought of his grandmother, the formidable being who has defied mortality for over 6 centuries. Just as Dumbledore prepares to knock, the wooden door swings open of its own accord. "Albus, come in," a frail yet commanding voice beckons from within. Shortly thereafter, an elderly woman appears before them. Ethan gazes at the silver-haired, slender figure and, with his keen intellect, quickly deduces her identity. She must be the wife of Nicholas Flamel. "Greetings, Mrs. Perenelle." Dumbledore smiles in salutation, with Ethan following suit. Perenelle and Nicholas first crossed paths in their youth at the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and they have shared a life together for over 6 centuries. What is true love, if not this? After Nicholas created the Philosopher's Stone, they relied on its elixir of life to sustain them until the 20th century. In 1992, at the ages of 665 and 658 respectively, they resolved to relinquish their immortality. Calculating the time, it seems that moment is indeed upon us. It is worth noting that the Philosopher's Stone still resides with Nicholas. It is likely that only this year did he entrust it to Dumbledore. Upon entering the dwelling, Nicholas is found seated in an ancient chair, exuding vitality, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Yet, apart from those luminous orbs, his frail form embodies the essence of a life nearing its twilight. His body, oh, It can hardly be called that anymore. Resembles a mere skeleton enveloped in skin, with the outlines of his internal organs faintly discernible. Ethan is overwhelmed with emotion. It appears that immortality comes at an undeniable cost. Albus, this must be the Ethan you mentioned in your letter, Nicholas observes. Remaining seated not out of reluctance, but due to an inability to rise. A slight touch might fracture his brittle bones. Facing this living marvel, Ethan nods with calm composure, astonished by the proximity to such a legendary figure. So what do you think of my current state? Nicholas poses an existential query. After a moment's reflection, Ethan concludes that fabricating a falsehood in the presence of this ancient being seems impractical and unnecessary. Thus he articulates his genuine thoughts. Sir, I believe that this prolonged existence is hardly worthwhile. Rather than living in such a manner, it would be more graceful to depart from this world, Ethan candidly expressed. Although his words were somewhat piercing, they reflected his genuine thoughts. Chapter 99, Holiday Course. Dumbledore, seated nearby, merely smiled and refrained from saying much. He did not offer any encouragement for Nicodemus to continue living, for in his view, one's life must be governed by oneself. Ha ha ha, Nicodemus laughed heartily. His laughter imbued with a sense of relief, admiration, and above all, self-mockery. He was regarded as a miracle of life by the outside world, celebrated as the greatest alchemist of the century. Yet, in the face of mortality, he felt inferior to a mere child. Observing the elderly man's laughter, Ethan asked, somewhat perplexed, Sir, is there something amiss with my words? He was not a sage, and certainly not infallible. However, he was pleased with his recent proclamation. Of course, not everyone shared his perspective. Some individuals with their own narratives harbor a profound fear of death. When they possess a certain degree of power, they often strive for immortality, much like Voldemort and Nicodemus before him. Yet, Nicodemus's methods were far superior to those of Voldemort. One sought longevity through his achievements in alchemy, while the other resorted to ancient dark magic. Voldemort had torn apart his own soul, descending into madness and transforming into a mindless killing machine. Contemplating this, Ethan suddenly lost interest in the notion of immortality. Nicodemus's laughter subsided, and his gaze grew ever more resolute. No, you are right. It is my own issue. Once inspired by a tome called the Book of Jewish Abraham, he had dedicated 21 years to studying it, which ultimately led to the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. It was absurd that, in pursuit of wealth and eternal life, he had indeed succeeded. In truth, after acquiring the stone's ability to transmute base metals into gold, he amassed a considerable fortune, which he used for charitable endeavors. Ultimately, not wanting to part from his wife, he relied on it for his own longevity. Up until now, it seemed he had no regrets in his life. Perhaps leaving this world would mark a new beginning. Ethan looked intently at Nicodemus and inquired, Would you accept me as your apprentice? Taken aback, Ethan contemplated the notion of apprenticeship. He recalled the figure from the memories he inherited and realized he had not formally taken that person as his mentor. Thus, it seemed plausible. Ethan's eyes brightened. I am willing. With that, he adjusted his clothing, intending to perform a customary Eastern gesture of respect. However, Nicodemus, employing magic, prevented him from kneeling, suggesting that simplicity was key. Witnessing this scene, Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle, and even Madame LeMay joined in the laughter. The once heavy atmosphere dissipated in an instant. And seeing everyone in such high spirits, Ethan remained silent, merely bowing his head and digging his feet into the ground. Nicole LeMay, observing this heartwarming tableau, felt an immense joy swell within her. After a while, Nicole LeMay and Dumbledore stepped inside the house, leaving Ethan and Madame LeMay outside. It was not until dinner time that the two emerged, and as Ethan beheld the cheerful exchange between them, a sense of understanding washed over him. Time for dinner, Albus, Nicole LeMay said, with Dumbledore's assistance guiding her to the dining room. Unfortunately, the pantry held only a few potatoes, some jam, and millet. Madame LeMay served everyone a generous bowl of millet porridge, prompting Ethan to rise and assist. It's fine, we love it, Dumbledore proclaimed, appearing quite delighted as he took a hearty gulp of the porridge. Ethan intended to offer a warning, but Dumbledore's actions were far too swift, resulting in the hot porridge scorching his tongue. Ha ha ha, Albus, take your time. No one is competing with you, Nicole LeMay teased, presenting him with a spoon. Though her demeanor suggested this was a familiar routine. Go ahead, this is from Madame LeMay. Watching this exchange, Ethan couldn't help but reminisce about Storia, imagining that when they grew old, they would share such moments. However, for now, it was best to focus on the meal. With that thought, Ethan buried his head in his bowl, devouring his food voraciously. Half an hour later, as everyone finished their meal, Ethan dutifully rose to clear the table. Madame LeMay attempted to decline his assistance, but ultimately, Ethan firmly took on the task. After all, he would be staying here for some time and couldn't possibly lounge about like a lord waiting to be served. Having received a solid upbringing, he certainly would not act in such a manner. As the evening crept in, Ethan lay awake beneath the dark ceiling, unable to sleep. He began to ponder the intricacies of alchemy. At present, His skills could only classify him as an ordinary alchemist, far from being a master. After all, he could only create minor trinkets, hardly worthy of recognition. However, with esteemed mentors and a rich legacy surrounding him, Ethan felt confident that he could absorb a wealth of knowledge in a short span of time. The remainder would depend solely on the passage of time. Perhaps, by the time of the impending showdown, he could refine the Sword of Gryffindor, transforming it into a true legendary blade. With that thought lingering, he closed his eyes. The moonlight retreating, marking the end of another day. As dawn broke the following morning, Ethan rose early. After enjoying a simple breakfast, he and Nicole LeMay ventured to the innermost part of the house. As Ethan opened the door, he was met with a scene filled with an array of peculiar materials. Neatly arranged books and an antiquated alchemical apparatus. This sight felt strangely familiar. He paused for a moment, realizing that it bore many similarities to the room where he had received his inheritance. Yet, Ethan was certain that these were two entirely distinct places. Just then, Nicolame's voice pulled him back from his reverie. "What do you think?" Nicolame inquired, his seemingly fragile hands brushing over the stove before him. "This workshop has accompanied me for many years, ever since my retirement. It's remarkable. I can see a history within it," Ethan replied earnestly. He was not exaggerating. Such places were few and far between in history, yet not entirely rare. However, it was indeed uncommon for a location to be utilized for centuries while still under the stewardship of its original master. Nicolame chuckled, pleased by Ethan's high praise for his workshop. After all, he had long considered this space as his own child. It was certainly a joyous occasion to receive compliments regarding one's offspring. As the conversation progressed, Nicolame grew somewhat weary and decided to shift directly to the task at hand. "Ethan, head over to the upper right corner, the second row, and retrieve the 5th book," he instructed, pointing towards the bookshelf. The title read Chapter 100, Merlin's Notebook. Ethan glanced around, finally locating the book Nicolame had indicated. The tome was yellowed with age, its cover crafted from leather. Embossed on its surface was a circular symbol that, at first glance, resembled a rudimentary globe but bore a closer resemblance to a basketball. Upon seeing this, Ethan furrowed his brow. "What's the matter?" Nicolame asked. "Nothing, master. It merely reminded me of an old acquaintance," Ethan replied. "Ah, very well," Nicolame said, not pressing for further details. He took the book from Ethan's hands. "This was my textbook when I was studying alchemy, filled with fundamental techniques. You may peruse it and see if you can create a finished product." Upon hearing this, Ethan took the book and leafed through it briefly. He then awkwardly stated, "Master, I have already studied basic alchemy, and I am well versed in ancient languages like Niven." Nicolame responded, his eyes widening in disbelief, seemingly questioning Ethan's sincerity. Seeing this, Ethan nodded to confirm his assertion. Nicolame was momentarily at a loss for words. He had initially planned to guide Ethan through the material gradually, only to discover that his student had already mastered it. This unexpected revelation disrupted his original plans. However, on the bright side, it indicated that Ethan possessed considerable talent, sparing them both the time required to revisit those trivial foundational skills. Certainly, it is essential to verify first. It is not that Ethan lacks faith in his abilities. Rather, he finds it hard to believe that such prodigious talent exists in the world. Reflecting upon his own journey, he recalls how, devoid of any mentors, he painstakingly learned through trial and error, achieving modest success by the age of 18. Could this young lad before him truly surpass his own past prowess? Well then, please create something to demonstrate your skills, Nicolame instructed, gesturing towards the materials nearby. "Ah, certainly, master," Ethan replied, offering no objections. He understood that he did not intend to devote the entirety of his holiday to learning. He wished to explore other avenues as well. With his current foundation, he was entirely capable of advancing in his studies. Resolving to no longer conceal his abilities, he decided to showcase his full potential. Once Ethan had made his decision, Nicolame departed from the room, knowing he need not remain present daily. He would merely await the final product. Ethan meandered within the confines of the room, familiarizing himself with all aspects before retrieving the blueprints to begin his design. Days passed swiftly, and soon 3 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Ethan busied himself, entering the workspace clean and emerging covered in grime. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted within the room, causing the very structure to tremble. This was a commonplace occurrence. Seated in the living room, Nicolame set down his utensils and turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. He surmised that his apprentice had likely succeeded, though he was curious about the nature of the creation. According to established standards, a complete alchemical product must possess a primary function that is practical and usable. Creak. The door swung open, releasing a cloud of black smoke. It was a most peculiar sight. Cough, cough, cough. A boy, his face smudged with soot, emerged, clutching an object tightly in his hands. "Child, are you unharmed?" Madame LeMay asked with concern, stepping forward to wipe Ethan's face with a towel. "I am fine, mistress. And I have succeeded," Ethan replied, advancing towards Nicolame and extending his hand. Before them appeared a ring. It was a bronze-hued ring, adorned with a central red gemstone. It appears you have triumphed, Nicolae remarked, examining the small artifact with confidence. What purpose does it serve? Oh, how forgetful I am, Ethan chuckled, tapping his forehead before enthusiastically explaining. This ring is imbued with various inscriptions, granting it the ability to render the wearer invisible, which is its primary function, along with features for recording audio and video and projecting imagery. Oh, Nicolae exclaimed, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Your concept is quite impressive. It bears resemblance to certain devices in the Muggle world. Those large metal constructs possess similar functionalities, yet your ring does not encompass such intricate mechanical structures. Thus, this ring proves to be quite successful in daily use. Of course, if possible, those proud Aurora could also benefit from it, albeit to a lesser extent, as it is more suited for younger or less powerful groups of wizards. One must commend Nicolae for his profound insight, as he effortlessly elucidated the ring's qualities. Ethan nodded with a smile, affirming, Indeed, Master, I have drawn upon the wisdom of Muggles for this ring. Nicolae chuckled. Well done, you have qualified. What about advanced alchemy? Ethan inquired. Although he possessed a legacy, he was fortunate to have a distinguished mentor by his side, ready to clarify any minor misunderstandings or errors. Oh, Ethan, are you so eager? Nicolae teased. Very well. He leaned forward slightly. Come, child, do me a favor and retrieve the cushion behind me. Heeding his words, Ethan approached the back of the chair. Behind it lay a rectangular cushion, which he extracted. Open it, Nicolae instructed. Ethan inspected it carefully, discovering a concealed zipper at the bottom right. With a swift motion, he unzipped it and withdrew a book, more accurately described as a notebook, Nicolae's hand-drawn tome. Ethan cradled it in his hands, reverently examining it. This is my compilation of knowledge accumulated over the past few centuries, including methods for crafting the Philosopher's Stone. Now it belongs to you. Astonishing. Imagine the insights penned by one who has lived for over 6 centuries. Just as Ethan yearned to delve deeper, Nicolae's voice interjected once more. Ethan, promise me one thing. Master, speak freely, I shall oblige. Haha, fear not, it is a simple request. Nicolae expressed his satisfaction with his late-life disciple, wishing to impart a warning for his protection. Ethan, remember, Voldemort is not dead, he will return. This fiend is determined to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Now that this notebook is in your possession, should it be discovered, you must incinerate it immediately to prevent Voldemort from acquiring it. Can you do that? Ethan gazed at the elderly man before him, feeling a twinge of helplessness. At this juncture, he had relinquished the pursuit of immortality, yet his heart remained kind, unwilling to see his proud achievements fall into the hands of a dark lord. Though a multitude of words swirled within him, he found himself unable to voice them. I assure you. Chapter 101, The Witch's Cloak, a Pummeling. Ever since Ethan acquired that notebook, he has immersed himself in its contents with an intensity surpassing even that of his preparation for college entrance examinations. Every detail within the notes captivated him, with each word and sentence brimming with boundless magical potential. His alchemical skills have been steadily improving, and such enhancement naturally requires practice. The materials consumed during this practice are abundant within the confines of this workshop. Nicolae even remarked that the materials could be used freely, encouraging Ethan to utilize everything at his disposal. After all, one cannot take anything with them upon departure from this world, and Nicolae no longer possesses the strength to wield a hammer again. Thus, even if Ethan were to refrain from using these materials, they would ultimately return to the embrace of nature. In response, Ethan promptly declared his intent to make full use of them. Thus, he toiled for several weeks, gradually producing tangible results. These creations were manifestations of the ideas that had flourished in his mind, some of which were once deemed impractical in his previous life. A myriad of peculiar magical artifacts began to accumulate within the confines of the system space. If the Weasley brothers were to discover these items, they would undoubtedly pester him for a year. In addition to these everyday artifacts, Ethan managed to extract the 2 fangs of the 1,000-year-old basilisk. Each fang was merely the size of a palm, and when combined, they formed a slightly elongated dagger, just a tad longer than a typical stiletto. This dagger would facilitate the destruction of Horcruxes in the future, thereby eliminating the need to poison the Gryffindor sword each time. Speaking of the Gryffindor sword, he initially contemplated the idea of modifying it. However, he was promptly halted by Nicolae, who advised him that his current skills were insufficient to perfect such a weapon. Any misstep could potentially diminish the sword's quality. He suggested waiting a few more years before attempting any alterations. Thus, the dagger of the poison dragon came into existence. It boasted a deep black and purple hue, with black representing the venom and purple signifying a rare metal that Ethan had incorporated. Many metals of similar quality existed, each in a variety of colors, yet Ethan had a particular fondness for the elegance and nobility of purple black. In the meantime, Ethan took the opportunity to dismantle the basilisk. Aside from a mass of unusable flesh, he preserved the skeleton for its aesthetic appeal and its relatively friendly hardness. He named the basilisk's eyes the gaze of Medusa, keeping a pair for himself. The creature's scales, due to its immense size, were plentiful. After extracting the hardest ones, he stored the remaining scales for future use. The basilisk's gallbladder was set aside for potential use in alchemical concoctions later on. Considering safety, Ethan fashioned the most precious scales into a magical cloak. Its exterior appeared black, indistinguishable from an ordinary cloak. However, when met with aggression, its surface would reflect light, subtly revealing the patterns of the basilisk scales. This cloak served a singular purpose: magical resistance. Though its function was limited, Ethan dedicated himself to maximizing its protective capabilities. Various inscriptions were etched onto the surfaces as if they were free of charge, with layers of engravings both outside and in. Imagine, while others struggle to wield their wands, you don the cloak of magical resistance, brandishing a great sword and cleaving through foes. Who could withstand such a circumstance? The notion was to vanquish magic with magic. Yet you forsake the principles of martial conduct, engaging in close combat. Unable to strike effectively, nor to flee, the mere thought evokes a sense of despair. For this reason, Ethan was exceedingly pleased with his creation, which he named the Witch's Cloak. As for the reasoning behind the name, well, that remained a mystery. With 2 remaining eyes, Ethan intended to forge a mask, but time was of the essence, and it was not immediately necessary, so he decided to set it aside for the moment. After organizing everything, Ethan stepped outside, taking in the splendid scenery around him and inhaling deeply. It was indeed a beautiful and tranquil place. Regrettably, he could only admire it from afar, for he could not afford to linger. Lying on the grass, gazing at the boundless sky, his heart was already inclined towards departure. Despite the reluctance that filled him, it was not within his power to decide otherwise. So be it, he would leave the following day. Yet he felt it necessary to express a few words before his departure. Gradually, Ethan closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already night. The next morning, Ethan departed the place he had inhabited for several weeks, clutching a bag of wild fruits from Devonshire, embarking once more on his fantastical journey. He did not return to the Walker household, but instead made his way back to Diagon Alley. After exchanging greetings with old Tom, he arrived at his potion shop. At that moment, a sign hung prominently, proclaiming Walker's Potion Shop in bold lettering. This sign had only recently been crafted, awaiting the day of its unveiling to be displayed. Before that, however, he needed to pay a visit to the Malfoy family. After all, business was not merely about combat. It involved navigating the intricacies of human relationships. During his school days, he had lacked the time to manage the shop effectively, and to avoid potential troubles, he had resorted to this course of action. With these thoughts in mind, he exited the potion shop. Yet, as he passed the junction connecting Knockturn Alley and Diagon Alley, an unexpected incident transpired. A raspy voice emerged from the shadows of Knockturn Alley, low and frenzied. Ethan could not discern her words, but he surmised they were far from benign. In an instant, a bolt of magical energy surged toward Ethan's face. Green in hue. Alarm surged through him as cold sweat broke out. However, years of combat experience had equipped him to evade this strike. Utilizing his momentum, he leaned back, bracing himself with his hands to form an arch whoosh. The magical energy whizzed past him, striking the wall behind. Boom! The figure cloaked in black, witnessing that the killing curse had failed to claim him, was left momentarily stunned. Having spent years engaging in nefarious deeds, she sensed that today she had encountered a formidable adversary. If she did not flee now, when would she? Humph! Ethan let out a cold scoff, leveraging his hands to spring up with a nimble movement. If you dare to attack me, be prepared to confront death. Observing the desolate surroundings, Ethan donned the mask he had purchased years ago from a street vendor and swiftly pursued her. Thanks to 2 years of rigorous training, the 13-year-old had grown to a height of 163 centimeters, with an impressive physique that surpassed expectations. Against an elderly witch who had long neglected her fitness, escape was not an option. Seeking her demise, the old witch found herself cornered at a crossroads, and inexplicably, her confidence surged. You little brat. Don't think that just because you have some reputation at school, you're invincible. This is my territory, ha ha. Ethan's handsome face was obscured by the mask, revealing no emotion. In his eyes, she was already a dead woman. Laughter echoed through the dark alley. The sound of footsteps approached, and in an instant, 7 or 8 figures emerged at the crossroads. Chapter 102. The Inferno of Creation. Rajek, what's the situation? Silver asked, his gaze wary as he scrutinized the entrance to the overturned alley. In response, the male witch named Rajek spoke gravely. It's the aura of a death curse. Its source is indeed the overturned alley. Humph, Silver scoffed. Those filthy rats in the sewers are truly relentless. Perhaps someone has been attacked. Rajek expressed his concern. Alas, there's little we can do, Silver replied, rubbing his brow, revealing a hint of fatigue. Sirius Black has escaped from prison. Nothing is more urgent than this. He paused momentarily before continuing. Since this death curse is inscribed on the wall, it implies that the attacked individual may not have suffered any harm from it, which is highly likely. Our resources are limited. If no one seeks assistance from the Ministry of Magic, it would suggest the assailed is unharmed. Of course, if he is a bachelor, we are at a loss, as people are dying daily, and the Aurus ranks are perpetually insufficient. You're right. Let us proceed accordingly. Rajek nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of exhaustion himself. Elsewhere, Ethan gripped his wand tightly, surveying his surroundings with a calm demeanor, infused with a sense of exhilaration. As one naturally inclined toward combat, he believed that real-world experience was the best teacher and the most effective means of enhancing his abilities. The danger was palpable, yet it felt manageable. Ha ha ha. Ethan Walker, the prodigy destined to make waves in the magical world, shall perish at my hands. The old witch before him reveled in her perceived victory, viewing him as little more than a lamb to the slaughter. Avada Kedavra. The surrounding dark wizard stepped back, refraining from intervening, instead encircling the witch to prevent Ethan from escaping. Ethan let out a cold chuckle, bending down to cast a lethal curse upon the individual behind him. A second time. Following a harrowing scream, the man lay lifeless on the ground. Good night, Makabaka. The old witch trembled with rage, her summoned dark wizards gazing at her with unblinking eyes. As they harbored their sinister intentions, Ethan struck. Fiery dragon transformation. Roar. In an instant, a colossal blue flame soared into the sky, morphing into a dragon of fire under Ethan's command. The fierce fire, the blue flame dragon, reminiscent of days gone by. An elderly dark wizard stumbled against the wall, uttering his final breath before turning to ashes. You intend to perish alongside us, boy? A bearded man, unable to withstand being cornered by a mere child, attempted to intimidate Ethan. He believed that, as any mortal fears death, threatening Ethan might provide a glimmer of hope for escape. Alas, despite countless observations, he misjudged the situation. Or perhaps his overconfidence in his own insignificance led him to utter such ludicrous words. You dare threaten me? With a flick of his wand, Ethan unleashed several silent blades toward the bearded man. Swish. The man clutched his neck, a look of defiance on his face as he collapsed, subsequently consumed by the fierce flames. As the saying goes, a spark can ignite a prairie, but this was no mere spark. Within mere breaths, the raging fire annihilated those who sought to obstruct him. The inferno spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, several buildings were engulfed. Observing this, Ethan furrowed his brow and waved his wand, transforming the dragon back and extinguishing the flames. The old witch stood dumbfounded by Ethan's display of power. Ethan Walker, do you not fear retribution from the Ministry of Magic for your reckless killing? Think carefully, lay down your weapon, find salvation, and do not allow a moment of rage to lead you to Azkaban. Ethan scoffed. Salvation? Even if he were to come, I would still give him 2 slaps. What more for you, old hag? The witch, her finger trembling as she pointed at Ethan, found herself speechless. Today marked the peak of her fury, perhaps even the last. Very well, then. You shall die. Avada Kedavra. Ethan retaliated with a curse of his own, just as he believed another standoff was imminent. The old witch suddenly hurled a key. Ha ha ha. Walker, why not take a little trip to Europe? When you return, you will find a warrant for your arrest from the Ministry of Magic awaiting you. Ethan's gaze sharpened. It seemed this old witch was resolutely determined to ruin him. By using the key to transport him to Europe, she not only sought to save her own life, but also aimed to brand Ethan with the stain of murder. What a wretched old hag, Ethan muttered under his breath. From within the confines of the system space, he retrieved another wand and uttered, shatter into dust. With a resounding bang, the door key was ultimately obliterated by the formidable magic. The surrounding space erupted in chaos. Observing this, Ethan hurriedly sought refuge in a nearby spatial rift. Simultaneously, the immense gravitational force ensnared the old witch, pulling her in as well. In an instant, both vanished from sight, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Soon after, numerous onlookers emerged, their heads popping up as they engaged in fervent discussions. However, by the time the Aurus arrived, their investigation yielded nothing but a pile of ashes and charred remnants. No trace of anything else remained. In northern Europe, in Tigarin, a snow-white rabbit frolicked across a meadow. On a large tree, a squirrel busily prepared for winter, storing its provisions. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore violently, ejecting 2 figures. Ethan rolled on the ground twice before finally coming to rest beneath a tree. Remarkably, he was unscathed. Apart from a slight disarray in his clothing, he remained as handsome as ever. The old witch, however, was far less fortunate. After all, Ethan had willingly entered the rift. While the witch had been thrust into it against her will, her survival was nothing short of a miracle. Looking around, Ethan beheld her once frail body now drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death. Contemplating for a moment, he ultimately decided to extend a merciful farewell. Avada Kedavra. He aimed his wand at the old witch, a flash of green light illuminating the scene as it marked the end of her lamentable existence. Sighing, Ethan rubbed his face in exasperation. What on earth is happening? He had merely intended to pay a visit to someone else's home, yet found himself embroiled in such chaos. Were it not for the throngs of people, he wouldn't have resorted to unleashing fierce flames to isolate them. Consequently, to evade the Auror's pursuit, he had no choice but to leap into the doorkey space. Chapter 103, Contemplation in Solitude. Ethan lifted his gaze, surveying the forest before him, and resolved to explore the area, as ample time remained. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves with a soft whisper. From the pine tree, the squirrel, previously startled by Ethan's magic, swayed again, chattering away in indignation. Judging by its tone, it was likely expressing quite unflattering sentiments. With a sudden thud, several nuts cascaded onto Ethan's head as he took a few steps forward. Curious, he bent down, picked up the fallen fruits, brushed them against his clothing, and tossed one into his mouth. Crunch, delightful and crisp, bursting with nutty flavor. Ethan reveled in the taste, savoring the nuts one by one as he strolled leisurely away, leaving behind the chattering squirrel. The Nordic night arrived unexpectedly, enveloping the landscape in darkness before one could truly prepare for its onset. Meanwhile, this very evening, newspapers were dispatched from the offices of the Daily Prophet. Throughout the holiday season, the most impactful events would be chronicled within its pages, particularly the two most significant news stories. The capitalists of the magical realm had elevated the print run of this edition to more than double its usual quantity for profit. Of course, this bore no relevance to Ethan, who had far more pressing matters to contemplate. Rustling sounds echoed in the cave as Ethan was stirred from his slumber by the chill in the air. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced outside to find heavy rain pouring down, the temperature steadily dropping. Even cloaked in a wizard's robe designed for warmth, he could not escape the biting cold. Fortunately, he had sought refuge in a cave for the night. Otherwise, he would have been drenched to the bone. Ethan ventured outside to gather some damp twigs, using magic to dry them before igniting a fire, which brought him a modicum of warmth. After the flurry of activity, sleep eluded him, and he resolved to remain awake until dawn. The crackling flames danced and popped, and leaning against a stone, Ethan pondered whether he should return to England so soon. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from the thicket outside the cave, jolting Ethan to attention. He stood up and drew his wand from his sleeve. Under normal circumstances, a mere sound would not rouse such vigilance, but the current situation was different. At home, he was shielded by powerful house elves, whereas here, in the wilderness, anything could transpire. He dared not let his guard down. A moment of carelessness could prove fatal. Ethan cautiously approached, halting merely 3 meters from the underbrush. Abruptly, a figure burst forth, causing Ethan's pupils to constrict. He instinctively sought to evade, but the figure's speed was astonishing, and inertia propelled him backward. In those fleeting moments of suspension, Ethan thought, "This is truly a disaster, a calamity." With a thud, he tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. Though he struggled to discern the figure, he instinctively brandished his wand in defense. "Who are you?" he called out, his voice reverberating through the vast forest, startling the imposing figure before him. Ethan felt a surge of exasperation. It was absurd that he appeared the villain in this scenario when it was the other who had collided with him. "I am," the figure began, but was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar that rent the sky, a harbinger of unbridled fury. "There's no time for explanations. We must flee." The figure urgently pulled Ethan away. It was then that he reacted, extinguishing the fire in the cave with a flick of his wand. The two of them sprinted through the forest, emerging onto a plain bathed in moonlight, illuminating their surroundings with a radiant glow. Ethan glanced behind him, and in the distance, he saw a dark figure rapidly enlarging. It wasn't until the figure obscured the night sky and loomed over the two of them that Ethan finally discerned the identity of the newcomer, a thunderbird. His brow furrowed in concern, and he silently cursed, "This is troublesome." This thunderbird was far from the diminutive white bird named in the Muggle world. It was a true magical creature capable of wielding lightning and storms. Possessing an acute sense of danger and heightened awareness, it reigned supreme in the skies, second only to dragons. Even some of the mightiest dragons were no match for it. How dared this brute beside him provoke such a creature? If you must provoke it, why drag me into this? Answer me. With this thought, Ethan's dissatisfaction towards his companion deepened, and his gaze turned decidedly unfriendly. The large fellow, feeling the weight of Ethan's stare, awkwardly coughed and said, "Don't look at me like that. Let us deal with this beast first." After a moment of contemplation, Ethan reluctantly nodded in agreement. The current situation was dire, and having someone to share the burden seemed prudent. After all, if the thunderbird devoured him, it would spare Ethan, wouldn't it? "Let us go." Ethan refrained from further conversation and charged forward with his wand raised. The large man did not hold back either, unleashing his full strength with every strike. Roar. Their spells inflicted minimal damage on the thunderbird, only serving to ignite its fury and annoyance. With a mighty flap of its wings, it summoned a tempest of wind and thunder, sweeping towards them with relentless force. Ethan and the large man were caught off guard and sent flying. Crack! They crashed against the trunk of a large tree, electricity visibly coursing over their bodies. The large man convulsed, while Ethan, aside from the pain from the impact, seemed relatively unscathed. Phew! Ethan took a deep breath. Relieved that he had donned his witch-esque cloak, he could withstand the minor jolt of electricity. He glanced at the large man, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. Recognizing that they were outmatched, he resolved to flee. Without further hesitation, he hoisted the large man and cast a flight spell. Soaring into the depths of the forest, the Thunderbird pursued them relentlessly, occasionally unleashing bolts of lightning that left Ethan in a state of utter disarray. Damn it! Still chasing? Have I disturbed your ancestral grave? Ethan muttered under his breath, yet his speed did not falter. Gradually, the Thunderbird began to lose patience amidst the tug of war. Roar! With a fierce cry, it glared at them one last time before begrudgingly retreating. Ethan finally stopped before a cave at the edge of a cliff, carrying the large man inside. After administering a vial of restorative potion, he leaned against the cave wall, utterly exhausted. As the dark clouds dissipated and the rain gave way to clear skies, the moonlight fell gently upon Ethan's dust-covered face. Despite his disheveled appearance, his inherent grace remained unmistakable. In this battle, there were no victors. Perhaps my pride has led me astray. Chapter 104, The Peculiar Assignment. Reflecting on the past, he recalled his fierce encounters with the basilisk at Hogwarts, where he had triumphed over Voldemort in countless duels without tasting defeat. Yet now, sigh. Ethan gazed into the distance, his mind wandering through the experiences of the past 2 years. He could not help but ponder. Has he truly lived too well in these 2 years? The so-called crises at Hogwarts now seemed trivial, akin to child's play. Was the basilisk formidable? Certainly. After all, it had lived for over a millennium. However, one must consider that after such a long existence, its ferocity had likely been dulled significantly within the Chamber of Secrets. Had it not been for Voldemort's influence, the basilisk might have merely been a large serpent preying on mice. Moreover, Ethan's triumph over the creature was largely facilitated by Fawkes. After all, there is a vast difference between striking with one's eyes closed and with them open. Contemplating this, a sense of trepidation washed over Ethan. It appeared he had acted recklessly today. Faced with the Thunderbird, a creature of nature, his initial instinct was not to flee, but rather to challenge it with his mere prowess as a high-ranking wizard. How foolish. Shaking his head, Ethan realized the wisdom in ancient sayings, pride leads to downfall. Yet, it was not too late for enlightenment. With great effort, he pushed himself up against the stone wall, approaching the imposing figure before him. He crouched down to feel for a breath, alive. He examined the boy before him, who stood over 7 meters tall, and through his clothing, Ethan could sense the latent strength in his arms. With a closely cropped haircut and a youthful visage, he seemed to still be a student. Ethan surmised he hailed from a school in the Nordic region, perhaps Durmstrang? In Europe, aside from Hogwarts, there were only 2 other institutions, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. The latter nestled in the French Alps. Thus, it became evident that he must be from Durmstrang, as only a student from there would dare to confront a Thunderbird alone. Beauxbatons girls, perhaps? That would be a jest unworthy of laughter. Ethan chuckled softly, contemplating the practicality of such a close-cropped hairstyle. Just then, he noticed the figure before him shifting slightly, yet there was no indication of awakening. How intriguing, he murmured. His voice echoed clearly in the quiet cavern. Even the reverberation of the sound was palpable. Following his utterance, the boy's brow began to twitch as if he were desperately trying to feign sleep. Observing the boy's futile resistance, Ethan decided against further idle chatter. How much longer do you intend to lie there? Or do you intend to lie here for eternity? Upon hearing these words, the burly figure sprang to his feet, indicating that Ethan's previous remarks were indeed more effective than any remedy. No more pretense? Ethan inquired, sitting beside him with a bemused expression. Pretense? I am uncertain what you mean, the figure replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ethan. I am Victor Crumb. He extended his hand toward Ethan. And what is your name? Crumb? Ethan raised an eyebrow, contemplating the coincidence. This individual was not only a student from Durmstrang, but also a renowned Quidditch star. His prowess in the Triwizard Tournament was overwhelmingly superior, eclipsing even the Beauxbatons' beauty of Villa Descent. However, such accolades alone were insufficient for Ethan to remember him. What truly stood out was the gossip surrounding Crumb and Hermione during the Yule Ball in his previous life, where many believed Hermione to be the most suitable companion for him aside from Harry. Yet, these matters held no weight for Ethan. He had no intention of intervening in their affairs, as romance was a matter strictly between 2 individuals. Instead, he considered it more entertaining to tease Historia. Hey, Crumb gestured in front of Ethan. What are you thinking? Do you know me? Oh, Ethan realized. My apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ethan Walker. He extended his hand for a brief handshake before withdrawing it. You said Walker? Crumb exclaimed. Are you not the man referred to as the Savior of the Century? Savior of the Century? I cannot concur with that title. Ethan replied, accustomed to such reactions. After all, the entire magical press of the globe might not be vast. But it certainly was not insignificant. You have your title, and I have mine, he mused, accustomed to the labels bestowed upon him. Indeed, I am a man. Ethan affirmed the first half of Crumb's statement, but I am not a savior. Oh, Crumb replied knowingly, I understand. Ethan pursed his lips, contemplating. Could this truly be Crumb? He seemed different. The two engaged in a casual conversation, reminiscent of an unlikely friendship despite their age difference. Although Crumb was older, Ethan felt no condescension or superiority akin to that exhibited by Percy Weasley. Instead, Crumb displayed politeness and sensitivity, which perhaps explained Hermione's fondness for him in the original narrative. Eventually, Ethan inquired, what on earth led to you being pursued by a bird? Crumb scratched his close-cropped hair. Should I not explain? What do you think? With a sigh, Crumb added, I assure you, I have done nothing to provoke it. After speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine and glanced at Ethan. Ethan remained there, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at him. Ahem, I was actually aiming to pluck its tail feather. Ethan jested. Did you manage to do so? Ha ha. At this point, Crumb could not help but interject, of course, take a look. With that, he retrieved a gleaming silver tail feather from his robe and presented it to Ethan. Oh, Ethan took it, noticing that the feather still bore a hint of scent. Fresh and vibrant. You truly have managed to pluck it. After examining it a few times, Ethan returned the feather, his mind wandering to an impractical notion. Crumb, elated, declared, when school resumes, I shall present this feather as my assignment and see what they have to say. Durmstrang venerates the strong. The institution does not prohibit the study of dark magic and indeed encourages students to delve into it. Thus, the existence of such an assignment was hardly surprising. However, this fellow was quite audacious, recklessly pursuing a bird all on his own. Had Ethan not encountered him today, while he may not have faced death, he would certainly have suffered severe injuries. Lying in a hospital for months would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 105, Souvenir. You are truly remarkable, Ethan remarked, observing Crumb's unabashed pride. Crumb, slightly bashful at the compliment, responded, oh, it was nothing. Between them, a mutual understanding formed, as Crumb was not as juvenile as Draco. Given the difference in their ages, coupled with Ethan's precociousness, they instinctively overlooked their age disparity. They conversed about various topics, primarily the mundane happenings at school. Through Crumb's words, Ethan gleaned insights into the essence of Durmstrang. Simultaneously, Crumb learned from Ethan about the events that had transpired at Hogwarts over the past 2 years, the Philosopher's Stone crisis and the Basilisk. The once self-satisfied individual suddenly found his tail feather less appealing, while the Thunderbird's combat prowess eclipsed that of the Basilisk. One involved killing, while the other was merely about plucking feathers, which indeed highlighted a distinction. As previously mentioned, Durmstrang glorifies the strong. Crumb had just witnessed Ethan's capabilities, and it could be said that their strengths were comparable, if not in favor of Ethan. After all, Ethan possessed a plethora of skills, truly a versatile warrior. Moreover, Crumb was his senior. Based on the latter's perspective, had Ethan been of the same age, he might have already become a formidable young wizard. Walk. Why do I feel that Hogwarts is even more perilous than our Durmstrang? Crumb posed his query. After all, in the eyes of many, Durmstrang was synonymous with dark wizards. Almost every student from Durmstrang was aware of such sentiments. Yet, they did not heed them. Instead, they chose this institution. The reason was simple. They all yearned for power. It is not to say that those who yearn for power are inherently malevolent. Rather, it is essential to examine how they wield such power. Regarding Crumb's inquiry, Ethan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Who can truly know? Ultimately, it is Voldemort's fault. He is to blame for it all. As the dawn gradually illuminated the surroundings, Ethan glanced at the provisions in his hand, instantly losing his appetite. He craved fish. Thus, after exchanging a brief greeting with Crumb, he resolved to venture to a nearby stream to catch some. Little did he know that Crumb had stealthily followed him, citing concerns about the return of that foolish bird. Ethan found this reasoning sound and acquiesced. By noon, under the blazing sun, the two feasted heartily and lay sprawled on the ground without a care for appearances. Remnants of fish bones lay scattered beside the fire. Quite good, Crumb remarked. With your culinary skills, I believe you could earn considerable praise from many wizards. It was all right, Ethan replied nonchalantly, not out of pretense, but rather because it was indeed quite simple. The meal had required no particular skill. He merely added some seasoning to the fish he roasted. After resting for 2 hours, they prepared to depart. In truth, they could have left the previous night, as Crumb was familiar with the route. However, due to the lateness of the hour, they had postponed their departure until now. Part of this delay stemmed from Ethan's desire to linger a bit longer in the forest. Yet, it now seemed there was little necessity for that. With no conflicts to engage in, there was no point in lingering. As evening approached, Ethan and Crumb emerged from the forest. Ethan refrained from employing flight magic, viewing this as an opportunity to grant himself a respite and to truly savor the exotic beauty of nature. Crumb, it's getting late. Why don't you come to my home? Truth be told, Krum was reluctant for Ethan to leave so soon. After all, during the past 2 days they had spent together, Ethan had often remarked on the charisma of certain individuals, likening himself to his idol, Grindelwald, an embodiment of wisdom and strength. Rational yet ruthless. How many such individuals could exist in a century? Very few. Although, in the Muggle world, there seemed to be plenty. Krum had gleaned from Muggle history that within a mere 100 years, numerous remarkable figures had emerged, individuals capable of transforming the world. In stark contrast, the magical realm had far fewer. This disparity was tied to the relatively small population of wizards. If the number of wizards were to equal even a third of that of Muggles, Voldemort would have posed no threat. Had he dared to commit evil, he would have been swiftly vanquished before even leaving his novice village, thus averting many subsequent troubles. Invited by Krum, they traversed mountains and streams, aided by flight magic, until they arrived at his home. Krum, are you leaving already? Won't you stay a few more days? Krum asked as he retrieved some food from the kitchen and offered it to Ethan. No, Krum, Ethan replied, shaking his head as he accepted the food. I wish to travel across Europe. After all, the start of school is not far off. Krum harbored a desire to go, but his parents forbade it, leaving him perplexed. Until graduation, he felt compelled to heed their wishes. I truly envy you. You can venture wherever you please, Krum lamented. Haha, don't worry. You'll be graduating soon as well. Just remember to visit me at Hogwarts, came the reply. Indeed, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, Krum said, tapping his forehead. I've heard that in 2 years, the 3 prestigious schools will revive the Triwizard Tournament. By then, I shall visit Hogwarts and witness the institution you speak of. You're already aware of events 2 years hence? Ethan chuckled. Krum affirmed. That was conveyed to me by a professor. Very well, Ethan nodded. We shall meet in 2 years. Wait, Krum exclaimed, retrieving an object from his pocket. A tail feather? Ethan queried, gazing at the feather in confusion. Have you not submitted your homework? I've decided against it. Consider this a keepsake. All right. Ethan turned and waved, departing without a trace. Once Ethan had distanced himself, Krum called out loudly. I hope in 2 years, you have not surpassed me, Walker. Ethan arrived in the city and located Dick, who was hiding in an alley. Master, are you unharmed? Dick exclaimed, on the verge of rushing forward. But Ethan quickly halted him. Enough, enough. I am fine. Master, upon receiving your letter, I hurried here. Thank goodness you are safe, truly. My old master's protection is a blessing. Ethan, seeing Dick's incessant chatter, interrupted. We must leave. Oh, you are right, master. Dick shall not waste your precious time. With that, Dick hurriedly approached and placed a hand on Ethan's attire. Where are we headed, master? Malfoy Manor. Very well, master, let us depart. With a swift motion, space twisted, and the two vanished from their location. After several transfers, the master and servant finally returned to England. After a brief respite, they transferred once more. Arriving near Malfoy Manor, Ethan instructed Dick to return first while he walked the remaining distance alone. Chapter 106, The Negotiation of Kings. Prior to this, Ethan had penned a letter to Dick, requesting him to come and collect him, as well as another letter to Malfoy, informing him of his impending visit. According to etiquette, it is customary to send a letter before visiting someone uninvited, to ascertain whether the host is available and to ensure one does not intrude. The timing of his visit, as indicated in his letter, coincided with that very day. Thus, Ethan had to forego the idea of resting at home and hastily made his way upon returning to the country. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Malfoy residence, he tidied his robes and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding 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 dong. Moments later, a small house elf opened the door. Dobby. Ethan's eyes widened, only to retract a moment later. Oh, it's not that. It seems I have truly been exhausted lately. Good day, Mr. Walker. The master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please follow me. The house elf led Ethan along the pathway, the Malfoy estate sprawling and requiring approximately 5 minutes of walking to reach the grand hall. By the way, Mr. Walker is in front of the house. The elf halted, turning back to Ethan with a serious expression and stated, I am not Dobby. My name is Dobby's lesser counterpart. Ethan gazed at the earnest little creature, finding himself both amused and exasperated. Very well, I shall remember that for next time. He held no particular sentiment towards the house elf. He was a benefactor and would not entertain notions of equality among all beings. After all, the most ludicrous figures in this world are those idealists who have never faced the harsh realities of society, who will eventually learn their lessons. As Ethan stepped through the grand entrance, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. His gaze drifted towards the sofa, where he caught sight of a golden head. The individual seemed to have noticed Ethan, and thus spoke. Walker, it has been a long time. Lucius Malfoy rose, leaning on his gentlemanly cane, and approached Ethan. He appeared unchanged, bearing the same eternally stoic expression reminiscent of Professor Snape. The only discernible difference might be that infamous aura surrounding him. It has been a while, Mr. Malfoy, Ethan replied with a smile. He refrained from addressing him as uncle, opting instead for Mr. Clearly, He was here not only to reminisce with Malfoy, but also to negotiate. With young Malfoy absent, it was undoubtedly the latter. The two stood before each other. A stark contrast to when young Malfoy was present. The previous smiles had vanished, replaced by mutual scrutiny, perhaps due to his frequent company with Professor Snape. Ethan had grown desensitized to such frigid gazes. Conversely, he had shed the naivety he once possessed at school, embodying instead a peculiar old soul beneath a youthful visage, exuding an unsettling calmness. After 5 minutes, Lucius finally extended his hand, managing to force a smile that was more painful than genuine. Malfoy welcomes you. It is an honor. Sir. Their hands clasped firmly before parting. Lucius invited Ethan to take a seat on the sofa. Would you care for a drink? Ethan smiled and replied, a cup of tea will suffice, thank you. No sooner had he spoken than a cup of tea appeared before him, undoubtedly the handiwork of the house elf. Perhaps only those who do not benefit from their services would yearn for their liberation, Ethan mused inwardly. Observing Ethan's focused gaze upon the tea without uttering a word, Lucius assumed that Ethan was waiting for him to speak. After all, it is generally understood that the party who speaks first has already lost half the battle. However, Ethan remained silent, leaving him perplexed regarding the latter's intentions. Walker, was what you wrote in the letter genuine? Ethan finally grasped the situation but soon regained his composure. Dismissing any errant thoughts. Mr. Malfoy, as stated in the letter, I seek your assistance. At that moment, Ethan was still unaware of why Lucius was so impatient. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous for him. If I assist you, what shall I gain in return? Lucius inquired, focusing on the crux of the matter, while adding, I hope for an equitable transaction. Draco plays no role in this arrangement. Damn, the old fox, Ethan squinted, contemplating inwardly. Though he harbored such thoughts, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, replying, of course, sir, one should never leverage friends as bargaining chips. I require 20%. Too high. 5%. Too low. What more do you desire from a no-risk venture? Ethan's irritation began to surface. In truth, he was indifferent to the so-called profit. Operating the potion shop was merely a means to expand his network, as well as to prevent the establishment from languishing. After all, he understood quite well that with sufficient power, one could summon endless wealth with the mere flick of a finger. Conversely, if one's strength was lacking, even abundant riches would ultimately slip away into the hands of others. A prime example lay before him, Lucius. When Voldemort was resurrected, this man sacrificed his entire family's fortune, even relinquishing his wand, the very symbol of a wizard's dignity, yet ultimately failed to preserve it. Ethan's negotiations with him were merely a matter of upholding the dignity of the Walker family. When it came to family honor, there could be no compromise. The first to concede would be the one to lose. Sir, you must understand that wealth is ultimately a lifeless entity. When future crises arise, an ally may prove far more dependable than even the most copious galleons. You are threatening me. Lucius rose, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon Ethan, attempting to assert dominance in his usual manner. Whether this is true or not, you know well, Ethan was unimpressed by such tactics. If Lucius chose to play hardball, he could not be surprised by Ethan's eventual defiance. He is not dead, and you are aware of this. However, he is destined to perish, as I have stated. How you choose to navigate that is your concern. After speaking, Ethan fell silent, awaiting Lucius's response. Upon hearing Ethan's words, Lucius shook his head violently, a hint of fear gleaming in his eyes. Deep down, he had always known that the individual in question was alive, yet he was unwilling to confront this reality. As a former staunch supporter, he possessed far too much knowledge. He found himself caught in a precarious position, unable to ascend or descend. His pride prevented him from seeking Dumbledore's counsel, especially given the abysmal state of their relationship. After much contemplation, it appears that only that individual and the person before him remain among the two factions. One represents a formidable strength that is now a relic of the past, while the other symbolizes a potential strength that lies in the future. Faced with the choice between A and B, how might he choose to ensure the safety of his wife and child? In Chapter 107, the once mighty patriarch of the Malfoy family, who dominated the pure-blood lineage, now finds himself in a state of bewilderment. He cannot discern the path ahead. How could one possibly bridge a broken bridge through mere human effort? Should he rely solely on himself, or perhaps on the allure of golden galleons? How utterly ridiculous. Sir, I have heard it said that the contemporary Malfoy possesses great wisdom. You must know what to do. Ethan gazed at Lucius with a smile, undeterred by the age difference between them. In terms of strength, he posed no lesser a threat than Lucius, and in status, he was the head of the Walker family. At this, Lucius's countenance darkened, a shadow of despair washing over him. When had he been driven to such a desperate state? Was there truly no way out? The pallor of his face deepened to a furious red. Ethan, however, remained unhurried, for he was aware that Lucius would ultimately yield. What Ethan sought was not mere material gain, but rather Lucius's allegiance. What appeared to be a discussion about a potion shop was, in truth, a subtle maneuver to compel Lucius to choose sides. whether to align with him or with Voldemort. After a prolonged silence, Lucius sighed deeply, surrendering to the couch in a state of defeat. The cane he had gripped so tightly fell to the floor, and all semblance of his previous nonchalance had been replaced by despondency and capitulation. He closed his eyes, as if transported back to the days of Voldemort's reign, a time when he had faced a similar dilemma. The only difference now was the identity of the person before him. To outsiders, the Malfoy families might instill fear in other pure-blood families, their wealth and power synonymous with their name. As Ethan observed Lucius slumped on the sofa, he felt a twinge of guilt towards young Malfoy, albeit a fleeting one. Ultimately, Ethan believed his actions were in their best interest. By choosing Ethan, perhaps they would emerge from the impending conflict untainted by the stigma of being Death Eaters, unlike in the original narrative. After much deliberation, Lucius rose and spoke slowly. "Walker, I promise you my assistance without expecting any galleons in return. I only hope that you will protect Draco when the time comes." At these words, Ethan's heart soared with joy, for this was precisely the response he had desired. "Rest assured, Mr. Lucius," Ethan replied with a smile, "Draco is my friend, and I shall protect him while also empowering him to defend himself." "Thank you," Lucius said, visibly relieved. "Let us embark on this partnership with a spirit of cooperation." Indeed, a most agreeable partnership. In the days that followed, Ethan remained at the Malfoy residence. Apart from indulging in a few games of Quidditch with Malfoy, he devoted most of his time to imparting magical knowledge, particularly in dark and offensive spells. He even attempted to teach Malfoy the art of flying. However, due to the limited time, Malfoy was unable to master it by the end. With only 2 weeks remaining until the start of the school term, Ethan decided it was time to take his leave. Though reluctant, Malfoy refrained from insisting he stay, knowing they would reunite in a fortnight. "Ethan, see you at school. Let us meet in Diagon Alley then," he said. Agreed. After departing from the Malfoy estate, Ethan intended to return home for a few days before continuing his journey. "Dick, come forth," he commanded. "Yes, master. Home it is." In an instant, Ethan found himself in the foyer of the Walker household. Shaking his head, he noted that his proficiency with apparition was steadily improving. Perhaps by the time school commenced, he could seek Dumbledore's assistance to master this essential skill for swift escapes. While he could certainly practice on his own, the risks involved were considerable and unnecessary. Lost in thought, Ethan unknowingly drifted into slumber on the sofa. As night fell, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. "Ethan, are you back?" Stirring from his dreams, Ethan's brow furrowed slightly. With no response, Astoria, assuming he had not returned, used her key to unlock the door and stepped inside. "How strange. I thought he would be home." Due to Ethan lying on the sofa, obscured by its back, Astoria could not see him. She approached the back of the sofa, intending to turn off the light. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from the other side, grasping her with surprising force. Astoria, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, exclaimed, "Ah!" Her delicate feet stumbled, and in an instant, she found herself tumbling over the back of the sofa, landing onto the cushions. "Who is it?" she demanded, feeling the warmth of a body behind her. Ethan gazed down at the squirming girl in his grasp and whispered softly in her ear, "If you keep wriggling like that, I might not be able to resist devouring you, my princess." The warmth of his breath enveloped Astoria's face, causing her ears to tingle as she gradually melted into his embrace. "Ethan, you rascal." Truly. Though her body felt weak, her words were sharp. "Truly what?" he teased, biting her earlobe and targeting her sensitive spot. "Ah." Astoria's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, as if blood might spill from them at any moment. Her eyes shimmered, becoming moist like precious gems that evoked compassion. "You wicked man. Ha ha. As the saying goes, a bad boy is what a girl loves. Do you love me? Humph. Do you love me? Humph. Wait, don't scratch. It tickles. Ha ha ha. Let me ask you once more. Do you love me, my little princess?" "Stop, stop, stop." "I love whom?" "Ethan Walker." The next morning, Ethan awoke from his slumber. Turning his head, he beheld Astoria, still lost in the depths of sleep, and felt a peculiar mix of amusement and exasperation. He rose and gazed upon her sleeping form, marveling at the unexpected sight. Who would have thought that the usually gentle Astoria would appear in such a manner while asleep? With a chuckle, Ethan straightened her exposed leg, as she had tossed off the covers, before retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. Perhaps the sounds of his morning routine were too loud, for by the time he emerged, Astoria had already awakened. "Did I disturb you?" Ethan inquired gently, his eyes soft as they met hers. "No," Astoria replied, shaking her head. Her gaze flirtatiously locked onto him. Her nightgown had slipped from her shoulders during the night, precariously close to her chest. If Ethan leaned back just a little, he would be treated to a rather alluring view. Astoria noticed Ethan's intense stare and felt a surge of delight. It seemed her charm was indeed growing. "Would you like to see?" she teased. Ethan instinctively opened his mouth, but ultimately decided to exercise restraint. Never mind, there's nothing worth seeing." "Ahem. Ethan. Seeking a fight." Chapter 108, The Grand Opening. For nearly a week, Ethan had secluded himself at home, immersed in potion crafting day after day. Only occasionally did he spare some time to enjoy outings with Astoria. This led to a touch of discontent in the young lady, though she said nothing, quietly supporting him from behind. Such was the necessity, as Ethan had conferred with Lucius and planned to inaugurate the shop the day before classes resumed. Harnessing the influx of students would ensure the Walker Potion Shop made a resounding debut. Thus, the volume of potions required was substantial. Lucius had considered enlisting other wizards for assistance in potion making, yet Ethan declined. In his view, it would be improper for the shop's opening day to feature potions crafted by others. That would imply he was merely a dilettante. Therefore, he resolved to concoct the first batch himself. In the realm of potion making, Ethan's creations approached perfection. Once patrons recognized his technique, it would surely lead to a multitude of return customers. In the days leading up to the academic term, Ethan also visited prominent pureblood families. Except for a few that had fallen into ruin and wandered away, he managed to reach nearly all of them, inviting them to attend the grand opening. The proceedings unfolded smoothly, despite the occasional presence of some unwise individuals. However, this posed no issue, as Ethan would deal with them in due course. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Today marks the commencement of a new academic term, and Ethan is filled with anticipation for the upcoming semester. Although he has remained confined to his home during this period, he has caught wind of certain tidings. Beyond the fire he ignited in Nocturne Alley, another figure has emerged unexpectedly, delighting many. Sirius Black. Born on November 3, 1959, into the illustrious pureblood family of Black in London. He is the last heir of his lineage. However, he vehemently opposed his family's extreme pureblood ideologies, resulting in frequent clashes with them, ultimately leading to his disownment. In this regard, Ethan harbors a modicum of admiration for him, albeit not much, primarily due to the actions of Gryffindor and his companions in their youth. He formed a friendship with James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, referring to themselves as the Marauders. Yet, from Ethan's perspective, they were merely a band of delinquents engaging in acts of schoolyard bullying. Even if they were later exonerated or had reformed, it does not erase the harm they inflicted upon Professor Snape. As a student of Professor Snape and a time traveler from the 21st century, Ethan holds a profound disdain for bullying. Were it not for Dumbledore's influence, he would have sought out Sirius to deliver a sound thrashing. However, this is merely a fleeting thought. The matters of the previous generation are theirs to resolve, as he is but an outsider. At this point, Ethan cannot help but comment on the security of Azkaban, likening it to the safety of Black's District 13, equally precarious. Hey, what are you staring at? Miss, I have been waiting for you for nearly half an hour. You promised just 10 minutes. All right, let us go, Astoria said with a cheerful smile, linking her arm with Ethan's. With the aid of apparition, they arrived at Diagon Alley, bypassing the leaky cauldron and heading straight to the Walker Apothecary. The day before the return to school sees many first-year students purchasing their necessary supplies, while returning students seek to update their books. The narrow alley is bustling with a crowd, appearing quite congested. Fortunately, the patrons exhibit commendable decorum, avoiding the chaotic conditions often found in impoverished areas. Before the Walker Apothecary stands a throng of people, some invited guests, others merely onlookers. The sign outside the apothecary is adorned with numerous decorations, heralding its unveiling to the public today. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, it is expected to be passed down through the generations of the Walker family. So many people, Astoria exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Ethan could not help but nod in agreement, gazing at her with a smile. Mrs. Walker, would you care to join me outside? What, Mrs. Walker? I am not yet wed, Astoria replied, glancing down to glimpse her toes, which she could only partially conceal, a testament to her well-being. At least in terms of nourishment. Inevitably, Ethan responded to her with words she had previously uttered. Humph, Astoria huffed, her expression adorably cute. Since you have said so, let us proceed. With that, she extended her hand, and Ethan obligingly stepped forward. The two intertwined their fingers, and together pushed open the door of the potion shop. As the door swung ajar, the cacophony from outside surged in, and the crowd's gaze converged upon Ethan. Unfazed, he cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Dear friends, I am delighted that you are here to witness this moment." A wave of applause and cheers erupted from the assembly. Today, my wife and I have come here. Just as Ethan was gaining momentum in his speech, a middle-aged man clad in an opulent robe emerged from the throng. Lucius, who had been lingering among the crowd. He smiled and remarked, "The potions crafted by Mr. Walker are of exceptional quality. I believe they will not disappoint." Upon hearing this, the crowd's anticipation intensified. After all, these words came from the patriarch of the Malfoy family, lending them considerable credence. Observing the eager expressions of the little wizard's parents, Ethan led Astoria into the shop, where shelves were adorned with his meticulously brewed potions. He began to elucidate the efficacy and characteristics of the potions, and people flocked to inquire about purchases. Ethan and Astoria watched from the side, while at the cash register, a witch introduced by Lucius was attending to customers. "Hey, Ethan, I never imagined you would become a proprietor so swiftly. It feels like a dream," Malfoy exclaimed, grasping Pansy's hand as he navigated through the crowd to stand before Ethan. "Ha!" Ethan chuckled, pulling Malfoy in for a friendly embrace. "Everyone possesses unique talents. Perhaps one day I shall see you on the Quidditch World Cup field." "Good." Malfoy responded enthusiastically. "Ethan, you truly understand me. This is precisely what I desire. Then do strive earnestly, for Harry is right behind you. Should you become complacent, you might find yourself losing the House Cup one day." "Oh," Malfoy replied with an air of confidence, "Gryffindor stands no chance against me. I have not been idle this holiday." "That is for the best," Ethan shrugged, taking Astoria's hand to depart. "Hey, where are you going?" "To buy books." "Oh, wait. I shall join you." Malfoy and Pansy hastened to catch up with Ethan. "Aren't you going to tend to the shop?" "Not necessary. Vicina is here, and everything is fine." Speaking of Vicina, she had been brought in by Lucius to serve as a clerk in the potion shop, a freshly graduated Slytherin. Meanwhile, among the crowd, some familiar faces witnessed this scene unfold. The Daily Prophet proclaimed, "The youngest shopkeeper of this century, Potion Master Ethan Walker, opens his store." Chapter 109, A Special Patronus. Ron rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the events transpiring before him. How could this fellow open a shop without uttering a single word? At this juncture, Ron began to ponder deeply. Some inexpensive potions, priced at 5 or 6 galleons per bottle, nearly equated to the cost of a wand. He gripped tightly the shabby stick in his hand. An ancient wand that had undoubtedly been passed down through countless generations, which ultimately proved unworthy of its burden. The more expensive high-grade potions demanded dozens of galleons. The sum he spent could have afforded him several wands, alas. With a sigh, Ron reflected on his dear friend Harry, who was an unseen millionaire, receiving gifts annually from various benefactors. Hermione's family thrived as dentists in the Muggle world, owning their own practice. In this era, the profession of dentistry in England was quite lucrative, positioning Hermione's family comfortably within the middle class. Even though the galleons exchanged were limited, they still surpassed his own meager resources. At least Ron was still using sickles and nuts. Mrs. Weasley would never bestow upon him a galleon of such high value. A mother knows her child well, and knowing Ron's disposition, he would likely misplace it without a second thought. Before graduation, it seemed improbable that he would receive a single galleon from his mother, unless it were for essential purchases. Contemplating this, Ron couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority. Perhaps he could only derive a sense of superiority from wizards, chess, and Harry. "Hey, Ron, what are you still doing here? We need to go, or the bookstore will soon be swamped with people." A hand suddenly nudged him, pulling him from his reverie. Turning around, he saw his siblings, Harry and Hermione, all gazing at him. "Oh, right. We should leave," Ron said, feeling a bit sheepish as he pushed Harry forward, leaving behind the Weasley clan and Hermione, who were still engrossed in the spectacle. Ginny tugged at Hermione's robe, whispering, "What's wrong with him?" Hermione, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean, what's wrong?" Ginny pointed towards Ron and the others as they departed, then gestured towards the other side. "Isn't the bookstore over there?" Hermione was at a loss for words, as were the Weasley brothers. This fellow had been acting rather peculiar lately, obsessively fretting over that wand of his throughout the summer. "Oh, I knew it," she mused. However, he would soon acquire a proper wand. His father's luck was quite remarkable. The Weasley twins seemed unaffected by their family's financial woes, maintaining a lively demeanor, as if money held little significance for them. They delighted in mischief, and Ron was their source of joy during the summer. Even if that happiness didn't quite extend to him, they still found immense pleasure in it. Meanwhile, Harry walked alongside Ron, inquiring about his holiday activities, filled with an insatiable curiosity for all things magical. Although he was now a student at Hogwarts, the school did not offer him the opportunity to experience more of the enchanting wonders that awaited him. This led him to profoundly realize this issue during his stay at the Weasley residence last summer. Hence, he hoped to glean more insights through Ron's words. Simultaneously, Ron was more than willing to provide answers. Observing Harry's eager expression, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Even the chosen one sought his counsel. "So, Ron, where are we headed now?" Harry inquired. He turned to glance back, noticing that they did not seem to be heading towards the bookstore. With his hands on his hips, Ron grinned broadly and declared, "My mum gave me some money. I can go to Ollivander's to repair my wand." "Really?" Harry exclaimed, genuinely happy for him, though he added, "But I heard that repairing a wand costs a couple of galleons." With a sigh, Ron produced 2 gleaming galleons from his pocket, their radiant gold glimmering delightfully in his eyes. "My father won the lottery, you must know that." During the holidays, Ron had sent Harry a letter containing a photograph of their family vacation in Egypt, along with a newspaper article announcing their win. At that moment, Harry had been enviously captivated, not so much by the lottery win itself, but by the family portrait they had taken in Egypt. "I certainly remember. But why don't you buy a new wand instead?" Harry posed a rather probing question, seemingly oblivious to the implications of his words. Clearing his throat, Ron's eyes darted about, reluctant to address the inquiry. At the entrance of Flourish and Blots, Ethan and Malfoy each finished their book purchases and departed. Astoria and Ethan intended to return to the Walker Apothecary and have Dick escort them home. However, just a few steps into their journey, they encountered Hermione and her group, who appeared quite anxious. After exchanging brief greetings, they parted ways without further conversation. Upon returning to the apothecary, Ethan summoned Dick, instructing him to take Astoria home first. "Ethan, aren't you coming back with me?" Astoria asked, surprised by his sudden change of plans. It seemed that men were indeed fickle creatures. "Oh, I apologize. I might be a bit delayed in returning," Ethan replied, wrapping an arm around Astoria's slender waist. Today, she was particularly enchanting, adorned in a flowing black gown that was beyond mere description. Were it not for his obligations, Ethan would have relished the opportunity to spend more time with her. Noticing that Ethan genuinely seemed occupied, Astoria refrained from pressing further, wishing him a safe journey home before departing. With a sigh of relief, Ethan wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat, reflecting, "Astoria is increasingly exuding the aura of a true matriarch. It feels rather splendid to be under her influence." Subsequently, Ethan himself left Diagon Alley, venturing into the depths of a nearby park. This park was vast, with many areas retaining their primordial essence. It was not devoid of fierce beasts and venomous insects, which accounted for the sparse human presence in its deeper parts. Upon his arrival, Ethan found himself alone in the tranquil surroundings. Ethan focused his mind, engaging in communication with the system. "System, if you are alive, give me a sign." "Ding. Please use civilized language. I am here." "Oh, what about my items? Didn't you just say my school welcome package had arrived?" Ethan inquired eagerly. "Indeed, host." "Ding. The stage reward has been credited. Would you like to activate it?" Hearing this, Ethan shook his head in exasperation. "Sure, go ahead. Just more trivialities." "Ding. The stage reward has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have received the Special Patronus Charm, complete." Special Patronus? Chapter 110, The Absurd Little Grove. Ethan gazed at the luminous words on the ethereal screen. To his knowledge, the Patronus Charm possessed no offensive capabilities. Its primary function was to repel dark creatures. By invoking the charm before a dark entity made contact, a white shield would form between them. This spell served as a formidable weapon against Dementors, safeguarding the caster from their harmful effects and preventing the soul from being drained. Furthermore, it was the only known spell capable of repelling the magical creature known as the Lethifold. Additionally, it could convey messages, as experienced wizards could use their Patronus to deliver information. For instance, Kingsley Shacklebolt once utilized his Patronus to send warnings to members of the Order of the Phoenix. Arthur Weasley also employed his Patronus to communicate reassuring messages to his family. This charm is the best weapon against darkness. It is neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. In years to come, Harry and Ron would establish Dumbledore's army, where Harry would teach the members the Patronus charm. Though achieving optimal results in a short time would prove challenging. For someone like Harry, it was an unexpected success. For Ethan, however, this charm did not seem particularly daunting. Even if the system maxed out his proficiency, he still felt a sense of loss. How much utility could a purely defensive spell provide? At most, he might use it a few times this year. No sooner had he finished speaking than a brilliant white light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. With a roar, a blue dragon spiraled through his mind, electricity coursing through its massive form like thick arms. In reality, the white light surrounding Ethan intensified, gradually coalescing into a dragon. Originally blue, it ultimately manifested as white, as was the nature of the Patronus charm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a Thunder Dragon Patronus. Name, Ethan Walker. Companion Mystique Crow. Magic level, Advanced Wizard, Magical Apprentice, Junior Wizard, Intermediate Wizard, Advanced Wizard, Grand Wizard, Magic Master, Legendary Wizard. Talent, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite. Dark Magic, Elite, Azkaban Reserve. Spellcasting, Elite. Transfiguration, Advanced. Potions, Advanced. Alchemy, Mastery. Spells, Beginner, Intermediate, Proficient, Perfect. Note: proficiency allows for spellcasting without incantations. Mind Sealing Spell, Perfect. Transmutation, Proficient. Illusory Form Spell, Perfect. Guardian Spirit Spell, Perfect. Shadowless Blade Spell, Perfect. Fiery Curse, Perfect. Life-Claiming Curse, Perfect. Coma Spell, Perfect. Petrification Spell, Perfect. Disarmament Spell, Perfect. Commonly used spells. System Space, Infinite Space, no living beings allowed. Thunderstrike Wooden Wand, Gold Gallon. Elixir Ring, Magic Stone, Inferior. Phoenix Bow, Magic Rune Stone, Venomous Dragon Dagger. Medusa's IX2, Serpentine Skeleton, Common Snake Scales, Snake Gallbladder, Gryffindor Sword, Thunderbird Tail Feather. System Introduction, it possesses unique abilities. Ding. Thunder Dragon Guardian Spirit, though a guardian, wields the power of thunder, capable of summoning it to annihilate dark creatures, exhibiting formidable restraint against them, capable of vanquishing Dementors and absorbing their soul energy to strengthen itself. Being under the control of its host, devoid of independent consciousness, Ethan, upon reading the latter part of the introduction, could hardly contain himself. What kind of guardian spirit is this? It's more like a pet. It can both attack and defend. And doesn't he require the same upkeep as ancestors do? Zero cost with high returns. His previous frustrations evaporated, replaced by exhilaration. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Oh no! The noise is too loud. Someone is coming. Ethan glanced around, noticing there were no cover nearby, and in a moment of panic, he remembered he was a wizard. Blast it! The excitement had made him forget everything. Realizing this, Ethan quickly cast the illusory form spell to conceal himself. He had initially intended to fly away, but he was uncertain whether the newcomer was a muggle or a wizard. If it were a muggle, it would be manageable, but if a wizard arrived, it could spell trouble. The moment he took to the skies, he would attract a multitude of eyes, and he might even be summoned to the Ministry of Magic for tea. Best to hide first. Ethan held his breath, crouching silently in the grass. Rustle. Soon, he noticed the bushes across from him shaking violently, and the footsteps grew louder. They were coming. Ethan then saw a man and a woman, hand in hand, making their way into the clearing, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Darling, are we really doing it here? Don't you want to try? Well, it's not that. I'm just afraid someone might see us. Don't worry. I've been here before, and hardly anyone comes throughout the year. Ethan observed the couple as they sat on the ground, exchanging sweet nothings in a language he couldn't comprehend. Nevertheless, he was certain they were not wizards. He let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, his heart raced, and he bolted without looking back. Regardless of whether the two individuals noticed him, he continued to run forward, fueled by frustration. It was not until he exited the forest's confines and reached a park bench that his pace began to decelerate. What a close call. He nearly witnessed an unsolicited spectacle. Ethan cupped some water from the lake, splashing it on his face to lower his body temperature. He spat out the grass he had been chewing, sitting on the grass beneath the broad daylight, astonished by the audacity he had just witnessed. Initially, he had thought the antics depicted in films from years past were mere fabrications, yet he discovered that such occurrences were indeed real. After all, he was still just a child. Shaking his head in disbelief, Ethan flicked the water off his face and departed from this vibrant springtime locale. Perhaps the next time he returned, he would encounter a family of 3 or even 4. Upon returning to the potion shop, he sought out Dick, requesting a ride home. Dick quipped, "I believe I should take up the role of a driver." Early the next morning, Ethan stowed all his belongings in the system space, organized his attire, and departed with Astoria from the place he had inhabited for 2 months. As they neared King's Cross Station, the roar of the vehicles grew increasingly deafening. The pair navigated the familiar passages, arriving at the platform designated for the Wizarding World. Just before boarding, Ethan caught a fleeting glimpse of a peculiar figure, but dismissed it, reasoning that this year lacked Voldemort, allowing for any kind of disturbance. They settled into a vacant compartment, and shortly thereafter, Malfoy and Pansy arrived as expected. Observing the deepening bond between the two, Ethan couldn't help but reflect on Dumbledore's words, which perhaps held a kernel of truth. Love might indeed have the power to transform a person. Chapter 111, Lupin. As the train prepared to depart, Hagrid called out loudly, "Is there anyone who hasn't boarded yet?" Not receiving a response, he surmised that most had arrived. Just as he turned around, he spotted a familiar figure and approached. Professor Lupin. Upon hearing his name, Lupin turned, and the once slightly out-of-place figure in the crowd now found his anchor. "Hagrid, it's been ages." The two embraced. Although Lupin was unable to reach Hagrid's shoulder, and instead awkwardly patted his belly in a gesture of camaraderie. Laughter ensued, drawing curious glances from those nearby. "You go find a seat. I need to head to the driver's compartment," Hagrid indicated towards the front of the train, where there was still room. "All right, thank you." After parting with Hagrid, Lupin made his way to a section populated by Slytherins. Observing the young Slytherins, he felt as though he had been transported back to his own tumultuous youth, when he was a Gryffindor, and the friction with Slytherin was not uncommon, though it was relatively minor. Now, returning in the capacity of a professor left him momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, he arrived at a carriage that was relatively empty. Tap, tap, tap. "May I come in?" Lupin inquired politely. He beheld the pair before him, 2 men and 2 women, sitting closely together, evidently 2 couples. As Lupin exchanged glances with them, he felt an overwhelming desire to be denied entry. After all, having posed the question, he could not simply walk away, lest they assume he held some disdain for them. Thus, should they refuse him now, he would depart without hesitation. Indeed, within the carriage were none other than Ethan and his companions. Malfoy cast a glance at Lupin's shabby appearance, his clothes seemingly untouched by a wash for far too long, and felt a reluctance to let him in. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, and instead shifted his gaze to Ethan. Ethan regarded the disheveled figure before him. acknowledging that this was indeed Professor Lupin, and though he was unwilling, he recognized his duty as a professor. Professor Lupin, please come in. Ethan rose, allowing Astoria to take a seat by the window, then settled himself between Professor Lupin and Astoria. Lupin, wearing a forced smile, sat there, feeling the weight of Ethan's grin, as if he were sitting on pins and needles, dreading what felt like an exceedingly long journey ahead. He silently wished for the entrance of another familiar face to rescue him. It seemed as though fate had heard his silent plea, not long after he sat down. There came another knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The vigorous knocking reverberated, and before anyone could react, the door swung open with a whoosh. Hello, may we come in and sit? It was a familiar voice, Gryffindor. Ethan and Malfoy exchanged glances, both reflecting on how amusing this year's journey had proven to be. Malfoy shared this sentiment. There was nothing more entertaining than teasing Harry. Come in, Malfoy said, taking the lead, responding before the others could react. The trio from Gryffindor exchanged uncertain looks, unsure of what to do. However, Ginny exhibited no such hesitance. She promptly sat beside Pansy and beckoned the others to join her. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin, recognizing Harry's familiar visage and recalling Malfoy's earlier address, realized just who was before him. Observing their hesitation to enter, he felt a sudden urgency and waved them in. Once everyone was seated, he introduced himself. I am the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts this year. My name is Remus John Lupin, but you may call me Professor Lupin. The title of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor elicited curiosity among the group, save for Ethan. Based on the precedents of the past 2 years, they surmised that this year's professor might not fare well by the end. Lupin nodded, as if to convey his understanding of their current sentiments. Due to the presence of Professor Lupin, the initially awkward atmosphere began to flourish. Even Ron and Malfoy, who were usually at odds, started to engage in conversation. Malfoy, where did you go during the holidays? My parents took me to Egypt. You didn't spend the entire break cooped up at home, did you? Malfoy, confronted with Ron's sardonic remarks, felt nothing but disdain. He was aware of Ron's attempts at pretense, yet it was evident that the latter had chosen the wrong moment for it. In the past, he would have retaliated with scathing jibes about Ron's poverty, but having endured so many experiences, he had matured. Egypt? Never been, Malfoy replied, taking a sip of the juice on the table and folding his arms. Upon hearing this, Ron observed Malfoy's usual demeanor and, feeling cheerful, approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He was about to utter some comforting words when, unexpectedly, the smile faded from his face and shifted towards Malfoy. As for Egypt, I indeed didn't go this holiday, but I visited when I was 7. It was dusty and muddy, nothing extraordinary. Ethan, watching Malfoy speak with such ease, felt a sense of pride in his development. The child has indeed grown. Ron's face turned a shade of deep crimson, and glancing at Ethan, whose lips curled slightly, he inquired, Ethan, where did you go? Chuckling, Ethan replied, Oh, nowhere special, just took a trip to Europe. Europe? Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ethan, where in Europe did you go? I traveled there during the holidays as well. To the Nordic forests, Ethan contemplated before continuing, realizing that it wasn't particularly noteworthy. Oh, what a pity. Hermione began to rise but then sat back down, recognizing that they were not in the same country and that sharing would be futile. On the other side, Harry, observing the lively conversation, felt somewhat out of place, unable to interject. What is this all about? Everyone discussing their travels, while he alone remained confined to that small bedroom, where even perusing a magical book felt like an unattainable luxury, eventually leading him to consider running away. Harry Potter, a soul whose life trajectory diverged from the norm. He disliked holidays and preferred being at school. He abhorred assignments, yet during the break, even completing homework seemed a luxury. Especially when he recalled that he hadn't yet sorted out the permission slip for his trip to Hogsmeade. His initial excitement for the school year diminished significantly. What appeared straightforward to others always turned complicated for him. He had no desire to be a savior. He merely wished to be an ordinary child from a typical family. Chapter 112, The Unfortunate Dementor. Just then, Ron mentioned Hogsmeade, once again hitting Harry's sore spot. Hogsmeade. Ron, do you know much about it? Hermione appeared somewhat expectant. From what I had read, this was the only place in Britain devoid of muggles. Ah, indeed. Ron seemed entirely disinterested in Hermione's mention of Hogsmeade. In comparison to that village, I was much more intrigued by Honeydukes. I longed to visit that place. What is that? Harry inquired with curiosity. It is a candy shop, Malfoy remarked, observing Harry's naive expression, and felt compelled to offer a considerate reminder. The sweets there are cherished by numerous wizards, and this year we shall have the opportunity to go. Harry, somewhat dismissive of Malfoy, had grown accustomed to such remarks. Before entering, he had mentally prepared himself. I learned from a book that there is a shrieking shack, the most formidable haunted house in all of Britain. Hermione held an unwavering belief in the contents of her books, which was one of her flaws. Not quite, Hermione. Ethan interjected. That haunted house is merely a dilapidated wooden structure. The book was written that way to attract some wizards to spend their money. Oh, Hermione responded, a hint of disappointment in her tone. How could that be? Ethan shrugged, stating, that is the reality. Nevertheless, he added, regardless, it could still be quite enjoyable to visit. Indeed, that sounds delightful, Harry remarked, feeling somewhat downcast, as he could not partake in their discussions. Harry, what troubles you? The others questioned him with curiosity, with only Ethan aware of Harry's inability to visit Hogsmeade. Sighing, Harry glanced at Malfoy, clearly reluctant to speak of it here. However, since they had inquired, he felt compelled to divulge. The Dursleys did not sign the permission slip, so I cannot go to Hogsmeade. Just remember to bring me back some treats. A heavy silence fell upon the group, as this predicament was indeed insurmountable. They took turns proposing solutions, yet none proved viable. Setting aside the looming threat of black, the likelihood remained slim. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, was known for her strictness. According to the rules, the consent form could only be signed by a guardian. And regardless of the circumstances, Professor McGonagall would not acquiesce. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Malfoy, too, remained quiet, perhaps due to the presence of the professor, though he still managed to make a face at Harry. Following this, the carriage fell into a tranquil stillness, interrupted only by a cat and a mouse engaged in an unease-filled dance. Ethan imagined Ron cradling a greasy, plump figure in his arms while sleeping, sometimes even kissing it, and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ethan, what's the matter? Astoria asked, noticing his grim expression with concern. Nothing, Ethan replied, patting her hand and intertwining their fingers. The rhythmic clatter of the train tracks transformed into a lullaby, and the two leaned against each other, succumbing to slumber. After a bout of playful antics, everyone gradually quieted down, falling into a deep sleep aboard the train. Time passed, and the atmosphere outside grew increasingly somber. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Typically, we would arrive at Hogwarts by 7 in the evening. The suddenly darkened sky failed to arouse the vigilance of the people, for in such a long journey, a brief rain was quite commonplace. No one took it seriously. However, at that moment, Ethan had already awakened. He removed his witch's cloak, draping it over Astoria, covering her face and holding her close. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky thickened with dark clouds, and frost visibly spread rapidly across the glass. Ethan knew that the Dementors had arrived. They were shrouded in a heavy aura, devoid of substance, past, or future. The dark essence gathered around them, and whenever they manifested in great numbers, their presence would chill the air, resulting in a sudden drop in temperature and the onset of rain. This accounted for the thunderstorms often accompanying their appearance. In today's Muggle world, this phenomenon could be explained scientifically, but that was the extent of it. As Ethan gazed at the pouring rain outside, a thought stirred in his mind. If they could be transported to the desert, might that not resolve the issue of land? If I were a leader and possessed Dementors, then… Ethan, how I yearn for progress. Suddenly, Ethan felt the train slowing down. As it traversed the bridge, its speed dwindled to a halt, eventually stopping in the middle of the bridge, all the train's lights extinguished. In that moment, all the students awoke from their slumber, mistakenly believing they had arrived at school. In truth, that was far from the case. If one were to stand in the aisle, they would witness a row of heads, unbothered by the lack of fare, stretching out of the compartments, eager to discover the cause of the delay. Yet, they soon retreated in a panic, as if confronted by some dreadful sight. Within the darkened carriage, chaos ensued, save for Lupin, Ethan, and the veiled Astoria. Ethan glanced at the girl beside him and whispered reassuringly, "Stay calm. Some clueless individuals have come here, but it will soon be over." Though Astoria, concealed beneath the cloak, did not grasp Ethan's words, she unconditionally trusted her man. At that moment, the carriage door creaked open, slowly revealing the outside. "Who is it? Ginny, is that you? Please stop this. It's not amusing." Ron's words seemed to provide no comfort, instead amplifying the fear. In but a few breaths, the Dementors glided in. Having initially intended to leave, yet upon seeing Harry, they were momentarily halted. Their eyes glowed a sinister green, and even in the absence of a visible face, their intent was palpable. They had fixed their gaze upon a delectable target. Harry appeared utterly helpless, for the creature was approaching him specifically. The other seemed unaffected. Yet he was singled out. Instantly, fear, screams, and wails surged forth, a torrent of negative emotions crashing over him, as he felt his soul being pulled, the world around him dissolving into darkness. Upon witnessing this, Lupin contemplated invoking the Patronus charm, yet his reaction was hindered by sluggishness. Ethan, unable to contain his impatience, swiftly rose to his feet. With his fingers spread wide, he directed his focus towards the Dementor hovering in the air, and in an instant, a brilliant white light erupted from his hands, cascading throughout the entire carriage. However, this was merely a prelude, for numerous Dementors remained both aboard the train and outside. Until they were all banished, normalcy could not be restored to the train. In that moment of realization, Ethan summoned the Patronus, a thunder dragon. He was eager to ascertain whether, as the system suggested, He could annihilate the foe and augment his own power. An opportunity lay before him, under the intense radiance. The descent of the Dementor was entirely at his command. In the following second, a roar resonated as the Thunder Dragon unfurled its massive form, its thunderous voice echoing through the skies. All the Dementors, sensing imminent peril, fled in a frenzied manner. As for the lone one before Ethan, it cackled ominously. Before anyone could react, the Thunder Dragon swiftly consumed it. Given that Dementors possess no physical form, and neither does the Patronus, it was quite natural for soul entities to devour one another. The diminutive Dementor, before the might of the Thunder Dragon, offered little resistance. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that, despite the Patronus's formidable prowess, its current strength allowed it to devour only 5 Dementors at once before requiring several days to recuperate. Yet, this was within Ethan's realm of acceptance. After all, if it were truly invincible, it would defy reason. In the grand tapestry of existence, all things grow and counterbalance one another. Nothing is invulnerable, a truth Ethan had recognized long ago. If there were to be such a being, it could only be the Creator. Yet, the very existence of such an entity remains uncertain. Regaining his composure, Ethan perceived that the crisis had subsided and chose to recall his Patronus. As the ethereal form dissipated, he instantly sensed the presence of something new within him. However, he could not discern what it was. Casting a glance at the people in the carriage, he suppressed his curiosity, deciding to delve into it later in the dormitory. Observing Ethan's decisive actions, the others felt their fear dissipate significantly, as he had effectively banished all nearby Dementors. Yet, the once buoyant Ginny now cowered in a corner, sobbing. "It's over," Ethan murmured, gazing out the window at the slowly shifting scenery, which was gradually accelerating. The previously dim sky began to brighten, as sunlight pierced through the clouds, bestowing upon the train's occupants a contrasting experience of warmth and chill. "Oh my goodness, what are the Dementors doing here?" Hermione exclaimed with annoyance. Their enchanting journey had been disrupted by the presence of these creatures, leaving everyone restless and munching on the snacks laid out on the table. Harry observed the seemingly unperturbed crowd and pondered whether their capacity for acceptance was truly so high. At that moment, Hermione seemed to have an epiphany as she glanced at Ethan, her eyes ablaze with fervor. "Ethan, was that the Patronus charm you just cast?" Ethan, surprised that she knew, momentarily pondered the matter, but soon realized it was hardly astonishing. Her passion for reading was no secret in their school. Indeed, it was the Patronus charm, which I only learned a few days ago, Ethan confessed candidly, without any intention of feigning modesty. "Wow, I've heard that it's quite challenging," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, revealing her unique zeal for learning. The attention of the others was drawn to Ethan, all eyes now upon him. Clearing his throat, Ethan responded nonchalantly, "It's manageable. You'll all learn it eventually." "Yes, Hermione, what is so surprising about that?" Ron chimed in, fully agreeing with Ethan, feeling that Hermione was overreacting. The others exchanged peculiar glances with Ron, wishing the Patronus charm were as simple as he suggested. As for Lupin, he was well versed in the Patronus charm, which allowed him to truly appreciate the essence of the glowing light and the radiant moon. Ginny, wise beyond her years, recognized how foolish her brother's comments were. Even Hermione, the top student in their year, acknowledged that the spell was indeed difficult. Ethan was merely being modest, and Ron had taken him too literally. At that moment, both Harry and Ron silently aligned in their thoughts, though they refrained from voicing them. After all, Harry regarded Ron as somewhat of an encyclopedia of the magical world, and found merit in his words. Simultaneously, following the recent encounter with the Dementor, Harry was eager to master the spell without delay. As the silence lingered, Ron could do nothing but sulk back into his seat. The entire compartment fell into a tranquil hush, a serenity that persisted until Hagrid's voice reverberated once more, shattering the stillness. "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. All first years, prepare yourselves. Oh, and that goes for the upperclassmen too." At this announcement, a wave of excitement washed over everyone. The first years were innocently thrilled, while the older students felt the pangs of hunger after such a prolonged journey. At this moment, it seemed they could almost savor the delicious aromas wafting from the castle's kitchens. Once the train came to a halt, the students made their way to the Great Hall with practiced ease, while the first years awaited their sorting ceremony. This year's newcomers held no particularly remarkable individuals or familiar faces among them. After the Sorting Hat's deliberations, and following Professor Dumbledore's customary greeting, the formerly empty long tables were suddenly laden with an array of tantalizing dishes. Professor Dumbledore lifted a cup brimming with juice and addressed the assembly, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to extend a warm welcome on behalf of Hogwarts to our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Lupin." Upon finishing his drink, he drained the juice from his cup, a satisfied smile gracing his face, not solely due to the delightful taste of the beverage, but also intended for Lupin. Lupin, in turn, graciously bowed to the audience, yet the applause that met him was sparse. Unperturbed, Lupin understood that prior to the banquet, Professor McGonagall had already briefed him. The position of defense against the dark arts professor changes annually, resulting in students harboring little affection for whoever holds the post. Moreover, due to the unfortunate incidents of the past 2 years, both caused by the professors of this very subject, students regarded this position as a harbinger of misfortune. Save for Professor Snape, none seemed capable of enduring the trials it presented. Additionally, the former professor of care of magical creatures, Professor Kettleburn, had retired, leaving the course in the capable hands of our keeper of keys and grounds, Professor Hagrid. No sooner had the announcement been made than thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, far more enthusiastic than that for the defense against the dark arts professor. After all, the towering Hagrid favored Gryffindor and was well liked by the other students, having spent many years forging strong bonds with them. "Hey, Ethan," Malfoy approached, clutching a chicken leg. Ethan instinctively shifted away from the rather unsavory Malfoy. "Do you think there's something peculiar about Lupin? Something entertaining might transpire this year, and I can assure you it will involve him. Are you onto something?" Ethan replied, a smile on his face. Chapter 114, Divination Class. "Not particularly. Just what my father mentioned," Malfoy remarked, his gaze fixed on the solemn Lupin at the staff table. "Dumbledore has a penchant for hiring rather eccentric individuals each year, and many crises stem from their presence." Ethan found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute Malfoy's statement, as there was an undeniable truth to it. In times devoid of danger, Dumbledore often posed the greatest risk. On this matter, Harry certainly had a significant voice. After dinner, Ethan and the others trudged back to their dormitory, their bodies weary from the long journey. It is well known that even after a lengthy ride, one can awaken still fatigued. That night marked one of the quietest evenings at Hogwarts. The young lions had yet to embark on their adventures, and Filch was fortunate enough to enjoy a rare night off from his duties. Notably, Hermione and Harry had been summoned by Professor McGonagall, likely to discuss the schedule and the Dementor situation. None were more diligent in handling such matters than she, even surpassing Dumbledore in competence. The following morning, as everyone gathered in the great hall for breakfast, Harry entered to find curious glances directed towards him. Look, there stands the savior who fainted at the sight of a Dementor." "Savior? Ah, what nonsense," Ethan observed as he turned his attention to Malfoy. "Is that what you're saying?" "No, how could that be?" Malfoy shook his head. "How could I possibly be that dull?" "Indeed," Ethan replied, his inquiry merely a casual remark. Whether Malfoy was responsible was of little concern to him, nor did he express any inclination to defend Harry. After all, one might stand up for him once, yet he would still face ridicule on subsequent occasions. Such is the lot of a protagonist. Those in the know understand this all too well. Upon finishing breakfast, Ethan picked up his schedule. The classes were not numerous, as he had chosen only a few. The timings of each lesson aligned perfectly, unless one had opted for every subject. Thus he saw no need to seek out Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall for a timetable. "Today, we have several new classes," Malfoy remarked. "Ethan, take a look at this." He pointed to the divination class on the schedule. "I truly wonder what one can predict through this art. My father claims those practitioners are mere charlatans." Truth be told, Malfoy shared this sentiment internally but refrained from expressing it outright, opting instead for subtlety. "Haha," Ethan chuckled, "perhaps. However, divination is indeed a discipline that tests one's innate gifts. Those lacking in such talents often perceive nothing at all. Is that true?" Malfoy asked, looking at Ethan with curiosity. "If you master it, will you perform a reading for me to see if it holds any merit?" "Certainly," Ethan said, giving Malfoy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He understood Malfoy's skepticism towards divination. After all, not everyone is suited for it. Take Hermione, our academic overachiever, for instance. Despite excelling in every subject, she struggles with divination, seeing nothing beyond the tea leaves. She has even contradicted the professor directly in class. In comparison to divination, arithmetic suits her far better. For one is a matter of theology, while the other is rooted in science. At that moment, Hagrid entered, brandishing a dead chicken ferret, swinging it about, which caused the surrounding students to part ways in alarm. One could only wonder what mischief he was up to now. Ron was genuinely fearful, dreading that Hagrid might release his beloved creatures once more. "It's almost time for class. We should go," Harry urged, pulling him toward the exit. Many had already departed, and lingering could result in tardiness for their first lesson. The divination class was held atop the North Tower, necessitating a 10-minute walk. "I sincerely hope that wretched ladder doesn't cause any trouble," Harry added. After parting ways with Malfoy, Ethan made his way alone to the divination classroom at the top of the North Tower. Arriving early, he found the room sparsely populated. Nevertheless, the discussions within were lively, as many students eagerly anticipated the forthcoming divination lesson, their curiosity palpable. Shortly thereafter, as the clock struck 8:58, students began to trickle in from outside. The pace was characterized by a slow arrival and a brisk exit. Even Professor Sybil Trelawney, who, to outsiders, appeared somewhat eccentric, was a Ravenclaw. Simultaneously, she is the great-granddaughter of the renowned diviner, Cassandra Trelawney, and a half-blood witch. In her daily teachings, she often exhibits an eccentric demeanor, delighting in foretelling the demise of others and employing tools such as tea leaves and crystal balls for her divinatory instruction. Her conversational style lacks emotional nuance, as she tends to be blunt, much to the chagrin of Hermione, who frequently critiques this professor in the original narrative. Nevertheless, from an academic standpoint, her achievements in this field are undeniably significant. Each prophecy she utters invariably strikes the mark with precision. Fate, that elusive and intangible concept, possesses a remarkable capacity for alteration yet cannot withstand rigorous scrutiny. It resembles a tranquil lake. With the mere drop of a pebble, ripples emerge across its surface. Thus, it is evident why Ethan has chosen to enroll in this course, for he himself is the greatest anomaly within this world. While avenging his parents and vanquishing the Dark Lord, he is also fervently in pursuit of the truth underlying this realm. In a previous life, the story of a novel now feels astonishingly real. Recollecting the time when his memories first awakened, he even questioned whether he had been enchanted, ensnared within a game-like reality akin to another Truman. Regrettably, after years of probing, he uncovered naught but the peculiarities of his parents. As everything else unfolded in accordance with the original narrative, the characters emerged as expected and their identities remained unchanged. There were no instances of Harry transforming into a Harriet. The skies held no cameras, and he had ventured beyond the confines of England. Perhaps this is the very essence of gaining strength, as he now possesses something he wishes to protect. Ethan mused, casting his gaze toward the lower right corner of the classroom, seemingly attempting to penetrate the stone wall to glimpse the second-year students engaged in their lessons. Astoria. Just as Ethan's thoughts drifted beyond the mundane, the atmosphere around him darkened. The once golden sunlight was obscured, replaced by the presence of another. A slightly protruding chest, still in the throes of development, gazed down upon him. Oh, well then. It's her. That eases my mind. Ethan, what are you pondering so deeply? Hermione inquired, setting aside her book as she intended to sit beside him. However, she was preempted by two individuals arriving from behind, Harry and Ron, who took their places on either side of Ethan. You two are hardly gentlemen. Chapter 115, Fortune-Telling. Hermione pronounced each word with irritation. Do you not understand the concept of taking turns? Oh, Hermione, it's no big deal. We're just sitting, Ron replied nonchalantly, winking at Harry. Right, Harry? Oh, well. Harry stammered, at a loss for words, internally exclaiming, No, I merely wish to attend class. Is that too much to ask? All right, Harry, Ethan reassured as he patted Harry on the shoulder. Rising, he turned to Ron with a smile. Please make way. Thank you. Huh. Ron seemed momentarily taken aback. Not wishing to linger, Ethan bypassed Ron's seat and settled onto another chair. Observing this, Hermione hastily gathered her books and joined him. Darn it, Ron muttered under his breath, a flicker of resentment gleaming in his eyes. Despite having a fiancée, Ethan still chose to sit so close to Hermione. It seemed evident that no one from Slytherin could be trusted. With this thought, Ron contemplated moving to sit beside Hermione, but suddenly felt a hand gripping him. Harry? What are you doing? Let go. Coughing lightly, Harry cast a glance behind Ron, a sense of unease creeping over him. As a good boy, he harbored a bit of fear towards professors, especially when caught in wrongdoing. Observing Harry's demeanor, Ron's heart raced with alarm. He refrained from looking back, slowly returning to his seat, lowering his head and feigning ignorance. In a shadowed corner where sunlight did not penetrate, he sensed a figure intently watching him. At that moment, a soft yet eerie voice resonated. Welcome, you all, to this tangible realm. The first impression she left was akin to that of a colossal firefly. She was petite, lacking much flesh on her arms, and not particularly tall. A pair of glasses, measuring at least 0.5 centimeters thick, obscured a third of her face. Adorning her fingers and neck were an array of rings and necklaces, as abstract as one could imagine. Had Ron dared to lift his gaze, he would have noticed a pair of eyes, as large as brass bells, fixed upon him. The thought was sufficiently unsettling, and he was grateful that this lesson occurred during daylight. All right, everyone sit down, Professor Trelawney remarked, casting one last glance at Ron. Mr. Weasley, I hope you refrain from disturbing your classmates in the upcoming lessons, or else. Here, she paused dramatically, her eyes widening to an alarming degree as if they might leap from their sockets. A demon will come for you. It lurks right beside you. Oh, how dreadful for a poor child to encounter such a fate. At the sound of her words, Ron instinctively looked up, only to find her magnified eyes staring back at him. Oh dear, I apologize, child, did I frighten you? Professor Trelawney inquired, her large, owl-like eyes filled with concern. And no, not at all. Ron quickly shook his head, instinctively leaning back. Very well, Professor Trelawney nodded, adjusting her shawl before settling into an armchair by the fireplace. Divination, the most arduous course among all magical disciplines, demands my utmost responsibility in imparting knowledge to those who have chosen it. I must candidly inform you that those lacking the sight of 3939 will find it exceedingly challenging to glean any insights from this subject. At this juncture, she cast a glance at Hermione, conveying that the wisdom I can bestow upon you is rather limited, and your textbooks are equally inconsequential. Were it not for the necessity of the texts, you would not have needed to expend your funds on such materials. Simply put, even if you were to memorize this book thoroughly, it would bear no impact on your proficiency in divination. What you inherently possess will manifest, and what you lack will remain elusive. Professor Trelawney's extensive discourse was clear in its intent, a cautionary reminder against unwarranted self-assurance. Ethan, observing Trelawney's recent gestures, turned to Hermione and remarked, "She seems to know a great deal about you all." "Oh, perhaps," Hermione replied, casting a wistful glance at Ethan. Being as astute as she was, she could hardly be oblivious to the fact that Trelawney's words were directed at her. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her belief that there was nothing she could not master in this realm of study. Even before the practice of divination commenced, such declarations seemed presumptuous, as if she genuinely believed she possessed prophetic abilities. Professor Trelawney, of course, was unaware of Hermione's musings. As a seer, she often perceived matters invisible to others. Upon entering the classroom, she had already gleaned a sense of the students' mental landscapes, not in terms of intellect, but rather the ethereal quality of their souls. Divination, in essence, is akin to fortune-telling. It requires a lively spirit, as those who are merely bookish tend to seek answers solely from texts when confronted with challenges. This contrasts sharply with the pedagogical approach of this subject. Rather than relying on literature, Professor Trelawney preferred her students to engage with crystal balls and tea leaves, as they often hold the keys to revelation. Thus, when she surveyed the students in the classroom, she noted that each individual possessed a certain cleverness, or perhaps a mischievousness. Naturally, there were also some docile students who typically found themselves ill-suited for the art of divination. Among them, Ethan stood out as an exception. He was neither overly restless nor lacking in a remarkably potent spirit. Similar to him was Harry Potter, whose soul radiated a comparable strength. Consequently, as she entered, her gaze frequently shifted between these two, her mind pondering the depths of their essence. Subsequently, she chose to dwell no further on such thoughts. Professor Trelawney began to pace before the class, occasionally uttering startling pronouncements that left the students apprehensive, as they dreaded the possibility of her foretelling misfortune. Fortunately, this unsettling atmosphere did not persist for long. According to Professor Trelawney, this semester will commence with the examination of tea leaves, while the summer term will be devoted to gazing into crystal balls. Ultimately, she delivered her final prophecy for this lesson in February. A virulent strain of influenza would necessitate the suspension of classes, and I, too, would be rendered voiceless, unable to instruct you. Around the time of Easter, one among us would depart from our midst forever. Upon her utterance of these words, the previously lively classroom descended into an unsettling silence. For those within understood their own circumstances all too well. Chapter 116, Water and Fire. Without delving into distant matters, let us consider our savior, Harry Potter. During his tenure at Hogwarts, it seems that assaults have transpired consecutively for 2 years. The perils faced by students have become an open secret within the school. Therefore, even those who once doubted Trelawney remained silent, for they comprehended that, irrespective of Trelawney's predictions, this year would undoubtedly be fraught with turbulence. They could even foresee that this year's crises would revolve around Professor Lupin, whether directly involving him or somehow connected to him. Professor Trelawney remained largely unaware of the students' contemplations, as there was still a lesson to be conducted. Now, I will divide you into 2 groups. Each group shall retrieve a teacup from the shelf. I will pour tea into the cups, and once the tea is poured, you shall drink it and observe the leaves. This will constitute the essence of our lesson. Pay close attention to the shapes of the leaves, then turn to pages 5 and 6 in your textbooks, and share your interpretations with your partners. Now, come along, children. Let us infuse some energy into our work. She raised her hand to beckon them forward. Soon enough, the students acquired the necessary materials for the lesson. All right, you may commence. I shall circulate and guide you. After Professor Trelawney finished speaking, Ethan followed her instructions in sequence. Subsequently, she descended among the students, observing their progress. Seemingly prompted by an unseen force, she resolved the queries of several classmates before arriving at Harry's side. Come, let me see, dear. She abruptly seized the cup from Ron's hands, which belonged to Harry. Goodness, dear, you have a formidable adversary. The entire school was aware of this. It was no secret. Hermione gazed at the cup in her hand, unable to discern anything of significance. It appeared to be merely ordinary tea leaves, devoid of any discernible pattern. Skeptical, she even took a look at Ethan's cup, finding nothing unusual there either. Upon reclaiming his teacup, Ethan gently remarked, "There is an old adage about gardening. Every craft has its specialization. No one is inherently gifted in all pursuits." Hermione initially felt that Ethan's words held merit. Yet soon after, she sensed an unease. "And what of you? It seems you possess knowledge of everything." Hermione widened her eyes and inquired of Ethan. Ethan, somewhat speechless, acknowledged the truth in her statement. In reality, He was merely moderately knowledgeable, possessing a superficial understanding. Superficial understanding? It merely implied he had a smattering of knowledge on various subjects. While the two engaged in their conversation, Professor Trelawney had already completed her reading of Harry's teacup. Addressing the entire assembly, she proclaimed, "This portends ill fortune, a skull, a sinister omen, a malevolent hound prowling the graveyard, its gaze fixed upon you. This is a harbinger of death." A shrill scream ensued, as Professor Trelawney clutched her delicate heart, appearing on the verge of fainting. However, I perceived otherwise. Hermione had approached at some point without my notice. Professor Trelawney's dissatisfaction with the bookish girl grew increasingly palpable. To publicly contradict a professor, both were known for their forthrightness. It was a wonder they maintained any rapport. "Pray tell, Miss Granger, what do you see? Do not tell me you discern nothing. You may not appreciate my words. But from my perspective, your aura is remarkably faint, and your capacity for future resonance is severely lacking." "That is impossible. You claim to see, yet see nothing?" Witnessing the escalating tension between the two, Ethan hurriedly intervened, pulling Hermione away. Though Professor Trelawney held no fondness for Hermione, she refrained from further comment on a student, now finding herself intrigued by Ethan. After all, he possessed the most potent aura in the classroom, surpassing even Harry Potter at his side. It was akin to the principle of two souls merging, where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. Contemplating this notion, Professor Trelawney shook her head vigorously, muttering, "Oh, I must be mad. How could such a phenomenon exist? Every soul is unique. The absurdity of souls overlapping is simply preposterous." "Professor, are you quite well?" Ethan approached her cautiously. I am fine." Professor Trelawney initially mistook him for someone else. "My dear, let me see your teacup. I am certain it will be fascinating." Without waiting for Ethan's consent, she seized the teacup to scrutinize it. Lightning, a feather. Oh, this is a thunderbird. Good heavens, this is utterly mad. It trembles. You have vanquished it. Professor Trelawney brought her large, bell-like eyes close to the teacup, seemingly insatiable in her examination. She even employed a magnifying glass, intermittently exclaiming startling observations. "Truly, a third-year student has defeated a thunderbird. Oh no, this represents a pattern from the past. You have already triumphed over it, and at that time, you were merely a second year." As she spoke, Professor Trelawney lifted her gaze to Ethan, also sensing Hermione's incredulous stare. "My dear, can you tell me, is this true?" Just as Ethan was about to respond, he was once again mercilessly interrupted by Professor Trelawney. "Oh, my dear, as a diviner and prophet, I occasionally falter. The pattern before me is exceedingly intricate, perhaps the most complex I have encountered in over a decade, encompassing both the past and the future. This holds great significance for me." Professor Trelawney, increasingly animated, expressed this as it pertains to her aspiration of reaching the heights attained by her mother long ago. It is worth noting that she is the great-granddaughter of the renowned seer, Cassandra Trelawney. Should she manage to rekindle the greatness of her ancestors, her life would be rendered fulfilling beyond measure. Ethan, observing the professor's eager expression, sighed. "Professor, indeed you are correct. Your insights align closely with my own." "How so?" "It was not solely my achievement. I met a student from Durmstrang during my time in Europe, and we collaborated." As he spoke, Ethan glanced at the teacup in his hand, which bore patterns akin to those described by Professor Trelawney, revealing glimpses of the future. In stark contrast to Ethan's calm demeanor, the students below erupted in a fervor, akin to water sizzling in hot oil. Was she jesting? Could this possibly be a ruse? The professor herself had affirmed it. Indeed. Is this truly so strange? After all, he has always been remarkable. We are of the same age. What grants him such distinction? I have heard my father speak of the Thunderbird's formidable prowess. Unperturbed by their chatter, Ethan focused on the teacup, still deciphering a few remaining patterns, a droplet and a flame, symbolizing the future. Chapter 117, I am bewildered. He relayed the shapes he discerned to Professor Trelawney, who took the teacup and examined it closely. The once boisterous classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed upon Professor Trelawney, brimming with curiosity about the future of this celebrated Slytherin student. She scrutinized the cup for a full minute, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Child, this is indeed a flame, but it is not merely a droplet of water." "What then?" Ethan inquired, confusion etched upon his face. At his question, all ears perked up, eager to hear Professor Trelawney's response. "Well," she paused, her gaze piercing through the assembly, her hoarse voice resonating throughout the classroom, "a drop of blood. Blue flames and blood droplets signify war and death. Oh, it is utterly terrifying. The flames will vanquish the darkness. You shall eradicate all who incite rebellion." Professor Trelawney began to spiral into madness, her words pouring forth unabated. "The Savior is no less fearsome. Darkness will find no refuge at your hands. All shall perish. All shall perish. Ha ha ha, they are dead, oh?" With that final proclamation, Professor Trelawney collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, truly fainting, her state suggesting that she would not awaken for some time. At that moment, Everyone was still processing what had just been said, including Ethan. It was not that he doubted it. Rather, he found the idea proposed by Trelawney rather appealing. Indeed, it was a splendid notion. As he pondered this, a fleeting glimmer of red light flashed in his eyes, a brief moment unnoticed by anyone, including himself. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, awakening all present. A Hufflepuff girl, trembling, pointed to the ground and exclaimed, "Professor, she's dead." Trelawney responded, "Oh, what to do? My goodness, she must be overly excited." This is so typical of Trelawney. At that moment, Ethan approached to check Professor Trelawney's breath. She was alive, merely unconscious. Enough chatter. Summon the professor. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the class bell rang, and everyone rushed out of the classroom in search of Professor McGonagall. Ethan hoisted Professor Trelawney and carried her to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall was preparing materials for her next class when the classroom door was abruptly flung open, and a throng of students poured in. "Oh, Professor McGonagall," she said with delight, observing the eager faces of her students. "I am thrilled to see such passion for the subject." "No, Professor, it's Professor Trelawney. She has fainted and is being taken to the infirmary by Ethan. You must go check on her." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall felt a surge of concern. In recent years, there had been numerous incidents of attacks, and now it involved the professor. "You, come with me, and explain what happened," she instructed, striding out of the classroom with purpose, her robes billowing in the breeze. Soon, Professor McGonagall arrived at the infirmary, having learned the details from the students. She sighed with relief. As long as it wasn't an attack, that was all that mattered. After all, this was not the first time Professor Trelawney had fainted. The reason for McGonagall's heightened anxiety stemmed from past events. Now, every time someone fainted, her instinctive reaction was to assume it was another attack. "All right, you may return," Professor McGonagall instructed the students who had followed her. However, it was evident that Hermione, Malfoy, and Harry still wished to enter. Ultimately, they departed, deterred by McGonagall's authoritative gaze. "Walker, what on earth happened?" Professor McGonagall inquired as she entered the infirmary, immediately seeking out Ethan. "Professor, actually," Ethan began, but Madame Pomfrey swiftly interjected, "Shh, the patient needs to be quiet." At this, Ethan took a deep breath, exasperated by how often people interrupted him. "Very well," Madame Pomfrey nodded to McGonagall. "Is she all right?" She was fine, merely having fainted, though it appeared she had been quite frightened. As she spoke, Madame Pomfrey cast a peculiar glance toward Ethan. "That is good. If she is well, we shall take our leave for now. We can return once she has awakened." After their exchange, Professor McGonagall beckoned to Ethan, signaling him to accompany her. As they made their way to the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall inquired, "Walker, is what Professor Trelawney said true? Are you referring to the first or the second?" Ethan retorted, "If it is the first, then indeed, it is a fact. As for the second, clearly that pertains to events yet to unfold, and no one can be certain." Ethan felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the interruption of conversation. Was it possible that Dumbledore's words held truth, that calamity would once again befall Hogwarts? Noticing Professor McGonagall's furrowed brow, Ethan reassured her, "Professor, do not fret. Did not Professor Trelawney say so? With me around, you need not worry, and besides, Professor Dumbledore is still alive." At his final remark, Professor McGonagall could not help but chuckle. Fortunate indeed that Dumbledore was absent, for his expression would have been quite amusing. "You speak wisely, Walker." Professor McGonagall acknowledged, then shifted her tone. "However, your foremost duty now is your studies. The professors are still here, Dumbledore is present, and I am as well. It is not yet your place as a third-year student to take on such burdens. Should danger arise, do not face it alone as you did in the past 2 years, understood?" As they reached the classroom door, Professor McGonagall turned to Ethan, seeking a definitive response from him. Ethan felt a twinge in his heart, his nose tingling with emotion. It had been many years since he had received concern from anyone other than Tom and Astoria. While there were many who cared for him, it was different. As professors, they were merely employees of the school. They could have chosen to resign and leave before the impending conflict, yet they stood united, shielding their students. The commitment they exhibited as educators was commendable. A flurry of thoughts raced through Ethan's mind, though it transpired in mere moments. While he might not adhere strictly to Professor McGonagall's advice, he decided to reassure her for her peace of mind. With that in mind, Ethan responded with unwavering conviction, "Do not worry, Professor, I will." Chapter 118. It is either a fight or a kiss. Upon receiving Ethan's assurance, Professor McGonagall smiled knowingly and led him into the classroom. The lesson was Transfiguration, and 10 minutes of instruction had already passed. "I apologize, everyone. We shall commence the lesson now," Professor McGonagall announced, casting a glance at Ethan, who understood her unspoken message and hastened to find a seat. The content of this lesson mirrored previous ones, a review of the last class followed by the introduction of new material. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, it was perhaps the insistent ringing of the alarm within him that stirred Ethan from his reverie. He instinctively cast a glance at the vintage wall clock. noting that the hour was indeed perfect. Ding, ding, ding. All right, class, this concludes our lesson for today. I hope you will make good use of your free time to practice the material I have just imparted. Class dismissed. It seemed every teacher uttered those words. Once Professor McGonagall departed, the students rose in unison, making their way toward the Great Hall. As Ethan traversed the path to the hall, he experienced a rare semblance of the attention that Harry often garnered. With every cluster of students he passed, whispers of his name floated through the air, each gaze imbued with a distinct sentiment: admiration, fervor, affection, alongside jealousy and apprehension. Within the brief span of 2 hours, Professor Trelawney's prophecy had already spread throughout Hogwarts, once again placing Ethan's name upon the lips of many. Yet, standing at the eye of the storm, he remained unfazed. Unless Dumbledore were to expel him due to this prophecy, it held no sway over him. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's remarks, fell into a contemplative silence. Observing his reticence, Professor McGonagall tentatively broached the subject. Do you truly believe he will succeed? Why not? Dumbledore replied, adjusting his glasses with a sidelong glance. If that were the case, what purpose would the prophecy from years past serve? McGonagall, perplexed, reminded him that it was precisely that prophecy which had plunged both families into peril. However, she chose not to elaborate further. After all, with Dumbledore's sagacity, what could he possibly not comprehend? Often, uttering the first half of a sentence sufficed for him to grasp the latter half's meaning. Rest assured, Minerva, he is safe. No one is more secure than he. Dumbledore stroked his graying beard, adding, it seems you have overlooked the first part of this prophecy. He vanquished the Thunderbird. But what does that truly signify? It is worth noting that he was accompanied by a Durmstrang student at the time. That alone speaks volumes. Dumbledore approached the window, his gaze drifting into the distance. He is the most outstanding young wizard of this century, surpassing even myself. How much aid could a Durmstrang student provide in a battle against the Thunderbird? Moreover, he smiled. The latter part of the prophecy also states that he will bring an end to darkness, vanquishing all who incite rebellion. By that time, who will remain alive? Alas, even I cannot guarantee my survival in the coming years. Professor McGonagall, confronted by the obstinacy of this venerable man, felt a surge of indignation. No, I shall not allow him to engage in such perilous endeavors. The future will inevitably bring change. Prophecies signify nothing. Albus. Oh, my apologies. With that, Professor McGonagall turned on her heel and departed, leaving no room for further discourse. Only Dumbledore remained at the windowsill, his silhouette appearing somewhat slender. Alas. Oh, please. No more questions. Ethan seized an apple and stuffed it directly into Malfoy's mouth. At this moment, the world had been muted. Please lend your ears to Ethan's voice. Regardless of what the future holds, my focus remains solely on the present. So let us put this matter to rest, shall we? Ethan said with a benevolent expression, gazing at Malfoy. Malfoy stammered, nodding a couple of times while raising his hand to signal that he would no longer speak of the matter. Not bad. I'm off then. Ethan patted Malfoy's shoulder and departed with Historia in a stylish manner. After the lunch break, the afternoon brought the care of magical creatures class. And due to it being the first session, there was an air of excitement among the students. Until, come forth, children, today we have delightful treats for you. You are indeed fortunate to be here at such a serendipitous time. Hagrid, clad in a fur coat and leading Fong by his side, strode forward with great enthusiasm. It was an unforgettable moment. Just when everyone thought he was heading into the woods, they merely walked along the forest's edge for a while before arriving at a clearing. As they approached, Hagrid assisted the girls over the fence while greeting the boys nearby. Goodness, why did I enroll in this class? Malfoy complained, stepping in the muddy ground. Hearing this, Ethan cast a sidelong glance at him. Who knows? You signed up alongside me. He was well aware that, in the original story, Malfoy would recklessly provoke the hippogriff, resulting in an injury. As for whether this incident would reoccur because of Ethan, he couldn't help but remind. Just don't move around too much. Why? Malfoy queried, perplexed. From what I see, Hagrid has a fondness for large creatures, though he adores the smaller ones as well. To him, large magical animals are merely adorable little beings. If you wish to avoid being injured, it would be wise to remain composed during class. Is that true? How mysterious. I feel as though after attending a divination class, your speech has become rather cryptic. Malfoy refrained from retorting, merely expressing his skepticism. After all, he understood that Ethan's words had never been erroneous. Sometimes, he even pondered whether his brother possessed knowledge from the future. However, such thoughts were merely figments of his imagination born from boredom. Come on, let us go. The two entered the enclosure, their bags laden with books, each nearly half the size of a person and thick as a palm. I'm so exhausted. It feels like attending this care of magical creatures class was akin to running several kilometers. If this is the case, I might as well play a bit of Quidditch. Harry lamented. His frail physique appeared so fragile that even standing there left him somewhat breathless. Pathetic, you can't even handle this, someone remarked. Who? Harry turned around, only to find it was Malfoy, Then he felt reassured. Ah, it would be best if you silenced that foul mouth of yours. Ron stepped forward, confronting Malfoy with their faces nearly touching, their noses almost brushing against one another. The onlookers around them began to indulge in the spectacle. Their situation was rather peculiar. How should one describe it? In my view, they were either on the verge of a brawl or a kiss. At that moment, an unknown voice rang out. Ha! I would much prefer to witness them kiss. Instantly, all gazes converged upon him. He was a diminutive boy with a freckled face. Oh, I was merely jesting. I'm not that sort of person. Who could say? Chapter 119. Little creatures are adorable. After a while, under Hagrid's amicable persuasion, the two ultimately refrained from fighting, exchanging harsh words before retreating to their respective corners. Very well, let us proceed. Please take out your textbooks, Hagrid instructed, standing at the front. How do we open it? Malfoy inquired, eyeing the hefty tome in his hands, which was currently bound by a rope. Oh yes, precisely, Hagrid nodded, retrieving his own book. First this way, then that way, and then Hagrid deftly untied the rope, and within a fraction of a second before the beastly book could unleash its chaos, he patted its spine, and the book fell silent. Quite simple, is it not? Ah, yes, you are entirely correct, came the response. Though Hagrid appeared to subdue the creature effortlessly, others found the task to be quite another matter. Oh dear, no, a student exclaimed, struggling against the book with both hands. Pathetic creature, Malfoy scoffed, effortlessly taming the beastly tome. Oh, splendid, well done. Hagrid, in his inaugural lesson, appeared uncertain about what to convey, seeming rather meek, which was not in line with his imposing stature. Perhaps he only displayed boldness when inebriated. Now that you have your books. The Care of Magical Creatures class requires more than just books. Indeed, there are magical creatures as well. I shall fetch them, please wait a moment. With that, Hagrid hurriedly departed, leaving the students in a state of bewilderment. Why? Isn't the purpose of care of magical creatures simply to care for them? What is the need to bring over a magical creature? One wondered aloud. You are far too earnest. Traditionally, instructors of the Care of Magical Creatures course often adhered closely to the textbook, occasionally introducing small, harmless creatures. However, judging by Hagrid's demeanor, it seemed that the magical creature he was to bring was anything but small. As the saying goes, some were exhilarated while others were dismayed. The majority of Gryffindor students remained oblivious to the potential dangers posed by magical creatures, excitedly speculating about the surprises Hagrid might unveil. In contrast, Slytherin maintained a silent demeanor, lacking the enthusiasm exhibited by Gryffindor. As for the other two colleges, generally speaking, the wise members of Ravenclaw were diligently analyzing, while the students of Hufflepuff trembled in place, gradually falling behind the crowd. Come, everyone, take a look. Hagrid approached, leading a peculiar creature, prompting everyone to stand on tiptoe in anticipation. Yet not a single soul dared to step forward. Quite typical. Ethan gazed at the creature before him, a hippogriff, and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. True to its name, it possessed the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, yet its forelegs, wings, and head bore the likeness of an eagle. Whether it was an eagle gone astray or a horse with a split personality, it was undeniably absurd. Go on, quickly, over there. Hagrid, shedding his usual timidity, bellowed at the hippogriff. His booming voice startled those around him. Even Malfoy was taken aback, wondering if this was indeed the same giant he knew. Hagrid tethered the creature to the fence, exclaiming, "Look at the hippogriff. Come on, isn't it beautiful and adorable?" However, in stark contrast to Hagrid's expectations, the students did not seem particularly thrilled. As Harry, Ron, and others finally grasped the situation, they hurriedly began clapping, trying to prevent the atmosphere from growing stale. Clapping as loudly as they could. Okay, it's truly adorable. I absolutely adore it, Ron declared, uttering a sentiment he himself barely believed. Me too. Harry followed suit, and eventually, under the duo's enthusiastic encouragement, the surrounding students offered a modest applause. Hagrid's previously dark complexion began to take on a slight blush. Subsequently, under Hagrid's urging, one by one, the students mustered their courage to approach and make a close acquaintance with the magical creature. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred until suddenly, Malfoy? No, Crabbe. Well, this time it was indeed Crabbe. Initially, everyone was doing just fine, but timid as he was, Crabbe faltered at the last moment, provoking the ire of the irritable creature, resulting in Crabbe receiving a taste of the treatment usually reserved for Malfoy in the original narrative. Once Hagrid had escorted him away, Malfoy scoffed, "What a disaster. Those two fools. See, I told you. I truly cannot comprehend why there are such people, more cowardly than Hufflepuffs." Malfoy and Ethan watched as the crowd dispersed, feeling a wave of ennui wash over them. What now? What else can we do? The teachers are gone, so naturally, we head back. Ethan cradled his head in his hands, sauntering back slowly. However, just a few steps later, he was startled by the sound of urgent hooves and flapping wings behind him. Turning around, he found the hippogriff had broken free from its restraints and was pursuing him, its massive wings stirring up a tempestuous wind. The proximity between Ethan and the winged creature left him momentarily disoriented, as the griffin swiftly lifted him onto its back. This unexpected action rendered Ethan quite helpless. He could only grasp his wand tightly with one hand to avert any unforeseen mishaps, while his other hand instinctively clutched the creature's feathers. The wind rushed past his ears, and he felt himself ascending rapidly into the sky. Malfoy shouted from below, "Ethan," but was powerless to assist. "I'm fine," Ethan reassured him as the griffin soared higher, seemingly bewildered as it circled in the air. After a considerable time, Ethan found himself aloft above a fence, where he pulled Malfoy onto the creature's back. "Oh no, what are you doing?" Malfoy exclaimed, gripping the saddle tightly, fearful of falling. "Are you afraid, Malfoy?" "Haha," Ethan teased. "Me? Afraid? Nonsense. I thought you were quite adept at flying on a broomstick. Why are your eyes so wide now?" "I had sand in my eyes," Malfoy retorted. After a spell of flying, they finally descended without drawing any attention, though it was unlikely to go unnoticed. At the very least, Dumbledore was aware. On their way back, Ethan inquired of Malfoy, "What if the Ministry sentences this magical creature for its actions? Is that even a possibility?" Malfoy turned back, intrigued. "Nothing is impossible. It did attack a person, and by precedent, it could face execution." Upon hearing this, Malfoy furrowed his brow. "Oh, that's not encouraging news." After pondering for a while, he added, "But it's not without remedy. After all, my father is a Malfoy." "Haha, that makes sense." Chapter 120, The Return. After Madame Pomfrey's meticulous bandaging, Crabbe's condition gradually stabilized. Outside the infirmary, Professor McGonagall anxiously inquired, "Is he all right?" Alas, Madame Pomfrey sighed, shaking her head. Seeing her despondent demeanor, McGonagall felt her heart sink. "Oh, how could this happen? He seemed fine when he came in. Why is he unwell now?" Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey quickly waved her hands. No, he is not dead, Professor McGonagall. Not dead." McGonagall was taken aback. "Yes, it's just that wound of his. How can I put it? Cough, cough. If we had delayed any longer, it might have healed on its own." "What?" McGonagall exclaimed incredulously. But he was screaming when he arrived, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, I can't speak to that, but he is indeed fine," Madame Pomfrey affirmed, raising the bandage in her hand, grimacing slightly before returning to her office. As Madame Pomfrey's figure vanished around the corner, Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of concern and resolved to take a quick glance. Meanwhile, after parting ways at the entrance, Ethan and Malfoy arrived at the door of Dumbledore's office. It was now 2:30 p.m., with several hours remaining until dinner. Initially, Ethan had intended to engage in some outdoor exercise, but a remark from Professor Snape interrupted his plans. "Dumbledore is waiting for you in his office." Sighing, Ethan surmised that the matter at hand likely pertained to the prophecy. As he pondered this, he approached the door and recited the first password, "Chocolate Frog." Incorrect. Next, he tried, "Butterbeer Mug Cake." Incorrect. Finally, he uttered, "Lemon Drop." The secret was correct. With a soft click, the statue began to move aside, revealing an entrance. Ethan stepped inside with ease. "Ah, Ethan, it seems you are becoming increasingly familiar with my ways." Dumbledore's voice resonated before Ethan could exit the passage. "I recall you once misjudged 5 or 6 passwords. Now, you've correctly discerned the third." "Oh, Professor, you do have a knack for humor," Ethan replied, shaking his head in mild exasperation at the perpetually youthful spirit of the old man. Even when aware that Dumbledore occasionally schemed against him, Ethan could not muster any harsh words. He had grown accustomed to the professor's playful banter. Upon entering, he found Dumbledore waiting at his desk, where an array of candies, including the aforementioned lemon drops, lay before him. "Professor, is there something you wish to discuss?" Ethan inquired. "Ah, not in haste. Would you care for a treat?" Dumbledore offered, nudging the candies towards Ethan. Upon glancing at the sweets, Ethan deemed it quite ordinary and decided to partake. "Thank you," he said, selecting one, unwrapping it, and tasting it. "How is it?" Dumbledore asked, winking. "Quite delightful. However, I must admit I prefer softer confections, as my teeth are not in the best condition," Ethan replied with a shrug, providing a candid assessment of the hard candy. "Oh, what a pity," Dumbledore responded, his face displaying a hint of regret, but then swiftly shifted his tone. "That is not the matter at hand." Recognizing the gravity of the conversation, Ethan straightened slightly, inquiring, "What is it you wish to know, Professor?" Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, their lenses reflecting a glimmer of light. "I assume you are aware of the prophecy, particularly as it pertains to you." "Indeed, Professor Trelawney possesses remarkable abilities. She can perceive many things," Ethan acknowledged. Dumbledore's brow arched, remarking, "Language is indeed an art." "So is it true?" he pressed. "One could assert so." "There is not a shred of falsehood," Ethan affirmed, his gaze imbued with sincerity. Hearing this, Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he believed that the prophecy must be incomplete in its entirety. At present, Ethan appears disinclined to elaborate further. Very well, I would like to pose another question. Please proceed. Ethan met his gaze with an air of composure, a nascent regal aura already manifesting around him. The clash between the old and the young was far from over. This pertains to the second prophecy. What do you believe the sensation of taking a life entails? Dumbledore had been speaking in riddles, and anyone with a modicum of cognitive delay would struggle to grasp his meaning. However, it was evident that Ethan did not fall into that category. After a moment of contemplation, Ethan slowly responded, I cannot say, for I have never taken the life of a good person. His words bore a duality that Dumbledore did not scrutinize deeply, interpreting it merely as a claim of innocence. For how could a third-year student possibly commit murder? Indeed, you are correct, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head, a silent lament echoing within him as he realized that no substantial revelations would emerge today. Thus, the two fell into a silence that stretched on for 10 minutes. Ethan observed Dumbledore as he relentlessly stuffed candies into his mouth, until he reached the 15th piece. Professor, do you have any further matters to discuss? Ethan inquired, rising from his seat. His meaning was unmistakable. If you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave. Oh, Dumbledore said, tapping his forehead. Look at me. Old age has made me forgetful. There is one more item I must entrust to you. As he spoke, he opened a drawer and retrieved a wooden box. What is this? Ethan asked, his curiosity piqued. With a sigh, Dumbledore gazed at the box on the table and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. This was originally yours, and now it is being returned to you. My belongings? Ethan's eyelids fluttered with surprise. Goodness, it seems yet another of my possessions has found its way back to me. How many more items do I have in your possession? Old Dumbledore? Indeed, Dumbledore turned, his eyes slightly misty, though not excessively so. I apologize for borrowing it without your consent. No matter, Ethan replied with a grin, opening the box to reveal a fleeting glimmer of gold. The Philosopher's Stone? Ethan lifted it, scrutinizing it closely, while Dumbledore remained silent beside him. Ethan was no longer the novice alchemist of yore. He was capable of discerning the authenticity of the stone. In terms of weight and luster, this specimen far surpassed the inferior version in his system space. Most importantly, the inscriptions were intricately more complex, exceeding the former by more than double. Thus, this is indeed the genuine article. With clarity in his heart, he turned to Dumbledore, who merely nodded in silent affirmation. Simultaneously, Ethan noticed a letter within the box. Nicholas Flamel, it read, his mentor. As Ethan held the letter, his thoughts drifted back to several months prior, when he had first encountered Flamel and subsequently taken him as his teacher. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone is the final treasure he bequeathed to you. I trust you will wield it wisely, will you not? As Ethan emerged from the office, Dumbledore cast a brief glance back, his eyes drifting toward the thick clouds outside, evoking memories of a bygone acquaintance. I am truly sorry, I have failed. Chapter 121, Breaking the Norm. There you are. After leaving the office, Ethan made his way to the Great Hall for a meal. Just as he was about to depart, Astoria seized the sleeve of his robe. Ethan turned to regard the girl before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What is it? He inquired. Come take a stroll with me, she replied. Ethan pondered for a moment, realizing that they had not shared a walk in quite some time. A leisurely stroll would indeed be pleasant. With no pressing engagements for the evening, he nodded in agreement. Very well. The two of them walked side by side out of the hall, meandering along the path outside the castle. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped them, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Astoria's hand lightly rested on Ethan's arm, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. After all, she was still a girl. Regardless of the closeness of their relationship, such small gestures could easily make her flush. At that moment, however, Astoria's gaze shifted curiously toward a nearby pile of grass. What is it? Ethan followed her line of sight, peering at the grass mound with a puzzled expression. Astoria replied uncertainly, I think I just saw a shadow. A shadow, you say? Ethan lowered his head in contemplation. Yes. Astoria nodded. It seemed to be an animal, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. Ethan chuckled lightly, reassuring her, it's nothing to worry about. It could merely be a cat or a dog from around the castle. Let us continue. Yet, Astoria remained somewhat uneasy. Sensing her apprehension, Ethan comforted her, rest assured. I am here with you. With that, he took her hand and led her back toward the castle. Initially, they had intended to visit Hagrid's hut, but this unexpected occurrence prompted Ethan to reconsider. It's worth noting that Sirius Black's animagus form is that of a large black dog. Given the circumstances surrounding Black's escape, one could infer much. There are no coincidental cats or dogs in these parts. This is Hogwarts, after all. Surely, the students within the castle would have noticed the presence of such creatures. Thus, if Astoria had not misperceived, that shadow must have been Sirius Black. Ethan had little desire to involve himself in the sordid affairs of their past. After enjoying a semester free from the interference of certain troublesome individuals, he was reluctant to see that peace disrupted. It had been 3 days since the incident involving Buckbeak, and today was Thursday. The students of Slytherin and Gryffindor had already completed half of their double potions lesson. Once again, they found themselves immersed in another session of potion making. Crabbe limped in, his arm wrapped in bandages. Although it was evident that his injury was on his hand, the reason behind his pronounced limp remained a perplexing enigma. Well, I retract my previous statement, Draco remarked while observing the limping Crabbe, reflecting on how he had indeed learned a lesson from the recent incident. I concurred, nodding in agreement with Ethan's assessment. However, I wondered how long he would maintain this charade. Pansy tugged on Draco's arm, leaning against him. Who knows? Draco shrugged, suggesting that perhaps once Crabbe had his fill of amusement, he would recover. But returning to the matter at hand, Ethan questioned how they planned to address the situation. What else can we do? The Committee for the Regulation of Dangerous Creatures is here to execute Buckbeak. Draco reclined, casting a sidelong glance at the adjacent Weasley, whose face had turned a shade resembling that of a liver. Aren't you going to do something? Ethan inquired. This fellow was adamant about saving Buckbeak. Surely he hasn't forgotten the creature's affection for him in just a few days? Coughing slightly at Ethan's remark, Draco responded, How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Of course not. Then that settles it. He continued, I have already spoken to my father, but alas. Draco sighed, elaborating. My father insists that such dangerous creatures should not remain at the school, thus Buckbeak must be sent away. I see. That's reasonable, Ethan acknowledged, agreeing that Lucius had a point. After all, no one could guarantee that the creature wouldn't become violent during mating season, even if it didn't harm anyone. Trampling on flowers and plants would be unacceptable. Indeed, it's unfortunate that we can no longer ride him, Draco lamented. Suddenly, at that moment, Professor Snape entered the room. Sit down, and be quiet, he commanded as he made his way to the front, lazily taking a seat. Today, they were to brew a new potion. The shrinking solution. Crabbe's cauldron happened to be positioned near Ron, and due to his injury, he struggled to accurately chop the roots of the daisies. Eventually, Snape could no longer tolerate the sight and glanced at the two students beside Crabbe. One was Ron, and the other a Slytherin. Unquestionably Ron, who had often been overlooked in class, was surprisingly called upon this time. Without hesitation, Snape instructed Ron, Weasley, go assist Crabbe with the roots. What? Ron exclaimed, unable to contain himself, rising to protest loudly. Yes, perfectly fine. Facing Ron's outburst, Crabbe remained unfazed. After all, Ron lacked the physicality to intimidate him. And being the injured party, Crabbe found it hard to believe that Ron would dare to act against him in front of the professor. With this thought in mind, Crabbe resolved to abandon his pretense, slumping in his chair with an expression of utter despair. Professor Snape's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Crabbe, then turned to Ron and remarked, Is that so? I beg to differ. Upon hearing this, Ron's chest began to swell, as if on the verge of an explosion. Yet he ultimately restrained his fury. Instead, he sought solace within, telling himself to endure. With this thought, Ron seized Crabbe's root beside him and unleashed all his pent-up anger upon it, slicing it in uneven lengths and varying thicknesses, making it as unsightly as possible. Observing the disarray of his ingredients, Professor Snape fixed a cold glare upon the instigator, Weasley. If you are truly dissatisfied with my decision, you may express your grievances. But that does not justify your wastefulness. Thus, he commanded, now, exchange your root with Crabbe's. However, Ron, under the weight of Snape's authority, ultimately pushed the painstakingly prepared root he had spent a quarter of an hour crafting towards Crabbe. What do you call this? This is called sincerity. Professor Snape felt a sense of satisfaction, yet when he turned to look at Harry, his good mood evaporated. Potter, and you as well. Chapter 122. This is love. Potter, I believe Crabbe requires your assistance. The expression on Snape's face and the surname that escaped his lips incited a desire to strike him. He directed his most disdainful countenance towards Harry, echoing Dumbledore's sentiment. This is love. Very well, Professor. Harry offered no rebuttal, adhering to the principle of sincerity. After 2.5 years of school, he learned that the best approach when confronted by Professor Snape was to remain silent. If one dared to challenge him, he would invariably unearth flaws in their words to criticize them. Harry considered that although Crabbe was a Slytherin and had once been Malfoy's lackey, he was no longer so. And unlike Malfoy, he lacked a sharp tongue. Therefore, assisting him was not out of the question. Humph. Snape let out a cold grunt, clearly dissatisfied with Harry Potter's demeanor. Feeling as though he was striking a pillow. Crash. Several positions away from the eye of the storm, Neville had yet again found himself in trouble. He had mistakenly used the wrong ingredients in class, resulting in his face turning a vivid shade of pink, trembling all over, had it not been for Snape's imposing presence. He might have been on the verge of tears. It seemed this was Neville's perennial fate. Potions class was his nemesis. Only those with a keen eye could thrive in this subject, as one needed to accurately measure the dosage among the irregularly shaped ingredients, maintaining precision and decisiveness. For someone as careless and forgetful as Neville, it was sheer torment. He consistently botched things, which was not surprising. Malfoy found himself at a loss for words regarding this Gryffindor, as it appeared that all peculiar individuals gravitated towards that house. Malfoy refrained from speaking. Ron chastised Malfoy. seemingly stepping up for Neville. However, Malfoy was disinterested and turned back to his potion. Can I assist that professor? Hermione timidly inquired. I did not summon you to flaunt your abilities. Focus on your own tasks. Professor Snape replied coldly. Errors must be borne by oneself. Do not continually expect others to rectify them. You cannot assist him indefinitely, Miss Granger. Upon hearing this, Hermione cast a pleading glance at Ethan. Ethan shrugged, indicating his inability to help, as Professor Snape was indeed correct. Only through personal mistakes can one learn to improve. Hey, Ethan, have you heard? Malfoy leaned in and whispered. What? Ethan turned back, unsure of what Malfoy was referring to. Malfoy retrieved a clipping from his drawer, offering it to Ethan. The Daily Prophet, he stated. Realizing what Malfoy was referencing, Ethan understood it concerned Sirius Black. Have you read this newspaper? No. Ethan shook his head. I'm just guessing, and evidently, I guessed correctly. How could you not? This season's papers are all about Sirius Black. Hey, indeed, what do you think? Interested? Ethan regarded Malfoy with curiosity, tentatively asking, Are you scheming something? Not exactly. Malfoy instinctively ran his fingers through his hair. I just find this matter rather intriguing. He lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sirius Black, the fugitive said to have killed 13 people, is still at large. Today, he was spotted by muggles, rumored to be in the vicinity. Feeling a surge of excitement, Malfoy addressed Harry, who was a few seats away. Hey, Potter, would you dare to go after Black Solo? If I could, I would, Harry replied, not denying it. As it was merely boastful banter everyone indulged in. Enough. Silence. Professor Snape barked, turning to see a sea of lowered heads. Each student bowed their heads, fearful of being caught. For the remainder of the class, silence reigned, save for Ethan, whom Professor Snape almost wished would speak more. He would have liked to pull him up as a teaching assistant while he leisurely observed Professor Walker conducting the lesson. After an intense and nerve-wracking potion class, it concluded. Oh, I am utterly fed up with him, Ron exclaimed, fatigued as he hurried out of the potion classroom. Ha, Ethan, look at his disheveled state. It's hilarious. Malfoy chuckled lightly. Oh, perhaps, Ethan replied dismissively, his gaze fixated on the stairway. What are you looking at? Malfoy inquired. As he spoke, he followed Ethan's line of sight. Aside from the students descending the stairs, there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy. Suddenly, at that moment, a familiar figure descended from the staircase. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Hermione, who had just mentioned her intention to return to the dormitory. What a surprise, in broad daylight. Malfoy took the opportunity to shield Ethan, as she had just headed in that direction. How could she suddenly reappear from the stairs? Who knows? Ethan shrugged lazily. He was actually aware of the reason, but he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. His presence here was merely fueled by a curiosity regarding the peculiar timetable that allowed one to return to hours past. To be precise, it resembled a temporal duplication, where multiple versions of oneself could occupy the same location without awareness of each other. Throughout history, the adage of time being revered and space being sovereign has prevailed. The intricacies of time remain an enigma even to this day. However, today he had a tangible experience of what time truly meant. Contemplating this, a sense of surrealism began to blossom within Ethan's mind. Just as he was about to depart, Hermione called out to him from behind. Ethan, wait a moment. As she approached swiftly, she grasped his arm, which extinguished his desire to flee. Observing Malfoy's retreating figure, Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. He smiled at Hermione and inquired, What is it? Hermione? Oh, could you assist me? Hermione said as she placed several books into Ethan's hands. Why are you carrying so many books? Ethan lifted the weighty tomes, noting that this was merely half of her load. I have numerous classes to attend, Hermione replied, exasperation evident in her tone. Why put yourself through this? Ethan shook his head, strongly disapproving of her actions, yet he refrained from voicing further objections, as it was her choice after all. Let us hurry, I'm starving. I hope the food is better today, Hermione's stomach grumbled in discontent. All right, I'm heading to the Great Hall anyway. After lunch, they found themselves back in the long-awaited afternoon break. Astoria visited Ethan's room, and the two of them indulged in a brief slumber. Time slipped away, and eventually, Astoria stirred, while Ethan remained lost in dreams. Gazing at him quietly, a wave of warmth surged within her. It was at this moment that the alarm clock again rudely disrupted Ethan's slumber. After a brief tidying up, they prepared to head to their respective classes. Due to the fact that they were not in the same year, attending classes together was not an option. Consequently, Astoria had often lamented her age to him. Even though they were enrolled in the same school, their inability to share classes left them both feeling somewhat frustrated. After parting ways with Astoria, Ethan made his way alone to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. In the classroom, a few individuals had already arrived early, but Lupin was still absent. Following their customary routine, the students extracted their books, paper, and pens, as if they were attending a theoretical class rather than a practical one. In stark contrast, Ethan had brought nothing with him to this lesson. As the clock ticked down to the start of class, the others began to trickle in, including Lupin, who appeared in his usual disheveled state. Were it not for the knowledge of his perpetual unemployment, Ethan might have assumed he harbored some peculiar eccentricity, much like our headmaster, who also possessed his own unique quirks. "Good afternoon, students," Lupin said, removing his hat. "I believe that for our practical class in defense against the dark arts, textbooks are largely unnecessary. They serve little purpose in my view, so kindly stow them back in your bags. Today, all we require are our wands." Upon hearing this, the students complied, many expressing astonishment at his approach, engaging in lively discussions. Their surprise mirrored that of when Professor Binns had absurdly instructed them to raise their wands. This reaction was understandable, as Voldemort's outrageous curse had rendered the study of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts nearly impossible. Furthermore, the school exhibited a lax attitude towards this subject, making it difficult for students to achieve high grades. Grades aside, the principal concern remained the students' practical abilities, which were woefully inadequate. Even among a few naturally gifted individuals who self-studied spells, the lack of practical experience was glaring. Thus, it was no wonder that Hogwarts had been referred to as a mere secondary school in a previous life. As the class began to stow their bags, Lupin scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Ethan. The reason was simple. While everyone else was busy packing away their belongings, Ethan sat leisurely, making it nearly impossible not to notice him. Lupin approached Ethan and inquired with curiosity, "Walker, aren't you going to put anything away? I intend to clear these desks shortly." "Oh, thank you, Professor. I didn't bring any books or a bag with me," Ethan replied with a smile. "Oh." Lupin raised his eyebrows, perplexed. "Might I ask why? It could be quite troublesome if we were to have a theoretical lesson today without your books." Lupin was not angry. He had always been tolerant of unconventional students. "Perhaps you know, Professor, that I did not attend Defense Against the Dark Arts class last year." Lupin nodded. Professor McGonagall had mentioned this to him a few days prior. Thus, in my view, if a professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts merely reads from a textbook, attending his class would be a waste of my time. I will petition the headmaster for an exemption following the first lesson. Lupin raised an eyebrow, responding, "However, I may not be the kind of professor you describe. One who merely recites from books. I assure you, I will impart genuine knowledge." This was addressed to everyone. After speaking, he turned to Ethan and remarked, "As you can see, I am not one to do that. However, books are still necessary, albeit not at this moment. If I were to ask you to produce a book now, what would you do?" Hearing this, Ethan shook his head. "There is no need." "Why so?" "Because I would only bring my mind and my wand here." "Very well, you win." Lupin shook his head and returned to the podium. "Now, please follow my rhythm." Once everyone was prepared, as Lupin was about to commence the lesson, a mischievous poltergeist suddenly sprang from the wall. "Lupin, you clumsy fool," it exclaimed repeatedly, its taunts reflecting a rather juvenile nature. Ethan, observing the poltergeist hovering in midair, quipped, "If this were the Eastern continent, he might well provoke someone to the point of spitting blood." Lupin gazed at the familiar apparition with a slight smile. "I have a little incantation for this," he said. "Wadawasi." He raised his wand to shoulder height and pointed it at the poltergeist. In an instant, a piece of chewing gum from the broomstick's hole shot straight into the poltergeist's nostrils. "Ouch!" The poltergeist screeched. "You dare to use magic on me, Lupin." It shot upwards, furious, glaring at Lupin. Lupin turned to his students and declared, "This is an effective spell for dealing with troublemakers. Next, I will demonstrate some practical techniques for confronting dark magical creatures." His words ignited a surge of enthusiasm among the class, who displayed profound respect for their disheveled professor. Lupin was exceedingly pleased with this shift in their attitude. It was precisely what he had hoped for. Lupin entered the staff room and retrieved an old wardrobe. Just as another figure emerged from inside, it was Professor Snape. "What on earth is he doing here?" Ron muttered to Harry beside him. "How should I know?" Harry mumbled, burying his face in his chest, unable to meet Snape's gaze. "For your safety, Dumbledore specifically requested that I keep an eye on things to prevent any mishaps," Snape intoned, surveying the crowd. After all, no professor would bring such items to the first lesson. With a sardonic glance at Lupin, he mirrored the ridicule they had once faced. No need for your concern, Professor Snape. I believe it would be best for you to remain seated." Lupin replied with a faint smile. Ethan observed the tense exchange between the two, sensing that Lupin was becoming somewhat overconfident. It seemed he was unaware of who would supply him with the Wolfsbane potion in the future. Were it not for his position as a professor, he likely wouldn't see even one vial a month, let alone one a year, considering that it was this esteemed master of potions who brewed it. "Humph," Snape scoffed, choosing not to engage further. "Now, let us begin the lesson." Chapter 124, Lupin and the Boggart. As Lupin approached the wardrobe, the creatures within seemed to sense his presence, thrashing about wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The onlookers instinctively took a step back, as if the wardrobe were about to collapse at any moment. "Fear not, my dear students." Lupin gently reassured those who appeared frightened, waving his hands soothingly. Among the students, save for a few particularly brave souls, The rest were engulfed in trepidation. With no alternative, Lupin continued, they thrive in darkness and can often be found lurking in shadowy corners, such as wardrobes or beneath beds. They are creatures of the dark, and they are the very beings we shall confront in today's lesson. At that moment, a student from the audience posed a question. Professor, is it dangerous? We do not wish to jeopardize our safety for the sake of others. This inquiry came from a Slytherin girl, her question reflecting the shrewdness typical of her house. As rational Slytherins often prioritize their own interests over emotions. Of course, there are exceptions, such as our dear Draco Malfoy, who embodies the classic sharp tongue, soft heart. Oh, that is an excellent question, Lupin replied with a smile, moving towards the wardrobe. I believe the answer lies within. There is nothing more practical than hands-on experience. He refrained from directly addressing the Slytherin student's concern, instead opting for an air of mystery to entice curiosity and engagement. Oof, what a charade, Professor Snape muttered under his breath. Lupin merely chuckled, choosing not to engage in a dispute with Snape. He understood that this was his inaugural lesson, and its success could determine whether he would thrive or falter. After all, it had been many years since he had held a proper job, and financial constraints had become synonymous with his name. Few were inclined to hire a werewolf, as they were perceived as ticking time bombs in the eyes of the ordinary populace. I have already spoken with the headmaster and other faculty members, hoping to provide you with some practical opportunities, as this is crucial for your future examinations, he stated, striking a chord with many students. Indeed, they had forthcoming tests. The ordinary wizarding levels, OWLs, included a subject on magical defense, a daunting challenge for many Hogwarts students that they could not easily avoid. Now, let us begin our inquiry. Ask yourselves, what do you fear the most? Come forth, one at a time. Who will be the first? As he finished speaking, several students took a step back. Only Ethan and Malfoy remained unmoved, their demeanor devoid of fear. Ethan's bravery was well known, but Malfoy, given his experiences from the previous term, had already overshadowed many. In his eyes, anything approved for entry by Dumbledore and the staff could hardly pose a genuine threat. At worst, it could not lead to death. With such reasoning, what did he truly have to fear? After all, he had previously battled against formidable foes like the Basilisk and Voldemort. This diminutive boggart before him was nothing to fear. Lupin, noticing the two emerging figures, smiled and inquired, well, it seems it is just the two of you. Who shall go first? Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Malfoy hesitated, casting a sideways glance at Ethan, who simply smiled and shook his head. It was merely a boggart after all. If you wish to proceed, then do so. Such audacity. The epitome of arrogance. This was the zenith of pretense, uttering the most boastful words in the most mundane tone. One might accuse him of being insincere, yet he possessed the credentials to back it up. Conversely, if one claimed he was not pretending, what he said was indeed the truth. Upon hearing this, Malfoy shared a knowing smile with Pansy, then approached the cabinet, turning to Lupin and asking, what must I do now? Excellent. I see in you a semblance of the courage often spoken of, Lupin replied, as he retrieved a key from his pocket, which seemed incapable of holding anything. Step aside and watch me demonstrate. Malfoy nodded in agreement and returned to Ethan's side. It can transform into the very embodiment of our deepest fears. At that moment, you must draw your wand and cast your spell. As he spoke, he unlocked the cabinet. With a decisive click, the old wardrobe doors creaked open, seemingly without a breeze. The boggart represents the fears that dwell within you. Confront it, and make it humorous. That is the key to overcoming it. Just then, a shadow emerged from the cabinet. The silhouette gradually illuminated, revealing a full moon, which appeared exceedingly beautiful. Ridiculous, Lupin called out loudly. Instantly, the boggart transformed into something he found amusing and under his control. It retreated back into the cabinet. Did you all see that clearly? Yes, we did. Lupin nodded in satisfaction and continued, very well, now repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Excellent. Now one by one, Malfoy said, as Lupin approached him and nudged him towards the wardrobe. With a clatter, the boggart began to thrash violently against the cabinet, and Malfoy opened the doors with a spell. Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric echoed from within. In the next moment, a colossal basilisk slowly slithered out of the wardrobe. My goodness, is that the same basilisk from last year? Oh, I can assure you it is not the largest. The one from the Chamber of Secrets was far more massive. As Malfoy listened to the murmurs around him, his eyelids fluttered, and he stepped forward, pointing his wand at the boggart, exclaiming, ridiculous. Just as he completed the incantation, a beam of white light burst forth from his wand, striking the boggart. Consequently, the basilisk transformed, donning a hat and a clown mask, its entire body tied into a bow. Ha! Remarkable. He succeeded on his first attempt, and it did not appear overly difficult. However, one should not speak too confidently, listening to the astonished murmurs from those around him. Malfoy recognized his triumph and secretly reveled in his success, though he chose not to display it outwardly. Over the years, he had experienced much. With someone like Wong by his side, imparting wisdom through both word and deed, he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions when receiving praise. Well done, Mr. Malfoy. That is the standard procedure. Time was of the essence, and with only half an hour remaining until the class concluded, it was essential for everyone to have an opportunity to try, so they needed to proceed swiftly. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Ethan, their curiosity piqued by the fact that this seemingly invincible peer had something to fear. Ethan leisurely approached, opened the wardrobe, and in the next moment, an unexpected sight emerged before them. Chapter 125, the time-limited task begins. Roar. What a colossal bird. This was the thunderbird that Walker had dealt with during the holidays. My goodness. Ethan, taken aback by the astonishment surrounding him, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The appearance of the thunderbird led others to believe that he was afraid of the creature. With a furrowed brow, Ethan snapped, Abomination, reveal your true form at once. No sooner had he spoken than his wand began to wave. A beam of magical light, the size of an arm, struck the thunderbird. Subsequently, the once roaring thunderbird began to shrink, and in a flash of white light, it transformed into a chirping little bird. Wow, what an impressive transformation spell, exclaimed Lupin in amazement. Professor Snape, upon hearing this, smirked slightly, casting a derisive glance at Lupin, seemingly mocking his ignorance. Yet, he quickly shifted his focus, questioning Ethan, but I am curious. Why did you not use the spell I taught you? Faced with Lupin's inquiry, Ethan chose not to respond, dismissing the relevance of the question entirely, as he simply did not care for the man. Despite his current role as a mentor with a seemingly kind demeanor, he was not necessarily a good person. Some claimed he was part of Dumbledore's camp, a member of the Order of the Phoenix. How could that not make him a good person? In Ethan's eyes, within the two great factions, if Dumbledore represented justice, not all members of the Order of the Phoenix embodied that ideal. Beyond personal emotions, some were driven more by self-interest. The emergence of Voldemort had threatened their interests, forcing them to seek alternative alliances. Take Ethan, for instance. His blood feud had, in an intangible way, positioned him within Dumbledore's camp, yet he had never publicly declared any allegiance. The enmity between these two factions bore no distinction from the wars among nations in the Muggle world. On the other side, seeing Ethan lost in silence, Lupin was about to say something when a streak of magical light whizzed past him. The little bird began to swell, ultimately bursting with a resounding pop, scattering a cascade of colorful ribbons in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Lupin immediately understood the unspoken humorous spell. With this skill at hand, Lupin chose not to elaborate further, primarily because others had reached this point. He had nothing else to say, lest he end up in an embarrassing situation himself. Very well, let us move on to the next student. Lupin smiled as he surveyed the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Neville. Neville, my dear fellow, may I inquire what you fear most in this world? Upon hearing this, Neville's shoulders trembled uncontrollably, resembling a human massage machine, while the glimmer in his eyes darted sideways. Lupin's inquiry had undoubtedly placed him on the gallows of embarrassment. Do not hesitate to speak your mind, Neville. As Lupin spoke, a slight smile graced his lips, as if he had recalled something delightful. Yes, do speak up, Professor Snape. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Neville, believing his voice to be faint, did not realize that in this classroom, where everyone was attentively listening, even the softest utterance would be heard. Professor Snape's expression darkened ominously, as if ink were dripping from his face, glaring menacingly at Lupin while contemplating what ingredients to add to the Wolfsbane potion. Oh, ha ha ha, very well. Professor Snape, Lupin mused, stroking his chin before continuing. Neville, you live with your grandmother, do you not? Yes, yes. Oh, he he he. After a series of prompts from Lupin, the figure clad in emerald robes, Professor Snape, finally emerged. Humph, a tiresome trick, he huffed, sweeping his dark cloak and exiting the classroom without a backward glance. Just then, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Oh, what a pity. We didn't get to let everyone try. We shall continue in the next lesson. All right, class dismissed. Once most of the students had departed, Lupin closed the cabinet door and turned around to see Ethan standing alone. Walker, you haven't left yet. Do you have any questions? Lupin inquired with a smile, though his hands remained busy levitating the cabinet with his wand, preparing to return it to the back room. Certainly not. Ethan replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. I don't believe you can teach me anything of value. Oh, Lupin paused, a look of displeasure crossing his face as he turned back. Before he could speak, Ethan continued, just like back in the day, you remain as despicable as ever, deriving amusement from the suffering of others, which I find repugnant. With that, Ethan strode out of the classroom without granting Lupin any opportunity for rebuttal. You. Lupin's chest heaved in agitation. Slytherin truly harbors nothing but ill-natured individuals, humph. In sharp contrast to Lupin's fury, Ethan, just outside the classroom door, looked at the few people in front of him with an expression of disbelief, remarking, I see you are truly devoid of anything better to do. Hermione and her companions glanced around anxiously, their awkwardness palpable. Ethan, you chastised the professor. Impressive, Draco Malfoy remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by any embarrassment. He had long harbored disdain for Lupin, particularly for the affront to their head of house in front of a gathering of Slytherins. After class, all the Slytherins voiced their indignation for Professor Snape, yet none dared to challenge Lupin's authority. For after this lesson, they all recognized that their defense against the dark arts instructor was no fool. There's nothing remarkable about it. It was merely a matter of fact, Ethan replied, shaking his head as he departed with Malfoy, leaving Hermione and the others in a state of bewilderment. Why are we lingering here to eavesdrop? Harry inquired, casting a questioning glance at his companions. Not sure, Ron replied, glancing at Hermione beside him. Upon returning to the common room, Malfoy hurried off to pursue his romantic interest with Pansy, leaving Ethan to return to his dormitory alone. As he stepped into the room, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected alive. Issuing a time-limited task. Click to expand all. Time-limited tasks. Ethan flopped onto his bed, eager to investigate the assignment. With a focused thought, he conjured a hand in the virtual space and clicked to expand all. Time-limited tasks are as follows. 1. Master Apparition within 3 days. Reward, upgraded version of Apparition. Enderman Shadow. 2. Master Fire Goddess Path within 7 days. Reward, Brother S version of Fire Goddess Path, Thor S Path. Ethan immediately sat up, intrigued. System. Elaborate on these 2 skills. Ding. No information available until tasks are completed to prevent host from experiencing undue exuberance. Chapter 126, Physical Shadow. Learning Apparition and Fire Goddess Path was not inherently difficult, yet the time frame seemed exceedingly brief. Ethan rubbed his temples, staring at the ceiling in contemplation. The tasks were issued simultaneously, stating 7 days for Fire Goddess Path, but in reality, he had only 3 or 4 days at best. With a sigh of exasperation, he muttered, seriously, did this system's mathematics come from a gym teacher? Ethan possessed a veritable treasure trove of magical resources, enabling him to practice independently. However, the current circumstances did not permit such freedom. Not to mention, practicing apparition at school was impractical, and as for Fire Goddess Path, there was no suitable location for such training. The room of requirement was out of the question. One misstep could lead to disaster. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ethan. Of course, there was Old B. Seeking his guidance would not only alleviate a myriad of complications, but also facilitate learning within the stipulated time frame. Moreover, having a mentor was far superior to solitary study. Resolved, Ethan swiftly leaped from his bed, adjusted his attire, and made his way to Dumbledore's office. Meanwhile, on the other side, Albus. I believe I no longer need to brew the Wolfsbane potion for that werewolf. Why not, Severus? In my opinion, he has no need for the potion. He could simply be let out during the full moon. That is not a prudent course of action. My hand is injured, rendering me unable to practice. I could ask Madame Pomfrey to assist you. Bang. Professor Snape stormed out, his face a portrait of reluctance. At the threshold, he encountered a familiar face, Ethan, who had come to seek Dumbledore's guidance on practicing magic. Ethan greeted him with a smile. Hello, Professor Snape. Humph. Snape gave no reply, merely snorted and swept away, his cloak billowing behind him. Has the old bat had a bad day? Ethan pondered, shaking his head in confusion. He guessed that Snape had perhaps been stung by a bee earlier in the day and was now sulking. Traversing the corridor, he arrived at Dumbledore's office and expressed his desire to practice 2 spells. Oh, haha, Dumbledore chuckled heartily before continuing. Ethan, I can understand your wish to practice apparition, considering you have many adversaries. However, for the fire-making spell, I hope you can provide me with a compelling reason. Ethan understood this was coming. One must possess a certain finesse to extract honey from the old bee. Clearing his throat, Ethan prepared to persuade. You see, Professor, my current situation is perilous, and defensive magic offers me little solace. After uttering this, Ethan noticed Dumbledore remained unmoved, and inwardly cursed. Old bee. And there's also, Ethan said, his eyes darting before adopting a grave expression, a prophecy. A prophecy? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's posture straightened slightly, and Ethan noted every subtle movement. Indeed, the elderly often cling to superstitions, especially now that the dynamics of offense and defense have shifted. Yes, a prophecy, Ethan said with a wry smile. I hadn't intended to disclose it to anyone, but he cast a glance at Dumbledore, meticulously crafting every detail in his mind. With his brain racing, an absurd prophecy was born. Dumbledore regarded Ethan earnestly, as if urging him to elaborate. Ethan nodded and recounted the prophecy he had just conjured in his mind. In the upcoming academic year, someone will encounter danger, and he shall depart from Hogwarts. His hoarse voice echoed in Dumbledore's ears, seemingly revealing a harsh truth. The headmaster's gaze deepened, fixated on Ethan, as if attempting to discern the veracity of the prophecy from his expression. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore spoke slowly. I understand. I concur with your circumstances. Come see me tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Ethan furrowed his brow, realizing he did not have the luxury of time to waste. "Professor, time is of the essence, and I believe it is best to commence immediately." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore harbored no skepticism, merely attributing Ethan's urgency to the stirrings of prophecy. After all, with little else occupying his day, he nodded in acquiescence to Ethan's request. Thus, for the next few days, Ethan rose early and returned late. Aside from attending classes, he spent nearly all his time practicing magic in the desolate expanses surrounding the castle. Dumbledore repeatedly guided him through the experience of apparition. And at last, after 2 days, Ethan mastered this art. The spell is neither overly complex nor entirely simple. Its difficulty lies in the perilous nature of initial attempts. As many a sorcerer has met their demise during their first use, often becoming dismembered and scattered across the world, akin to leaves that cannot find their way home. However, once one successfully navigates that inaugural trial, the spell becomes significantly easier, and the risk of fatality diminishes greatly, unless one acts recklessly, in which case danger looms. With the fire goddess blessing, Ethan gripped his wand tightly, his gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore stepped back a few paces and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, I am but a weary old man. Please allow me a day of rest. Professor, time is scarce. Why not teach me everything at once? And I shall practice on my own." Ethan replied earnestly. Possessing a treasure trove of magical knowledge, he was well versed in the intricacies of the fire goddess blessing. Unlike apparition, he merely required a suitable location for practice. However, this particular spell was unique to Dumbledore, and without his instruction, Ethan would find it challenging to decipher the incantation on his own. Thus, it was necessary to impose upon Dumbledore for a little while longer. Dumbledore instinctively opened his mouth to decline, but upon meeting Ethan's sparkling eyes, he relented. Very well. 3 days swiftly elapsed. On that open field, sounds of explosions frequently echoed, until one day, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task. Rewards are now being distributed. Rewards are being dispatched. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Enderman's apparition spell in the MC version. Instantaneous casting, no cooldown, no mana consumption, inherently yours. Would you like to integrate it?" "Of course, integrate it. What was the point of undertaking this task otherwise?" Ethan exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped him, and flickers of ethereal light materialized in his mind, transporting him to a familiar realm. Chapter 127. Silent dialogue. After a prolonged period, when Ethan finally regained consciousness, the sky was cloaked in darkness, with only the castle beside him illuminating the night with candlelight. He rose, stretching his stiff limbs. "Huh, my body," Ethan exclaimed, gazing at his hands, where the ethereal light still lingered. With a firm grip, Ethan could feel the latent strength within the muscles concealed beneath his robe. Intriguing. He raised his gaze towards a tree ahead, hastening his steps before delivering a punch to it. A resounding crack echoed through the night as the formerly vertical trunk now bore a gaping hole, the imprint of his fist starkly visible against the darkness. Quite impressive. Ethan regarded his unscathed knuckles, a wave of existential doubt washing over him. System, what is the meaning of this? Ding, the host has fused with the Enderman's phantasmal form, resulting in a significant enhancement of physical attributes. This is a normal occurrence. Please do not be alarmed. Sometimes, one can truly be left speechless. Very well. Can I still utilize my shadow teleportation? Ding, affirmative. What is the extent of its range? Ding, approximately the distance from north to south within England. Having acquired the information he sought, Ethan ceased his inquiries. Ding, Thunder God's Path incantation is being released. Before Ethan could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful surge of memory engulfed him. Oh, this time, he did not faint. He merely stumbled back a few steps. After several breaths, Ethan regained his composure. He refrained from attempting the Thunder God's Path immediately, considering the potential commotion, especially at night. System, open the panel. Name, Ethan Walker. Pet Misty. Magic Power, Advanced Wizard, Magic Apprentice, Junior Wizard, Intermediate Wizard, Advanced Wizard, Grand Wizard, Master of Magic, Legendary Wizard. Physique, Enderman Phantasmal Form. Talent, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Ultimate. Dark Magic, Ultimate, Azkaban Reserve. Spells, Ultimate. Transfiguration, Advanced. Potions, Advanced. Alchemy, Ultimate. Spells, Novice, Entry, Proficient, Perfect. Note, achieving proficiency allows for silent casting. Mind Closure, Perfect. Transfiguration, Proficient. Phantasmal Form Spell, Perfect. Patronus Charm, Perfect. Shadowless Strike Spell, Perfect. Fiery Curse, Perfect. Life-Claiming Curse, Perfect. Stupefying Spell, Perfect. Petrification Spell, Perfect. Disarmament Spell, Perfect. Shadow Teleportation, Entry. Fire God's Path, Entry. Thunder God's Path, Perfect. Commonly used spells. System Space, Infinite Space, no living beings allowed. Thunderstruck Wooden Wand, Galleons, Elixir of Immortality, Inferior Magic Stone. Phoenix Bow, Magic Rune Stone, Venomous Dragon Dagger, Medusa's IX2, Serpent Skeleton, Ordinary Serpent Scales, Serpent Gallbladder, Gryffindor Sword, Thunderbird Tail Feather. Gazing at the splendid array of the system panel, Ethan felt a surge of satisfaction within. With the Enderman's phantasmal form at his disposal, the shadow teleportation seemed less critical. However, in Ethan's view, while he could manage without it, he could never truly be without it. It was time to return. Ethan brushed off the dust clinging to his robe, and, casting a glance back at the imposing castle behind him, felt a shift in his thoughts. The system remarked, "Hogwarts has its restrictions. Can an Enderman's teleportation directly enter the castle? Ding. Host, your perspective is limited. Broaden your horizons, if you will." The Enderman's teleportation is unimpeded by any constraints. Ethan inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to confront the system. With a mere thought, he vanished in a swift motion, leaving only a few glimmers of light suspended in the air. When he reappeared, he found himself in his dormitory. How remarkably convenient, Ethan mused, changing his attire before heading toward the Great Hall. "Draco, do you know where Ethan has gone?" Astoria inquired of Malfoy. In recent days, she had not spotted Ethan during their breaks, which left her somewhat anxious. "I can't say. He has been coming and going at odd hours lately, seemingly preoccupied with something," Malfoy replied. "Oh, well," Astoria sighed, taking a seat in disappointment. Just then, Malfoy suddenly remarked, "Look, here he comes." Upon hearing this, Astoria turned towards the entrance of the Great Hall, where Ethan was making his way along the Slytherin table to sit beside her. "What is going on with everyone?" Ethan inquired, puzzled by the collective attention directed at him. "Ahem, don't ask me. I have no idea," Malfoy tactfully excused himself from the conversation. Ethan watched as Malfoy distanced himself before turning back to Astoria. "Ethan, where have you been these past few days? I was quite worried about you," she expressed with genuine concern. Ethan smiled reassuringly. "I've been busy practicing spells. My apologies for causing you worry." "It's all right, as long as you are safe," Astoria replied softly. Ethan nodded in agreement, knowing well that the path of the strong is often solitary, and he could only strive to shield Astoria from such matters. After calming Astoria's worries, Ethan lifted his gaze and exchanged a knowing glance with Dumbledore from across the table. "Why have you returned so late tonight?" Dumbledore queried. "I was practicing spells," Ethan replied. "Have you mastered them?" Dumbledore probed further. "Of course," Ethan affirmed. "In that case, it would be prudent to avoid that location for now. The outside world has become increasingly perilous." "Are you referring to Sirius Black?" Ethan asked. Dumbledore merely shrugged in response, continuing to savor the dishes before him. Thus, the elder and younger engaged in a silent, yet profound dialogue. Meanwhile, this exchange did not escape the watchful eyes of Harry and his companions, who were consumed by suspicion. "Hey, Ron, what do you think Dumbledore and Ethan are discussing?" Harry whispered. "How would I know? They aren't exactly speaking aloud," Ron replied, having just swallowed a large chicken leg. Hermione, sensing the tension, jested, "Harry, you're not actually suspecting Dumbledore, are you?" No, Harry quickly dismissed, his gaze fixated on the professor's table. At this moment, Dumbledore aptly raised his cup, gesturing towards Harry. Harry promptly lowered his head, too timid to meet his gaze. However, the ever-unfiltered Ron, oblivious to the tension, wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulder and inquired with confusion, "Why the silence? Why are you looking down?" "Shoo, above us," Harry replied. "What is above us? Are you suggesting that Professor Dumbledore is watching us?" No sooner had Ron spoken than he instinctively glanced at the staff table. Without exception, the rest followed Harry's lead, bowing their heads in silence. "Quite peculiar," Hermione remarked, offering a few sarcastic comments. Before finishing her meal and departing the Great Hall on her own, she had little time to indulge in their game of suspicion, as she had countless books awaiting her attention. The first semester passed quietly, seemingly uneventful, with students attending classes as usual. Unlike previous years, the once derided defense against the dark arts class had now emerged as the most sought-after course. Lupin's innovative methods not only imparted knowledge but also infused the lessons with an element of enjoyment. The students ceased their mockery of Lupin. His humor overshadowed the tattered robes he wore. However, not all students shared this sentiment, as the Slytherins remained unwelcoming, harboring resentment due to Lupin's antics with the Boggart during the first class. Interestingly, just a few days prior in the second defense against the dark arts lesson, Harry successfully summoned the most terrifying entity he could imagine, a Dementor. Consequently, the Dementor earned the amusing moniker of the Patronus Bane within the school. In contrast to defense against the dark arts, Ethan found his true passion in divination. Professor Trelawney did not let her previous fainting spell deter her from engaging with Ethan, frequently approaching him for guidance. She held a profound curiosity regarding the secrets he possessed. However, to Professor Trelawney's disappointment, Ethan had yet to provide any prophecies capable of rendering her unconscious throughout the week. Hermione, on the other hand, was less enthusiastic about the subject, often preoccupied with other assignments or poring over the divination textbook during class. despite Professor Trelawney's repeated encouragement for Hermione to abandon the course, asserting that even tattered textbooks would yield no results. These blunt words significantly undermined Hermione's confidence. The exchanges between the two forthright individuals became a source of amusement in the divination class. And why do I say a source of amusement? That's where our very own Harry Potter enters the scene. Each lesson, he would sneak into a corner by the back door, fearful of being singled out by Professor Trelawney, leaving him anxious throughout the entirety of the class. Then came Hagrid's magical creatures class. Following the previous incident, Hagrid had lost all confidence, and the lessons gradually grew tedious. As October began, the Quidditch matches were fast approaching, and each house team diligently practiced new strategies. This served as a form of entertainment for the students amidst the monotonous lessons, for this was Hogwarts, renowned as the pinnacle of magical education. It was the final opportunity for us seventh-year students to seize the Quidditch Cup. Wood stood among his teammates, proclaiming loudly, "I can hardly remember the last time I laid my hands on the Quidditch trophy, so this time we must secure it." Yet, despite his words, a sense of despair loomed within him. After all these years, victory had eluded them, and with the Slytherin team now bolstered, hope seemed even more elusive. He understood this. But how could his teammates not? They all feigned ignorance, choosing silence instead. In stark contrast, the Slytherin team harbored no such doubts, believing this was a match they could not lose. Thus, each house team intensified their training, hoping for a triumphant start in the opening match. By early October, Hogwarts had grown cold, the weather increasingly damp, characteristically chilly and wet. The magnificent silver trophy served as the driving force for all players. As October drew to a close, Ethan had just returned to the common room when Malfoy pulled him to the notice board. "What is happening?" Ethan inquired. "Oh, the first Hogsmeade weekend is approaching. Right before Halloween, just a few days away," Malfoy exclaimed. "You seem quite excited," Ethan remarked, pulling him aside. "Haven't we been before?" "It's different this time," Malfoy insisted. "How so?" "This time we can go openly, and we're allowed to bring partners." Understanding dawned on Ethan, who chuckled in resignation. "I see what has got you so thrilled." Clearing his throat, Malfoy straightened up and replied, "It's all right, just average." As the two conversed, a commotion erupted outside the entrance. Ethan could faintly discern several familiar voices. "What is going on?" Malfoy inquired. "Let us go see." Outside the Slytherin common room, a peculiar scene unfolded. A few Gryffindor students, familiar faces indeed, were in pursuit of a cat, which was chasing a mouse. "Ron, don't hurt it," Hermione cried out. Students from the Slytherin common room emerged to witness the spectacle, alongside some passers-by from other houses. Observing the scene, the remaining Gryffindor students covered their faces and departed. "Catch that cat, grab it," Ron shouted as he ran, his eyes firmly fixed on Crookshank's tail, determined to capture it. Creature, the house elf, remained indifferent, his large porcelain-like eyes fixated solely on the mouse. Despite Ron's vociferous calls for assistance, no one dared to intervene. To the onlookers, it was a natural occurrence for a cat to catch a mouse. Anyone who might attempt to intervene could provoke the cat's ire, leading to potential harm, and thus, no one was willing to risk it. As Creature sauntered through the crowd, all parted respectfully, creating a wide path for him. With his agile form, Ron made several futile attempts to seize him, ultimately erupting in fury and directing his ire at Hermione. "Look, look! Banshee is on the brink of death, reduced to mere skin and bones, thanks to your cat." Ethan, amidst the crowd, couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity. Peter had no idea what it meant to be gaunt, but it was not Creature's fault. All cats possess the instinct to hunt mice. This particular creature, however, exhibited peculiar behavior, choosing only to pursue Banshee. As the two continued their quarrel, Harry had sprinted over from the front, one hand clutching a cat, the other a mouse, exuding an air of authority. "Enough. Stop arguing," he declared as he approached them, causing Creature and Banshee to instinctively leap back into their arms. Just as they were about to speak, Harry interjected, "Let us move quickly. We are drawing a crowd." His words silenced Ron and Hermione, who became acutely aware of the peculiar stares surrounding them. Hermione, especially upon spotting Ethan in the crowd, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, clutching Creature. She averted her gaze and hurriedly departed, with the others hastily following suit. The remaining students, having witnessed the spectacle, found it tedious and returned to the common room. "That cat is undeniably peculiar," Malfoy remarked casually. "You are aware, then?" Ethan replied with a grin. "This is no ordinary cat. It is a red Persian with traces of cat-like ancestry." Chapter 129, The Sting of Malfoy's Skill. As the weather gradually turned cooler, many donned winter attire, wrapping themselves in thick scarves. Ethan was no exception. Although his enchanted cloak possessed temperature-regulating properties, his still-developing frame necessitated additional layers to avoid appearing too slender. Around his neck was a scarf knitted by Astoria, adorned in a green and white checkered pattern. This lesson was Transfiguration, the final class before Halloween. As the bell rang to signal the end of the lesson, Professor McGonagall addressed the students, Gryffindor students. Please remember to submit your applications for the trip to Hogsmeade before Halloween. Do not forget. And Slytherin students, you are not in my house. So ensure you hand yours to Professor Snape. That will be all. Class dismissed. Professor. Neville raised his hand at that moment, exclaiming, I've lost my form. Oh, it's quite all right. Your grandmother has already sent it to me, Professor McGonagall remarked, believing this method to be more secure and ensuring it wouldn't genuinely be lost. After all the Slytherin students had departed, Harry hesitated, standing there uncertainly, unwilling to approach. At that moment, Draco and Ethan arrived beside Professor McGonagall, though they had no intention of speaking first, preferring to observe Harry's actions. Go on, ask her, Ron nudged Harry. Indeed, though it may not necessarily work, Hermione added. However, Harry, after a moment's hesitation, found himself drawn to the village entirely inhabited by wizards, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to Professor McGonagall. Speak your mind, Potter, she said without looking up, solely focused on organizing her papers. She did not employ magic, seemingly finding it more entertaining to handle such mundane tasks manually. With his head bowed, Harry stammered, Professor, my aunt and uncle. Oh, they forgot to sign my permission slip. I was wondering if it might be possible for me to go to Hogsmeade. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze, her expression stern. That is out of the question, Potter. We must adhere to the rules. Without a signed form, you cannot go. It is the regulation. At this point, Harry attempted to plead, but you see, my aunt and uncle are muggles. They might not fully understand matters of the magical world. While I acknowledge the rules, if you could just allow me to go. No, I cannot do that, Professor McGonagall replied firmly, her expression unwavering. Regardless of my position as head of a house, I do not show favoritism to any student. According to the rules, without the submission of the form, you cannot attend. I am sorry, Potter, but I cannot set this precedent. Otherwise, many students will come to me with similar requests. At her words, Draco nodded vigorously in agreement, fully endorsing Professor McGonagall's stance. While the feeling of being favored by his own head of house was quite pleasant, he held a deep respect for a professor who did not show bias towards any student. Realizing the situation was beyond redemption, Ron quickly pulled Harry away. As they walked away, he even vented a flurry of unflattering remarks about Professor McGonagall. All of this was overheard by a nearby oneie, reaching Ethan and Draco's ears. At the same time, Ethan sensed Draco's simmering anger, yet he knew this was not the moment for such discussions. Swiftly, he restrained the irate Draco and stepped forward, addressing Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, I have a favor to ask, he said. Upon recognizing Ethan, Professor McGonagall's previously stern demeanor softened slightly. For a student who was not inclined to cause trouble and displayed remarkable academic prowess could certainly brighten one's mood. Ah, Walker, what is it? Speak, she encouraged. Ethan retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket, stating, Professor Snape has requested that you deliver this vial of Wolfsbane potion to Professor Lupin. Along with the potion, there is also a letter. Through the magical veil of the envelope, one could discern a plethora of densely packed letters inscribed upon the parchment. Even with the utmost mental exertion, Ethan could surmise that the majority of these words were of an unpleasant nature, the kind that could induce a profound sense of despair in anyone who dared to read them. Professor McGonagall accepted the potion and the letter, nodding in acknowledgement, assuring Ethan that she would pass them on to Professor Lupin. Ethan offered a polite smile and exchanged greetings before the two departed from the classroom. At that moment, Malfoy approached Ethan, suggesting, let us return and submit that application form to Professor Snape. Indeed, let us proceed, Ethan replied. Meanwhile, the three disheveled individuals made their way to the next classroom. Inside, numerous students were animatedly discussing the forthcoming trip to Hogsmeade. Much like a spring outing in the Muggle world, it lacked the thrilling elements but still held a hint of anticipation. In a corner, Harry sat quietly, enduring the jarring remarks that surrounded him. It will get better. After all, there is a feast on Halloween Eve. Ron attempted to uplift Harry's spirits with some amusing anecdotes. Yes, it sounds splendid, Harry replied with a lackluster tone. Hey, Ethan, what do you think is fun in Hogsmeade? Malfoy interjected loudly as he approached Ron and Harry. I've heard that Honeydukes is quite delightful, and there are many peculiar items to explore. I can hardly contain my eagerness to visit. Malfoy's words pierced Harry's heart deeply, inciting a flicker of anger in Ron, who had just managed to cheer Harry up. How dare you come over and say such things after I just comforted my brother? Ron thought, barely restraining himself from delivering a few well-placed punches to Malfoy. Ethan trailed behind Malfoy, making no effort to intervene, for he understood that Malfoy sought to teach Ron a lesson, specifically, to silence his loquaciousness. Harry remained an unwilling spectator, caught in the crossfire. Malfoy, shut your foul mouth, Ron bellowed, drawing the attention of many nearby. Malfoy smirked disdainfully. Oh dear, what have I done? I was merely discussing the intriguing aspects of Hogsmeade. Are you really going to strike me for that? Ron, filled with a mix of frustration and fury, found himself at a loss for words. What do you mean? If discussing Hogsmeade means you ought to hit someone, Does that imply you would strike the entire class? Malfoy leisurely took a seat at the front desk, deliberately distancing himself to avoid inciting the wrath of the furious lion. As expected, the moment Malfoy finished speaking, Ron was ready to retaliate, only to have his fury extinguished by the fierce glares of students from both houses. Ultimately, it was Professor Sprout who arrived to quell the burgeoning tumult, restoring silence to the classroom. Chapter 130. Fortunate stars shine brightly on the morning of Halloween Eve. Today, there were no classes throughout the day. The biting cold wind carried with it white snow, enveloping the castle in a pristine veil. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the third-year students. For today, they were finally permitted to visit Hogsmeade Village. After a day of revelry there, they would return in the evening to partake in the Halloween feast, a prospect that thrilled many. Indeed, this was the case, yet for Harry, the outing was not entirely fulfilling. Although the Halloween feast was delightful, his heart yearned more for the adventures in Hogsmeade. Observing his friends animatedly discussing their plans, he felt a pang of discomfort. Nevertheless, in order to avoid the ridicule of a certain individual, he endeavored to maintain an air of indifference, as was his usual demeanor. Ethan, perceiving Harry's plight, expressed his sympathy. All he could do was keep a watchful eye on Malfoy, ensuring the latter did not exploit this moment to reopen Harry's wounds. He pondered whether, in the absence of the Marauders map, Harry would find another way to reach Hogsmeade. It was known that Hogwarts was surrounded by protective enchantments. Unless granted permission by a professor, students were not allowed to leave this perimeter unaccompanied. This was why, despite possessing the invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows, Harry could not sneak away undetected. For Ethan, the trajectory of the original narrative served as a form of prophecy in its own right. His presence and actions were intended to validate the truth and accuracy of that prophecy, which would facilitate his future schemes. Meanwhile, Hermione, noticing Harry's despondency, sought to comfort him, saying, "We will bring you back plenty of delicious sweets from Honeydukes." "Indeed, yes," Ron chimed in, instinctively patting his pocket, "a lot of wonderful treats." Perhaps it was due to Harry's situation, or perhaps the excitement of their impending trip to Hogsmeade, that Ron and Hermione refrained from bickering over trivial matters for the time being. However, that peace might not last. "Oh, you all go ahead, don't worry about me. I'm fine, really." Harry forced a smile and said, "Haha, I am quite looking forward to tonight's feast. Enjoy yourselves." As the three said their farewells, so too did Ethan, who pulled Astoria aside to a corner where their position cleverly misaligned with Filch standing in the foyer. "Ethan, why are we here?" Astoria inquired. Being only a second year, she was unable to join them in Hogsmeade, so she could only accompany her fiancé to the entrance. "Shoo." Ethan turned to scan the surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight, and said, "Would you like to go out and have some fun?" "Go out and have fun?" Astoria nodded. "To Hogsmeade? It would be dull to go alone. But what about Draco? Besides, I can't go. It's not the same. That rascal Draco has already run off with Pansy. And who says you can't go?" Ethan smiled mysteriously, and amidst Astoria's astonished gaze, he produced the living map, instructing, "Follow my guidance in this manner, and then in that manner." After finishing his explanation, Ethan observed Astoria's somewhat bewildered expression and inquired again, "Do you understand?" Astoria nodded. "Will this work?" "Rest assured, it is foolproof," Ethan confidently replied, patting his chest with a smile. Upon hearing this, Astoria gazed at the radiant man before her, who appeared strikingly handsome under the sunlight, causing her to momentarily lose her thoughts. "He is indeed my man." Soon after, Astoria watched as Filch sent off the last group of students before departing from the scene. Meanwhile, Harry, who had previously worn an indifferent expression, now trudged back to the Gryffindor Tower with a dejected demeanor. As he approached the entrance to the common room, the fat lady's voice echoed, "Password. Lucky star indeed." "Incorrect password, no indeed." Harry looked up at the fat lady, bewildered, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me?" The fat lady rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "You have no sense of humor. The password is correct." Ignoring her, Harry sulked as he entered, causing the portrait to slowly close behind him. "Oh, how dull," the fat lady complained, observing the now empty staircase. With many students out, the castle felt sparsely populated, leaving her, accustomed to chatter, feeling somewhat weary. "Oh, never mind," she sighed, stretching lazily within her frame. "There aren't many around today. I shall rest for a while." A minute later, "Lucky star. Lucky star. Lucky star." Just as Harry prepared to speak, the fat lady's impatient voice interrupted. All right, lad, I heard you. The password is correct, you may pass." The portrait opened slowly, and Harry hurried out as it closed behind him. "Honestly, must you always wake me just as I wish to sleep? So uncouth, that Potter family." In contrast to Harry's aimless antics, Astoria appeared more purposeful. Following Ethan's instructions, she arrived at the third floor, standing before the statue of the one-eyed witch. Cleverly, she soon discovered the passage behind it. Illuminated by the faint glow of her wand, Astoria ventured downward. On the other side, Ethan, utilizing the invisibility charm, navigated through the throngs of people, quietly arriving at the cellar of Honeydukes. He stood silently to one side, making no sound. After a while, a soft voice emanated from beyond the wall. This was the separation spell Ethan had previously told Astoria about, a charm capable of unlocking the cellar. With a subtle click, the wall gradually opened, revealing the silhouette of the young girl before Ethan. "Come, let me take you to experience something delightful," Ethan whispered, a smile gracing his face. As Astoria caught sight of Ethan, her previously tense expression instantly relaxed. Upon hearing of something amusing, her furrowed brow transformed into a beaming smile. Holding Astoria's hand, Ethan employed a disillusionment charm to guide her away from the Honeyduke-esque candy shop. He intended to first take her on a delightful excursion around the vicinity before returning to indulge in some treats. After all, once satiated, one tends to lose the desire to move, a fact Ethan was well aware of, even if Astoria remained oblivious. Given that Astoria had sneaked out, and with numerous professors present at the moment, they opted to explore the area while maintaining their enchantment to avoid drawing attention. Chapter 131, Sweet Double Play. The streets were bustling with wizards, and the array of goods was dazzling. Both were well off, and whenever they encountered something appealing, Ethan would lift the charm momentarily to purchase the item from the vendor. Although this meant Astoria missed out on many experiences, it was an unavoidable circumstance, after all. She could return next year without any pretense. Ethan retrieved a hairpin from the cabinet, a lovely pink clasp. Astoria lowered her head slightly, prompting Ethan to chuckle as he delicately fastened it in her hair. Astoria tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity as she smiled and asked, "How does it look? Is it pretty?" "Indeed, it is," Ethan replied, gently ruffling her golden locks, his gaze filled with tenderness. At his words, Astoria felt a rush of sweetness. Though her cheeks puffed up in mock annoyance as she playfully poked his solid chest, feigning discontent at his teasing demeanor, Ethan gazed at the charming girl before him, his heart racing unexpectedly, his ears flushing with warmth. Ensuring the coast was clear, he cupped her cheeks in his hands and, despite her slight resistance, leaned in to kiss her. "Not here. There are people," she murmured. At that moment, their disillusionment charm still cloaked them, rendering them unnoticed. Yet, this very secrecy added an exhilarating thrill to their clandestine kiss. After 10 minutes, they gradually parted, a silver strand of hair glistening under the bright sun. Astoria's face turned a deep crimson as she lightly smacked Ethan's shoulder, playfully chiding, "You're so naughty." Ethan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes brimming with affection as he regarded her. Today, Astoria appeared particularly adorable. Astoria, blushing to the tips of her ears, realized she could not best Ethan in a verbal spar, and thus surrendered her resistance, leaning against his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. Ethan smiled gently, and they embraced, savoring this beautiful moment together. Before long, Ethan suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in mild pain, "Ouch. What was that for? We must go. Our exploration is far from over." Astoria quickly extricated herself from his embrace and bounced ahead with enthusiasm. Ethan inhaled sharply, dramatically rubbing his waist. Could it be that women are inherently skilled in this manner? It truly hurts. "Hurry up," a voice urged from ahead. "Oh, I'm coming, Ethan responded hastily, retrieving several copper coins from his pocket and placing them on the counter before swiftly following suit. The two meandered around the vicinity for several hours until noon, with Ethan trailing behind Astoria, bent over and appearing quite miserable. "Slow down," he implored. Hearing this, Astoria paused and turned back, perplexed. "Are you very tired?" Ethan, caught off guard by her question, glanced at his empty hands and hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. He had stored all their purchases in the system space, leaving him with nothing to carry. If pressed to explain his fatigue, he found himself at a loss. This quaint little village had been traversed for hours. Ethan realized that if he continued at this pace, his disobedient feet would eventually abandon him. Observing the pained expression on Ethan's face, Astoria recognized his sincerity and suggested they visit the Duke of Honey to procure something to eat. They quickly agreed and soon arrived at the Duke of Honey's candy shop, where the air was thick with a sweet aroma and shelves overflowed with a kaleidoscope of colorful confections. Astoria excitedly darted between the aisles, her eyes sparkling with delight, while Ethan leisurely trailed behind, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips as he watched her jubilant demeanor. "Ahem, just by a moderate amount, okay? Be careful not to indulge too much. You wouldn't want cavities," Ethan advised. Astoria replied, finally settling on a small bag of candies. Ethan accepted the bag, also selecting 2 sandwiches as their lunch. After leaving the Duke of Honey's candy shop, the two of them jogged to the shade of a large tree. The heavy snow blanketed the roads, leaving only a few scattered footprints to attest to the presence of life. Hiding behind the tree, they waited until the surroundings were clear before dispelling their illusion spells to reveal their true forms. Ethan spread out the picnic cloth, arranging the sandwiches and candies. Astoria gleefully picked up a candy, savoring its sweetness as it melted on her tongue, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Before long, they had thoroughly enjoyed their delightful lunch in the brisk wind. Although it was somewhat chilly, Ethan felt that as long as they were together, the cold was merely a fleeting sensation. After they had eaten their fill, Ethan lay sprawled on the cloth, rubbing his belly. Suddenly, a snowball struck his face, sending a chill coursing through him. A tinkling, bell-like laughter rang out nearby. Instinctively, Ethan rolled away just in time to evade 2 more snowballs. He sprang to his feet, scooping up a handful of snow and forming it into a ball, which he hurled at Astoria. She nimbly dodged, the snowball grazing her shoulder. Giggling, she quickly fashioned several more snowballs and launched a barrage at Ethan, who ducked and weaved, all the while counterattacking. In an instant, snowflakes danced in the air as the two reveled in playful antics amidst the snowy landscape. On a narrow path, situated 50 meters from the grand tree, Hermione gazed at the frolicking duo, momentarily lost in thought. Oh, how terrifying. I never wished to return to that place again. Indeed, it felt as if ghosts truly existed. Surely, there are spirits in this world. Those haunting our castle are evidence enough. Ron and Harry exchanged remarks behind her. As they approached Hermione, Harry called out, "Hey, Hermione. What is the matter?" His voice jolted her back to reality, and she quickly replied, "I'm fine." "Fine?" Ron questioned, stepping closer and following Hermione's gaze toward the tree, which revealed nothing but an expanse of white. "I said I'm fine," Hermione exclaimed, before striding purposefully toward the village. "Ron, what is up with her?" Harry inquired. Ron shrugged, "Who knows? She has been zoning out every day lately. Let us hurry and catch up." Harry donned his cloak and hurriedly followed the footprints, while Ron glanced back at the tree. Seeing that no one was there, he quickly joined Harry. Once they had distanced themselves, Ethan and Astoria lifted the concealment charm. "Phew," Astoria said, patting her slightly elevated chest. "Thank goodness you reacted swiftly, otherwise we would have been discovered." "But we weren't discovered, were we?" "Even if we had been, it wouldn't have mattered," Ethan chuckled from behind. "How could it not matter? The Weasley fellow isn't on good terms with you. I doubt he would keep our secret." "Indeed," Ethan remarked thoughtfully, observing the trio as they walked away. "And there's still one more who has broken the rules." Chapter 132. Here he comes. As evening fell, everyone returned to the castle, their faces still alight with the thrill of the day, gathered in groups to discuss the amusing events. I can assure you, this is the most entertaining occurrence in this school, bar none." "Oh, come on, Contareed. I believe you've been enchanted by that witch." Meanwhile, Astoria, having just descended from the stairs, exchanged a knowing smile with Ethan, choosing not to partake in the discussions. As they approached one another, Ethan skillfully took Astoria's small hand. "Let us head back to freshen up before joining the feast in the Great Hall." "All right." Soon, the banquet commenced. Ethan and Astoria made their way to the foyer, from where they could access the Great Hall. As they walked, they beheld the myriad of pumpkin lanterns adorning the hall's exterior. A swarm of fluttering bats circled above, their tails trailing blue ribbons that emitted bursts of flame. They lazily drifted beneath the ceiling, resembling resplendent water serpents soaring through the sky. "The food today is remarkably delightful," Astoria remarked. "Oh, even though I'm stuffed with candy, I still wish to eat more. Ron, you glutton, give me back that drumstick." Hermione paid no heed to the commotion around her, her gaze fixed upon Ethan and his companion as they entered and took their seats at the Slytherin table. "Hermione, what's the matter?" Harry inquired, glancing in the direction of her stare. "Ethan? Oh, it's nothing," she replied, lowering her head to sip her juice, her thoughts adrift in uncertainty. "I wager you know something, don't you?" Ron declared confidently, waving a chicken leg bone dismissively. Harry tugged at Ron's sleeve, whispering, "Hey, Ron, don't say that." "It's fine, Harry," Hermione said, shaking her head nonchalantly. "I merely spotted Astoria at Hogwarts today." "Astoria? The one from the Greengrass family?" Harry and Ron exchanged glances. "Isn't she only in her second year?" Ron remarked, sounding rather foolish. Hermione looked at them as if they were simpletons. If Harry could sneak out, why would it be strange for Ethan to do the same? True enough, but why didn't we see it? Ron asked, puzzled. "If I had seen it, I would have reported it to the professors immediately. After all, doesn't he get praised by them all day?" As Ron spoke, he envisioned himself reporting Ethan, imagining Professor McGonagall awarding him points and reprimanding Ethan in front of him. "Ugh," Hermione grimaced, shifting away in disdain. Ron's voice broke through his daydream. "I too sneaked out, and Ethan probably saw me as well." Hearing this, Ron's enthusiasm waned, and he mumbled, "What a shame." The trio fell into silence until Harry's suspicions began to surface. He recounted the potion Professor Snape had given to Lupin earlier that day. "Did he drink it?" "He did." And without hesitation, Ron responded. "That's odd," Harry whispered conspiratorially to Ron. "I suspect Snape intends to poison Professor Lupin." "Ah," Ron exclaimed, startling those around them. "Shoo." Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth, offering awkward smiles to the onlookers. Meanwhile, Ethan glanced over at the trio, who were acting furtively. Even if he hadn't overheard their conversation, he could surmise its content, likely concerning Lupin and Snape. given Snape's constant vitriol towards them. They genuinely believed the former to be far from virtuous. Some even absurdly speculated that Snape wished to poison Lupin due to the recent Boggart incident, or that he was a Death Eater in disguise, aiming to secure the position of defense against the dark arts professor to teach them dark and malevolent magic. Thus, the so-called curse of one professor per year was born. Though these remarks may sound somewhat absurd, there exists no evidence to indicate their fallibility. Consequently, they may consider this to be true, as it is the customary practice of the trio. How ludicrous! Ethan shook his head and gulped down the juice from his goblet. What is so absurd? Malfoy inquired, turning back. Oh, it's nothing. Ethan's gaze wandered as he mused internally. After all, Professor Snape is my mentor in the realm of potions. It is hardly a commendable situation to be struck down by one's own disarming charm. Perhaps I should lend him a hand when the time comes. The dinner concluded on a pleasant note, with everyone returning to their respective houses, their bellies full. Just when they believed that no unforeseen events would transpire, an unexpected occurrence took place. The entrance to the Gryffindor common room was surrounded by a throng of students, all blocked from entering. Hey, what is going on? Don't you all wish to return to the common room? Percy shouted from behind, let me through. With that, he maneuvered past Harry and his friends, squeezing through the crowd. Oh my goodness, you all haven't forgotten the password, have you? Hey, don't push me. Sorry, I'm the president of the Male Student Council. Percy finally reached the portrait of the fat lady. Let me see what is going on. He gasped upon witnessing the scene before him. The air growing tense and cold as silence enveloped the crowd, everyone anxiously scanning their surroundings, fearing something might leap out unexpectedly. I think we should fetch Dumbledore. Percy, regaining his composure, shouted, quick, go summon Professor Dumbledore. The events that had transpired remained a mystery to many. What on earth happened? A round-faced girl squeezed in beside Ron. Who knows? P.S. always making a fuss, especially since he became the president of the Male Student Council, Ron remarked, showing no concern for his older brother, which was entirely uncharacteristic of the Weasley family. As discussions ensued, Professor Dumbledore arrived, accompanied by Ethan and Professor McGonagall, initially reluctant to come. Ethan had been caught off guard by Dumbledore's swift approach at the conclusion of the dinner, with no opportunity to voice his objections before being brought here. Who did this? Dumbledore called out to the empty air. You're in luck. He.S. coming. Peeves, the poltergeist, perched casually on the ceiling, remarked mischievously. What do you mean? Dumbledore inquired. Peeves offered no reply, but instead made a face at the crowd before vanishing through the wall. Chapter 133, Good and Evil. Professor McGonagall, please notify Filch to seek out the fat lady in every portrait throughout the castle. Very well, McGonagall nodded gravely. Just as she prepared to leave, Ethan, who had remained silent, spoke up. Professor, wait. The surrounding air fell into a hush as Professor McGonagall turned and asked, what is it, Walker? Indeed. She harbored a profound aversion to Professor Dumbledore's decision to bring Ethan here. After all, Ethan was merely a child. Did this not clearly imply his involvement in this matter? Albus, can you truly reconcile your conscience with this? Numerous thoughts flickered through Professor McGonagall's mind, thoughts that Dumbledore was evidently oblivious to. I believe I know where she is. It should be within the landscape painting on the 5th floor. With the remnants of his fleeting memory, Ethan managed to identify the location of the fat lady. Ha. He is not mistaken, chimed Peeves, who emerged from the ceiling, making a face at the assembly. She was in utter disarray and wished to remain unseen. Hidden behind the trees in the painting, weeping pitifully, a truly unfortunate creature. Did she mention who did this? Dumbledore inquired calmly. A scruffy fellow with a terrible temper, Sirius Black. Dumbledore naturally filtered out Peeves' laughter and, with a composed demeanor, addressed Professors McGonagall and Ethan. Let us proceed to investigate. Very well, McGonagall nodded. And then, as if struck by a thought, turned to the trio. You three should come along as well. Moments later, Ethan rolled his eyes at Dumbledore, who regarded him with a face full of regret as he exited this realm of gossip. When Harry and the others learned that it was Sirius Black attempting to break in, they were about to voice their suspicions regarding Professor Snape when Dumbledore abruptly interrupted them. Now that you have the answer, it is paramount that you return and remain composed, rather than casting doubt upon the professor. I assure you, Professor Snape is more trustworthy than anyone else. Perhaps he is a bit stern with you, but that does not justify your suspicions. However, Professor, Harry stammered. Enough. You may return, Dumbledore said, raising his head and addressing Professor McGonagall. Minerva, I appreciate your efforts. Please escort them back and offer some comfort to the students. Of course. I shall do so. Professor McGonagall had become quite adept at such comforting duties over the past 2 or 3 years. Each year at this time, around significant holidays, incidents tended to arise, and she had grown accustomed to it. Even though Harry and the others were reluctant, a few stern glares from Professor McGonagall quickly subdued them. The expansive 5th floor was now illuminated solely by candlelight and occupied by Dumbledore, along with a few portraits. Before long, all the Gryffindor students gathered in the Great Hall. joined by students from the other 3 houses, who appeared utterly bewildered, having been summoned here without any prior knowledge. Dumbledore briefly recounted the recent events. The faculty and I will conduct a thorough search of the castle. As he spoke, Flitwick and Professor McGonagall used magic to close all windows, and all exits from the castle were sealed. For your safety, you may need to spend the night here tonight. The male and female chairs will oversee the arrangements. If there is anything, please communicate through the ghost. Upon hearing this, Bowsai nodded solemnly, exuding the demeanor of a successful individual. As Professor Dumbledore departed, he cleared away all the long tables and conjured up several hundred sleeping bags. The modest auditorium did not feel cramped. Ethan grabbed 3 sleeping bags and placed them in the corner, with Ginny nestled at the innermost, Astoria in the middle, and Ethan on the outside. Ethan, I think you might come over and lend a hand, Dumbledore remarked as he approached Ethan. Ethan had no objections. After giving Astoria a few reminders, he followed Dumbledore. Before leaving, Dumbledore cheekily apologized to Astoria, which made the initially dissatisfied young girl feel a bit embarrassed. After all, the headmaster had offered his apologies. To remain angry would seem rather petty. Once the teaching staff departed, Bowsai stood at the professor's table, gazing down at the gathering below, a smile creeping onto his lips. Quiet down, 10 minutes until lights out. After the lights dimmed, Hermione poked her head out and whispered, "Do you think Black is still in the castle?" "I believe so," Harry said eagerly. After all, Dumbledore is already taking action, isn't he? In my opinion. Ron's sentence was abruptly cut off by Bowsai, who reprimanded, "Silence, silence, Weasley." Turning gently to Harry, he said, "Harry, you should rest now. With the professors here, there's nothing to worry about." Harry nodded, a bit shyly. Faced with the glaring double standards, Ron couldn't help but question whether he was truly a Weasley. It seemed that regardless of what mistakes Harry made, he was always forgiven without any punishment, not even a scolding, except from Professor McGonagall, of course, particularly in their household, whenever both boys misbehaved. It was Ron who faced the reprimand alone. "Oh, when will this ever end?" Ron muttered in dissatisfaction. "Quiet." Bowsai approached and tapped his head. Meanwhile, the professors paired off to investigate the whereabouts of Sirius Black. Ethan was alongside Dumbledore. "Do you know why I called you here? If you don't tell me, how would I know?" Neither looked at the other as they aimlessly walked down the corridor, occasionally glancing around. "Sirius Black, I taught him years ago." "Indeed," Ethan nodded. "It seems that not all dark wizards emerge from Slytherin. Yet, Slytherin has the highest number. This is a fact closely tied to the nature of their house," Dumbledore replied. "They gather together for their own gain and can just as easily part ways for the same reason. The distinction between good and evil cannot be defined by the mere black and white of magic," Ethan asserted. "And even if there are not many dark wizards among Gryffindors, does that mean they are all virtuous?" "What do you mean?" Dumbledore blinked and inquired. "I am aware of certain events from the past. The actions of the Marauders were rather unsightly, and I detest bullying within the school." Dumbledore hesitated, acknowledging an undeniable truth. He too had his shortcomings back then. "Were it not for Professor Snape, I would scarcely concern myself with such trivial matters." In Chapter 134, titled Color is But Emptiness, Ethan and Dumbledore soon encountered Professor Snape in the astronomy tower. "Headmaster?" Snape remarked, casting a surprised glance at Ethan and Dumbledore. "Severus, what news?" Dumbledore inquired with an air of calm. Snape responded brusquely, "I have searched the entire 4th floor. He is not there. Filch has also inspected the main building with no findings." A flicker of disappointment crossed Snape's face, subtly illuminated by the candlelight. "What of Professor Trelawney? And the areas frequented by owls?" "All have been searched. There is nothing," Snape replied impatiently. "Ah, that is rather unfortunate, but I do not believe he would simply leave." Dumbledore expressed his profound concern. "A person like him deserves to be drained by a Dementor," Snape muttered, departing without a backward glance. "Alas, I bear the blame for the past," Dumbledore lamented, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Ethan seized the moment to add, "It seems you cannot control everything." Indeed. Ultimately, Ethan bid farewell to Dumbledore and returned to the Great Hall alone. In the stillness of night, Ethan tiptoed cautiously past each lifeless body, faint whispers of conversation still echoing around him. He lay down beside Astoria, and before he could fully comprehend the moment, a figure suddenly pounced upon him. Without a word, the figure pinned Ethan down, and just as he was about to resist, he felt 2 soft mounds against his chest. Realizing the situation, Ethan embraced the softness and softly murmured, "You're still awake?" The clock had struck past midnight, and in this era, especially within the magical realm, many were accustomed to retiring by 9 o'clock. Those still awake at this hour were almost certainly night owls. In Ethan's view, staying up late could adversely affect one's appearance, especially for a girl, and Astoria rarely indulged in such habits. How could someone as astute as he be unaware? Some matters need not be articulated. They understood each other's sentiments implicitly. "Why did you return so late tonight?" Astoria mumbled, her small hands instinctively tightening their grip around Ethan. With a swift turn, Ethan pulled Astoria into the warmth of the blankets without disturbing anyone else. Astoria paused momentarily, not resisting, her cheeks flushing as she nestled into Ethan's embrace. There are some matters I do not wish for you to be entangled in. Rest assured, I am fine. Within the confines of the school, no one can harm me. Ethan gently patted Astoria's back. Perhaps due to an awkward posture, her nightgown was inadvertently lifted, revealing the smoothness of her skin beneath his touch. Astoria harbored no grievances regarding Ethan's response. She was well aware of her own capabilities. Prior to reaching her full potential, offering unwarranted assistance would prove counterproductive. Indeed, doing nothing at all might yield better results. Humph, rascal, Astoria muttered softly, her words lacking in potency, yet igniting her adversary's desire to engage. Hush, let us sleep, Ethan urged, suppressing his hunger as he closed his eyes and recited a calming incantation. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Before long, he succumbed to slumber amidst the absurdity of his chant. In the depths of night, Astoria gazed at Ethan, who was soundly asleep, a faint smile gracing her delicate features. Leaning closer, she planted a gentle kiss upon his forehead before drifting into a deep sleep herself. The following day, the students awoke to the calls of the little creatures raised at Hagrid's farm. The sun was high in the sky, and time had slipped away. Due to the events of the previous night, the morning classes were cancelled, with the second period commencing at 10 o'clock. After tidying himself, Ethan joined his peers for breakfast. In the days that followed, discussions centered around the enigmatic figure of Sirius Black. Whispers regarding his entrance into the castle became increasingly fantastical. It was undeniable that many suspected a traitor lurked within the school. As for who it might be, the student body was divided. The Slytherins were adamant that Remus Lupin bore the greatest suspicion, given that every defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts had encountered unforeseen mishaps over the years. This year's incident, they argued, was undoubtedly linked to Lupin. Aside from Slytherin, another faction that echoed this sentiment was Ravenclaw, a house renowned for its wisdom. While Slytherin's suspicions might have been tinged with ulterior motives, Ravenclaw's analysis appeared purely rational, pointing to Lupin as the most likely suspect. Conversely, the Gryffindors directed their ire towards Professor Snape. Unsurprisingly, Ron Weasley, the most vocal member of the anti-Snape faction, articulated assertions steeped in truth. He argued that Snape seemed to target Gryffindor students in his lessons, and should Black seek revenge, he would surely assist him. Oh, Sirius Black. Aiming for the life of my good friend Harry, doesn't that suit certain individuals perfectly? He mused, reflecting on Snape's teaching style. Amidst the propagation of such baseless theories, many bewildered Gryffindors, along with a few Hufflepuffs, were led astray. It was laughable, utterly absurd. Indeed, our headmaster has navigated matters in this manner for many years. Yet no incidents have occurred in the past, one student exclaimed. Precisely. You are distorting the truth. Another chimed in. I concur, came the response. In the face of Slytherin's verbal onslaught, the Gryffindor Lions did not choose silence. Although the former's arguments held merit, whether to heed them was another matter entirely. A rebuttal was imperative. Amidst the recent turmoil within the house, the professors seated in the audience refrained from immediate commentary. Rather than yielding to the whims of gossip, they chose to trust their own judgment, maintaining skepticism towards any individual in the absence of concrete evidence. On another front, within Gryffindor, the portrait of the fat lady had been removed, replaced by that of Sir Cadogan and his portly grey pony. The fat lady was resolute in her refusal to return unless Sirius was apprehended. Oh, how maddening it was. Why must we bear the brunt of his insanity? Once a member of Gryffindor himself, my fondness for him had begun to wane. The majority were less than pleased with Sir Cadogan as the guardian. Yet there was little alternative. Other portraits were unwilling to take on the task, thus Cadogan stepped forward. Recently, Harry had been enduring considerable discomfort, frequently subjected to peculiar glances from others. Percy often trailed behind him, his tone reminiscent of commanding a dog. Professor McGonagall occasionally summoned him to her office for discussions, her gaze akin to that of a coroner examining the deceased. This situation would be unsettling for anyone. Chapter 135, The Breaking of Special Rules, Major Points Deducted. Typically, protagonists, often referred to as the children of the world, are accustomed to receiving disdain, ridicule, only to later vindicate themselves before the masses. However, from Ethan's perspective, he currently occupied the role of the protagonist, his brilliance outshining all others. Harry, in contrast, appeared rather unremarkable, yet due to his prior status, he was not spared from the icy stares and mockery, although he had yet to experience the accompanying glory or vindication. This realization brought Ethan a modicum of relief. After all, no one is inherently a masochist, eager to endure the scorn of others. Such characters exist solely within the realm of fiction, like dragon kings or unwelcome sons-in-law. In reality, such individuals would undoubtedly be deemed unwell. Ethan merely chuckled at the recent happenings, opting to remain an observer. The current events were somewhat tedious, as everyone's attention was focused on the Quidditch match scheduled for Saturday. This was the first match of the academic year, pitting Slytherin against Gryffindor. And given the historical rivalry between the two houses, it promised to be a spectacle. Both teams were intensifying their training, unwilling to relent. Regrettably, the weather was not in their favor. It had been deteriorating, and it was evident that rain would likely fall on Saturday. Flint had initially contemplated finding an excuse to forfeit the match, hoping to delay until the weather improved to seize a comeback. However, Ethan dismissed this notion, stating that if they lacked the courage to face their adversaries, perhaps it was best not to compete at all. These words struck deep within the hearts of the listeners. Although Slytherin values self-interest, it seemed unnecessary to resort to petty tactics for a trivial intra-house competition. Consequently, they abandoned their previous plans and began to train earnestly. As the eve of the match approached, a tempest raged more violently than before. The corridors were enveloped in darkness, the flickering candlelight extinguished in an instant by the howling winds. Ethan, unfazed, gulped down a generous mouthful of milk, concentrating on the breakfast laid before him. At that moment, Malfoy approached him. "Ethan, I need to discuss something with you." Just then, other Quidditch team members joined them. "What's the matter?" Ethan inquired, his gaze tinged with curiosity. They surrounded him, and it was evident that this was not a good sign. "Ahem, we need to talk, but it's rather crowded here," Flint said, narrowing his eyes as he glanced around. Hearing this, Ethan raised an eyebrow and instinctively looked toward the Gryffindor table, locking eyes with Harry. Under the bewildered gaze of his friend, he calmly stood up and said, "Let us go." A large group made its way through the corridor to a secluded corner. "What is on your mind?" Ethan asked, cutting straight to the chase without engaging in unnecessary banter. A few upperclassmen exchanged glances, and one finally spoke. "This concerns Malfoy." "Draco?" Ethan's eyes widened as he focused on Malfoy. Malfoy scratched his nose. "I was thinking that, well, if you don't want to be late for class and face punishment, just get to the point," Ethan interjected, waving his hand in exasperation. "All right, I'll be direct," Malfoy said, stepping closer to Ethan. "How about we switch positions for tomorrow's match?" "Switch positions?" Ethan exclaimed incredulously. "Do all of you agree with this?" He instinctively glanced at the others. While he considered himself quite capable, he was not one to disregard the contributions of his teammates. Team sports necessitate respect for one another, and one cannot act as a lone wolf. Several surrounding him nodded in agreement. Flint remarked, "This has been the consensus among us over the past few days." He added, "This is merely a tactical adjustment, nothing underhanded." "Understood," Ethan replied, fixing his gaze on Malfoy. "Give me a reason, otherwise I won't agree to the switch. You know that this match carries too many uncertainties. If it were me, I would find it difficult to catch the golden snitch." "Cough. You understand," Malfoy said, averting his gaze, staring at the ground. Oh, Ethan finally comprehended. "That is fine. Just say the word, and I'll be ready." "Really?" Malfoy and the others looked astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. "Aren't you overly confident?" "Indeed. Do you doubt my abilities?" Ethan replied with a smile. "Of course not." Flint laughed heartily, patting Ethan on the shoulder. "It's precisely because we believe in you that we sought you out as the Seeker." "Absolutely," the others chimed in unison. At that moment, "You should simply step up and handle the goal-scoring matter. I shall bravely face Malfoy," patting my chest with a semblance of confidence. "All right, as long as you're fine with it. It's settled then. Time is of the essence, and we must head to class. Farewell." After the group parted ways, Ethan and Malfoy turned towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. A tedious day commenced with the onset of lessons. "Harry Potter, you are 10 minutes late. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor," Professor Snape uttered ominously. This lesson was not overseen by Lupin. It was Snape in charge. Ethan managed to arrive just in time. But Harry was not so fortunate. He was 10 minutes late, and Ethan could unhesitatingly believe that had Harry been 100 minutes late, Gryffindor would have lost 100 points. Harry had every right to remain silent, and he chose to do so. What was wrong with him? Unwell? Professor Snape inquired impatiently, advancing towards Harry. "Why?" chuckled Snape, as if to say, "That is a question for him alone. He certainly won't perish." His melancholic gaze exhibited a twisted sense of satisfaction, as if to suggest, "He is suffering because of me." Harry was rendered speechless. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape continued, questioning the professor, failing to sit down, disrupting class. "Next time, 50 points will be deducted." Harry had grown accustomed to it, ignoring the fiery glares from his fellow Gryffindors as he calmly took a seat. His mind was now entirely consumed by Quidditch. Thoughts of Sirius Black had long been cast aside. "Professor Lupin had not previously revealed the curriculum to me," Snape casually remarked. Yet he was interrupted before finishing by Hermione. "Boggett, the Red Cap, the Kappa, and the Grindylow." "Be quiet." Professor Snape, clearly irritated by this self-righteous student, retorted. "What you just mentioned should have been learned in your first year. My expectations of you are not particularly high, and the material is largely irrelevant." "But he was the best defense against the dark arts professor we've had," Thomas boldly countered. Yet this did not mask the futility of the lesson, as Snape shot him a dark glare before turning to Ethan. "What say you, Walker?" Chapter 136, Werewolves. Called upon, Ethan stood up, utterly speechless, glancing at Professor Snape, who subtly conveyed an understanding look. Ahem, Professor, Ethan began, waiting for his cue, having contemplated numerous responses in his mind. Walker, what should I teach? Snape inquired flatly, devoid of any emotion, yet this was, in fact, the best emotion he could muster. Without hesitation, Ethan replied, werewolves. And the reason? Ethan's eyelids fluttered. Was he being toyed with? Due to the prevalence of werewolves and their ferocity. From a general perspective, they merely need to bite a human, and under certain conditions, can transform that individual into a werewolf. Such occurrences are difficult to prevent. Their numbers will not dwindle, but rather increase. As for their ferocity, to my knowledge, they become indiscriminate in their madness, attacking anyone in sight, and exhibit remarkable resistance to magic. Their formidable strength renders them nearly insurmountable in close combat, unless one possesses exceptional power. However, many wizards do not possess such might. Am I correct, Professor? Ethan squinted, as if urging those who agreed with him to voice their concurrence. Indeed, you are correct, Professor Snape unusually nodded, acknowledging another's accuracy. Thus, Slytherin gains 10 points. This is undeniably biased, blatantly so, even a fool could discern it. Wouldn't you agree, Neville? Ron nudged Neville beside him. After a moment of silence, Neville slowly replied, I am not a fool. In response to Neville's unexpected retort, Ron waved his hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to engage in further explanation. Let me see. Which page should we turn to? Page 394, Hermione blurted out uncontrollably. Miss Granger, Professor Snape stated flatly, the class is currently under my instruction, not yours. Most students grimaced, reluctantly opening their textbooks. Professor Snape scanned the room and inquired, now, who can tell me how to distinguish a werewolf from a true wolf? The students sat in silence, none daring to speak. Ethan, feeling at ease in Snape's absence of attention towards him, began to doodle, showing no inclination to draw attention to himself. Hermione, as usual, raised her right hand high. Snape, however, ignored her, his gaze passing over her. I believe, Potter. You should know this, Professor Snape said through clenched teeth. Professor, I do not know, Harry replied, shaking his head. His fear of Snape no longer as pronounced as it had been in his first year. Honest Potter, Snape turned sharply, his cloak brushing Harry's face. Ahem, Harry coughed, rubbing his face. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Weasley, why don't you share your thoughts? Ethan, having anticipated this moment, did not retract his foot from under the desk. Professor, I believe there are 3 distinguishing methods. Go on, Snape's formerly sullen expression softened slightly. Appearance, behavior, and habitat. Just then, Professor Snape interrupted Ethan, commanding, you, come up and speak. Up there, the podium. Ahem, werewolves, in their human form, are indistinguishable from humans, as they are originally human. Even after transformation, their physical structure retains certain human characteristics, such as bipedal movement, and their limbs do not fully resemble wolf paws. The hair is relatively sparse and unevenly distributed, with the facial features retaining a hint of humanity amidst a wolf's visage. The eyes often reflect a semblance of human wisdom and emotion, albeit in limited measure. True wolves, on the other hand, run with all 4 limbs on the ground. Their anatomy fully adapted to quadrupedal locomotion. They possess a dense and uniform coat, a more elongated head, a pronounced snout, and eyes that exude ferocity and primal vigor, presenting a streamlined form conducive to running and hunting in the wild. In terms of behavior, werewolves are influenced by the moon, transforming only during the full moon. In their human form, they possess human-like cognition and linguistic abilities. Yet, upon transformation, their primal instincts are heightened, though they retain fragments of human memory and emotion, possibly exhibiting certain human habits such as tool usage. In stark contrast, true wolves are entirely driven by instinct, living in packs with a clear hierarchy and division of labor. They are beasts devoid of human emotions, showing no mercy and fixating solely on their prey. They communicate through howling and adhere to their natural predatory instincts while exhibiting a strong wariness and aggression towards humans. Regarding their habitats, werewolves typically coexist within human society, blending among people. Only during the full moon do they seek secluded and safe places to transform, aiming to avoid causing harm to others. This is precisely why we must remain vigilant of them. Werewolves pose a greater danger compared to wolves for this very reason. It is challenging to discern whether those around you are werewolves. Conversely, wolves primarily inhabit natural environments such as forests, grasslands, and mountains, far removed from human settlements, approaching only when searching for food or when their habitat is compromised. If you refrain from venturing into the wilderness, the risks are minimal. With that said, Ethan paused momentarily before adding, on nights of the full moon, werewolves are most prevalent. If I were you, I would choose to remain indoors. Never attempt to appeal to a transformed werewolf's emotions. If you know him well, the only correct course of action is to subdue him immediately. Thus, This also constitutes a crucial lesson for us. Methods to restrain werewolves. After speaking, Ethan cast a subtle glance at Harry before calmly descending from the podium. All present were taken aback by his words, casting wary glances around them. It was akin to a real-life version of werewolf. With everyone apprehensive of the day a close friend might unexpectedly bite them from behind. Well said, Walker, Professor Snape remarked as he returned to the podium, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Observing this, the students lowered their heads, hastily jotting down Ethan's earlier statements. They were seasoned enough now not to earn another reprimand as they had during their first semester. Slytherin earns 10 points. In the wilderness, should I encounter a werewolf, I would undoubtedly face peril. Conversely, if I were to meet a boggart within the confines of my home, the evening would be far from tedious, for it serves as an intriguing diversion. Professor Snape's acerbic remarks once again shattered the spirits of the trio, confronted with the fearful gazes of his audience. Professor Snape let out a sardonic laugh, yet he made it clear that two conditions must be met for one to be afflicted. Chapter 137, The Heart of the Poltergeist. Firstly, it must occur beneath a full moon, with the werewolf in its transformed state. Secondly, transmission requires contact through saliva and blood. Fulfilling only one of these conditions would not transform the bitten. At most, it might induce certain wolf-like traits, such as a penchant for consuming bloody meat. I dare say, it would be a rather unique experience, he chuckled. Now, take note of all this, as Professor Snape withdrew his wand from his sleeve. A gentle flick toward their bag summoned all the assignments pertaining to Dark Arts Defense class. I shall be reviewing your previous submissions. Moments later, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. However, Professor Snape did not permit them to leave immediately. Your assignments are utterly atrocious, rife with confusion. There are numerous inaccuracies here. And what is this about Kaba? Given the quality of your work, Lupin claimed it was an 8 out of 10? I would argue it barely merits a 3. Of course, there are a few exceptional submissions, such as Walker S., whose answers were entirely correct. Slytherin gains 5 points. At last, Professor Snape returned their assignments, granting them permission to depart. Just as they were about to elate in their freedom, an unwelcome announcement rang out from behind. Due to Lupin's previous leniency towards you, each of you must now compose an essay on the identification and eradication of werewolves. I expect no less than 2 pages of parchment. The deadline is Monday morning. It is high time someone took charge of this class. One must wonder what you have truly learned this half-term. Weasley, you are to remain behind. You require some extra study, which I presume you will enjoy. With this pronouncement, Professor Snape's sentence had concluded, and those not detained hastily grabbed their bags, eager to escape before he could change his mind. Observing this scene, Ethan found himself bemused, unable to comprehend why Professor Snape inspired such trepidation. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be favored. It is rather splendid. Walker, wait, Professor Snape called after him. Ethan turned and inquired, is there something else, Professor? Your potion studies have languished for quite some time, have they not? To be precise, that is indeed the case. Very well. I shall entrust you with his Wolfbane potion from now on. You know whom I refer to, don't you, Walker? All right, hand it over, Ethan replied, accepting the task with alacrity, as he had assisted with it before. As dawn broke the following day, Ethan remained ensconced in the realm of dreams. In his grasp, he held a cup from which a plume of fire ascended. After a series of adventurous escapades, he had finally acquired a trophy. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from the distance, reaching him in the blink of an eye. When he turned around, he found himself utterly alone. At that moment, he stood precariously atop a 10-meter-high pillar, clutching the trophy in his left hand and a wand in his right. Before he could comprehend the situation, that eerie wind swept him off the towering column. A sensation of weightlessness engulfed Ethan entirely. He attempted to struggle, exerting every ounce of strength, yet found himself utterly immobilized. In reality, Papigi observed the furrowed brow of the boy before him. His mischievous spirit ignited. He did nothing but leaned close and gently blew into Ethan's ear. Suddenly, Ethan jolted upright, and before he could gather his wits, a cheeky voice piped up nearby. Hee, scaredy cat, scaredy cat. Papigi. Ethan squinted, fixating intently on the imp floating beside him. What? Want to fight? You wish. Who do you think you are, challenging the great Papigi? Ha! Seeing the imp's smug demeanor, Ethan swiftly seized his wand from beneath the pillow. With a whoosh, a beam of white magical light shot straight at Papigi's forehead. Ouch! Papigi shrieked. The white magic cube passed through his form and struck the wall, while Papigi himself remained unscathed. Haha, is that all you've got? You think you can hit me? Fury ignited within Ethan as he glared at Papigi, but ultimately, he sighed and bowed his head in resignation. Ha ha ha, admit it. Even a renowned prodigy of the wizarding world must bow to me, Papigi. Papigi chuckled triumphantly, turning to leave, but in the next instant, an immense force sent him flying. Ouch! He exclaimed, watching in disbelief as his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. He lifted his gaze to find Ethan seated on the bed. A stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Now, Ethan sat with his legs crossed, a bemused smile gracing his lips. For a fleeting moment, Papigi contemplated the absurdity of banging his head against the wall. Well, if it isn't our esteemed Papigi, why the silence now? Ethan descended from the bed, approaching Papigi and tapping his wand against the imp's head. With eyes wide as saucers and cheeks puffed up, Papigi appeared genuinely taken aback. What now? Will you admit your wrongdoing? Huh. Still unwilling to concede? Oh, my memory fails me. If you acknowledge your mistake, just nod. I am quite magnanimous. A simple wave of my hand, and I shall forgive you. The mischievous spirit, Pepe Gue, displayed a fleeting gaze, and after a contemplative pause of 25 seconds, ultimately nodded. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes, and Ethan, with a flick of his wrist, unraveled the enchantment. Ah, that wretched walker. I shall remember you. And you may await the retribution from the illustrious Pepe Gue. Having uttered his ominous words, he hastily fled through the wall, fearing that Ethan might cast another spell upon him. As Pepe Gue contemplated his revenge against Ethan, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. You ought to devise a plan for my revenge. Once you've concocted it, I shall consult Bloodman Barrow. No need for gratitude. Wishing you a pleasant existence, Pepe Gue. Ethan was uncertain whether his chilling words had any effect, yet he was certain that even if he granted Pepe Gue 100 hearts, the latter would not dare retaliate against him. Do not inquire. Simply ask Bloodman Barrow. Thunder rumbled outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and fierce winds. Such weather was most conducive to slumber. However, Ethan could not afford to linger and sleep any longer. After dressing, he made his way to the hall. Breakfast was of utmost importance, especially since a fierce battle awaited him later in the day. To Ethan, the upcoming Quidditch match was not merely a contest, but a significant challenge, particularly due to the tempestuous weather. His primary objective was to secure victory without succumbing to illness. The hall buzzed with excitement, as all students had risen early in preparation for the Quidditch match scheduled to commence in just a few hours. In the Slytherin common room, all players participating in the match gathered around the fireplace, engaging in pre-match preparations. Listen closely, everyone. This match pertains to the honor of Slytherin. The first game of this term is especially crucial. We must defeat Gryffindor here. Thus, only victory is acceptable. With that, Flint turned his gaze toward Ethan. Walker, you are of utmost importance in this match. Regardless of our performance, the critical factor is that you must capture the golden snitch. Leave it to me, Ethan replied calmly, nodding in assurance. The others regarded him with admiration, recognizing his unwavering confidence, which explained his composure. As they continued discussing their tactics, the atmosphere lightened considerably. However, amidst their fervent conversation, Ethan's gaze became fixed on a notification on the panel before him. Ding. Detection indicates the host is about to participate in a match. A time-limited task has been issued. In stormy weather, the true strategy is to sleep. The host must conclude the match within 15 minutes and capture the golden snitch. Reward. Host's choice of Animagus. Self-selected Animagus? System, do you even speak coherently? Ethan mused to himself, glancing at the group engrossed in discussion. System, isn't an Animagus simply an animal one selects? What difference does this reward make, if it is akin to receiving nothing at all? Are you jesting with me? Ding. Please remain calm, dear host. The options for the Animagus transformation are not restricted solely to animals. Magical creatures are also permissible. Oh, Ethan exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of those around him. Ahem, well then, please continue. Ethan cleared his throat a few times, waved his hand, and once more immersed himself in the system. System, do elaborate. Ethan mused that since he had nothing pressing to attend to, with 2 hours remaining until the competition commenced, he might as well delve into the rewards. Ding. Please take the competition seriously. Otherwise, even if this system presents the rewards before you, you shall not be able to partake in them. Bang. Flint slapped the table with enthusiasm, rising to his feet. Very well, that is settled. Malfoy, you shall face this. Just like this. And then, very well. I shall perish. Malfoy nodded in agreement, his gaze toward Ethan brimming with a fervent desire for victory, nearly overflowing from the screen. In the time that followed, the group exchanged a few casual remarks until Professor Snape approached and stated blandly, "It is time to take the field." In this tempestuous weather, the students' enthusiasm remained undiminished. Quidditch matches are immensely popular within the wizarding community, never lacking an audience. Thus, the entire school, as per usual, emerged to witness the contest. The wind and rain only served to amplify the thrill of the event. The two teams lowered their heads, traversing the lawn, umbrellas flailing wildly in the gusts, some even being swept away. Ethan and his companions struggled to reach the stable, where a refreshing scent enveloped them. By the time Ethan donned his green robes, the others were already prepared. He leisurely picked up his broom, taking his place behind Flint in the second position of the lineup. Initially, Flint had intended to let Ethan take the lead, but Ethan declined. It would be folly to stand at the forefront in such tempestuous conditions. Ding ding ding. All faculty and students were in their places, and a banner was raised. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Quidditch match. Madam Hooch, the commentator, exchanged a glance with Professor McGonagall, and they nodded in mutual understanding. Madam Hooch stepped forward, grasping the megaphone, and called out loudly, "All participants, please enter the field." At her command, players from both Slytherin and Gryffindor mounted their brooms and surged into the stormy arena. Malfoy soared beside Harry, laughing heartily. "Hey, Potter. Just wait to relish your defeat." In the face of Malfoy's taunts, Harry was undeterred, retorting sharply, "Shut your mouth, Malfoy." Confident in his prowess, particularly in Quidditch, Harry transformed from the timid student he had been in class the moment he stepped onto the field. "Well then, let us see what unfolds." Malfoy let out a cold laugh and ceased further conversation, soaring to his designated position. Today, he was the Seeker. "Oh, has that Malfoy fellow taken leave of his senses?" Ron keenly observed the peculiar situation on the field. What was a chaser doing in the Seeker's position? Playing a prank? Indeed, what was going on? A young Gryffindor fan stood up in astonishment, inquiring aloud. "Slytherin, sit down quickly," came a sharp female voice. "You're blocking my brother." "Your brother?" Slytherin queried, perplexed. "Go, Walker." Slytherin remained silent for a moment before responding. "He is from Slytherin." "So what?" In the stands, many shared the same confusion. If Malfoy was not playing Seeker, then who was Slytherin's Seeker? Yet, in the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ethan slowly glided to the side. This was the realm of the Seeker. Oh, Slytherin had made a significant tactical adjustment. Ethan Walker and Draco Malfoy had swapped positions, with Ethan now occupying the Seeker's role. Madam Hooch exclaimed with excitement. It was well known that Ethan Walker had never played as a Seeker before. What could this mean? Would Ethan Walker turn the tide of the match? Or was it merely a strategic ploy by the Slytherin team? Let us await the outcome. Now, I declare the first Quidditch match of the academic year at Hogwarts. Slytherin versus Gryffindor, to commence. With the sound of the whistle, those who had been suspended in midair sprang into action, and chaos erupted on the field. Yet, upon closer inspection, a certain order could be discerned. Gryffindor launched a fierce offensive, their chasers nimbly darting through the rain, attempting to score against Slytherin's goal. The Slytherin defender was a seasoned upperclassman, experienced enough not to yield easily. Meanwhile, the golden snitch concealed itself amidst the rain and fog, denying Ethan and Harry any opportunity to seize it. As the match intensified, with Gryffindor's goal nearly breached, Wood shouted, "Harry, quickly go after the snitch." At this, Harry felt a surge of urgency. He knew that if he could not locate the snitch before Slytherin widened their lead to 150 points, even if he later caught it, Gryffindor would ultimately lose. What to do? What to do? "Snitch, come out," Harry muttered anxiously, darting back and forth, his grip on his broom tightening as the score gap widened. Chapter 139, The Clutch System. Harry was not the only one feeling anxious. Ethan was equally distressed. Ding. 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in the task. Damn, I knew this system was up to no good. Ethan cursed silently, his broom accelerating further. Winning the match in 15 minutes, enlisting him as the Seeker indeed seemed the swiftest approach, yet it could not guarantee a conclusion within the stipulated time. After all, while Ethan was formidable, he understood that he was no deity. Even without the aid of cheats, he could not assure success. For now, he could only strive to do his utmost, wiping the rain from his face with a resigned thought. He was acutely aware that in a standard match, the appearance of the golden snitch was unpredictable, yet even under such circumstances, it would take at least 25 minutes to be discovered, which was the current record for the Quidditch World Cup. He could only place his hopes in his own vision. Ethan Dove, soaring over the crowd and arriving beneath the stands. At that moment, he was thoroughly drenched, the cold seeping into his bones and the surrounding fog thickening. From beneath the stands, he could hardly make out the figures of his teammates as the sky began to darken. Observing this, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and said, "Minerva, light the way." With a click, the floodlights focused on the center of the field, allowing the other students to discern the unfolding match. Beep. 5 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. So soon. Ethan stared at the ethereal display before him, his heart racing, veins bulging in his hands. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh, the golden snitch, look, it's over there." Hearing this, Ethan grasped his broom and soared up to the stands, following the direction indicated by the student. Catching a fleeting glimpse of gold. "Ah, I've searched for my grandson with less difficulty. It was right here all along." Ethan lowered his body to minimize air resistance, and in the next moment, he shot towards the golden snitch like an arrow released from a bow. "Hey, who said that?" Ron shouted angrily, turning around. The speaker was a Gryffindor student who was oblivious to Ethan's presence below the stands, his voice inadvertently reaching Ethan. Now, upon Ron's outburst, he shrank back, fearing he would be blamed if the match were lost. Unable to locate the source, Ron temporarily set it aside and called out to Harry, who was suspended in midair. "Harry, the golden snitch is over there." "Where?" "By Walker. Hurry." With that, Harry turned and pursued. Whoosh. Ethan was closing in on the golden snitch. The fierce wind roared around him, raindrops pelted his skin, and at that moment, Ethan's focus was solely on time and the snitch. Even though the thick fog obscured Ethan's figure, the bewitched golden snitch sensed an object rapidly approaching. The cunning creature immediately flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. Ethan, witnessing this, shot upwards, with Harry closely trailing behind. However, Harry's glasses became his greatest hindrance on the path to victory. The relentless rain blurred his vision, leaving him to follow only the dark figure ahead. Whoosh! In a swift turn, the golden snitch demonstrated what it meant to fly with an all-encompassing 360-degree finesse. Its flight path shifted without hesitation, relying solely on its diminutive spherical form, which served as its greatest ally and the foundation of its dominance on the field. Ethan remained undeterred, for he understood that success could not be achieved in a singular stroke. If it were that simple, he would not have a role to play. It spun. He spun as well, transforming his broom into a steed, his entire being swaying with vigor. Oh, Walker! Behold, Walker has located the golden snitch. Oh! A turn, a burst of speed. Walker's flight trajectory was devoid of any discernible pattern, both graceful and authoritative, almost defying the very laws of Merlin's physics. Harry Potter followed closely behind. Madame Hooch passionately narrated the match, which, due to the inclement weather, proved to be more exhilarating than any previous encounter. Malfoy scored again, bringing the score between Slytherin and Gryffindor to 130-50. As Madame Hooch announced the score, the Slytherin students and fans from other houses erupted into fervent cheers. Walker! Walker! Malfoy! Incredible! Ding! 3 minutes remain until the match concludes. Please be mindful of the time. Humph! Ethan scoffed, casting a glance at Harry, who had just impeded his path. With a surge of speed, he approached Harry, executing a swift flick of his broom, sending the rainwater splattering onto Harry's face. Cough, cough! Harry stumbled, reluctantly using one hand to wipe the rain from his glasses. Crack! Thunder roared, and the tempest raged as the match reached its critical juncture. The golden snitch was cornered, and Ethan gradually closed in on it, provided Harry did not interfere. Meanwhile, after regaining his composure, Harry realized he could no longer see Ethan's figure. His glasses were once again drenched, steam fogging his vision. With no other option, he ascended into the sky to ascertain Ethan's position. Just then, he faintly glimpsed a dark silhouette once more. It was large, it was black. Ethan? Surely it was. Narrowing his eyes, Harry advanced towards the shadowy figure. In the stands, Ron observed his best friend's peculiar maneuver with a look of bewilderment. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look! What is that?" Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings. The wind continued to swirl, and the rain fell mercilessly. All eyes turned towards the dark figure in the sky, and a chill began to creep into their limbs. An icy hailstone picked up a piece of ice from the ground and uttered intermittently, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, over 100 of them. "Harry, come back!" Ron and Hermione shouted from below. In the lofty heights, Harry remained oblivious, watching as Ethan began to decelerate. Seizing the moment, he soared in front of him. If fate were to grant him another chance, he wished never to encounter it again. The dark cloak, the white bandages. The Dementor cloaked in shadow. Ding! 30 seconds remain until the task concludes. Ethan paid no heed, his right hand stretched to its limit, with his middle fingernail barely a fist's distance from the golden snitch. The gap narrowed, and time dwindled. Ding! 10 seconds remain until the task concludes. 8 seconds. 5 seconds. 2 seconds. Curse you, system! Ethan bellowed, launching himself into the air. In this expanse of 100 meters, no surface to land upon. The broom hovered 3 meters away from him. Time froze at that instant. In the next moment, he grasped the golden snitch. A full 15 minutes, a record-breaking achievement. He had done it. Ethan Walker. Chapter 140. Victory belongs to Slytherin. Victory belongs to Slytherin. All the green scarves rose in unison, chanting. However, at that moment, blimey. My good brother, Ron exclaimed, eyes wide as he gazed at Harry in the air. It's a Dementor. Quick, save him. Having just touched down, Ethan heard this and, without a moment's hesitation, grasped his broom and shot upwards. Snacks, I'm coming. Expecto Patronum. Ethan raised his wand high above his head, spinning it as he silently recited the incantation. With a flourish, his wand erupted in a dazzling white light, enveloping the entire Quidditch pitch. What is this? Exclaimed a student, shielding their eyes from the blinding radiance, a flicker of recognition dancing in their mind. The spectators below began to murmur, those unfamiliar with the Patronus charm rising to their feet, only to understand its significance through the explanations of the older students. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who had just raised his hand, slowly lowered it. To him, since Ethan had taken action, the situation should be manageable. After all, he had never regarded Ethan as merely a child. Yet, the individual on the train that day turned out to be him. Dumbledore gazed up at Ethan with a hint of uncertainty. The Patronus charm. Who taught him that? Professor McGonagall inquired, directing her gaze toward Professor Snape. Not I, Snape replied coolly. His gaze then shifted to Dumbledore, who cleared his throat and said, nor am I. With a change in tone, Dumbledore smiled. However, it's quite impressive that Ethan mastered the Patronus charm in his 3rd year. It remains to be seen. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky, pondering whether Ethan had conjured his own Patronus. In his heart, he knew that the incident on the train had been resolved by a magnificent white dragon. However, Dumbledore did not inquire into the specifics of the matter, nor was he informed of the details. Thus, this incident gradually faded from collective memory over time. In retrospect, he found himself somewhat intrigued. Was Ethan's Patronus indeed a dragon? Unlike Dumbledore's meticulous nature, the other professors were less preoccupied. After exchanging glances, they all shook their heads in unison, their meaning clear. They were not particularly optimistic about it. Yet at that moment, a roar reverberated through the hearts of the onlookers. Roar! A dragon! How could this Patronus possibly be? Someone exclaimed, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. It was not uncommon for a Patronus to manifest as a magical creature. Although rare, there were instances of success. Yet this Patronus seemed overwhelmingly powerful, resembling a living being rather than a mere spirit guardian. Ethan gazed at the multitude of little snacks before him, his heartbeat quickening, a glimmer of red flickering in his eyes. How he longed to devour them all. He chuckled wickedly, with a glance downward. He noted the entire sky was shrouded in white, providing a convenient cover. Thunder, just have a couple, Ethan said, forcefully suppressing his murderous intent. No sooner had he spoken than thunder swooped down, swiftly consuming 2 Dementors in one gulp. The process was executed with precision. The Dementors had no chance to flee. What a pity, Ethan lamented, observing the remaining Dementors scattering in disarray. It was not that he was unwilling to devour every last one of them, but rather that Thunder's appetite was limited to 5 or 6. However, it was not prudent to consume that many at present, as the risk of exposure was significant. Moreover, since Dementors were affiliated with the Ministry of Magic, their sudden disappearance would surely raise suspicions. For now, it was wiser to remain discreet. Look, a giant dragon, it's Walker. My goodness, I just remembered, exclaimed a student. TCH, you only just realized? I knew all along. It was Walker who drove off the Dementors from the carriage that day. He is so formidable. I really admire him. Unaware of the students' reactions, Ethan waved his wand, causing thunder to vanish into thin air. At that moment, the sky gradually returned to normal, the temperature rising, frost melting, and sunlight breaking through the clouds. It was over. Oh, Harry, I almost forgot, Ethan said, tapping his forehead as he glanced at the already unconscious Harry, finding it rather amusing. Harry was precariously hanging on his broom, swaying dangerously. A gust of wind could easily send him tumbling down. With this thought, Ethan decided not to linger in the air. Grasping Harry by the collar to prevent his fall, while gently guiding the broom downward, Ethan landed smoothly with Harry, and Professors McGonagall and others hurried over to assess Harry's condition. Oh, what a poor fellow, one remarked. Who can blame him? Dementors seemed to have a penchant for feeding on him. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Professor McGonagall checked Harry's breath, declaring, he has merely fainted. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey rushed over, breathless. Let me see. Oh, I rarely treat those attacked by Dementors. Although he appears unharmed, we should still take him to the infirmary. Dumbledore approached leisurely from behind. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. He understood that while Dementors siphon away happiness, the harm is minimal. It merely induces discomfort along with a risk of mental fragmentation. Soon, Hagrid scooped Harry into his arms, his broad embrace serving as a makeshift stretcher. At least for the foreseeable future. Don't come near me, please don't kill me. Show some mercy, don't hurt her, murmured Harry, curled up in Hagrid's embrace. In the cacophony of the stadium, no one heard his words, not even he himself upon awakening later. As the rain ceased, the previously cancelled victory celebration was set to resume. Slytherin, Slytherin. With emerald vertical pupils and hard scales, it embodied the essence of ambition, where reason reigns supreme. The discordant music melded with the earthy scent of damp soil, as if the recent tempest had never occurred. Walker, Malfoy exclaimed, rushing over to crouch beside Ethan. The other players hoisted Ethan's limbs, lifting him high into the air. Walker, Ethan, in light of your valiant actions, I shall award you an additional 50 points. Dumbledore remarked with a smile. His words acted as a stimulant, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm and elevating it to new heights. Haha, now this is what a headmaster should do. Malfoy said with satisfaction, I've decided not to berate him for 2 days. Hey, Draco, you've really outdone yourself, Pansy said, approaching from a distance and embracing Malfoy. Due to her early development, Pansy now towered over Malfoy by half a head. At first glance, it appeared as if Ethan was gently lowered. A hand patted his shoulder from behind. When he turned, he felt a soft warmth cover his lips. Chapter 141, Malfoy's Embarrassment. After a prolonged kiss, Ethan gazed at the girl in his arms, realizing he had just been forcefully kissed. No way, I must kiss back, he thought, cupping Astoria's face. Just as he intended to respond, Astoria placed her hand over his mouth. Wait, there are people around. With that, she buried her face in his embrace, covering her cheeks. Ethan suddenly raised his head, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him as he noticed the crowd's curious stares, even with his thick skin, akin to a city wall. He found it difficult to withstand the scrutiny. Ethan, you're being so blatant, came the remarks from the onlookers. Indeed, it's quite the spectacle. Look at Malfoy. How discreet he is. They're hiding in the stands to kiss. Ethan smiled awkwardly, gripping Astoria's hand as they made their way back to the castle. As they passed the stands, he couldn't resist delivering a swift kick to Malfoy. Damn it, who was that? Malfoy cursed loudly, lifting his gaze to witness the most mortifying moment of his life, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Ha ha, ha ha. A dead friend does not harm a poor priest, Draco thought, grateful for Ethan's intervention. Without a backward glance, he departed with Astoria. All the merriment revolved around Slytherin, while Harry fainted and the others hastily returned to the castle. What about Wood? He remained on the pitch, looking rather unwell. The Gryffindor players had yet to leave, as Wood had not yet departed, leaving them uncertain about their next steps. They alone knew the toll their efforts against Slytherin had taken. It weighed heavily on their hearts. Especially Wood S. What should they do now? What else could they do? They might as well eat and sleep. It was time to return. As for Wood, he needed solitude. He would eventually find clarity. In the hospital wing, Harry had awakened, with Hermione and Ron by his side. How did the match go? Was Harry's first inquiry. He clutched Ron's shirt tightly, yearning to hear that Gryffindor had emerged victorious, though hope seemed faint and nearly non-existent. We lost, Harry, Ron sighed, shaking his head, sensing that Harry was becoming a bit delirious. Though he too adored Quidditch, he had never reached such a state of despair. Ron's words fell like the final straw upon a camel's back, causing Harry's hands to drop helplessly. What about my Firebolt 2000? Who has seen it? Oh, how fortunate. It's unharmed, Ron chuckled, stepping aside to reveal the Firebolt 2000 lying quietly behind him. Its surface bore cracks that narrated its tumultuous journey. Is this what you call unharmed? Harry gazed despondently at the fallen broomstick. At least it's not ruined, right? A bit of magical tape could fix it, Ron mused, recalling the glory days of mending his wand with magical tape the previous year. Well, that's true, Harry conceded, resigned to the reality before him. Hermione, observing the exchange, pursed her lips. Harry, do you know who saved you? At her words, Harry finally registered the question. Who? It was Ethan. Hermione's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh, his Patronus charm was incredible. Even by 6th year, I might not reach such a level. Even after witnessing it twice, I found it utterly breathtaking. Harry's lips twitched slightly. Really? If it was him, that makes sense. He felt little gratitude towards this savior. He had grown accustomed to being rescued by others. As for Voldemort, his previous fear had dissipated. After all, before he could act, Ethan had already dealt with the threat. This has led him to gradually lose the mindset he once held in the original text, though it is difficult to articulate what that mindset precisely was. Harry now feels content simply frolicking at school with his best friend Ron and engaging in a few games of Quidditch, leaving thoughts of the future for another day. Those close to him have sensed this shift in attitude through various subtleties. Dumbledore, Hermione, and Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore feels a tinge of disappointment, as if the savior he once held in high regard has strayed from his path and lacks ambition. Hermione, on the other hand, is exasperated, her frustration with Ron spilling over. Professor McGonagall, however, is rather pleased, as long as Harry does not frequently cause trouble or indulge in reckless behavior. That, to her, is of utmost importance. Harry, you have changed. Hermione spoke solemnly. Changed? Changed in what way? Harry responded, somewhat bewildered, as he believed he had always been the same. Hermione did not answer his question and chose to leave. Ron, what is wrong with her? Harry inquired. Who knows what her deal is? Always putting on airs for whom? Ron replied with a sour expression. He remained upset about the incident involving the cat and mouse, and the two had not spoken in quite some time. In fact, since the beginning of the term, Hermione had ceased tutoring them on their assignments and no longer reminded them of their work. Naturally, she no longer lent them her homework either. For several months, she had been studying alongside Luna from Ravenclaw, a girl she had grown quite fond of. Luna always had a knack for striking at the heart of the matter, addressing each question with remarkable insight. Hermione was eager for progress. As night fell, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement. At the Slytherin table, everyone clamored to inquire about Ethan's day, although they had all been present. Hearing the story from the protagonist himself felt entirely different. Ethan graciously entertained their questions, patiently chatting while eating. He was like a warm fire in winter, his charisma drawing everyone in, and all wished to befriend him. In Slytherin, Ethan had long since displayed his prowess. It could be said that he had become the uncrowned king of Slytherin. In earlier times, this would have marked him as a minor dark wizard, a recruit for Azkaban. What of it? Dumbledore has not yet perished, and Ethan would not allow him to meet his demise as in the original text. After all, Dumbledore is still youthful and at the height of his powers. If he can accomplish more, he shall, and if he must bear the blame for others, so be it. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere at the Slytherin table, the mood among the Gryffindors was notably somber. Wood's voice echoed hollowly, his eyes devoid of life. Lacking any spark, they were eager to finish their meals and depart from the place. Under the moonlit sky, the Slytherin common room lay in disarray. Having hosted a small gathering that night, complete with an abundance of snacks and beverages, upon Ethan's return to his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the timed task. Rewards are being dispensed. Chapter 142, The Bird That Emits Electricity. Please select from the magical creatures, the griffin, the basilisk, the eight-eyed spider, or the minotaur. No, wait, why is it you who is presenting me with choices? Shouldn't I be allowed to select freely? Ethan was evidently displeased with this outcome. It was not his selection, nor did he take into account the offerings of the system. The first option was utterly useless. The basilisk, a defeated foe. The eight-eyed spider was grotesque and of no utility. As for the minotaur, well, had it been named something more appealing, like the bull-headed horse, he would have chosen it. Pass. Pass. Ding. Please make your selection promptly. System, provide me with different options. What on earth are these? Ding. Please make your selection swiftly. Ethan narrowed his eyes and said languidly, change it for me, or I shall switch systems. Ding you. System, you wouldn't want that. Change. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a magical creature blind box. Would you like to open it? All right, fine, let us proceed. Ethan waved his hand dismissively. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Thunderbird. Would you like to extract it? Can the system do that? No. Please be prudent, host. And do not provoke consequences. Well then, let us extract it and see what it's all about. Ethan mused, finding the magical creature quite appealing, not unattractive, and possessing strength. Reflecting on his past glorious days brought a tinge of nostalgia. Ding, extracting. Soon, a figure appeared in Ethan's mind, identical to the bird he had encountered in the forest. System, what should I do next? Must I still follow the original sequence to become an animagus? Ding indeed. This system merely inscribed the model of the Thunderbird into your mind. The specific operations remain unchanged. Ding, ding, ding. The melodious chime resounded as Ethan exited the system. Glancing at the clock to find it was precisely 12 o'clock. It was getting late, time for sleep. Ethan ceased his ruminations and laid down to rest. Caw, caw, caw. Little Cooin dutifully fulfilled its responsibilities every day, undeterred even by the cold weekends, evoking both love and frustration from Minnie. Each morning, Ethan reluctantly slapped the alarm clock, rising with reluctance. The weather today was delightful. The rain had cleared, leaving a bright sun in its wake. After completing his morning hygiene, he ventured alone to the hall, which was devoid of its previous gloom. Students gathered in small clusters, discussing where to enjoy their day. A quick glance revealed that Harry was nowhere to be seen. Only a disgruntled Hermione was poking at the bread on her plate. What's the matter with her? Ethan inquired of Malfoy. Before this, Malfoy had already arrived at the hall, enthusiastically discussing Harry and the Dementors with others. Oh, you mean the know-it-all? Malfoy said with a smirk. I heard her two weaknesses have caused quite a stir. Really? Ethan replied, slightly astonished. You're not pulling my leg, are you? There's no doubt about it, Malfoy continued, as if a floodgate had been opened. To be honest, those two are utterly oblivious. What do you mean? Ethan inquired, taking a sip of juice with curiosity. Think about it, Ethan. The know-it-all has such outstanding grades, a plethora of spells at her disposal. And last year she concocted advanced potions. Though I hate to admit it, she truly is remarkable. Oh, that's not the Draco I know, Ethan teased. Ahem, Malfoy said, pursing his lips. What do you know? Although she is a muggle, in my eyes, strength is everything. Objectively speaking, it's better for anyone to distance themselves from those two weaknesses sooner rather than later. Ethan nodded in agreement, and after finishing his breakfast, he stood up, intending to leave. Ethan, where are you off to today? Going out for some fun? Malfoy asked from behind. No, Draco, I have matters to discuss with Dumbledore, Ethan replied, waving his hand dismissively as he exited the hall. In recent days, many had come to visit Harry, most of whom were acquaintances. Hagrid brought a bouquet of centipede flowers, which looked absolutely adorable. The other Gryffindor players also paid him a visit, hoping for his swift recovery, though it appeared rather glum. He never blamed Harry, for even without Ethan's golden snitch, they would ultimately face defeat in due time. This match, rather than being a loss to Slytherin, felt more like a loss to Ethan. At least thinking this way made them feel somewhat better. Harry felt somewhat relieved, yet the other half of his emotions was entangled with his broomstick. Concurrently, he grew increasingly fearful of the prophecy, that ominous prophecy. He dared not share with anyone the visions he encountered when faced with the Dementors, fearing ridicule from many, including his close friend Ron. There had been 2.5 incidents, one where he nearly was run over by the night bus, and another involving the Dementors, with the half incident also linked to them, but occurring on the bus. Harry was overwhelmed with disgust and humiliation, questioning why others could face Dementors without issue while he fainted at the mere sight. His mind began to twist, feeling as though the world was filled with malice directed at him. However, a single remark from Madame Pomfrey swiftly cleansed his tumultuous emotions. "Harry, you will be discharged soon." This statement was undoubtedly music to his ears. Once he left the infirmary, he could play Quidditch, investigate the ominous curse, and the suspicious Snape. On the other side, Ethan had arrived at the entrance of Dumbledore's office. Just as he was about to speak the password, the stone statue spoke first. "Wait a moment, young man. The password is honey water." "Very well, the password is correct. You may enter." Ethan glanced at the statue with exasperation before leisurely stepping into the passage, muttering under his breath, "Has this statue taken leave of its senses today? Truly foolish." Upon hearing this, the statue, which had just returned to its position, began to flush crimson, the stone turning a deep red. What an insufferable creature. But in the next moment, a nearby sprinkler seemed to take offense, spraying water at the statue. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Soon, the statue returned to its original color, leaving only a few water stains and mist in its wake. "Ethan, do come in. Do not break it." Dumbledore's voice echoed from the other end of the passage. "I cannot help it, Professor. Who told it to be so clever?" Ethan shrugged nonchalantly as he stepped through the passage. Dumbledore remained as he always was, seated in his chair. Chapter 143, Conversation, Animagus. "What brings you here this time? Is there something you require my assistance with?" Dumbledore inquired directly, without preamble. "He. The headmaster is truly wise," Ethan replied with a grin. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, gesturing for him to continue. "It's not anything too complicated," Ethan said, pulling out a chair and settling into it. "I wish to learn to become an animagus, and I need your help." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his gaze scrutinizing. Learning to become an animagus is no trivial matter. It requires extensive study and immense patience, and it carries certain risks. Ethan straightened in his chair, responding, "I am fully aware of that, which is precisely why I wish to learn." "Why?" Dumbledore's expression darkened. "If it is so perilous, why pursue it? What you taught me recently, the fire-making charm and apparition, is sufficient for now, but it is simply not enough." Ethan shook his head. "I require more means to confront the uncertainties that lie ahead. The danger itself is not what terrifies me. It is the unknown that is truly frightening. With these skills, I may gain greater assurance." After speaking, Ethan reclined in the chair, awaiting Dumbledore's response. He had already expressed his intentions. If the headmaster disagreed, he could always learn in secret, even if it meant a bit more trouble. Were it not for his distaste for complications, he would not be sitting here now. Let me ponder this for a moment." Dumbledore rubbed his brow, seemingly contemplating the pros and cons. After a while, he sat up straight and said, "I can agree to assist you." "Oh, that is splendid." Ethan's face lit up with joy. Just moments ago, he had feared that this matter would come to naught. But now, however, Dumbledore's tone shifted. "It seems I have little with which to aid you." Indeed, Dumbledore was proficient in transfiguration. Yet he himself was not an animagus. It is not that he is incapable, rather, it is unnecessary. If Ethan were to seek his guidance, there would be no alternative. If Ethan were privy to the thoughts swirling in Dumbledore's mind, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Of course, there is, my dear headmaster." Ethan rose and approached him, seizing the brush and parchment from Dumbledore's desk and presenting them. "I require you to inscribe a note, so that I may consult Professor McGonagall. You are aware that without this, given Professor McGonagall's disposition, it would be utterly impossible for a third-year student to study animagus transformation." Goodness, this young lad. It turns out he was not seeking my instruction after all, leaving me to fret unnecessarily. Dumbledore, his eyes rolling playfully, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for a note. I shall accompany you to find Minerva and speak to her directly." Must you trouble yourself with that?" Ethan replied, looking somewhat distressed. You underestimate Minerva," Dumbledore said, stroking his proudly adorned beard. "Even if I were to write you a note, she would not readily acquiesce upon seeing it. Ultimately, you would still need to come to my office, so it is far more efficient for me to speak with her directly." "Oh, you make a valid point." Ethan reflected on Professor McGonagall, realizing that Dumbledore could indeed be quite dependable at times. Had Dumbledore not mentioned this, he would certainly have faced a lecture from Professor McGonagall. The mere thought was daunting. "Very well, without further ado, let us proceed," Dumbledore declared as he rose, hoping she was still in the school. Exiting the office corridor, Dumbledore first wiped the water from the floor, then addressed the statue. "From now on, there is no need for a password when I arrive." He gestured towards Ethan. The statue, previously defiant, exhibited no sign of rebellion in the presence of Dumbledore. Let us be off." After tending to some mundane matters, the two made their way down to Professor McGonagall's office. As it was the weekend, they were uncertain if she had returned home. Dumbledore gently rapped on the door, and a moment later, Professor McGonagall's cool voice resonated from within, "Enter." Upon pushing the door open, She was somewhat taken aback to find Dumbledore and Ethan together. It was indeed rare for Dumbledore to seek her out. More often, he was the one receiving her in his office. "Albus, do you require something? And do you, Walker? What brings you here? Have you found yourself in trouble?" Professor McGonagall scrutinized Ethan with piercing eyes. To her, the presence of both Dumbledore and Ethan indicated that the matter was surely concerning Ethan, whether it was favorable or otherwise. One could only refer to Harry Potter for an answer. With a smile, Dumbledore conveyed their purpose. "It is as follows. Ethan wishes to learn Animagus transformation, and I lack the means to teach him. You would be far more suitable for this task." "Absolutely not," Professor McGonagall interjected, rising immediately to refuse before he could finish his statement. She cast a stern gaze upon Dumbledore, as if she were the rightful headmaster, rendering Dumbledore devoid of any imposing presence. Ethan felt a tightening in his chest. Just as he was about to speak, Dumbledore gestured for him to remain silent. "Minerva, allow me to finish my thoughts. I have faith in Ethan, and he possesses remarkable talent. Mastering Animagus will greatly aid him in confronting future perils," Dumbledore stated earnestly. As for the nature of these dangers, those in the know understood all too well. In their eyes, Ethan was the prophesied savior, the nemesis of Voldemort. Yet even so, Professor McGonagall remained furrowed in brow, her resolve unwavering. "Albus, Animagus is no trivial matter. A third-year student is not suited for such studies at this juncture. It is far too perilous." Ethan interjected hastily. "Professor, I am fully prepared and will exercise utmost caution. With your guidance, I am certain I can master it." Observing Ethan's eagerness, Professor McGonagall's tone softened slightly. "Do you truly comprehend the risks involved?" Once, she did not continue, for they all understood the inherent dangers. Thus, she believed Ethan required time for contemplation rather than the current fervor. The consequences of failure were grave, potentially remaining in a half-beast, half-human form, with diminished magical powers. "I assure you, these concerns do not deter me. I am ready," Ethan declared with unwavering conviction. Professor McGonagall felt a shift in her resolve, swayed by Ethan's determination. Who would not wish for a prodigious student under their tutelage, a third-year Animagus? However, student safety must always take precedence. Just as she contemplated a refusal, Dumbledore, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Minerva, you are rushing. Come with me for a moment," he said, stepping toward the office door and beckoning her to follow. Very well, she acquiesced and followed Dumbledore out, locking Ethan inside the office, ostensibly to allow him time for introspection. Meanwhile, she sought to discern what excuse Dumbledore could possibly offer to justify permitting a third-year student to study Animagus. Bang! The door shut behind them. 25 minutes later, Professor McGonagall returned. Ethan's gaze shifted from her to the door, but Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. "No need to look. Albus has departed," Professor McGonagall remarked, adjusting her glasses as she took a seat at her desk. Professor, regarding my matter, what matter?" Oh, I see. Well then, I agree," she said, exasperation evident in her tone. "Oh, splendid. Professor, when shall we commence? Now, or shall we wait a moment?" Ethan exclaimed, grinning with anticipation. "Patience, Ethan. Animagus is quite complex and will require at least 2 months of preparation. I need to gather some materials for you first." Professor McGonagall spoke as she retrieved a time-worn notebook from the bookshelf behind her. "For the time being, you should examine this." "What is it?" Ethan inquired as he accepted the notebook. In response to Ethan's question, Professor McGonagall sighed. "These are my notes from my school days. It is astonishing how swiftly time has elapsed. Contained within are the intricate procedures for becoming an Animagus. However, that is not the most crucial aspect. There are certain annotated sections that warrant your attention, which may spare you some hardship." Ethan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had not anticipated that Professor McGonagall would present her own school notes. He cautiously opened the notebook, only to be met with a dense scrawl and an array of peculiar symbols that left him somewhat dazed. It was not that these words possessed any enchantment, but rather that his reading fatigue had taken hold of him, an ailment resistant to remedy. Nevertheless, he diligently began to read, particularly scrutinizing the annotated sections. "Let us not delve into that just yet. Allow me to outline the specifics first." Professor McGonagall sat up straight, her demeanor turning serious. "This is a perilous magic. Each step may appear simple, and indeed it is, yet it is fraught with complications. A single misstep necessitates starting anew. To conserve unnecessary time, I will provide you with a brief overview." Ethan was aware of the general process and understood that even the step involving the leaves would pose a considerable challenge. Exercising caution, he suppressed his smile and nodded earnestly. "Very well, Professor, please proceed." In summary, it consists of 8 steps. Professor McGonagall began slowly. "First, you must ensure that you possess an aptitude for both transfiguration and potions. Of course, you have already qualified in this regard." Ethan nodded in agreement. If his abilities were not deemed talented, it would indeed be a travesty. After all, under the system's assessment, his talents in both transfiguration and potions were categorized as advanced. making the prospect of achieving animagus status rather manageable. Professor McGonagall observed Ethan's demeanor and admonished, "Do not be complacent. While you exhibit exceptional talent in transfiguration and have made significant strides in potions, remember this. Do not take pride before achieving complete success. Do not be careless." With that, Professor McGonagall resumed her previous animated demeanor. Second, you must hold a leaf of mandrake in your mouth from full moon to full moon for a month. You are not permitted to swallow or remove it. Should the leaf leave your mouth, you must begin anew. This step rigorously tests your endurance. Any minor error requires a complete restart. Third, prepare the potion ingredients. At the full moon, remove the leaf and immerse it in a crystal vial filled with your saliva, allowing it to absorb the pure moonlight. Add a strand of your hair. A silver teaspoon of dew collected from a location unexposed to sunlight or human contact for 7 days, and the pupa of a ghastly moth. Place the mixture in a tranquil, darkened space until the next tempestuous storm arrives. I shall procure the necessary materials. However, for matters concerning the weather, you must consult Professor Sinistra, an esteemed professor of astronomy, who can assist you with weather observations. Furthermore, during the wait for the storm, at each sunrise and sunset, you must direct the tip of your wand towards your heart and recite the incantations, Amado, Animo, Animado, and Animagus. Following this, you may perceive a second heartbeat. Regardless of its strength, continue with the incantation without fail. When lightning cleaves the sky, hasten to the location where the crystal vial is buried. If the steps have been followed correctly, you will discover a measure of blood-red potion. Should this not occur, it signifies failure. Remember, do not consume the failed potion, as it is perilous. Subsequently, you must proceed to a vast and secure area, point the tip of your wand towards your heart, recite the spell, and drink the potion. If all goes well, you will experience intense pain and 2 heartbeats, with visions of transforming creatures flooding your mind. At this moment, you must display no fear. The initial transformation may be uncomfortable and alarming, as clothing and other items meld with your skin to become fur. Do not resist or panic. Once the transformation is complete, acclimatize to your new form and securely stow your wand. To revert to human form, you must clearly envision your human shape. With practice, you will be able to seamlessly transition between animal and human forms through mere imagination. Professor McGonagall succinctly recounted the entire process. That is essentially the gist of it. Do you have any questions? No, Professor, Ethan replied with a shake of his head. Although he yearned to inquire why an animagus could not be a magical creature, he ultimately swallowed the question. If he were to pose such a query, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly suspect ulterior motives and refuse him assistance. Thus, Ethan contemplated that it would be best to wait until he succeeded to provide an explanation. Speaking of it now would be superfluous. Oh, and there is one more matter. Professor McGonagall remarked. What is it? Will your animagus form be made public? Professor McGonagall inquired. Ethan hesitated for a moment, reflecting before responding. Let us address that later. Very well. Professor McGonagall was unaware of Ethan's thoughts. Moreover, there are many in the magical community who conceal their animagus forms. Even if Ethan wished to keep his hidden, she would not object. After discussing other details, Ethan exited the office. Several hours had elapsed. The castle corridors were increasingly populated, with all occupants heading unerringly toward the Great Hall. Chapter 145. We are different. Monday. If Snape is to teach defense against the dark arts again, I shall take a leave of absence. At this point, they had finished their lunch and were preparing to attend Lupin's defense against the dark arts class. Oh, Ron. Do not be like that, Ginny complained. With that, she quickened her pace to keep up with Hermione. Hermione, wait for me. The bond between the two girls has grown increasingly stronger. Although their relationship was already quite good, it has now blossomed even further. At the end of the corridor, they parted ways, as half of the third-year students were heading to their defense against the dark arts class. Upon arriving at the classroom, many from Gryffindor expressed their curiosity about the teacher for this lesson. Everyone had gathered, yet the instructor's presence was still notably absent. Why not go see who is teaching? Ron suggested to the boy sitting by the door. Clatter, clatter, clatter. It was him, the man. He had arrived. Who is it? Professor Lupin. Once Lupin entered the classroom, the Gryffindors collectively voiced their grievances towards Professor Snape. Oh, that's just how he is. He's merely substituting. So why assign us homework? Exactly. 2 rolls of parchment, my goodness. The Gryffindors grew increasingly animated, while the Slytherins remained notably silent. Though they too wished to avoid writing the 2-page essay, they were reluctant to openly complain about their own head of house. Honestly, Professor Snape assigns homework for our benefit. It's truly a case of being unaware of one's blessings. Draco scoffed at their remarks. Did you complete the assignment? Ethan inquired with a teasing smile. Not exactly, Draco replied awkwardly. Then that settles it. That's not the same, Draco insisted earnestly. Just because I didn't do it doesn't mean I can't dislike Gryffindor. That's very Draco-like, Ethan remarked. Upon hearing this, Draco furrowed his brow. Did you do it, then, Mr. Know-It-All? What nonsense. Don't call me that. I didn't do it. Ethan retorted, rolling his eyes. TCH, Draco shot Ethan a disdainful look. Aren't you just like me? Heh, we are not the same, Ethan countered, shaking his head. How are we different? Ethan pointed towards Lupin, saying, look down there. After listening to everyone, Lupin merely smiled gently. Don't worry. The essay doesn't need to be submitted. I will clarify it with Professor Snape. Oh no, Hermione lamented, gazing at the neatly written, beautifully crafted essay on her desk, her heart filled with disappointment. But I have already completed it. To this, Professor Lupin could only shrug. He certainly couldn't collect it separately for grading. This scene was, of course, clearly observed by Draco. Ethan chuckled. So, you knew all along? Draco's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, come on, it's not like that. Ethan smirked. Well, everything has its clues. You simply failed to deduce it. Lupin and our head of house have never had a good rapport once Lupin returned. He certainly wouldn't want to grade the assignment left by the headmaster. Moreover, if Lupin didn't act this way, how could he appear favorable in front of the students? To be in the company of those who play their cunning games daily. I find myself rather intimidated by Malfoy's exaggerated gesture of crossing his arms and rubbing his hands up and down his arms. Observing this, Ethan promptly employed the yin-yang techniques he had learned from Professor Snape, uttering, it truly is a pity for you, Master Malfoy. The two exchanged banter. And as time slipped away, the lesson went unheard. Remus had certainly noticed their antics, but he chose to remain silent. As long as their voices did not disturb the class too much, he resolved to turn a blind eye. This lesson, we continued with the previous curriculum, focusing on hinkypunks. The subject of the day, which I shall skip over as it was of little interest to me. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Harry, stay behind. Days passed relentlessly. Ethan's strength increased daily, yet this period marked the most arduous time of his life. In pursuit of becoming an animagus, he had to keep a wretched mandrake leaf in his mouth, unable to spit it out or swallow it. With the holiday approaching and the first semester drawing to a close, if Ethan wished to remain inconspicuous, he could only succeed in becoming an animagus during the break. Thus, every moment was precious. He could not afford to wait month after month. The wait from full moon to full moon felt interminable. Finally, the end of November arrived. During this time, the Gryffindor team triumphed over Ravenclaw, a piece of good news for Harry and his friends. A spark of light returned to Harry's eyes. Wildwood grew increasingly strict. Although this victory preserved a sliver of hope, it meant they could not afford to lose another match in the upcoming games. The ordinary days stretched on until mid-December. The weather turned bitterly cold, with relentless winds and rain, which was not favorable for most. Yet, Ethan welcomed it. He yearned for a tempest of thunder and lightning to propel him forward. With only 2 weeks remaining until the end of the term, the castle was adorned with the spirit of Christmas, omnipresent yet elusive. Students buzzed with discussions of holiday plans, each with their own destinations and activities. While the trio of Gryffindor remained at school, one day, in Professor Snape's exclusive potion room, under the watchful gaze of Professors McGonagall and Snape, Ethan finally extracted the leaf he had held in his mouth for a month. As for why Professor Snape was present, it seemed that to assist him in gathering materials. Professor McGonagall had enlisted the help of many other instructors. Many of the required ingredients were common and easily found. Yet the conditions were exceptionally stringent, such as dew and the like. In any case, many professors were now aware of his aspiration to become an animagus. However, this undoubtedly accelerated Ethan's progress, as all the miscellaneous tasks were handled by the professors, allowing him to focus solely on his own endeavors. It is time to proceed to the next step, Professor Snape remarked in a measured tone. Ethan nodded in agreement, retrieving a small crystal vial from his pocket. Filled with silvery white crystals, his saliva. It required a few days to absorb the moonlight. Indeed, in precisely 2 days, the grotesque-faced moth pupa would arrive, the timing impeccably aligned. One can only hope that everything unfolds smoothly, without any unforeseen complications. After a brief discussion among the three, they resolved to place the vial on the windowsill of Professor Snape's office, hoping it would not disappoint them. Chapter 146. Who is thinking of me? In the final week of the semester, students were granted another opportunity to visit Hogsmeade. This time, everyone except Harry was elated. Although Harry could have sneaked out, at this critical juncture, Professor Snape delivered some disheartening news. Potter, since you have nothing pressing to attend to, why not assist me in drying my herbs? This way, perhaps I will not have to endure the sight of your abysmal report card in a few months' time. I trust that as the savior, you wouldn't decline, would you? Ron exaggeratedly mimicked Snape's tone in the Gryffindor common room, attempting to amuse Harry. However, the effect was less than favorable. Each time Harry heard the phrase nothing to do, he couldn't help but mourn the loss of his recreational plans. As one of the 2 remaining students at the school, Ethan was evidently not as disheartened as Harry. He chose to remain on campus, focusing on his animagus training rather than venturing anywhere. A few days prior, the vial filled with moonlight had been concealed by Ethan in a hollow of a tree within the Forbidden Forest after he had added all the necessary materials. The area was protected by spells cast by Ethan, ensuring that not only would he be alerted if anyone stumbled upon it, but this was also the reason he opted out of visiting Hogsmeade. Come on, thunder and lightning, Ethan thought, gazing at the now clear sky with a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, in the first-floor hall, Filch impatiently ushered students in groups towards Hogsmeade. Hurry up, you are the last group, third years, gather around. Filch shouted. Hey, know-it-all, have you seen Ethan? Malfoy called out to Hermione from behind. Hermione halted, casting an annoyed glance at Malfoy. How should I know where he is? What do you need him for? Besides, you and Ethan are in the same house, and you don't even know. Malfoy scoffed. It's nothing. Just didn't he expect he wouldn't go to Hogsmeade this time? Hermione huffed. He probably has his own matters to attend to, unlike some people who only know how to play. With that, she turned and rejoined the group. Malfoy cast a glance at Hermione's retreating figure and muttered under his breath. What's there to be so proud of? At that moment, Filch bellowed, quiet. Hey, Harry, come here. Ron beckoned Harry, who was standing aside. What's up? Harry asked with a lackluster tone. After the crowd dispersed, he too had to report to Professor Snape, which was hardly a cheerful prospect. Ron, with an air of mystery, said, I heard Ethan isn't going to Hogsmeade either. And so? Harry replied, still appearing disinterested. Ron shook Harry's shoulder. Hey, don't you find that suspicious? Who wouldn't want to visit Hogsmeade? Perhaps he is unwell, Ron suggested, though skepticism was evident on his face. No way, he was bouncing around this morning. Thus, Ron sensed that Harry's attention had been somewhat diverted. Prophecy, Harry, prophecy. Before Ron could finish, Filch interrupted him. All right, time to head out. And so, the group clattered out, leaving the once bustling hall now deserted, save for Harry. As Ron departed, he shot Harry a few meaningful glances that left him puzzled. However, once outside the castle doors, Ron thought to himself, I hope Harry can shift his focus. Indeed, what he had just said was deliberate. In his view, Ethan's absence from Hogsmeade was not particularly strange. Perhaps he genuinely had something to attend to. But what of it? His good friend was in a foul mood, and anything that could divert Harry's attention would suffice. After all, Ron knew that Harry could be overly suspicious, often viewing everyone with a wary eye. In times like these, Ethan would have to bear the brunt. Achoo, achoo. Meanwhile, in Professor Snape's office, Ethan sneezed several times as he organized books. Who is thinking of me? Ethan mused, shaking his head in exasperation. Are you all right? Are you sick? Professor Snape inquired from the side. Ethan smiled and replied, nothing of the sort. Well, see to it yourself. If you are unwell, just go rest, Snape said, dismissing Ethan without further ado as he swept out the door. A slight smile crept onto Ethan's lips. That was very much in character for Snape. He turned his attention back to the potion book in his hands, engrossed in its contents. Speaking of potions, just 3 days prior, the house elf, Dick, had sent him a letter. Aside from some necessary matters, it primarily concerned the affairs of the Walker Potion Shop. It is worth noting that even while at school, Ethan would occasionally brew potions to send back to the shop for sale. With Ethan's exceptional skills, every potion crafted by his hands received widespread acclaim, especially the Felix Felicis, which was nearly sold out upon release. The abundance of clientele had left Ethan somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, Lucius has provided a safety net by enlisting a cadre of potion masters. They are responsible for the production of various intermediate and basic potions. While the more advanced elixirs are crafted personally by Ethan, his potions are exorbitantly priced, seldom falling below 100 galleons. This arrangement not only liberates Ethan from the burdens of labor, but also positions his potions in a realm devoid of competition. Those who surpass him are either retired or aging. Among the new and mid-generation, only Professor Snape and a few others possess comparable prowess, while the rest are utterly inept. As for the profits, Ethan remains uncertain, as the calculation of galleon revenues occurs biannually, with the first settlement coinciding with the Christmas holidays. According to Dick's correspondence, it appears that the treasures in his vault have multiplied significantly. Ah, money, Ethan mused as he caressed the tomes, contemplating the vast wealth that seemed almost inconsequential. He felt little attachment to the galleons he possessed, sometimes even pondering if a single potion were worth more than all of them combined. Outside, Professor Snape approached the office with an expression as frigid as ice, striding purposefully. Potter, why are you lingering here? Get inside at once. Blocking the doorway. Do you think yourself so important? After a rather friendly admonishment from Professor Snape, Harry finally reacted. All right, he replied. Once inside, Ethan merely smiled and nodded in greeting, maintaining a silent camaraderie. Now, Potter, these are your tasks, Snape declared, gesturing to a wooden shelf laden with numerous desiccated ingredients. Your responsibility today is to categorize and organize them. I expect you to be well informed when next I inquire. With that, Snape swept away in his billowing black cloak. Heading towards more pressing matters, rumor had it that Honeydukes had unveiled new delights. Gazing at the shelf's contents, Harry felt a swell of anxiety. Could he possibly finish this daunting task? He settled beside Ethan and whispered, he is always targeting me. Don't you agree? Ethan chuckled softly. That's simply his temperament. Don't take it to heart. Are you here as a result of punishment as well? Harry inquired while sorting through the materials, secretly hoping that if Ethan shared his fate, it might ease his own discomfort. Certainly not. Ethan shook his head. I came here voluntarily. Acquiring more knowledge is always beneficial. Harry. Thus, a world formed where only Harry bore the wounds. Ethan had no desire to engage him in grand philosophies. After all, those who knew Harry were well aware of his stubborn nature. Unless he underwent certain experiences, no amount of persuasion would alter his convictions. Their relationship was not particularly close. Yet it was not entirely estranged either, resembling that of ordinary classmates. He felt no obligation to offer counsel. For he was not a caretaker dedicated to the protagonist's every need. He could better spend his time immersed in literature. In this manner, the office gradually fell into silence. Ethan began to read, while Harry busied himself nearby. Sunlight streamed onto Ethan's face, causing his golden hair to shimmer. And his determined visage had shed some of its youthful innocence, resembling a nobleman in a painting, elegant and dignified, yet harboring a decisive nature within. In the same frame, Harry, diligently occupied beside him, appeared akin to a scholar's attendant, with his demeanor thoroughly overshadowed by Ethan's presence. Tick, 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 bang, bang, bang. Had it already reached 6 o'clock? Ethan jolted awake from his book. Indeed, the hours of study slipped away all too swiftly. At that moment, Professor Snape returned, looking rather pleased. Upon raising his gaze, Ethan noticed the remnants of candy crumbs at the corners of Snape's mouth. Such a juxtaposition of a cold countenance, paired with sweets, was quite abstract. Woker, you may leave. Professor Snape waved his hand, addressing Ethan. Very well. Ethan had already contemplated his departure, and without further ado, he turned and exited the room. Once Ethan had left, Harry could hardly contain his curiosity. Professor, what about me? Snape turned to meet Harry's gaze. The words lingered on his lips, but were swallowed back. You may go as well. Harry was taken aback, having not anticipated that Professor Snape would grant him leave. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly gathered his belongings and rushed out of the office, unaware that had he not looked up just then, he might still be famished. In the great hall, an unusual liveliness filled the air. Students, faces radiant like the sun, chattered animatedly about the day's amusing events. It felt akin to a spring outing during their school days, never dull, even if repeated. Hey, Ethan, Malfoy called out to Ethan as he entered. Why are you back so early today? Ethan inquired. Of course. You're still here, aren't you? I brought you something, Malfoy replied, winking at Pansy. The latter promptly produced a cardboard box from behind her. Confections. Newly released sweets. I've brought a bit of everything, along with some amusing items. Though you might not enjoy them all, Malfoy elaborated as he unveiled the contents of the box. Finally, he retrieved a small crystal cube, roughly the size of a thumb, resembling a piece of ice. What is this? Ethan picked up the crystal cube and inquired. A block of ice capable of recording video and audio, whispered to Ethan. I procured this from a quaint tavern where many professors gathered. I exerted considerable effort to obtain it. At that time, it was nestled within a cup, and I acquired it with a single silver sickle. Does the tavern possess many such ice recording devices? Ethan tossed the block into the air, realizing they must have quite an assortment. Many indeed, Malfoy confirmed. It is likely that information brokers have placed them, intending to profit from the secrets contained within. Then why sell it to me? The individual who sold it to you is not an information broker. Perhaps they wish to silence you. Otherwise, how could such a magical artifact be worth only a silver sickle? That makes sense. However, since it is now in my possession, why concern ourselves with it? True enough. Ethan returned the ice cube to Malfoy, recalling Dumbledore's assertion that Hogwarts is the safest place, or so he hoped. Malfoy spat out a mouthful of blood. Soaring 4 feet high, more dramatic than a certain individual fond of wordplay. What nonsense about safety? Malfoy was the first to dissent. The basilisk incident had left him fraught with anxiety, and now, even the sight of snakes irked him. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron discussed their experiences of the day. What? Shoo. Ron glanced around at the onlookers before begrudgingly sitting down. Ahem, you mean Ethan is with Snape? Yes, Harry nodded. He spent the entire day with me. Do you think he and Snape are plotting something, which is why Ethan kept me occupied? Harry's voice dwindled towards the end. Before Ron could respond, Hermione interjected. I think you both have lost your minds, constantly suspecting him. Who told him to be so suspicious? Ron retorted, though he didn't truly believe that himself. For some reason, whenever Hermione mentioned Ethan, he felt unwell. I think you two are the ones with issues. Hermione shot a sidelong glance at the pair. This is school, and there are only students and teachers here. There is no room for suspicion. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore trusts both Ethan and Snape. Despite Snape's unlikable demeanor, it does not preclude him from being a good person. Do you understand? Ron replied. Harry added, you two continue your conversation. I am merely a bystander. Chapter 148, following. Dinner concluded, and everyone returned to their respective houses along the corridors, leaving the hall mostly empty. Ethan rose, intending to practice some spells in the room of requirement that evening. Noticing this, Malfoy set aside the ice cube and asked Ethan, where are you going? Aren't you returning? No, Ethan replied, his words halting at the tip of his tongue, merely gesturing with his arm as if casting his wand. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending Ethan's intentions. He no longer attempted to persuade him to stay, merely nodding to indicate that he would provide cover for him, as long as it pertained to matters concerning Ethan. The prefect was quite agreeable. Reluctantly, Malfoy had no choice but to return alone. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Harry and Ron, who had not yet departed, along with Hermione. However, it seemed that Hermione was gradually distancing herself from the trio, making way for a younger lioness, a first-year student by the name of Remilde Vane. She appeared to be quite infatuated with Harry, also of Gryffindor, and spent her time, outside of classes, tailing Harry and Ron. Many secrets were overheard by her, and thus, a new trio began to form. If Ethan were present, he might have exhibited a different demeanor. Vane was, after all, the very girl from the original narrative who sought to bewitch Harry with a love potion, only for Ron to unknowingly consume the chocolate laced with it. Considering the timeline, this incident occurred in their 6th year, while Vane was merely a 4th year at that time. Now, she was just an innocent girl, posing no threat in Ethan's eyes, leading him to selectively forget her. With Hermione departing with her classmates, only 2 boys and 1 girl remained in the Great Hall. What do you think they meant just now? Harry inquired. Oh, how would I know? They are always so mysterious, Ron replied, reclining in his chair and elongating his words. Speaking of which, we should head back. Harry paid little heed to this, having only registered Ron's preceding comment. Shall we follow them and see what is going on? Harry suggested, excitement lighting up his face. Absolutely. Vane concurred enthusiastically. To her, this felt akin to an adventurous night out. Although an extra person had joined, it seemed inconsequential. Harry nodded with a smile, feeling quite pleased with the younger girl. After all, whenever he attempted something in the past, Hermione would invariably intervene, lecturing him. While he understood she was concerned for him, no one relishes being tethered, himself included. In contrast, though Vane often lacked strong opinions, she was still a breath of fresh air. At least he had someone to accompany him on his escapades. What about you, Ron? Although Ron was not particularly the obedient type and enjoyed adventure, he was feeling quite fatigued today. Yet, recalling his best friend's recent misadventures and the laborious tasks assigned by Professor Snape, he began to waver. Ron scratched his head, his gaze wandering. Suddenly, at that moment, What is this? Ron exclaimed, delighted, as he approached the Slytherin table. Harry and Vane followed closely behind. What is it, Ron? Harry asked as he reached Ron. Momentarily taken aback. Ice cubes? What is so peculiar about them? The 3 of them encircled the object, examining it thoroughly, when suddenly, Vani seemed to have an epiphany. I remember now. It seems to have the capability of recording. This alchemical device must be quite expensive, Ron remarked uncertainly. Should we return it? Harry inquired. Return it to Malfoy? Or perhaps we could take a look at what's inside, Ron suggested with a chuckle. Is that appropriate? Harry hesitated. Vani, do you know how to activate the recording function? Vani nodded confidently. I've read about it in a book. It merely requires a specific incantation to activate. Then give it a try, Harry urged, hastily retrieving the device. I forgot. The book containing the spell is in the dormitory. What shall we do now? Harry asked. Do we still need to follow Ethan? Let us first see where he goes. We can check the recording once we return to the dormitory, Vana proposed. With that, she glanced at Harry and winked. What do you think? All right, Harry shifted his gaze to Ron. How about you, Ron? I suppose I can manage, Ron replied, steeling himself. Without delay, the trio stealthily exited the hall, racing towards the direction Ethan had just departed. Before long, Harry, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. Harry, what is the matter? Ron whispered from behind. He's just ahead. Shoo. Harry crouched down, tiptoeing forward. Keep up, keep up. The castle at night exuded an air of mystery as Ethan, wand in hand, navigated through the staircases, eventually stopping on the 8th floor. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Ethan did not hasten towards the room of requirement. Instead, he slowed his pace, extinguishing the light in his hand. Harry, do you see anything? Ron asked. No. He's turned off the lights. I can't see anything now. Harry squinted in response. What should we do now? Vani inquired. Follow him. He must be hiding something on the 8th floor, or he wouldn't have extinguished his light. Harry's eyes gleamed with determination. Quick, let us keep up. Be cautious. The 8th floor's windows were ajar, allowing the frigid night air to sweep mercilessly through the corridor, the clouds shrouding the moonlight, leaving them in darkness. Ahead, Ethan's lips curled into a cold smile. Master, they are about 50 meters behind you. Continue to observe them, he commanded. He then produced several small spheres from his pocket. One by one, he placed the 4 spheres in the corners of the corridor. After completing this, he hastened towards the abandoned classroom ahead. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed in the ears of the 3. Hearing this, Harry exclaimed with excitement, We're getting closer. With that, the trio quickened their pace until they saw a shadow slip into the abandoned classroom. What now? He has gone inside, Ron asked. Let us wait, Harry decided. planning to enter and assess the situation once Ethan emerged. Suddenly, a tense voice from Vanny echoed from behind. "Look behind you." "What the hell?" Ron instinctively took a few steps back. "What?" Harry turned around and was instantly terrified. Surrounding them was a dense black fog, with each of them spaced over a meter apart, barely able to discern one another's silhouettes. "Quick, gather together," Harry urged as he pulled Ron and Vanny to his side. "Why is this happening?" Vanny stammered, his voice thick with emotion. Having only just completed their first year, how could they endure such horrors? Tears, large as beans, began to form, seemingly on the verge of spilling. Is it some kind of monster? Something released by Ethan? The three of them continued to retreat until their backs pressed against the wall. Just then, Chapter 149, The Fiend in the Mist. Vanny's scream reverberated down the corridor. "What's wrong, Vanny? Did you see something?" Ron shouted, now too frantic to care about hiding their fear. Escaping was their sole priority. Vanny, trembling, pointed to where they had just come from. A pair of glowing eyes was fixated on them, the icy gaze piercing through their hearts. How can it have no feet? Ron was so frightened that he nearly lost control. Thud, 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 thud. As the eyes drew nearer, the three wanted to flee, but their legs disobeyed them at that critical moment. What should we do? Harry's mind raced through countless thoughts and images. As the fog thickened, they could no longer see each other. The distance between them reduced to less than a fist's length. Yet, amidst the dense fog, those eyes shone brilliantly, unaffected by the obscurity. It approached Harry, the pupils drawing close, merely 15 centimeters apart. In that moment, Harry's mind went blank, his eyes filled only with despair. Hee. An evil cackle spread throughout the fog, and the three collapsed to the ground, huddled together, afraid to witness what would transpire next. In the face of terror, all the spells they had learned became mere illusions. Not only was there no courage to resist, but they lacked even the bravery to grasp their wands. Outside the fog, Ethan watched Vanny's performance with keen interest. He had to admit, this black fog was remarkably effective. It not only muffled sound and perception, but was also first-rate at instilling fear. Vanny, combined with the black smoke and his newly acquired speech, was a perfect match. At that moment, Ethan wished to tell him, "Vanny, you possess the potential of a lord of the Soul Palace." 5 minutes later, the three fainted from fright. Ethan used a spell to retract the specially crafted magical smoke bomb into the system space, causing the fog to dissipate, while Vanny flew back to his shoulder. "Well done." Ethan smiled at Vanny. In his mind, he heard, "Master, this is what I ought to do." In reality, the sinister laughter echoed as Ethan turned to leave, his desire to visit the wish-granting room dissipating. After all, he could not be certain when the three of them would awaken, should they be exposed. It would not end well. If that girl today were Hermione, he would not have acted in such a manner, setting aside their relationship. Her keen intellect would render any scheming futile. Ramida Vanny, that enchantress of a girl. Ethan utilized the Enderman's ability to return to the dormitory. A night of silence ensued. The following day, Ethan arose with renewed vigor, ready to embrace the new day. He proceeded to breakfast. After a brief pause, Ethan gathered his belongings and exited the dormitory. Malfoy, Pansy, and Astoria were already waiting for him at the door. "Let us go," Ethan said to the three of them, taking Astoria's hand as the two couples made their way to the Great Hall. Upon their arrival, Ethan immediately sensed several unfavorable gazes directed at him. Turning to the Gryffindor table, he noticed the trio from the previous night casting him sorrowful looks, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. Upon noticing Ethan's glance, they pretended to be engrossed in their own affairs, averting their eyes. Suppressing a smile that had begun to form, Ethan took his seat. "What are you smiling about? You seem rather pleased," Astoria remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. "Oh, nothing. Just recalling something amusing," he replied. "Well, did you find it?" Ron asked eagerly. "Why the rush?" Vanny interjected, slightly irritated. Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve, shaking his head in disapproval. "Humph, I'm curious to see what secrets they hold," Ron mused, reflecting on the events of the previous night, increasingly troubled by the notion of such creatures lurking within the castle, and why they had been oblivious until now. Thus, this matter must be connected to Ethan. Perhaps he was behind it all. I found it, Vanny exclaimed, emerging from the dormitory with a book in her arms. "Quickly, cast the spell," Ron urged with excitement. "Not yet," Harry cautioned, glancing around the common room at their fellow students. "Let us head to our dormitory." "Right, let us go," Ron said, taking the lead. "Harry, what about me?" Vanny asked, a bit shyly. "Join us. There's no one around anyway." With that, she followed Ron into the dormitory. Once the door was closed, Vanny flipped to page 25 of the book, glanced at the contents, then retrieved her wand and began to chant incantations. She then gently tapped an ice cube with her wand. The ice cube shimmered, casting a projection upon the wall, revealing a scene of Ethan and Malfoy conversing in the Great Hall, discussing mundane matters. Only the final line held any significance, yet they had refrained from voicing it. After watching the scene several times, they found no further revelations. How disappointing, It was all for naught, Ron lamented, his voice tinged with dismay. Harry remained silent, though his expression clearly reflected disappointment as well. In contrast to the two disheartened individuals, Vani remained unfazed. She turned the page back and exclaimed with delight. It's not over yet. We can still view the previous recordings. What? However, there was a caveat. Vani meticulously began to read the text. For the deleted footage was irretrievable and could not be viewed again. Let us give it a try. Perhaps they have forgotten to delete it, Harry suggested. Indeed. That arrogant Malfoy wouldn't exercise such caution, Ron concurred. Taking a deep breath, Vani recited the incantation once more, directing her wand towards the ice block. The ice glimmered, and a new projection emerged. Within the scene were Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, Fudge, and a witch, all seated together. Sirius has betrayed us. You speak true. It has been less than a week since Sirius employed the unbreakable vow. His master has fallen, and he can do naught but flee. I saw him then, Hagrid bellowed, slamming his fist upon the table. He even greeted me. I was foolish enough to worry for his safety. At that time, he was riding a flying motorcycle, and it was then that he entrusted it to me. Initially, he sought to claim Harry's guardianship in the name of his godfather, but I refused. I owe that to Dumbledore, who insisted that Harry must stay with his aunt and uncle. Otherwise, I shudder to think of what might have befallen Harry had he fallen into Sirius's hands. I watched him grow, sighed Professor McGonagall. I can understand betrayal from anyone. But him, he was the least expected. He killed Peter Pettigrew, that plump boy. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble. I once declared that had I captured him before he reached the Ministry, I would have snapped his wand and dismembered him limb from limb, Hagrid roared. No, no, no. While his crimes are unforgivable, you must adhere to the Ministry's regulations, Fudge retorted, discontented with Hagrid's words. Ultimately, it was the Ministry that apprehended him. Yet now he has escaped from prison, and the Ministry has yet to recapture him. Chapter 150. Something zapped me. Be silent. This is not your concern. Every matter in the magical realm must go through the Ministry. Who do you think you are? Fudge, deeply enamored with authority, could no longer restrain himself, lifting his head to argue with Hagrid. The Ministry, you, as minister, are utterly useless. In the presence of students, Hagrid appeared rather bumbling, yet before others, he was ferocious. His massive frame, akin to that of a giant, roared with ferocity, his skin a rough bronze. To an unfamiliar observer, such a reprimand might have sent them fleeing. But who was Fudge? A feckless minister of magic. Acquainted with ruffians, he showed no signs of retreat. In fact, he seemed eager to engage. What do you intend to do? Fight. Come on. Hagrid clenched his fist, which was considerably larger than Fudge's head. If a punch were thrown, Fudge might truly be incapacitated. While everyone was seated and engaged in conversation, no one anticipated such an occurrence. Professor McGonagall set down her goblet, pulling Hagrid's hand away, while another individual restrained Fudge. Let us discuss this calmly. Indeed, Hagrid, I understand your feelings are tumultuous, yet one must acknowledge that Fudge is the Minister for Magic. He has his own considerations, another which interjected. What considerations could he possibly have? Beyond incessantly pondering his own power and reputation, what else occupies his mind? I could almost believe that, given the opportunity to become the Minister of Magic for Europe, he would resort to murder without hesitation. Hagrid, having indulged in copious drink, was already somewhat inebriated. The latent fury within him was unwittingly awakened, with Fudge becoming the sole target of his wrath. Humph, Fudge scoffed. You brute who knows nothing but how to play with animals. Remaining at school is nothing but a curse. Were it not for Dumbledore, you would have been begging on the streets long ago. Hagrid, trembling as he pointed at Fudge, found himself at a loss for words. Both had exposed each other's wounds, and their emotions spiraled further out of control. Ultimately, the gathering ended on an unpleasant note. With the assistance of two witches, they were escorted back. Crackle, crackle. In the vision, Malfoy cried out in anguish, sticking out his tongue. Something shocked me. What's wrong? Asked Draco, puzzled. Oh, there's something in my cup. Malfoy disregarded the gazes of those around him and turned the empty glass upside down on the table. Bang. What's in there? Aren't those just ice cubes? Pansy remarked. Not necessarily. Perhaps it was the ice cubes that shocked me. Malfoy, with keen eyes, selected the largest ice cube from among the others. It showed no signs of melting, just as it had when it first left the freezer. Found it. Malfoy smirked. Wait, what are you doing? Put down whatever you have. Kid. A group of burly men approached, their faces adorned with stubble. Crackle, crackle. Just as the trio leaned in to inspect, the image abruptly vanished, and the dormitory returned to tranquility. Huh, where did it go? It can't be broken, can it? How could that be? It was functioning perfectly just now, Vanny insisted, skeptical, as he picked up the ice cube to try once more. Black has betrayed us. Oh, it's not broken, it merely recorded at that moment. So what do we do now? Ron inquired, turning back. Harry, where are you going? Harry offered no response to his friend's inquiry. His expression was numb, as though his very essence had been drained, leaving his body feeling hollow. He remained silent, slowly descending the stairs to the common room. Exiting the common room, he traversed the corridor, made his way to the first-floor hall, and stepped outside into an eerily desolate expanse. As the two individuals in the dormitory sensed an unsettling situation, they promptly followed suit until the trio arrived at Hagrid's hut. A glimmer of hope returned to Harry's eyes, for he knew that upon reaching Hagrid, he would uncover all the truths he sought. Time swiftly passed, and soon several days had elapsed. On the eve of Christmas, after the conclusion of the banquet, students gradually boarded the train home for the holidays. Since Harry had learned the truth from Hagrid, he had become increasingly melancholic, losing the vibrant spirit he once possessed. The ice cube had successfully returned to Malfoy, astonishing him beyond measure, as if the ice cube had sprouted legs of its own. However, on Christmas Day, Harry's mood began to shift from sorrow to excitement, sparked by the firebolt. Hatred and worries were temporarily cast aside. Ethan's magical prowess was steadily on the rise, as he sought to develop more unique methods for the future. Each day, he spent time in the observatory tower, observing the location of potions and the weather, all while clutching an ancient tome of magic. The older one grows, the more enchanting one becomes. Ethan firmly believed in this adage. He was convinced that these spells would one day prove invaluable. Yet, the pleasant weather was short-lived. The thunderstorms that had been anticipated vanished unexpectedly during the Christmas holiday. Consequently, the observatory became Ethan's sanctuary throughout the break. On the final day of the holiday, just before students returned to school, Ethan visited Professor McGonagall's office, accompanied by Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall, according to Professor Flitwick's observations, thunderstorms may occur tonight, Ethan stated. To be candid, he harbored significant skepticism regarding weather forecasts. In his previous life, he had never encountered an accurate one. Nevertheless, perhaps in the magical realm, it could hold some truth. Oh, that would be splendid. Professor McGonagall exclaimed joyfully. It's perfect timing for the transformation, otherwise, students would be back by morning. I believe we should prepare in advance, Professor Snape remarked coolly. You are absolutely correct, Severus. Professor McGonagall concurred wholeheartedly. To enhance the likelihood of success, she had devised several subtle strategies. Though their effectiveness was marginal, they nonetheless provided a degree of assurance. Very well. Until tonight, Professor Snape concluded, leading Ethan away from the office. As they passed through the doorway, Ethan happened to catch sight of a new firebolt. He examined it from every angle, ultimately marveling at Harry's fortunate friendship. For Harry, this firebolt was more painful than any wound. Ah, the firebolt. Ethan felt no envy. For previously, in celebration of the potion shop's first profits, he and Lucius had pooled their resources to purchase a batch, ensuring that every member of the Slytherin team possessed one. As their clandestine weapon, the group had plans to unveil it during the next match. Ethan harbored no objections, for he did not engage in practice. The only instance he utilized the enchanted broom was during official competitions. Chapter 151, The Super Transformation. The calm before the storm. Ethan ascended to the pinnacle of the castle, where the ceiling had vanished, leaving only some seemingly fragile glass surrounding him. In the darkness, flickering luminescence revealed a handsome visage slowly emerging. Behind Ethan stood two professors, who had just arrived. Tonight, the moon was obscured. Professor McGonagall raised her head. The sky enveloped in darkness, devoid of light. Her weather forecasts have always been remarkably accurate, Professor Snape remarked with a hint of indifference. So, are we to wait here? Ethan inquired, noting the unsettling atmosphere as the wind began to rise. The chill of November's breath was particularly biting, and Ethan was certain that if he dared to linger, the two professors would undoubtedly catch a cold by morning. As for himself, being an experienced alchemist, it was only natural to possess some means of keeping warm. As anticipated, Professor McGonagall promptly declined. This is not a prudent idea. I believe we should seek refuge in the adjacent classroom, where a fireplace awaits. Ethan and the two professors entered the neighboring classroom, where the fire crackled in the hearth, emanating waves of warmth. Ethan settled into a corner, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, there was a crack. Thunder rumbled ominously as lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating their eyes with a brilliant flash. It is upon us, he declared. This storm will not linger. We must hasten. Professor McGonagall immediately rose, addressing the others. Let us proceed. Thus, three figures exited the desolate castle. As they passed Hagrid's hut, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The rain, driven by the wind, lashed against Ethan's face like sharp blades. Undeterred by the deluge, they sought shelter beneath a tree hollow, where Ethan retrieved a crystal vial. As anticipated, its contents had transformed to a deep crimson hue. Oh, it has exceeded my expectations, he exclaimed. Now, it is time for you to consume it, Professor McGonagall instructed. With a nod, Ethan drew his wand, directing it toward his heart. Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus. He then uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. Gulping, as he swallowed, a reaction coursed through his body. Thump, 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 thump. Two distinctly different heartbeats reverberated in his ears. In that moment, Ethan became oblivious to everything else. as the image of the Thunderbird's spirit bestowed upon him by the system began to materialize in his mind. Ding! Host has completed the established procedure. Do you wish to merge? Yes, Ethan silently affirmed. In an instant, the once calm Thunderbird in Ethan's mind erupted into a tempest of chaos. Roar! Blue lightning surged forth, swiftly engulfing Ethan's mind. Outside, a crackling sound echoed as currents coursed through his body, startling the two professors nearby. What is happening? Severus. I recall that animagi transform into ordinary animals. I've never encountered one with electrical currents, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the situation. Perhaps it is akin to an electric eel, Professor Snape conjectured, struggling to identify a fitting creature. Concern etched on her face, Professor McGonagall watched Ethan intently. Even if she wished to intervene, it would be futile. The transformation was of paramount importance, and a single misstep could lead to failure. She could not rashly interrupt. Within his mind, Ethan's soul was shackled by the lightning, and as this small humanoid struggled, his essence was consumed at an alarming rate. Yet the Thunderbird had no intention of extinguishing him. How could Ethan allow a beast to dictate his fate? Recalling Professor McGonagall's admonition, do not fear, confront it. Tame it. Ethan's gaze sharpened, filled with a fierce determination as he stared down the Thunderbird. With a disdainful snort, the once unbreakable chains were forcibly severed. Rising to his feet, Ethan gripped the iron chains tightly, and with a powerful flourish, he commanded, arise. In an instant, all chains were uprooted. One end coiled around his arm, while the other was yanked before him. Ethan lifted his head, his brow furrowed in anger as he proclaimed, wretched beast. Reveal your true form. Upon hearing his words, the Thunderbird roared in fury, charging directly at Ethan. With a cold smirk, Ethan deftly rolled aside, causing the Thunderbird to crash unceremoniously. As it prepared for another assault, Ethan was resolute in denying it a chance. With a sudden exertion, he hurled the chains, ensnaring the Thunderbird's wings and neck. The Thunderbird screeched, thrashing desperately as the blue lightning flared wildly, attempting to escape the chain's grip. Gritting his teeth, Ethan's soul power surged explosively, his strength magnifying instantaneously. In my sea of souls, dare you act so brazenly? Ethan turned, his muscles swelling with power. Perish! He roared. The chains abruptly constricted, and amidst the Thunderbird's anguished cries, it was torn asunder, its body, head, and wings falling in disarray. Gradually, these dismembered parts began to dissipate, dissolving into the sea of souls. Meanwhile, the once exhausted soul figure began to grow in strength. What is happening? System, show yourself. Ding. Host, what troubles you? Will you not provide an explanation? Ethan's mood darkened. He had nearly faced a devastating blow, and this was his realm of souls. Ding. It is as follows. Host, ordinary animagi merely need to envision the animal they wish to transform into, and the creature they conjure is but a figment of imagination. Conversely, your situation is somewhat extraordinary. What resides in your mind is a soul. This system has long since communicated this to you, yet you overlooked it. Is it my fault then? His fists clenched, hardening with resolve. If it were possible, Ethan would relish the opportunity to seize this damned system and deliver a sound thrashing. Host, please remain calm. In truth, this is not devoid of advantages. You may thoroughly experience the transformation occurring within you. Transformation? Ethan's expression shifted. He was acutely aware of what the system referred to. The enhancement of his soul's power was palpable. In that moment, words eluded him. Ding. Friendly reminder. Host, please expedite your transformation. Very well, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Outside, Professors Snape and McGonagall observed Ethan's metamorphosis. What began as a mere flicker of electricity escalated until his entire being crackled with energy, affecting the surrounding trees. Just as they contemplated intervening, the currents vanished instantaneously, and Ethan's form began to alter. His arms gradually dissipated, his garments melding into his skin, while waves of heat emanated from him. 3 pairs of featherless wings sprouted from his back, growing larger until the first pair stretched 10 meters, the second 5 meters, and the third 3 meters. Soon, Ethan had undergone a complete transformation. Roar! The moment the Thunderbird emerged, Professors McGonagall and Snape gazed in bewilderment at the colossal creature before them. Was this an animagus? A Thunderbird? Chapter 152. Walker, do not delay in returning to your original form. The Thunderbird that Ethan had become far exceeded the size of any extant avian species, boasting a wingspan surpassing 10 meters, its musculature robust. Its plumage was a deep blue-black, shimmering with a metallic sheen, adorned with golden lightning-like patterns along the edges. Ethan flapped his wings and leapt into the sky. As he soared, it was as if thunderclouds roiled around him, his tail feathers elongated and forked, resembling currents of electricity. A spiraled silver crown adorned his head, and his eyes glowed with a fiery golden iris, their pupils elongated like split lightning bolts, emitting a faint luminescence in the night. His beak was sharp as a curved blade, its edges serrated. His legs were sheathed in a scaly, horn-like layer, and his feet ended in 4 massive claws. Interconnected by translucent membranes, he could emit faint arcs of electricity, paralyzing prey in an instant during the hunt. With each powerful flap of his wings, a deep rumble of thunder resonated, and blue-white sparks occasionally erupted between his feathers. The arrival of the Thunderbird typically heralded localized thunderstorms, embodying the forces of nature itself. This sensation is truly exquisite, akin to wielding dominion over all creation. Amidst the tempest of thunder and rain, I shall reign supreme. Ethan raised his head and roared into the sky. The heavens responded, unleashing thunder to temper his avian form. He brought forth the wrath of nature. Just as Ethan was reveling in the euphoria of power, a more formidable bolt of purple lightning descended from the higher skies, striking directly towards him. The force contained within this lightning far exceeded that of the previous enhancements. Startled, Ethan hastily flapped his wings to evade it, but it was too late. Boom. With that single strike, Ethan was brought down. Walker. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. How could he be fine one moment and struck by lightning the next? Are you all right? Professor Snape hurried over to Ethan's side, though he dared not approach too closely, as the massive figure still crackled with electricity. With a furrowed brow, Professor Snape shouted a few words into Ethan's ear. After a full 5 minutes, Ethan shook his head and flapped his wings. Roar. This roar sent all nearby creatures fleeing, and the ancient trees around them crashed to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous force struck the earth, instantly raising mud and water to a height of over 2 meters. Professor Snape bore the brunt of it. When Ethan turned to look back, he saw that his previously pitch-black clothing had been instantly stained brown. Walker, transform back at once. Do you find it amusing to be caught in the rain here? Professor Snape said coldly. Reluctantly, Ethan complied and transformed back into his human form, drenched and disheveled, his hair sticking to his face. Yet at that moment, Ethan felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. In his perception, his soul felt extraordinarily powerful. Every drop of rain was captured in intricate detail, and through his hearing, he could even discern the situation behind him. Quite remarkable, Ethan grinned, experiencing the benefits of his soul for the first time, unable to suppress a remark. However, this statement was particularly grating to one individual. Professor Snape lowered his head, gazing at his mud-stained clothing, and felt as though he had been mocked by Ethan's earlier words. Humph, Professor Snape scoffed, leaving without so much as a word. Hey, Professor Snape, where are you going? Ethan, caught off guard by Snape's sudden shift in mood, quickly inquired. Back to the castle. Upon hearing this, Ethan looked to Professor McGonagall, who interrupted him just as he was about to explain the Thunderbird situation. Let us return to the castle first. We can discuss everything later. Oh, I certainly do not wish to catch a cold. November weather is still quite frigid. All right, Ethan nodded with a smile. The three of them returned to the castle. Soon, they were seated in front of the fireplace, appearing tidy and composed. At that moment, Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself and asked, Walker, what on earth is going on? That Thunderbird, you. Professor Snape did not pose a question, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Ethan, clearly eager to uncover the truth. Ahem. Ethan, feeling a twinge of guilt, cleared his throat several times, aware that evasion was futile. While he could choose to remain silent, the prospect of creating an estrangement with the two professors was not one he desired. Furthermore, even if he were to speak, he could not reveal that it was the system that had bestowed this upon him. Consequently, he resolved to fabricate a tale on the spot. As long as his narrative seemed plausible, it would be regarded as truth. Honestly, I am unsure of the circumstances, Ethan said, his expression grave. Initially, I merely wished to transform into a small bird. I had even envisioned its form. However, in the end, it morphed into a Thunderbird, did it not? Professor Snape seized upon his words, skepticism etched across his face. Are you attempting to deceive children, or me, an old child? Do you truly believe such a tale? Please, allow me to finish, Professor, Ethan replied with a smile. At that moment, the Thunderbird suddenly sprang forth from the depths of my mind and devoured the small bird I had envisioned. The Thunderbird. Furthermore, I felt a warmth radiating from my chest, which I initially attributed to my heart. Yet, I later realized that it was not. I discovered that this searing sensation emanated from without, scorching my skin through my clothing. As he spoke, Ethan retrieved a feather from his pocket under the scrutiny of the two professors. This is a tail feather. It belongs to the Thunderbird and was given to me by Crumb. I never anticipated it would prove significant today. A feather? Professor Snape inquired. Is this the feather you acquired during your holiday? Professor McGonagall examined the Thunderbird feather closely. Yes, Ethan nodded. When I obtained the feather from it, the entire bird radiated light. At the time, I did not pay it much heed. In retrospect, it seems to have possessed a unique power. How so? Professor Snape asked. Strictly speaking, it is a manifestation of soul energy, Ethan replied, taking the feather and becoming lost in reverie. He was imbued with soul energy. And this tail feather was the most precious among its plumes, containing the highest concentration of soul energy. From the moment I acquired it until my transformation tonight, It had continuously emitted light. However, it now appears somewhat mundane, having exhausted its soul energy. Professor McGonagall appeared quite pleased with this revelation. Though she lacked definitive information, it was evident that everything was intricately linked to the soul energy of the Thunderbird. Contemplating this, she ceased her inquiries and addressed Ethan. Walker, your situation is nearly unparalleled. You have acquired formidable power. However, I hope you will wield it wisely. Of course, Professor, I will, Ethan responded earnestly. Chapter 153, The End of the Holiday. I know you have always been a good child, Professor McGonagall said with a sense of satisfaction. She held unwavering trust in Ethan. In her eyes, anyone could succumb to Voldemort's influence, save for him. For within Ethan, she discerned a quality reminiscent of the first Dark Lord, a distinctive aura of a formidable hero, radiating an irresistible charm. This lethal allure could compel others to follow him devotedly, even to the point of sacrificing themselves. To put it more gravely, even if Ethan were to become the third Dark Lord, he would never align himself with the Death Eaters. Thus, Professor McGonagall felt compelled to offer him her assistance. Very well, if that is the case, I must take my leave, Professor Snape announced as he rose. Before departing, he said to Ethan, when dawn breaks, the students will gradually return to the castle. Let tonight's events be as if they never transpired. Ethan nodded, inquiring about the remnants of the night's occurrences. I shall take care of them, he assured. With a decisive slam of the door, Professor Snape exited. Severus spoke true, Walker, Professor McGonagall remarked. Your formidable animagus form will prove immensely beneficial. However, for the time being, until you have fully matured, it may only bring you endless troubles. Rest assured, Professor. I shall keep it well concealed, Ethan replied confidently. That is reassuring, McGonagall said, now at ease. Previously, she had feared that Ethan, being so young, might succumb to the allure of fame and inadvertently reveal his true capabilities. Yet now, seeing his understanding, her worries dissipated. Ethan departed from Professor McGonagall's office, with several hours still remaining until dawn. Soon, an impending army would arrive. However, at this moment, he felt no fatigue, still basking in the joy of his newfound power. He returned to his dormitory and secured the door. System, open the panel, he commanded. Beep, affirmative, host. Name, Ethan Walker. Pet, Bunny Crow. Magic, Grand Sorcerer, Magical Apprentice. Junior Sorcerer, Intermediate Sorcerer, Senior Sorcerer, Grand Sorcerer, Master of Magic, Legendary Sorcerer. Physique, Enderman Transformation. Talent, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite. Dark Magic, Elite, Azkaban Reserve. Spells, Elite. Transfiguration, Elite. Potions, Elite. Alchemy, Elite. Spells, Novice, Entry, Proficient, Mastery. Note, Mastery allows for incantation-free casting. Mind Cloaking, Mastery. Transfiguration, Mastery. Illusionary Transformation, Mastery. Patronus Charm, Mastery. Non-Disapparition Jinx, Mastery. Fiendfire Curse, Mastery. Killing Curse, Mastery. Stupefying Charm, Mastery. Petrification Charm, Mastery. Disarming Charm, Mastery. Apparition, Proficient. Fire Goddess Path, Proficient. Thunder Goddess Path, Mastery. Commonly used spells. System Space, Infinite Space, no living beings permitted. The lightning-struck wooden wand, gold galleons, the longevity ring, the inferior magic stone, the genuine magic stone, the phoenix bow, the magic rune stone, the venomous dragon dagger, the eye of Medusa II, the snake skeleton, ordinary snake scales, snake gallbladder, the Gryffindor sword, thunderbird tail feathers, and magic smoke bombs. Ethan meticulously examined each item. His magical power had indeed increased, which was quite satisfactory and anticipated. However, upon reaching the talent section, he abruptly sat up in shock. This talent, it was maxed out? System, what is the meaning of this? Could it be? Ding. Indeed, host. This is the enhancement bestowed by the Thunderbird spirit. You no longer need to envy others. Ethan retorted disdainfully. When have I ever envied anyone? The items you provided are merely embellishments. They cannot even sustain a day's joy. If the host is dissatisfied with this system, I can effortlessly erase it for you. Just nod, and I shall make it disappear completely. Huh. Once something is released, there is no rationale for retracting it. System, you are too greedy. Brother, oh brother. Hagrid's rooster crowed once more. Ethan dimly heard someone calling him in his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, a colossal face loomed before him. Ah! Ethan sprang up with a sudden exclamation, a sharp pain shooting through his forehead. Astoria? As he focused, he realized the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly lifted the girl, who was still clutching her head, onto the bed, his concern spilling forth. Are you all right? Something's wrong. It's quite serious. Astoria winced, her expression reflecting immense pain. As Ethan regained his composure, he noticed a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. What should we do? Ethan anxiously stood up, brushing aside the golden strands of her hair, gently blowing on her forehead. Shall we go to the infirmary? Astoria began to speak. Ethan swiftly covered her mouth, declaring, Don't force yourself. I will take you now. With that, He grasped the girl's long stockings and, with a firm motion, hoisted her onto his back. "Wait, I'm fine," Astoria protested, desperate to break free. But Ethan paid her no heed, striding towards the door with her on his back. "Stay still, or you'll hurt yourself even more," he urged, quickening his pace. Astoria's legs flailed helplessly, but ultimately, resigned, she shouted just before they reached the door, "I'm really fine. I was just teasing you. Is that so?" Yes, yes." "I don't believe you," Ethan smirked, reaching for the door handle. Seeing his determination, Astoria reluctantly retrieved her wand from her sleeve, realizing the futility of her resistance. Ethan returned to the bedside and tossed the wand onto the bed. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her expression a blend of innocence and allure. If she were just a few years older, Ethan would have found himself compelled to say something entirely different. Ethan suppressed his anger and forcefully smacked her perky behind, stating, "I shall teach you a lesson another time." With that, he executed a swift maneuver and strode directly towards the restroom. Moments later, a strikingly handsome young man and a beautiful young woman emerged from the dormitory. The man wore a slight, mischievous smile that hinted at a certain charm, while the woman, youthful and radiant, had a blush adorning her cheeks, rendering her exceedingly endearing, yet she exuded a subtle air of aloofness, as if nothing had transpired just moments before. The first lesson was care of magical creatures. In the biting cold of winter, no one wished to linger in this desolate place for 2 hours. Hagrid, fully aware of this sentiment, kindly kindled several bonfires for his students. The crackling flames blazed fiercely in the snow, and Hagrid occasionally brought amusing trinkets from his cabin to entertain them. Thus, they found that this outdoor class, despite the chill, was not entirely unpleasant. Hagrid was increasingly resembling a teacher, albeit one more akin to that of a kindergarten instructor. Chapter 154, The Peculiar Atmosphere of Gryffindor. Following the previous incident with Buckbeak, Hagrid's lessons were predominantly delivered through storytelling. Gathered around the bonfire, he regaled them with tales. When fatigue set in, they would gather twigs to maintain the fire's vigor. The flames danced like performers, casting a crimson glow around them, while the snowflakes melted in their warmth. Each semester brought a shift in curriculum. This term, in divination, they had shifted from tea leaf readings to palmistry. "Oh, Harry Potter, the lifeline on your palm is the shortest I have ever encountered. Such a dreadful omen." Professor Trelawney, as usual, fervently critiqued Harry's palmistry. Since that instance, she no longer fixated on the negative lines on Harry's hand. Instead, she sought to discover any fortunate lines amidst the misfortune that seemed to envelop him. Alas, her search yielded no success. In fact, she lamented, "Your hands are so ominous that luck is unlikely to grace you, and those around you will meet unfortunate fates." How terrifying. How utterly terrifying. "Oh, I feel faint. Someone catch me." Professor Trelawney staggered back, on the verge of collapsing onto the podium, but fortunately, Hermione was there with a cushion to prevent yet another mishap. "Is this for real?" Ron asked, his skepticism evident as he glanced at the lines on Harry's palm, attempting to decipher their meaning with the scant knowledge he had acquired in the past few days. "What about this line? Or that one?" Ron studied Harry's hand intently, occasionally gasping in surprise. "What do you think?" Harry inquired, his lips twitching with apprehension. He secretly hoped Ron's interpretation would differ from that of Professor Trelawney. Otherwise, he was certain that by the end of the lesson, this prophecy would spread and no one would dare approach him, except for a few of the Weasleys, of course. "What do you think?" Ron awakened from the vast ocean of knowledge, his eyes darting around. "I don't know," he replied. "Didn't you notice anything?" Harry inquired anxiously. "No," Ron admitted, somewhat sheepishly. At this, Harry felt a sense of relief wash over him. No revelations were better than foreboding news. "Oh my goodness, let me take another look," Professor Trelawney exclaimed as she approached Ethan with a sudden flourish, seizing his hand without hesitation. The surrounding chatter began to diminish, each onlooker intrigued to discover what the professor might unveil this time. "Wait, something feels amiss, profoundly amiss," Professor Trelawney murmured as she scrutinized Ethan's palm, her mutterings sending shivers down his spine and prompting him to withdraw his hand. "Don't move," she commanded, her eyes bulging with intensity. A sight that would make even the most seasoned psychiatrist take a step back. It was terrifying, more so than anything Harry Potter had encountered. Ethan, resigned, nodded to indicate he understood. In truth, even if misfortune loomed over him, he had the system to rely on. Mere prophecy paled in comparison to the power of the system. What was there to fear? Professor Trelawney remained blissfully unaware of this fact. "You astonishingly possess no life or death line. This defies logic," she exclaimed, examining Ethan's hand from every angle, unable to discern anything. "What does it mean to lack a lifeline?" Ethan pondered, inspecting his palm, which appeared no different from anyone else's. "It typically indicates a person's mortality and lifespan," Professor Trelawney elucidated. "And what is my current situation?" Ethan queried. That's difficult to ascertain," she replied, her expression grave. "There are two possibilities. The first is that you were simply born without this line. And the second?" Ethan pressed. "Well, You lack a past and a future. Your future is shrouded in fog. Utterly unpredictable. Professor Trelawney's demeanor grew serious as she released Ethan's hand and began pacing, fists clenched. This is the first time I've encountered such an unusual palm reading. Oh yes, strange occurrences are destined to transpire around you. It's no surprise. Trelawney will inevitably drive herself to madness, Ethan mused with certainty. Child. Professor Trelawney suddenly turned, her gaze hollow as it fixated on Ethan. Reminiscent of a deranged individual eyeing a delectable cake. Professor, Ethan's eyelids fluttered, and he took a few steps back. She advanced toward him. Just as he prepared to flee the class, the bell rang. Goodbye, Professor, Ethan said, bolting from the classroom without a backward glance, departing as quietly as he had arrived, leaving behind a bewildered professor and a classroom of students. As Ethan anticipated, discussions regarding his palmistry ensued shortly thereafter. Being a star student at Hogwarts, this was merely a part of his daily life. A week had already elapsed since the commencement of the school year. Ravenclaw faced Hufflepuff in a match, with Hufflepuff emerging victorious. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff lad, infused a spark of vitality into his team. Ethan was present at the time and could not help but draw parallels between him and a benevolent version of Dumbledore. He possessed the courage of Gryffindor, the placid demeanor of Hufflepuff, and an optimistic disposition, making him impeccable in every regard. Yet, it was precisely this individual who ignited the onset of the great battle. Consequently, Slytherin claimed the top position, followed by Gryffindor, with Hufflepuff in third place. The upcoming match would see Slytherin pitted against Hufflepuff, a contest whose outcome seemed predetermined. No one, regardless of their intellect, would presume Slytherin could falter. Wood, well aware of his team's second-place standing, remained unfazed, yet this did not imply they were devoid of prospects. Rather, he prepared diligently for the possibility of Gryffindor's resurgence against Slytherin. The training sessions increased to 5 times a week, leaving the team members with but one evening to dedicate to their homework. Hermione, equally occupied, had transformed into a veritable half-Ravenclaw. As the sole student in her year to achieve perfect scores, the weight of her coursework had once again become apparent. Each assignment in every subject was tantamount to crafting a dissertation. If it were merely that, it would be too simple. However, for Hermione, the stakes were higher. She felt compelled to excel to perfection. Failing to achieve full marks could leave her disheartened for an entire week. Each day after class, she nestled in a corner of the common room, surrounded by 3 tables laden with various study materials. No one dared to disturb her, lest they be met with a barrage of sharp retorts. In light of this, Malfoy even took to publicly mocking Gryffindor in the Great Hall. It was indeed uncommon to witness Gryffindor's recent silence. Chapter 155. The dog comes, the mouse runs. This period was designated for self-study. With all students engaged in their studies within the Great Hall, Ethan diligently worked on the assignment set by Professor Snape, an essay concerning various undetectable poisons that every student was required to complete. As a master of potion making, this task came to him with ease. While others were busy flipping through materials, Ethan had already pinned a substantial portion of his work. Although the credit could be largely attributed to his enchanted quill, that was of little consequence. Professor Snape turned a blind eye to his shortcuts, deeming any laziness a waste. Oh, how on earth does she manage it? Ron mused as he observed Hermione, her quill gliding effortlessly across the page, while his own sheet lay blank before him, leading him to feel rather inadequate. Let us not dwell on how she managed to make that unworkable schedule functional. Let us instead consider this assignment, such a challenging task, and yet she consistently achieves full marks. It seems she has truly found herself in the wrong place. Many Gryffindor students believe they are seated beside a Ravenclaw. However, Hermione remains oblivious to the world outside, her focus solely on her studies. Harry, too, refrains from engaging in idle chatter with his close friend. For today represents one of the rare opportunities he has to complete his homework. Determined to avoid reprimand, he diligently writes with great effort. As February arrives, the weather grows increasingly frigid, striving to expel the entirety of winter's chill before spring's arrival. While Harry toils away learning the Patronus charm, Ethan and Astoria venture outside the castle to bask in the rare sunlight. They make their way to Hagrid's hut, which has become a popular destination within Hogwarts. Almost every student has visited this quaint abode. Despite its simplicity, Ethan finds it quite charming, evoking a sense of closeness to nature. Hagrid, seated by the fire inside, subconsciously glances out the window. "Oh, my friends," he exclaims as he steps outside to greet Ethan and Astoria. "Ethan, and Astoria as well, come in. Have a seat. It's cold outside." Hagrid appears somewhat awkward, his speech not flowing smoothly. Clearly, he was unprepared for the presence of another young witch aside from Hermione. While Hagrid is shy, Astoria is not. Having grown up in a pureblood family, she is well versed in social interactions and etiquette. Ethan and Astoria exchange a knowing smile. "We appreciate your hospitality, Hagrid." "Oh, it's no trouble at all," he replies with a hearty chuckle. Upon entering the hut, the warmth of the fire dispels the chill from their bodies. Hagrid presents them with 2 steaming mugs. Try my homemade brew. It's quite delightful. Ethan takes a sip, and a wave of warmth spreads throughout him. This is wonderful, Hagrid, he says. Astoria nods in agreement with a smile. Hagrid scratches his head, beaming with a simple charm. You'll both enjoy it. Meanwhile, within the castle, Professor McGonagall's face is as pale as chalk. Her trembling finger points toward the chaotic scene before her. What on earth is happening here? She demands. Percy, I had high hopes for your performance, yet look at this. Upon hearing this, Percy quickly rises to defend himself. I assure you, I did not instruct them to do this, nor would they act in such a manner. Truly, Professor, they were merely preparing to return to their beds. My brother had a nightmare. That is not true, Ron exclaims, shaking off Percy's hand that attempts to cover his mouth. It was not a nightmare. What was it, Ron Weasley? Professor McGonagall asks impatiently. Without further explanation, any reasoning would be deemed mere excuses. She cannot abide the thought of having produced students of such character. Sirius Black. It was all his doing. He stood before me, brandishing a knife. Weasley, cease this foolishness that invites ridicule, Professor McGonagall admonished. How could anyone pass through a portrait? I have no idea. Ask him, Ron retorted, shifting the inquiry towards the portrait of Sir Cadogan. Observing Ron's demeanor, McGonagall stepped out, her skepticism palpable. Moments later, she re-entered, her voice trembling as she declared, that fool actually wrote the week's password on a piece of paper and then lost it. In the common room, silence enveloped them. Upon hearing McGonagall's words, their understanding crystallized. This was no dream. Sirius Black had truly infiltrated their midst. Just as Ron had indicated, he wielded a knife. A potential harbinger of violence. Simultaneously, a figure emerged in their minds. Perhaps the only individual who would be reckless enough to inscribe the password on paper and subsequently misplace it. At that moment, Neville shakily raised his slippers above his head. He uttered no words, yet conveyed everything in his silence. McGonagall, witnessing this, could only sigh in resignation, refraining from punishing Neville. As the head of Gryffindor, she understood her students all too well. Meanwhile, while Ethan and Astoria were engaged in leisurely conversation and afternoon tea at Hagrid's hut, the entire castle was in a frenzy. Though McGonagall spoke not a word, they all knew that the search tonight was unavoidable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ethan and Astoria bid farewell to Hagrid and returned to the castle. After dinner, Dumbledore retained all students in the Great Hall as the remaining professors mobilized in pairs for a comprehensive search. It was now 6 p.m, and to prevent any further mischief from the students, Professor Snape thoughtfully instructed each house's prefect to collect all students' assignments. Tonight, an additional study session was mandated. The night passed with the search yielding no results. By 9:30, everyone returned to their respective dormitories. Just as Ethan was about to close his door, a hand suddenly blocked his way. Wait, Astoria? Surprised, he opened the door and swiftly pulled her inside. What are you doing here? You weren't discovered, were you? No. When I arrived, everyone else had already returned to their dorms. With that, Astoria casually discarded her slippers and flopped onto Ethan's bed. She pulled the blanket around herself, cocooning like a caterpillar, leaving only her head exposed. Gazing at Ethan, who still stood in shock, she smiled and said, "Time for sleep." Ethan, suddenly alert, replied, "Oh. Right." With a sigh, he extinguished the light. In the darkness, feeling the softness in his arms, he inquired, "What brings you here tonight?" He came over. What else could he do? Haha, that was not my intention. Surely, you are not afraid, are you? How could I possibly be afraid? You must be mistaken. Indeed. My fault. Please do not pinch. Chapter 156, The Child Scared Old. After tonight, Ron became a celebrity, as everyone believed that the Weasley family had fallen prey to Sirius Black's schemes, ready to sharpen their knives against Ron at any moment. For Ron, this was a novel experience, and he seemed to relish it. Despite feeling shaken by the events of the previous night, he was more than willing to recount what had transpired whenever someone inquired, albeit with an embellishment of unnecessary details. In the Great Hall, Ron animatedly gestured, "You cannot imagine. I was actually half awake at that moment. I was in a state between slumber and consciousness, and I vaguely sensed it was a dream." Someone chimed in, clearly. As Professor Trelawney stated, "If you think it is a dream, it certainly isn't." Precisely. Ron nodded with a smile. I heard the sound of something tearing, and a gust of wind swept through. At that moment, I became slightly more alert. The curtain by my bed was torn aside, and as I turned over, I squinted to see him standing before me like a skeletal figure, disheveled and unshaven, wielding a large machete. He looked at me, and I looked at him. I shouted, and he fled. Wow. Many at the Gryffindor table listened with rapt attention. However, to Ethan's left, Malfoy scoffed at the tale. The arrogance he displayed reminded Ethan of his own encounter with the basilisk, yet it did not quite compare. Haha, Ethan chuckled. It was quite similar, actually. Malfoy retorted, cough. Cough. Sensing the mischievous gaze of his friend, Ethan swiftly changed the subject. The difference is, he nearly got killed, while you fought a basilisk. That is a significant distinction. See, I told you, Malfoy said, feeling satisfied as he downed a large glass of milk. All right, enough boasting, Draco. We ought to head to class now, Pansy said, rousing the still smug Malfoy. Ethan glanced at the time. Indeed, it was getting late. Aside from Gryffindor, a great number of students had already vacated the hall. Let us go. Ethan parted ways with the two, first escorting Astoria to her classroom before proceeding to his own class. Meanwhile, upon Ethan's arrival, Professor McGonagall was already present. Though he was not tardy, as the moment he stepped into the classroom, the bell rang to signal the start of the lesson. Ethan took a seat in the second row. Professor McGonagall said nothing, appearing to be a volcano poised to erupt. What is going on? Draco inquired, as Ethan blinked, conveying a silent message. Upon receiving the signal, the flesh beside Malfoy's cheeks subtly lifted, his lips pressed together, and his shoulders trembled, revealing his evident discomfort. You glanced to the side. Ethan turned back, observing that the row, typically occupied by Gryffindor students, was now desolate. Only Hermione and a few girls remained there. Goodness! Ethan couldn't help but exclaim, they have accomplished what I have longed to do but dared not. What is that? Skiving off Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. 2 minutes later, Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, feigning her usual demeanor. We shall disregard those students who choose not to attend class. Now, let us commence. She instructed, open your books. Blah blah blah. Until, 7.5 minutes later, raucous noises emanated from beyond the already closed wooden door. Strangely, not a soul attempted to push it open. At that moment, outside the door, voices urged, you all should go in. I won't go in unless Weasley does. They were no fools. Who was unaware that the first to enter would undoubtedly attract special attention. Exactly. Weasley, you should just go. After all, you are frequently scolded by Professor McGonagall. Indeed. Inside is Professor McGonagall, not Snape. What are you afraid of? Ron and Harry, cornered by the crowd, trembled. Their earlier bravado from the Great Hall entirely vanished. Harry attempted to step aside, but Ron clutched his hand tightly, rendering him immobile. Just as they were about to succumb to the crowd's intimidation, Professor McGonagall spoke. Those standing outside, will you not come in? Do I need to come out and fetch you? At her words, everyone jolted, disregarding their previous comments, and rushed inside. Oh, don't shove. Hey, what's the rush? Ouch, you've stepped on me. The scene descended into chaos, footsteps and clamor filling the classroom. Even the professors downstairs couldn't help but frown. What was Professor McGonagall doing? Why was it so noisy? Seeing her students in such a state, Professor McGonagall's frustration surged. Targeting a student attempting to sit down, she reprimanded sternly, did I permit you to take a seat? And you all, go stand at the back. The tardy students trembled in fear. They had no choice but to obediently shuffle to the rear. Ron and Harry, heads bowed, dejectedly joined the ranks of those standing in punishment. Professor McGonagall glared at them, her fury palpable at their lateness and raucousness. Thanks to you, we have squandered a full 5 minutes of the time of the students present, she remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall. Consider it, 5 minutes for each student, adding up to several dozens of minutes. Is that how it's calculated? Ron muttered in defiance. Shoo. Harry elbowed his friend, nudging him to remain silent. What's wrong? Weasley? Am I mistaken? Professor McGonagall naturally heard Ron's words and called on him directly. Ahem. Indeed, Professor, I wholeheartedly concur with Ron, he replied earnestly. A ripple of laughter ensued. As expected, the moment he finished speaking, others could no longer contain themselves and erupted into hearty laughter. Silence. Professor McGonagall commanded. Everyone fell quiet. Those among you who are tardy belong to Gryffindor, 12 in total. Each shall lose 5 points. Weasley shall forfeit 10. After class, remain behind and clearly articulate the reason for your lateness. With that decisive statement, Professor McGonagall left no room for further argument. As the bell rang, news of Gryffindor's punishment spread throughout the school, piquing everyone's curiosity about the incident. At this moment, our illustrious commentator, Mr. Malfoy, stepped forth. He resembled an expressive emoji on your phone, sharing today as happenings with those around him. Still possessing the disposition of a child. Perhaps he would only truly evolve in times of peril. Ethan shook his head and departed the common room with Astoria. Upon stepping outside, they found only a sparse scattering of students, their hurried footsteps betraying a glimmer of fear in their eyes. What has happened? Astoria inquired gently, linking her arm with Ethan's. They are probably frightened by Sirius. Just like you were last night. Chapter 157, Caught in the Act. After the previous incident, both students and teachers returned to a state of calm. Today marked another excursion to Hogsmeade. Ethan sought out Astoria, but was met with an unyielding refusal. Her reason was that she needed to complete her assignments and had no time for leisure. With no other option, Ethan remained in the common room to keep her company. After all, venturing to Hogsmeade alone held little appeal. Ethan had little interest in sweets. The joy of visiting Hogsmeade lay more in Astoria's company than in the confections themselves. As for Malfoy, he was likely still engaged in a romantic rendezvous with Pansy. As evening approached, Ethan had just finished his meal and was strolling through the corridor with Astoria when they reached the vicinity of the statue of the witch and spotted Professor Snape. Professor Snape regarded them with his usual impassive expression, and oh, Miss Greengrass as well. Ethan forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Wondering what was the matter, Professor? According to protocol, Professor Snape was about to speak when he was interrupted by the approaching Malfoy. Professor, wait for me, Malfoy exclaimed, dashing ahead to stand before Snape. Ethan, what brings you here? Malfoy inquired, slightly surprised. Ethan rolled his eyes and replied with irritation. It's perfectly normal for me to be here. What about you? Aren't you supposed to be with Pans? A warning glare from Snape silenced Ethan. It's nothing. Ethan shrugged, feigning ignorance. At that moment, Ethan and Astoria had arrived with Malfoy and Professor Snape before the statue of the witch. Here stood Harry, in a rather dismal state, drenched in sweat, his hands caked in mud, and his robes stained yellow. Upon observing him, Professor Snape displayed a smirk that betrayed an uncontrollable sense of triumph. Harry, attempting to maintain his composure, wore an expression of innocence, lowering his gaze to evade Snape's piercing eyes. To his astonishment, Ethan and the others were also present. Oh, and that detestable Malfoy. Granger, aren't you going to explain the situation? Snape said, looking at the muddy hands behind Harry, in a futile attempt to clean his hands without Snape noticing. Harry seemed to forget that even if he managed to wipe them clean, the evidence would merely transfer to his robes. Ethan tugged at Astoria, who wore a puzzled expression, as they moved further away. Ethan, what are you doing? Astoria inquired, somewhat irritated, wondering why they had to step away when they were enjoying the fruit so well. You wouldn't understand, dear, Ethan replied, gesturing towards the three individuals ahead. With Malfoy's smug demeanor, Snape's sardonic smile, and Harry's feigned innocence, it appeared as though a teacher and a student were bullying another student, reminiscent of a classic villain scenario. After explaining this to Astoria, Ethan received an eye roll in return. Boring, he remarked, glancing at the individual who claimed to be uninterested yet seemed thoroughly entertained. He redirected his attention to the fruit. Just now, Mr. Malfoy came to see me and recounted a rather peculiar tale. Did you know? It's akin to the headless horseman acquiring a head, or Merlin finding his stinky sock. Snape stated. Harry, at a loss for words, remained silent. Malfoy, growing impatient, opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a glare from Professor Snape. To be honest, I'm quite surprised you would say that, Snape replied, unfazed, having Harry completely under his control. He just informed me that you were conversing with Weasley. This was initially a rather mundane occurrence. However, Snape suddenly took a deep breath, startling Harry. Keeping his head bowed, Harry resembled a good child wronged. The crunching sound of chips being munched suddenly filled the air, and they turned to find Ethan indulging in a snack, while Astoria pretended to be oblivious, turning away. Why are you all looking at me? Continue, Ethan chuckled. Snape furrowed his brow and shot a disapproving look at Ethan. Granger, Malfoy chimed in. A piece of mud hit the back of my head, and I consider this a rather heinous act. What do you think? Yes, Harry whispered in response. How do you believe this incident occurred? I was unaware that Harry raised his head, feigning a slight surprise that appeared utterly contrived. Professor Snape remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Harry's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something within them, a concentration reminiscent of staring down a griffin. Harry blinked eagerly. Mr. Malfoy, do you perceive a peculiar specter? Can you fathom what it might be? A mere trifle, he answered. It cannot be, Harry replied. That is your head, floating in midair. Quite bizarre, is it not? Yes, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. Little did he know that this subtle act would provoke Professor Snape's tone to turn sharp. Why is your head venturing to Hogsmeade? Professor, you are aware that no part of your body is permitted to appear there. Snape's expression darkened as he scrutinized Harry, his ire escalating, openly disdainful of other surnames. Malfoy, perhaps he has witnessed an illusion. He ought to visit Madame Pomfrey. No, I haven't. Do not speak nonsense, Malfoy retorted, vehemently denying any such vision. I know he did not see an illusion, Snape bellowed. The sole reason lies with you. You clandestinely journeyed to Hogsmeade. Do not presume I am unaware of your invisibility cloak. Its existence is not a secret. What? An invisibility cloak? Malfoy exclaimed, a twinge of envy surfacing, realizing that one of the 3 Deathly Hallows was in Potter's possession. No, I haven't. I have always been in Gryffindor Tower, Harry insisted, gesturing in denial. His head and body intact, never separated. Is there anyone to attest to this? No, none, Harry admitted, falling silent. Professor Snape displayed a triumphant smile. Our illustrious savior. Everyone below the Minister of Magic is striving to protect you from Sirius Black's influence, while our protagonist embodies the very law itself, acting without consideration for consequences. He remains indifferent to the concerns of ordinary folk, seeking only his own amusement, disregarding the safety of others. Each word pierced Harry's heart like a needle. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have wished to lie down and feign ignorance. You are just like your wretched father, unruly and believing that notoriety renders you exceptional. Observing others, you feel superior. He does not. Harry shouted. You do not understand him. He is simply like this. Chapter 158. The fragile vessel of friendship can capsize at any moment. Professor Snape's agitation mounted as he gripped Harry's shoulders, spittle flying, rendering the latter unable to open his eyes. I know him too well. Lawlessness describes him perfectly. Harry wished to retort, but Snape interrupted. Enough, Potter. I refuse to engage in any further discussion regarding your father. Now, immediately, at once, disappear before me. Harry was taken aback. He had never seen Snape in such a manner. Upon hearing the command to leave, Snape's leg activated with the speed of a small engine. Just as he reached the door, a bone-chilling voice echoed behind him. 30 points from Gryffindor. I will be discussing this matter with your head of house. At these words, Harry felt a sense of unease, yet he refrained from uttering a single word and departed without looking back. Observing that the situation was futile, Ethan seized his companion and left, while Malfoy stood frozen in place, clearly terrified. However, Professor Snape paid him no heed. With a flick of his robes, he stormed down the stairs. That day, as the students gathered in the great hall for breakfast, a multitude of owls circled above. Neville, I believe it is time for you to leave here, just as I once did, Ron said cautiously. What did your grandmother send you? Malfoy inquired. A howler, Ethan remarked quietly, spotting a conspicuous red envelope among the owls. Malfoy could not help but chuckle. Haha, this is the second howler I have seen, both from Gryffindor. Typically, one has few opportunities in life to receive such a letter. In 3 years, Gryffindor has received 2. Pansy stated earnestly. The owls located Neville, and Ron immediately recognized the letter that had once caused him immense embarrassment. Neville, grab the letter and run, Ron urged. Neville, fully convinced, grabbed the envelope and bolted from the hall like a rocket. Amidst the clamor of the great hall, the echoes of Neville's grandmother's wrath could be heard, magnified 100-fold. Impossible to suppress. Ethan and his companions intended to visit the library that day. Upon arrival, they found it nearly deserted, aside from themselves. Only Hermione sat alone in a corner. She appeared quite dejected and lonely, her book seeming exceedingly dull in her hands. Due to the antics of Ron and Harry, as well as the presence of the rat and broomstick, Hermione had scarcely conversed with them for months. It was hard to fathom how she endured such solitude without friends. Of course, those Ravenclaw bookworms don't count. They only know how to study. It's difficult to find common ground for amusement with them, Malfoy muttered. Well, you have a point. What can we do about it? Ethan asked. How about we go sit with her? Astoria suggested. Ethan looked at her in surprise. Are you serious? Why not? Astoria shot him a look. Then she stepped forward. The other 3, seeing this, followed suit. Hermione, Ethan said, are you, studying? At these words, the group stumbled slightly. Not at all, mate. Is it really necessary to ask such an obvious question? Ethan thought, glancing at the numerous books strewn across the table. He felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding their reactions. Truthfully, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in any meaningful conversation with this friend, and now, approaching her to strike up a dialogue left him somewhat at a loss for words. Hermione, roused from her sea of books, looked at the group gathered around her, momentarily bewildered. You all, Ethan stammered, unsure of what to say. Observing this, Astoria took a seat beside Hermione, while the others found their places as well. With a smile, Astoria addressed Hermione. We would like to study with you. What do you think? Hermione appeared taken aback, and before she could respond, Astoria continued. Oh, look at this problem. It's exceedingly difficult. I truly wonder why Professor Snape assigns such challenging questions. Could you possibly help me? She pointed at a marked problem in one of the books, her expression revealing her struggle. However, Hermione glanced at Ethan, sitting across from her, and quietly suggested. Ethan can help you too. Why not ask him? He has to teach Draco and won't have time to help me, Astoria replied, nodding in agreement with Ethan's silent affirmation. Indeed, Malfoy echoed, I'm in the same situation. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione leaned closer to Astoria and began to explain the problem earnestly. Deep down, she understood the intentions of her friends. The solitude she had felt began to dissipate in that moment. The group interacted harmoniously, transitioning from polite exchanges to sharing various jokes. The books were soon cast aside, and only when Mrs. Weasley's scolding broke their joviality did they quiet down. After packing their belongings, they ventured outside the castle to an open space featuring a large boulder. Ethan pulled out a sizable collection of candies and snacks from his pocket, and they settled there, chatting and munching away. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Harry and Ron, who had just returned from Hagrid's. I don't think she needs our consolation. She seems utterly joyful, Ron exclaimed in irritation. That should be the case, Harry conceded, without contesting Ron's remark. Their sentiments were largely rooted in the fact that Hermione had recently compromised their interests by revealing the broomstick incident to Professor McGonagall. Additionally, Ron suspected that Hermione's cat had devoured Scabbers. However, prior to this, during their time at Hagrid's, Hermione had frequently visited him after Christmas, expressing her loneliness. First, you both ignored her because of the firebolt incident, and now you refuse to speak to her simply because her cat acted in a way that any cat would. She had been exceedingly busy, overwhelmed with assignments from various subjects that could easily occupy her for an entire week. Returning to the present, Harry inquired of Ron, "So, what should we do now?" Ron reflected on his cherished pet mouse and promptly dismissed Hagrid's advice from his mind. "I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from disturbing them. She appears to be suited for every house, except for Gryffindor." They passed by Ethan with impassive expressions, seemingly quite normal. However, the observant Ethan detected a hint of jealousy in their eyes. This is only natural, as it is uncomfortable for anyone to see former friends diverging from their path. Ethan had no intention of greeting them, with Hermione turning her back to them. It was best for all parties involved to depart quietly. Chapter 159, The Quidditch Final. The time has come, the day after Easter. This holiday has been exceedingly exhilarating for everyone, particularly for those enamored with the sport. The impending Quidditch Final is on the horizon, set for the first Saturday following Easter. Gryffindor will face Slytherin, a duel between lion and serpent. In Gryffindor, Wood engages in relentless discussions about tactics each day. Everyone must squeeze time to complete their assignments only after Quidditch practice. The primary burden of scoring rests on the Seeker's shoulders, and once again, Harry has been entrusted with this significant responsibility. Although he has yet to experience victory, no one doubts his abilities. The main reason being the formidable strength of this year's Slytherin team. The twin stars of Slytherin are each as capable as Harry Potter, if not stronger. Wood continually reminds Harry, they are exceptionally skilled, but we may still have a chance. You must seize the golden snitch when we lead by more than 50 points, thereby concluding the match before they have a chance to react. What should we do? One teammate inquired. Wood exhaled a deep breath, a blitzkrieg strategy. The others looked bewildered. Indeed, it is a tactic I came across in Muggle history books. Remarkably effective at the outset. Yet it tends to lose momentum later as all their energy is expended up front. It's all or nothing. I understand, Oliver, Harry exclaimed loudly, hoping to conquer this nightmare and defeat the legendary twin stars that loomed over them. Gryffindor is fervently passionate about Quidditch. Since the departure of the legendary Charlie Weasley, their former Seeker, they have not laid hands on the trophy. Even though Harry Potter, a Seeker who rivals Charlie's prowess, has joined them in recent years, their chances of victory remain dismally slim. Listen, the cold-blooded serpents are not to be feared. If we can eliminate the twin stars, Slytherin will be utterly incapable of countering our strategy. Thus, I hope to witness the trophy gracing Gryffindor this year. They rallied in encouragement. As the tension between the two houses intensified, the scent of rivalry palpable from afar, Harry's animosity towards Malfoy escalated, each incident gnawing at his resolve. He could foresee that if he were to succumb to Malfoy once more, his dignity would be once again ground into the dirt. His yearning for victory surpassed that of anyone else. The mounting pressure had brought him to a boiling point. If he did not release this pent-up frustration, he felt he might explode. Meanwhile, Slytherin remained unperturbed, unlike their Gryffindor counterparts. Aside from the encouragement from a few fellow students, they brimmed with confidence. The firebolt had arrived at the school on Easter Day, securely stored in Ethan's dormitory. This was their secret weapon. To ensure triumph, Malfoy proclaimed that should they win, the firebolt would become their personal property. Conversely, if they were to lose, it would only be available for use within the school, belonging solely to the victors. This statement, when compared to Gryffindor's tactics, bore no technical merit, yet its impact was remarkably profound. Everyone was invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The lion pack, after all, was vulnerable, resorting only to brute force. The noble serpent, however, was invincible. Saturday arrived. Hurry, hurry, rise and shine. We must prepare everything before the match commences. Harry, grab your firebolt. Oh, Flanders, watch your step. Fasten your armor. Ethan, we await your arrival. I'm coming. Ethan emerged from the dormitory, 2 snakeskin bags in hand, the tips of brooms peeking out. Quickly, quickly, no time to waste. I have some details to discuss. This match is particularly significant. Following discussions with Walker, we have decided on guerrilla tactics. Guerrilla tactics? Ethan stepped forward to elucidate. Indeed, the very strategy we have been practicing. Retreat when the enemy advances, advance when they retreat, strike decisively when they are fatigued. This time, Ethan was unfettered by the constraints of match timing, allowing him to relish the game. Though this strategy may not appear particularly glamorous, victory would render it admirable. People only remember the champion, much like how the world recognizes Mount Everest as the highest peak, oblivious to the identities of the second, third, or subsequent summits. Thus, the students and faculty arrived early at the stands, ensuring that the venue, equipment, personnel, and even visiting reporters were all in place. The two teams made their final preparations in the stables. Though termed preparations, it primarily involved grooming their appearances. After all, among them were many still seeking love, and perhaps their gallant figures would catch the eyes of the girls during the upcoming match. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual Quidditch final at Hogwarts. This year, the competing teams are Slytherin and Gryffindor. In the previous academic year, Slytherin continued their remarkable streak of 8 consecutive championships. Having triumphed in every single year prior, the question looms, will this year herald a change? Will Slytherin assert their dominance once more, or will Gryffindor seize the opportunity? Let us await the unfolding events. The moment has arrived. The players enter the arena. Madam Hooch, having concluded her remarks, passed the microphone to Lee Jordan, our esteemed commentator, whose exuberant narration has, on occasion, provoked the ire of several house heads, compelling them to covet the microphone. Were it not for Dumbledore's amusement at the spectacle, Lee Jordan's commentary might never have graced the event. In Dumbledore's words, provoking reactions is a talent in itself, one we ought to nurture rather than stifle. Returning our gaze to the pitch. The doors of the Slytherin enclosure swing open. Click, click. Cameras flash toward the Slytherin players. As the two teams emerge, the arena erupts in a cacophony of cheers and various sounds. What are those in their hands? Uninformed individuals, those are firebolt arrows. Identical to the one in Harry Potter's possession. Goodness, each player wields one. How many galleons must that cost? How envious I am of them. If only I were a Slytherin player. The shock among the spectators is palpable, particularly among the members of Gryffindor. What on earth? Is this permissible for us? To be outpaced by them is an absurdity. We should be grateful not to be outmatched by their speed. Hearing the discontent within his team, Wood quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Silence. Listen, there is nothing to fear regarding the firebolt arrows. They are already convinced of their victory. And their arrogance is our assurance of success. The lightning strategy must continue. Victory is ours. Victory is ours." Chapter 160, The Championship. Revelry. The two captains shake hands. Madam Hooch announces. Flint and Wood approach one another, firmly grasping each other's hands, faint smiles lingering on their lips, their arms taut with intensity, exuding a semblance of camaraderie. On brooms. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. 14 brooms soared into the air simultaneously, with the 7 firebolt arrows from Slytherin shining most brilliantly. They glimmered with an ethereal glow, smooth and flawless. From the outset, Slytherin secured possession of the quaffle, executing seamless teamwork. Gryffindor struggled to keep pace. Surprisingly, Slytherin, initially intent on guerrilla tactics, found themselves unhurried. One goal after another, they progressed methodically. "Hurry, we need to create opportunities for Harry," Wood shouted. Slytherin had already amassed a 30-point lead. Gryffindor was growing anxious. Lightning strategy. At the command, they swiftly coordinated, riding their trusted brooms at breakneck speed. One cannot deny the genius of the mind that conceived this tactic. This strategy, to put it bluntly, is a reckless charge, designed to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Remarkably, this maneuver reduced the point deficit back to 10. Observing this, Flint composed himself, adhering to the pre-game strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and advancing when they retreat. They regrouped defensively. The other team members swiftly coordinated, utilizing their formidable physiques and unparalleled speed to repel the ball. A counterattack ensued. Flint soared into the air, directing the play. Bam! A goal was scored, restoring the lead to 20 points. Jordan commenced his passionate commentary. The gap has returned. The intentions of the Gryffindor team have been unveiled. The Slytherin team has abandoned their previous reckless tactics and instead began to exploit their advantages through defense and counterattacks. Conversely, the Gryffindor team appeared somewhat anxious today, eager to conclude the match in one fell swoop. Though their efforts seemed less than effective, the Slytherin team thwarted their relentless onslaught. Could Gryffindor seize the opportunity to overtake? Harry Potter, they need to buy time for him. Buy time? Ethan scoffed, executing a serpentine maneuver to evade the roaming ball. He hurtled towards Harry, intercepting him. Harry, undeterred, kept a keen eye on the skies for the elusive golden snitch, deftly dodging the Slytherin player's encirclement. Wood, sensing the tension, shouted, "Everyone, give it one last push to create a better opportunity for Harry." The Gryffindor players rallied, summoning their energy to engage fiercely with the Slytherin players in close combat. In an instant, the pitch was a flurry of broomsticks, with 14 players in hot pursuit, creating utter chaos. At that moment, a flash of gold darted past the edge of the pitch. Ethan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he raced towards it. Whoosh! Walker! He spotted the golden snitch, drawing nearer. Potter pursued. However, just as Ethan was about to grasp the snitch, the Gryffindor team was already prepared, forming a defensive barrier to block his path. Seizing this opportunity, Harry shot towards the golden snitch like an arrow released from a bow. Reckless. Ethan, seizing the moment, charged directly at Wood. What? Is he out of his mind? My goodness, this is Walker. Utilizing his extraordinary physical prowess, Ethan disregarded their defense, forcefully creating an opening. Two players he elbowed nearly toppled to the ground. What the heck, how old is he? He asked like a little Hagrid, utterly unreasonable. Speed up, speed up. Harry Potter is but a fifth's distance from the golden snitch. Walker is closing in. With Gryffindor's defense faltering, the Slytherin team was scoring frantically, effectively blocking the opposing players outside their goal. It is utterly outrageous and exceedingly extreme. In this scenario, it will either result in a narrow victory for Gryffindor or a resounding triumph for Slytherin. Everyone was ignited by Ethan's collision, leading to increasingly vigorous movements from both teams. Ethan approached Harry Potter, forcefully shoving him aside. However, Ethan's own predicament was not much better. Walker, Walker, the golden snitch is right before us. Alas, a bludger disrupted his rhythm, sending the snitch soaring to great heights. Swiftly, Ethan readjusted his stance, gripping the broom tightly as he ascended vertically at a 90-degree angle. Harry followed closely, both seekers neck and neck. Just as they neared the golden snitch, a fierce gust of wind swept through the pitch. The winds had risen. They had reached the utmost height of the snitch, coinciding with the maximum altitude of the firebolts. The golden snitch attempted to evade. Walker, Walker. Execute a limit C-turn. How would Harry Potter respond? With the score standing at 170 to 50, even if Harry managed to seize the snitch, it would be in vain. Ethan recognized Harry's growing desperation, and he too had grown weary. It was time for the match to conclude. Both Walker and Harry Potter approached the snitch simultaneously. Who would emerge as the champion? Ethan's gaze sharpened as he executed an unexpected maneuver. With a sweeping motion, he sent the golden snitch careening away with the tail of his broom. Once again, the snitch soared forth. Alas, Harry Potter was caught off guard. The piercing sound echoed through the stadium, assaulting the ears of the crowd. Professor McGonagall felt an overwhelming urge to unleash her magic. This was not the first occurrence. Cough. Cough. McWalker. Walker has captured the golden snitch. Slytherin has triumphed. They secured their 9th consecutive Quidditch championship, continuing their legacy as 9-time champions. Phew. This exhilarating match was even more captivating than the last, devoid of fog or rain. The spectators witnessed Gryffindor repeatedly cornered, with Harry Potter unable to turn the tide. Henceforth, Gryffindor may face their darkest 7 years. The undulating waves of this highly entertaining match compelled all faculty and students to rise. In stark contrast to Gryffindor, the other 3 houses were in an uproar. At this moment, the golden trophy bore the magically inscribed name of Slytherin. The atmosphere reached a crescendo, with all players huddled together, gazing at Ethan with profound reverence. Age was no longer a barrier. Should Ethan choose to, he could easily form a small group, and they would join him without hesitation, reminiscent of the Death Eater reserves of yore. Snap, snap. A multitude of cameras, both large and small, focused on the 7 individuals, with Ethan particularly blinded by the flashes of light. The revelry of the night felt interminable. The following day, copies of the Daily Prophet arrived at Hogwarts, proclaiming an exhilarating match. A born player. Chapter 161, Registration. The day after the match, Ethan, as usual, relished his breakfast in the Great Hall. Suddenly, an owl stumbled in, fluttering awkwardly. What could this be? At an unremarkable time, in a familiar place, Ethan's first thought was that Dumbledore was returning something to him. The owl located Ethan amidst the crowd and descended directly above his breakfast. Oh no. Quick-witted, Ethan swiftly moved his meal aside. Thud. The owl landed precisely, not on the table, but on it. Several feathers scattered around, abruptly interrupting the breakfasts of those nearby. Malfoy paid no heed, his gaze fixed on the package. What is this? Puzzled, Ethan picked up the parcel and turned it over, revealing a card firmly affixed to it. From the Quidditch World Cup Committee. What? Malfoy snatched the package, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, Ethan, what do you think is inside? Ethan recalled the calendar from a few days prior. The most significant event recently seemed to be the Quidditch World Cup. The match was set to occur during the summer, and the time was fast approaching. I believe it must be tickets to the final of the Quidditch World Cup. As Ethan spoke, he began to unwrap the parcel. At that moment, students at the other long tables curiously craned their necks, having overheard Malfoy's unintentional exclamation. Surely, something remarkable had been sent by the Quidditch World Cup Committee. Upon unwrapping the package, Ethan discovered a small box within. The box was engraved with inscriptions chronicling the history of Quidditch. It must be said, the committee had some sense of aesthetics. Antique, elegant, and sophisticated. However, what piqued Ethan's interest most was the item inside. It was square and clearly held more than mere tickets. Ethan slowly opened the small box to reveal a finely crafted badge, the hottest merchandise from the Quidditch World Cup. Peering further inside, he found 2 additional items, tickets and a commemorative golden snitch, identical to the one from the previous champions. Ah, truly. Let me see. Malfoy's eyes glimmered with desire. Ethan casually inspected it and handed it over, chuckling. If you like it, it's yours. Upon receiving the golden snitch, Malfoy paused, then exclaimed, Really? This commemorative champion snitch, truly for me. Oh, why? Don't you like it? Ethan prepared to reclaim it. No, of course not. One cannot take back a gift. Malfoy's lips curled into a smirk as he cast a triumphant glance towards Harry, eliciting a reaction that rendered Harry's breakfast utterly unappetizing. Oh, how could this be? If you win the match, that parcel will be yours, Ron lamented, his gaze lingering on the elusive golden snitch. Harry felt a bit awkward. Ron's comment had touched upon a sensitive subject, one he would rather avoid. Nonetheless, the golden snitch was indeed something he coveted. Ethan observed as Astoria extracted a stack of shimmering tickets from the parcel. These were tickets to the Quidditch World Cup, set to go on sale a month prior to the event. An early gift, it seemed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 tickets in total. Ethan took a ticket for himself, handing one to Malfoy, another to Pansy, and one each for himself and Astoria. The remainder went to old Tom, his frugal father-in-law, and his beloved mother-in-law. I'll keep one for Hermione, he mused, retaining the last two for now. After distributing the tickets, Astoria approached the Gryffindor table, holding one ticket aloft. Some of the boys, upon seeing this, quickly adjusted their appearances, though they knew the likelihood was slim. Still, what if fate granted them a ticket? Astoria glided past them like a proud peacock, arriving gracefully before Hermione. In front of Harry and Ron, she extended the ticket towards Hermione. Hermione, would you like to join me? Perhaps during the break? Hermione nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips. She did not decline. After all, the prospect of spending a holiday with friends was a luxury she had rarely indulged in before. She understood the importance of cherishing the friendships she had, resolving not to be as suspicious as she once was, for such attitudes could lead to isolation. After midday classes, Ethan made his way to Professor Flitwick's office. He knocked lightly. "Come in," came the reply. Pushing open the wooden door, Ethan stepped inside. "Professor Flitwick." "Walker, do sit down quickly," Professor Flitwick beamed. "What brings you here today?" Ethan inquired, sensing a hint of unease at the professor's cheerful demeanor. "Oh, would you care for some tea? Perhaps some sweets?" With a flick of his wand, a selection of treats appeared on the table. "Thank you, Professor," Ethan said, a bit taken aback, and expressed his gratitude. "Now, about the dueling competition," Flitwick began. "Of course, you were once the champion of dueling, weren't you?" Ethan replied, somewhat puzzled. "Oh, that was a long time ago," Flitwick said, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "Back then, I emerged victorious from the World Dueling Championship, earning this honor that has accompanied me throughout my life. Registration for the upcoming competition is about to commence, and time is of the essence. We have but a week until enrollment closes. Initially, I had no intention of allowing you to participate, for you are still quite young and lacking in experience. However, a remark from Dumbledore altered my perspective. In the future, you will require substantial support, which hinges upon your reputation. The dueling tournament is indeed a global competition, and should you emerge victorious, the benefits to you would be immense." At this juncture, Professor Flitwick added, "Of course, this matter is entirely voluntary. I shall speak with Dumbledore regarding this, for I would never coerce a student into a decision. I urge you to contemplate this carefully, as it brims with peril. Some extreme competitors may resort to deliberate acts of murder, later claiming it was merely an accident, and the only consequence they face is disqualification from the competition." Ethan found himself overwhelmed by the unexpected tournament, his mind racing with calculations of benefits, schedules, and arrangements. This holiday seemed devoid of plans, and participating in the competition appeared to be a rather appealing option. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ethan nodded. "Professor, I have made my decision." "So you have?" "I have resolved to participate." "Are you truly certain?" Professor Flitwick inquired once more. "Yes," Ethan affirmed with a firm nod. "Well then," Professor Flitwick withdrew a letter and a registration form from his drawer. "Ordinarily, such a significant matter would necessitate a discussion with your guardian, Tom. However, prior to this, the headmaster had already conferred with old Tom, advising you to handle it as you see fit. Since there are no issues on your end, let us proceed to fill out the registration form." Upon hearing this, Ethan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Everything was prepared, and it seemed they were merely awaiting his decision. Chapter 162, Examination Week. After completing the registration form, Ethan and Professor Flitwick discussed the remaining arrangements for the semester. Aside from a few details, the primary focus was on one-on-one training. During the holiday, Professor Flitwick would undoubtedly be unavailable. Thus, the training would primarily occur in the time leading up to the end of the semester. "How does every afternoon after school sound? I can have my house elf deliver meals to the rooftop classroom." Ethan nodded in agreement. The remaining matters were merely routine details. With the arrival of June, the days became oppressively hot. Though the skies were clear and sunny, the heat rendered the outdoors devoid of people. The semester's courses were nearing their conclusion, with some classes already finished, awaiting the impending final examinations. Students found themselves with more leisure time to savor life, taking evening strolls outside, sipping chilled pumpkin juice while admiring the summer's fiery clouds. A stone or a stick could provide endless amusement by the lakeside. Yet, such idyllic scenarios existed only in dreams. The majority had little time for recreation. As exams drew near, anxiety began to permeate the atmosphere. Ethan, once the most relaxed of all, had transformed into the second busiest individual, surpassed only by Hermione. He was seldom seen during dinner time, This situation began a few days after the conclusion of the Quidditch match. Initially, his companions paid little heed, for they had grown accustomed to Ethan's daily disappearances. However, what perplexed them was that this state of affairs persisted for over a month. It was only when they inquired directly that they learned of Ethan's participation in the World Dueling Championships. They promptly extended their best wishes to him, with Malfoy even offering to spar with Ethan if needed, which elicited hearty laughter from the group, a jest that lingered for nearly a week. Concurrently, under Malfoy's promotion, news of Ethan's exploits inadvertently spread. In this regard, Ethan felt somewhat resigned, for the only similarity between Malfoy and Hagrid was this very circumstance. Meanwhile, the Owls' ordinary wizarding level exams and Newt's nastily exhausting wizarding tests were held as scheduled. Among the Weasley family, 3 members were set to take the exams. Aspiring wizards often sought to obtain qualifications during this period, aiming to secure employment after graduation. This represented the highest educational attainment offered by Hogwarts. Beyond this, one would require a notable resume, including accolades from major competitions, records of significant battles, and high-level research achievements. Compared to the former, these latter 3 bore greater authority. In the Wizarding World, the 7 years at Hogwarts resemble a composite of primary, secondary, and tertiary education in the Muggle realm. They are spared the burdens of academic advancement. Even after dismal end-of-term examinations, the worst consequence is merely a reprimand at home. The most crucial assessments are the 2 aforementioned exams. The notion of pressure is almost non-existent. Should a young witch or wizard succumb to academic stress and take their own life, it would undoubtedly be recorded in history, for it would mark an unprecedented event in the wizarding community. Good heavens, I believe she has lost her mind. How could one person possibly appear in 2 examination halls? Who knows, perhaps Professor McGonagall bestowed upon her some form of assistance. Students who excel often receive certain privileges. Harry and Ron were engaged in a lively discussion about the timetable they had seen that morning. Thanks to Ethan and Malfoy's intervention, Buckbeak was not subjected to an appeal, thus avoiding the grim fate of decapitation as depicted in the original tale. Hermione was spared the need to extract time from the limited 24 hours to draft a defense for Buckbeak. The examination week had arrived, and those who had experienced its terror were well aware of its nature. An unusual silence enveloped the castle, and Ethan once again savored the joy of being an academic overachiever. On Monday at noon, as the third-year students emerged from the Transfiguration classroom, their expressions revealed their results. Some appeared disheveled, others were laughing maniacally, and a few maintained blank expressions. Those who, like Ethan, Malfoy, and Hermione, managed to remain at ease were few and far between. Even if there were any, they were hardly associated with Gryffindor. Like their schoolmates, when they emerged from their studies, each was engrossed in discussions about their exam performances, comparing results and lamenting the difficulty of the tasks. Even Hermione might not have claimed a perfect score. Transforming a teapot into a turtle may sound simple, and indeed it was rather straightforward for Ethan. However, what I conjured was a soft-shelled turtle, not a turtle at all, Hermione exclaimed in surprise. All right, know-it-all. What I produced isn't much worse than yours, Malfoy replied with a hint of frustration. I don't often see turtles. Who knows what they look like? But you can't go too far with it, Pansy chuckled. Just look at what you transformed. Unyielding, Malfoy retorted, what's wrong with it? It has a turtle's head, turtle's limbs, turtle's shell, and even a turtle's tail. Isn't that sufficient? Quite enough, Ethan said, shaking his shoulders. Not only that, but you also adorned your turtle with a blue fabric eye mask and provided it with a knife. What gives? That was intentional. Adding some extra features proves my exceptional skills, right? Malfoy awkwardly tried to justify himself. But the turtles I've seen in the aquarium don't stand upright, Hermione remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion as if recalling something. After everyone finished their lunch and took a brief rest, they hurried back upstairs for their charms exam. As third-year students, they were not required to tackle overly challenging questions. Just as Hermione had predicted, Professor Flitwick indeed tested them on the charm of happiness. Without Hermione's prior insights, Harry and Ron floundered during the exam. Harry, overwhelmed by nerves, sweated profusely, causing his partner Ron to erupt in laughter. After the exam concluded, the group conspired to leave Harry in the classroom until they had sufficiently laughed at him. Later that evening, the corridors were devoid of the usual young couples. Everyone quickened their pace, rushing back to the common room to seize every moment for reviewing care of magical creatures, potions, and astronomy. The following morning, the exam for care of magical creatures, overseen by Hagrid, commenced. The task was deceptively simple. They had to ensure their flobberworm remained alive until the end of the exam. This subject quickly became known among the students as the easiest of all exams. However, the most challenging subject was scheduled for that afternoon, potions. Everyone was wary of making even the slightest error, as it would undoubtedly lead to severe reprimands afterward. Students scrambled with their materials, concocting their potions in a chaotic manner. It was akin to being asked to cook, only to end up with a pot of elixir. Who do I turn to for an explanation? Chapter 163. The trajectory of fate is about to change. That evening, the stars aligned, and Professor Sinistra had chosen a fortuitous day. The sky was clear, which was promising news for the students. Everyone has flocked to the highest tower, a place brimming with memories of Harry and Ron. Even now, they can vividly recall those eyes from that fateful day, causing their bodies to shudder involuntarily. This evening, your examination will consist of observing the stars and predicting tomorrow's weather. As I have instructed, Professor Sinistra distributed a sheet of paper to each of them, requiring them to sketch the observed stars and note their characteristics. Additionally, they must indicate what the weather will be like tomorrow. Some of you may encounter a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, and accurately guess the weather. However, fortune will not linger upon you indefinitely. Now, commence the examination. There were those scratching their heads, others lost in thought, and some fervently writing away. The candlelight was dim, the gentle breeze acting as its swing. Ethan was the first to submit his paper and exited early. "Oh, well done, dear. Get some rest," he was told. Everyone looked up, left with only the solitary figure of the strong. "What are you staring at? Does Walker have the answers? Hurry up and get to work. There are still 20 minutes left." Everyone was startled, a thought flickering through their minds. Isn't the contrast rather stark? There's no need for such theatrics. The rustling continued. Many were adept at observing the stars. Yet it was the final task of predicting the weather that caused them to falter. Ultimately, it boiled down to a multiple-choice question, with only a handful of weather possibilities. How to choose? That became their dilemma. Many employed a bit of cunning. They thought to themselves, given the recent sweltering heat and the absence of rain, what difference would tomorrow make? Consequently, aside from a few who truly understood, the majority inscribed clear skies. Of course, there were some who took the opposite approach, believing that as an astronomy professor, one could not overlook such simple logic. Since this question was posed, there must be a trap. Thus, they wrote down all manner of responses: heavy rain, moderate rain, light rain, downpour. Various options abounded. History of Magic was scheduled for Wednesday morning. As a school renowned for its exceptional standards, Hogwarts students found History of Magic to be their least favorite subject. Yet paradoxically, it was the one they excelled at the most. Unsurprisingly, when the students emerged that day, most wore smiles upon their faces. Wednesday afternoon heralded the herbology exam, an exceedingly lengthy ordeal lasting an entire day and night. The silver lining was that the sun was obscured, and a torrential downpour graced the sky. They were spared from being scorched by the sun in that small shelter. However, with the good also came the bad. The rain had arrived. Many lamented the final question of the astronomy exam, which had proven to be their undoing, grumbling that the downpour had come at the most inopportune time. "Ha ha ha. I told you so. It was bound to rain today." Indeed, this was no ordinary examination. It was a test of human nature. "I feel the same. Merlin bless. Stinky socks bless you, and fortune bless me. Oh Merlin, I shall no longer pilfer your black fishnet stockings." Malfoy, standing nearby, scoffed disdainfully. If Merlin were to manifest, he would have come to aid me in my examinations long ago. It appears he is of no consequence. Pansy couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, my Pansy, do not behave thus." Laughter erupted among the surrounding Slytherins. The afternoon's examination results will be revealed tomorrow, and they must return tonight to cram for the impending assessments. Simultaneously, everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of the morrow, for once the exams conclude, this wretched examination week shall be at an end. The defense against the dark arts, a subject that ranks among the lowest for most. Perhaps this semester may yield different outcomes. The simplicity of the questions is one aspect. The primary concern lies with the instructor, who appears as a normal individual in public. They ventured outdoors into the sunlight, needing to wade through a pond inhabited by Grindylows and navigate a series of potholes filled with gnomes. They trudged through a marshland, where ferocious crocodiles lurked. They could not heed the misguided directions of a clumsy hinkapunk. Ultimately, they would have to climb into an old trunk to confront a boggart. It resembled certain obstacle courses from Ethan's previous life at summer camp. The only distinction being, Lupin referred to this examination as a truncated version of a wilderness adventure. "Professor, why is it called a truncated version?" a girl inquired. "Because the dangers are minimal, posing no threat to life. In true wilderness, one might encounter various creatures that could be fatal. They could be beasts from the Muggle world or magical creatures from the Wizarding realm. Who knows? Like those crocodiles in the marsh, a careless moment could lead to a wizard's demise." "Ah!" Hermione screamed, rushing out. "What is the matter, Hermione?" Ethan and the others approached with concern. I saw Professor McGonagall. She said I failed all my exams. There remains one more examination. The divination class with Ethan and Malfoy. A group ascended to the 8th floor, taking the spiral staircase leading to the classroom. "He must see us separately," Neville proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, someone inquired, "What did she say?" "We need to look into the crystal ball," Neville replied. "Does anyone see what is inside?" "No." One by one, they entered and exited, and whenever someone asked, "What did she inquire? Did you pass?" The emerging individual surprisingly remained tight-lipped, refusing to answer. No, she stated. If anyone reveals even a hint of the content, dire consequences shall ensue. That fits. She is indeed a charlatan, earning envious galleons each month. How wonderful it would be if it were me, Ron scoffed. Harry entered. The Dark Lord was alone there. He did not perish. He escaped 2 years ago. There is a darker wizard who intends to wreak havoc. The Dark Lord has risen once more with the assistance of the Great Master and his servant. Stripped of his former dignity, he now submits to the Great Master, and by midnight tonight, that servant shall reclaim his master. Harry has emerged. He has lost 7 souls and 6 spirits. Fortunately, his dear friend Ron roused him with a few words from Quidditch, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Ethan has entered. You see, the contents of divination are deeply personal, and I ought not to disclose them. However, the circumstances are rather unusual. Wait a moment, Dumbledore must know. As per his instructions, I must inform you as well, Professor Trelawney rasped. She reiterated Harry's prophecy. Now, it is your turn, Walker. Bang. Professor Trelawney, with her wild hair, rushed out, her face pale, muttering incessantly. The crystal ball has shattered, his fate has shifted once again, unpredictable and unobservable. Chapter 164, The Fateful Mysterious Bird. The examination week has concluded, and everyone welcomes their brief spring. Why, you ask? Perhaps the answer will reveal itself on the day the results are announced. That afternoon, Harry and Ron went to visit Hagrid, wildly critiquing the exams of the past few days. By chance, they encountered Ethan and Malfoy. Hagrid, my Hagrid, where is your horse? Malfoy hummed a tune. My eagle. My horse, your prairie, my horse. Goodness, Draco, do you not perceive the absurdity in your song? Ethan was haunted by demonic echoes, suddenly regretting accompanying Malfoy. Ron scoffed, pulling his friend aside, intending to see Buckbeak. Coincidentally, Ethan and Malfoy had the same destination. Malfoy, why are you following us? Ron expressed his irritation. He only mentioned Malfoy, omitting Ethan. After all, Ethan's prowess was evident, instilling fear with each glance, leaving one to ponder if he concealed something. Otherwise, who among us possesses such strength that it escalates so dramatically over time? You live by the sea, why are you meddling so? Malfoy's pale countenance darkened as he strode directly between them. Ron rolled up his sleeves, ready to transform into a warrior and challenge Malfoy to a manly one-on-one. Ron, don't, Harry nudged Ron, winking. Only upon seeing Harry's porcelain-like eyes did Ron belatedly realize there was another person behind him. Ethan's gaze glinted with a hint of sharpness as he glanced at Ron's pocket. The bulging pocket trembled, causing the fat rat within to break into a cold sweat. Walker, that little brat. How could he? Has he discovered my secret? No, that cannot be. It's impossible. My animagus form is not something that this generation even knows about. Even if one is aware, what difference does it make? In the eyes of the outside world, I have already become a specter. Contemplating this, the diminutive Peter felt a slight sense of solace. His body ceased to tremble, lest he attract unwanted attention. Bonsai. What is the matter? Ron's heart tightened with concern. That wretched cat was absent as well. Left with no choice, Ron clutched his pocket tightly, offering reassurance to the frightened, plump mouse within. This suffocating affection moved Peter to tears. Oh, it has gone still again. It seems I must press it more frequently. Ethan paid no heed to the two, striding directly toward the stable. However, after his departure, a pair of shadowy eyes fixated on Ron's pocket from the underbrush. The previously calm mouse began to quiver once more. Woof, woof, woof. Ugh, a dog. Where did such a dark creature come from? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Harry was already terrified. It was that same dog from outside his door. It must be significant. How could an ordinary black dog have ventured into the magical realm? Bonsai, what has happened to you? Ron's pocket mouse began to thrash violently. The rodent's owner attempted to soothe it with tender pressure, but to little avail. Don't run away. The plump mouse, with a sudden burst of energy, darted off. Harry, we must pursue it. It's heading into the forbidden forest, and it's in danger. Yet Harry hesitated, sensing that the dog might be Black, the one who sought his life. But when they turned to look, they were left dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, not a hair of the dog remained. Where had it gone? It had fled. Quickly, chase after it. Ron disregarded everything else, sprinting toward the direction the mouse had taken. His affection for that little creature was genuine. They shared everything, food, drink, and sleep. Just as Hagrid once admonished. Pets could never compare to friends, even for someone like him who adored animals. First, we are humans, friends of friends, and only then are we masters of animals. This was a phrase uttered by Hagrid, but alas, it was too late. Harry followed suit, their minds having cast aside those words. In truth, they had never truly internalized them. Ethan, come up. Malfoy beckoned. Ha ha ha, I shall pass. Ethan grinned. He had come today not only for relaxation, but for another purpose. Once upon a time, his little raven had grown. Due to its insatiable appetite, it had feasted on many delectable treats over the years. From time to time, it would brazenly approach the unicorns for a morsel. Of course, the food here was not mere sustenance. Each item, upon entering the outside world, was something that pureblood families would vie for at any cost. To speak of the past, just consider the first time he tasted that peculiar dish prepared by Hagrid. In retrospect, he found himself somewhat regretting bringing this insatiable creature back with him. While other households' crows collected valuable treasures from the outside world, this one did not even bother to ask him for food. In Wooney's words, "Master, the fact that I seek sustenance on my own without driving you to bankruptcy is already a boon for you." Ethan remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "If you do not conjure a reasonable explanation, I shall have crow soup tonight." Cawing excitedly, Wooney reassured, "Fear not, master, just watch me." In the gaze of Malfoy and Ethan, Wooney soared into the air. "Caw caw caw. Behold your deity." Malfoy exclaimed from atop his griffin, "Wow, this creature is even more pretentious than I am." Wooney hovered in midair, its feathers shimmering in a spectrum of colors under the sunlight and rippling water, exuding an air of divine majesty, disregarding its cacophonous calls. With a flash of golden light, the original crow vanished, replaced by a magnificent bird capable of flight. "Why does this creature seem increasingly familiar?" Ethan murmured, as memories from his past life stirred within him, conjuring an image in his mind. The fated mysterious bird descends to give rise to commerce. The resounding echoes of ancient language reverberated in Ethan and Wooney's minds. Though neither had formally studied it, they understood its significance. At this moment, Wooney had undergone a profound transformation. Its elongated feathered crest glimmered with a mysterious light, symbolizing the mythical bird's connection to the heavens. Its bright, sharp eyes resembled the most radiant stars in the night sky, seemingly capable of perceiving the world's myriad phenomena. Wooney's feathers displayed a rich array of colors, transitioning from silvery white to soft lavender, then to delicate pink, reminiscent of the magnificent hues of a sunset. Its wings expanded grandly, with each feather intricately detailed, the edges aglow with a gentle luminescence, heralding auspiciousness. The tail feathers flowed gracefully, akin to elegant ribbons dancing in the air, adorned with blossoms that complemented its splendor, reminiscent of a phoenix. In that moment, Wooney appeared both sacred and majestic, yet in the next breath, it exclaimed, "Ha! I've evolved, Grandpa." Illustration here. Chapter 165, Blake. The once holy atmosphere was abruptly shattered, as Ethan's raucous bird returned. "Enough, enough, come down here. Let me take a look." Responding to the command, Wooney flapped its wings and joyfully descended. "So what do you think? Am I not impressive?" it asked, brimming with pride. Ethan, suppressing his usual sarcasm, genuinely remarked, "Indeed. You're quite impressive this time." At that moment, Malfoy, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "Hey, Ethan, it seems Wooney can talk now." "Huh, hasn't he always been capable of speech?" Ethan exclaimed, startled by the revelation. The unexpected discovery left him astonished. Although Wooney had previously uttered human words, they were mostly indistinct, resembling the babbling of an infant. Now, the creature before him spoke with the clarity of an adult. Had it truly achieved the legendary mastery of the meridians? However, Ethan quickly dismissed such thoughts. The ability to speak was, indeed, a remarkable development. Subsequently, Ethan rode on Wooney alongside Malfoy, who was perched atop Buckbeak as they soared above the lake. They ascended to a height of 100 meters, reveling in the splendid experience. Flying always aroused a sense of anticipation. Unlike a broomstick, they were mounted on living beings. Woohoo! Malfoy finally shed his pretentious demeanor, revealing the spirit of a liberated youth. Beside the lakeside forest, Ron, gasping for breath and leaning on his knees, exclaimed, "Wait for me, Harry." "Scabbers!" Ron shouted, his voice overpowering Harry's, rendering his words unheard. "Oh, so you are here." Ron rejoiced, rushing over to embrace his beloved rat. "Be careful, Ron," Harry warned, noticing a pair of menacing eyes glaring from behind Ron. "What?" Ron turned around, but in that instant, the plump rat bit him. "Ouch!" Ron cried out in pain. The rat scurried away. However, contrary to their expectations, the large black dog did not pursue the fat rat, but charged directly at Ron instead. "Watch out, Ron!" Harry yelled. Ron gazed in despair at the oncoming dog, thinking, this is the end. Yet, as the dog reached Ron, it leaped over him and dashed toward Harry. Harry grabbed a nearby stone, intending to throw it, but it was too late. The dog leaped forward, its front paws crashing against Harry's chest. Crack! At least 2 ribs fractured. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as Ron, staggering to his feet, rushed forward and seized the dog by its fur, flinging it away. Woof! As Harry regained his bearings, he realized his sleeve felt empty. My wand. Damn you, Black. Black? Where? Where is he? Ron frantically scanned the surroundings. In midair, Ethan and Malfoy hovered above the forest, witnessing the entire incident unfold. Black? I didn't see him, Malfoy remarked, perplexed. That dog was him. Ethan indicated the direction the black dog had taken. An animagus. Malfoy gasped. Ethan nodded. Indeed. Do dogs now have a taste for rats? Even those transformed into animagi? Perhaps. Who knows? Ethan replied with a subtle smile. Then, turning to Malfoy, he proposed, shall we follow? Let us go. Malfoy had conveyed his answer through action, diving in the direction that Peter and Black had just traversed. Ethan, guided by Wony's instincts, sensed they were not far from their quarry. Eventually, they paused beneath a tree. Oh, the Whomping Willow. I suppose we ought to navigate around it, Malfoy remarked, glancing at the imposing figure below. Ethan smiled faintly. Who says we must follow their trail precisely? Malfoy appeared momentarily at a loss for retort. Why not simply lie in wait at the destination? Where? The Shrieking Shack. However, as the two hurried towards it, within the confines of the Shrieking Shack, the house was empty, with a door ajar on the right, leading to a dim corridor. The surroundings were chaotic, enshrouded in dust, the wallpaper peeling from the walls, and an array of debris scattered about. Stains marred the floor, and the furniture lay in ruin, both artificially damaged and naturally decayed. The windows were boarded up, rendering the interior of the house oppressively dark. A large black dog cornered a mouse, emitting a hoarse growl. The mouse's eyes reflected a flicker of human-like terror, its small orbs darting anxiously. The black dog opened its gaping maw, lunging at the mouse. With a swift motion, the mouse darted into a hole, finding refuge in this dilapidated wooden structure. Bang, bang, bang. The black dog, in a fit of rage, battered against the boards. Yet, despite the years of decay, the wood remained, and soon the dog's forehead was a gruesome sight. Dust swirled about the room, mingling with moldy cotton fluff and wood shavings, rendering the entire space hazy. Harry, over here quickly. Ron's voice echoed from the corridor behind. Coughing, he exclaimed, wow, so much dust. Ron squinted against the haze. Where are we? Harry, with his sturdy little frame, climbed up. The sharp pain from his fractured ribs made him break into a cold sweat. I believe we have arrived at the Shrieking Shack. Ron's voice trembled slightly. After what felt like 2.5 minutes, the dust began to settle, and visibility gradually returned. Before them stood a large black dog. It's him again. Who are you? An animagus? Sirius Black, it is I. Under their gaze, the once fearsome dog gradually transformed, rising to take on human form. Disheveled, filthy hair cascaded to his elbows, and the deep, dark hollows of his eyes bore no light. He resembled a corpse, with waxen skin clinging to his bones, devoid of any flesh. He appeared quite pleased, flashing a grin that revealed his large yellowed teeth. Disarm you. With Harry's wand, he deftly knocked Ron's wand from his hand, which landed securely in Black's grasp. He stepped forward, fixating on Harry's face, lost in memories. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. I believe you will embody his bravery. Furthermore, your decision to refrain from seeking assistance from the teachers is something for which I am profoundly grateful. It makes matters considerably easier. Chapter 166. Black hair, red hair, and a dog. The absence of teachers indeed simplifies things, he chuckled ominously. Those devilish words reverberated within the wooden cabin, echoing in the ears of the two. Especially for Harry, it felt as if Black had just bellowed them. It was all too reminiscent of the day Snape had humiliated his father. Black's words pierced Harry's heart, mocking his father relentlessly. Hatred, anger, and fear intertwined within him. Had it not been for the relentless bullying he endured in his youth, his resilience would have faltered, and any ordinary person would have succumbed to madness. In that moment, he yearned more than ever for his wand to return to his grasp, not for self-defense, nor for aggression, but for the intent to kill. Harry, do not act impulsively, Ron shouted, grasping Harry's hands. He merely seeks to provoke you. You must remain calm. Stay still. Black grinned malevolently, his expression oozing wickedness. Tonight, there shall be but one murder, and you are not the target. The two remained oblivious, enveloped by death and fury, with little time for reflection as 13-year-olds. Naturally, they assumed Black's intent was solely to slay Harry, sparing Ron. Shall we descend? Malfoy inquired anxiously. No rush, Ethan replied, composed. At his words, Malfoy felt a surge of anger. His inner goodness could not allow him to accept that his friend might be as cold-hearted as Voldemort had been. Why? Potter is to be killed. That will not happen. Black will not murder him. Ethan retorted sharply, silencing Malfoy. Shifting his tone, he explained, the one destined to perish tonight is merely that rat. Upon hearing this, Malfoy hesitated, his wand poised to cast a spell to save the creature, then lowered it. Observing this, Ethan shook his head and spoke slowly. The events of that time are rather intricate. Do elaborate, Malfoy urged. Ethan paused. Black is Harry's godfather. It was Peter Pettigrew who betrayed them. Fearing retribution, he faked his own death and went into hiding. Among the original four, aside from Lupin, who was a werewolf, James Potter's animagus form was that of a stag, earning him the nickname Prongs. Black could transform into a large black dog, known as Padfoot. Pettigrew's animagus form was a gray rat, nicknamed Wormtail. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's desire to learn about animagi reached its zenith. However, he decided to wait a few more years before pursuing it. And then, They learned to become animagi to support Lupin emotionally. Their bond was so strong. Why, in the end, did it all unravel? Indeed, 3 of them shared a strong bond. Yet the mouse was an exception. Ethan's gaze fell downward, where a figure trembled slightly in the corner of the wooden cabin. He bore another identity, that of a servant to Voldemort, fearful for his life, yet greedy for wealth and fame. Voldemort was his sole option. Shall we? Malfoy suggested, gesturing towards his neck. Though Malfoy was a good boy, it did not imply he was a saint. Born into a pure-blood family, he had understood the dynamics of self-interest from a young age. While he harbored a distaste for killing, if someone threatened those he cared about, he would act quicker than anyone else. No rush, we shall see, Ethan pondered, needing answers from the mouse's mouth. Be quiet. He killed my parents. How can you expect me to be quiet? Harry exclaimed, his emotions boiling over as he charged forward. Black was evidently caught off guard by Harry's reckless act and failed to raise his wand in time. Seizing the moment, Harry grasped the wand, redirecting its tip, while his other hand balled into a fist, making intimate contact with Black's head. Bang! Ah! Black cried out in pain, instinctively stepping back, clutching his wand, his instrument of revenge. Harry did not relent. They stumbled backwards, both crashing against the wall. Sizzle! How could a 13-year-old possibly contend with an adult? Black regained control of the wand, his magical energy surging through it. As sparks flew, a bolt of magic grazed Harry's face, striking the wall behind him with a resounding bang. Crack! Amidst the flickering lightning, a stout figure emerged from behind the wall. Thunder rumbled as a flash of white light revealed Black's eyes, filled with murderous intent, witnessed by all. To subdue Harry, Black's hand seized the latter's neck. Anyone observing would conclude that Black intended to kill him. I have awaited this moment for far too long, he thought, recalling the Dementors, the filthy prison, and the anguish of losing friends. His fingers instinctively tightened, leaving Harry gasping for breath, his face turning purple, his glasses askew, utterly disheveled. Above, the 2 battlefield reporters occasionally interjected their commentary. Poor fellow, he doesn't seem well, remarked one. Malfoy shielded his eyes with his hands, peering through the cracks to witness the scene unfold. There was no choice. Even though Black was his godfather, hatred had clouded all reason. Where are the other 2? Lupin and Professor Snape are on their way. Just then, seizing the opportunity, Ron charged forward, colliding with Black. Ah! Harry, seizing the wand, pressed its tip against Black's heart. I will kill you. Harry, do not let Ron pull him over. Get away. Harry shouted at Ron. If he dies, we will be in quite a predicament. We should turn him over to the Ministry, Ron insisted. Harry, are you going to kill me? Black's already frail body grew increasingly weak. Why not? You were the one who caused their deaths. Harry trembled as he spoke, his wand serving as his only anchor. Unbeknownst to him, he had never learned the killing curse. A multitude of troubling memories flashed through Harry's mind as he struggled to convince himself to end the life of the man before him. Yet, 3 minutes had elapsed, and his wand remained steady, devoid of any magical fluctuations. Thud, thud, thud. A new sound emerged. The steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from below, drawing nearer. Above us. More have arrived, Malfoy whispered. Here. We are here, Sirius Black. He is here too, Ron shouted. Thud, thud, thud. The locked wooden door burst open in a shower of sparks and light. Harry and Ron swiftly turned. Lupin stumbled into room 203, his face devoid of color, lips trembling. Cold sweat glistening on his forehead. An observer might mistake him for one who had overexerted himself. Chapter 167. The Werewolf Strikes. Professor Lupin, Ron exclaimed, his entire being relaxing in response. Lupin remained silent, bypassing Ron to approach the group. At that moment, Harry still held his wand pointed at Black, who appeared utterly desperate and was pinned to the ground by Harry, his body marred with continuous wounds, blood still oozing. Disarm him, Lupin shouted. In their astonishment, Harry's wand was sent flying. Switch places. He moved to Black's side. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Harry felt as though the world had collapsed around him. Inexplicably, he lost all strength. Due to his overwhelming tension, he had failed to accomplish what he intended. Black, I'm fine. I won't die just yet. How could I dare to die before him? Black rasped, his eyes red. Where is he? Black weakly indicated Ron, who was filled with terror. It is him. Professor Lupin, Harry shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of his friend. If you must kill someone, take me instead. Let Ron go. Harry trembled violently, not from fear, but from shock and rage. I trusted you all these years, and yet you have always been his friend. You betrayed our friendship. You are mistaken, Lupin shook his head. Speaking softly, for 12 years, I was not Black's friend, but now I am. It is difficult to explain, yet I shall endeavor to make it clear to you. Though pale, Lupin remained remarkably composed. I have not consistently aided Black in entering the castle, nor do I desire for Harry to perish, for Black could never kill him. Yet, it cannot be denied that. As he spoke, Lupin's expression reflected a struggle. I am a werewolf. Many are aware of this, including the professors. Dumbledore knows you are a werewolf and still employs you? Has he lost his mind? Ron exclaimed incredulously. No, he is not mad. In fact, he is remarkably astute. No one is more intelligent than he is. He is terrifying, Lupin replied, trembling. This was the first time he felt such fear towards his former teacher. Dumbledore was kind and benevolent, yet his hands were undeniably stained with blood. Countless lives had perished at his hands, and he could manipulate anyone. My presence at this school and Black's escape are all part of Dumbledore's grand design. We are merely his pawns. Harry, you two cannot escape the fate of being ensnared by his schemes. I believe we should discuss this calmly, Lupin suggested, attempting to demonstrate his lack of malice by tossing his wand back to Harry and Ron, then placing his own wand into his pocket. You are armed now and can subdue us at any moment. Shall we proceed with our conversation? The two exchanged glances, determination evident in their eyes. What transpired back then? Harry inquired. I shall explain, Lupin began. Back then. Where are you all? Why haven't you shown yourselves yet? Where's the last one? Malfoy remarked. Growing bored. The atmosphere among the group had shifted from one of imminent violence to a surprisingly cordial dialogue. This alleviated Malfoy's earlier concerns, and he felt more like a spectator than a participant. Be prepared. Professor Snape may encounter some trouble shortly, Ethan said casually, wand in hand. I suspect that Potter's brain was pinched by a door. How dare he confront the professor? Malfoy muttered. According to your account, the Marauders had a poor relationship with Professor Snape, and now only 3 of the Marauders remain, excluding the rat. Potter and the remaining Marauders might very well act against Professor Snape. How dare they? Malfoy expressed his indignation. He would rather stand beside a professor who had only been at the school for a year than believe in Professor Snape, who had taught there for over a decade. Potter is just Potter, the Sherlock Holmes of Hogwarts. Pettigrew is the traitor, Ron exclaimed. Isn't he dead? He is dead, or at least he feigned death. Black rasped. As an animagus, he transforms into a rat. Your pet. This is impossible. Ron protested. He speaks the truth. This generation of Weasleys and Potters is rather unimpressive. A mocking voice echoed from behind them. Professor Snape removed his invisibility cloak. I detest the smell of this cloak. Everyone jumped in surprise. And then Snape's lips curled into a slight smirk, gazing at them like a victor. Perhaps you are unaware that I have delivered the Wolf's Bane potion to your office. It is time for Lupin to take his medicine. Professor Snape, holding a vial of the potion, approached Lupin slowly, reminiscent of those sinister biochemists. The two 13-year-olds had never encountered such a scene before. Instinctively, Harry shouted at Professor Snape, Expelliarmus. The sudden exclamation startled Professor Snape, causing the glass vial to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the floor. The potion was lost. Although Snape wished to evade the situation, how could he possibly escape a spell without prior preparation? He was neither Voldemort nor Walker. Evasion was not an option. As he braced for impact, a surge of frustration compelled him to consider hanging Harry by his ankles. Suddenly, at that very moment, Expelliarmus, a clash of magical energies erupted as the spells collided, causing Harry's wand to be flung aside. Professor Malfoy arrived, riding Buckbeak, alongside Ethan, who descended from the sky with Woony perched on his shoulder, significantly increasing the weight he bore. Lupin regarded the descending pair with a peculiar expression. Is the Paw Patrol holding a conference? Why is everyone arriving? As Professor Snape processed the situation, he felt an inexplicable sense of confidence in the presence of the two newcomers. However, he concealed it, replying coldly, Magical creatures. Are you aware of how many school rules you have violated by coming here? Do you wish for someone to seize the opportunity? Harry and Ron hid nearby, apprehensive of potential repercussions from Snape. Particularly Harry, who anticipated the punishment awaiting him upon their return for assaulting a teacher. Professor, it was our fault. We will take it seriously and correct our mistakes. As Ethan prepared to chatter on, Snape dismissively waved his hand, exclaiming, No matter, since everyone is here. Let us first extract him and discuss further. Ethan proposed, harboring the desire to eliminate Peter, though not at this moment. He needed Lupin to transform into a werewolf to create chaos. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the potion to be destroyed. Chapter 168. This path is blocked. Chirp. Peter, who had reverted to a rat and was poised to enjoy the spectacle, was taken aback. What gives? Walker, do I have a grudge against you? You arrive only to pull me out. Reluctant and terrified for his life, Peter was unwilling to meet his demise. Where is he? Lupin asked in a deep voice. The pile of wood ahead. It has transformed back into a rat. Black pointed towards the collapsed ruins. No, this cannot be. You lunatics, Ron shouted, his face a mask of disbelief. I have lived alongside Scabbers for so long. How could he possibly be Peter Pettigrew? Chirp. Wesley, you are truly a good person. When the time comes to escape this ordeal, I shall ensure that your passing is devoid of suffering. Ron staggered before the ruins, arms outstretched as if to embrace the fate of the mouse. Regardless of its nature, we must conduct this experiment. Ron shouted angrily at Black. He found Wesley to be exceedingly bothersome, clearly not of the Weasley lineage, and his patience had worn thin. Get away. Black seized his shoulder and forcefully pushed Ron to the ground. Seeing his friend harmed, Harry quickly interjected. Indeed, there are an entire street's worth of witnesses. In his emotional fervor, Harry clung to the tenuous strands of his argument in the face of stark reality. This scene left Black somewhat disheartened. In his eyes, the child of his former friend seemed to have inherited little beyond an affinity for Quidditch. However, now that he had located Peter as Harry's godfather, he could address matters of education once they returned home and closed the door. Footsteps approached. Ethan furrowed his brow, pondering. Everyone has arrived. Who else could possibly come? Hermione? Surely not. Under the gaze of the group, a girl with curly hair confidently strode through the entrance. She had not traversed the tunnel due to the presence of the Whomping Willow. However, I have researched and found that there are only 7 animagi recorded this century, and Peter Pettigrew's name is not among them. Thus, Peter Pettigrew cannot be the mouse. Professor Snape and Ethan exchanged peculiar glances, as it appeared that none of the animagi present had been officially registered. Come here, know-it-all, Malfoy whispered. He suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment for Hermione, as it seemed she was the only one oblivious to the situation. Ha! Lupin laughed heartily. You are correct, Hermione. Only 7 animagi have been documented this century. But have you considered this? The Ministry of Magic is entirely unaware that Hogwarts harbors 3 unregistered animagi. Oh, it seems there are not merely 3, but now 4. He glanced at Ethan, the implication clear. One of them was Ethan. What? Hermione exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at her companion. When did this happen? Just as Ethan was about to speak, Lupin interrupted. It occurred during the Christmas holiday when Black was nearby. He witnessed it clearly. Yes, and what of it? A flicker of coldness crossed Ethan's face. Are we to report this to that inept Minister of Magic? Given the number of witnesses present and that Peter Pettigrew is already aware of this affair, he is all the more doomed. The secret of the animagi must not be divulged to more individuals. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hey, I want peanuts. Upon hearing Ethan's admission, Hermione remained unfazed. But Ron and Harry were somewhat taken aback. How could they be of the same age yet exhibit such vast disparities? Evolution does not include me. If you wish to clarify matters, let us discuss them when the time is right. Remus Lupin's expression bore a hint of madness as he shouted vehemently, clearly tormented by the Dementors over the years. 12 years. I refuse to wait any longer. I want to kill him now. If he were a rat, we would not harm him, Ethan remarked to Harry and the others with a smile. Walker was correct. Everything requires evidence to substantiate it. With that, Black stepped forward and transformed back into the black dog, while Lupin stood by, vigilantly observing the surrounding holes. Squeak. How could Peter, now a rat, possibly contend with a dog? In mere moments, Sirius Black pinned him to the ground with his claws. What followed was of no concern to Ethan. He merely needed to await the final act of murder. He pulled his 2 friends and Professor Snape aside. Just wait, Ethan said in a low voice. You intend to kill him? Professor Snape inquired coolly. Perhaps, Ethan replied, glancing at the rat on the ground as if it were a lifeless creature, devoid of any emotion in his gaze. Kill him? How could Ethan? Hermione tugged at his robe. Ethan shook his head, and the conversation ceased. Remus's wand emitted a bluish-white light, and soon enough, the rat was suspended in the air, its black body writhing wildly. In a moment of dazed observation, that small form appeared magnified, swelling uncontrollably. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Little Peter Pettigrew cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. True to his name, he was quite diminutive, scarcely taller than 13-year-old Harry. His light-colored hair was disheveled and sparse, with only a small tuft remaining in the center, while the sides were nearly bare. His physique was considerable, resembling a jar of pickles, with weight and fat concentrated around his belly. As Peter regained his senses and looked around, he gasped for breath, making incoherent sounds, perhaps rendered mute from his prolonged transformation. He yearned to flee without uttering a word, turning towards the exit as if returning home, appearing utterly ordinary. However, just a few steps in, Draco Malfoy barred his way, wand pointed at his head. This path is blocked. Peter clearly did not anticipate being confronted by the son of a former colleague this way. There was no choice. One must bow their head under the eaves. He muttered to himself, unsure of what he was saying, intending to leave by another route, only to find Ethan before him. Get lost, Ethan stated flatly, his murderous intent unyielding, more terrifying than Black's fervor. All right. Peter turned back, only to find Black, Lupin, and others surrounding him. My dear friend, you can speak? I thought you were mute, Lupin jested. How could that be? Hee. Peter chuckled innocently, appearing harmless, in stark contrast to the others who seemed to embody villainy. Peter, reveal the truth of the past clearly, or you shall meet a grim fate. Ethan coldly whispered in his ear. Peter hesitated, sensing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 169, Blood Seals the Throat. Too difficult? If it is indeed so, then do not attempt it. Black, with a foul temper, swiftly grasped Peter's neck. Cough, cough. Please, my friend. The diminutive Peter gasped for air, desperately tugging at Black's fingers. Speak. Black bellowed, his patience waning. I will. My heavens, when did you become so uncouth, Black? Peter stammered, his voice trembling. At that time, I was merely ensnared by Voldemort's allure. Please forgive me. No, Black rasped. You simply lack the courage to wager, for you perceive your master as gravely wounded, and thus see no need to take the lead. Yet, should he return one day, you will resume your old ways. Or perhaps he is on the verge of being vanquished by Dumbledore, and you will emerge from the shadows to join his alliance. In that moment, no one would dare accuse you of betrayal, and you would return triumphantly. Am I right, Peter? Yes, you are entirely correct, Peter replied, his eyes darting nervously. Regardless of what Black asserted, he acquiesced. Trembling, Peter edged toward the decayed window. As long as there's a chance. Once I depart from here, it matters not what you claim to the outside world. Without witnesses, no one will believe you, Black. Peter mused inwardly. Sirius, I am your friend. Surely you wouldn't. Peter, with tears streaming down his face, wiped his nose on Black's robe. Keep your hands to yourself. My robe is already filthy enough. Black retorted. How could this be? Ron gazed at the disheveled man before him, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Scabbers, all those years I held you close. Sometimes even kissing you, sharing food and drink. Ugh. My goodness, Ron, what is wrong? Harry exclaimed, rushing to pat his back. I'm fine. Ron tightly shut his eyes, wishing to erase the image of Peter from his mind. Seeing that Black remained unmoved, Peter hurried to Ron's side, wailing, Wesley, my master. Save me. Black wants to kill me. I am your Scabbers. Get away, you disgusting pest. Ron covered his ears and fled downstairs without a glance back. Meanwhile, having acknowledged the truth of his past misdeeds, Peter ultimately found himself beside Harry, where Black staged a performance of paternal affection. At that moment, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew suddenly made a bold move, pushing aside Lupin and leaping out of the window. His stout form descending from the second floor was sufficient to inflict considerable harm upon him. Just before he reached the ground, he adeptly transformed back into his animagus form, activating his rat-like speed and scurrying deep into the forbidden forest. Alas, Black sensed the gravity of the situation. Harry, wait here. I shall retrieve him, he instructed. I will accompany you, Lupin replied. Black hesitated, gazing at the full moon outside, contemplating whether to comply. I might lose my sanity as a werewolf. Should I accidentally kill the little rat, it would serve him right. Let us go, Black declared, no longer speaking further, transforming into a black dog and pursuing the scent. Lupin closely followed, emerging into the open clearing. The moonlight, unclouded at that moment, shone as pure as a blush. Lupin panted heavily, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Suddenly, his human body began to swell, fur sprouting all over, and fangs protruding from his mouth. He let out a growl, his claws extended, saliva dripping from his jaws. Lupin had lost all rationality. The world before him was a crimson haze, consumed by bloodlust. Oh, what a pity, Professor Snape remarked. A look of regret etched upon his face. Indeed, you are correct, Ethan replied, suppressing the corners of his mouth. Harry had long since vanished, having gone downstairs to join Ron. What should I do now? Malfoy inquired. I believe Professor Snape would be quite willing to escort Hermione and the others back. Wouldn't he? Ethan asked with a smile. Snape grunted, remaining silent. His silence was taken as acquiescence, prompting Ethan to exchange a knowing glance with Malfoy, who responded with a knowing smile. The two then hurried downstairs, encountering the bewildered expressions of Ron and Harry. With a resounding thud, Ron and Harry collapsed to the ground. Ethan and Malfoy swiftly hoisted them up and placed them before the two who had already descended. They are in your care, Ethan said. Professor Snape remained taciturn, and Hermione had no objections, as it was not she who was carrying anyone. No one found fault with Ethan and Malfoy's actions. Those familiar with Harry understood that if his godfather and professor ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, he would surely follow. While Ron retained some rationality, he too would trail after his friends. Hence, rendering them unconscious was the sole option available. Once the two departed down the tunnel, Ethan and Malfoy mounted Wonny and Buckbeak, pursuing the direction of Peter Pettigrew. Along the way, they witnessed the fierce battle between the wolf and the dog, with fierce winds howling, thunder crashing, and a torrential downpour commencing. The rain poured down, washing away the scent trail of Peter Pettigrew, leaving Black directionless. However, this posed no challenge for Ethan. Wonny did not rely solely on scent to locate individuals. Boom, crack, cackling with delight, the diminutive Peter finally emerged. He flashed a grin revealing his prominent rabbit-like teeth and bellowed skyward. Thunder rumbled ominously. Indeed, you are free, a sinister voice echoed from behind him. From the left rear, not only are you liberated in this realm, but you shall find greater freedom in the presence of death. Who dares to show themselves? Peter gasped, brandishing his wand toward the source of the voice. Yet, there was no one in sight. Panic surged through him as he recognized the use of the disillusionment charm. But the whereabouts of the caster eluded him. Make your move. Show yourself. The wand trembled in Peter's grasp, Avada Kedavra. Bang, bang. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. and as he turned, a kick sent him sprawling into the bushes. Ah! Peter fell completely into the underbrush. Kill him, as the cold voice resonated. The diminutive Peter lay forever still in the forbidden forest. A trickle of blood flowed from his neck, and within mere breaths, dark lines began to spread across his face from the wound. Ethan dispelled the disillusionment charm, accurately retrieving the poisoned dagger from the air before him. Well done. You have successfully taken this step. I have taken a life. Chapter 170, The Weasel. With the disillusionment charm lifted, Malfoy stared in disbelief at his blood-stained hands. The bright crimson, still warm to the touch. Ethan, Malfoy, gazed at the utterly indifferent Ethan, a wave of unfamiliarity washing over me. The two stood facing each other, Peter's lifeless body lying in between them. One exuded coldness, the other fear. Setting aside their personalities, time had reverted to its starting point, once more. A pair of dark and light sorcerers in the wizarding world. If you do not kill him, he will divulge your association with me to Riddle. Consider your family. With that, Ethan ceased his discourse, drawing his wand and aiming it at the lifeless figure on the ground. Blue flames instantly engulfed Peter, and within 2 minutes, he was reduced to ashes. Ethan cast a glance at the still-dazed Malfoy, instructing Buckbeak to keep him safe before departing with Wony. He trusted that the astute Malfoy would come to understand. If he failed to do so, then he would have to face the consequences alone. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ethan sat on his bed, his thoughts drifting back to the end of his first year. System, has Voldemort truly perished? Was his fragment of a soul slain by my hand? Ding! Indeed, the reward has been issued. Voldemort's fragment of a soul is dead. So, by your reckoning, does this not imply an early conclusion? Not quite, not quite. Host, you must understand, this is a real world. You can never know what may be hidden in some corner of existence. The original tale merely illustrates a fragment of the world. If it were that simple, this system would not exist. After all, Voldemort is not a force to be reckoned with. If he has not died, then why do I receive a reward? Ethan's heart, once buoyed by joy, plummeted into despair once more. Host, although you have vanquished his lingering soul, it is nearly impossible for him to be resurrected, as the soul vessel does not support such a return. However, who can say if he might yet return? The thought gnawed at him. Could there be someone in this world powerful enough to resurrect him? This question lies beyond the system's purview, came the response. With a faint chuckle, Ethan resigned himself to the uncertainty and slowly drifted into a reverie as the rain continued to pour. Meanwhile, in the forest, Malfoy, intending to return, soared through the air on Buckbeak along the creek. Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Patronus! The echoes of his incantation rang out into the night. With a slight furrow of his brow, Malfoy pondered who could be shouting so late. He initially planned to leave, but the flicker of kindness within him compelled him to turn back and investigate. Let us go, Harry. We need to get out of here, Ron urged, gripping Harry's arm desperately, pulling him backward. No, it's impossible. I can't do it, Harry gasped, drenched in sweat, for they were surrounded by Dementors. Isn't there a Patronus charm? Ron inquired, bewildered. No, there are too many. Harry shook his head. Are we going to be drained dry? Ron collapsed to the ground in despair. If I hadn't come here, perhaps we truly would be, Malfoy remarked as he approached on Buckbeak, a smile gracing his lips, devoid of mockery or taunts. It was a peculiar sensation, standing atop the shoulders of giants, surveying the muggles below. The death of Peter had catalyzed a transformation within him. Noticing the two boys teetering on the brink of collapse, Malfoy remained resolute, raising his wand. Expecto Patronum. In an instant, a luminous white shield erupted into the air, gradually repelling the Dementors. Yet, some stubborn creatures still dared to resist. Malfoy, focusing on his happiest memory, the Slytherin team is the champion. His demeanor shifted to one of fierce determination as he aimed his wand at a Dementor approaching from the side. Begone, he commanded, unleashing a surge of magic as a white ferret began to materialize, vibrant and agile, illuminating the darkness around it, causing the dark creatures to retreat. Moments later, Malfoy called out, You two, aren't you coming up? Do I need to come down and assist you? He did not turn back. His mind was elsewhere. Rain seeping through his robes, the cold biting. The night's trials weighed heavily upon him, and he needed time to process it all. Unbeknownst to Harry and Ron, if they did not mount now, they would surely meet in the infirmary the next day. Harry, we must hurry, Ron urged as he pulled Harry along. The two stumbled onto Buckbeak's back, and the only sound accompanying them through the rain was the patter of droplets. Even as they reached Hagrid's hut, Malfoy still saw no sign of Ethan. He truly returned, and Malfoy shook his head in resignation. Indeed, I am no longer a child. I could have always been by his side, especially since he is not much older than I am. Malfoy took a deep breath and led Buckbeak back to the stall. At that moment, Harry and Ron were already in Hagrid's hut, sipping hot tea, with an empty cup beside the small table. Malfoy entered, greeted Hagrid, and took a seat, warming himself with the comforting beverage. What a perilous night this has been. You should be grateful you are still alive, Hagrid admonished. Of course, Hagrid, I am quite thankful. Malfoy glanced at Harry and smiled at the giant. After all, it has been said that Hogwarts is the safest place. The following morning, Harry and Ron, battered and bruised, lay in the infirmary, their heads feeling as though they were filled with lead, incredibly heavy. Minister Fudge approached them to announce the latest verdict regarding Sirius Black. As Harry's godfather, Harry had the right to be informed of this matter. You are fortunate, Savior. You have a clever friend. An owl flew into the newspaper office last night, reporting that video, Fudge said, his face dark enough to drip with gloom. Harry and Ron remained silent. Not from a lack of desire to speak, but due to sheer exhaustion. Following the Ministry's trial, it was revealed that Pettigrew was the true traitor in that fateful battle. And Sirius Black was exonerated. Of course, he is already out there, so there is no need to trouble me to bring him out again. Very well, that is all. I have matters to attend to. Fudge turned and departed, bypassing Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape, taking his associates with him. I believe my students have performed admirably. They possess a clear understanding of their abilities. Slytherin has never lacked for rational thinkers, Professor Snape remarked coolly. However, you two are quite impressive, he continued, a mocking glint in his eye as he glanced at the two still lying in bed. To have been struck with the stunning spell, yet managed to escape the castle afterward, that passage, I believe, is no longer necessary. Chapter 171, The Holiday Commencement. Severus. The existence of that passage poses a significant threat to student safety. Its destruction is imperative, Dumbledore stated. Indeed, Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Dumbledore then smiled and said, therefore, I shall entrust you with its destruction, shall I, my dear Severus? Snape scoffed, giving a dismissive flick of his robes as he departed. Dumbledore remained silent, knowing that whenever he made a request, Snape would undoubtedly fulfill it, as was their original agreement. In the Great Hall, Ethan arrived and took a seat not far from Malfoy. He appeared quite unwell, sporting dark circles under his eyes, his pallor even more pronounced, likely having expelled his stomach's contents the previous night. Not feeling well, are we? Ethan offered a glass of red liquid to him with a smile. What nonsense. Am I to be afraid? I am Malfoy. Malfoy was oblivious as he took a sip of the drink in his hand. When he glanced down, it was already too late. Ugh. Malfoy struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, but fortunately, he managed to hold it back. You should head to the restroom. I believe you require it. Ethan patted his back, offering a reminder. Ugh. At Ethan's words, Malfoy could no longer contain himself and, with all his might, bolted towards the lavatory. What is wrong with him? Pansy inquired. Last night, he raided the kitchen and devoured all the leftovers. Now he's got an upset stomach, Ethan replied. Is that so? Pansy mused thoughtfully. The nearby Astoria, however, found this explanation utterly implausible, deeming it far-fetched. Yet, since her boyfriend seemed reluctant to divulge anything to Pansy, she decided not to press the matter right then. There would be time to inquire later. With the exams concluded, it signified that they were on the brink of a holiday. They still had one more opportunity to venture to Hogsmeade. Notably, Professor Snape had casually mentioned to the Slytherin students that Lupin was a werewolf. He was already packing his belongings. The school board would not permit a werewolf to teach here. It was better that few knew, as they could still rely on Dumbledore's influence to retain him as a professor. Now that the entire school was aware, how would they salvage their reputation? Who would take responsibility if something went awry? This posed a grave dilemma. No one wished to bear the burden of such an unstable factor. Thus, yet another defense against the dark arts professor had departed. It appeared quite natural, with no logical flaws to be found. However, curiously, Riddle's curse had once again come into effect, leaving Ethan perplexed. He had previously attempted to uncover the essence of this curse and break it. Alas, he was left in the dark. Was it a magical array or an object? Everything was bewildering, leaving him at a loss. If this were mere coincidence, could such coincidences truly exist? What? Harry was taken aback, having just been lost in thoughts of how he could openly visit Hogsmeade next semester. Yet, happiness seemed to slip away from him all too swiftly. Indeed, Lupin was now in the process of packing his belongings, which was only natural. Hagrid set aside the flowers he had been holding and seated himself nearby. Why? Harry asked in astonishment. Hadn't Dumbledore known this when he invited him in? Yes. But now many are aware, and he must leave, Hagrid responded. Though there were institutional pressures involved, he himself had submitted his resignation that very morning. I must go see him. Harry attempted to rise, but Hagrid's words compelled him to lie back down. He has already departed. We cannot assist him. After Hagrid finished speaking, he fell into silence, having run out of words. Yet, sitting there in quietude, he felt a twinge of discomfort, shifting restlessly in his seat. Oh. It was only then that Hagrid recalled, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a bundle of cloth. The invisibility cloak, he said. Professor Lupin asked me to deliver this to you, instructing you to make good use of it. Harry took the cloak, letting out a sigh. How goes it, Walker? Dumbledore inquired with a warm smile. What do you mean? Ethan absent-mindedly asked while toying with an orange in his hand. I have yet to hear news of Peter Pettigrew. You were in the forest with Malfoy last night. Surely you weren't out there merely to get drenched? You're right, Ethan replied. Really? Were you out there to get drenched? Do I appear to be as gullible as Harry Potter? He.S. dead, Ethan stated flatly, as if to him. Death was merely the fate of an old rat. You killed him, Dumbledore surmised, though he was somewhat taken aback by the resolve of this soon-to-be fourth-year student. Pretty much. Ethan replied. He wouldn't divulge everything. That's the thing. Dumbledore is a reliable ally, the kind who guarantees victory without guarantees of a mere pass. However, an ally is just that. You may collaborate with him, but trust must be tempered with caution. To eliminate the Dark Lord, he would manipulate anyone. If it were just about deceiving Ethan alone, he would certainly not be afraid. Yet, Dumbledore was a master at understanding human nature. He wouldn't force you, but he would maneuver those around him into play. Well then, do you have anything to add? Dumbledore asked. I do. Ethan raised his head, his expression grave as he regarded the elder. I need a promise from you. You speak, he urged. I do not wish for Astoria to be ensnared in this conflict. You must not manipulate her. Ethan's demeanor shifted, his intensity rising as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Dumbledore. Very well, Dumbledore replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding. Let us forge an unbreakable oath. It will benefit us both. Ethan smiled faintly. Dumbledore clearly did not anticipate such a response from Ethan. Ethan, do you truly find me so untrustworthy? Do you believe I can trust you? Ethan countered. Extend your hand, my dear headmaster, Ethan said, offering one of his own. I pledge to you. Reluctantly, Dumbledore acquiesced to the oath with Ethan. Having secured what he desired, Ethan chose not to linger. Enjoy your holiday, headmaster. Days later, the annual gala commenced as scheduled. Undoubtedly, Slytherin, buoyed by their Quidditch championship points, clinched this year's House Cup by a significant margin. Glasses clinked, and the aroma of roasted meats filled the air. It was an exhilarating evening, for they would soon board the train home. Conversations buzzed about holiday plans. Ethan bestowed the remaining World Cup tickets upon several deans. Alas, third-year students, your carriage awaits. Chapter 172, The Daily Prophet. Holidays serve as a catalyst for economic growth. Alone, Ethan returned to Diagon Alley, where he was surrounded by a plethora of street vendors. Trinkets from around the globe adorned the ground, each seeming to possess an antique charm, a testament to their diverse origins, with shapes and patterns that varied greatly. Come and see. Behold this magical pendant from the flower-growing lands. The skull lizard head of Little Day, a purchase that guarantees no loss or deception. And look at this crown of the Muggle world's queen. Hairpins, ropes, daily necessities, and discounted shampoo from the Potter family. The air was filled with an array of enticing and seemingly impressive items. Yet, perched upon Ethan's shoulder, the now invisible Woony whispered to him, all of it is fake, mere illusions crafted by cunning humans. Compared to the trinkets I have collected, these are unworthy of even holding my shoes. Ethan cast a curious glance at his companion, noting that since Woony's bloodline had been fully restored and evolved, it had not only become more handsome, but also considerably heavier. Were it not for its claim of weight control, Ethan would have been forced to seek medical attention after a few short hours of bearing its weight. But if your treasures are so magnificent, why haven't you brought any for me? Master, I am merely explaining. Woony flapped its wings in a flurry, eager to clarify. Enough. You need not defend yourself. I understand, Ethan quipped, only to be met with a flurry of wings against his face. Achoo, he exclaimed, rubbing his nose and playfully scolding. You foul bird, do keep your wings to yourself. Ha. Very well, master, let us depart. In due course. Ethan concluded his shopping excursion and returned to the pub empty-handed. With a jingle, Ethan pushed open the wooden door, greeted by a familiar scent, a mingling of sweat and the aroma of spirits. What are you saying, Reese? Trying to swindle a drink? Not on my watch. He heard old Tom shout at an elderly witch at the bar. Tom, you must not speak so carelessly. I am merely engaging in legitimate dealings. Can calling it a scam be justified? Old Tom, clearly unimpressed, retorted. Indeed, my friend, this is no scam. Reese grinned, satisfied with his drink. However, old Tom swiftly changed his tone, berating him. Not a scam? You think I'm foolish. Do not bring your tricks from Hogsmeade to my pub, speaking ill of me while seeking a drink. Begone. Upon hearing this, Lise murmured softly, then staggered as she pushed the door open to depart. Before leaving, she turned to glance at Ethan, a hint of a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a wave of familiarity washing over him. This person, I feel as though I have encountered her before. He watched the old witch who had already taken her leave, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, old Tom at the bar busied himself with the cups on the table, grumbling. That old crone claims I have bad luck, but she never specifies when. Everyone encounters misfortune. Her words are as good as meaningless, merely a waste of my drink. Humph. Having uttered this, he noticed Ethan still lingering by the doorway and called out, Ethan, come here at once. Oh, Ethan's train of thought was interrupted, and he resolved to abandon his musings. I'm coming. A few days later, Ethan returned to the ancestral home. As per his usual habits, He spent some time in solitude within the house. During this period, he meticulously combed through the family's tomes regarding magical formations. Over the course of the last decade and a half, since the passing of his parents, the family's magical array had fallen into a state of disrepair. According to what Dick had heard his mother say, the last restoration of the formation occurred during the tumultuous time when Riddle instigated war. Thus, he felt compelled to shoulder the weighty responsibilities of his lineage. Following the descriptions in the texts, he set about perfecting the family's magical array. It was imperative that he prepared adequately. The fourth year would serve as a pivotal turning point, as the original narrative indicated that Riddle would resurrect during this time. However, that was in the days when his fragmented soul still lingered. Now, with the remnants of that soul long gone, it did not imply a lack of danger. According to Hogwarts custom, the end of each academic year posed threats for certain individuals, and the forthcoming year would be no exception. After all, the system had made it clear, this world is anything but simple. Dick, whoosh. The little elf appeared before Ethan in an instant. Master, come here. Ethan seated himself on the stairwell, beckoning to Dick. The elf, appearing somewhat frightened, clutched the tattered cloth around him, standing frozen in uncertainty. Ah, very well, Ethan sighed. Shaking his head as he surveyed the vast emptiness of the house, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloping him. You just stand there and listen. Upon hearing this, Dick immediately regained his composure. Yes, master. Let me ask you. Ethan raised his gaze, his eyes penetrating as he looked at the little elf who had been in his home for many years. If one day a wizard more powerful than you were to attack, what would you do? Master, Dick instinctively began to respond. Ethan interrupted immediately. Think carefully before you answer me. At this, Dick fell silent. Ethan lowered his head, awaiting his reply. He understood that most house elves are fiercely loyal, even to a fault. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, based on Dobby's experiences, house elves possess their own thoughts. Although he had never mistreated Dick, what did that truly signify? It is essential to recognize that, throughout history, human hearts have proven to be the least trustworthy. Although the little sprites are not human, their thoughts mirror those of mankind, and none can guarantee their loyalty. Master Dick is acutely aware that if such a day were to arrive, he would willingly share the fate of the house. That day is not far off. Master Dick gazes anxiously at his master. I do not require you to share a fate with the house. If it is lost, then so be it, Ethan replies, shaking his head. Remember, if I am not here, ensure the safety of old Tom. He is also your master. Dick would sacrifice his life for Master Tom. Indeed, Ethan smiled, once again departing from the old residence to embark on his magical journey. In a special report from the Prophet Daily, the upcoming World Duel Tournament is set to commence, with 5 competitors representing the British magical community. Notably, this tournament will witness Potions master Ethan Walker breaking previous records as the youngest participant in the history of the World Duel Tournament. Will any of them be able to reclaim the Golden Wand trophy? We shall eagerly await the outcome. The competition is scheduled for July 30th, 1994, at the Giza Colosseum, the magical equivalent of Rome's Colosseum, where many wizards once fought to the death, settling their grievances. Chapter 173, The Tavern Incident. Ethan summoned an owl to send the limited 5 tickets to Old Tom and the Astoria family. Time waits for no one. Today is July 27th, and Ethan must head to Hogwarts to meet with Professor Flitwick. As a former champion of the Golden Wand, Professor Flitwick is an invited guest and does not require a ticket. He attends every tournament he can, and this occasion is no exception, although the tickets are limited. For some of the upper echelons of the magical community, it merely means spending a few extra galleons. Wonny, Ethan whispered. Here he comes, my brother. Wonny descended from the sky, landing expertly on Ethan's shoulder. Let us depart. With a thought, Ethan activated the Enderman's teleportation. Ah, master, I haven't transformed yet. I cannot take you. Go on ahead to Egypt and wait for me. Shortly thereafter, in front of Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick engaged in cheerful conversation, fully prepared. Awaiting the right moment. Albus, do you think Ethan can reclaim the Golden Wand? Professor Flitwick occasionally glanced across the lake, his anxiety evident, rivaling that of his own participation in the tournament years ago. Do not fret. You know his capabilities better than I, Dumbledore replied with a benevolent demeanor. Let us hope so. Professor Flitwick, though not entirely certain of Ethan's prowess, believed that given the intensity of past competitions, Ethan still had a chance at victory. Even if not the champion, a place among the top 3 was within reach. Just as they were deep in discussion, as if summoned, Ethan suddenly appeared before them, startling both. Ethan, weren't you supposed to arrive by train? Dumbledore was taken aback, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Apparition? It was inconceivable, absolutely implausible. He was certain that this was not a spell he had taught. Surely, apparition could not manifest in such a manner. Dumbledore recalled that he had never instructed it in this way. Could it be that something had gone awry? With these questions swirling in his mind, he intended to engage Ethan in conversation. However, Ethan was not inclined to afford him the opportunity. We're out of time. Let us depart swiftly, he declared, And without awaiting the agreement of the other two, with a whoosh, he transported them to a house in Diagon Alley. The key to Egypt is here. A minute later, the two professors appeared behind Ethan. Ethan, I wish to, Dumbledore began. Oh, I am well aware of what you wish to say, Headmaster. Rest assured. We shall not be tardy, Ethan replied with a subtle smile. He retrieved 3 keys from a drawer. They were to make 3 transfers to the Mediterranean Egyptian Sorcerers Alliance, as the local Ministry of Magic referred to it. Let us go. Ethan returned 2 of the keys to his pocket, leaving one in the center of the trio. They placed their hands upon the key, and Ethan activated the chalice-shaped object. The space around them blurred, beginning to twist. Whoosh. The 3 were drawn in, and the room once again became vacant. They arrived at Alexandria on the Mediterranean western coast of Egypt, the nation's largest seaport and its second largest city. The linear distance from Alexandria to the Giza Plateau was approximately 17,818 kilometers. Come and see, come and behold, cried a vendor at the morning market, showcasing a plethora of paintings before him. Oh my heavens, how can this be? In a coastal tavern, a group of burly men and an elderly gentleman were already inebriated, indulging in beer at such an early hour, with fresh clams freshly caught laid out on the table. Come now, Kaleo, you must be joking. Although I have not received formal education, your claims are simply too far-fetched. How could anyone possibly ride a broomstick and fly? It is utterly impossible. Ryder, I assure you, it is true. Over the past few days, while gazing at the stars through my telescope, I have frequently witnessed such marvels. Under the illumination of the moonlight, I observe them clearly. I have never seen this before, except for these past few days. Is that so? Ryder muttered skeptically, shaking his head. The alcohol in his mind providing a soothing embrace. Not only are there those riding brooms, but also Eastern folk upon swords, little dwarfs clad in wooden clogs, and a man in a red cloak. Oh, my enchanting barmaid. May ha ha ha. Kaleo finished his last sip of beer, reclining back in his wooden chair with his head tilted. Hey, wake up, drink more, Ryder urged, shaking his head as he attempted to rouse his companion. Just then, the door to the ladies' restroom in the tavern swung open. Amidst Ryder's astonished gaze, 3 men emerged from within, accompanied by a child. The 2 elderly gentlemen, along with the young lad, were garbed in peculiar attire, distinctly not of local fashion. A thought flickered through Ryder's mind. Foreigners? The trio passed by him nonchalantly, with Ethan bringing up the rear. Ryder's keen eyes caught sight of the ring on Ethan's hand. Inscribed with intricate runes, it was indeed the long-lived ring that Dumbledore had returned to him, the emblem of the Walker family patriarch. Adorned with an array of jewelry and exuding a gentlemanly demeanor, he must surely be British or French. Even a mere child was dressed better than he was. Ryder's irritation swelled under the influence of alcohol. Once Ethan and his companions had distanced themselves, he hastily summoned his band of brothers, urging them to swiftly circumvent the intersection and intercept the trio. Ryder, are you serious? Are there really a few wealthy outsiders? One asked. Indeed, boss. I witnessed it with my own eyes. No deception here. Good. Ha ha, well done. The bald man, whom he referred to as boss, chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Ryder, my good brother, you shall not be overlooked once this is accomplished. As time elapsed, nearly 3 hours passed without a single sight of them. No person, not even a rat. Ryder, where are the people you spoke of? The bald man bellowed, gripping Ryder's hair tightly. Ouch, that hurts. The pain jolted Ryder from his stupor, bringing clarity to his mind. Are you mocking me? And no, I wouldn't dare. Cold sweat broke out on Ryder's brow as his thoughts raced. Suddenly, he recalled what his good brother had said to him. Ah, I know. The bald man's gaze turned dangerous. What is it? They're the strange ones, the ones who ride brooms in the sky, zooming about. Ryder frantically explained, though his anxiety rendered his words disjointed. You fool. Brothers, teach him a lesson. No. Thuds resounded in protest. In Alexandria's magical goods street, Ethan and his companion strolled. Goodness, I wonder how those inept fools manage this place, allowing muggles to witness so much without a clue, Professor Flitwick remarked. Indeed, just moments ago, there were several dark wizards eyeing us with malice. The security here is rather lacking. What could Ethan say? Just a bit of banter, which he could engage in as well. Once we pass this street, we shall reach our temporary stronghold, Dumbledore stated, leading the way. This place was established by members of the Order of the Phoenix long ago, and it remains functional. The headmaster truly possesses remarkable capabilities, even in such a remote location. There exists a stronghold, Ethan casually noted. Dumbledore offered no further comment, merely wearing a benevolent smile. Yet, he had pondered this remark no less than 5 times, sensing that Ethan was subtly hinting at something. Let us rest here for the night. We have over 2 days ahead of us, and arriving too early would not be prudent, Flitwick suggested. Regarding the proposal put forth by the professor, Ethan expressed no objections. After all, the individual had navigated the dueling arena for the better part of his life, and there must be sound reasoning behind his approach. Professor Flitwick was quite at ease in this environment, bestowing upon Ethan a wealth of experience. In truth, Arriving too early may lead to lower-tier competitors frantically digging up your information during those initial days, which could significantly impact your journey toward victory, Flivvy remarked. But if I arrive early, wouldn't it be prudent to gather information on them as well? Ethan queried, perplexed. Haha, certainly. That could be an option. However, Professor Flivvy replied with a mysterious smile. As I just mentioned, such tactics are typically employed by lesser competitors. Given your prowess, such tricks are entirely unnecessary. In fact, revealing any of your own information may prepare them for a confrontation. While they may still ultimately fall to you, it would nonetheless drain your resources. Ethan, struck by the professor's wisdom, reflected deeply, recognizing the seasoned insight behind the words. Ah, how the years have shaped experience. Professor Flivvy became lost in reminiscence once more, while Ethan exhibited no sign of impatience. Rather, he listened with keen interest, disregarding Dumbledore's presence entirely. It seemed he was not merely there to watch the competition. That was but an incidental purpose. Upon arriving at their base, Ethan and the two elderly gentlemen casually selected a room. As dusk settled, they entered the hall where a table was laden with an array of overly sweet delicacies. Ethan silently resolved never to share a meal with Dumbledore again. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the window. It was the owl. Ethan set down his utensils, rose, and opened the window, allowing the owl to enter, carrying 4 letters. He retrieved them and offered a few crumbs to the feathered messenger. Once reseated, he distributed the letters, 2 for himself, and 1 each for Professor Flivvy and Dumbledore. Ethan opened one letter, which was from Crumb. Walker. Oh, I hope it is not too late for you to receive this before your journey to Egypt. I regret to inform you that due to the Quidditch World Cup, I must undergo a month of training at the base and will be unable to attend your match. Nevertheless, I have been hearing great things about you. Your strength continues to grow, and I can sense it. Otherwise, you would not be participating in the World Dueling Championship. I hope the Thunderbird feather I gifted you brings you luck. Upon the conclusion of the holidays, I look forward to seeing you hold the Golden Spell Trophy in your hands, while I, too, will claim my championship MVP trophy. This is a contest across distances. I hope you do not let me down. Your good friend, Victor Crumb. Ethan read the letter meticulously, a slight smile gracing his lips. Crumb, rest assured, I shall not falter. He gazed out the window towards the direction of Durmstrang. The second letter, sent by the competition organizing committee, contained the rules of the tournament. The competition format is quite straightforward, following a knockout system. It is an individual competition where the defeated participants are eliminated, while the victors advance to the next round until a champion is crowned. After each duel, the winner is granted a 5-minute respite. Ultimately, the champion and the runner-up will engage in a final confrontation at the dueling hall beside the Giza Arena, and the victor will be declared the World Dueling Champion for the next 5 years. Should one wish to retain this title, they may challenge the first-place winner of the subsequent competition in a duel to defend their honor. It is noteworthy that very few past champions partake in title defenses, for even if one triumphs and maintains this esteemed title, it inspires admiration among the lower wizards. However, in the eyes of the upper echelons of wizards, one becomes branded as vain. Such a fruitless endeavor is naturally avoided by all. In recent years, it seems that only Voldemort has pursued this path. Sighing, Dumbledore took a deep swig of the overly sweet fruit wine in his cup. Albus, what troubles you? Professor Flitwick inquired. Behold, Dumbledore unfurled the parchment and displayed it before them. Ethan rose, placing the parchment in front of Professor Flitwick, while standing behind him to observe. Urgent news. Remnants of the Death Eaters have resurfaced at the locations: Egyptian pyramids, England, Little Hangleton Village. A flicker of shock crossed Ethan's face at these 3 locations. The first 2 were recent tournament sites, while the latter, it appears those vermin have not yet resigned themselves, Professor Flitwick remarked, stroking his chin. A fallen dynasty will not rise again, especially not that ridiculous follower of Tom Riddle. They can only flounder in England. Even so, I must investigate their intentions. I need to gain the upper hand. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with wisdom, for it was his nature to control all known variables. Very well, I shall handle this matter. You 2 focus on your competition, Dumbledore declared. Upon hearing this, Ethan and the others expressed their agreement. After dinner, the trio retired to their respective chambers. Under the shroud of night, at the Egyptian pyramids, the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Indeed, a splendid place. Do not speak. Code exclaimed. Do you wish for us to remain here forever? What does it matter to me? It is all your fault. You insisted on coming here to seek treasure. What? Have you exhausted the gold galleons left by the Dark Lord? And so what if I have? Will he return from the realm of death to confront me? You 2. Stop your prattling and start searching. An elderly man with golden locks, wand drawn, commanded the 2 Death Eaters. One of the leaner men replied, My lord, it is not that we do not wish to search, but rather. Before he could finish speaking, the plump blonde beside him muttered, It's been so long. Not a single hair in sight. Where is this so-called crystal tetrahedron? Chapter 175, Secrets of Antiquity. Either die or confront the old man with the blonde hair. Pressing a wand against someone's chest, he said coldly. The man trembled slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes filled with terror. I'll find it. Isn't that enough? His voice quivered with despair. The old man snorted dismissively, retracting his wand. You'd best hurry, or next time, it will be your end. Without waiting for their agreement, he forcefully pushed both of them into the abyss. Grandfather, is what is written in that book true? A youth, strikingly similar to the elder, inquired. Absolutely, without a doubt. Those are the notes left by our ancestors. They cannot be wrong. If we can summon our forebears, our family shall reclaim the glory of the 5th century. The two Death Eaters plummeted into the darkness, the wind howling in their ears, fear surging like a tide engulfing them. After a prolonged descent, they landed with a thud. Why doesn't it hurt? You fat fool. You're crushing me. Get off. As they continued downward, the temperature rose visibly. They gasped for breath, sweat soaking their backs, their shirts discarded, walking bare-chested. They contemplated fleeing, but alas. A dozen individuals obstructed their only escape route. Each of that group wielded a wand, while their own had long been confiscated. The dim cave grew increasingly shadowy, and their hands could no longer discern the outlines before them. Suddenly, look, light. I see the light. Ha ha ha. I want to die. Once I escape, they shall see. Those who dared threaten the illustrious Death Eaters, the esteemed subordinates of Lord Voldemort, had already paved their path to demise. Yet, as they rushed forward, they were left dumbfounded. Before them lay the same cave. They were still beneath the pyramid. The ground was covered in a dense carpet of blue grass, filling every corner of the cavern. What now? What should we do? We have no choice but to proceed. If the grass is growing here, it indicates we are not far from the outside world. They pressed on, the faint sound of runes gradually reaching their ears. What is this? I believe the answer lies ahead. Damn it. Why do I feel like we're living more like Gryffindors now? Haha, it depends on the situation. In different contexts, we could belong to any house. They chatted intermittently, the earthy scent mingling with the aroma of grass alleviating their previously tense emotions. The passage forked, presenting only one path. Thus, they traversed smoothly without any hindrances. No so-called encounters with monsters or traps awaited them. Ultimately, they arrived at the cave's end, where nothing lay but a solitary iron door. The door was inscribed with dense ancient characters. I hardly believed my hands could push open this formidable iron gate. Perhaps, surrounded by earth and devoid of mechanisms, we could only press forward. We could also pull back, couldn't we? Do you see the doorknob? No. Then push. They placed their hands upon the door, exchanging a glance. 3, 2, 1, push. Creak. Rumble. It couldn't possibly be so simple to open, could it? Who knows? Perhaps the leader of the time had cut corners. Ha ha ha. Each took a handful of blue grass from the threshold and, guided by its faint glow, cautiously stepped inside. They felt along the walls, advancing slowly, only to find themselves back where they began. Vast. Circular. What place is this? Don't look at me. I don't know either. Aren't you a Ravenclaw? Not anymore. After ensuring there were no hidden passages around, the two made their way to the center of the circular chamber. Look, quickly, what is this? With the aid of the blue glow, they discerned a trapezoidal pedestal, as large as half a Quidditch pitch. They placed the blue grass atop several candle-like structures. With a whoosh, blue flames ignited around them, instantly spreading outward. In no time, the entire chamber revealed itself to their eyes. Oh, Merlin's beard. Truly astonishing. The two stood speechless, stunned by the sight before them. Atop the pedestal stood a crystal triangular prism, each side measuring a full 5 meters, its corners pierced by iron chains, with a coffin standing vertically in the center. Could this be what the old man spoke of? It seemed likely, truly a fool, to have us carry out such a colossal object. Shall we swallow it? Can you manage that? Neither this nor that will work. What do you suggest we do? Let us open it. Resolute in their decision, they ascended the pedestal and approached a stone tablet. What is inscribed upon it? It's an ancient script I happened to study back in school. Thus, the Ravenclaw among them began to translate the inscription word by word. Born at the dawn of the universe, magical energy began to exhibit entropy, a wondrous substance born from the collision of the material world and the realm of souls. They exist within every new life as it emerges, encompassing not only plants and animals, but also beings of a higher order. An unprecedented expanse of magical energy permeates every corner of the air. Ancient humans began to continuously explore its utility. Unlike mindless plants and animals, they invented wands. From this moment, they were bestowed with a new name, the Divine Servants. They believed it to be a divine gift, bestowing upon them extraordinary power. As the 5th century unfolded, a multitude of decaying rulers sought the secret to eternal life, convinced that only the exalted deities could aid them. Thus, they commenced the abhorrent practice of child sacrifice, spilling blood and flesh. Yet, the heavens turned a blind eye. This wretched assembly of rulers actually garnered the favor of the divine, achieving the ability to ascend to the heavens and depart from this realm. The gods bestowed upon them 3 sacred formations, contingent upon their accumulation of sufficient energy. Consequently, they were compelled to sacrifice every living being within their dominion, amassing strength in their desperate yearning to transcend. From the depths of despair, a figure named Etherian emerged. Before him, his family was gruesomely transformed into a pool of blood, fueling his vow to annihilate these tyrants. However, he faltered. Each king possessed semi-divine prowess, while he himself was merely of similar stature. Nevertheless, he succeeded in slaying 99% of the sovereigns, only to be vanquished by the formidable King Arthur. The Round Table of Sorcerers, under Arthur's command, anchored the gravely wounded Etherian within a dimensional binding. It took the sacrifice of 12 ancient prophets to shatter Etherian's soul into fragments. King Arthur ascended and departed from this place. The people interred Etherian's corporeal form here, hoping that one day, his soul's remnants might coalesce and resurrect him. He is the great rebel. He is our eternal God. Recorded by A Slave Constructing a Tomb. Chapter 176, An Unprecedented Clash. The Giza Arena stood tall, ancient and solemn. The pyramid-like tiered seating embraced a courtyard paved with azure bricks. In the oval arena, a freshly erected dueling platform lay sprawled, draped in crimson fabric that enveloped the entirety of the stage. Ancient pharaoh statues loomed around, their cold stone surfaces inscribed with hieroglyphic incantations. The scorching sun seared the earth, reflecting the dried traces of blood between the cracks of the stone. On the arid expanse, Ethan and Professor Flivy arrived at this renowned coliseum, a celebrated venue within the global magical community. The participants gathered here were undoubtedly luminaries of the magical world in recent years, adorned in a myriad of splendid attire. Exuding charisma, numerous journalists had already congregated at the periphery, poised to capture what would undoubtedly be a momentous story. Ethan and Professor Flivy first reported to the organizing committee and then awaited in the competitors' lounge within the arena. As for Dumbledore, he had parted ways with them a day prior. Judging by his anxious demeanor, circumstances appeared rather dire. However, this mattered little to Ethan, regarding the White Wizard's survival. He need not intervene. For now, Ethan simply needed to focus on his own endeavors. Within the hall, Professor Flivy had departed, for he was not a competitor, and remaining there served little purpose. In his own words, the World Duel Tournament stands as the second most significant event in the realm of magic, trailing only slightly behind Quidditch in popularity. Numerous students from Hogwarts have gathered here, making it a favored pastime during their holiday. I pondered the possibility of uniting them to rally in support from the stands. Ethan reclined on a brown sofa, his eyes closed in contemplation. The entire expanse of the Gobi Desert featured but a single edifice, the arena. Though it appeared merely the size of a football field, it contained multitudes within. The competitors' lounge alone was vast. It boasted an array of amenities, and while devoid of the electronic devices characteristic of the Muggle world, it was replete with the opulence of medieval nobility. Even the ceiling of the Giza Arena was imbued with magic, capable of showcasing any seasonal scene. The seats in the stands were fashioned from genuine leather, spaced a meter apart, with each accommodating at least 3 individuals. In this seemingly modest arena, a staggering 200,000 spectators could be seated. Furthermore, a Muggle-repelling charm enveloped the area within a 20-mile radius of the arena. The nearest Muggle settlement was a commonplace city from a distant nation. Unlike the facilities within the arena, the external world, though technologically advanced, was predominantly characterized by slums, vastly inferior to the medieval existence of the wizards. At times, Ethan found this archaic ambience rather appealing. Without electronic devices, they were spared the incessant glare of computer screens and the relentless demands of overbearing employers through communication devices. In the magical realm, although entertainment was scarce, it predominantly comprised practical outdoor activities, offering diverse experiences. This scenario echoed across every nation's magical community. In Ethan's vicinity, many competitors engaged in discussions about the current tournament. Among them were those who had faced defeat in previous contests, alongside others like Ethan. They clustered together as representatives of their respective countries, sharing a common language that provided a semblance of comfort in a foreign land. A cursory glance revealed that most sported beards, while not particularly old. They certainly were not young. Ethan, in stark contrast, stood out remarkably. His youthful visage, handsome features, and an enviable air of nonchalance rendered him a veritable heartthrob. Despite the absence of any young women, the youngest which present was already 28. This time, the other 4 competitors from the British magical community had gathered around Ethan. Among them, the eldest was Vantis, a 37-year-old Gryffindor. The remaining 3 were approximately in their 30s, 2 Gryffindors and 1 Ravenclaw. Thus, it appeared that the Sorting Hat's judgments were largely accurate, with students from the 4 houses distinctly delineated. Walker, I never anticipated you would actually come. Vantis, far from being reserved, enthusiastically took a seat beside Ethan and engaged him in conversation. To be honest, you are the most courageous Slytherin I have ever encountered. Your achievements surpass those of many wizards. Thank you, Vantis. I believe there is still much for me to learn, Ethan replied with a smile. At that moment, a staff member entered and announced in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to commence. Please proceed to the preparation area for final arrangements." Upon hearing this, everyone rose, adjusting their attire and wands. "Walker, I hope you can unleash your full potential. May Merlin bless you," Vantis said. "Ha ha ha. I trust that Merlin's elixir will work wonders for you," Ethan replied. They exchanged well wishes before heading to the preparation area. This competition boasted an impressive number of 500 participants. According to the insights shared by Professor Flitwick, their attack methods varied greatly, often leaving one defenseless. Each contender possessed unique strengths, and over the years, it had never been established which magical domain was superior. However, one undeniable fact remained. All participants wielded wands. This differed from Ethan's expectations. He had assumed that wizards from the eastern continent of Asia would utilize talismans or similar artifacts. "It seems my understanding of this world is still quite limited," Ethan mused. Due to experiences from his past life, he instinctively applied his previous notions to this world, which bore resemblances to it. "This is an entirely new realm. I am a living being, not merely a protagonist from a novel or an NPC from a game." He sighed. Outside, in the audience, the Malfoy family and Pansy, along with the Astoria family, were present. Many familiar faces occupied seats behind them, including Professor Flitwick and numerous students and parents from Hogwarts, along with many unfamiliar individuals. For them, this was merely a part of their holiday excursion. "Oh, how magnificent!" Malfoy exclaimed, peering through his telescope. "Look at that person, ha ha ha. Where's Ethan? Why hasn't he appeared yet?" he inquired. "The competition hasn't even started. Why the rush?" Astoria replied. Lucius glanced at his watch and remarked, "Indeed, there are still 10 minutes to go, with so many participants. I wonder which match Ethan has drawn." Malfoy gazed at the floating event schedule, which displayed nothing as opponents would only be assigned 1 minute before the match commenced. A precautionary measure to prevent any pre-match sabotage. Such incidents had occurred in the past. Chapter 177. Life is quite pleasant, ladies and gentlemen. A host with European features announced as he took the stage, microphone in hand. With just 1 minute remaining until the competition began, he called out, "Let us now invite Mr. Red to conduct the drawing for the group assignments." Upon concluding his remarks, the host directed his gaze towards the British individual perched atop the high platform. In the contemporary realm of magic, the most formidable powers remained predominantly concentrated in Europe and the eastern land of the Flowering family. The remaining regions of the magical world seemed to exist in a state of utter chaos, with distinctions primarily arising from the variances between nations and warlords. Under the current regulations governing wizards, one might evade repercussions in other locales. However, in Europe, any unwarranted act of murder will lead to a manhunt initiated by the local Ministry of Magic. Of course, there exists an exception. When a Dark Lord and his regime emerge, all acts of slaughter suddenly appear justifiable. As Reed waved his wand, a flurry of letters began to materialize in the air, intertwining in a dazzling display. They danced gracefully, seeking their counterparts to form names, which then merged with others to create groups. Meanwhile, in the contestant lounge, a notably diminutive dwarf was boasting to the individual beside him. "Let me see who the unfortunate soul is that will face me, the valiant warrior of minor fortunes, in the first match, ha ha ha. Downhill. I've heard that this tournament lacks any competent contenders. The championship is surely yours," exclaimed the dwarf. "Oh, truly, what is taking so long?" Malfoy remarked, observing the swirling letters above, feeling a tad dizzy. "What about Ethan? Have you spotted his name?" I recall the teaming time is 1 minute," Professor Flitwick chuckled. Soon, all the names were arranged by the 59th second. Ethan lifted his gaze and swiftly located his name among the 250 boxes alongside another name, his forthcoming opponent. Daniel Canny? Never heard of him. Probably just another background character. Ethan's match was in the 91st group, granting him a bit more time to rest. Within the lounge, he could vividly observe the unfolding competition outside. "Very well, I now declare the 523rd World Duel Championship officially commenced. The first group of contestants. Please ascend to the stage within 10 seconds. Failure to comply will result in a foul. 3 fouls will lead to elimination." Ethan rose to his feet, watching the scene outside through the glass window. Observing the attire and features, he noted a contestant from the Flowering family and a native Egyptian participant. The practitioner from the Flowering family donned a simple, long robe. "Litai, I implore your guidance," he said, bowing slightly to the individual adorned with a white headscarf, who, in turn, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Both competitors retrieved their wands and took several steps back, standing back to back. Once the referee's countdown concluded, they turned simultaneously. In an instant, magical sparks erupted. The individual in the white headscarf unleashed a blazing fireball charm, which shot towards Litai like a meteor. Unperturbed, Litai began to chant incantations calmly. With a wave of his wand, a wall of ice sprang up, instantly blocking the fireball. The intense heat enveloped the entire arena. The organizers, ever considerate, activated a temperature-regulating spell for the audience. As the ice wall encountered the heat, it began to melt, soaking a large red cloth. Ethan, with his hands in his pockets, quietly observed this scene. At that moment, a few boastful companions approached him. Ha ha ha, look at those sorcerers from the land of flower cultivation. They're as incompetent as they were half a century ago. Ha ha ha, they can't even remove a white headscarf. Huh, they are simply inept. If it were me, that headscarf would have seen blood long ago. Ethan listened to their remarks with an impassive expression while attentively monitoring the situation in the arena. He mused inwardly. Indeed, just like in my previous life, wherever these boastful companions go, they are utterly detestable. On the dueling platform, Li Tai formed seals with both hands and pressed them to the ground. In an instant, several thick vines sprang up, their tips thrusting straight toward the white headscarf. The soft tips seemed harmless, yet their power was overwhelming. If struck, it was certain the opponent would be thrown off the dueling platform. The white headscarf adeptly sidestepped while wielding his wand to summon a gust of wind, causing the vines to sway wildly. The two exchanged spells, the sounds of their magical collisions echoing continuously. The audience was invigorated, erupting into cheers of amazement. Ethan watched the battle with great interest, secretly analyzing the magical characteristics and combat strategies of both opponents. Intriguingly, although these spells lacked lethal force, their practicality was commendable. This further solidified Ethan's resolve to embark on his journey across the world. Ha ha, interesting. You're killing me. This Englishman has never seen the grand world. Indeed, indeed. In the illustrious realm where the sun never sets, they bring a mere child to participate. It's laughable. Ha ha ha. Their laughter filled the air. Every word exchanged in the dialect of the boastful companions. But was that the end? Let us not forget, a bird was present. To remain inconspicuous, Hinny transformed back into its original crow form at Ethan's request. Perched upon Ethan's shoulder, it absorbed every word spoken. Hinny asserted that it was a bird capable of understanding all languages. Although it might not grasp the literal meaning of their words, it could perceive the true thoughts within. Hinny recounted the recent remarks of the boastful companions to Ethan verbatim. Upon hearing this, Ethan squinted and glanced at the dwarf beside him. At merely 15 years of age, he found those boastful companions to be a mere half a fist shorter than him. Indeed, their name was not chosen carelessly. Master, they are far too arrogant. Let me go over and give that fellow, what's his name, Yamashita, a few slaps. Hinny, why the haste? Ethan replied with a cold smile. After your evolution, your murderous intent has only intensified. Master, Hinny was taken aback. Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by Ethan. This is splendid. Keep it up, leave no one behind after the match concludes. Originally prepared to face reprimand, Hinny could not help but reflect on how his master was even more ruthless than he. Just watch, they will not have a favorable outcome. Oh, the competitor from the flower family has summoned thunder. What is this? Blue lightning erupted from the wand. Could the Egyptian contestant withstand it? Li Tai expended nearly half of his magical energy to conjure an arc of electricity the width of a finger. The arc disregarded all defensive measures of the white turban. This round concluded with the white turban being knocked unconscious. Chapter 178. The Golden Wand brings him disgrace. Ethan chose not to continue watching the subsequent matches. The exchanges were repetitive, a mere exchange of blows, devoid of any excitement. He noted only a few practitioners of dark magic, which piqued his interest slightly. It seemed that over the past decade, they had grown far too comfortable. Despite having magic, they lived rather well in a world free from conflict. Even if the magical community was impoverished. As Professor Flitwick remarked, although the competition appeared to involve over 500 participants, in reality, only a handful possessed genuine strength. The majority were merely here to pass the time or for their own amusement. They were acutely aware of their capabilities and had never entertained thoughts of claiming victory. Of course, there were also some ordinary yet confident individuals, like the brash little fellow beside him, who boldly declared his intent to win the championship. Little did he know, when Hogwarts was established, his insignificant place was hardly noteworthy. Even their proud yin-yang technique was introduced by individuals from the flower family. Now that the wolf cub has grown and is ready to bite, how could Ethan possibly allow them their wishes? As time ticked away, it is noteworthy that in the 77th duel, a contestant named Yamashita, despite not being favored by many, surprisingly emerged victorious. Well, even so, hardly anyone in the audience cheered for him. Even the commentator claimed it was the dirtiest winning tactic he had ever witnessed in his commentary career. This perhaps reflects the tragedy of the duel tournament. His method would not be acknowledged by the world, and the golden wand brought him shame. I wonder, should the organizing committee not consider adding a rule prohibiting the participation of such individuals? On the arena, medical personnel carried the severely injured contestant away, along with his wand. Now broken in two, Yamashita returned to the competitors' lounge amidst the audience's lukewarm applause. Meanwhile, within the organizing committee, a sense of regret arose. They lamented not having included Yamashita in the rules. Even if they were to amend the rules now, it would already be too late. Long ago, in a bid to prevent the exploitation of loopholes, it was decreed that any modifications to the rules would take effect only from the subsequent tournament. What would it mean if this newcomer, Zyrizi, were to claim the coveted golden wand? Would the ancient European families lose all sense of dignity? After all, the duel tournament originated in Europe, born from those noble bloodlines. Even within the organizing committee, without exception, all members were European. Now, with no recourse left, they could only place their hopes on participants from other regions. An elderly man, leaning on his staff, spoke slowly from the main seat. As long as Zyrizi does not seize the championship, all will be well. The lineup of participants flowed like a river until it was Ethan's turn. Next to take the stage was the outstanding student from Hogwarts, the youngest potion master of this century, Ethan Walker. Alongside him was Mr. Carney, a competitor from across the ocean. Upon finishing his announcement, the commentator glanced at his notes, which were densely filled with Ethan's accolades and highlights. In stark contrast, the information on the American contestant was scant. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and announced loudly, "Now, may both contestants take the stage." Upon hearing this, Ethan, who had been waiting calmly below, ascended the dual platform with poise. There was no trace of anxiety on his face. He appeared entirely accustomed to the spectacle. Many in attendance did not underestimate him due to his youth, for he exuded the tranquility and confidence that only the truly formidable possess. Conversely, Carney, a man in his 30s, though devoid of the nervousness characteristic of youth, betrayed his inner turmoil with the slight tremor of his wand peeking from his sleeve. The two contestants positioned their wands before their chests and exchanged bows before stepping back a few paces. The tense atmosphere heightened their focus, and as they reached the final step, they turned almost in unison. Disarm. Carney initiated with a powerful spell. Simultaneously, Ethan waved his wand, silently intoning, "Dissipates swiftly." With a whoosh, Ethan's deep blue magic erupted from his wand. Before the spell took effect, no one could discern what incantation he had cast. This exemplified the advantage of silent casting. The azure and white magical light danced like fireworks in the night, clashing upon the dual platform. In an instant, the audience realized the nature of Ethan's spell. The blue magic swiftly consumed Carney's disarming charm in the blink of an eye. This dramatic moment transpired within a mere second. Ethan aimed to provide Carney with no opportunity to react, for this was a duel, and indeed, a competition. To conserve more magical energy, he would not feign chivalry at such a critical juncture. Chivalry is reserved for the victor. In the next moment, Ethan swiftly employed his signature skill, discarding the non-harmful, defenseless disarming spells. Apart from dark magic, the most practical transformation spell remained. Seizing the opportune moment, Ethan directed his wand towards the stones surrounding the dueling platform. In an instant, they were drawn towards the space between the two combatants. Under Ethan's deft manipulation, the stones morphed into his mightiest weapons. They transformed into sharp, long swords. Aimed directly at Carney, one sword may be evaded, but 100 are nearly impossible to escape. Although there were not 100 swords, only 17, on this narrow stage. They were sufficient to obstruct all of Carney's movements. Carney, being a pragmatic individual, recognized the imminent danger as the swords surged toward him like a tidal wave. He hastily retreated a few steps, only to realize it was futile. Thus, he reluctantly called out, "Wait, I concede." Having uttered this, Carney hurriedly fled the dueling platform without a backward glance. Ethan remained on stage, relishing the applause that belonged to the victor. Half an hour later, the first round of the elimination tournament concluded, leaving only 250 participants in the arena. Ethan navigated the ensuing matches with ease, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Eventually, only 31 contestants remained. All 4 of his companions from London had been eliminated, leaving Ethan as the sole survivor. The day's competitions were drawing to a close, with the remaining matches set to take place the following day. The list of opponents would be revealed tomorrow, and one individual would receive a bye, advancing directly to the next round. As the audience gradually departed, returning to their lodgings prepared by the arena, far away in London, 349, 458 kilometers distant. The Daily Prophet studio buzzed with activity as fresh editions rolled off the press. The pages featured exhilarating highlights of Ethan's performance that day, adorned with dynamic images and text that stirred the soul. These papers would be delivered to the tables of wizards the following morning. Chapter 179, The Might of the Dark Lord. "Ginny, come down for breakfast." "Got it, Mom." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Weasley shook her head in resignation, placing the basket of food on a stone by the door to avoid forgetting it when she stepped out. Just then, their owl Errol clumsily flew towards her. He was the Weasley family's mail carrier, a familiar sight every morning, though today he was a bit delayed. The astute Mrs. Weasley quickly deduced the reason. "Oh, Errol, let me think, it must be big news. Otherwise, those folks at the newspaper wouldn't print so many copies." Errol set down the papers and some letters, tilting his head as he regarded the woman perpetually adorned in an apron. His beak lightly tapped the stone. "Oh, wait a moment," Mrs. Weasley said. She retrieved half a loaf of bread from her apron pocket and held it out to Errol. Errol grasped a piece of bread and fluttered up to the shelf to indulge in his meal. Mrs. Weasley picked up the letters and newspapers and returned to the house. Just as she closed the door, Ginny came rushing down the stairs, as lively as ever. "Mom, is there a letter for me?" "Oh, here are letters from your two brothers," Mrs. Weasley replied, setting aside the newspaper to open the correspondence. Due to her height, Ginny could see nothing, so she had no choice but to wait for Mrs. Weasley to finish before she could take a look. Taking a bite of her bread, Ginny accidentally choked a bit. "Cough, it's so dry. Drink some milk, Ginny." "Stop being so fidgety all day," Mrs. Weasley admonished, her gaze fixed upon the parchment. "Got it, Mom," Ginny said, patting her chest and taking a large gulp of milk. Just then, a familiar figure flashed across the folded newspaper, but Ginny caught it. The Daily Prophet. Ginny flipped the newspaper open, inhaling deeply. She blinked her eyes and began to read softly. Ethan Walker, the most promising contender for the World Duel Championship in London, will continue to strive for the Golden Wand today. "Ah!" Ginny involuntarily exclaimed, startling Mrs. Weasley nearby. "Ginny." Mrs. Weasley finally reacted. Ginny rolled up the newspaper and dashed upstairs, leaving no opportunity for Mrs. Weasley to respond. Back at the competition, Ethan adjusted his witch's cloak, stepping onto the stage under the gaze of hundreds of thousands. This round was divided into 15 groups, with one participant receiving a bye. Clearly, such fortune was not meant for him. Interestingly, his opponent happened to be from the base of Little Hilly. How fortuitous. Ethan mused that perhaps the organizing committee had a hand in this. He felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, the committee had matched him with a worthy adversary. The timing was perfect, and the location was spot on. After a brief exchange of formalities, both Ethan and his opponent turned simultaneously. "The 1,000 ghosts slaughtering souls," shouted the opponent, whose thick accent resonated loudly. In front of him, a mass of dark mist began to coalesce, as ominous as the abyss, reeking of blood. Several skulls bared their teeth and charged at Ethan. Immediately, he unleashed his own little treasures. Summoning spell. Boom. A burst of white smoke expanded in place, and several beasts, victims of nuclear radiation, roared towards the sky. Meanwhile, Ethan simultaneously cast the Patronus charm, Guardian Spirit. The tip of his wand crackled with sparks, and subsequently, a massive lightning dragon soared into the air. It blotted out the sun, and with a mere gesture, a tempest was unleashed. The bane of darkness was pure white. Ethan smirked. The tactics employed by the figure below the mountain appeared formidable and chilling, yet to some high-ranking wizards, they were merely strategies that even the Death Eaters would disdain. What was there to be proud of? The methods you employed were mere remnants from over a millennium ago, long since rendered obsolete. It was astonishing that you still reveled in self-satisfaction, believing yourselves invincible, oblivious to the fact that you were but a frog at the bottom of a well, tragic and laughable. Heh! As Ethan spoke, the thunderous guardian dragon opened its gaping maw, swallowing the black morsel before it in one gulp. This spectacle left the audience in stunned silence. Since when had the guardian spell become so potent? Wasn't he a passive defensive magic? How had it transformed into such an offensive force in your hands, capable of both attack and defense? It countered dark magic. This was the dream spell of the majority. "Ah, arrogant, shameless wretch. You insult me. I shall make you pay dearly." The dignity of the figure below was ruthlessly ground into the dirt. All notions of tea ceremonies, Buddhism, and self-cultivation were cast aside, for the sole focus was on one word: forgetfulness. "You beasts, go forth and slay him." Upon hearing this, the vile creatures shook their heads and charged at Ethan. There were 3-headed black tigers, a rattlesnake from the west, bats, and rats. Whatever was repugnant emerged, emphasizing a combination of physical and psychological assault. To this, Ethan merely scoffed. "Child, your tricks are long outdated. Modern wizards lack not the means for physical damage." With that, Ethan raised his wand and unleashed 5 swift strikes of the shadowless blade. Whoosh! The sound of slicing wind was akin to the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, offering the figures below no chance to react. For blades cleaved through the heads of the vile beasts, and in an instant, their bodies fell apart, blood splattering in all directions. The remaining blades sliced through the air, aiming directly for the chest of the figure below. Impossible, how could this be? The figure below gritted his teeth, a trickle of blue liquid seeping from the corner of his mouth, only to be quickly swallowed back. Ethan, witnessing this, could only think that he was rendered speechless by fear. The figure's eyes began to glow a sinister red. This sinister scene did not escape Ethan's notice. At this moment, he grew serious. Little did he know, just as Ethan anticipated the figure below would evade the shadowless blade and counterattack, an even more outrageous event unfolded. The figure did not evade the blade but allowed it to slice through his skin. He did not scream, nor did he feel pain. Instead, he stood there grinning foolishly. "Is it over?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "Now it's my turn." "Ha ha. Is that so?" Though Ethan was taken aback, His astonishment stemmed merely from the transformation of his circumstances. As for fear, did he ever truly experience it? He shook his head, a flicker of lethal intent flashing in his eyes as he softly remarked, "Isn't living itself a gift?" Chapter 180. The Fiery Transformation of the Dragon. The Curse of the Rakshasa. The shouts from the mountains below were deafening. As the words left their lips, the heavens rapidly darkened with ominous clouds. From the distant pyramid, over 10 kilometers away, an unending stream of black mist surged forth from its pinnacle, swiftly coalescing into a massive shadow above the Giza arena, rivaling the size of Ethan's lightning dragon guardian. "By Merlin's great foot, what sorcery is this?" exclaimed one onlooker. "This damned little rascal dares to wield such nefarious magic. Doesn't the organizing committee care at all? How dare he extract power from our pyramid?" The audience erupted in condemnation, each person expressing outrage over the actions taking place below. Although the duel did not explicitly forbid the use of dark magic, there were unspoken limits. Such a blatant violation, one that defiled historical relics and stained the skies with malevolent mist, was utterly unacceptable. They were resolute in their desire to prevent the emergence of another dark overlord who could jeopardize global stability. Voldemort was not included in their considerations. If he dared to object, they would first see him expelled from England. Meanwhile, witnessing this spectacle, Malfoy grew anxious. He was uncertain of the spell's potency, but its nature suggested that even Ethan, whom he believed invincible, would find it formidable. What should they do now? "Father, Ethan is in danger. Perhaps you should call for the committee to pause the match?" Lucius shook his head, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. "They have their own considerations. Even if we were to pause the match now, it would be too late." At this, Malfoy scratched his head, feeling a wave of concern for Ethan. Lucius, observing this exchange, chose not to elaborate further. While his previous words were indeed reasonable, he harbored his own self-serving motives. Many believed that no one had ever witnessed Ethan exerting his full power, leaving his true strength a mystery even to the renowned potion master. This moment represented a rare opportunity. In Lucius's view, the magic before them was beyond even his mastery, and it would be even more challenging for a mere fourth-year student. Yet Ethan was different. He had an uncanny ability to find solutions. As Lucius suspected, the pressure from the spell cast below weighed upon Ethan. This was a competition. Were it a genuine threat, he would have long since fled using the Enderman's illusion rather than waiting for a spell with such an unpredictable casting time. Moreover, attacking the source of the spell would yield little benefit. Judging by the blood trickling from his chest, death was merely a matter of time. He did not wish to overexert himself, lest he inadvertently inflict fatal harm, which would spoil the contest's enjoyment. At this moment, he merely needed to unravel the incantation to secure victory. Ethan's mind began to race, a torrent of formidable spells such as the Guardian Charm, Transfiguration, and the Inferno spell coursing through his thoughts. Ultimately, Ethan inhaled deeply, his face alight with determination, as he conjured a spell he had yet to master fully. "Fire God, pave the way," he intoned, raising his wand high above his head, tracing an arc through the air. Instantly, the temperature around him began to rise, and azure flames began to coalesce. The surrounding space warped visibly, and in an instant, flames engulfed the entire arena. The dark specter charged at Ethan, brandishing an illusory katana raised high, poised to strike. Suddenly, Ethan swung his wand downward with force, and a figure resembling him, composed entirely of blue flames, rose majestically. Albeit only its upper half, yet radiating an overwhelming presence that rivaled the specter. "Foolish creature, how dare you speak of slaying a god? Arrogance!" In the next heartbeat, the fire god began to expand, its form growing until it reached an immense height of 200 meters, dwarfing the specter by more than double. "Subdue," Ethan proclaimed, as the fire god descended with a commanding gesture. The specter, wielding its blade, ascended into the air, analyzing from both sides and the principles of physics. The fire goddess' triumph was inevitable. Boom. Upon their collision, the specter was immediately toppled by the tremendous force. The flames entwined with the black mist, emitting a sizzling sound as the specter struggled to rise in defiance. However, Ethan would grant it no opportunity. "Annihilate." With this command, the fiery apparition surged forth toward the specter. With a resounding crash, dust erupted across the arena as the two apparitions met their end, reduced to ashes. While it appeared that neither had emerged victorious, the outcome was clear. Ethan's fire god could be summoned countless times, but the specter below had no more of the pyramid's lingering resentment for him to absorb. In the stands, as the spectators processed the scene, they noticed that the challenger below had already collapsed on the dueling platform. At that moment, the referee finally blew the whistle. With the reluctant aid of medical personnel, they managed to staunch the bleeding of the fallen contender. Though he was not dead yet, he likely would not last more than a few days. Since he had not perished, the referee, adhering to the rules, declared Ethan the victor of this match. "Oh!" A thunderous cheer erupted from the surrounding crowd. "Oh, mother, I have fallen for him. I have made my decision." I shall become a woman and marry him. His azure flames remind me of a great being, not a tyrant, but a shatterer of norms. Praise flowed continuously into Ethan's ears, yet he felt little elation. A subtle smile was more than sufficient. Regarding this maneuver, Malfoy proclaimed, I can do that too. The competition continued until the match concluded with a score of 30-15, leaving 16 participants on the field. They were once again divided into 8 groups to proceed with the next round until the quarterfinals, followed by the semifinals. Ethan advanced triumphantly, reaching the final showdown. His opponent was none other than Li Tai from the flower cultivation family. From him, Ethan could sense a profound aura of Taoist culture. It appeared that during their initial encounter, Li Tai struggled to manage his opponent, overcoming them only after a series of exchanges. However, Ethan discerned that this individual had not exerted his full strength from the outset. After exchanging names, Ethan Walker and Li Tai chose not to squander time. Launching into their grand techniques immediately, thunderous lightning, Li Tai unleashed his most formidable lightning technique. Ethan, too, possessed his own methods to counter thunder, for the path of the thunder god was no trifling matter. Yet, he did not intend to reveal his trump card so readily. Instead, he opted to counter the oncoming lightning with the Fierce Fire spell. Fierce Fire transforming into a dragon. Under the moonlit sky, blue fierce flames morphed into a malevolent dragon, adorned with spiraled horns atop its head. With each breath, the Fierce Fire erupted explosively. What? Has this fellow lost his mind? To use Fierce Fire here. It seems we underestimated him before. Who would have thought that someone at the tender age of 14 could possess strength comparable to an aura? Tonight, regardless of whether Walker wins or loses, he is undeniably a victor, the rightful king without a crown in this grand tournament. Ha ha ha, perhaps. But I believe there is a possibility for him to be crowned as king. Unbeknownst to Ethan, these were the thoughts of those around him as he wielded his wand, sending the fire dragon charging toward Li Tai's lightning. The collision of lightning and fire generated a violent reaction. Boom. Crackle. The explosive energy of the two forces seemed unwilling to yield, determined to establish supremacy. Among the two wielders of this energy, Ethan was evidently in a far better condition than Li Tai, whose breathing had merely quickened. In contrast, Li Tai appeared to be on the verge of exhaustion, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops, soaking his garments as he gasped for air. At this moment, Li Tai took a deep breath and slowly stated, Mr. Walker, I know that many here wish for you to claim the championship. As he spoke, he glanced around, observing a sea of foreigners, most hailing from Europe. Li Tai's throat felt constricted, and the words he yearned to express transformed into a mere sigh. Oh, unleash your full strength, for I shall not allow you to claim the honor so easily. Ethan quietly listened to Li Tai's words, gazing at the simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar visage before him, and replied calmly, as you wish. Having spoken, Ethan intensified his magical output, the fire dragon's breath growing ever more formidable. Li Tai, unwilling to underestimate the situation, summoned all his magical energy to counter Ethan's assault. There was no need for futile resistance. It would be in vain. In fluent Mandarin, Ethan addressed him, stating that the outcome would not change. He advised Li Tai to conserve some of his magic for the impending troubles. Li Tai was acutely aware of the troubles Ethan referred to. Historically, the Flower Nation and the Little Days had been adversaries. In this competition, only he had represented the Flower Nation, and after the contest concluded, he would undoubtedly face treachery. Such incidents were not uncommon. Each year, over 20% of the competitors mysteriously vanished. As for the reasons behind this, those present were well aware. You are right, Li Tai remarked, his brow furrowed. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly lowered his wand. You have won. No sooner had he spoken than the lightning, which had been poised to resist, was consumed by the fire dragon, reduced to ash in its fierce flames. Li Tai said nothing further, turning to descend from the dueling platform, leaving the joy of victory to the victor. Ethan watched as Li Tai gradually receded from view, hoping he would safely return to the Flower Nation. If given the choice, he too would prefer not to achieve victory in such a manner. However, weighed against the prospect of inevitable triumph, why struggle against the current? Only to be schemed against by petty individuals and perish in a foreign land? At the moment Li Tai stepped off the dueling platform, the outcome was clear, and the referee's whistle pierced the air. In the stands, the announcer shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, the champion has emerged. Ethan Walker from Hogwarts, the recipient of this year's Golden Wand Trophy, crowned as the king. Following this proclamation, a brief silence was followed by a thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. My goodness, he truly accomplished it. It is hard to fathom that a 14-year-old could achieve such a feat. Have I truly lived long enough to see this? They had initially believed he was merely skilled in potion making, but it seemed that after midnight, a new Dark Lord would rise in the magical realm. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Ethan paid no heed to their words. While victory was indeed gratifying, he would not regard it as the pinnacle of his life. This was merely a battle that contributed to his growth and power. primarily aimed at gauging the strength of other wizards in this world to better understand his own standing. At present, it appeared that aside from a few wandering ancient sorcerers, the strength of other wizards was relatively low. At least with his current abilities, he could easily overpower them. As the clock struck 11, 2 hours had elapsed since Ethan lifted the Golden Wand trophy, marking the end of the championship celebration. He had reunited with Professor Flitwick, the Malfoy family, Astoria, and Old Tom. They departed from the Giza Colosseum and arrived in Cairo. Although there were resting areas within the Colosseum, the surroundings offered little in terms of entertainment, consisting solely of rooms upon rooms, with not a soul in sight outside the arena, just sand and desert. The Astoria family, along with Old Tom, intended to return. However, as night had fallen, they chose to head to the Malfoy residence instead. This was the Malfoy estate in Cairo, where a villa undoubtedly awaited them. After all, the Malfoys were on vacation, coincidentally attending the matches, and thus were not in a hurry to return. At 1 o'clock in the morning, having just finished a late-night snack, Ethan and Astoria returned to their room and lay down. Ethan wrapped his arms around Astoria's slender waist, resting his chin on her collarbone. With every breath, the air was infused with her delicate fragrance and the scent of her shampoo, gradually warming the bed. Suddenly, at that moment, a bird's beak tapped against the window, stirring Astoria, who had been curled up in Ethan's embrace. She hurriedly swatted away his mischievous hands, pulling the blanket over half her face, revealing her large, watery eyes. Ethan, with a sigh of resignation, got out of bed to open the window, allowing the owl to enter. He removed the letter it carried in its beak and placed some food on the windowsill. Upon flipping over the envelope, he discovered it was a letter from Dumbledore. Casting a glance at the still warm Astoria, he had no intention of returning to bed to read the letter. After all, letters from the old bee often required his assistance, particularly concerning Death Eaters. As Ethan opened the envelope, he was met with a single line: evidence of Death Eater activity. Arrive at the Strait of Gibraltar at noon. Enclosed is the key. Your favorite headmaster, Dumbledore. Damn my favorite headmaster, Ethan thought, his expression darkening. He doesn't even bother to ask for my consent. Just orders me to come. Truly, you are something, old bee. With that thought, Ethan retrieved a blank piece of parchment, stuffed it into an envelope, sealed it, and secured it to the owl. Eat up, and then be on your way. He regarded the owl, which was as bothersome as its owner. The owl, with its full belly, hooted contentedly before departing. Chapter 182, Ambush. After sending off the owl, Ethan shut the window and leaped back onto the bed. What happened, Ethan? At that moment, Astoria, having lost her blush, peeked out and asked softly. Nothing much, just a bothersome fellow seeking my assistance, Ethan replied, unabashedly pulling Astoria closer. Sensing something was amiss, Astoria spoke in her tiny voice. Ethan. In his confusion, Ethan looked at her, and Astoria leaned down, whispering in his ear. Mother says that sort of thing can only happen after I graduate and get married. Ethan, caught off guard, was momentarily choked by his own saliva. Rest assured, as long as that reluctance persists, I shall refrain from any action. Once we graduate, we shall wed, and I will bestow upon you a grand ceremony. I have unwavering faith in you. Your persuasiveness has always been remarkable. As the long night stretched on, Ethan found himself unable to sleep, gazing at the figure peacefully slumbering in his arms. The urgency of his own abilities' enhancement weighed heavily upon him. The following morning, as Astoria slowly awakened from her dreams, Ethan's absence was immediately apparent. Slipping into her slippers and freshening up, she dressed and made her way downstairs. At the breakfast table, Professor Flitwick, her parents, and Malfoy were already gathered. Upon arriving at the table, Astoria glanced around, yet Ethan was nowhere to be seen. Sensing her search, Professor Flitwick guessed her thoughts and remarked, "Are you looking for Ethan?" Astoria, caught off guard by his insight, felt her ears flush under the gaze of her parents, warmth spreading across her face. She feigned calmness, nonchalantly inquiring, "Oh, Professor, where has he gone?" "Not sure," Professor Flitwick replied, lowering his gaze to sip his juice, internally lamenting Ethan's abrupt departure. How could he leave without a word? To ease Astoria's worries, he added, "Do not fret. He is likely with Dumbledore. Ethan is in no danger." Astoria, aware that her fiancé was engaged in perilous endeavors, chose not to press further. After hastily finishing her breakfast, she retreated upstairs, mindful that lingering would only provoke laughter from her family. Meanwhile, at the Strait of Gibraltar, atop a crane overlooking the port containers, Ethan stood alongside Dumbledore, both cloaked in a disillusionment charm, invisible to the bustling pedestrians below. They remained silent, and Ethan refrained from questioning, merely observing the familiar scene below, reminiscent of a game map from a past life. Eventually, Dumbledore could no longer contain himself, and spoke. "Ethan, I feared you might not arrive." Reflecting on the blank parchment he had held hours earlier, Dumbledore felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Ethan's actions, yet he held his tongue. He could hardly admit that he had been misled by that piece of paper, thinking Ethan would not show. What would his dignity as headmaster become if that were to be known? It was perhaps best left unspoken. If Ethan were to learn of Dumbledore's thoughts, he would undoubtedly jest. The headmaster's authority lies solely with the deputy headmaster. Where is your own? Certainly, Ethan would not voice such sentiments openly, lest a certain bee become defensive. Professor, I never stated that I wouldn't come, did I? That blank parchment was merely an afterthought. Do not read too much into it. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore turned his head away, unwilling to engage further in conversation with Ethan. He wished to prolong his existence a while longer. The clock struck 6 in the afternoon. The evening's afterglow painted the entire ocean in hues of gold and crimson, the sunlight reflecting off the water, blinding those who gazed upon it. Ethan, growing increasingly impatient, was about to speak when Dumbledore's aged voice broke the silence. They have arrived. At these words, Ethan immediately composed himself, his gaze turning steely as he focused ahead. At this hour, unless there were goods to be unloaded, many workers would have already departed, leaving only a few personnel to oversee the cargo. Clearly, the group of Death Eaters had stealthily approached, harboring ill intentions. And it was entirely possible they were connected to the previously mentioned non-existent boss. Following Dumbledore's gaze, Ethan observed a cluster of cloaked figures creeping toward the containers, approximately 27 or 8 in number. Clad in black hoods, they moved with an air of secrecy, each wielding a wand as if to proclaim their identity as wizards. This was hardly surprising. During Voldemort's zenith, this faction not only eliminated wizards, but also mercilessly targeted muggles, doing so with brazen audacity. Even now, they seemed unfazed by the prospect of being seen. Hurry, let us not waste time, otherwise, our master shall not spare us. Let alone save Voldemort. Enough with your prattle. Do not think that having found a new master grants you the right to disrespect Lord Voldemort, you madwoman. All right, enough of that. Let us focus on the task at hand and proceed swiftly, lest the Aurors arrive. Puffed Aurors. Huh. The Aurors here are even less competent than the old lady selling ice pops in Diagon Alley. They skillfully opened the containers, employing the levitation charm to extract several enormous boxes that emanated an eerie aura, palpable even to Ethan and Dumbledore, who were situated far above in the crane. It seems we have no choice but to intervene, Dumbledore remarked, his expression grave. He understood that, despite his formidable abilities, age had taken its toll. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was invincible. However, facing over 20 adversaries, a single misstep could spell his doom. This was precisely why he had summoned Ethan. The Order has a scant presence here, and I lack the time to send an owl with the portkey. Ethan raised an eyebrow, wishing to inform the elderly wizard that he had no need for a portkey, for he could summon numerous allies at will. After all, he had traversed here using the Enderman's ability. Comparatively, while the Enderman's method required several uses to arrive. In terms of comfort, nothing could rival the innate skill he possessed. Ethan, I will need your assistance in detaining some individuals shortly, Dumbledore inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. Though he often played his cards close to his chest, in such perilous circumstances, he felt it was right to allow the parties involved to make a choice. Is it merely to detain them? Ethan countered. If possible, only a few should remain alive. I require certain information. With that, Ethan exchanged a glance with Dumbledore. A smirk danced upon Ethan's lips, his tone laced with a hint of audacity. Chapter 183, A Deception. Hurry, be swift. Understood, Slytherinch, if you could raise your wand. Perhaps we could expedite the process. Benna, tuck away your trifling thoughts, huh? In the distance, Ethan, shrouded in a witch's cloak, stood alongside Dumbledore, who remained resplendent in his conspicuous white robe, befitting his title as the White Wizard. You all claim I have a fondness for lemon sherbet, and they have bestowed upon me numerous titles. Dumbledore observed the Death Eaters with an air of calm. The headmaster, the bee, the greatest White Wizard. What of it? Ethan's gaze deepened, his pupils gliding with the sunset over the horizon until the night fully enveloped the sky. The time has come, Dumbledore murmured. Wait. I will relocate the muggles present and render them unconscious. Remember, do not create too much commotion, or it will be difficult for me to explain to those in white hoods. Ethan remained silent, donning his hood and retrieving his wand from his sleeve. After this battle, you may find yourself targeted by the Death Eaters, perhaps even by him. Ethan's expression hardened, and before Dumbledore could finish, he leapt from the towering height of 100 meters. As he descended to within 30 meters of the ground, Ethan transformed into a wisp of black smoke, wand in hand, surging towards the Death Eaters at astonishing speed. This unexpected turn of events was hard to conceal and instantly drew the attention of the Death Eaters. Is that flying magic? Who goes there? This operation consists solely of our 20 or so members. No one else will come unless they are from the Order of the Phoenix. Capture him. Upon hearing this, several Death Eaters left 5 or 6 behind to guard the massive wooden crate, while nearly 20 others raised their wands, aiming at the encroaching black mist. Avada Kedavra. 12. Avada Kedavra. 6. Piercing the heart. The soul is severed. A A kaleidoscope of magical lights rushed towards Ethan as if they were of no consequence. With even more directed at his side, one must admit, the accuracy of these Death Eaters was quite remarkable. Ha ha ha. Ethan laughed unabashedly. While Dumbledore had already prepared for this moment, he waved his wand, and in an instant, the entire harbor was enveloped by a transparent barrier. The unknown is the greatest fear. The muggles present were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. But in the next moment, Dumbledore waved his wand again, relocating them all. Dumbledore himself departed, needing to erase the muggles' memories without leaving a trace. Ethan paid no heed to the actions of the old man behind him. His thoughts were solely focused on how to send these Death Eaters to hell in the most pleasurable manner. Superficial and hollow. As Ethan was besieged by a torrent of spells, he let out a disdainful snort. In a flash, he vanished into thin air, as if he had never been there at all. Crack, crack. Amidst the sparks and lightning, all the spells missed their mark, striking a forklift instead. Boom. The forklift, unable to withstand the ferocious assault, became the first casualty of this battle. Where are the others? Ah, I saw his face. Yes, it's him. Who? Under the moonlit night, a figure stood atop 3 containers, draped in a dark purple-black wizard's robe, a hood obscuring his visage. Bathed in moonlight, his shadow elongated. Shrouded in darkness beneath the hood. Good evening, everyone. Ethan's lips curled into a cold smile. A Death Eater pointed at the direction of Ethan's emergence, trembling with fear. It's him, that wretched brat from the Walker family. No sooner had he spoken than Ethan flickered once more, disappearing, leaving only a sprinkle of starlight in his wake. In an instant, he reappeared behind the terrified Death Eater. Guessed correctly, and a reward awaits. His youthful voice now took on the guise of the Grim Reaper. Avada Kedavra. Whoosh. At such close range, evasion was impossible. The lethal curse surged toward the Death Eater's brain. In but 2 breaths. The Death Eater who had just pointed at Ethan crumpled, transformed into a soulless husk, slowly collapsing to the ground. Ethan's wand resembled a scythe, mercilessly reaping the lives of those before him. One down, Ethan remarked casually. The remaining Death Eaters quickly regrouped, encircling the few who protected the crates. Kill him. Our master's possessions must not fall into other hands. And you, Slytherin, Voldemort requires it. Bennett declared. At this, Slytherin, who had been content to observe, could no longer remain passive. She detested being threatened, but she was even more reluctant to see her master Voldemort's last hope extinguished. Step aside, ha ha ha. He is mine. The great Lord Voldemort adores toys like this. Slytherin, appearing as if intoxicated, shoved aside the Death Eaters in front of her and approached Ethan with wild abandon. Her wand became a mere plaything, casually admired and caressed, as if Ethan were insignificant in her eyes. To her, he was just a little brat yet to grow into his full potential. So what if he had claimed the Golden Wand yesterday and was hailed as a master duelist? In the Wizarding World, such titles were of little consequence to the older generation. Of course, Flitwick and past champions were exceptions. They had aged, their magical prowess no longer comparable to their youth. If a wizard's magical capacity were predetermined at birth, the ages of 11 to 18 were when one's power surged most rapidly. Upon reaching adulthood, a wizard's magical prowess typically attains approximately 80% of their capacity. However, in the current context, the 14-year-old Walker is certainly no match for her. Were Ethan to be privy to her thoughts, he might very well be amused to the point of laughter. Though her theory holds merit, it is inconceivable that Ethan would approach matters with such an ordinary perspective. With a significantly elevated magical threshold, Ethan's growth in power surpasses that of his peers. For instance, a wizard with a magical limit of 80 might reach 35 by the age of 14, while one with a limit of 100 could achieve 45. It is evident that if Ethan's magical potential exceeds bounds, attaining a level of power equivalent to that of a typical adult at 14 would not be extraordinary. Nonetheless, what is deemed ordinary is a separate matter entirely, particularly regarding the awareness of others. Take Dumbledore, for example. He likely possesses some knowledge but not an exhaustive understanding. His presence here, summoned ostensibly for the duel, indicates a recognition of Ethan's abilities. Speaking of Dumbledore, Ethan recalls that this old bee has been absent for quite some time, supposedly to attend to muggles. Could it be that I have been deceived? Chapter 184. The Great and Benevolent White Dark Lord. As Ethan surmised, Dumbledore stands at a distance atop a high tower, peering through a telescope from the Muggle world, quietly observing Ethan's performance. It is often said that the strong understand one another best, and Dumbledore is no exception. Although he was not present at the Geyser Arena that day, he gleaned some insight into Ethan's strength from Flitwick's remarks. One could assert that, provided he navigates the situation adeptly, none of the Death Eaters present pose a threat to Ethan. Even if he were to misjudge Ethan's endurance, Dumbledore, being so close, could easily intervene. After all, he is the newly acknowledged savior. As long as he remains alive, that is what matters. Beneath his cloak, Ethan scowls as he observes Slytherin approaching him. While cursing Dumbledore internally, His wand remains unwavering in his grip. Stupefy. This time, Ethan does not resort to silent casting. Instead, he bellows, seemingly venting years of pent-up frustration. In his view, every Death Eater shares a degree of complicity in the deaths of his parents. As this thought ignites his fury, he unleashes 3 rapid-fire Stupefy spells. What? Slytherinch is momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, she reacts, diving to the side. Swish, swish, swish. Ouch. My hand. My head. Slytherinch's evasive maneuver exposes several Death Eaters behind her, who fall victim to Ethan's merciless assault. One is killed while 2 others sustain grave injuries. The excruciating pain renders them incapable of maintaining their grip on their wands, and they collapse to the ground, screaming in agony. Madwoman. Damn wretch. Why don't you just go die? Scoundrel. Once I return alive, I will ensure my master brings your demise. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Thunder rumbles. The weather is capricious. Raining as it pleases, dark clouds shrouding the night, the solitary moonlight obscured. The entire harbor is dim, the streetlights shattered by dark magic. Save for the flickering illumination of the high tower's chandelier, the other Death Eaters displayed no sorrow for the demise of their comrades. Nor did they extend a hand to assist the gravely injured. Instead, they regarded Ethan with avaricious eyes. What a terrifying descendant of the Walker family. That esteemed lord favors the strong. If only we could present him to them. Ha ha ha. The wand in his grasp has caught my eye. Perfectly suited for Lord Voldemort's use. In light of these utterly foolish companions, Slytherinch suddenly refrained from madness, discreetly retreating a few steps. Ethan silently observed these individuals as they conspired to divide the meager possessions upon his person, amusement evident in his gaze. Have you reached an agreement? How shall you distribute what little I possess? Ha ha ha. Walker, you peculiar lot should retreat. You see, I harbor no desire to harm you. After all, before long we shall be colleagues, and that esteemed lord greatly admires the strong. Even Voldemort must bow before him. Benna smiled with a sinister charm, brimming with confidence in his master's strength. Oh, is that so? Ethan replied nonchalantly. Then who might that esteemed lord be? Ha ha ha. He is a being from ancient times. You need only know that he is but a step away from true divinity. Ha ha ha. Benna, clearly of sound intellect, would not divulge his master's secrets until the latter fully regained his strength. Is that so? I am quite eager to witness whether the lord you speak of truly possesses such might. Ethan slightly lowered his head, his eyes narrowing into a fine line. Ha ha ha, undoubtedly. Wait, no? Upon realizing the ambiguity of his own words, Benna abruptly lifted his head, only to see Ethan raise his wand, murmuring an incantation under his breath. Thunder God, clear the path. Crack. Rumble. Utilizing thunder-based magic in such inclement weather and wielding such a formidable spell. Today, they shall have no opportunity to return to their master. The wand, like a fuse, pointed skyward, while the surrounding lightning crackled like an intricate web. Zzz, perish. Ethan's wand danced in the rain, lightning racing forth. With each flourish, a surge of electricity gathered at the wand's tip. Seizing the moment, Ethan aimed his wand at one of the Death Eaters. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, erupted from the wand. Whoosh. Ah! In the blink of an eye, a gory hole appeared, and the unfortunate soul was reduced to a charred husk. Boom. As Lei Bo Yu Wei detonated the explosives and gasoline within the containers behind the Death Eaters, a fiery inferno erupted, rendering the pouring rain utterly futile. What sorcery is this? A demon. He is the Dark Lord. Flee. With a leader, others followed suit. Yet, the beauty of their aspirations quickly faded against the starkness of reality. They had scarcely taken a few steps before despair gripped them. The area had been ensnared by Dumbledore's intricate web, sealing off all escape, even enveloping the flames within its confines. Run, why have you stopped? Ethan stowed his wand and retrieved the poisoned dragon dagger from his system space, traversing swiftly, leaving 7 phantoms in his wake within a span of 7 steps. Rustling sounds permeated the air. Did you hear that? Even the rain urges me to end your lives. It is fate. Ha ha. As the words echoed, Ethan's phantoms materialized before the Death Eaters, before they could react with their wands, severing wrists and throats. Beneath the rain-soaked night, over 20 Death Eaters fell like limp fish, their bodies drenched, blood pouring forth and staining the ground crimson. Suddenly, in that moment, one Death Eater, seizing the opportunity while Ethan was momentarily unguarded, picked up a wand from the ground and shouted, Avada Kedavra. Before he could even react, Ethan was struck and propelled backward. An agonizing pain pierced his very soul, and he trembled, slowly rising to his feet. The remaining 3 Death Eaters stood together with Bellatrix Lestrange. From a distance, Dumbledore felt a jolt in his heart and quickly apparat to Ethan's side. Ethan, are you all right? He was both shocked and relieved. He had not perished. This scene terrified the Death Eaters present. They had only heard of Harry Potter's survival. But witnessing such an incredible moment up close made them feel as if even Merlin's coffin could not contain their astonishment. Dumbledore, We must leave. While Dumbledore is preoccupied with Ethan's condition, they swiftly cast the levitation charm on the wooden crates and rush to the edge of the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Outside. The Death Eater forces were already shattering the barrier from the outside. Dumbledore, over there. Now is an opportune moment. Let us move to eliminate him and clear the path for our master. Do not act recklessly. Restoring our master's strength is of utmost importance. Can you bear the brunt of his wrath should anything go awry? Chapter 185. I am the one you have longed for. To leave? After attacking me. You wish to depart. As soon as the words fell, Dumbledore felt the grip on Ethan's large hand slip away. When he looked up, he saw Ethan had already reached the gap in the barrier. Without a wand, he wielded only a bloody dagger. While the Death Eater who had so confidently cast the killing curse now lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in eternal defiance. As Dumbledore's eyelids twitched, he felt he had once again nurtured an extraordinary individual. Even his old friends had not possessed the same ruthlessness as Ethan. The rain fell with increasing intensity, and Ethan's heart brimmed with indignation. It seemed he had been too proud, granting these petty individuals an opportunity. This was a disgrace, and only death could cleanse it. Damn it, how did he catch up? Are you foolish? We have the numbers now. What is there to fear? Humph. Boy, do you desire a swifter demise? The Death Eaters, who had been contemplating retreat, finally came to their senses. Indeed, they now had reinforcements. What was there to be afraid of? Turning around, the Death Eaters beheld a dark mass of over a dozen individuals standing behind them. Giants, werewolves, night wraiths, goblins, and the formidable undead army of their master. Their confidence surged, and their grip on their wands tightened considerably. You little brat. Just as a Death Eater was about to taunt, a colossal figure clad in ancient armor stepped forth from the ranks of the undead army, towering at nearly 3 meters. He was almost 3 times the size of a typical undead soldier. The knight's greatsword radiated a chilling, spectral light, with a palpable malevolence swirling around its blade. The sound of metal scraping accompanied by powerful footsteps resonated in the hearts of all present. For some, it was the first encounter with their master's prowess and subordinates. Compared to their previous master, the latter seemed to be engaged in mere child's play. I have heard of you, the promising young wizard. His voice was hoarse, reverberating within the confines of his armor, creating a curious sensation akin to a deep echo of a powerful leader. Ethan's first impression was of an elegant gentleman in life, while his master was undoubtedly a long-standing authority figure. Listen to him. His words are far more pleasant than those of the foul-mouthed Death Eaters. Indeed, they are almost human. Promising young wizard? Ethan accepted the label with grace, but remained vigilant towards this imposing figure. Noticing Ethan's silence, the undead general bore no anger. Only the strong show compassion towards the strong. These are the words of my master. Do not confine yourself to this place. It will only bind and limit you. What? Ethan was utterly bewildered. Stop speaking in riddles. Can you not be clear? If it weren't for your overwhelming numbers, I would have already placed a dagger at your throat. You need not know so much yet. You do not possess the strength for it, he chuckled. Just as the undead general spoke, Dumbledore used apparition to materialize beside Ethan, shielding him with his presence. Who are you? Who is your master? What is your name? Dumbledore commenced by posing the 3 soul questions, eliciting laughter from the Death General. Ah, you are Albus Dumbledore? He inquired. Indeed, it is I, replied Dumbledore. Then it is true. My master has said that there are only 3 individuals who can stand alongside him. You, Grindelwald, and Walker. He has seen the shadows of the deceased in each of you, particularly in Walker. Ethan furrowed his brow, soon arriving at another conclusion. This Death General must have been quite the chatterbox in life. Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to my master's late friend, in both appearance and talent. The Death General asserted with conviction. Then I must share a good rapport with your master, Ethan mused thoughtfully. In response, the Death General shook his head, stating, That is not the case. They are sworn enemies. Yet you referred to him as a friend? Ethan asked, bemused. The initially tense atmosphere transformed into one of camaraderie. Indeed, a friend. One who has passed on. My master, myself, and several brothers have indeed taken matters into our own hands. Ethan, somewhat at a loss for words, reached yet another conclusion. This individual had visited the land of flower cultivation and had learned some rudimentary language. So you have come to kill me then? He queried. With that, Ethan raised his poisoned dagger once more, the tension in the air plummeting to new depths. With the passing of friends, there shall never be another lion in this world. You remain as you are, the Death General remarked, casting a profound gaze at Ethan before departing with a large chest and a cadre of Death Eaters and other factions. We shall meet again, Walker. His parting words faded into the distance as the rain began to subside and the moon re-emerged. This night bore no victor, while the Death Eaters had suffered considerable losses. It seemed the most crucial element had eluded their grasp. Alas, what a headache. After they had retreated, the previously silent Dumbledore finally spoke. A new catastrophe is upon us. Though this time it is not a madman like Voldemort, but rather a cunning puppeteer orchestrating events. In my view, his ambitions lie beyond this world, Ethan stated. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. From what that Death General has said, it seems likely. However, we must remain vigilant. Let us respond to the challenge as it comes, he concluded. With that, Ethan vanished in an instant, leaving Dumbledore contemplatively gazing into the distance. The ensuing matters were no longer Ethan's concern. Dumbledore excelled in managing aftermaths. What? You say we should care for the elderly? No, that is not quite right. This should be Caldage with vigor, for in the prime of life. The magical world still needs you, Professor Dumbledore. Local time, 11:21 p.m. Upon Ethan's return to Malfoy Manor, many had already succumbed to slumber. Those who had originally planned to depart that day unanimously postponed their departure by a day, solely to await Ethan's return. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Astoria sat by the window, engrossed in her reading, occasionally glancing at the grand entrance of the courtyard below. Her eyelids fluttered, and the book in her hand swayed as she struggled against a series of yawns. Outside the room, Ethan silently observed this scene, a torrent of unspoken words flashing through his mind. Having returned instantaneously without passing through the front gate, Astoria remained oblivious to Ethan's presence just outside the door. Creak. The wooden door slowly swung open, startling Astoria from her drowsiness. Who is it? The person you have been yearning for. Chapter 186, in addition to the subordinates. The following morning, Ethan and his companions departed Cairo, returning to London before noon. After days of travel, everyone was utterly exhausted and gradually made their way back to their homes. As the protagonist of this journey, Ethan declined all interviews, choosing instead to return alone to his ancestral residence. Whoosh. Outside the Walker estate, Ethan reappeared in an instant. Dick, like a cat catching a whiff of something enticing, swiftly approached Ethan. Master, welcome home. Dick exclaimed with fervor, his eyes brimming with admiration, nearly eager to serve Ethan in any capacity. Wait, Ethan said with a smile. There's no need to come in just yet. Is something wrong? Dick asked, his hands clasped together, his voice trembling. Internally, he was frantically debating. Is the master dissatisfied with how I've managed the house these days? What should I do? Should I rush in and tidy up? But there's no time. Perhaps I should try to knock the master unconscious? Suddenly, tears streamed down Dick's face. I am not a mere creature. How could I think such thoughts? The master has treated me so well. As he spoke, his hands continued to slap his own face in a fit of self-reproach. Oh dear, what are you doing? Ethan observed the distressed Dick with a sense of helplessness. However, this was not the time for such matters. There were pests to address. Perched on a large tree beside the Walker estate, a beetle wielding a miniature magical camera zealously documented the moment. It had even devised a title, The Returning Champion and the Abused House Elf. The darkness behind the duel master. Do duel masters tend toward violence? Is there a necessity for the duel tournament to continue? While Rita Skeet was lost in her wild imaginings, Ethan waved his wand, and a leaf suspended in midair suddenly enlarged, its edges transforming into serrated metal. Before the beetle could react, it was enveloped entirely. Rip. With a swift zip. The hunt was concluded. Master, it seems my mind is a bit clouded, Dick murmured. Ethan, the animagus, he replied nonchalantly. Animagus? Dick gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. Subsequently, she wore an expression of mingled sorrow and joy. How infuriating. She concealed herself outside the residence, and I failed to notice her presence. I am indeed a most incompetent sprite. However, my master possesses great wisdom. Upon hearing this, Ethan's mood improved slightly. Having an obedient little sprite is quite delightful. He then entered the house, carrying the bag containing the beetle. With a wave of his wand, the originally green bag began to shrink and became transparent, ultimately transforming into a glass dome. Tap, tap, tap. The beetle vibrated its wings, frantically colliding against the glass dome. Silence would be more bearable. Ethan settled onto the sofa, sipping the tea that Dick had just poured, casting a mocking glance at the beetle. Humans, when not reprimanded, truly tend to overstep their bounds. I had offered you a chance, Skit. After 2 years, you remain unchanged, resorting to this antiquated routine. But did you truly believe I was unaware that it was you who recorded that incident in the secret chamber? My lack of pursuit was due to my insufficient strength at that time. Furthermore, the events of these past years gradually made me forget your existence. Ethan held a goblet, filled with blue blueberry juice. He rambled on, knowing well that she could hear him despite the barrier. Eventually, feeling somewhat fatigued, he ceased his discourse, flicked his wand, and lifted the glass dome. Without his intervention, the beetle naturally transformed back into the form of Rita Skeet. So compliant, are we? You reverted without being instructed to do so. What is this? No longer pretending? I had intended to. Rita Skeet gazed at Ethan in terror, exclaiming, You cannot treat me this way. I have the right to interview. It is my prerogative to choose where to conduct interviews. Ethan scoffed. Is your right merely to invade others' privacy? To write sensational articles, distort facts, and exaggerate? Truly remarkable. Rita Skeet's face flushed, and she retorted, I am merely uncovering the truth, reporting on matters of public interest. Ethan set down his goblet, rose, and slowly approached her. Yes, you are indeed correct. Rita Skeet took a step back, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. As the principal reporter for Ethan's news outlet, she was keenly aware of the strength possessed by the man before her. The articles in the newspaper were not exaggerated. In fact, Ethan himself was the greatest anomaly. The extent of his power was sufficiently extravagant without Skeet's own embellishments. Ethan continued, Today, we shall settle both new and old accounts. With that, he waved his wand, and a beam of light flashed. Skeet's wand instantly flew into Ethan's grasp. My wand? What do you mean, your wand? Ethan's displeasure was evident. It is now my wand, Skeet. This. Yes, it is yours, sir. Skeet revealed a smile that was even more unsightly than tears. Precisely. Ethan chuckled, for even a fool could discern that Skeet's words belied her heart. Her gaze had never strayed from the wand for even a moment. However, it mattered not. As long as she became his, would not his wand also belong to her? What difference did it make? With this thought, Ethan commenced his art of persuasion, presenting an array of pancakes, each distinct in shape and filling, one after another. Round, square, trapezoidal, star-shaped, though the heart-shaped ones were off-limits. Skeet, having endured such treatment, ultimately became Ethan's subordinate, swayed by the allure of the pancakes and the influence of Ethan's wand. It is crucial to emphasize that she became Ethan Walker's subordinate, not that of the Order of the Phoenix, nor of Dumbledore, but his own. Ethan called out, presenting the wand he had just acquired to Skeet, saying, As my sole subordinate, I must not treat you unfairly. This wand, which I have just obtained, is now a gift for you. Skeet nodded sullenly, inwardly cursing, Walker the Great Skinflint, this was my wand to begin with, rewarding me with my own wand. I concede. Capital, you have triumphed. All right, I understand you are quite pleased, but do not revel too much just yet. Hand me the camera film. Without waiting for Skeet's consent, Ethan snatched the camera, extracted the film, and then returned it to her. You may leave now. Is there something you need me to do? Not at all. Do as you have always done, continue your previous tasks. When I truly require your assistance, I will summon you. At this, Ethan added, Do not let me catch you engaging in any underhanded schemes. I possess a contract, my dear friend. Chapter 187, Devonshire, the World Cup. After bidding farewell to Skeet, Ethan, weary to the bone, returned to his upstairs bedroom and collapsed into slumber. He slept soundly until midnight, feeling no less fatigued, and hunger gnawed at him. Groggily, he arose and made his way downstairs. As he pulled out a chair, the familiar sight of 3 dishes and a soup greeted him. This was a comforting aroma, reminiscent of homely meals from the Flower household. 2 years prior, he had intentionally mentioned this to Dick. Gazing at the delectable food before him, Ethan could not help but reflect, Dick is truly an excellent chef. With that thought, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. As he ate, he called out, Dick, are you asleep? Whoosh. Master, I am here. How goes it? Please check my upcoming schedule. Dick promptly retrieved the itinerary, responding respectfully, Master. There is an interview for singing in opposition tomorrow afternoon, and in 3 days, an invitation to a pure-blood wizarding ball. Stop. Ethan furrowed his brow, swallowing the morsel in his mouth as he remarked, Why are we discussing trivial matters? Let us speak of something more substantial. As you wish, my good master, Dick replied, momentarily vanishing before reappearing with a large stack of letters cradled in his arms, among which were several adorned in pink. Just as Dick was about to commence reading, Ethan cleared his throat. Ahem, those pink ones can be set aside. With that, Ethan extracted them from the pile and placed them aside. Dear Mr. Walker. Ethan mused as he savored his meal while listening to Dick read the letters. Eventually, after some omissions and edits, Ethan discovered a matter of interest, the Quidditch World Cup. Whether it was due to the unexpected developments at the Cup or his old friend Crumb's involvement, it became imperative for him to venture to Dartmoor, Devon, where the tournament was to be held. Many would attend, and the pivotal figures of the year were soon to arrive. With this thought, Ethan's gaze shifted, and he swiftly devoured the remnants of his meal with satisfaction, patting his belly before retreating upstairs for a nap. The date was now August 22nd, 1994. On this day, Ethan met with the Astoria family and Tom in front of the Gringotts estate. As he gazed at the setting sun, he pulled out his pocket watch, 1631. The Gringotts sisters were still inside tidying up, and Ethan, in a state of ennui, turned his attention to the window. In the hallway, old Tom and Mr. Gringotts appeared to be in jovial spirits, exchanging a few words that invariably circled back to Ethan and Astoria. At their age, it seemed that only the happiness of their children could bring them contentment. As Ethan's guardian, old Tom, though often carefree, maintained the decorum befitting a gentleman in the presence of his in-laws. Even patrons from the nearby pub would struggle to recognize him in such a refined manner. By the time everyone had finished their preparations, the sky had darkened completely. It was the perfect moment to proceed. At the entrance, They formed a circle, and before them, Ethan held a key shaped like an ornate chalice, resembling a small trophy. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. 17:10. Once again, Ethan felt as though a hook was tracing the outline of his navel, akin to a fish. In the next moment, the hook released, and he landed safely. Among those present, aside from the Gringotts sisters, everyone was well acquainted with the sensation of the key, thus avoiding any unfortunate collisions with the ground. Of course, with Ethan present, the sisters would not ruin the meticulously prepared appearance they had spent half an hour on. Just as they were about to tumble, Ethan swiftly lifted each of them with one hand. "Are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Astonishingly, Astoria gently shook her head, while Daphne nonchalantly waved her hand, as if nothing had transpired. Ethan chuckled softly, recognizing the stark contrast between the two sisters' personalities. Once the group regained their composure, Ethan surveyed their surroundings. They had arrived in a desolate area, shrouded in mist, where unseen swamps lay hidden, and pairs of crocodilian eyes lurked beneath the water, poised for their evening meal. Not far from them stood a large gathering of individuals, among whom 2 weary, sullen wizards stood out prominently. They were the ticket inspectors, and it would be disingenuous to claim they held no grievances, who would prefer to act as gatekeepers when there was a thrilling competition to behold. One of them clutched a sizable golden watch, while the other brandished a thick stack of parchment and a quill, presenting an almost mundane appearance, yet decidedly professional. Before them stood a sea of red-haired individuals, with only a few exceptions. They were none other than the Weasley family and Harry, who had just recently arrived. Hermione was conspicuously absent, just as she had mentioned in her letter. She would be accompanying Professor McGonagall, and it seemed that the two, representing different generations, had begun to engage in intriguing discussions, fostering a transition in their relationship from teacher and student to friends. "Let us approach," Ethan suggested. As they drew nearer, the previously grim-faced ticket inspector's expression softened. 5:01, Mr. Gringlass from Gringlass Manor reporting in, he announced with familiarity. "Long time no see, Basil and Mr. Weasley." "Greetings, Mr. Gringlass and Mr. Walker," Basil replied, silently lowering his pocket watch and nodding in acknowledgement. "Hello, Arthur," they returned in unison. "You appear quite fatigued, Mr. Gringlass remarked to Basil. "Some are fortunate to have no duties," Basil replied with a hint of resignation. "Well, as a staff member, I shouldn't complain." At 5:10, a large group will arrive from the Forbidden Forest. "Now, let me see where your camp is located, Weasley, Gringlass." Basil's rough finger glided swiftly over the parchment. During this exchange, Ginny slipped away from her mother's side, weaving through the crowd until she reached Ethan and Astoria. "Ethan, Ginny whispered. "Congratulations on winning the dueling championship. You are still as remarkable as ever. I actually wrote you a letter to convey my congratulations." At her words, Ethan's eyelid twitched, and the image of a pink envelope flashed in his mind. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled at Ginny. "I received it. I apologize for not responding sooner. I was utterly exhausted that day." "I know," Ginny replied, narrowing her eyes playfully as she hopped over to Astoria and made a few silly faces at her. Their conversation concluded at that point. Meanwhile, Mr. Basil had located their camping site. Found it. Chapter 188, The Art of Provocation. Approximately a quarter of a mile from this point lies the first campsite, which belongs to the Weasleys. The second campsite is occupied by Gringotts, where you will find yourself alongside Diggory. Upon arrival, you will easily locate your designated nameplate. "Thank you," said Basil. Soon, 2 groups made their way toward the camp, with Ginny being gently pulled back by Mrs. Weasley. They traversed the desolate marshlands, shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. After roughly 20 minutes of walking, a door gradually came into view, followed by a small stone cottage. However, this cottage was not their campsite. It was the thousands of tents behind it that marked their destination. These tents, varying in shape, could transform into an array of forms dictated by the wizard's imagination. They climbed the hillside, extending all the way to the dark forest that loomed beyond the horizon. The slope had been terraced, with platforms every 25 meters, each adorned with a tent. Looking upwards along the solitary stone staircase that wound its way up the slope, one could see that most of the individuals below bore weary expressions and disheveled attire. Ethan and his companion's campsite was situated at the summit, often referred to as the peak. Although Basil referred to it as a slope, its altitude was considerable, surpassing that of a mountain, yet falling short of a peak. Upon realizing this, the group pressed on, ascending the stone steps. If one assumes they were about to embark on a lengthy ascent, they were mistaken. As footsteps graced the stone staircase, the previously stationary steps began to rise slowly. "Oh my, how astonishing! Is there truly an elevator in the Wizarding World?" Harry inquired. "Elevator? What is that?" Ron responded, explaining that the steps were carved from magical stone, which had a mischievous nature but were presently fixed in place. Intrigued, Harry glanced about, attempting to discern the mechanics of their movement. "Haha, Harry, there's no need to look. Beneath them lies only earth," Arthur Weasley remarked. as a custodian of Muggle contraband. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding Muggle elevators. The ends of the staircase had been enchanted with a special disillusionment charm, allowing them to maintain their motion. Remarkable. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Moments later, the Weasley party disembarked from the staircase at a position slightly above the midpoint, while Ginny lamented her farewell to Ethan. A few minutes later, they too reached the summit. The number of tents perched above was modest, exceeding 100, yet significantly fewer than the tens of thousands at the lower levels. The expanse at the peak was vast, with each tent surrounded by nearly 600 square feet designated for their activities. Each tent, though narrow on the outside, was spacious enough to accommodate 5 individuals. However, for added comfort, Ethan invested a few gold galleons to procure 3 additional tents. The surrounding individuals were largely in similar circumstances, not genuinely pushing their accommodations to the limit. In that moment, Ethan beheld numerous familiar figures. The Malfoy family, along with Krum and his kin, were present. It was hardly surprising to see so many relatives of the competitors. However, the participants themselves were prohibited from residing there. To avert any unforeseen incidents or conflicts, they were assigned separate quarters at either end of the stadium for rest. Ethan and Astoria found themselves sharing a tent, a request made by the Greengrass couple, who believed that nothing could foster their bond more than this arrangement. Old Tom concurred with this reasoning. Thus, a peculiar world emerged where only Daphne was left to her own devices, necessitating her solitary tent on the pretext of having grown up. In truth, this was merely a facade, but it held a semblance of logic. Once they had finished unpacking, Ethan and his 2 sisters approached the fence at the mountain's edge. From this vantage point, they could gaze down at the stone cottage nestled at the mountain's base, beyond which lay a shroud of mist resembling clouds. With Ethan and his companions standing above this ethereal veil, they even spotted Arthur Weasley engaged in conversation with a Muggle, who, after a brief exchange, fell victim to an aura's charm, erasing all memory of the encounter. Looking upward, they beheld an unclouded sky, adorned with twinkling stars. Had Hermione been present, she would surely have remarked, "I learned about that star in astronomy class. It is documented in our textbook. We should take a rest now, children." Mrs. Greengrass approached them, announcing, "It is time for a break." In the next instant, she whisked the bewildered Daphne away, casting a playful wink at Astoria, who blushed furiously. Ethan took Astoria's hand as they returned to their tent, which was a typical 3-room dwelling replete with a kitchen and bathroom. It bore no distinction from a conventional home, with even the walls constructed of concrete. After freshening up, Ethan and Astoria embraced in slumber, sharing a night of silence. The following morning, a cacophony of calls filled the air as various vendors crowded the streets, showcasing an array of Quidditch paraphernalia, jerseys, golden snitches, figurines, and more. The enterprising merchants strained every nerve to capitalize on the fleeting days of profit. Ethan and Astoria were roused by the clamor, and after donning their attire, they emerged from the tent. "How do we end up here?" Astoria innocently inquired, vaguely recalling that the passage at the mountain's base had been deserted the night before. "They are everywhere," Ethan replied, affectionately stroking Astoria's hair. Just then, Daphne stormed in, irate, and dragged Astoria away. Before long, the competition was about to commence, prompting Ethan and his companions to hastily make their way to the Quidditch pitch. As he traversed the passage, a thought struck him, and he turned back to the entrance of the players' tunnel. The attendant barred his way, saying, "Esteemed Mr. Walker, I regret to inform you that, according to the competition regulations, non-participants are prohibited from entering the players' lounge." "Oh, I am aware, sir. I shall remain outside," Ethan replied with a smile, taking a step back. He leaned against the wall beside the players' corridor, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Soon enough, the lounge door swung open, and a crew-cut man emerged. It was Krum. "Ethan, what brings you here?" Krum inquired. "Hey, Krum, I'm here to cheer you on," Ethan responded with a grin. Krum scratched his head, chuckling softly. "Thanks, my good friend. However, this match will be quite challenging. The opposing seeker is formidable. I believe you require a breakthrough. And so do your teammates," Ethan remarked. "I am aware of that," Krum replied. "We have devised numerous strategies for this." After conversing for a while, as the time drew near, Ethan turned to Krum with a smile and said, "Krum, I have already secured my trophy. What about you?" "I shall not be outdone," Krum declared confidently. Chapter 189. Eyebrow Girl witnessing Krum's renewed confidence, Ethan shared a knowing smile before bidding him farewell and departing. His objective had been accomplished. According to the original text, Krum's journey in this World Cup ended in disappointment. In the 422nd Quidditch World Cup final, the Irish team triumphed over Bulgaria with a score of 170 to 160. Despite Krum, the Bulgarian seeker, capturing the golden snitch, the Irish team had amassed a sufficient lead early in the match to secure victory. The world is indeed round, and Ethan found himself at leisure. He pondered whether his few encouraging words might inspire Krum. If successful, perhaps Krum could seize the golden snitch earlier and clinch the match. Returning to the stands, Ethan settled between the two sisters and inquired, "How much longer until the match begins?" "Not long now, less than 10 minutes, Daphne replied, glancing at her watch. Ethan's gaze drifted to the field, where Krum was mounted on his broom, his expression resolute as he prepared for the game. "Which team do you support, Ethan?" Astoria asked. After a moment of contemplation, Ethan answered, "If given the choice, I would prefer Bulgaria to emerge victorious. After all, my friend is on that team." "What about you?" "Without a doubt, I support Ireland," Astoria declared without hesitation. "Me too," Daphne echoed in agreement. Ethan smiled but remained silent, his focus still on Krum. Then, Ludo Bagman ascended to the platform. "Is everyone ready?" he asked, his round face gleaming like a massive golden snitch. "Can the minister commence?" Fudge, with his ample belly, kindly inquired. Ludo smiled, eagerly anticipating this moment. He turned back, drew his wand, and pointed it at his throat, proclaiming, "Amplify my voice. Hello, can you hear me?" His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the packed stadium. It echoed above their heads, reaching every corner of the stands with resounding clarity. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers and applause. Thousands of flags waved simultaneously, accompanied by a cacophony of national anthems, rivaling even the dirge of Hogwarts. The atmosphere was nothing short of electrifying. On the scoreboard opposite them, after the final advertisement for the match was erased, it was replaced by the words, "Bulgaria, 0, Ireland, 0. Now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the mascot of the Bulgarian national team." To the right of the stands, a neat formation of vibrant red erupted into jubilant cheers. What could they have brought? Astoria wondered, leaning forward from her seat. She suddenly sat back down, pulling a handkerchief from her robe. "Mermaids." Ethan heard the murmurs of those around him and instinctively leaned to catch a glimpse. However, in the next moment, darkness enveloped him as a soft object obscured his vision. "They can control people's minds," Astoria exclaimed. She turned to see the male spectators in the stands all rising to their feet, ranging from young boys of 7 or 8 to older men who, at the very least, managed to restrain themselves by merely stretching their necks to observe. The younger ones, brimming with youthful exuberance, were already contemplating how to leap dramatically from the towering stands. "Surely it's not that serious?" Ethan muttered, feeling that Astoria's words were somewhat exaggerated. In response, Astoria glanced down to see Ron Weasley already perched on the railing, frozen in place. "Well, you can watch. But don't say I didn't warn you when you embarrass yourself." She shot him a look, stowing away her handkerchief and returning to her seat. As Ethan opened his eyes to gaze downwards, 100 mermaids glided onto the field. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, the cheers deafening. They were indeed beautiful, objectively speaking. They were among the most exquisite women in the world, and no one would refuse the chance to marry a mermaid. Ethan rationally analyzed. He glanced at the fuming Astoria beside him, and then added, "Of course, this applies only to the still single men. As for me, I already possess the most beautiful woman in the world. Her name is Astoria." Without turning back, he finished his statement in one breath, sensing the gentle hand resting on his waist gradually lowering. After the performance concluded, the mermaids gradually exited the stage. The audience erupted in furious shouts. What Quidditch match? A mermaid ball would be far more entertaining. Now, let us raise our arms high and welcome the mascot of the Irish national team with our wands. Ludo Bagman's voice echoed throughout every corner of the stadium. In the next moment, a magnificent green and gold entity soared into the arena, resembling a comet as it circled the field before gracefully descending amidst a flurry of fireworks. The Irish leprechaun. How delightful it is. The eyes of the girls in attendance sparkled with affection. Even Astoria found herself glancing more than once. There were mixed reactions. Some male spectators, fixated solely on appearance, expressed indifference towards these diminutive green beings. Ethan smiled knowingly. The leprechaun, with its youthful visage, petite stature, pointed hat, and long brown beard braided into a small plait, captured the hearts of many. Once they dispersed, the match officially commenced. The players from both teams entered the field, with Bagman introducing them one by one. When he reached Krum, the latter cast a challenging glance towards Ethan, his expression suggesting confidence in clinching the championship. "It appears you are quite self-assured. However, it remains uncertain whether that elusive, perhaps non-existent, correcting force is more formidable than you." As the match progressed, Bulgaria found itself trailing behind Ireland, much like in historical encounters. The score gap had widened to 150 points, and time was swiftly slipping away. It was evident that within a matter of minutes, the disparity would become insurmountable. Even if Krum managed to seize the golden snitch, victory would still elude them. The golden snitch, where is it? Where? Krum has found it. The man, swift as the wind, has returned, with Lynch hot on his heels, as the seekers from both teams engaged in a final showdown. Who is it? Who could it be? The scene became a blur as Krum and Lynch surged towards the same direction, leaping into the air and landing in succession. Chapter 190, Turmoil. It is he indeed. Krum has captured the golden snitch. He accomplished this feat before the score reached a 150-point deficit. The championship of this World Cup belongs to the Bulgarian team. Victor Krum. He has rescued Bulgaria from the brink of despair. He is a true warrior. Without a doubt, the 422nd Quidditch World Cup has concluded, and the champion has been determined. With the MVP Golden Snitch awarded to Krum, as Bagman proclaimed. Disappointment washed over him like a tidal wave. Yet his voice resonated with fervor as he relayed the match's outcome. The abrupt conclusion left both teams in a state of bewilderment. One side believed their substantial lead would soon secure the championship, only to be met with a harsh reality. Meanwhile, the Bulgarian team, anticipating defeat, unexpectedly triumphed in the very next moment. The name of contradiction is vividly manifested today. Why did he attempt to seize the golden snitch? Ron exclaimed, cradling his head in his hands. This is utterly despicable. He has doomed Ireland's championship. I thought to myself, I should not have come to watch this match. How foolish. That Irish seeker is slower than a tortoise, with eyes set upon his forehead. Damn it, refund me. In the stands. Ethan smiled as he watched the little goblin and the girl with the eyebrows engaged in a lively exchange. Ethan, did you know all along that Bulgaria would triumph? Astoria asked, somewhat disheartened. Not exactly, Ethan replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixed upon Krum, bloodied and receiving medical attention. I merely have faith in my friends. Friends? Astoria noted Krum's presence with keen observation. It was evident that Krum held a different standing in Ethan's mind compared to Malfoy and his ilk. When empowered, Ethan regarded Krum as an equal, whereas Malfoy was on the brink of cultivating followers. You're right, Ethan. He is indeed very brave, just like you. Old Tom remarked with a smile. Although his allegiance lay with the Irish team, he had previously heeded Ethan's words and spent a small pouch of galleons to back Bulgaria. Now it was time for Tom to approach Bagman for his due. Ethan remained silent, seated among the Irish supporters, uncertain of encountering some overly zealous friends. Quite amusing, isn't it? Congratulations to you, Fudge, he muttered through gritted teeth to the Bulgarian minister. Presently, the Bulgarian players, buoyed by their mascot's support, carried the trophy to their minister's box. A blinding flash of light dazzled the eyes of those present. Harry watched this scene with envy, yearning for the feeling of having a supportive entourage and a trophy in hand. Soon, they were surrounded by the Bulgarian populace on the field. Ethan chose not to join the fray, instead departing the stadium with a smile alongside the Irish supporters. Later that night, upon returning to their camp, the air was thick with heated debate. Their arguments raged on until midnight, when everyone finally retired to their tents, while Ethan and Astoria had long fallen asleep. The external clamor halted at the threshold of their warm cocoon. Strange songs and sounds of collision echoed across the hillside. Ethan slowly opened his eyes, savoring the softness of his arm. After a moment's reflection, he gently withdrew his left hand. He placed a tender kiss on Astoria's sleeping visage, donned his garments, and exited the tent. Before leaving, he set up hundreds of defensive and alarm mechanisms outside. Let me see if there are any stragglers. Cloaked in a witch's robe, Ethan ventured into the dark forest, the words of the undead general imparting a sense of urgency. He discerned an intriguing phenomenon. It seemed that the so-called World Correction Force had grown lax. Characters that should not have appeared in the original work have emerged. Alarmingly, there exists a mysterious boss whose ability to manipulate the undead is alarming. His undead general possesses magical prowess on par with Dumbledore, along with a resistance to magic that even Dumbledore lacks. Ethan feels that even confronting Dumbledore would be a formidable challenge, let alone this new boss. Furthermore, it seems that Voldemort has infiltrated this new faction as well, whether in a bid for resurrection or genuinely captivated by this boss. Nevertheless, this does not alter the undeniable fact that they are now adversaries. However, there is a piece of news that, while not entirely favorable, is somewhat reassuring. Ethan still has time to develop his skills. Judging by the tone of the undead general's speech, it appears that the boss does not intend to harm him, but rather seeks to win him over. This presents Ethan with the precious commodity he needs most, time. With swift strides, Ethan reaches the far end of the dark forest, where the boundary lies at the mid-slope. A dark luminescence ascends from the depths, accompanied by mocking laughter, maniacal cackles, and drunken murmurs that fill the air. The wizards residing in the mid-level tents soon awaken, rousing their families and friends. The Death Eaters huddle closely together on the automatic stone steps, each pointing their wands skyward, slowly rising. Cloaked in hoods, they conceal their faces with magic. Above them, for individuals struggle in midair, manipulated like marionettes. Suddenly, a fireball crashes down, igniting many of the tents nearby. The intense blaze forces the onlookers to squint. Ethan, narrowing his eyes, sees Harry and the Weasley family approaching from the inferno, along with Hermione and Professor McGonagall. It is Mr. Roberts, the groundskeeper, whom Harry immediately recognizes among those suspended in the air, along with his wife and child, as Ethan interjects. Ethan, how did you get down here? Hermione asks anxiously as she approaches him. Clearly, even Hermione is unsettled by the chaos unfolding. In response to her question, Ethan explains, I couldn't sleep. So I came to see what was happening. What do we do now? Who are those people? We can only retreat for now, until the Aurors arrive, Mr. Weasley states. Are they extreme fans or something? Ginny inquires, standing behind Ethan. They are Death Eaters, Ethan says, his wand at the ready. What? How could this be? Ron exclaims, incredulous. The likelihood is quite high. They are utterly malevolent. The group turns to witness Mrs. Roberts being turned upside down by one of the Death Eaters, her nightgown slipping to reveal an embarrassing display of loose undergarments. The crowd below erupts in screams and jeers, while Mrs. Roberts struggles to cover herself. Chapter 191. The Dark Mark reappears. This is utterly outrageous. You remain here with the others. I must assist the department in maintaining order, Arthur declared, rolling up his sleeves as he ascended alongside members of the Ministry of Magic. The group of marchers had not revealed their identities. Thus they could not be confronted in the manner befitting Death Eaters. Suddenly, from the thickets at the forest's edge, a female elf emerged, breathless and pointing towards the dark forest. There are dark wizards everywhere, wreaking havoc in the lower tiers. What are the upper levels? How do they fare? Ethan inquired. Despite having cast multiple enchantments on Astoria's tent to keep the fog at bay and having roused the adults before departing, he could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen events. The upper levels? They are utterly unharmed, let alone the topmost tier, sir, the small elf replied, a curious expression crossing her face. With this revelation, Ethan's anxiety began to dissipate. I must take my leave, she proclaimed, darting away as if propelled by the finest chocolate. I suspect she did not seek her master's consent before fleeing. Now she is evading his grasp, Harry remarked, reminiscent of Dobby, the former house elf of the Malfoy family. Did you know? House elves are treated unjustly. They are essentially slaves. It is 1994. How can such a system still exist? Mr. Crouch had her positioned at the front. She was terrified. Yet, does she not appear rather content? Ron countered, disagreeing with Harry. That is simply their nature. It is an inherent servitude. They revel in being commanded. And if one shows them excessive kindness, they will punish themselves relentlessly. Enough. It is individuals like you, Weasley, who perpetuate this system through your apathy. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky. Boom. Was it the sound of an explosion or fireworks? We are surrounded, Ron exclaimed, as they found themselves amidst a throng of other wizarding families, many wearing expressions of panic, uncertain of where to flee. Perhaps only Ethan remained composed. Hermione and Ginny stood beside him, a request from Mrs. Weasley. After all, aside from Victor Crumb, who had just been crowned MVP, Ethan, the dueling master, was undoubtedly the most prominent figure at that moment. His prowess had withstood scrutiny and garnered global recognition. However, even so, Ethan cast a bemused glance at the downcast Ginny. He longed to voice, do I seem like someone who would care for children? At that moment, a fairy spoke, we are sufficiently safe here among so many. Those individuals likely will not strike at us, right? I have only just earned 100 galleons. Pat, pat, pat. As soon as he finished speaking, Ludovico Bagman emerged from behind a tree in the crowd. The darkness of the night enveloped the scene, forcing many to rely on the faint glow of their wands to navigate. Bagman appeared markedly different from before. A profound change had overtaken him. He looked quite displeased. His complexion no longer rosy, and his steps were unsteady, as if drained of vigor. Do not overthink it. This is a manifestation of magical void. They are here. With that final utterance, he collapsed heavily to the ground. The distant sounds of crackling echoed, filled with the explosive reverberations of spells. The Aurors were engaged in fierce combat with Death Eaters, and personnel from various departments of the Ministry of Magic were joining the fray. Almost everyone present was battling the Death Eaters, while those absent had transformed into adversaries themselves. If, during the duel, one notices that the Death Eater before them bears a striking resemblance to a colleague, there is no doubt. It is indeed their co-worker. Someone has perished. A Muggle wizard. I recognize him. He often set up a stall in Diagon Alley. They are approaching. At this moment, the Ministry's personnel were occupied on the other side, unable to spare anyone to assist. The atmosphere was unbearably tense. Some, upon catching sight of Ethan's face, silently moved closer to him. He. A figure in black robes stumbled forward, appearing quite disheveled. Everyone assumed he was one of their own, injured by the throng of marchers below. But then, his anxious shout took a sudden turn. Bone-revealing curse. The spell was aimed at Ginny, shocking everyone present. It appeared that someone wished to thwart the rise of the Weasley family. Subsequently, this seemingly boundless dark curse approached Ginny. Ethan turned, swiftly grabbing the witch's cloak with his left hand and draping it over Ginny. The bone-revealing curse collided with the cloak, being firmly repelled and dissipating into nothingness. Before Ginny could recover from her shock, Ethan entrusted her to Hermione. You two, step behind me. More figures in black robes surged from all directions, encircling the crowd. Ethan shielded Hermione and Ginny behind him, his gaze steely. No full-scale chaos had erupted yet. The rules of the wizarding world remained intact. To avoid entangling himself in trouble, he could not strike first before any killing commenced. As they closed in, visibly skeletal figures and serpents writhed around them, their emerald eyes fixated intently on Ethan. Walker. Ha 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 ha. The leader cackled uncontrollably, and in the next moment, he collapsed. Over 20 voices erupted simultaneously, launching an attack on the crowd surrounding Ethan. Be cautious. Ethan warned the two women before thrusting his wand fiercely into the ground. All spells shall cease. The tip of the staff pierced the soft earth, and in the next moment, the ground split open, radiant golden light began to extend, and the surrounding crowd began to disperse. Wherever the golden light reached, the power of the curses that had caused them to faint was entirely nullified. The figures in black robes, upon witnessing this, displayed expressions of astonishment. Truly, the one favored by their master. The leading black-robed figure scoffed. Not enough. The Death Eaters summoned their power. Channeling their magic into an aerial pattern, the dark mark appeared in shimmering light above them. Through the bone reanimation spell, they projected the symbol into the sky, forming an enormous skull composed of countless emerald stars, from which a massive serpent emerged from its mouth, resembling a tongue. It ascended higher, emanating a dazzling glow amidst a swirling green mist, resembling a new constellation against the pitch-black night sky. The Dark Mark. The Death Eaters, subordinates of the mysterious figure. Upon witnessing this manifestation, Ethan no longer held back, positioning his wand at his brow. Chapter 192, The Goblet of Fire. The Killing Curse. Ethan aimed his wand at the leading Death Eater. As the air shifted, 3 spells struck his leg, hand, and neck respectively. In a flash, the Death Eater leader could not even utter his final words before his body was gruesomely severed. This scene transpired in an instant, before anyone could react. Blood stained the soil. Other Death Eaters, momentarily stunned, were soon engulfed by a blend of fury and fear. They raised their wands, chanting incantations. Bone reanimation. Avada Kedavra. Cruciatus. A torrent of malevolent curses rained down upon Ethan. With his exceptional agility, he could have evaded them, but he considered the friends behind him. Ethan steadied his stance. Air solidification. His wand radiated brilliance. Then abruptly, there was nothing. This spell, true to its name, was renowned, yet formless. Only the caster could perceive the magic compressing the air voraciously ahead. Its density was beyond the comprehension of any machine in the Muggle world. Its hardness surpassed that of 3 meters of reinforced steel. Moreover, the material he condensed was indestructible. Can air be shattered? This situation was insolvable. Bang, bang, bang. The Death Eaters were taken aback. In their fantasy, Ethan should have collapsed in agony, but now everything had changed. Their curses seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, exploding mid-flight with merely a sound, resulting in no actual harm. Intriguing. With one hand maintaining the air spell, Ethan conjured with the other, fabricating illusions. The ground beneath them began to tremble. In the next moment, from the depths of his extraordinary prowess, Ethan unleashed his transformation spell, Earth Spike. A few sluggish Death Eaters were impaled by the stone spikes, blood cascading down their bodies as they writhed in agony, desperately attempting to escape. In truth, when faced with physical harm, all notions of wizardry and magic were cast aside. They were left with nothing but their primal human strength. The other Death Eaters, witnessing this, displayed expressions of sheer terror, their offensive momentum faltering. Ethan, however, would not grant them any respite. Ever compassionate, he graciously bestowed upon them a small fire dragon. With a commanding flourish of his wand, a colossal dragon of searing flames erupted forth, roaring with a fierce intensity. The inferno surged toward the Death Eaters, radiating an unbearable heat and an aura of annihilation. Wherever the blue flames passed, the air warped from the scorching temperatures, and the ground cracked beneath its blistering touch. They scrambled to evade the onslaught, cries of mercy escaping their lips. No, you cannot do this. You will kill us, and the Dark Lord shall not forgive you. The reach of the flames was too extensive, and many Death Eaters were engulfed, their wretched screams echoing as they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Ginny and Hermione, who had been trailing behind Ethan, were witnessing such a scene for the first time. Many of those present had never encountered blood, and as they processed the horror, retching sounds arose in a dissonant symphony, narrating the recent carnage. Ethan, having detected that the threat had subsided, decided it was time for him to withdraw gracefully. Time flew by. Nearly 7 days had elapsed since that tumultuous event. Throughout this week, discussions surrounding the Dark Mark had not waned in the slightest. After all, this was the wizarding world. In the absence of the minister's absolute power to suppress it, Fudge appeared increasingly ineffectual. Even if he wished to downplay the situation, it was futile. Too many had witnessed the event, including numerous outsiders, and the mark was undeniably prominent, impossible to overlook unless one were blind. The situation had escalated significantly, prompting Fudge to consult Professor Dumbledore for strategies. To be frank, Dumbledore found himself at a loss as well. for he possessed no more knowledge than Ethan. Even the existence of Horcruxes had been revealed to him by Ethan. If given the choice, he would prefer to nurture the next generation to resolve this crisis. At this juncture, the Triwizard Tournament proved to be quite advantageous. Dumbledore understood that as long as Ethan could develop steadily, all he needed to do was safeguard the high ground, allowing Ethan to strike at the heart of the darkness that plagued the 20th century. This sentiment was widely shared. Aside from Dumbledore, many had begun to reassess their views on Ethan. They were increasingly inclined to invest in this promising young talent, albeit discreetly. Consequently, Ethan's inbox overflowed daily, while his physical education class transformed into a hub of correspondence, with students acting as his proxies to manage the influx of letters. On August 30th, Ethan boarded the train once more, embarking on his journey back to Hogwarts. The students exhibited a profound interest in the events of the summer. A significant change occurred in the way everyone regarded Ethan. Meanwhile, several young witches felt a flush of embarrassment as they recalled their parents' words. This semester, the defense against the dark arts teacher had once again been replaced, now by the captain of the Auror team, one of the most distinguished Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. He had earned considerable accolades in previous battles. Under pressure, the Ministry and Hogwarts had united, with Moody being the first of what might be more Ministry personnel to assume teaching positions in the coming terms. This development was far from favorable for Dumbledore. If the Ministry had indeed rotted to its core, and they were to realign themselves under Voldemort's command, would that not constitute a covert invasion? Yet, did he possess a solution? No. Dumbledore, although one of the most powerful individuals in the world, was not one to resort to force. With a perpetual smile, no one could discern his true thoughts. The pressures from pureblood families were merely one aspect of his grand design. Even if Hogwarts were to be invaded, he seemed unconcerned. As the train arrived at Hogwarts, everyone boarded the carriages. The carriages passed through grand gates adorned with winged boar sculptures, slowly making their way along the spacious driveway. The gusty winds howled as they approached Hogwarts Castle, faint glimmers of light emanating from its windows. With a crack of thunder, the lightning split the sky, and everyone had disembarked, hastily ascending the stone steps. It was only upon entering the cavernous entrance hall that they beheld anything beyond the darkness. My goodness! Just as they stepped through the door, torrents of rain began to pour from the heavens. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Otherwise, the lake would swell, flooding the path and leaving them drenched. It was a fortuitous day. Despite the rain, it was undeniable that none among them had gotten wet. Chapter 193, A Warning. They entered the Great Hall, which remained as magnificent as ever. In preparation for the new term, it had been elegantly adorned before the feast commenced. Hundreds of candles floated above the tables, their flames flickering for an indeterminate duration, having been present since Ethan's first year, and they still persisted. The candlelight cast a shimmering glow upon the golden goblets and high-stemmed glasses, exuding both opulence and a rustic elegance. The long tables designated for each house were already filled with numerous students, animatedly chattering about their summer adventures. The faculty remained seated at the staff table, closely huddled together. Ethan and his companions took their seats, and everything was poised for the feast. At that moment, their stomachs rumbled with hunger as the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchens into the Great Hall. In the corner of the Great Hall, the ghost Nick was drifting, a spectral presence of Gryffindor, a place he frequented often. He yearned for the house sorting to conclude swiftly so that the dinner could commence. Hunger gnawed at him. He pondered whether this year would see the arrival of any extraordinary talents. It was said that the defense against the dark arts professor had once again been replaced. This time, it was an Auror, renowned for his formidable prowess. Who could argue otherwise? He had nearly frightened Nick to death. At the professor's table, Mad-Eye Moody surveyed his surroundings with keen vigilance, his ears attuned to every whisper. Every 10 seconds, it seemed, he heard his own name. His magical eye whirled ominously, a sight both unsettling and awe-inspiring. Alas, it appeared our defense against the dark arts professor had encountered an incident even before officially taking up his post. Though Ethan had yet to meet Moody, he could not deny that this individual embodied the essence of his reputation. Little Barty, indeed a master of subtlety. Ethan mused. Hagrid's seat remained unoccupied. He was likely ferrying the new students across the river, contending with the lake's monstrous inhabitants. Professor McGonagall was also absent, steadfastly guarding the entrance as the guide for each new cohort. Professor Snape's hair had long ceased to be greasy since their first year. The transformation he underwent was most apparent to his colleague, Professor Sprout, who taught herbology alongside him. Dumbledore sat in contemplative silence, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, and Ethan almost felt compelled to slip a roll of toilet paper into his hand. A resounding splash echoed through the hall. Oh dear, they were utterly drenched. What a misfortune to encounter such a deluge at such a pivotal moment in one's life. At that instant, someone privy to the situation spoke up. Regrettably, they had indeed been soaked and had fallen into the lake. Professor McGonagall wasted no time, retrieving the sorting hat from below. Long time no see, my goodness. The hat. eager to greet the assembly, began to recite. Walker, you again. If only you could wait until I finish sorting before barging in, might I suggest? It's pouring outside. You know, Ethan remarked with a wry smile, glancing toward the window. Are you so eager to dash out for a bath? At this, the hat instinctively recoiled. Please, no? It protested. Enough. It's time for you to perform your duty. Professor McGonagall was unyielding, pinching the tip of the hat with one hand while firmly pressing down on its brim with the other, coaxing the hat back up to reveal its crumpled visage once more to the assembly. Before the sorting commenced, the hat declared, Permit me to share a song. That was over 1,000 years ago. I had just been woven into existence. There were 4 illustrious wizards. Their names have endured through time. The brave Gryffindor, hailing from the desolate marshes. The lovely Ravenclaw, from the tranquil riverside. The kind Hufflepuff, from the expansive valleys. The cunning Slytherin, from the murky bogs. They all shared a singular dream, a common wish. At the same time, a bold plan emerged to cultivate young wizards into formidable talents. Thus, the Hogwarts School was established. These 4 great wizards each founded their own houses, valuing different talents and ideas in their students. Gryffindor believed that the bravest individuals should receive the highest accolades, while Ravenclaw felt that the most intelligent minds were destined for greatness. Hufflepuff maintained that the most diligent and hardworking were most deserving of admission, and Slytherin favored those with ambition. During their lifetimes, the 4 founders personally selected their proud disciples. However, once they departed from this world, the question of how to identify gifted students arose. It was Gryffindor who conceived a solution to remove the hat from his head. The 4 founders infused me with their thoughts, and henceforth, I would be the one to select and evaluate. Now, place me firmly upon your head. I have never misjudged. I shall examine your mind and discern which house you belong to. As the sorting hat concluded its cautionary song, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, with Ethan among them. It was not the melody that captivated them. Rather, it was the profound lyrics. The song undoubtedly foretold the events of the upcoming term, hinting at internal divisions and external threats that loomed on the horizon. Whether the sorting hat composed the lyrics itself or if Dumbledore had instructed it to convey such a message, one fact remained clear. Hogwarts' greatest prophet is the sorting hat. Following the musical interlude, the moment of utmost anxiety arrived for the first-year students, the sorting ceremony. As with previous years, this cohort bore no particular distinction. Once the sorting concluded, Professor Dumbledore refrained from further commentary, likely feeling a pang of hunger himself. With a snap of his fingers, an array of delectable food instantaneously appeared upon the tables. This communal dining experience invariably whetted the appetite. Ethan eagerly seized a slice of blueberry pie, relishing the moment. After the meal, Dumbledore rose, his gaze warm and inviting as he addressed the assembly. Now that you are all well fed, please lend me your attention as I announce a few notices. According to Mr. Filch's report, several items have been added to the list of prohibited objects within the castle this year. These include the screaming yo-yo, the wolf-fong frisbee, and the rapid-fire returning darts. As he spoke, Dumbledore's expression twitched slightly. In total, there are 437 items. You may visit Mr. Filch's office to peruse the complete list at your leisure. The second matter of importance is that students in their 3rd year and below are not permitted to visit Hogsmeade, as per the long-standing rule. Regrettably, the third matter to address is that there will be no Quidditch matches this year. What a shock. On the very first day of school, reality struck Harry like a bolt from the blue. The absence of Quidditch was more painful than death itself. The reason behind this unfortunate news is that a grand event will commence in October and persist throughout the entire academic year. This year, our professors will devote considerable time and effort to this endeavor. I am confident that you all will derive immense enjoyment and valuable experiences from it. Now, I am delighted to make a formal announcement. Chapter 194, The Mischievous Little Bee. Ha ha ha. As I just mentioned, in the upcoming months, we will be honored to host a spectacular event, one that is truly magnificent. The last time it was held was over a century ago. I am thrilled to inform everyone that the Triwizard Tournament will be grandly revived this year at Hogwarts. Alas, due to certain occurrences in the past, Dumbledore seemed to drift into nostalgia. Ahem, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. Oh, indeed. Now is not the time for such anecdotes, Dumbledore remarked. The Triwizard Tournament. Some of you may have heard of it, while others might be entirely unaware of its existence. Allow me to elucidate. For those who believe they are already informed, I must remind you to pay close attention, as this year's circumstances differ somewhat. With a playful wink towards Ethan, Dumbledore continued. The wise old bee, Ethan, rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. The Triwizard Tournament was established over 700 years ago as a friendly competition among Europe's 3 largest magical schools. These 3 institutions are Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school selects a champion, and then the 3 champions compete in 3 magical tasks. The Triwizard Tournament is held every 5 years, with the 3 schools taking turns to host. It is widely regarded as an excellent means for young wizards from different nations to forge friendships. However, due to the excessive loss of life, the tournament was suspended. Loss of life? Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the existence of such a competition. Is this truly a school environment? Indeed, Hermione, Dumbledore affirmed. But I believe we can set that question aside for now and allow me to finish my remarks. For centuries, there have been several attempts to revive the tournament. Dumbledore continued, yet none have succeeded. However, the International Magical Cooperation Department and the Department of Magical Games and Sports believe that the time has come for another attempt. This summer, we have worked diligently to ensure that every champion will be safeguarded from life-threatening dangers. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will lead their meticulously chosen competitors here. The ceremony for selecting the champions will take place on Halloween night. A fair judge shall determine which students are most deserving to compete for the Triwizard Cup, thereby bringing honor to their school, while personally securing a reward of 1,000 galleons. The students in the audience erupted with excitement. At their tender age, the allure of both wealth and glory was irresistible, leaving them with no plausible reason for rejection. Moreover, with only one champion to represent each school, the stakes were undeniably high, regardless of the outcome. The chosen individual would undoubtedly be recognized as the most accomplished student of their institution, at least until their departure. I wish to participate. I aspire to be the champion. Fred Weasley murmured beneath the long table, his face illuminated with enthusiasm. His mind was already envisioning himself hoisting the championship trophy amidst a throng of reporters and the eager gaze of students and faculty from the three competing schools. Clutching the 1,000 galleons that would liberate the Weasley family from poverty, he envisioned using the funds to embark on a lucrative venture, amassing considerable wealth. Many students shared such aspirations, and this was precisely the reaction Dumbledore sought to evoke. Once their fantasies had been sufficiently stirred, he continued, I understand that many of you are eager to win the Triwizard Tournament trophy. However, the participating schools and the Department of Magical Sports have determined that while competition is paramount, safety is of utmost importance. Prior to the conclusion of the Quidditch World Cup, we established that only students aged 17 and above would be permitted to compete. This proclamation struck like a thunderclap, shattering the dreams of many. Muted protests arose from the crowd. Though their voices were soft, they were unmistakably discernible, particularly from Fred Weasley. Such measures are indeed necessary, as the events can be perilous. And this is for your safety, Dumbledore reassured. Yet, with a gentle smile, he added, this regulation was set during the Quidditch World Cup, but there has been a slight amendment. His words mended the students' recently broken spirits. Dumbledore turned to Ethan with a smile, explaining, initially, only students of 17 years and older were eligible to compete, but due to recent occurrences at the World Cup, the Ministry is in dire need of exceptional talent. Consequently, we have decided to lower the age requirement to 14, allowing students from 4th year and above to participate, with a limit of 2 representatives per school. Thus, a world emerged where only students below the 3rd year might be left unscathed. Now, the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive in October. You must prepare to welcome these esteemed guests, for they will share a full academic year with you. My goodness, this has been the longest announcement regarding the start of the school year. I sincerely hope there will be no further delays. Now, everyone return to your dormitories and rest. The following 2 days passed in unremarkable fashion, which in itself was a rather ordinary state of affairs. As for the reason behind the unexpected calm, it traced back to the past 3 years. Neville had once again managed to incinerate a cauldron in potions class, marking the 6th one he had ruined. Professor Snape's dissatisfaction has reached unprecedented heights. Detentions, essays, and various punishments have become a relentless cycle. Most terrifying of all, he has mandated that Neville bring along his toad, and the two must dissect a large barrel of toads together. By the time he returned, he was nearly on the brink of collapse. As class was about to commence, Ethan, where have you been? It is essential to note that this is Moody's first class, and he is not nearly as accommodating as Lupin, Malfoy remarked. Of course, I am aware, Ethan replied as he plopped down beside him. Soon, Moody's rhythmical footsteps, accompanied by a peculiar cadence, approached. His demeanor was quite intimidating, with his magical eye swirling as it surveyed the room, and his wooden leg, resembling that of a beast, protruded from beneath his robe. Put away your books. They are of no use, Moody declared. Ron lowered his head and whispered to Harry, it seems this new teacher possesses genuine credentials. Once attendance was taken, Moody addressed the class. Professor Lupin has written to me, detailing the nature of this course. Frankly, it is quite dreadful. This is not to imply that Professor Lupin's teaching is flawed, but rather that this course has always faced issues. Although you have acquired a fair amount of foundational knowledge, such as dealing with boggarts and redcaps, it is evidently insufficient. Thus, throughout this coming year, I shall instruct you on how to combat dark magic. Chapter 195, just don't keep it to yourself. Aren't you planning to stay and teach for a few more years? Ron inquired. To him, having an auror of this caliber as an instructor was a rare treasure. More importantly, if he could serve as a witness to history, witnessing curses being broken. Wouldn't he that bring him fame? Moody's magical eye turned to fixate on Ron, and his scarred face broke into a smile that was anything but humorous. You are Arthur's son, aren't you? Yes, Ron nodded. I saw your father just a few days ago. Indeed, why shouldn't I teach for a year? Moody chuckled heartily, clapping his hands together. Now, back to the matter at hand. Spells come in various forms, each requiring different levels of magical power. My sole purpose here this year, at the request of the Ministry of Magic, is to teach you various counter curses to address emergencies. Hermione eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, Professor, what constitutes an emergency that necessitates the use of counter curses? Excellent question, Miss Granger, Moody acknowledged with a nod. Emergencies can take many forms. For instance, when you are struck by a malevolent curse and your life is at stake, or if you find yourself ensnared by dark magic with no means of escape. Similar scenarios to those you have previously encountered could apply. If I were to provide an example, consider the events that transpired during the Quidditch World Cup. Who were they? Hermione asked. What did you say? Moody seemed momentarily taken aback. The dark mark. Voldemort's sign, Hermione thoughtfully supplemented. Oh no. We are currently in class and shall not delve into this matter. Moody shook his head, exhibiting no fear towards Voldemort as others did. He simply preferred to avoid the topic. This was entirely in line with Moody's character. Below, Ethan's observations of people extended beyond mere facial expressions, focusing instead on their eyes. He had just distinctly perceived the fear that flickered across young Barty's face upon hearing the name Voldemort. This reaction was an instinctual trait of humanity, difficult to conceal. Moody took a deep breath and continued, logically speaking, you are not yet in your 6th year, and I should not be imparting knowledge of illegal dark magic to you. However, even if I refrain from doing so, some of you are already quite familiar with it. Mr. Walker, Moody suddenly turned to Ethan. You performed admirably in Devonshire that day. Your application of dark magic was beyond even that of an Auror. Professor, may I interpret that as a compliment? Ethan replied with a serene expression. Indeed, Moody nodded. Severus has taught a remarkable student. A 14-year-old using the killing curse, he taught to eliminate several, lunatics. Ethan smirked coldly. Indeed, they were lunatics, capable of anything. Though I did manage to save that ministry official's family, you could have easily handed them over to the Aurors, allowing them to rot in Azkaban with the Dementors. Moody narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low tone. Ethan remarked nonchalantly, Azkaban is utterly decrepit. Even a dog could escape from within. Sirius, go on, keep cursing. Well, I hope one day you manage to escape. Rest assured, that day will never come. Thus concluded their exchange. Ron smacked his lips, observing the dramatic scene unfold. Harry, I am certain that Moody is indeed suspicious. Do you believe me? Surely not. Harry cast a doubtful glance at Moody. How could it not be? Ron whispered, lowering his head. Though Walker is quite insufferable, he is undeniably formidable. Consider this. Walker has had a tumultuous relationship with every defense against the dark arts professor. Dangerous incidents seem to occur at the end of each term involving them. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Seeing Harry remain silent, Ron continued. He is clever and must know something. Dumbledore seeks him out more frequently than Snape does. Thus, I assert that Moody is 100% problematic. And a significant turn of events will surely transpire at the end of the term. Do you believe me? Isn't that a bit absolute? Such coincidences are far too convenient. Ron, you wouldn't wish to become a seer, would you? Noticing Harry's skepticism, Ron scratched his head and proposed. How about a wager? What kind of wager? Harry inquired. On my recent speculation. After dinner, Ethan returned to his dormitory and closed the door. System, are you dead? Beep. Host, I'm still alive. Beep. May I inquire if the host has any matters to consult? If so, please press 1. If not, please press 2. Ethan felt a surge of annoyance, sensing that this system was toying with him. After all, he did not recall its existence prior. Last year, it was as though he interacted with a real person. Yet now it felt akin to conversing with a machine. Beep. Command recognized. Error in instruction, please re-enter. Ethan, suppressing his anger, inputted the correct command. Beep. Command successful. What would you like to inquire about? The annual gift package, please expedite it. Beep. I regret to inform you, host, that the original System S intelligence is undergoing repairs, and the gift package is not in my possession. So it's gone? Ethan sprang from his bed with a start. Beep. That is not the case, host. The annual gift package still exists, but its distribution will be delayed. For how long? Uncertain. What the hell? Is the delay in rewards my fault? Beep. It is not. Then it must be your issue. Beep. Affirmative. Shouldn't you provide me with some compensation? Beep. Is my request too excessive? Is this the quality of service you offer? Host. Please allow me to contemplate deeply, then make haste. Following this, the system fell silent. Ethan rested his hands beneath his head, reclining on his bed, patiently awaiting the system's response. This wait extended for several hours. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, Ethan had long succumbed to slumber. Beep. Startled from his dreams, where he frolicked with Astoria, Ethan gasped, his chest heaving. However, now was not the time for chastising the system. he would first see what it had to say. Beep. Host. The results of contemplation are as follows. The system now issues the following task. Task name. Shining Stars. Completion level. 0. Upon completion, the higher the completion level, the greater the rewards to be distributed, in terms of quality and power. Please elaborate. System error. A cold smile crept upon Ethan's lips. You better not hoard the gift package. Chapter 196. A Young Man's Growth at Home. Time passed slowly. Amidst the mundane and monotonous lessons, one day, Ethan suddenly harbored a desire to leave. Would venturing outside the school bring about unforeseen opportunities? Indeed. Although Ethan did not voice it, he felt utterly unprepared regarding the person he had never met. His thoughts were intricate. Despite encountering numerous events during the holidays and having vanquished several Death Eaters, he had not forgotten a single word of their dialogues. The new master, Voldemort, still required assistance from that individual. Moreover, he could not fathom any reason to believe that Voldemort still wielded the former might, especially not with a general of the undead, whose prowess was not inferior to that of the Dark Lords. Everything that transpired was indeed real, striking a blow to Ethan's pride in his prophetic abilities. His desire to leave school was not a fleeting impulse, but a conclusion reached after much contemplation. However, in the next moment, Astoria approached him, tenderly cradling her books, and said, Ethan, shall we attend class? He nodded with a smile, extinguishing the thought that had just surfaced. The two walked side by side towards the classroom, parting only at the fork in the corridor. Ethan entered the classroom for defense against the dark arts. Once Professor Moody entered, he announced a startling piece of news. He would cast the Cruciatus Curse on each student in turn to demonstrate its potency, testing their ability to withstand its effects. But Professor, didn't you say it's illegal? Hermione inquired. Yes, and no, Moody replied, waving his wand to stack the desks to the sides, leaving a vast open space in the center. White magic is primarily defensive and for everyday use, while dark magic possesses far greater destructive power. This is why dark wizards favor its use. But let me ask you, is every user of dark magic necessarily a dark wizard? Who can answer this question? Moody scanned the classroom, finally fixing his gaze on Harry. Harry, would you care to respond? Harry stood up, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Professor, knowing dark magic doesn't automatically make someone a dark wizard. We should judge whether a person is a dark wizard based on the purpose behind their use of dark magic. Moody nodded approvingly. Well said, Harry. Dark magic itself is not intrinsically good or evil. It depends on the intent of the user. Ethan observed Moody's moralistic demeanor, starting to have doubts about himself. All right, let us begin. Under the influence of the spell, students began to exhibit peculiar behaviors one by one. This time, Ethan did not act out. He stood calmly before Moody. In the next moment, the Cruciatus Curse struck him. In his mind, the ethereal forms of the Thunderbird and the Thunder Dragon appeared simultaneously. The power of lightning consumed the curse entirely. This seemingly prolonged process transpired in reality in just 1 second. Just as Moody was about to command Ethan to perform some odd actions, Ethan's gaze cleared, and he stood there, smiling at him. You're all right, Moody exclaimed. Of course, Professor, I'm perfectly fine. After a moment of silence, Moody, with a quiver at the corner of his mouth, asked, How did you manage that? I'm not sure, perhaps it's just innate, Ethan replied evasively. Yet, his simple words struck Moody with astonishment. At that moment, a thought flashed through Moody's mind. Like that great man, modern spells are difficult to affect individuals like him. Even Voldemort in his day could not accomplish such a feat. The Cruciatus Curse, while it could be resisted through sheer will, could never be endured with such ease as Ethan had demonstrated. Could it be that he truly has some connection with that esteemed individual? Contemplating this, Moody, who initially harbored a hint of malevolence, subdued his murderous intent in silence. Perhaps when he finally encounters that distinguished figure, all mysteries will unravel. Until then, he must not be harmed, lest. At this thought, his body involuntarily trembled. After class, the students engaged in an incessant stream of discussions, some concerning Ethan, others regarding recent events. They collectively lamented the increasing volume of homework assigned by Professor McGonagall. Of course, her explanations left them speechless. You are entering a critical phase in your magical education. The devil whispers, your OWL examinations are drawing near. But our exams aren't until 5th year. Why must we be inundated with so much homework so soon? Andy Thomas exclaimed in frustration. As the underachiever of Gryffindor, Thomas was clearly the ringleader of discontent. In response, Professor McGonagall patiently elucidated, perhaps that is indeed the case, Thomas. You must trust me, unless you can perform like Granger, Weasley, or Malfoy. Well, I mean, if you are not like them, then exerting effort now may prevent you from receiving a mere single-digit score on your paper. This predicament was not confined to Transfiguration. Other subjects were similarly ramping up their assignments. Whether it was Professor Binns assigning them an essay on the Goblin Rebellion, Hagrid instructing them to observe blast-ended scrutes, or Professor Snape compelling them to study antidotes, all these matters were inexorably tied to the OWLs, progressing in an orderly fashion. At the age of 14, they were growing at an astonishing rate, particularly the central characters of the narrative, who were experiencing remarkable changes in height and appearance. Suitors were emerging one after another, both from lower years and their own. Ron, having transformed from a cherubic boy into a disheveled red-haired youth with a bad boy demeanor, captured the hearts of many girls. Harry grew increasingly handsome, embodying the quintessential gentle boy image. Hermione's prominent front teeth gradually receded. Her once frizzy hair began to lengthen and curl gracefully. Had she not possessed that infuriatingly high emotional intelligence, she might have been besieged by admirers queuing at her doorstep. As for Malfoy, his transformation was the most pronounced. He had shed the mischief and childishness of his first year. With Pansy by his side, he consistently adopted an aloof demeanor, earning him the moniker of the pure-blood prince of Slytherin. Alas, the prince already had a princess. Yet this did not deter a multitude of fervent admirers, as pink envelopes continued to appear before him at an alarming rate. As for Ethan, the elusive gentleman of Slytherin, he had become an unattainable figure in the eyes of many girls. Mature, composed, and strikingly handsome, he exuded an aura of accomplishment that left them too intimidated to ever dare present him with love letters. In this scenario, Astoria has been continuously teasing him, remarking that his perpetually stern expression frightens them away. Chapter 197, Gathering of the Three Houses. The month of October is destined to be extraordinary. Today, Ethan and Astoria arrived at the entrance hall, only to find themselves unable to advance any further. A sea of heads swarmed before them, densely packed. A large group of students crowded beneath a notice posted at the base of the marble staircase. Ethan, towering over 1.7 meters, led Astoria to the announcement. At that moment, Ron Weasley began to read the contents of the notice aloud. The Triwizard Tournament. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive on Friday, October 30th, at 6 p.m., with afternoon classes concluding 30 minutes early. Upon hearing this, many students displayed excitement. What could be more delightful than an early dismissal on Friday? The answer is nothing. How splendid. The last class on Friday is potions, and they would finally escape Professor Snape's detention punishment. Harry exclaimed tearfully. Calm down, calm down. I haven't finished reading yet. Continue, Ron urged, clearing his throat. Students are requested to return their bags and textbooks to their dormitories and gather in front of the castle to welcome our guests, after which we will partake in a banquet. Today is October 23rd, with only a week remaining, a Hufflepuff which remarked, I wonder if Cedric knows about this. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning her idol lifting the trophy. I must tell him. After the witch departed, Harry whispered. He must be preparing to enter the tournament. Everyone wishes to be that champion. That idiot wants to be a champion too? He is dreaming. There are only 2 spots. And it could very well be you and me, Ron grumbled. Many people admire him. He is quite remarkable, Ginny added. My dear sister, do you have feelings for him? Is he handsome? Ron asked pointedly. Huh. You are mistaken. I wouldn't like someone merely for their looks, Ginny retorted angrily. Then what about Walker? You've plastered your room with his posters. Ron inquired. Ginny faltered, casting a guilty glance at Ethan in the distance. Stop looking. He isn't watching. Trust me. There is no future for you two. Before Ron could finish, tears welled in Ginny's eyes as she pushed past the people behind her and ran away. Ethan took Astoria's hand and led her away from the crowd. In the corridor, Filch was grumbling as he cleaned every corner of the castle, scrubbing portraits that appeared to bear the brunt of his wrath. Until the day of October 30th, Ethan descended for breakfast as usual. The auditorium had undergone a remarkable transformation overnight, adorned with vibrant banners and ribbons, prominently featuring a golden lion, a bronze eagle, a black badger, and a green python, all intertwined to form a grand letter H. Ethan, how do you suppose the champions are chosen? Astoria inquired with a curious blink. Hee, I know, Ethan replied with a mysterious smile. What is it? Malfoy and several other Slytherins gathered around. It's a secret, you'll find out soon enough. With that, the crowd dispersed, except for Malfoy, who remained seated beside Ethan. Do you think we will be selected as champions? Malfoy asked. If it's you, I can't say. What about yourself? I have a very good chance, Ethan shrugged, maintaining an air of mystery. At that moment, Professor McGonagall entered the auditorium and cleared her throat. Students, this afternoon's classes will conclude half an hour early. Please remember to greet our guests and participate in the banquet. The students nodded in agreement, all filled with anticipation as the afternoon approached. The head of the house was commanding his students to line up. The Slytherin students were accustomed to this routine, impeccably groomed. Weasley, fix your hat. Professor McGonagall weaved through the Gryffindor line. Miss Pettigrew, kindly remove that ridiculous object from your hair. Once order was restored, Professor McGonagall, as deputy headmistress, naturally took her place at the forefront. Now, please follow me. First-year students at the front. They descended the steps in an orderly manner, standing in line at the entrance. October at Hogwarts was anything but warm. Instead, it was a brisk and chilly evening, with a round moon hanging in the sky, unaccompanied by clouds. At that moment, Dumbledore called out, "Ah, I believe the representatives from Beauxbatons have arrived." "Where?" Some impatient young wizards looked around. "Look up." A colossal object swiftly approached from the neighboring skies. "It's a broomstick." "Nonsense. It's clearly a dragon." "Wrong, wrong, it's a house." As the enormous figure drew nearer, its true form was revealed, a pink carriage. As large as a house, drawn by nearly 12 winged horses. The carriage descended rapidly, causing students in the front rows to hurriedly step back. With a thunderous roar, the golden steeds stamped their hooves, exhaling gusts of warm air. On the carriage door, an emblem gleamed brightly, featuring 2 crossed golden wands, each adorned with 3 stars. The door swung open, and a woman descended. She possessed a striking olive-toned face, dark eyes, and a sharp nose. Dumbledore began to applaud, and soon, everyone joined in enthusiastic applause. The lady responded with an elegant smile, extending a radiant hand as she approached Dumbledore. Although the old bee was tall, he barely inclined his body while kissing her hand. "Dear Madame Maxime, it is a pleasure to welcome you to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore, I trust you are well." "Quite well, thank you," Dumbledore replied. "Come and meet my students." Madame Maxime waved her hand, and a multitude of girls emerged from behind her. A larger contingent than in the original tale, due to changes in regulations, all from the 4th to 7th year. "Where is Karkaroff?" Madame Maxime inquired. "He will arrive shortly. I wonder if you would prefer to wait here, or step inside to warm up." After a moment's contemplation, Madame Maxime decided, "Let us go inside." "Very well," Dumbledore nodded. "I trust Hagrid will take good care of the horses behind you. He has a great fondness for animals." "Of course, I trust you, Dumbledore." Once the Beauxbatons delegation entered, the Durmstrang contingent followed closely thereafter, arriving aboard a ghostly black ship. "Ah, how fitting for their school-esque character," Dumbledore mused. In truth, it was an esteemed institution, and had the ambience been slightly less grim, Ethan might have considered attending there in the past. Chapter 198, The Alumni Next Door. As the black ship docked, Karkaroff emerged. "Dumbledore, my old friend, how have you been?" "Splendid, thank you," Dumbledore replied, stroking his long beard with a smile. Karkaroff bore a resemblance to Dumbledore, tall and slender, with a goatee that curled slightly, partially obscuring his gaunt chin. He gazed up at the castle, smiling as he said, "Ah, Hogwarts, I find myself here once again." Karkaroff's teeth were yellowed, his eyes gleaming with a subtle mirth, yet his demeanor exuded an unusual coldness. "It is delightful to be here. The sunlight feels particularly warm. What a lovely place. Victor, come and take a look." He beckoned a student forward, a boy with a hooked nose and 2 thick, straight black brows. "Harry, it's Krum, the world champion seeker. Look." Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. "I can't believe he has come." Harry, a devoted fan, gazed admiringly at the figure ahead. "He has a slight cold. You wouldn't mind if he stepped inside to warm up, would you, Dumbledore?" Karkaroff placed his hand on Dumbledore's shoulder, inquiring familiarly. "Of course, my friend," Dumbledore replied, turning to wave at Ethan, who stood among the crowd. Ethan hurried forward, and Dumbledore smiled as he introduced, "Ethan, this is Professor Karkaroff and Victor Krum. I believe you are familiar with him." "Karkaroff, this is my student, Ethan Walker. I am acquainted with him, a master duelist. A master of potions, a student rare to behold in a century." Karkaroff extolled Ethan without reservation. Dumbledore chuckled heartily. "Ah, this century has seen many remarkable students. Quidditch champions like Krum are indeed formidable." The 2 venerable men exchanged introductions of their pupils amidst the crowd, their words laced with unmistakable pride. They also lauded each other's students. Meanwhile, the 2 protagonists, Ethan and Krum, paid no heed to the elderly gentleman's mutual flattery, instead engaging in conversation. "Ethan," Krum exclaimed with excitement, placing a hand upon Ethan's shoulder. "It has been ages, my goodness. I was just searching for you amidst the throngs." Ethan returned the gesture with a smile, patting Krum's shoulder. "It has indeed been a long time. You look splendid." Krum beamed. "Huh? I mentioned I would come to Hogwarts this year, and after securing the trophy, my anticipation has only grown." Ethan, shaking his head in bemusement, remarked, "You must have earned it. But come now, let us enter. You appear to be under the weather, my friend." The 2 continued their jovial banter as they made their way into the castle. In the crowd, Harry turned to Ron and said, "They seem to know each other, don't they?" At this, Ron delved into the recesses of his memory, sifting through a plethora of Quidditch recollections to unearth a fragment from their divination class. "Don't you recall? Last year, he spoke of dancing with the Thunderbird. One of the students there was from Durmstrang. Perhaps it was Krum." At the entrance, the 2 professors conversed for a full 5 minutes. Many students, particularly those from Hogwarts, grew impatient, rummaging through their belongings in search of quills and parchment, eager to procure Krum's autograph. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall's gentle reminder that compelled the 2 old men to reluctantly cease their discourse. The students from both schools returned to the castle, as Durmstrang and Beauxbatons needed to organize their luggage and dormitories. while Hogwarts students reconvened in the Great Hall to await the banquet's commencement. Before long, Beauxbatons alumni settled at the Ravenclaw table, relishing the company of so many young ladies. Meanwhile, Krum, leading his fellow Durmstrang students, lingered at the doorway, glancing about as if pondering where to sit. Over here. Come sit here. Ron called hoarsely. Here. Harry. Shift over a bit to make room. What? Harry, still momentarily dazed from admiring the beauty of Ravenclaw, took a moment to process. Alas, it's too late, Ron lamented. Just as he uttered those words, Krum spotted Ethan. He led his fellow alumni to take their seats at the Slytherin table. Harry observed Krum engaged in laughter with Ethan. When Malfoy, seemingly sensing a familiar gaze, turned to meet Harry's eyes. Ah, indeed, I was aware that Malfoy was ingratiating himself, and although Krum and Walker share a friendship, it does not inhibit Malfoy's audacity. I am certain that Krum can discern Malfoy's true nature at a mere glance. Harry, where do you suppose he will sleep tonight? If it were feasible, I would even offer my bed to him, opting instead for my military cot. Is that not a tad extravagant, Ron? Though Harry harbored such thoughts, he felt no need to voice them since his close friend had already articulated them. However, they appeared to be enjoying themselves quite thoroughly. When Harry cast his gaze towards Krum, he noticed the latter's curiosity about the surroundings, occasionally posing questions to Ethan about the windows, ceilings, and other such details. Ethan smiled silently, as most of Krum's inquiries were being answered by Malfoy, whose knowledge of the school's history was evidently commendable. Finally, when all the faculty members had gathered, the banquet was officially commenced. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, ghosts, and our esteemed guests, Dumbledore proclaimed with a smile, expressing his delight at their presence in Hogwarts. I hope and trust that this year will be an unforgettable chapter in your academic journeys. The Triwizard Tournament shall commence before the conclusion of the feast. For now, your sole task is to indulge in the bountiful fare before you. Following Dumbledore's remarks, Percy tactfully initiated a round of applause, which crescendoed and then faded until only the sounds of chewing and conversation remained. The young witches from Beauxbatons began to cast charming enchantments upon several young wizards. Ron and Harry found themselves entranced, sending the delectable dishes before them away. Fleur, the enchanting Beauxbatons witch of Vila descent, became the focal point of attention in the hall. How remarkable! I am certain that Hogwarts has never hosted anyone as beautiful as her, Ron remarked, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, my friend, indeed, Harry responded, glancing towards Ravenclaw's table, where Cho Chang also caught his eye. Meanwhile, Vana shot a disgruntled glance at Cho, exclaiming, haven't you two gazed enough? With such a stunning beauty among you, how can you not notice her? Chapter 199, The Exchange Student Program. Did you see that, Harry? A beauty, where? Ron stood up. Oh, Ron, she is right here among us. After the main course, it was time for dessert. Ron scrutinized the offerings, concluding that they were peculiar in nature. White milk jelly, blue mushroom jelly, and cockroach cake. That enchanting which seemed to have had her fill. Her gaze no longer directed toward them. She approached the Slytherin table to converse with Krum and Ethan. As for the content of their discussion, it remained a mystery to the onlookers. Walker, I have heard of you, Fleur smiled, her eyes slightly widening. I am honored, Ms. Delacour, Ethan replied with a slight bow, exuding charm. I have heard that you will be an exchange student at Beauxbatons next year. Is that true? This news was conveyed to Furong by the principal, prompting her to inquire directly with the parties involved regarding the matter. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ethan responded, if nothing unforeseen occurs, that is indeed the case. He had already conferred with Dumbledore about this matter, specifically concerning a semester at Beauxbatons followed by another at Durmstrang. However, this issue would be deliberated later, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Ludo Bagman and Bartemius Crouch soon arrived. Once Dumbledore completed the introductions, he waved his wand, causing all the food to vanish, leaving behind a pristine tabletop. Over the past few months, the two gentlemen had tirelessly organized the Triwizard Tournament. They, along with myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime, constituted the judging panel to ensure fair adjudication for the champions. While speaking, Ethan noticed that Filch, who had just been standing in one spot, was now conspicuously absent. Yet, in the next moment, he re-emerged from the doorway, clutching an ornate wooden box encrusted with jewels, appearing quite antiquated. Some oblivious students gazed at it in awe, their eyes shifting, with a few even standing on their chairs for a clearer view. Once the wooden box was placed upon the podium, Dumbledore continued. The events for this year's champions have been meticulously reviewed by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, ensuring a significantly heightened level of safety compared to previous years. Simultaneously, they have incorporated a range of intriguing new elements for this tournament. There will be 3 events, each occurring at different intervals throughout the academic year. These may assess the champions from various angles, such as their magical prowess, courage, and deductive reasoning skills. As Dumbledore uttered these words, the hall fell into a profound silence, with no one wishing to miss a single word. As you are already aware, 6 champions will participate in the tournament. Dumbledore took a deep breath, retrieving a cockroach cluster from his pocket. This was the latest flavor, and nonchalantly consumed it. Indeed, we will grade them based on the quality of their performance in each event. Yes. At the conclusion of the 3 events, the 2 champions with the highest scores will claim the Triwizard Cup. Let me ponder. What you are most curious about now is likely the selection process for the champions, isn't it? Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. Minnie nodded, gazing eagerly at the wooden box, perhaps believing it held the answer. Observing this, Dumbledore ceased his delay, drew his wand, and tapped the box 3 times, causing the lid to open slowly. He reached inside and retrieved a crudely carved wooden goblet, which seemed rather unremarkable, so much so that one would hardly bother to pick it up if it lay on the ground. Yet it was filled with swirling blue and white flames. As the goblet of fire was displayed, all present beheld its true form. Ethan harbored a considerable anticipation regarding the goblet of fire. Its appearance leaves much to be desired. It would be preferable if the wooden cup were replaced with one of silver, and if the engraved patterns were rendered more distinctly. Every student aspiring to compete for the title of champion must inscribe their name and school clearly on a small piece of parchment and then cast it into the goblet. Those determined to become champions may register within a 24-hour window. Tomorrow evening, during the Halloween feast, the goblet shall select those deemed worthy to participate in the contest. It will be placed in the foyer for 24 hours, allowing all interested students to approach it. Cough, cough, cough. Dumbledore cast a glance at the shorter students, wishing to deter any underage individuals from succumbing to temptation. Once the goblet is positioned in the foyer, I will draw an age line around it. Any student under the age of 14 shall not be permitted to cross. It is rather late now, and in conclusion, I wish to remind each candidate that this contest is not a trifling matter. One may not enter recklessly. Once selected, they must see the competition through to the end. It is a spiritual contract that must not be violated. I urge everyone to prepare mentally and to think carefully before acting. Well then, I feel quite weary. You may return to rest. Those intending to submit their names should proceed to the foyer and wait. Dumbledore descended from the podium and promptly took a hearty sip of honey water. It was the first time in many years he had spoken so extensively. Huh, what a stroke of luck, Fred exclaimed. It's fortunate the rules were changed, or I wouldn't have been able to participate. Oh really? Fred, how can you be so certain that the spot is yours? George chuckled. Harry, will you be participating? Fred inquired. Well, of course. I mean, why not? Harry replied, his excitement palpable. He felt this semester would be exceptionally fortunate for him, as the age line conveniently fell just below his own age. Don't celebrate too soon, Ron warned. Things may not be as simple as you think. What do you mean? Ron asked. For such a perilous endeavor, there will undoubtedly be a 7th-year student competing, leaving only one spot to be filled by a student from 4th to 6th year. At this, she glanced at Ethan, who was currently tossing his freshly inscribed parchment into the goblet of fire. While everyone hesitated, he had already made his submission, yet his expression revealed no trace of excitement. What exactly are you trying to say? Romilda pressed. Do you really think you can compete with Walker? All right, you've made your point. The trio, along with Harry, felt a bucket of cold water had been poured over their earlier enthusiasm. One must at least give it a try, right? Harry remarked. You're not wrong. The age barrier is there, yet I refuse to believe the goblet will not select me. Undeterred, Fred conjured a piece of paper and tore it into 4 sections. Without hesitation, the 4 of them inscribed their names and schools, casting them into the goblet until the parchment was consumed by flames, which eased their anxious hearts slightly. Chapter 200, Champions. On the return journey to their dormitory, Malfoy intercepted Ethan and remarked, I knew you would participate. You are unaware, Ethan, but just as you were slipping that note, numerous Beauxbatons girls were gazing at you with sparkling eyes. Quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? Ethan chuckled softly. Malfoy, oblivious to the deeper implications of Ethan's words, continued ahead, musing aloud. Do you think the Goblet of Fire will choose you? I find it rather unreliable to let a mere cup select individuals. Ethan, with a casual demeanor, replied, given your own doubts about its reliability. It would not be surprising if it chose me. His thoughts drifted back to a few days prior, one ordinary afternoon. He had been returning to the dormitory just as he was now, when he was unexpectedly summoned by Dumbledore. The headmaster wore his characteristic smile, embodying kindness in the eyes of others, yet to Ethan, it reeked of calculation. Without any preamble, Dumbledore inquired, Ethan, do you wish to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Ethan nodded with a smile, though internally he felt a strong aversion, beyond the physical demands of running and diving. The prospect of being transported by that cursed portkey seemed laborious and thankless. Yet, such considerations were insufficient to sway his resolve. He felt compelled to partake in the contest. In the original tale, the onset of war was irrevocably linked to Cedric's demise. Ethan yearned to prevent such a fate from unfolding. No one desired to witness the anguish of a father mourning his son, and Amos's heart-wrenching cries were a sight Ethan wished to avoid. The conflict between the forces of light and dark should not ensnare the innocent. Logically, as a self-interested advocate, he ought not to intervene. Yet, Ethan found himself perplexed, attributing it all to his inherent goodness. Returning to the present, he turned to Malfoy, who was walking ahead, and asked, "Do you not cherish glory? Why do you not participate?" Malfoy, turning with a tearful expression, lamented, "Indeed, you are correct. I wish to join. My father ardently supports my participation, but my mother vehemently opposes it. You know the outcome. My father's authority over my safety is non-existent. You possess a fortunate family," Ethan sighed. "I trust you will have one in the future, my brother. I have heard that upon death, one ascends to another realm." The following day was Saturday, a day when students typically rose late for breakfast or often skipped it altogether. However, today was an exception, as many congregated, encircling the goblet of fire. It was the focal point of the day, though the revelation of its secrets was yet to come. About 20 individuals surrounded it, observing the enigmatic object with keen interest. Some were merely curious and had yet to submit their names. This morning, the Great Hall's decor had also transformed. Various abstract creatures appeared in succession, sending a few timid students fleeing in terror. Ethan found them rather endearing. A group of students from grades 4 to 7 had gathered, engrossed in discussions about the Triwizard Tournament. "Who do you think is most likely to become the champion?" Harry inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety after having submitted his name the previous night. Dean interjected, "Everyone's talking about Slytherin's hulking Warrington and Walker. We cannot allow a Slytherin to become the champion." Harry was familiar with Warrington, having played Quidditch alongside him. The latter's tendency to bulldoze his teammates filled him with disdain. The Hufflepuffs were discussing Diggory, the lad who only seemed to rely on his looks. With little else to occupy their time, Ethan and Astoria strolled through the castle, while Hermione persistently urged him to join her organization advocating for the freedom of house elves. Wasn't it rather audacious for her to discuss such matters with someone who benefited from their servitude? Moreover, even if Ethan were to agree, Dick would not, as he had made Walker's ancestral home his own, having lived there since childhood. Thus, Ethan unequivocally declined her offer, as did Astoria. Hermione, without any power or influence. "This organization holds no significance," Ethan remarked, hoping she would reflect on his words. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, everyone made their way to the Great Hall, which was nearly filled to capacity, with Malfoy reliably reserving seats for the crowd. This year's Halloween feast was set to last considerably longer than those of past years. Having attended several feasts in succession, the food before Ethan held no allure. He merely consumed a few pastries and sipped a glass of fruit tea to conclude his dinner for the evening. Once everyone had feasted, they arrived at the most exhilarating part of the night. "Well, I believe it is time for the Goblet of Fire to make its decision," Dumbledore announced. "I estimate we shall soon discover the name of our first champion." He continued, upon the announcement of the champion's name, "I hope they will proceed to the front of the hall and enter the adjacent room to receive their initial guidance." With that, Dumbledore drew his wand and waved it. In an instant, apart from the glowing pumpkins, all other candles extinguished. The hall fell into an eerie silence, the dimly lit space imbued with solemnity. Soon, the Goblet of Fire emitted a dazzling light, sparks flying in all directions. Suddenly, the blue and white flames transformed into red, and a tongue of fire shot upward, releasing a singed parchment that rapidly restored itself to its original form. Dumbledore took the parchment, and the Goblet of Fire reverted to its blue and white hues. "The champion from Durmstrang," Dumbledore gasped, "is Victor Krum." "I knew it," Ron shouted, and cheers erupted throughout the hall. To encapsulate it in a single word, it is indeed well-deserved. Without allowing the crowd to fully comprehend, the Goblet of Fire turned crimson once more, expelling a piece of parchment. "The warrior from Durmstrang, Mike Dells, was indeed commendable," Karkaroff remarked with a smile. The goblet's announcement was relentless, as the next name swiftly emerged, the champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. "Wow, another deserving contender, at least according to the boys." Next, the champion from Beauxbatons, Emmeline Vance. "I take pride in my exceptional students," Maxim remarked joyfully. "The warrior from Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff students leaped with exuberance, their cheers resounding through the hall. And now, for the final champion from Hogwarts. Chapter 201, The Vortex at the Eye of the Storm. Harry Potter, Ethan Walker. Oh! Students from all 3 schools erupted in cheers, with several witches from Beauxbatons tossing ribbons in his direction, while alumni from Durmstrang rose in applause. They revered strength, believing Ethan to be far superior to the obscure Diggory. He was the true representative of Hogwarts. "It seems yet another deserving champion," Dumbledore praised without reservation. "You are indeed correct, Dumbledore. This is what you wish to witness, is it not?" Karkaroff stood beside him, remarking that your efforts to alter the preordained rules, extending the age limit to 14, were all for this moment. "It appears you are aware," Dumbledore, whose audacity rivals that of a fortress, felt no discomfort regarding his actions, but rather a profound joy. "We all know, as Principal Maxim stated. You remain as cunning as ever." "Very well, I shall elucidate some matters later. For now, Let me conclude this election. Once Ethan entered the adjacent chamber, Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, "Students, please settle down. We have now selected our 6 champions. I am confident that they will rise to the challenge. And I trust each of you, including the other students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. You will wholeheartedly support your champions, cheering for them and contributing to this event." As Dumbledore spoke, he prepared his closing remarks, but at that moment, the goblet of fire unexpectedly flared red, disrupting everything. Sparks flew in all directions, and the fiery tongue shot skyward once more, releasing another piece of parchment. Dumbledore instinctively reached out to catch it, his eyes widening in disbelief as he read the name aloud, Harry Potter. After Dumbledore finished reciting the name, he fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that he had not focused on Harry Potter for quite some time and had no intention of involving him in this competition. How could this be? Was it possible that someone had deliberately orchestrated this, perhaps Voldemort? Moreover, could this matter possibly be related to the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts? It was hard for Dumbledore not to entertain such thoughts, especially given the peculiar events of recent years, which had all somehow intertwined with the professor of that very subject. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at the composed Moody, hoping to glean some hidden truths from his expression. In stark contrast to Dumbledore's bewilderment, the audience appeared to be captivated. Harry, who had ceased his struggles upon not hearing his name, was suddenly taken aback when it was called out once more, leaving him utterly perplexed. Wasn't it stated that only 2 students from each house would be selected? This question echoed in the minds of all present. Immediately, everyone turned to gaze at Harry. The silence palpable, devoid of applause or cheers. Only the furious buzz of agitated bees could be heard. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply, rendering him momentarily speechless as he pondered a resolution. If mishandled, this incident could jeopardize the friendship between their school and the 2 others, branding Hogwarts as unable to cope or as cheats. At that moment, Professor McGonagall rose from the guest seating. The phrase "consult Professor McGonagall for any issues" now carried even greater weight. McGonagall swiftly approached Dumbledore, whispering urgently in his ear. Soon after, several prominent figures began to engage in heated discussions. If the student met the age requirements and had entered their name, selected by the Goblet of Fire, then it could only be attributed to the goblet itself. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that the candidate may not possess the qualifications required to be a champion. It was not beyond the realm of possibility to deceive the goblet through other means. At this juncture, it was too late for speculation. A solution was imperative. What more could I say? This had devolved into an unfair competition. For Hogwarts, a 3rd participant was certain. While the 2 4th-year students left little doubt as to who the true champion would be, I believe everyone harbors their own thoughts on this matter. A light cough from Dumbledore interrupted their deliberations. Since the event had transpired, it could not be undone. "Harry, you should proceed to the chamber." With no alternative, Harry complied. And despite the absence of applause and cheers, he felt a flutter of excitement within. Inside the chamber, Ethan, Krum, and Fleur were engaged in lively conversation, while the other 3 stood sullenly in their corners, seemingly out of sync with everything around them. It was Harry's arrival that shattered this atmosphere. Fleur turned to Harry and asked, "Is there an issue that requires us to step back outside?" This was a question that Harry found somewhat challenging to articulate. Under the scrutiny of all, the pressure was indeed immense. Fortunately, at that moment, Mr. Bagman entered, exclaiming, "What a turn of events! Gentlemen, ladies, he is the 7th champion of this tournament." Oh, such a jest was hardly amusing. Ferrong, with her flowing silver hair, approached Harry. It is often said that girls mature quickly. Harry's height was not particularly impressive, standing at just over 1.5 meters, a full head shorter than Ferrong. However, there were no short individuals present. Even Ethan was tall, nearly matching Ferrong's stature, and such height was merely temporary. "Are you telling me that this little boy is the 7th champion? Have you made a mistake?" The term little boy ignited a flicker of indignation within Harry as he listened to the girl he admired refer to him in such a diminutive manner. Indeed, he was a boy, yet why must she append the word little? Was Ethan not a boy as well? Why were they considered different? Among those present, the youngest were Ethan and Harry. The other champions from the 2 other schools were 5th or 6th-year students. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. "Well, that is certainly surprising," Bagman mused, stroking his smooth chin with a smile. "It is a fact. He is indeed the 7th champion. Though I am unsure how he managed to deceive the Goblet of Fire, it nonetheless demonstrates that he possesses a certain level of talent, does it not?" "I did not." Harry attempted to refute, but Bagman left him no opportunity to continue, slamming the door behind him. As the silence of the room was shattered, the outside grew increasingly raucous. "Dumbledore, could you explain how this came to be? We have held so many meetings and established numerous regulations, all to prevent such errors. You should not have allowed him to enter. That student should have been interrogated regarding how he bewitched the Goblet of Fire." Karkaroff's furious voice echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 202. Perhaps puberty has arrived. "Enough, Karkaroff. This is not something a mere student could orchestrate. I believe Harry Potter. Moody limped forward. Someone wants him dead. And the Triwizard Tournament presents an excellent opportunity for that. It was evident that Harry Potter's abilities were insufficient to manipulate a powerful magical artifact. A formidable wizard had cast a potent Confundus charm upon it. Historically, every previous tournament had seen fatalities. Given Harry Potter's capabilities, I truly cannot conceive of any means by which he could safely participate in the competition, unless he were to withdraw voluntarily. Upon hearing Moody's analysis, everyone regained their composure. And ultimately, at Dumbledore's suggestion, they decided to dismiss the students and convene in the office to discuss a resolution. After Ethan and the others had remained in the room for nearly an hour, Dumbledore and his colleagues finally arrived. The conclusion reached was to proceed with the tournament. Many were dissatisfied with this outcome, and Krum and Furlong regarded Harry with discerning expressions. They simply could not fathom how this seemingly ordinary boy had been chosen. Was the Goblet of Fire malfunctioning? Bagman remained the only neutral party amidst the controversy. Therefore, he would oversee the conduct of the tournament. Very well, he said. The first task. The inaugural challenge is designed to test your mettle. It is from this that the essence of a warrior's courage is derived. However, I do not intend to divulge every detail to you. It is essential for a true warrior to embrace the unknown and take risks. The first task will unfold on November 24th, in the presence of all students and judges. During the competition, participants must not solicit or accept any assistance from their instructors. When confronting the initial round of challenges, the only weapon a warrior shall wield is their own wand. Only after the completion of the first task will they be apprised of the details concerning the second task. Due to the elevated demands and prolonged duration of the competition, the participants will be exempt from the academic examinations. This final piece of news may very well be the most favorable in Harry's eyes. Upon concluding his remarks, Bagman and Barty took their leave. Dumbledore wished to invite the other two headmasters for a drink, yet they paid him no heed, whisking their students away from the room. It was indeed a peculiar sight. Ethan observed the still smiling Dumbledore and felt a sense of relief that they had survived. Had it been Voldemort, they would have perished long ago. Cedric, Harry, I suggest you return to your dormitory. Your companions are likely awaiting you in the common room for what promises to be a grand celebration of this momentous occasion. Ethan, please stay for a moment. After sharing a glance, Harry and Cedric exited the chamber. It is quite late. What do you intend to say? Ethan inquired. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his demeanor turning grave. You are not an ordinary individual, Ethan. There are matters I cannot disclose to them. As you are aware, Voldemort has long coveted Harry's demise. To him, this seemingly insignificant young wizard represents merely an opportunity to redeem his own disgrace. Go on, Ethan urged, reclaiming his seat, propping his head on one hand. Intrigued as he regarded the elderly man before him, as if observing a theatrical performance. Dumbledore sighed, feeling helpless. Before Ethan, his attempts at pathos were utterly in vain. I know that there are individuals orchestrating events behind the Goblet of Fire selection, and it is highly likely that Voldemort is involved. Ethan interjected. You think that nameless one would stoop to such tactics? Indeed, your perceptiveness has always been commendable. I hope you will discreetly monitor the circumstances surrounding Harry. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Are you intending to mentor him? Dumbledore nodded, and then shook his head. In the past, yes, but not now. Before that individual emerged, I had contemplated nurturing both of you simultaneously. However, it appears you do not require my guidance, merely my support. As for Harry, well, he is indeed more remarkable than the average student, just like his father. Yet, he seems to favor Quidditch above all else, which is insufficient for the challenges ahead. I must now relinquish that notion. My priority is simply to safeguard Harry. After a moment of contemplation, Ethan remarked, You know, I am not omnipotent. If it were up to me, Harry should forego the competition. That would be the optimal solution. I understand that you are doing your best. Ultimately, if Harry is eliminated, it is of no great consequence. Dumbledore replied with a cheerful smile. All right. Although Ethan was not particularly fond of playing the caretaker, he recognized that it was a matter of life and death. Out of camaraderie, he would lend a helping hand when the time came. And whether Harry could endure until the third task would depend on his own resolve. After finalizing their agreement, Ethan departed. That night belonged to the festivities of Hufflepuff and Slytherin, while within Gryffindor, everyone was eager to learn how Harry managed to navigate the challenges of the Goblet of Fire. Unsurprisingly, Harry consistently insisted that he had merely submitted his name and had done nothing else, yet no one believed him. Ron even expressed his grievances to others, lamenting that his good friend had not come to his aid. In truth, such complaints stemmed from jealousy. Perhaps that was the case. Vonnie, as an outsider, offered a rational analysis. He is envious because the entire Hogwarts community is aware of their relationship. Yet, it is always you, Harry Potter, who garners the spotlight. While Ron Weasley can only be referred to as your friend, he desires to compete with his brothers at home. As his best friend, when others see you, he is cast aside, never receiving a mention. Now, with both of you having submitted your names simultaneously, You have once again gained notoriety. And I suspect he has reached his limit. Oh, this is truly unfortunate, Harry sighed, lowering his gaze. Why is it that Malfoy and Ethan do not find themselves in such a predicament? He inquired. Because Malfoy possesses his own sense of pride, and he seems to be far superior to Ron. In the ensuing days, Ethan, along with others, continued to attend classes as usual. During his spare moments, he penned numerous letters to Dick. He required further strategizing so that, when the great battle commenced, he could swiftly relocate his dear friend, the Greengrass family, and old Tom. In recent days, Harry had become the most disliked individual among both Hufflepuff and Slytherin, without exception. Even the intellectuals of Ravenclaw unanimously believed that Harry had muddled the goblet of fire on his own. This was to be expected. Yet Ethan had heard whispers of a rift developing between him and Ron, likely a manifestation of the tumultuous nature of adolescence. Today was particularly special, for Ethan's old subordinate had arrived. Chapter 203, Rita, the reporter, Rita, the editor. We must hurry. The professors and the two gentlemen from the Ministry of Magic are awaiting us, exclaimed Colin, the boy who was perpetually armed with a camera, as he led Ethan and his companions to a relatively small classroom. Most of the desks have been pushed to the back, leaving a substantial space in the center, where 3 tables are arranged in parallel before the blackboard. Behind them are 5 chairs, representing the 5 individuals participating in this competition, Dumbledore, along with 2 other headmasters, and 2 officials from the Ministry of Magic. Oh, how splendid. They are destined to grace the pages of the Daily Prophet. As the photographers have yet to arrive, the attendees have begun to engage in casual conversations in small groups. Ethan stands alongside Krum and Fleur, though Krum appears indifferent towards the enchanting witch, seemingly believing that she is usurping his brother's attention. Victor Krum, the Quidditch world champion, may not necessarily triumph in the Triwizard Tournament. Fleur beams joyfully, tossing her silver hair and winking at Ethan, for she is in the presence of a true master of dueling. Indeed, Krum nods in acknowledgement. Yet he swiftly pivots the conversation, suggesting, "Are you attempting to sow discord between us for your own benefit?" Fleur candidly admits, "We shall see if I can provoke you both." Having observed them closely, Fleur realizes that these 2 men are utterly impenetrable, unlike the young boy Harry Potter. Clearly, "You have failed, Miss Delacour," Ethan remarks with a smile. "Miss." Fleur chuckles, "Just call me Fleur Walker." "And you may call me Ethan," he replies, mimicking her casual tone. Krum rolls his eyes, "Just call me Victor." Their banter, though lacking in substance, is nonetheless delightful and uplifting. Oh, here she comes, just on time. As the minute hand of the clock strikes 12, Rita Skeeter arrives punctually. At first glance, she spots Ethan but refrains from immediately demonstrating her loyalty. Instead, she adheres to protocol and greets the members of the judging panel. A clever witch, Ethan thinks to himself. Well, all present and accounted for. I believe we are ready to commence the wand-checking ceremony, Bagman announces. Upon hearing this, Ethan's fingers instinctively brush against the wand concealed within his sleeve. Wand-checking? Krum queries, perplexed. A sentiment echoed by the other champions. Indeed, we must verify that your wands are fully functional. There have been instances in the past where wand malfunctions have led to safety incidents during competitions, which is why this procedure was established. Fear not, it will be swift. The expert is upstairs, accompanied by Dumbledore, and he will also have Miss Skeeter take a few photographs. She is currently composing an article for the Daily Prophet regarding the Triwizard Tournament. As Bagman speaks, Rita, standing behind him, secretly winks at Ethan. His gaze remains fixed on Bagman, deliberately ignoring Rita, occasionally casting her fleeting glances, as if to caution her to behave. At that moment, the door of the small space where the broom was stored swung open, and Dumbledore emerged, the dazzling light momentarily blinding them. You may enter now. The wand testing ceremony is about to commence, he announced, leading the group upstairs. The judges and experts were already prepared, with Ethan, Krum, and Fleur standing at the forefront. One by one, the wands were presented. Each wand was peculiar in its own right, yet the expert needed only to ascertain whether it was functional, making the process swift. Within mere minutes, it was Ethan's turn. He looked at the expert, Ollivander, with a sense of exasperation. Internally, he couldn't help but critique the situation. Was he truly the sole wand expert in the entirety of the British magical community? Yet, familiarity had its advantages. The wand he held had been purchased from this very expert, so surely Ollivander understood the unspoken nuances of their relationship. Oh, my old friend Walker, let me see. Oh, yes, this is indeed the wand I sold you back in the day. Indeed, sir, Ethan replied with a smile, it serves me well. It has aged considerably. When I sold it to you, I did not inspect it thoroughly. Now, for safety's sake, I shall examine it more meticulously. With that, Ollivander took a magnifying glass and scrutinized the wand's intricate patterns. Elder, still remarkably resilient. Time seems to have no effect on it. And no dust in the crevices. It's clear you use it often. Indeed, I take it out to polish regularly, Ethan added. Excellent. I am quite reassured to return it to you, Ollivander said, carefully handing the wand back before moving on to the next. Once the inspections concluded, every participant was momentarily blinded by the flashes of cameras. "Thank you all," Dumbledore said. "You may now return to your classes, although time has grown short." He continued, "If you happen to catch a whiff of aroma wafting from the kitchen in the corridors, I suggest you promptly redirect your steps toward the Great Hall. The house elves will ensure the food is served right away." Nearly 2 weeks had passed since that ceremony. During this time, Rita's sensational and exaggerated articles had taken the Wizarding World by storm. Much like in the Muggle realm, the power of public opinion was formidable. At the ceremony, Rita had interviewed several of the most renowned figures, resulting in a plethora of outrageous claims. Even Fleur, known for her gentle temperament, found herself tearing the newspaper in half in frustration. As for Harry, he fared poorly. Still unscathed by the harsh realities of society, he struggled to match wits with Rita, the seasoned journalist and editor. In this article, Ethan emerges as the most ordinary figure, devoid of extravagant flattery, presenting only a straightforward enumeration of his achievements, which have garnered affirmation. He occupies the fewest words, yet once again becomes the focal point of everyone's attention. Regarding this matter, Ethan refrains from commenting. He merely stands there, leaving everything to Rita's imagination. Furthermore, Ethan does not impose any constraints on Rita regarding the article's form. She is free to express herself as she pleases. Concurrently, the Daily Prophet has published a special edition featuring the 7 valiant warriors of the Triwizard Tournament, now enshrined in the Wizarding Historical Archive. This marks a revival of the Triwizard Tournament after many years, perhaps signaling its final occurrence. Chapter 204, Project Number 1. Prior to the commencement of the first competition, Hagrid had invited Ethan and Harry to join him on a date with Madame Maxime. Ethan declined, citing a simple reason. He did not wish to jeopardize such a delightful occasion due to his own presence. Nonetheless, it was evident to him that Hagrid intended to reveal the examination's challenges through this date. Charlie Weasley, now a competent dragon tamer, returned to school with 7 dragons in tow, a Hungarian horntail, a Welsh green, a Swedish shortsnout, and a fireball dragon from the Chinese lineage, among others. As a time traveler, he was already aware of all these developments, rendering the need to attend moot. Despite Hagrid's repeated hints, Ethan feigned ignorance. Ultimately, this date featured only a single third wheel. As the date of the competition arrived on November 24th, the details of the dragons were no longer a secret. The entire school was aware that the upcoming event involved dragons, which understandably alarmed many students who had never encountered such wild experiences, let alone faced a fire-breathing dragon. This breed is innately formidable, their skin imbued with ancient magic, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary spells to penetrate. To subdue a dragon, at least 7 wizards must collaborate in casting spells. Of course, certain unorthodox methods could bypass this, but that would require foreknowledge of the examination's questions. Even though the existence of the dragons was no longer a secret, the manner of conducting the project remained unknown to all, well, except for Harry, and indeed, Ethan as well. Having meticulously prepared for this, Harry exuded confidence, shedding his previous timidity. Soon, all the participants gathered in a tent, where Bagman would elucidate their course of action. He stood among several pale-faced warriors, resembling a cartoonish giant. "Now that everyone is here, it's time to explain the situation," Bagman announced with enthusiasm. "Hold on. Once the audience has assembled, I will pass this bag around to each of you." As he spoke, he lifted a purple silk bag and shook it before them. Inside were the models of the 7 dragons. You are tasked with selecting your respective models, each possessing distinct characteristics. Moreover, your mission is to retrieve the golden eggs. Ethan surveyed his surroundings and noticed Fleur appeared somewhat pallid, and Cedric mirrored her expression. As for Crumb, aside from displaying a hint of surprise, he was brimming with excitement, a true combatant at heart. Before long, a hastily constructed platform was filled with spectators, and the judges were prepared. At this moment, you are to choose your models before the eyes of hundreds. With that, Bagman approached Fleur, holding a bag, and remarked with a smile, "Ladies first." "Thank you, sir," Fleur replied, suppressing her fear as she reached into the bag. She retrieved a petite creature, a Welsh green dragon, adorned with the number 2 around its neck. Despite her inner trepidation, she feigned indifference and returned to Ethan, waving the model before him. Crumb drew the number 3, acquiring a black fire dragon. Ethan drew number 1, a Chinese fireball. Harry drew number 4, and Cedric number 5. Subsequently, each individual selected their desired models. "Now that you all have your selections, it is time to face your dragons," Bagman announced. "According to your drawn numbers, Walker, you are first." He continued, "I must step away as I am the commentator. When you hear the whistle, Walker, proceed to the arena, understood?" "Understood, sir," Ethan nodded. Once Bagman exited, a whistle pierced the air. Ethan stepped out of the tent, his wand firmly grasped in hand. Upon emerging, he was met with a cacophony of cheers. Simultaneously, a red dragon raised its head proudly before him, looking down upon the diminutive figure of Ethan. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of hot air surged forth. Ethan gazed calmly at the dragon before him. The might of dragons is innate. Even when compared to the Thunderbird of yore, they are not vastly different, perhaps only distinguished by one being wild and the other domesticated. Now, Ethan was no longer the same. Maneuvering past this dragon to seize the golden egg would be a trivial endeavor. As the dragon and the young man locked eyes for 2 seconds, the dragon launched the first attack, unaware that beneath it lay a false egg. A fireball, with a radius of 3 meters, hurtled toward him. Some timid girls shielded their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending brutality, though the gaps between their fingers betrayed their fear. Astoria, too, was drenched in cold sweat, her hands instinctively wringing together. Maneuvering the dragon, Ethan uttered a slightly misquoted idiom. He did not flinch. There was no panic in his gaze. I sensed that Bagman required assistance. He sprang to his feet, intent on intervening, only to be promptly pulled back by Dumbledore. Trust him. On the ground, Ethan raised his wand, contemplating a direct confrontation with the flames. However, in the fleeting moment before the fire engulfed him, he changed his course, employing the charm of flight to transform into a swirling cloud of black smoke and evade the onslaught. Oh, goodness gracious, how is he soaring through the air? It is indeed the charm of flight, that inexperienced fellow. Ethan refrained from ostentation. Although he possessed the prowess to vanquish the dragon before him, he deemed it unnecessary, allowing himself to conserve energy. With this thought in mind, the black smoke he conjured glided effortlessly between the dragon's limbs, navigating the perilous dance with grace. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, Ethan emerged from beneath the dragon, reclaiming the golden egg from that foul-smelling location. Wow, was that truly so swift? Is this the measure of Ethan's speed? In merely 2 minutes and 30 seconds, his performance was nothing short of remarkable. Each member of the judging panel rendered their assessments, astonished by the outcome. After all, under typical circumstances, even an ordinary adult wizard would require at least 15 minutes of struggle to achieve such a feat. The display of extraordinary magic was befitting of a prodigy seeker. Mr. Walker's performance transcended mere praise. Bagman animatedly narrated the events. Unsurprisingly, many participants passed the first challenge unscathed. Apart from Ethan, the next fastest was Crumb, who completed the task in 5 minutes, a remarkable feat for a champion seeker, pushing the limits of his capabilities. I find myself lagging behind. The joy of ranking second eluded Crumb, who consistently regarded Ethan as his benchmark. Chapter 205, The Approach of Christmas. Next came the most exhilarating segment, the scoring. The 7 champions stood upon the field, a chaotic tableau that spoke volumes of the fierce battle they had just endured. They aligned in a row, while the 5-member judging panel diligently recorded what they deemed to be appropriate scores. Naturally, the scoring system was inherently subjective, lacking any substantial constraints. Much like Professor Snape deducting points from Harry in class, no one could intervene, nor would they dare to. Fortunately, out of respect and the spirit of camaraderie among the schools, the 3 headmasters bestowed remarkably fair scores. Though some were slightly lower than usual, overall, they expressed satisfaction. As for Ethan, they unanimously awarded him a perfect score of 10, the highest possible, affirming his dominance in this contest. Presently, Ethan led with a score of 50 points, followed by Crumb in second place, then Fleur, with Cedric trailing closely behind, just 1 point away from Fleur and Harry. Alas, Harry's plight was rather dismal. Karkaroff appeared to harbor no fondness for the boy, granting him a mere score of 4. Despite the inherent unfairness of the situation, it seemed that, aside from Harry's admirers, no one present dared to utter a word, rendering the atmosphere chillingly silent. Ethan observed Harry, who was seated 2 places away from him, and mused that there was indeed merit to Harry's acceptance into Gryffindor. Each year, he bore the weight of scrutiny and doubt. Had his spirit been even slightly more fragile, he might have succumbed to despair. Such treatment of a protagonist was hardly desirable. With a shake of his head, Ethan dismissed these thoughts. After a bout of hollow encouragement, the 6 valiant warriors returned to their dormitories, each bearing the marks of their trials. Cedric, in particular, had a burn on his neck that was now being treated with a generous application of ointment. That evening, in the Slytherin common room, Draco, Astoria, and a few others hosted a small celebration. Unrestrained by the presence of other houses, this group of serpents shed their usual elegance, indulging in wild antics. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the common room, combined with Professor Snape's tacit approval, ensured that no significant disturbances arose. Ethan's memories of the night were fragmented, and upon waking the following morning, he found himself unharmed in his bed, with Astoria's delicate legs draped across his waist and her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. In the subsequent days, Ethan took on the role of an unconventional mentor, as Crumb and Fleur resolved to enlist him to teach them flying. Is it too late for you to learn now? Ethan remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he regarded the two. It's fine, Crumb declared, plopping down beside Ethan, his left arm resting casually on Ethan's shoulder. I learn quickly, you only need to teach. Fleur, taking a more refined approach than Crumb's directness, stood before Ethan, showcasing her talent and flashing him a sweet smile. December brought a chill and a blanket of snow to Hogwarts, where rain was frequent and the dampness rendered it a veritable nightmare for athletes. Yet, paradoxically, it was here that many renowned sports events took place. The castle's winter was always accompanied by drafts that swept through its halls. In a classroom, Ethan sat by the window, next to Draco. "Why are you still attending class?" Draco inquired, puzzled. It was known that the champions participating in the Triwizard Tournament had the privilege of skipping classes. Of course, if you wish to attend, you may do so. But regardless of your attendance, assignments must be submitted. Yet, few took this route. They preferred to linger in the common room or practice magic outdoors. If Ethan were to lean out and gaze through the window, he would spot two figures soaring through the air, their silhouettes wreathed in smoke. The event has already passed. What purpose does their practice serve now? Draco questioned, bemused. Who knows? Ethan replied softly. Perhaps the second or third will prove useful. I eagerly anticipate the swift conclusion of the competition, for only then shall we be free to embrace our holiday. Might I suggest, dear duo, that you approach this matter with a modicum of seriousness? I can scarcely recall how many times you have mistakenly referred to the porcupine as the pearl chicken. Professor McGonagall regarded Harry and Ron with a gaze that conveyed her disappointment, as if to express her belief in their immaturity. Potter Weasley, I would be immensely pleased if you could engage in activities befitting your age. Upon speaking, Professor McGonagall abruptly turned her head, casting a sharp glare at Malfoy, who was making faces at the pair. Malfoy, I require your assignments to be of superior quality. Should you find yourself with an abundance of time, I suggest you prepare for the next lesson, the lesson thereafter, and even the semester following. Perhaps you might consider the material for your next life as well. Ethan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, emitting a signal known only to the two of them. This caused Malfoy, who had just regained his composure, to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Malfoy, as the class drew to a close, Professor McGonagall closed her book with purpose. There is an important matter I must convey to you all. Her keen gaze swept across the students of both houses. The Christmas ball approaches, a cherished tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, and an excellent opportunity for us to engage with our foreign guests. While many of you may already be well acquainted with these visitors, you might just find a partner at the event. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Suffice it to say that attendance is reserved for fourth-year students and above, although exceptions may apply. With a glance towards Ethan, she continued, if you so desire, you may also extend an invitation to a younger student. Ha ha ha, how fortunate they are. Ethan smiled and nodded, unbothered by the implication, for his confidence was akin to a fortress, and his complexion could hardly redden further. Ladies, remember to adorn yourselves splendidly. Gentlemen, don your cherished attire. The ball shall commence at 8 o'clock on Christmas Eve in the Great Hall, concluding at midnight. I must remind you that this is a ball. Let not the atmosphere be stifled. Oh, loosen your hair, and relax. Truly enjoy the experience. Huh, Malfoy. Very well. Let us return to our topic. Professor McGonagall adjusted her hat and continued. Do not presume that a relaxation of school regulations permits you to behave recklessly. Should I discover that any of you bring disgrace upon the school in an unusual manner, it would greatly distress me. At this juncture, she turned her attention to the duo. Do you concur with my sentiments, Potter and Weasley? Always remember the teachings of your professor. Chapter 206, Dance Partners. After class, Ethan did not immediately proceed to the Great Hall for dinner. Rather, he descended once more, arriving at the door of the third-year potions classroom. By tradition, every champion must have a dance partner, a requirement that necessitated his presence. Given that Professor Snape's potions class spanned all 7 years, it was unequivocally Professor Snape who awaited him within. As for why it is said that it is now time to end class while they remain inside, one must inevitably mention Professor Snape's detention policy. Although Ethan currently shares a somewhat amicable relationship with Professor Snape, it is not close enough for him to boldly intrude and extract someone. To do so would be tantamount to challenging Snape's authority. Leaning against the wall at the door, Ethan could hear through the crack. You are undoubtedly the worst class I have ever taught. Sir, if you do not submit your notes of incorrect answers before class concludes, the cafeteria's food will be beyond your reach. But Professor, class has already ended. Is it? I did not hear that. Did you all hear it? No. Ethan scoffed, rolling his eyes at the absurdity. However, this slight remark was enough to infuriate Professor Snape. Who is hiding behind the doorframe? Ethan was taken aback, unaware that Snape had just walked to the back row, separated from Ethan by merely a door, which was still ajar. When the wooden door swung open, Snape's ominous, fearsome visage appeared before him. Before Ethan could begin to defend himself, Snape spoke first. Ah, isn't this our illustrious Ethan Walker, one of the famed 7 warriors? It's merely a name, my dear professor. You may call me Ethan. Very well, Walker. Snape nodded, then stepped aside. Come in. That seems inappropriate. Ethan exchanged a glance with Astoria through the gap. How could it be inappropriate? Snape chuckled coldly. After all, you are a warrior. I deem this fitting. In light of this, Ethan ceased to resist. Unless he turned and fled, he believed Snape would remain there until he entered. Walker, you wouldn't want the entire classroom to wait for you, would you? With this thought, although perplexed by Snape's intentions, Ethan ultimately strode in with great composure. Snape turned and closed the door with casual ease, a faint smile betraying his stoicism. Once inside, Ethan activated his thick-skin charm and promptly took a seat beside Astoria. Snape approached the podium and, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Oh, let me guess. Walker, have you come here in search of your dance partner?" "Dance partner? What dance partner? Merlin, can someone please enlighten me on what is happening? Am I truly so out of the loop?" "Regardless, Walker's dance partner. I must make a case for that." Ethan, eyes closed in resignation, replied, "Yes, Professor. In that case, I shall grant you all an opportunity." Snape surveyed the room. "You now have a chance to avoid detention." Wow. An immediate chorus of awe erupted from the crowd. "Did you hear that? Walker, your classmates need your assistance," Snape declared. Upon hearing this, Ethan feigned ignorance, replying, "I do not comprehend what you are saying, Professor." The professor continued, "Well, are you not in search of a dance partner? Here lies an opportunity for you. Immediately, take your chosen companion and depart this place, and thus, this class shall be officially dismissed." "Are you serious?" Ethan asked once more for confirmation. Professor Snape nodded, more earnest than Beatrice. Following this, he briefed the third-year students about the forthcoming ball. The information regarding the possibility of bringing a partner from the fourth year or below ignited a fervor among those present. "Walker, choose me, pick me. Wait. You're a boy. If you're selecting someone, then choose me. I truly hope he picks me. Then we could attend the ball." "What do you mean we? Can he bring multiple partners?" As Ethan listened to the audacious remarks of his younger peers, a bead of cold sweat began to form on his back. "I truly appreciate it, Professor." Just as a delicate hand was about to rest upon his waist, Ethan grasped Astoria's hand and fled without looking back. Professor Snape let out a derisive chuckle, observing, "Look at him, such a romantic fellow. One might mistakenly assume he has abducted a bride and is eloping." That day marked the highest number of students registered at the school for Christmas that Ethan had ever witnessed. The campus was bustling with students, particularly those in the fourth year and above, each having found their own dance partner. Perhaps soon, they would tread the path towards matrimony. Their obsession with the ball was palpable, particularly among the girls, or at least, they believed so. As they strolled through the corridor, Ethan held Astoria's hand. Surrounded by students engaged in animated conversation, their laughter echoing as they whispered among themselves. Whenever boys passed by girls, the latter erupted into laughter, eagerly exchanging thoughts on whom to choose as a partner and what attire to don on the night of the ball. Unsurprisingly, as Ethan walked among them, the screams could almost shatter the ceiling. Even though Astoria was linked to his arm, the girls seemed to disregard her entirely, rushing forward to inquire if Ethan would dance with them. Witnessing this spectacle, Ethan remained silent, yet the corners of his mouth were nearly raised to his eyes. "Dear ladies, I am immensely grateful for your invitations to the ball. It is indeed an honor," Ethan said, bowing gracefully. "However, I must apologize, for I have already secured my dance partner." "Oh, how unfortunate. Had I known during your first year." "Oh, sisters, we ought to wish them well." Amidst the raucous cheers and blessings from the crowd, Ethan and Astoria made their way to the observatory, where they enjoyed a delightful evening. Meanwhile, Krum and Harry found themselves grappling with the dilemma of choice. Logically, warriors such as themselves should never lack for partners. However, Krum believed that, in comparison to outward beauty, he preferred inner grace. He was in search of his ethereal muse, though deep within, he had already subtly recognized someone special. As for Harry, his ideal companion was the older Quidditch player, Qiu Zhang, a year his senior. Whether he could muster the courage to approach her was an entirely different matter. Chapter 207, Courage and Rejection. Although Harry was renowned for his bravery, this was his first endeavor of such nature. Just as he hesitated, Vanny took his arm and pulled him directly from the flower bed. "Oh, my dance partner, we must now practice our steps," she declared. "Vanny, I don't think I've agreed." Harry stammered. "So what? Who else would you like to dance with besides me?" Vanny queried. "There is someone," Harry replied, a vision of Qiu Zhang momentarily flashing through his mind. "It's that girl from the flower family, isn't it? Has she consented to dance with you?" Upon hearing this, Harry bitterly replied, "No, I haven't even mustered the courage to invite her." He thought to himself, "If you miss this chance with me now, will you not fear being the solitary warrior at the dance?" Although Vanny may not have been conventionally attractive, and her intellect and magical prowess were not particularly high, her keen perception allowed her to easily discern Harry's unspoken feelings. She made a valid point. Harry was not one to be stubborn. If he were to choose between the girls from earlier and Vanny, selecting someone taller among the shorter options, it was clear that she was the most fitting choice before him. "Have you made up your mind?" Vanny asked, drawing Harry into a corner. Her hand propped against the wall as her face slowly approached his. "Ahem," Harry coughed, his cheeks flushed. "You do have a point." As the first semester drew to a close in its final week, the school buzzed with increasing excitement. Whispers about the Christmas ball filled the air, much of which was, one could say, highly dubious. For instance, there were rumors that Dumbledore had purchased 800 barrels of mead from the Three Broomsticks with the intent of consuming them all during the Christmas celebration. Some were skeptical. Yet, by the following day, news spread that Dumbledore had invented an iron stomach. What is deemed justice? What is invincible? On WWN, Wizarding Wireless Network. The Weird Sisters were passionately singing. They were a renowned musical group with a motto of encompassing all music from around the world. This particular episode featured music from the Flower Family's Port Island, introduced as children's songs from several major provinces. Since there were no final exams for the first semester, the atmosphere in this last week was particularly relaxed, albeit this was only true for certain teachers. Professor Flitwick, noticing their lack of focus, decided to transform the lesson into a game, allowing them to learn something worthwhile through a magical hunting game. Other professors were not as accommodating. Professor Binns was utterly engrossed, with the history of magic being his sole passion. Remarkably, he possessed the ability to narrate the bloody and harrowing tale of the Goblin Rebellion with the same tediousness as a philosophy lecture. Professor McGonagall's strictness was well known. Regardless of the delightful extracurricular activities available, no distractions were tolerated in her classroom. As for our beloved Professor Moody, he was perpetually preoccupied with the endeavor of cramming as much knowledge as possible into their eager minds. Delightful Professor Snape would rather adopt Harry as his godson than allow them even a moment of frivolity. During this time, these brave souls were not only on the quest for their dance partners, but also engaged in unraveling the secrets hidden within the Golden Egg. On Christmas Day, both faculty and students were keenly eager to impress their esteemed guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The school was festooned with decorations, unprecedented in their extravagance. Akin to an abundance of treasures being hung carelessly, a departure from the usual practice of recycling decorations from previous years, as the limited funds were seldom allocated for such opulence. Prior to this, Harry, undeterred, sought to muster the courage to invite Cho when she was alone. Yet, he had found no opportunity thus far. Harry lamented that she had never experienced solitude, constantly surrounded by a throng of friends, even in the lavatory, accompanied by 4 or 5 girls. In contrast, Ethan harbored fewer worries, as his dance partner remained steadfastly by his side. Every evening at 9 o'clock in the observatory, Ethan and Astoria practiced their elegant dance. The silvery moonlight streamed through the glass walls and ceiling, devoid of candlelight or electric bulbs, casting their reflections upon the dance floor. The ball was set to occur that very night, with no classes scheduled for the day. After breakfast, everyone was encouraged to rouse their slumbering friends, to either rehearse their dances or partake in leisure activities, rather than languishing all day in the library. Upon uttering these words, the breakfast crowd dispersed eagerly, each engrossed in their own noble pursuits. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry stepped out, his steps slightly unsteady from the dancing practice. Though several hours remained until the ball, he still yearned for the chance to invite Cho. Note, impetuous young men are called youths. He hurriedly navigated the castle corridors, searching for the figure that lingered in his thoughts. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he finally spotted Cho, still surrounded by a group of girls. Harry approached her briskly, his blood rushing to his head. Cho, may I have a word with you? The wizarding laws should have mandated that laughter be subdued in serious settings, but alas, they did not. As the girls surrounding Qiu Zhang erupted into peals of laughter, Harry felt utterly despondent, wishing he could simply turn and collide with the nearby pillar. Fortunately, Qiu Zhang remained unamused. Relieved, she nodded and followed Harry to a place where her classmates could not overhear them. Harry turned to face her, and suddenly, a pink cupid appeared in his heart. With a soft thud, an arrow pierced his soul. Alas, it seemed as though Harry's mouth had been glued shut, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Qiu Zhang stood there, a look of confusion painted across her features. Would you accompany me? He managed to stammer. I beg your pardon, what did you say? Would you be willing to attend the ball with me? In an instant, Harry's face flushed crimson. If his nose did not stubbornly betray him with a trickle of blood at that moment, he vowed to rid himself of it upon returning home. Oh, Qiu Zhang's cheeks also flushed. Harry, I truly apologize, she said apologetically. I have already promised to go with someone else. Chapter 208, the ball. Harry arrived, and then he departed, much like the grand entrance he had made. Descending the stairs in a daze, he felt as though his entire being was turning red and swelling. That evening, the Slytherin common room was transformed. The students were no longer clad in the uniform black robes and green scarves, but rather adorned in a vibrant array of formal attire. Ethan stood outside his dormitory door, eagerly awaiting Astoria to finish dressing and applying her makeup so they could set off. After nearly 10 minutes, the wooden door creaked open, revealing Astoria, a dazzling gem before him. She wore a black gown, its hems swaying gently, and her exquisite makeup accentuated her beauty. Ethan found himself momentarily entranced. Snapping back to reality after a pause, he extended his arm in a gentlemanly manner and said, Beautiful miss. Might I be honored to accompany you to the ball? Astoria's cheeks flushed slightly. You certainly know how to flatter, she replied. You should refer to me as Mr. Ethan, he corrected her. Ethan felt that tonight marked the pinnacle of his charm. He had never before taken such care in his appearance. Clad in a complete black suit, his golden hair was styled back, reaching just the length of a wolf's tail. Very well, charming sir. I would be delighted to attend the ball with you. With that, Astoria linked her arm with Ethan's, and together they stepped out of the common room into the bustling corridor. As they surveyed the throngs of people, Ethan instinctively ensured that the lady was shielded beside him. Once everyone was seated in the hall, Ethan unconsciously scanned the room. He recognized many familiar faces, along with some unexpected dance partners. Hermione still sported her signature look from the original story. Her hair, no longer frizzy and unkempt, flowed gracefully and shimmered, adorned with a hairpin at the back. Dressed in a gown fashioned from delicate shades of lavender and cerulean. Was that Hermione? Astoria followed Ethan's gaze ahead, and indeed, she looked stunning tonight. Seated beside her appeared to be Krum. Ethan nodded in affirmation. They looked rather splendid together. To be candid, he felt a sense of joy at the prospect of Hermione and Krum's companionship. After all, that hulking fellow had incessantly lamented his desire to find a kind-hearted and beautiful girl. It seemed he had finally discovered such a treasure, and judging by his goofy, blissful grin, he had likely fallen head over heels. Before long, the professors began to enter. Professor McGonagall instructed the champions and their partners to stand side by side for the grand entrance. They traversed through the crowd, making their way to the center of the stage, where applause erupted from all around. The hall's walls sparkled with shimmering silver frost, while the ceiling was adorned with a star-studded night sky, interspersed with hundreds of mistletoe sprigs and ivy garlands. The 4 long tables of the houses had vanished, replaced by 100 small tables illuminated by lanterns, each accommodating approximately 10 guests. The 7 champions donned their elegant attire. The mature and composed gentleman's presence magnified in this moment. They took their seats beside the stage. With a signal from Dumbledore, an exquisite array of delectable food suddenly graced the tables. Ethan and Astoria refrained from indulging too much, for dancing awaited them shortly. At the ball, attendees meandered around the hall with food or drinks in hand, engaging with foreign friends. Malfoy and Pansy were deep in conversation, transforming the ball into their personal rendezvous. Hermione was instructing Krum on the proper pronunciation of her name. The eccentric sisters had also arrived, providing the musical backdrop for the evening. Suddenly, all the lights extinguished. There were no screams or chaos, as this was a meticulously orchestrated segment of the event. It's time to dance. Ethan and Astoria gradually stepped into the dance floor. Ethan placed one hand on her waist, while the other firmly clasped hers. A melancholic melody began to resonate, echoing through the hall amidst the surrounding darkness. With only the dance floor illuminated in a ghostly glow, their movements were graceful and in perfect harmony, drawing gasps of admiration from the onlookers. They danced remarkably well. Soon enough, many others joined the fray, and the champions were no longer the focal point of attention. Ginny sought out Neville as her dance partner, seemingly popular amongst many. However, Ginny appeared to be in distress, skillfully dodging while furrowing her brow. Dumbledore and Maxim danced a waltz together. Immersed in the music, Ethan and Astoria moved in synchrony, stepping forward and retreating in turn. Ethan, have you danced before? Astoria inquired. No, Ethan replied with a smile. Old Tom at the Leaky Cauldron never danced with me. In that sense, it seemed our Ethan truly possessed an innate talent. They engaged in a light conversation, rendering what was initially a rather dull ball into something intriguing. However, Ethan noticed that Ron's gaze was incessantly directed towards Hermione. Observing Hermione and Krum sharing laughter, Ron felt as if his lungs were about to burst. Although their friendship had been declared over the previous year, this was merely Hermione's own perception. Weasley remained unwilling to confront the reality of their situation. Their relationship is truly complicated, Astoria whispered into Ethan's ear. Indeed, Ethan replied, but Hermione is a good girl. She is better off with Krum than with Weasley. Of course, this matter does not concern us. Their feelings ought to be resolved by them alone. As the music concluded, applause erupted once more. Some young couple slipped away to a more secluded location. At that moment, Cedric approached. Walker, do you have a moment? I wish to share something with you. About the Golden Egg secret? You know? Cedric looked somewhat astonished. Yes, that's correct, more or less. Well then, Merry Christmas. Walker, Cedric nodded and prepared to return to Cho. Just as he turned, Ethan interjected. Thank you, Cedric. Cedric paused slightly. Thank me? But I have not aided you. Ethan shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Yet you intended to help me, did you not? Cedric departed, heading towards Harry. At this juncture, Cho halted and said, I shall not go. I will wait for you here. Cedric, taken aback, gently replied, wait for me. I will return shortly, before making his way to Harry. However, unlike Ethan, Harry had not fully grasped the situation regarding the golden egg. Cedric suggested he try opening it during his bath that evening. Harry's demeanor was somewhat aloof. lacking his usual enthusiasm. Perhaps it was wise for Cho not to accompany him. He had yet to recover from the events of that morning. Chapter 209, Project 2. The day after Christmas, everyone awoke quite late. The Slytherin common room buzzed with more energy than in previous years. Conversations flowed, intermittently interrupted by yawns, indicating that the revelry of the previous night lingered within them. Yet, with the sun risen, sleep was no longer an option. After a week of vacation, many began to linger in the common room and library to complete their assignments. With Christmas behind them, a sense of tedium began to settle in, compounded by the looming deadline to finish their work before the holidays end. Staring at the towering stack of books, it was hard to muster any joy. As the days drew closer to February 24th, the date of the second tasks competition, the 7 champions prepared to unravel the mystery of the golden egg. As the custodian of secrets, Ethan was well aware of the contents of the golden egg. When opened in the air, it emitted a haunting scream. However, submerged in water, the sound transformed into a melodic song. The lyrics revealed their second project, to search the depths of the Black Lake for a cherished possession snatched away by mermaids. Frankly, that possession was a person, most likely a warrior's dance partner from the ball. In light of this predicament, Ethan could only silently curse the mastermind behind this project. Was it sheer idleness that prompted such a scheme? Why must the warriors' competition involve those close to them? What if something were to go awry? Shaking his head, Ethan pondered how to swiftly rescue Astoria. Simultaneously, within the editorial office of the Daily Prophet, Rita gazed at the letter in her hands, reflecting on her master's capacity for vengeance. That night, driven by fervor, this journalist penned an article titled On Dumbledore's Dereliction of Duty, which graced the front page of the Daily Prophet. The clock ticked away. On this day, February 24th, everyone was abuzz with excitement for the impending second project. On February 23rd, at the very same hour, Ethan had found Cedric. What did you say? You discovered the secret of the golden egg. Cedric exclaimed in disbelief. Shoo, Ethan replied, glancing around to ensure they were alone. If you could keep your voice down, I would appreciate it. Oh, my apologies, Cedric said, scratching his head awkwardly. Not a problem, Ethan smiled. Listen to me. The secret of the golden egg is not truly a secret, as I have already shared it with Crumb and Fleur. Although this could be seen as aiding the enemy, Ethan believed that life supersedes all else. He could easily triumph in this competition. So, why should he burden others? Besides, Fleur and Crumb were his friends. Although the exam had already revealed the challenge, the notion of surviving underwater for an hour posed a collective dilemma. A dilemma? In the magical repository, Ethan found a practical spell under the section marked Water Charms. The Water Bewitching Charm, aptly named, did not repel humans from water, but rather repelled water from humans. Upon discovering this charm, he promptly taught it to Astoria and disclosed the events that would transpire that day. As the clock struck 9:20, only 10 minutes remained before the commencement of the second project. Everyone was in position except for Harry. Where is he? Dumbledore inquired. Oh, Harry? He mentioned last night that he was going to the library, said Vanny, her heart suddenly dropping. She realized she had inadvertently let slip Harry's nocturnal adventures. Just when Vanny believed that Dumbledore would impose a punishment, the elderly man turned around and softly said, Dobby. The little elf appeared suddenly. Go to the library and find Harry. The event starts in 10 minutes. If he doesn't return by then, he will receive a score of 0. Dobby will return before the competition. With that, Dobby vanished in a flash. 3 minutes later, Harry arrived, sporting a messy hairstyle, with remnants of sleep still lingering in the corners of his eyes and a sheen of oil across his face. In his haste, Harry failed to notice that Ron had already disappeared. As for Ethan, who was resting at the sidelines, he was well aware of Astoria's whereabouts. After all, his Enderman transformation was no trifling matter. One could argue that this was cheating, but what of it? As long as he remained undetected, who would know if he eliminated everyone below? Moreover, prior to the competition, he had stealthily handed several gillyweed plants to Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb. As for Harry, he had the little elf Dobby preparing for him. The competition commenced at the same location as the first event, though this time, there were no dragons. The previously vacant seats were now filled to capacity, and the second event would take place in the Black Lake to the south of the castle. The real-life filming location was Lochshiel in Scotland. All right, brave warriors, the second event is about to begin. You have 1 hour to retrieve your beloved lost items. During this time, you may encounter numerous challenges, and I can only wish you good fortune. Listen closely, our champions are in position. At the sound of my whistle, the second event will commence. I will count down. 3, 2, 1. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by thunderous applause and cheers from the stands. A gentle breeze rippled across the lake's surface. Ethan paid no heed to their actions. He had already done enough for them. With that thought, he removed his shoes and socks, as well as his witch's cloak, and stowed them away in the system space. At that moment, he was clad in simple shorts and a tank top. Fine grains of sand slipped through his toes. Ethan was the first to step into the lake, the icy water striking him like a shock to the brain. He silently cursed the judges. Hopefully, Astoria would not catch a cold from the frigid waters, otherwise. Ethan's eyes reddened, the chill combating the warmth within him. As he reached the deep end, he plunged headfirst into the water. He didn't consume any gillyweed. He just jumped in like that? The onlookers on the shore were filled with questions. Did he give us all the gillyweed? They felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Below 10 meters in the lake, Ethan remained oblivious to the thoughts of those on the shore, his lips murmuring incantations. In the next moment, the surrounding liquid receded, forming a circular space abundant with oxygen around him, akin to being on solid ground. Chapter 210, Rescue. Due to the water avoidance effect, the buoyancy of the lake no longer affected Ethan, and he plummeted swiftly to the lake bed. With a splash, his feet struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of sediment. There was no one else present. The warriors remained above. Thus, Ethan decided to abandon pretense and activated the Enderman's teleportation, vanishing in an instant. He found himself in a jungle composed of dark aquatic vegetation, with his field of vision severely limited, only able to discern objects within arm's reach. The undulating, entangled water plants grew menacingly, causing him to struggle with direction. Although the Enderman's teleportation allowed for swift movement, it lacked the precision of a key, and Ethan's arrival point was merely an approximation of his intended direction. Fortunately, he had scouted the area the previous day, otherwise, he would have faced difficulties. As he teleported, he observed the terrain until he reached the lake's center, where his gaze began to penetrate the darkness, clarity gradually returning. Looking downward, he spotted a small pile of stones, beneath which lay a diamond-shaped gem. It seems the destination is not far from here, Ethan murmured. Small fish approached him fearlessly, brushing against his skin. On one or two occasions, he even glimpsed larger creatures swimming nearby, but when he turned to look, they had vanished. Just as he prepared to teleport again, something soft coiled around his leg. What is this? Ethan frowned, reluctant to waste time in such a place. Glancing down, he discovered it was a Grindilo, a long-horned water monster, whose elongated claws and tentacles gripped his leg tightly, rendering him immobile. One by one, more Grindylows appeared. Ethan drew the Gryffindor's sword from his system and swung it through the water. Once liberated from their grasp, he teleported away, leaving behind a scene of crimson liquid and scattered limbs. The approaching warriors were taken aback. What has happened? Why has the lake turned red? Harry inquired. Crumb was particularly familiar with such horrors. As they ventured downstream, their visibility improved, revealing a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. This is disgusting. The two fifth-year students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, unaccustomed to such sights, felt their stomachs churn. Fleur's eyes narrowed. Look at those cuts on the tentacles. Pointing at the severed appendages, her voice quivered slightly. These incisions are clean, as if sliced by a sharp blade. Was it Walker? Most likely, Crumb replied, gripping his weapon tightly and scanning the surroundings warily for any hidden threats. I believe we should seek our beloved item. Crumb no longer concerned himself with danger. Hermione was here. Resolute, he disregarded the crowd and swam purposefully in one direction, his intuition guiding him toward Hermione. Meanwhile, Ethan, after several teleportations, finally discerned the enchanting song of the mermaids amidst a heap of rubble. With only an hour to locate and reclaim the items we had taken, he began to teleport short distances in the direction of the melody. Before long, the surrounding rocks multiplied and grew larger, coalescing into a stone forest. The columns were adorned with numerous carvings of mermaids, brandishing spears as they chased a colossal octopus. The mermaids were exceptional. Their songs resonated clearly through the water. Time was slipping away, and half had already passed, lest the treasures we sought decay in this place. Within the stone forest, the echoes of the song reverberated, making it difficult to discern its origin. Very well, this is how it shall be. Ethan recognized that he was in a unique echo space, and the solution was straightforward. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his magic, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, I am awake at 8. The sharp sound waves rippled through the water, battering the surrounding stone walls. Countless stones could not withstand the onslaught and tumbled down, stirring a cloud of silt and rendering the water murky. The previously chaotic echoes were instantly subdued by the powerful sound waves. Breaking through, Ethan keenly identified the true source of the song. I have found you. A smile crept upon his lips as he activated his Enderman's ability and teleported towards the melody's origin. Soon, he emerged from the stone forest into an open space. In the center, a stone platform hosted several mermaids, half human and half fish, while numerous stone houses appeared in the surrounding waters. Upon spotting the bipedal creature, some mermaids hurried to him, gesturing and whispering among themselves. By Merlin's fishtail, how is there no water around him? Look, look, sisters. This bipedal creature is far more handsome than that old man from the other day. Guests have arrived. The central mermaid appeared to be conducting a ceremonial rite, reciting incantations as the song flowed continuously. Come and see, your beloved treasures are here. Take them away. Ethan raised his gaze to a crude statue towering behind them. A large merman carved from stone. Ugly, not appealing at all. This was Ethan's initial impression. Yet, this was not the crux of his concern. Peering beneath the mermaids, he observed that the massive fishtail was tightly binding several individuals. Astoria, Hermione, Ron, Fleur's sister, Autumn Zhang, along with 2 others. They all had their heads bowed, appearing deeply asleep, bubbles escaping their mouths. A sigh escaped Ethan. A flicker of heartache crossed his eyes. Without hesitation, she flashed before Astoria, her body ensnared by the water plants. These tendrils were both rigid and slippery, rendering ordinary blades inadequate for severing them. Ethan possessed no conventional weaponry, only enchanted tools. Instinctively, he reached for the venomous dagger, but upon recalling the poison it bore, he withdrew his hand. Instead, he unsheathed the Gryffindor sword. Though less convenient, it was undeniably safer. Once he liberated Astoria from her aquatic bindings, he enveloped her in an embrace. As the liquid was barred from her, Ethan cast a spell to provide her warmth. It was time to depart. Ethan had no intention of assisting the others. He was a walker, not a Potter. Competitions were competitions, and he would not meddle in affairs that did not concern him. After all, Dumbledore would ensure their safety, as would the merfolk. Should any harm befall them, the families behind these individuals would undoubtedly seek retribution against the merfolk. Before long, Astoria gradually regained consciousness, her gaze falling upon her beloved. "You came," she murmured, her voice soft and tender, causing Ethan's heart to tremble. "I came," he replied. Chapter 211. If all goes according to plan. The rescue of Astoria proceeded remarkably smoothly. The merfolk offered no resistance, instead singing in celebration. Having retained their initial direction, they did not stray from their path during the return. Yet, as they approached the lake's surface, the time taken was only slightly less than Ethan's arrival. This was unavoidable. After all, the Enderman's ability to phase was a solitary gift to Ethan, and he could not abandon Astoria. Thus, they continued on foot until reaching the lake's bottom before swimming upwards. Sunlight penetrated the dark waters of the lake, and at 5 meters below the surface, Ethan propelled himself with remarkable speed. With a splash, their heads broke through the water's surface, and the delightful, refreshing air caressed their faces. They inhaled greedily, slowly making their way toward the shore. Ethan emerged first, retrieving a large blanket from the system space to wrap around the newly surfaced Astoria, casting a drying charm to prevent her from catching a chill. "Oh, I can assure you, that girl will be very happy in the future," remarked Madame Maxim, her gaze soft as she observed Ethan's tender actions. A hint of envy in her eyes. Every woman desires a partner who embodies the qualities of a good husband, and this headmistress was no exception. "Ha ha ha, indeed. He appears aloof, yet his heart is exceedingly kind," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard with delight. Below, Moody caught wind of Dumbledore's words. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, perhaps in reluctant agreement. Professor McGonagall promptly stepped forward to escort the 2 of them to the contestants' resting tent. As 5 minutes slipped away once more, only 1 minute remained until the conclusion of the project. Should the remaining warriors fail to ascend within this fleeting moment, they would find themselves awarded 5 eggs. On the field, spectators anxiously rallied, fervently wishing for the swift return of their favored contestants. Suddenly, a flurry of movement. "Oh, they have returned." Time lingered at 10 seconds, and they had triumphed. 12 individuals were present, all accounted for. Bagman, spotting Harry's arrival, felt an immense surge of joy. Indeed, the caliber of warriors in this Triwizard tournament was commendable. Ha ha ha. Might we commence the evaluation of these valiant souls? I wholeheartedly agree. The sooner we conclude the assessments, the sooner we can retreat to warmth. In response, Ethan emerged from the tent alongside Astoria. 14 figures stood in unison, their gazes fixated upon Ethan. "Ladies and gentlemen, the mermaid chief has relayed the events that transpired, and thus, we shall assign scores to the 7 warriors." Bagman, holding the parchment aloft, proclaimed loudly. "The scores are as follows. Ethan Walker, the first to return with a hostage and the swiftest to arrive here, utilized a liquid concealment charm. Oh, it seems to be an unprecedented spell I have never encountered before. Therefore, we award him a perfect 50 points. Wow." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Another perfect score. The champion had seemingly emerged ahead of time, barring any unforeseen developments. What could possibly go awry? With 100 points already secured, even a third-place finish in the final task would ensure his victory. Fleur Delacour, 25 points. Cedric Diggory, 47 points. This was the closest score to Ethan. Yet, in the next breath, Victor Crumb claimed 48 points. Harry Potter, 48 points. 25 points. 25 points. Observing the 2 despondent figures beside him, Ethan couldn't help but muse. So, those 25 points were merely consolation points. Applause resounded from all directions, an intangible reward for this undertaking. Once evaluations concluded, Bagman continued. "Lastly, I must announce that the 3rd task will take place on the evening of June 24th, featuring a stunning fireworks display. The warriors will be informed of the specific details a month in advance. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. Thank you." It was over. Joy enveloped everyone, for the significance of this competition had transcended its original bounds. Students from the three schools no longer harbored animosity. Instead, they began to forge amicable connections. Some sought future partners, while others discovered kindred spirits. In this moment, the question of who would claim victory had become secondary. Take Krum, for instance. Although he could not triumph over Ethan this time, he remains unconcerned, for there are far more significant matters at hand. Hermione, too, has experienced a revelation. No longer entangled in her emotions. In fact, she relinquished her pursuit of Ethan a year prior, and now it seems they have reached a sense of closure, as their families intend to visit one another during the upcoming holiday. Ethan, however, is indifferent to all of this. After escorting Astoria back to her dormitory, he secludes himself in his room. Clang. The alarm clock is knocked to the floor. Ethan, drenched in sweat, kneels on the ground. His right hand pressed firmly against the table, while his left hand, fingers curled, rests over his heart. A piercing pain surges within him, tearing and swelling, as if it were on the verge of exploding. How could this be? Ethan's consciousness begins to fade. He thinks of Dumbledore, that cunning old wizard. Yes, that's it. Seek him out. An instinctive response compels him to rise. But in the next moment, bang. Ethan, now standing, cannot maintain his balance, and he tumbles backwards. In the last fleeting second before his eyes close, he desperately twists his body, ensuring that the back of his head meets the bed instead of the floor. In the depths of darkness lies an unfathomable abyss. The Yarlung Tsongpa Grand Canyon, the deepest terrestrial fissure in the world, where a familiar figure converses with his dwindling subordinates. Great Lord Voldemort, does this object in your hand truly possess the power to deal with that boy? Bellatrix inquires, gazing at the small effigy on the table, perplexed as to whether this trinket from a marketplace truly holds any efficacy. If that individual claims it to be useful, it is likely so. Voldemort's raspy voice resonates as he observes the golden strands of hair fluttering above the effigy, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. His condition has indeed improved, thanks to this object. Just a few more months, and he shall regain 80% of his peak strength. At that time, whether it be Harry Potter or that boy who severed my soul, they shall perish. I will make them experience unimaginable agony. They shall die in despair. The roar of the demon echoes beneath the chasm. The weather is about to worsen once again. Chapter 212, Sleeplessness. After the conclusion of the second event, life returns to its mundane rhythm. With the Triwizard Tournament being the most sensational news of the time, Ethan frequently encounters a beetle buzzing about the school. This flamboyant journalist had initially been lurking near Hermione, intending to compose an article on the secretive relationship between Muggles and the world champion. Upon learning of this, Ethan promptly rewarded her with a resounding slap. In a corner of the castle, Ethan grips the neck of Rita, who has now reverted to her human form. I warned you not to impose your repugnant words upon my friend. Ethan coldly fixed his gaze upon her, treating my warning as mere background noise. Did you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? A demon, yet another demon, and a dark one at that. At this moment, Rita's initial thought emerged as Ethan's grip tightened, bringing with it a suffocating sensation. The instinct to evade death compelled her to instinctively twist her head in a futile struggle. But it was of no avail. Just as Rita felt her breath slipping away, Ethan let out a soft chuckle and abruptly released his hold. Coughing and gasping, Rita collapsed onto the ground, greedily inhaling the surrounding air, her eyes filled with unrelenting terror. Get lost. Ethan's voice, devoid of emotion, rang like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Had she hesitated a moment longer, Rita felt she would surely meet Merlin. Crawling and stumbling, Rita regained her feet, transforming once more into a beetle and darting out of the window. Observing her disheveled retreat, Ethan let out a cold snort, yet his brow was furrowed with concern. Recently, his heart had been plagued with a dull ache, an ominous feeling that something was about to transpire. May it not be the consequence of your misdeeds, Tom. It is always calm and serene before the storm. At school, aside from attending classes, everyone engaged in gossip and idle chatter. Notably, after Ethan's previous admonishment, Rita had learned to be more cautious. In that article marked with the name Harry Potter, she had removed all references to those around Ethan and replaced them with names from the Weasley family and Gryffindor. As one of the 7 champions, Harry Potter naturally became the focal point of discussion once again. This was Rita's independent action. Ethan did not comment further. After all, even in his absence, the journalist would still write about Harry. And the reason? Is it because he seems easy to bully? April 4th. The Daily Prophet reports that Crouch is bedridden due to illness, and the secrets behind this are chilling. On this very day, his house elf, Winky, arrived at the castle to inform everyone that his master would not be attending the Triwizard Tournament as a judge. Winky, what has happened to him? Hermione inquired. Looking at the little elf, Winky had a good relationship with her. She was the first to advocate for his freedom, although Winky did not wish to leave his master. This did not diminish Hermione's esteemed position in his heart. Master, he is ill, gravely so. Winky spoke in half-formed sentences, leaving everyone perplexed. Malfoy, finding the elf's demeanor irritating, impatiently remarked, "If you really do not wish to speak, then why are you here? To tease us? No, it's not like that. My master cannot handle them. He has confided all secrets to me, but I cannot betray my master's trust. All right, you may leave." Ethan suddenly intervened, regardless of Winky's consent, directly pulling him out of the library. "What are you doing?" Shan is determined to seek out Granger. "Your current pursuit will only bring her harm. Return at once." Ethan, unwilling to engage further, allowed the elderberry curse to extend from his sleeve, pressing against Shan's forehead. "Go back." Shan, intimidated by Ethan's imposing presence, trembled in fear and nodded before vanishing in an instant. "Ethan, you," Astoria emerged from the library, having witnessed the preceding scene. "You've been increasingly irritable lately. What has transpired?" Astoria gently wrapped her arms around Ethan's waist from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. "If you're truly feeling suffocated, you can confide in me. I am well. I am fine." Ethan's previously taut muscles began to relax as he gazed tenderly at his beloved, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. Astoria, too, sensed this shift, her mind teeming with unspoken thoughts. That night, Ethan tossed and turned in his dormitory, his golden locks in disarray. Alas, another night of insomnia. He refrained from turning on the bedside lamp, rolling over in hopes of resuming slumber. However, the door swung open with a flash of magical light. Due to his recent exhaustion, Ethan remained entirely unaware, or rather, disinclined to turn around. Yet, Woony, perched on the bird stand, observed everything with clarity in the darkness. "It is the mistress." Without uttering a sound, Woonie's eyes darted around before it swiftly took flight, consumed by a singular thought. "I must not disturb the master and mistress as they endeavor to welcome a little master." In the room, Astoria slipped off her slippers, tiptoed to the bedside, and suddenly dove into the covers. "Toria!" Ethan exclaimed in surprise, not turning around but recognizing the visitor by the familiar softness of her form. "Why are you still barreling into me?" he said with a hint of amusement. "You're one to talk. It's all for you." Astoria playfully punched him a few times. "It's rather late. Can't you sleep?" No. Ethan adamantly refused to confess. "Absolutely not." Yes, Astoria smiled. "I can't sleep. May I stay here with you?" It was not the first time. If she wished to come here to rest, could he truly prevent her? Ethan turned to embrace the fragrant softness in his arms, feeling quite joyful. As the night deepened, "Good night." "Good night, Toria." Days passed, and ever since that evening when Astoria came over, Ethan's insomnia had significantly improved. Thus, he shamelessly invited Astoria to spend every subsequent night in his dorm. There were pros and cons. Their affair was not concealed from everyone. In fact, Astoria's roommates were well aware of it. Consequently, whenever Ethan appeared before them, they could not help but stifle their laughter. Indeed, it is quite delightful. In the future, you shall have a devoted wife, and I am pleased for Crumb. You too. Strive diligently during the summer to settle matters, shall we? Ethan remarked. "Oh, certainly, we have already conferred on that. Let us hope that no absurdities will transpire by the end of this term," Ethan murmured, casting his gaze towards the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 213, Project 3. As June 24th approaches, the spirits of all the champions have noticeably relaxed compared to the tension of the previous two projects. The final task is an obstacle course, which sounds significantly simpler than the first two. In fact, the second task was already less complex and safer than the first. On the day of the competition, the Slytherin table was laden with a plethora of delectable food, much of it sourced from the students' own snacks, saturated with sugar to the point of excess. Even without an additional 3 spoonfuls, on Ethan's table, a conspicuous pyramid of greeting cards stood out, upon which rested a paper crown, unadorned yet surpassing the diadem of Ravenclaw. The dining table also bore a copy of the Daily Prophet, ensuring that each house remained abreast of current affairs. Today's headline remained captivating: Harry Potter distressed, emotions unstable. The scar on Potter's forehead has begun to ache again, which piqued Malfoy's interest, as he always found that lightning scar on his forehead rather peculiar. In truth, he was indeed correct in his musings. This is not a favorable development. Ethan gulped down his juice and shook his head. Indeed, that is true, Malfoy nodded, placing the newspaper before Ethan. Look here, Malfoy pointed to a line. The Savior's scar has begun to ache again, a remnant left by the Dark Lord, which is significantly linked to his disappearance. Does this imply he is regaining strength? Simultaneously, as the Savior, Potter possesses the Parseltongue that the Dark Lord held. Does this mean the Savior will embody all the traits of the young Dark Lord? The journalist has almost deduced half the truth, Malfoy expressed with astonishment. He knew the Dark Lord had not perished, but that was Ethan's assertion. For the journalist to arrive at such conclusions without any guidance is indeed impressive. Ethan smiled subtly, offering no response, as a piece penned in accordance with his thoughts held little intrigue. Certainly, some of the facts were drawn from his words. Yet the speculation regarding Harry was beyond his concern. One could only say that Rita still harbors a fondness for Harry Potter. Suddenly, at that moment, Professor Snape approached him from the faculty table. Ethan, after breakfast, gather in the conference room adjacent to the Great Hall. Is there something amiss? Ethan inquired. Yet, scarcely had the question left his lips than he regretted it. Indeed, in front of so many, even if he questioned Snape, the latter would not respond. Events often unfold in unexpected ways. Professor Snape, for the first time, explained that there was indeed a matter at hand. The relatives of the champions had been invited to witness the final match. I suspect old Tom is now adorned in his finest attire, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Oh, how delightful. Malfoy gazed on with palpable envy, wishing it were his own kin in that esteemed position. In such a scenario, he could silently declare to his father, I have matured. As the hall gradually emptied, Ethan ventured alone into the meeting room. Upon pushing the door ajar, he beheld Cedric conversing with his parents in the doorframe. Krum and his family were engaged in hushed discussions in Bulgarian at the far corner of the room, which left Ethan somewhat perplexed. Fleur, alongside her sister and mother, chattered incessantly, embodying a witch who appeared cold on the outside, yet warm within. Little Gabrielle waved enthusiastically at Ethan, or perhaps at her idol, who, alongside Krum, held the admiration of countless young people across Europe. Harry's relative was none other than Mrs. Weasley. Today, our dear Tom could be described as exceedingly dapper, though perhaps a shade less so than Ethan. Huh, little Ethan, are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Tom's smile was unwavering as he showcased his attire. What do you think of this ensemble? Today, he donned a flowing black robe reminiscent of ancient styles, wielding a gem-studded staff, a cherished relic from his youth, which he had long hesitated to utilize. In his own words, such a precious staff could fetch a fortune in galleons, and he wouldn't dare risk its value by carelessly allowing it to be marred. Ethan was indeed astonished. Tom looked splendid, just as he did in his younger days. Of course, you understand me well, young lad, Tom chuckled, polishing the gemstones on his staff. You've grown and gained some confidence, haven't you? For the first time, Tom felt the swift passage of time. That porcelain doll who once soaked him in the bath now had a fiancé, and old Walker could rest easy. For the remainder of the day, Ethan and Tom strolled through the castle, exchanging stories to pass the afternoon. They later returned to the hall for dinner, where everyone appeared in high spirits, as this was a particularly special year. Fudge made an unprecedented appearance as the final award presenter for this competition. The dinner was more lavish than usual, though Ethan refrained from indulging excessively. After all, the offerings were quite repetitive, and no matter how sumptuous, they could become tiresome. As the golden hues of the sky surrendered to a dark purple twilight, Dumbledore rose from the professor's table, signaling for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I shall invite you to the Quidditch pitch to witness the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. For now, champions, please accompany Mr. Bagman to the field. Good luck. Little Ethan. Oh, I shall return with the trophy. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, the atmosphere had transformed entirely. A towering hedge, standing at 20 feet, encircled the perimeter of the grounds, with a gap before them marking the entrance to the vast labyrinth. The surrounding area was devoid of illumination, as the moonlight failed to penetrate the narrow passage enclosed by the hedge. After 5 minutes, the stands began to fill with spectators, quickly becoming a vibrant throng. Tonight, the sky was clear, unmarred by clouds, and the stars glittered brilliantly above, poised to witness the emergence of the champion. We shall patrol outside the maze, Professor McGonagall announced to them. Should you encounter any difficulties and require assistance, fire a red flare into the sky. We shall come to your aid immediately. Do you understand? The warriors nodded in affirmation. Bagman stepped forward, his voice resonating. Ladies and gentlemen, the final contest of the Triwizard Tournament is about to commence. Before we begin, let us review the scores. Ethan Walker with 100 points, currently in the lead, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Victor Krum. Now, I invite the contestants ranked 1st through 7th to enter in order. First up, Ethan Walker, beep. Ethan, within the confines of the hedge, heard the 7 beeps, including his own. The hedge posed no constraint for him. Should he wish, he could swiftly navigate through the ethereal mist lingering above. With the serpent yet to emerge, he decided to proceed cautiously. The path ahead was long, and Ethan leisurely strolled along the correct route, occasionally feigning wrong turns to encounter a few creatures. The blast-ended script posed little threat, being mere textbook creatures that he could easily subdue with a simple spell. During this time, Ethan encountered Cedric, who appeared flustered and was emitting smoke. Hagrid's blast-ended script. He exclaimed, "It's so difficult. I barely escaped. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ethan replied, waving his wand to tidy Cedric's robes. "Oh, thank you." Cedric had no time to linger, though he knew he might miss out on the championship. He still embodied the spirit of sportsmanship, giving his all and leaving no regrets. Some might call him overly amiable, yet Ethan pondered when the term nice guy had become a pejorative. "Good luck, Cedric," Ethan called as he watched Cedric hurriedly depart, continuing on his own path. He refrained from warning him of the dead end ahead. If Cedric were delayed, even slightly, he might indeed brush shoulders with death. 3 minutes later, Ethan arrived at a foggy expanse. Coincidentally, Harry was there as well. "What are you doing here?" Ethan inquired. "Fleur, it's Fleur. I just heard her scream coming from the mist," Harry replied, urgency evident in his voice. Oh, how dreadful it is that Ethan recognizes the falsity, yet he remains silent. Harry, too, is in need of transformation. Observing Ethan standing resolutely in place, Harry, emboldened by determination, charged forward. Alas, Ethan, without uttering a word, could only exhale a sigh. He then lifted his wand and gently pointed it at the mist, uttering the incantation, "Mirror Flower, Water Moon." In response, the ground began to freeze, and a passage was carved through the once encroaching black fog. Ethan stepped into this newly formed corridor, feeling the very fabric of space twist, causing his head to bow downward. However, as he placed his other foot within, the enchantment of Mirror Flower, Water Moon was triggered, and he found himself upright once more, as if nothing had changed. Amidst the fog, an outsider intervened in this contest. Ethan approached a location near the exit, where a creature awaited him. The Sphinx, resembling a fearsome lion, acknowledged him with a rasping voice. "Thank you, young sir. I do appreciate such a description. However, you must solve my riddle to pass. Otherwise, you will face my wrath. Of course, should you choose to depart now, I shall not harm you. Proceed." Ethan seated himself in the middle of the path. The Sphinx, perched upon its hind legs, unfurled a piece of parchment and recited. "First, consider what being always wears a mask, acts in secrecy, and spins tales of deceit. Then tell me what is constantly mended, the center of the center, the end of the end. Lastly, when words elude you, which sound often escapes your lips. Now, weave them together and answer me. What creature do you hesitate to kiss?" Answer: L. Spider. Ethan recalled the answer from the original text. The Sphinx chuckled warmly, rising and shifting aside. "You may enter." "Thank you," Ethan mused, perceiving this challenge as the simplest of hurdles, for no condition could be more straightforward. He arrived at a fork in the path, when suddenly, the voice of Woony resonated in his mind. "Master, you cannot proceed any further." "Why?" Ethan furrowed his brow. "That trophy emanates a strong spatial disturbance," Woony urged. Understanding dawned upon Ethan. The trophy had been fashioned into a key. "Do you comprehend?" "I have always known," Ethan replied. "Voldemort's condition is improving, and you are aware that I shall inevitably confront him. This presents a fortuitous opportunity." Every plan lay within Ethan's foresight. Prior to the contest, he had penned 3 letters, dispatched to Dumbledore, the late Tom, and the Astoria family. "Be cautious." A sudden voice interrupted Ethan's reverie, prompting him to hasten forth. Cedric was closest to the trophy, followed closely by Harry, with Ethan in third position. It appeared they had arrived at this juncture. A colossal spider lunged towards Cedric, who was instantly sent sprawling, his wand slipping from his grasp. Harry seized the wand, albeit in a daze, and cast a spell that struck the spider's immense, ebony form. However, magical creatures like spiders possess a formidable resistance to enchantments. Unless one employs spells that inflict physical harm, such mental incantations are akin to hurling a mere stone at them. The spell inflicted no damage, but rather provoked the spider's fury. Enraged, the spider accelerated, its barbed legs poised to strike Harry. In a moment of panic, Harry unleashed a flurry of spells with reckless abandon. Stupefy, obstacle, stupefy, stupefy. Observing the chaos, Ethan decided to take action, with his remarkable physical prowess. He swiftly approached the spider's range of attack. Defendo. With a flourish, 3 successive blades of air sliced through the air, landing squarely on the spider's abdomen. Screech. The spider roared, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ethan, not one to hold back, unleashed his most lethal attack. Blue flames erupted from the tip of his wand, and under his command, the fire took on a sentient quality, ensnaring the spider and swiftly engulfing it, consuming and refining it until it was reduced to a cloud of ash. Only then did Harry exhale in relief. "Thank you," he said to Ethan. "It's nothing. Let us check on Cedric," Ethan replied. They hurried to Cedric's side, where Ethan examined his injuries, finding no serious harm, just a concussion from the impact. With that, Ethan cast a spell to rouse Cedric. Cedric groggily awoke, only to immediately spring up and shout, "The spider! It has been vanquished." By Ethan, Harry stammered, feeling a pang of uncertainty about how to explain the incident to Hagrid later. "Thank you for saving me." Cedric expressed his gratitude, realizing that without their intervention, he would likely have perished. Ethan returned Cedric's wand to him. "I'm glad you're all right." The trophy. Harry pointed hesitantly at the prize ahead. Chapter 215. Ambush from all sides. When the matter of the trophy's ownership arose, a silence enveloped the 3. Given the circumstances, Cedric, who had been in the lead, was undoubtedly the rightful recipient. Yet, the sudden appearance of the spider was undeniably part of the competition. Harry had saved him. Logically, Harry also deserved the trophy. Ultimately, however, Harry had succumbed to the spider and had to rely on Ethan's aid. It was indeed a tangled situation. None wished to voice their thoughts first. Whoever conceded the trophy would only allow one of the two to claim it. In contrast to Cedric and Harry's awkwardness, Ethan remained unfazed. According to his own design, the trophy was destined to be his and his alone. Although this may affect their friendship, Ethan firmly believed that they would eventually comprehend his thoughts. Once clarity was achieved, he intended to request the trophy, but at that moment, an unexpected visitor approached them, presumably orchestrated by the spider. Since you cannot decide who shall claim the trophy, allow me to assist you in making that determination, he cackled. Ethan quickly drew his wand and cast several fire spells behind him, one of which soared into the sky. Ah, Walker, I have long anticipated your moves. The cloaked figure laughed maniacally, as if to ensure that everyone understood his villainous nature. Seizing the opportunity while Ethan was casting, the dark figure snatched the trophy and leaped into the midst of Ethan and his companions, ensnaring them. Ethan's pupils constricted, a familiar sensation washed over him. Instinctively, he aimed to kick Cedric and Harry, but it was too late. The three felt a tugging sensation behind their navels, their feet lifting from the ground as they clutched tightly to the Triwizard Cup. The wind howled around them, and a kaleidoscope of colors swirled by. In the graveyard of the Hangleton Gaunt family, a rift opened in the sky, and the four of them tumbled down like scattered beans. Ah! Ethan landed atop Harry, sustaining little injury himself. Where are we? Harry finally relinquished his grip on the Triwizard Cup and instinctively looked up to inquire. Cedric, now regaining consciousness, remained silent, for he found himself witnessing a standoff between Ethan and the cloaked figure. Who are you? Where is Tom? Ethan restrained his fury and demanded. Ah, the master shall return. You cannot escape, Walker. The dark figure cackled maniacally. In an instant, he raised his wand and shouted, Avada Kedavra. Ethan, fueled by rage, retaliated, unleashing tremendous magical energy that shattered the dark figure's wand, the green light striking him squarely in the forehead. The cloaked figure's eyes widened in disbelief. He yearned to utter the words impossible, yet his lips refused to move, his soul dissipating swiftly, taking that sentence with him into the embrace of death. Ethan exhaled deeply, turning to face the two who stood frozen in shock. Ethan, Cedric uttered, struggling to comprehend. His once amiable junior had now taken a life, employing one of the three unforgivable curses. Though Harry had witnessed Ethan use the killing curse in their first year, the current Ethan was undeniably terrifying. His crimson eyes rivaled the blood moon, glistening yet harboring lethal intent, resembling a pair of gemstones stained with blood. His expression remained devoid of emotion, as if taking a life were as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. You. Ethan's lips parted slightly. Harry and Cedric instinctively retreated a couple of paces, uncertain whether Ethan intended to turn his wrath upon them as well. In truth, they had contemplated such thoughts, only to awaken to reality the next moment. Ethan would never turn against his classmates. He was a figure worthy of their trust, they both mused. With a heavy sigh, Ethan suppressed his growing agitation and explained, This is a key to a door. We have been ensnared. Draw your wands, for we are about to face a fierce battle. Although he could teleport them back using apparition, he was disinclined to do so. After this outing, he had no intention of returning to the castle or resuming classes in that place. He needed to retreat into the shadows, transforming his passivity into initiative. Everything must begin to take shape from this point onward. Otherwise, one might wonder how a mere figure in a black cloak could outwit Ethan. Without a doubt, that black-cloaked individual would meet his demise within the castle. This plan had taken an unexpected turn with the addition of two more participants. Only a select few were privy to his scheme: Dumbledore, the Astoria family, and Old Tom. The former was to provide covert support, while the latter two were kept in the dark to spare them worry. Thus, the current situation necessitated a powerful surge of magical energy to reactivate the key, transporting the two of them back, completely and unscathed. This plan would not require sacrifices. Ethan was not Dumbledore, nor did he wish to manipulate the lives and fates of others. Stand behind me and heed my commands, Ethan declared with authority. This is not a discussion, it is an order. At his words, Cedric and Harry exchanged glances and replied in unison, All right, we will follow your lead. Age was no longer a factor. As the saying goes, the adept take precedence, and the strong possess privileges of their own. A chilling wind swept through, reigniting the sensation of being watched. The three stood back to back, wands firmly in hand, surveying their surroundings. Ethan, do you know where we are? Harry asked, taking a moment to inquire. Little Hangleton, the graveyard of the Gaunt family. Gaunt family. Ethan's lips curved slightly. The ashes of Voldemort's father lie beneath our feet. What? Harry's mind struggled to comprehend, and Cedric's wand trembled noticeably. Then Voldemort Ethan spoke in a hushed tone, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. He is coming. He approaches. Harry lowered his wand slightly, glancing at Cedric, who returned his look with a resolute expression, silently conveying a decision made. As the dark clouds were dispersed by a gentle breeze, the moonlight gradually illuminated the ground. There, upon a gravestone, stood a slender figure, curvaceous in all the right places, well, perhaps with a touch of rotundity. However, this fleeting glimpse caused Harry's scar to throb violently, and he clutched his face with both hands, his features twisting in agony, as if his head were about to explode. The pain was unbearable. Hello, everyone. It has been quite a while since I last communicated here. The conclusion of this book is anticipated by the end of the month, and the grand battle is about to commence. There will also be additional chapters to fill in the gaps from earlier, as it seems there are numerous loose ends that I have momentarily forgotten about. Chapter 216, Fierce Battle. Resurrection. Harry knelt on the ground, his wand slipping from his grasp. This sight horrified Cedric, who quickly crouched down to check on Harry's condition. A sharp, high-pitched laugh escaped her lips. Bella's brow furrowed, sensing that matters were taking a turn for the worse. Underneath the gravestone, a surge of magical light erupted, emanating from that very spot. Upon receiving the command, Bella waved her hand. She did not initiate the attack herself. But the surrounding bushes began to rustle, and a flurry of sounds emerged from within. Avada Kedavra. A voice called out first, followed closely by others. Dozens of killing curses rained down upon Cedric. Having lived a sheltered life, he was unprepared for such an onslaught. Although he was one of the 7 champions, was he truly to be eliminated so easily, merely deemed an inconvenience? A glimmer of despair flickered in Cedric's eyes. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. He thought of his parents, his teachers, his classmates, and Cho. In that instant, Cedric glanced at the 2 people beside him. If his death could grant them a sliver of hope, then it would be worth it. Ethan, quickly hide behind me. Cedric struggled to rise, but Ethan pressed him back down firmly. I'm sorry for involving you in this. You must return to the castle, back to your rightful life. Ethan's wand glowed brilliantly as he declared, all curses cease. He thrust his wand into the ground, and a golden barrier rose before them. Bang, bang, bang. The green killing curses struck the golden barrier, the sound reverberating throughout the cemetery. To an uninformed observer, it would seem as if a good soul had met their end. You again, Walker. Bella gritted her teeth, glaring at the greatest obstacle to her master's resurrection. If it weren't for the order that forbade her from harming him, Voldemort's grand design must not be disrupted. You lot, go capture that boy. Bella shrieked madly, pointing at Harry. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. No matter how powerful Ethan's abilities were, the limitation of magical reserves posed a significant issue. To be on the safe side, Ethan had no choice but to rely on Cedric to protect Harry. Leave it to me, Cedric said resolutely. Yet, beneath it all, Ethan noticed his wand trembling uncontrollably. Do not worry, it will be fine. Ethan smiled gently, then turned to sheath his wand and drew forth the poison dragon dagger from the system. At that moment, the witch's cloak shimmered brilliantly as various curses and dark spells whizzed past his attire, striking outwards. Ethan instinctively glanced at the longevity ring adorning his index finger, silently hoping it was not a mere counterfeit. No one dared to act against Bella, who had personally entered the fray, her target being Harry. In her eyes, Cedric was an annoying hindrance, while Ethan was akin to a stone, impossible to eliminate yet perpetually obstructing her path. As for Harry Potter, he appeared to her as a lamb awaiting slaughter. As she spoke, Bella apparat behind Cedric. Ethan, preoccupied, wielded his dagger with lethal precision, each strike intended to kill until, at last, a Death Eater blinked furiously at him, prompting his cessation. In a flash, he appeared beside Cedric, casting the killing curse. Ethan's incantation collided with Bella's, sending Harry, caught in the latter's grasp, gasping for breath. Release him, Cedric exclaimed, raising his wand towards Bella. Disarm you. With a whoosh, the disarming spell struck Bella squarely, sending her and her wand flying, while the killing curse detonated in the air. Harry Potter. Bella, undeterred by her injuries, cast a sharp spell from her wand. The tip slicing through Harry's arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The events transpired in a heartbeat. Bella held her wand against Harry's throat while simultaneously collecting his blood in a vial. Only when the vial was half full did she hastily toss Harry aside. Ethan, witnessing this, swiftly moved to Harry's side. Meanwhile, Bella had returned to her original position by the gravestone. In pain, Harry suddenly regained consciousness, and after administering 3 vials of blood-replenishing potion, Ethan successfully staunched the wound. Tom Riddle. Bella offered no reply, and the remaining Death Eaters dutifully shielded her in their midst. However, their numbers were noticeably reduced by a third, a testament to Ethan's handiwork. His dagger still dripping with blood. In an effort to safeguard both himself and Harry, Ethan refrained from further attacking the Death Eaters. Bella tapped her wand against the bottom of a cauldron, igniting a crackling fire beneath it. The cauldron, absurdly large, was filled with water, capable of accommodating an entire adult. A great serpent slithered into the shadows. Ethan sensed that Voldemort's essence was more potent than it had been during their first year, completely unharmed, yet lacking a corporeal form. The liquid within the cauldron heated rapidly, beginning to boil and erupting with sparks, as if ablaze. Alas, it must come to this. Damn Arthur. He has the means to restore me to my former self, yet all I receive is a mere restoration of my spirit. And the rest I must achieve on my own. Master, it is ready, Bella stated respectfully. Come forth, she commanded. In response, she retrieved from her satchel a grotesque, slimy creature devoid of visual semblance, its scaly body lacking a nose, resembling a juvenile version of a plug for its nostrils. Ha ha ha. Wait until I regain my strength. The grotesque creature was cast into the cauldron, its soft, flabby body sinking completely beneath the surface. Bella began to spiral into madness. Waving her wand at the night sky, father's bones, unintentionally sacrificed. They can bring your son back to life. The grave beneath her cracked open. A wisp of dust summoned into the air, gently descending into the cauldron. The vessel filled with a diamond-like liquid shattered, sparks flying and hissing. The vibrant blue clearly indicating its deadly nature. Ha ha ha. The flesh of the servant willingly offered. With that, Bella summoned the corpse just slain by Ethan using a levitation charm. It can resurrect your master. She swiftly severed the head from the lifeless body and tossed it into the cauldron. Plop. The crisp sound echoed as the cauldron erupted in a spray of blue droplets. Soon, the potion transformed into a fiery red, emitting a brilliant light that shot forth, piercing through the crowd and into Harry's eyes. The blood of the enemy, forcibly offered. It can bring your foe back to life. With this proclamation, Bella poured the entirety of Harry's blood from the flask into the cauldron. The cauldron boiled violently, seemingly on the verge of explosion with just one more glance. Moments later, the sparks extinguished, a dense white steam began to rise, and through the mist, a figure of a man slowly emerged, tall and slender, his body entirely covered in scales. A raspy voice emanated from his lips as Bella reverently adorned him in fine garments. Until the smoke dissipated, those furious crimson eyes, accompanied by his flat, serpentine nose. Return once more. Voldemort had resurrected. Chapter 217, No Turning Back. As Tom regained his form, instinctively he shifted his gaze away from Harry, beginning to inspect his own body. His hands resembled pale, elongated spiders, delicate yet striking, devoid of any color. Apart from blood and flesh, there was no other bodily tissue, such as hair or nails. But did this affect his joy? Not in the slightest. A madman must embrace the essence of madness, having endured over a decade without a physical form. Every inch of flesh and blood now felt immensely precious. Tom raised his hands, flexing his fingers, unable to conceal the delight on his face. The great serpent had inexplicably returned, flicking its tongue in and out. I am back. Voldemort meticulously admired his creation, the dark mark emblazoned on Bella's arm. Welcome back, Master. This fervent assembly comprised undoubtedly of Voldemort's most loyal followers from the past. Their minds had long been warped by his rhetoric, akin to a cult encouraging self-immolation for the attainment of ultimate prowess. As for whether they might reconsider their allegiance, Ethan and Dumbledore had already provided the answer. They were beyond salvation. Voldemort shifted his gaze to the trio. Harry Potter, Walker, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly. Hee. You stand upon the remains of my father, he rasped, a mere muggle and fool, much like your mother, Harry Potter. She is not. Harry shouted hoarsely, enduring the sharp pain in his forehead. I will not permit you to defame my mother. Foolish, simple-minded boy, if it were not for your meddlesome mother, I would not have descended to such depths. Voldemort's mind was clouded, his will spiraling into madness. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. Every mention of Lily filled him with a desire to rend her to pieces. And you, the boy from the Wokers, huh? Voldemort's disdain for Ethan was palpable. Today, you have fallen into my hands. Even if I cannot kill you, I shall make you feel the agony of the Cruciatus curse. Do you not delight in seeking my Horcruxes? Go ahead, search. As he spoke, Voldemort cast aside all remaining Horcruxes, save for Harry and Nagini. I must thank that fellow for helping me extract the last remnants of these worthless trinkets. The Hufflepuff cup, the gaunt ring, they have lost all their former glory. Mere rusted iron devoid of distinction, inferior even to some muggle trinkets. Voldemort absorbed the remaining Horcruxes. That man named Arthur had used these items to restore his soul. Ethan suddenly connected all the events and reached a conclusion. Voldemort was not the true terror. The real threat lay with the puppet master. But he neither sought to kill me nor targeted me, yet he assisted Voldemort. Why? How about we send the troublesome ones on their way? And then I take the two of you back? Voldemort suggested, stroking his smooth, shiny head. Though he posed the question, once he finished speaking, the Death Eaters began to close in slowly. Voldemort himself seized Bella's wand and stood face to face with Ethan. The distance between them narrowed to about 10 meters. Voldemort remained still, and the Death Eaters, as his subordinates, dared not move, standing behind him, their presence imposing. Walker, Voldemort rasped, you remind me of myself in the past. We were once the children spoken of by the professors. Just as Voldemort was about to sink into his own performance, Ethan chuckled. I'm sorry, but I am also one of those children now, and you are merely a despised rat. Voldemort's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. You ignorant offspring shall soon pay for your arrogance. With that, he waved his wand. Avada Kedavra. Seeing this, Ethan's lips curled into a slight smile, quickly suppressed. At last, you've fallen for it, you noseless creature. Avada Kedavra. Ethan felt the surge of magical power within him, casting a killing curse that matched Voldemort's. The two green beams of magic erupted in the air, creating a powerful clash. Ethan's momentum steadily ascended, a striking contrast to the earlier confrontation with the Death Eaters. How is this possible? One of the Death Eaters widened his eyes, unable to fathom that a mere child could rival their master. Another Dark Lord? No. Given his modus operandi, it was evident he belonged to the shadows. Damn Walker, he's playing with us. Bellatrix's silver teeth clicked together, yearning to take on Walker in a fierce battle. Voldemort felt the sting of humiliation. How dare a mere child contend with him at the zenith of his power? Enraged, Voldemort drew upon the dark magic within him, the green light shifting from a stalemate to gradually encroaching upon Ethan. Should he fail to withstand its impact, not even 100 souls would suffice to endure the consequences. It was time, Ethan thought, as he sensed their attention fixated on the magical glow. His left hand subtly curled. Buzz. From a distant corner, the Triwizard Cup was summoned to him, an incantation performed wandlessly. Harry, Cedric, you must flee, Ethan shouted to the two behind him. Under Ethan's control, the Triwizard Cup collided with the green light. Crack. In an instant, upon contact with the magical energy, the cup was shattered by an overwhelming force, sending both Ethan and Voldemort staggering back several steps. The green light dissipated, revealing a passage suffused with spatial energy, which began to constrict. The onlookers were still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Hurry! Ethan grasped the bewildered pair, propelling them upwards with a kick. Once again, they experienced that sensation as Harry and Cedric felt their navels being tugged. Cedric attempted to break free, wanting to drag Ethan along with him. But just as he regained his senses, Ethan had already drawn the Gryffindor sword and charged forward, claiming several more lives in the blink of an eye. Ethan, hurry up! Cedric exclaimed, panic rising as the spatial passage narrowed. Had Cedric not been bound by the constraints of space, he would have willingly exchanged himself for Ethan in that moment. Walker, don't look back, close your eyes. Move forward. Ethan's voice rang out one last time. Cedric's form gradually vanished into the passage, destined to return to the castle alongside Harry. Chapter 218. A play within a play, a spy within a spy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Harry and Cedric were once again hurled through the air. This time their luck had run dry. Faces downwards, they plummeted to the ground, becoming ensnared in the underbrush. Their noses stuffed with grass fragments, leaving their minds in a haze. Although only an hour had passed since their departure, it felt as though the comfort of their long-established lives was about to be shattered by Voldemort. They struggled to rise from the ground. Yet a pervasive sense of helplessness enveloped them. At that moment, a cacophony enveloped their voices. The sounds of confusion surged from all directions, footsteps, shouts, and discussions. Helplessly, they could only endure their physical discomfort and sit on the ground in silence, their features contorted as if this were merely a nightmare, and reality would soon reclaim them. Suddenly, a large hand grasped Harry, shaking him awake from the turmoil. Harry, Cedric, my child. The Diggory couple pushed through the crowd, reaching Cedric's side. As he opened his eyes, the night sky was adorned with countless stars, and he saw Dumbledore, Cedric's parents, and the Weasley family. The ground trembled as more and more people arrived. He back, Harry murmured, his face pale. What happened? Fudge approached the two, inquiring why they had been missing for so long. We searched everywhere for you, but found no one. Professor McGonagall asked, where's Walker? Cedric, embraced by his parents, spoke with a choked voice. He didn't return. What are you talking about? Snape yelled, gripping Harry's collar. Where's Walker? In the crowd, old Tom sighed, and Dumbledore subtly shook his head. Severus, let him go. Dumbledore placed his hand on Snape's shoulder. Let us discuss this calmly, shall we? Upon hearing this, Snape's trembling hand released Harry, his expression once again cold as he returned to the crowd, compelled by Dumbledore's command. At that moment, Cedric broke free from his parents' embrace and grasped Dumbledore's arm, urgently stating, Professor, you must help Walker. He is in danger. Diggory, could you elaborate on the matter? Dumbledore's tone was as gentle as possible to avoid provoking them further. It's Voldemort. It's him. He has returned. The Triwizard Cup was a portkey. It transported us to a graveyard. The Gaunt family graveyard, Little Hangleton. Oh no. Said, quiet, don't speak. Amos quickly restrained Cedric, attempting to cover his mouth. Dumbledore interjected, Amos. He must convey the source of what transpired. Cedric disregarded their conversation, continuing, Walker fought those Death Eaters alone and managed to bring us back. This statement drained all his strength, leaving him unusually exhausted. Said. Amos exclaimed in shock, quickly supporting the fainting Cedric. Dumbledore crouched down, examining him seriously, and said, Amos. He is fine. He is just exhausted. Let us get him to the hospital wing. Afterward, he turned to Harry. Your wound is still bleeding. You should accompany him. Following Dumbledore's instructions, the professors and ministry officials began to disperse the crowd. Only Astoria and Old Tom remained, the two privy to the truth. Though they were filled with apprehension, the reassuring presence of the gems nestled in their embrace quelled their fears. These gems, crafted by Ethan, contained his very essence. Interwoven with his blood, should Ethan perish, the gems would shatter into ashes. Naturally, they played their parts to perfection, adhering to Ethan's instructions, performing a heart-wrenching display in front of numerous officials. With the correct location secured, Dumbledore convened with the others to embark towards Little Hangleton. Before their departure, Dumbledore appointed several professors to safeguard the students. Severus was tasked with uncovering the traitor within the school, as the key to their predicament could not have simply materialized. Old Tom and Astoria, being kin to Ethan, accompanied the group. Among them, many outwardly consented, yet inwardly hesitated. After all, the resurrection of Voldemort was witnessed by both, and the reality of it was indisputable. The majority were merely in it for the sustenance. None wished to risk their lives. Some even contemplated that when the Dark Lords clashed, they would side with the victor. Disillusionment. Many began their journey towards the predetermined destination near Little Hangleton. In Dumbledore's words, they could not land directly there if the Death Eaters remained. Arriving at the epicenter of conflict would be akin to lambs entering the lioness' den. Little Hangleton was approximately 6 miles from Great Hangleton. In a secluded corner invisible to the Muggle villagers, many materialized out of thin air. Minister Fudge, we are pressed for time, Dumbledore remarked. The Aurors could readily shield these Muggles, yet Fudge's expression was one of utter despondency, devoid of any semblance of joy. Were it not for Dumbledore's wand pressed firmly against his back outside the maze, he would never have acquiesced to such a ludicrous notion. Were they to instigate the final confrontation prematurely? Who would emerge victorious? What was he to do? Such thoughts plagued not only Fudge but the majority of officials as well. Not everyone possessed the unwavering loyalty of a Weasley. The latter's fidelity to Dumbledore was beyond question. Let us depart, Dumbledore declared. The number of individuals present was scant, just a dozen or so, yet that sufficed. Some officials were ineffectual, but so were certain Death Eaters, a balance that rendered them inconsequential. A crowd surged towards Little Hangleton, traversing through various houses until they reached the door of a residence at the heart of the village. The Gunter family, Dumbledore announced. There is no one left inside. Let us visit the cemetery. Perhaps they are there, Diggory suggested. A splendid proposal, Dumbledore acknowledged, narrowing his eyes at the reluctant faces behind him. An excellent suggestion, indeed. I concur. We should hasten our progress. Initially, a few individuals contemplated fleeing, yet they were swiftly overwhelmed by Dumbledore's formidable magic, rendering them breathless. Thus, they unanimously endorsed Professor McGonagall's proposition. In the graveyard, Voldemort had already departed with his Death Eaters. The masked followers removed their disguises, their true identities known to but a few. Suddenly, a dark figure re-emerged, the mask concealing his features, yet faint strands of golden hair were discernible. Chapter 219. The Memory Sphere. Dumbledore and his companions arrived at the graveyard, which now lay barren, devoid of any remnants save for charred earth and splintered wood. The tombstones had long since turned to ash, with only faint outlines of diamond-shaped boards visible. A fierce battle had transpired here, and Professor McGonagall felt an unsettling premonition. The devastation was wrought by a ferocious fire, left unchecked, incinerating the surrounding trees. It appears they have departed, Dumbledore remarked, his tone somber. Let us split up and search for any remnants. At his words, the group dispersed, meticulously scouring the area. Oh, Merlin's foot. This is a severed finger, exclaimed one. What? Old Tom was taken aback. He and Astoria hurriedly approached to investigate. An elderly man's hand was revealed, and after catching his breath, the official spoke. Oh, Flintries. Old Tom's expression darkened. I hope you can manage to finish your thought in one breath next time. Flintries scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. Oh, my heavens. Merlin. This is a skull, still oozing blood. I found an arm as well. By Merlin's eggs, it's a leg. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the graveyard as the group continued to uncover numerous dismembered limbs. Dumbledore's countenance grew increasingly grave. Can anyone elucidate what transpired here? At this moment, Dumbledore harbored doubts regarding Ethan's involvement. Why do you remain in school when you possess such prowess? Were it Voldemort, he would have eagerly summoned his followers to assault the Ministry of Magic by now. This memory sphere. Arthur Weasley discovered an object wrapped in yellow cloth atop a small mound. It was indeed the memory sphere, utilized for recording daily life, capable of video capture without sound. I believe we may witness something significant, Dumbledore remarked with a knowing look. He took the memory sphere, casting a spell to activate it. Reveal the memories. The memory sphere, deep blue in hue, shimmered with starry specks, seemingly encapsulating the entire cosmos. Despite its dazzling appearance, its sole function was to record images, devoid of sound. To entice a broader audience, the creators had resorted to enchantments for embellishment. The stars within the glass sphere began to swirl, projecting an image into the air. The group gathered closely, anxiously watching the scenes materialize from the memory sphere. In the scene, the graveyard is illuminated by flickering magical lights, where a group of hooded figures stands together with Bella. Suddenly, a ripple in space occurs, and Ethan along with his companions is transported there. The narrative is filled with tension, and Ethan's menacing demeanor as he wields his blade sends shivers down the spines of those with ulterior motives present. Shortly thereafter, Voldemort is resurrected, and their dialogue unfolds. Due to the absence of sound, the content of their conversation remains a mystery. However, even the most naive would comprehend that they are merely exchanging trivialities before the battle. As in the Muggle world, villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Arthur Weasley can certainly relate to this sentiment. As Walker engages in a duel with Voldemort, Ethan ensures the safe departure of Harry and Cedric. Alone, he skillfully employs his Enderman transformation, his magical aura radiating brilliantly, while Voldemort casts a spatial containment spell. Ethan's attempts to teleport are thwarted by this peculiar enchantment. Marked by a red card, Voldemort, ever proud, insists on a one-on-one confrontation, and Ethan does not decline, perhaps recognizing that escape is not an option. If he truly desired, his animagus form could swiftly flee, and with this thought, Ethan gains a slight advantage, attacking without reservation. After all, in the end, it is strength that prevails. Fiery Dragon Transformation. Thunder Goddess Path. Various area of effect spells inflict minimal damage to Voldemort, yet cause his Death Eaters to scatter in fear. What? Chivalry? Apologies. But I am neither a knight nor aspire to be one. I seek to be a king. After a brief entanglement with them, Ethan decides against lingering, as his magical energy is nearly depleted, while Voldemort remains in a far superior state. In a moment of decision, he transforms into a Thunderbird, planning a strategic retreat. Unexpectedly, Voldemort unleashes an anti-flight spell and pulls a small voodoo doll from his robe, applying pressure. The fallen Thunderbird begins to thrash, stirring up a cloud of dirt. As the recording reaches this point, it abruptly fills with static, and in the next instant, the image vanishes entirely. Oh, a fissure appears, coincidentally struck by Walker's Thunderbird. As Dumbledore, with his large hands, rubs the crack, lost in thought. Professor McGonagall bows her head, her mood heavy. Astoria remains silent, tightly clutching the gemstone in her hand. Finding solace in the fact that her beloved is alive, she continuously reassures herself, placing her faith in him, yet remains unable to calm her racing thoughts. Old Tom, having endured those dark times, cannot help but worry for his grandson, despite their lack of blood relation. After all, that troublesome boy was raised by his own hand. And to claim indifference would be a lie. He is a seasoned veteran, the kind who has already faced the end, yet when the time comes to perform, he acts with a sorrow so profound it is almost theatrical. This matter, though potentially grave, has been suggested by Dumbledore to be publicized in the newspapers. The secret of Voldemort's resurrection will no longer be concealed. They must unite once more. Many nodded in agreement, though a few hesitated, citing concerns about inciting panic. However, they were swiftly silenced by Dumbledore's compelling argument. Sooner or later, they must confront the truth. Is it not wiser to disclose it early, allowing preparation? What are you all afraid of? Ultimately, the weight of circumstances is formidable, and Dumbledore, seizing the moment to assert himself, insisted on expressing his thoughts freely. After deliberation, they all returned to their respective homes, some officials genuinely fearful of a sudden retaliatory strike from Voldemort. They were comfortable fighting against the Dark Lord, but being embroiled in this conflict could have dire implications for them. The term cannon fodder aptly encapsulates their predicament. The crowd departed in a grand procession, only to return in a scattered manner. Amidst this, Snape could not locate Walker's presence, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Sighing inwardly, he made his way to the headmaster's office, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of the dear headmaster and to report on the traitor. The fewer people who are privy to such matters, the better. Should you speak of it in front of so many, old McGonagall will feign ignorance. Snape understands this headmaster all too well. Chapter 220. The Prophecy Concerning Old Tom. Headmaster, may I inquire why Walker did not return with you? Snape questioned Dumbledore as soon as he saw him. Oh, do not be hasty, Severus. I wish to hear about the traitor first, Dumbledore replied. Snape's brow furrowed tighter, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, but he suppressed his emotions to respond. It was little Barty, disguised as Moody. I administered 3 bottles of Veritaserum to him, the most potent variety. What? 3 bottles? Dumbledore exclaimed, rising in anger. Next time, 1 bottle will suffice. The school cannot afford such lavish expenditures for ingredients. Oh, truly. Anger is a formidable beast. How did he escape from Azkaban? Dumbledore inquired. These were his exact words, Snape replied, producing a parchment detailing every utterance from little Barty. The Dementors are blind. They sensed a healthy individual and a dying one leaving Azkaban. My father secretly brought me out, and I disguised myself as my mother to prevent any prisoners from witnessing the escape. My mother did not survive long in Azkaban. She never forgot to take the polyjuice potion, and when she died, she still bore my appearance, leading to her burial as me. Everyone believed it was I who had perished. Subsequently, I feigned my mother's demise and orchestrated a mock funeral for the little sprite, with an empty grave beneath. My father sought to conceal me, subjecting me to relentless punishment and control. Once my strength was restored, my foremost desire was to seek out my master and serve him. Long live the pureblood. Lord Arthur will undoubtedly assist in my master's resurrection. At that time, none shall escape. Is that all? Dumbledore picked up the parchment, flipping it back and forth, unable to discern a single character from the seams of the text. Snape's gaze shifted slightly as he remarked, after uttering those words, young Barty took his own life. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief. How could someone so fearful of death choose to end their own life? Who granted him such audacity? Was it the truth serum? Indeed it was. Snape's potent truth serum typically required just 3 drops. How many drops could be contained within a glass vial? Surely, there must be at least 100 or more. When one calculates this, Snape considered this a rather ordinary occurrence. So many others had not needed the truth serum, yet they remained unscathed. After all, the bat knew nothing. He merely acted under Dumbledore's directives. As the moon hung high in the sky, the hour struck 3 in the morning. In the Gryffindor common room, numerous friends connected to Harry awaited his return. He was currently receiving examination in the infirmary. Hufflepuff was similarly affected. Rumor had it that Cedric appeared to be ill, burning with fever, lying on his bed and murmuring to himself, "Do not look back, Walker." The match had concluded without resolution, though the outcome seemed evident. The following morning, discussions regarding the events of the previous night were rife. It was only upon the arrival of the messenger owl that the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Dual Master versus the second-generation Dark Lord and his Death Eater subordinates. The King's Endowment. The next White Lord. I've heard that Dumbledore treats him exceptionally well, viewing him as the next successor. What? 7 or 8 headlines adorned the entirety of the newspaper. This edition's content had been entirely expunged, leaving only these statements. Simultaneously, videos from the memory orb were featured prominently in the paper, taking up an entire page. Accompanied by a commentary of the battle, the article spanned 3 full pages. The crowd exclaimed that this was undoubtedly the most worthwhile purchase of a newspaper. After all, for such a modest sum, one acquired an impressive stack of paper. And disregarding the content, the mere material itself would suffice to recoup the cost. Of course, this perspective was only applicable in the Muggle world. The magical realm would not fret over resources. These newspapers flew off the shelves upon release, and after reading, one could save them for posterity, transforming into a pile of gleaming galleons a century hence. "Harry, where's Ethan? How could this happen?" Ginny inquired, her eyes reddened with distress. "I find myself at a loss. By that time, I had already returned." Harry appeared despondent. His initial excitement completely evaporated. Heaving sobs, Ginny could no longer contain her tears. Rumor had it that Cedric had returned home, purportedly to recuperate. Headmaster Dumbledore had granted him the privilege of not returning to classes, allowing him to commence his holiday early. The matter of the Triwizard Tournament champion had left all the professors in a quandary. According to the rules, bestowing the title upon anyone seemed inappropriate. Among those brave souls, no one dared to broach the subject. The identity of the champion was known to all, yet feigned ignorance reigned supreme. This oppressive atmosphere demanded a release of its pent-up anguish. The examination period arrived as expected. They chose to momentarily forget their troubles, the corridors resonating with the rustle of pages being turned. After a considerable time, the halls buzzed with discussions. They exchanged answers, lacking any semblance of confidence. The younger students felt no such pressure. They could afford to fail their exams, as their holidays were merely for leisure. After the examinations, the panel of judges unanimously decided to award the championship to Ethan. Due to the trophy's destruction, an additional 1,000 galleons were added to the original prize of 1,000. The trophy, in truth, had been obliterated by Ethan, prompting them all to collectively choose to forget its existence. The total prize of 2,000 galleons was dispatched to Tom's residence. At this moment, the elderly gentleman, now in his 80s, bore no trace of excitement or joy upon his visage. Since returning from the school that day, he had uttered not a single word. The Leaky Cauldron had not welcomed patrons for quite some time, the closed for business sign remaining prominently displayed. Tom had consumed all the drinks alone. Galleons lay haphazardly stacked in a small pile. In the dimly lit tavern, a solitary candle flickered at the bar, casting a glow that illuminated the coins, which twinkled like stars. Tom's cup paused momentarily as he gazed beyond the glimmering coins at the shadow on the wall. It was the silhouette of a galleon, resembling a human head, with the golden light perfectly framing it with a crown of golden hair. Alas, the night thundered with torrential rain, and after this evening, another group of students would graduate, stepping into various roles within the wizarding world. Meanwhile, those who had yet to graduate would soon embrace their cherished holidays. Yet, none of this bore any relevance to one individual. After safely departing, Ethan sent letters to a few confidants, assuring them of his well-being. The handwriting was crooked, hardly instilling confidence in the claim that all was well. Tom gazed into the distance, towards the mysterious east. Had his little grandson arrived there? As he indulged in such ponderings, a sudden knock echoed through the silence. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? Chapter 221. An unexpected visitor. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from outside, only the persistent knocking. Who is it? Old Tom reiterated his previous words within the confines of the establishment. Alcohol dulled the faculties of his mind, and in his yearning for kin, he subconsciously believed that Ethan had returned. Halt. Stand still. Disarm yourselves. Avada Kedavra. The cackles echoed. Outside the doorframe, a kaleidoscope of colors danced, and Old Tom's hand, which had rested on the doorknob, slowly descended. It was not so. Despite having consumed a fair amount of liquor today, the butterbeer was not potent enough to render him befuddled. Horrors, Death Eaters. The more he muttered, the more his inner fury swelled. It was they, this wretched band of half-breeds and phantoms, who had wrought such misery upon this unfortunate child. Clenching his fists, he trembled with indignation. He should have been basking in the affection of his parents, joyfully attending classes at school. All was lost, utterly lost. Old friend, I am sorry. I am the one who has failed you. Old Tom drew his wand from his belt. You vile creatures. The leaky cauldron does not welcome you. He downed a pint of beer from the bar and, staggering with a disoriented gait, kicked open the tavern door with fervor. Bang. Normally, such an act would have caused him considerable regret, but now, nothing mattered. His grandson had been bullied, and as a grandfather, he could not remain silent. After saving for most of his life, what was wrong with being extravagant just this once? When the wooden door was violently thrust open, both factions paused in bewilderment, clearly unprepared for the protagonist of the day to emerge on his own accord. Old Tom, undeterred by their presence, was emboldened by the drink. Even Voldemort himself would not intimidate him today. He squinted, surveying the crowd, then positioned himself beside several aurors, raising his wand without hesitation. Avada Kedavra. Old Tom's assault reignited the flames of battle, and a new round of confrontation ensued. Reappear corpses. A sense of foreboding washed over one auror as he aimed his wand at a Death Eater. Disarm yourselves. Cackles. You old fool. It's unfortunate you have a good child. If you wish to live, come back with us to face Lord Voldemort. Where was Walker? The Death Eaters grew increasingly anxious. They understood that if they failed to bring Old Tom back today, they would incur Voldemort's wrath. Voldemort was a cunning man, and with only 30 or so minions at his disposal, killing them was not an option. Tormenting them would serve to instill a lesson. A session of torturous spells was inevitable. Begone. Old Tom was already beyond reason, disregarding their prattle. Avada Kedavra. In the blink of an eye, Old Tom eliminated yet another Death Eater. All petrified, shattered to pieces. His strength surpassed that of even the aurors. Voldemort. That noseless monster. They all deserve to perish. Adrenaline is indeed a powerful force, and Old Tom has vented all his pent-up frustrations upon this group of individuals. What to do? He has lost his sanity. If we can just hold on a little longer, Lord Voldemort will undoubtedly come to our aid upon witnessing the skeletal patterns. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the Death Eater who had spoken was struck by a curse, instantly reduced to ashes. The thunder rumbled ominously. Alas, the heavens were unkind. A torrential rain began to pour on this fateful night. With their numbers dwindling, the aurors began to suffer casualties. One auror was struck by the killing curse, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, devoid of soul. Old Tom felt a twitch of unease. A wall on the first floor of the bar behind him had crumbled, as surrounding Muggle structures succumbed to the mounting pressure and began to collapse. The rain fell incessantly, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured his vision. The sounds of the world around him faded away, leaving only the roar of thunder and the patter of raindrops. In a sudden jolt, an auror beside him appeared to witness something ghastly. Trembling in fear and taking several steps back, one by one they fell, as if they were dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Old Tom did not hear the incantations, but the flash of green light that whisked past him was all too real. They were dead, all of them. In an instant, goosebumps prickled across Old Tom's skin. The rainwater cascading over him sent a chill through his bones. A tall figure began to approach him from the other side of the dust cloud. At that very moment, the downpour washed away the haze, revealing the figure. He wiped his eyes with his damp sleeve, squinting into the distance. It is you. Avada Kedavra. After the deluge, the entire area fell into a chilling silence. On a ferry bound for the mysterious east, Ethan gazed at the luminous moon above, a tinge of loneliness piercing his heart. He chose not to apparate directly. As Dumbledore had mentioned, Ancient magical prohibitions existed between every region, making direct transit unrealistic. And his disillusionment charm did not possess such extensive range. After all, he was to be away for 3 years, so there was no need to rush. Thoughts of familiar faces flashed through his mind. Dumbledore, I hope you keep your word. A few days prior, Dumbledore had sent him a letter. Walker, I shall have Fudge arrange for Aurors to ensure the safety of Old Tom and the Gringotts family. Once the students return home for the holidays, I will escort Old Tom out of London to join the Gringotts family, where the 2 ladies will head to Beauxbatons as exchange students. Sighing, Ethan prepared to return to his slumber. Just then, a piercing pain began to spread within his heart. How could this be? Hadn't the effigy already been destroyed by the backlash? Pain arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, entirely unlike before. During the encounter in the graveyard, Ethan had sacrificed the elderberry wand to reflect the curse of the scarecrow back upon itself. Moreover, as elucidated by the system, once the curse rebounds, it remains forever unbound. The sensation is markedly different. Could it be a residual effect of the surge in magical power? The system, however, offered no clarification. Such a surge in magical prowess is not a common occurrence. It is undoubtedly the handiwork of the system. The delayed 4th-year gift package was credited during the battle at the graveyard, aptly named the Magical Explosion. This infusion elevated his magical realm from a powerful wizard to the mid-tier level of a magic master. Though it may seem like merely a single significant advancement, the magical energy involved far surpasses that required to ascend from an apprentice to a high-ranking wizard. Beep, host, the pain is unrelated to the system. Unrelated to you, then. Ethan's gaze shifted towards London, his mind drifting back to a year prior in the pub, recalling the murmured words of Old Tom. At that time, he had failed to grasp the full meaning, as Old Tom had not elaborated. Yet now, those words resonated with clarity. Chapter 222, The White Cloud Pub, Host. I can only assist you up to this point. The system thought to itself, acutely aware that Ethan could hardly remember a conversation he and T fully understood. In its bid for a 5-star review, the system had risked everything, subtly implanting memories into Ethan's mind. It could not directly communicate with him, resorting instead to this clandestine method. What are you saying, Reese? Trying to trick me into giving you drinks? Not a chance. Tom, don't speak carelessly. I obtain my drinks through legitimate means, not deceit. Old fool, claiming I have bad luck, yet never specifying when, saying it is just as good as saying nothing at all. Wasting my drink, humph. Bad luck. The old hag's prophecy of a holiday approaches. Old Tom. Ethan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Tom. There was no time for contemplation. The dilapidated pub had taken over his thoughts. Wooney, return. Ethan's hoarse voice barely escaped his lips before he vanished from sight. There was no time to wait for Wooney. He was so eager to reach his destination that he hardly had time to care about anything else. London. The clock struck 5:30 in the morning, with everyone still lost in slumber, and Diagon Alley yet to open for business. Ordinarily, there would be no beggars in the magical world, as wizards, even if they failed to thrive in the magical community, could still maintain a noble status in the Muggle world. Yet, there were those with inflated egos who considered themselves superior to others, disdainful of everything in the Muggle realm. With few worthwhile opportunities in the magical community, this led to the emergence of the homeless, akin to beggars, residing long-term in Diagon Alley. The morning chill at 5:30 was enough to rouse them from their slumber. Crack! Thunderous sounds echoed through the air. The torrential rain continued to pour, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, leaving Shouse, who had long resided in the shadows of Diagonal Alley, restless throughout the night. Merlin's undergarments. It keeps pouring. How can one possibly sleep? Shouse grumbled as he rubbed his bleary eyes. Stop your incessant wailing, you little beggar. He yawned, meandering along the exterior of the shops in Diagonal Alley until he reached the vicinity of the Leaky Cauldron. The news of Old Tom's indulgence in drink had become common knowledge these past few days. Even without conducting business, the throngs of visitors to Diagonal Alley would surely notice Tom behind the bar. I wonder if he is asleep, Shouse mused. He had come here in the dead of night to beg for a drink more than once, and Old Tom always scolded him while grudgingly providing sustenance. As Shouse approached the pub, a pungent mix of earthy and metallic scents assaulted his senses. Ugh! He fought to suppress his nausea, his bare feet sinking into the icy, bloodied water as he approached the pub. He turned back several times to confirm that this was indeed the Leaky Cauldron. Yet, this hardly resembled a pub. It could easily be mistaken for a construction site. How could this be? Shouse's eyes darted as he crouched near the half-collapsed structure, digging into the earth with his hands. This makes no sense. I distinctly remember it being here. Unperturbed by superstition, he pushed aside the dirt-covered bar, half of his body slipping inside. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "Aha! Found it! Found it! Money! Money! Hee hee hee!" Shouse grinned widely, his hands working ceaselessly, pocketing gold galleons one after another. I'm going to strike it rich. Just as he reveled in his newfound fortune, a shadow loomed behind him. the voice tinged with an anguish capable of piercing through one's very soul. Yes, he was striking it rich, but alas, he would never see it again. Who? Which scoundrel dares to interrupt my fortune? So noisy. Ethan's gaze sharpened, his hand swiftly wielding a knife, blood spraying nearly 2 meters high from the severed neck. Drip, drip, drip. Xiao's eyes widened in shock, finally recognizing the figure before him in the moments leading up to his demise. Walker, the boy who even Voldemort could not vanquish. How could I have been so foolish? The Galleons led me astray. Throughout, Ethan had never regarded the vagrant with an ounce of consideration. He was merely a source of misfortune, and now, with his own money, it was time for him to meet his end. He stepped over the still bleeding corpse on the ground, advancing toward the ruins. Each step felt unbearably heavy. Ethan wished time would slow, for he feared facing what lay ahead. Step by step, he cleared the stones blocking the entrance, revealing a figure seated amid the dust in the hall. Ethan's heart raced. Thump, 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 crack, boom. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and at long last, Ethan beheld the elderly figure he had yearned to see. The sound of dripping echoed around him, as large tears overflowed from his eyes, cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Ethan parted his lips slightly, his throat constricted as if obstructed by a bone, rendering him utterly speechless. With a resolute stride, Ethan approached old Tom, the man who had never shed a tear in his life, now unable to restrain his own sorrow. He enveloped the elderly figure in a tight embrace, feeling the chilling touch of his skin. No matter how tightly he held on, warmth eluded him. Why must it be this way? Ethan sought confirmation, grappling with disbelief. Wasn't he it said that traversers could bend heaven and earth to their will? Why then was this his reality? System, show yourself. Only a thread of rationality remained to support Ethan. Ding, host, all of this is traceable. It is a cycle of cause and effect. Nonsense. I am the greatest cause and effect. A glimmer of madness flickered in Ethan's eyes. Walker, Walker. A thought of paradise. A thought of hell. His gaze began to blur, and he felt transported to a realm of bliss. Beneath his feet lay a bed of fluffy clouds, and around him stood edifices crafted from clouds. The agony of loss dulled his senses, propelling him forward, until he arrived at a familiar place, Diagon Alley. The clouds floated serenely, yet the cloud-formed buildings could not deceive Ethan's discerning eyes. He had grown up in Diagon Alley. There was no chance of mistake. Old Tom. The glimmer of hope in Ethan's heart materialized at last. He dashed into the leaky cauldron. Bang! He kicked open the door, the sound echoing akin to that of a wooden door. Tom. He rushed inside, where only a few patrons remained, with old Tom still present. Mom. Dad. Ethan gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, yearning to grasp their hands, desperate to confirm that this was not a mere dream. With a whoosh, Ethan's hand passed through the bodies of old Tom and his mother, a surreal blend of reality and illusion. I don't believe it. He shook his head in denial, then turned to his father, seizing his wine glass and pouring its contents over his head. The liquid, however, genuinely soaked his father's hair. Time slipped away, and eventually, Ethan stepped out of the leaky cauldron, each step laden with reluctance, casting lingering glances behind him. Farewell. Chapter 223. A 3-year pact, the Mask of Sorrow. Thunder rumbled as Ethan retrieved old Tom's lifeless body, bringing it back to the ancestral home of the Walker family. In the backyard lay an expanse filled with gardenias, planted by his mother in her lifetime, as Dick had informed him. In the center of the flower bed rested a dozen gravestones, marking the resting places of generations of the Walker family. Logically, old Tom should not have been interred here. Yet the words of the system compelled Ethan to make this choice. Ding, host, do not grieve. What has transpired is now a fait accompli. Beep, the system returns, granting the host a compensation gift package. Beep, the package opens. Congratulations to the host for receiving a time-limited task. Task title, a 3-year pact. Task content, eliminate Voldemort. To end the killing. Time limit, 3 years. Task reward, 1 chance of resurrection. System, are you serious? A glimmer reignited in Ethan's eyes. He truly could. Beep, affirmation confirmed. Exhaling heavily, Ethan released a sigh of relief. Aside from the small sprite Dick and the misty figure, no one was aware of his return. He had now become a true invisible man, concealed in the shadows. This was indeed good news. Although ultimately Ethan would still have to venture overseas to that simultaneously familiar and foreign Eastern nation, he decided to take a moment to pause, for there were matters that still required his attention. No more sacrifices could be permitted. Bowing his head, he gazed at the blood-stained gravestone, filled with remorse. The individual he referred to was, of course, one of his own. The eternal life ring in his hand shimmered, yet its radiance no longer belonged to Walker. It sought a new master. During that fateful battle, the witch's cloak proved not to be infallible. A fatal curse struck his head. Although the hood shielded the back of his skull, it offered no protection to his face. The curse struck him squarely, piercing his very soul. Fortunately, at that moment, the eternal life ring emitted a glow, pulling his shattered soul back. Otherwise, he would have truly become a deceased traveler endowed with a system. The greatest advantage of this ring was its infinite usability, though each individual could only utilize it once. Rising to his feet, Ethan bowed 3 times before old Tom's gravestone, then unsteadily returned to his chamber. In a corner room on the 3rd floor of the villa, Ethan donned a coat, ignited an oil lamp, and seated himself at the writing desk. Upon the parchment, letters were etched like the scythes of enemies demanding his life. Dear Headmaster, I have heard that you have been quite busy lately. Voldemort has commenced his actions, and the promises you made to me have fallen through. Can I still place my trust in you? Astoria and the others must leave immediately. I hope you can await them at the entrance of the Gringotts family before dawn. Personally escort them away. Lastly, Dumbledore. Ethan's expression remained impassive as he concluded this letter, his patience with Dumbledore reaching its zenith. Knock, knock, knock. An owl flew in, taking the sealed letter away. Ethan could not make an appearance himself. To the outside world, he appeared to be a person of uncertain fate. Thus he had to rely on this means. Once the owl departed, Ethan closed the window and resumed writing. This time, his penmanship softened. Dear Leah, when you read this letter, I will have already departed from this place. I am well now, so please do not worry about me. Trust in your husband. Old Tom has passed away, and I mourn for him, having buried him in the yard of my home. Do not come to pay your respects. Do not seek me out. Stay away from here. Stay away from the Walker estate. Leave tomorrow. Accompany Dumbledore. He will protect you. I trust you are prepared. Within is a gift I intended for you, and I regret that I cannot present it to you in person. There will be future opportunities. May you find joy in Buxbaton. Yours lovingly, Ethan. Mother, there is a parcel. It is from my sister. Albus, an owl has already invaded your office. Feasting at the buffet. Ethan's 2 letters have stirred no ripples within the wizarding world. They are operating in secrecy. Dumbledore, seemingly burdened by guilt over old Tom, skipped breakfast to hasten to the Gringlass family. The Gringlasses had their house elf prepare their luggage early. They harbored no objections to temporarily leaving London, for their daughter's safety is paramount. At platform 9 3/4 today, numerous parents gathered. This summer, there are more coming to fetch students than ever before. Such significant events have left everyone on edge, fearful that they might be the next. Mother, where shall we go for our summer holiday? Be patient, dear. This time we will venture to a distant place. When shall we return? That is not for us to decide. Far away. Harry, do you not find the atmosphere peculiar today? Ron inquired. Harry nodded, sensing it too. I knew it. They are acting as if they are fleeing. No, Ron. They truly seem to be in flight. Harry glanced at the Dursleys, who stood impatiently at a distance, and could not help but remark, if possible, I too would prefer to flee. The Walker household. Zzz crackle. Electricity and sparks danced wildly in the basement of the villa. Master, the firewood has been exhausted. Go chop more. Ethan did not turn, his gaze fixed upon the masks on the forge. Whoosh. The wind in the ventilation ducts wept, the candlelight flickered erratically, and a profound sadness radiated from Ethan, permeating every corner of his surroundings. Dick, concerned for Ethan's emotional state, would periodically rouse him from his sorrow under various pretexts. Just a little more, Ethan murmured. The essence of the basilisk's eyes formed small orbs, combined with magical runestones and serpent bones into a framework. Masks. Masks. They should not merely conceal one's visage. Kill. Eliminate him. My tears. Ancient as the Necronomicon. The curse of Astoria is restrained by the eternal ring. The magical stone, the magical stone. The mask requires energy. It must be embedded in the center of the mask. The time has arrived on the 14th of July. Ding. A wild mask has been discovered. Click to expand for specific functions. Detection reveals that this mask can conceal the wearer's presence, making it exceedingly difficult to detect even when standing directly behind others. The positioning of the eye orbs grants the wearer a clearer vision, enabling insight into the trajectory of magical energy. It can emit a deathly gaze, petrifying and killing the one who meets its gaze instantly. This function is powered by the magical stone embedded in the forehead, allowing the wearer to control its use at will. Shall the host bestow a name upon it? Upon hearing this, Ethan pondered for a moment before murmuring, born from sorrow, let it be named the Mask of Agony. Chapter 224, The Journey. London Port. One of the most historically significant and economically vital port complexes in England, stretches 95 miles along the Thames River, encompassing over 70 specialized terminals, handling a diverse array of cargo from containers to construction materials. Today, Ethan is not a wizard, but merely a crew member aboard a ship. His intention to visit Astoria has considerably waned as he sails directly eastward. As the night waves rage, Ethan reads a letter in his cabin below deck. It is from Astoria, dated the 3rd of August, just yesterday. The content of the letter is simple. She assures him of her safety and shares insights into the culture of her surroundings, along with numerous reminders. Strength. It is still about strength, Ethan mused. Perhaps that distant land will hold a solution. Years ago, Ethan had entertained thoughts regarding magical power. Yet, During the dueling competition, he relinquished such notions, particularly due to the performance of that peculiar wizard from the Flowering Land. As a transmigrator, his initial assumptions were rather naive, believing that the magical practices of the Flowering Land would mirror those of his past life. However, upon reflection, he questioned, if that were true, why would a competitor named Tai be so inept? Why would Xiao Zhang be studying at Hogwarts? This contradicted his earlier beliefs entirely. Regardless of whether reality aligns with his imaginings, he must witness it firsthand. After all, the predicament orchestrated by Voldemort had left him in utter disarray. Ethan found it hard to believe that such a vast and culturally rich nation would lack peculiarities. With this thought, Ethan's fingers curled, gathering a surge of magical energy to swirl in his palm. He felt its power and quality, distinctly different from his former self. The extent to which he could contend with Voldemort in Little Hangleton was due, aside from his own abilities, to Voldemort having just been resurrected. The enhancement of magical power cannot be delayed. Time is of the essence, Ethan sighed, resolving to think no more on the matter as he extinguished the light and succumbed to slumber. Half a month later. Quickly. We have only 2 days to unload the cargo. Amy, Gritton, start up your machines. No slacking off. I am paying you. Bang. The door to Ethan's dormitory was rudely flung open, and a muscular, white man hurriedly entered. Oh, Walker, you can no longer lie in bed. It's time to work. The sunlight was blinding, and Ethan was pulled up by Gritton, squinting as if he might collapse again at any moment. Goodness, there are only 10 minutes left. If you're late, you won't have any money to spend this month. Gritton was well aware of the hierarchy. Since boarding this ship, the captain had reprimanded everyone but Ethan, who was exempt from labor and still received a salary each month. Their dormitories were adjacent, and Gritton felt a certain fondness for the boy, whose eyes often reflected a deep sadness, as if they were kindred spirits. They frequently shared drinks in the evenings. But now that their journey had reached its conclusion, Gritton was uncertain about the captain's reaction. However, as someone who had been through this before, he kindly came to wake Ethan, lest they provoke the ship's master. Thank you, Gritton, Ethan said, shaking his head and forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Oh, come on, Chet, Gritton exclaimed before rushing out without looking back. Ethan picked up the nearby button phone and glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock. An inexplicable smile crossed his face, and he retrieved a lightning wood wand from his spatial pouch, gently waving it. Within a minute, a handsome young man clad in shorts and a tank top emerged from the dormitory. His arms were robustly muscled, with 8-pack abs subtly visible. Ethan, being tall and of a lean physique, exuded an air of nobility reminiscent of a wealthy young master on an outing, even after spending half a month on the ship. It was time to depart. Ethan turned back to glance at the doghouse he had inhabited for the past 2 weeks, now devoid of its former disheveled state. Everything neatly organized. Aside from some mundane clothing, only a few scattered coins and a phone remained. After casting a forgetting spell on the crew and Gritton, he vanished from the spot, reappearing outside the port. Siang Island, the destination of this journey and Ethan's first stop. It was now 1995, and according to the known parallels of history, in 2 years, this island would return to the homeland. Ethan refrained from using magic again, aimlessly wandering the streets. Being a newcomer, he was unaware if there existed any organizations akin to a Ministry of Magic. If discovered, it could cause unnecessary trouble. After all, from Voldemort's words, he knew that a man named Arthur was hiding in the homeland, regaining his strength. Taking one step at a time, Ethan endeavored to immerse himself in the city from a distinctive perspective. He was not lacking in funds. A single gold doubloon in his possession would suffice for a month's expenditure. Ultimately, being crafted from gold, it was also widely accepted here. Soon, Ethan found himself at a seemingly upscale pawn shop. Young man, what do you wish to pawn? Do you accept gold? Without removing his sunglasses, Ethan spoke a flawless Mandarin. The old man was momentarily taken aback, astonished to hear a foreigner speaking in such a manner. 5 minutes later, Ethan emerged from the pawn shop with a stern expression, roughly stuffing a large stack of incense coins into his pocket. As dusk approached, he resolved to seek accommodation for the night. However, unbeknownst to him, in a shadowy corner, a man clad in jeans and a tight-fitting shirt was eyeing the wealth in Ethan's pocket with glimmering greed. Look at that arrogant foreigner, flaunting so much cash. He won't know what hit him, the man thought, stealthily trailing Ethan, his eyes filled with avarice. Ethan furrowed his brow slightly, but continued to walk expressionlessly through the bustling streets. The cacophony of the crowd stirred long-dormant memories within him, causing his breath to quicken. In a daze, he felt as if he had been living in a fabricated reality for years. Perhaps this was merely a dream, yet it felt so vividly real. The road was long, and after nearly 10 minutes, Ethan abruptly turned into a narrow alley. The pursuing man paused for a moment. Then a sly grin spread across his face, convinced that Ethan had walked into his trap. He quickened his pace, muttering, "May the spirit of Guan Yu aid me." But as he entered the alley, before he could even lay eyes on his target, he felt a sudden chill and pain at his neck, and before long, He drew his last breath. Chapter 225. A dish served with a side of discretion? Ethan did not linger in Hong Kong, for it held nothing of interest for him. Perhaps the inland's renowned landmarks would yield some discoveries. He shouldered his backpack, transforming into a traveler, as the crow, now a companion, perched upon his shoulder, escorting him back to the mainland. Along the way, Ethan gradually lost interest in the mundane aspects of the Muggle world. He departed from the bustling city, seeking solace in renowned peaks, temples, and Taoist shrines. The wizards of the Flower Kingdom were elusive, nearly undetectable. Unlike London, Ethan could find no mention of extraordinary events in the newspapers. Weeks passed, and with the aid of the Mask of Pain, Ethan uncovered a faint trace of magic behind Mount Tai. Hurry, first-year students, board this train. Hagrid's voice echoed across the entire platform of King's Cross, aided by a spell. Once the first-year students boarded, the train began to depart. It's always like this, Draco Malfoy muttered, chewing on a sticky, sugary treat as he gazed out the window. Pansy elegantly picked up a biscuit from beside her, savoring it slowly. Oh, where on earth is Ethan? Draco Malfoy muttered to himself, shaking his head, his long legs feeling uncomfortable in any position. I refuse to believe he is dead. No one believed it, yet he still had not appeared. Pansy shook her head, feeling that escaping Voldemort and the Death Eaters was indeed a formidable challenge for Ethan. At that moment, the train suddenly lurched violently, as if struck by some immense force. Draco stumbled, nearly losing his balance, while Pansy's biscuit dropped to the floor. A minute later, Hagrid's voice emerged again, soothing the crowd. Do not worry, everyone. The bridge is merely aged. The journey continues. Returning to their seats, Draco and Pansy exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. An accident? Draco scoffed, turning to Pansy. Do you believe that? Pansy shook her head, saying with profound significance, there is never any accident. Everything is predestined. They both understood that as long as Potter was around, new misfortunes would arise every year. Most often, these misfortunes would befall the defense against the dark arts professor. After the events of the previous year, the students' trust in the defense against the dark arts professor had plummeted to zero. Regardless of whether this year's professor was stern or kind, their faith remained unshaken. Being wary of the defense against the dark arts professor had become their survival rule within the school. Of course, this excluded Professor Snape, who enjoyed an unusual level of trust from all four houses, even Gryffindor. By now, they believed that house points were more valuable than life itself. The train continued its journey as Pansy reclined on the opposite bench. Draco gazed thoughtfully out the window towards the east. His father had shared many words with him during the summer. Voldemort, Ethan, Dumbledore, Arthur. From his father's discourse, it seemed that Ethan had departed from this place, whereabouts unknown. He had only mentioned this to avoid involving Pansy. In the ensuing 3 years, his sole task was to collaborate with Dumbledore as an insider. He loathed this task. If Ethan were here, he would never allow Dumbledore to act in such a manner. One insider, Lucius, was more than sufficient. Yet, Dumbledore did not share this sentiment, and Ethan could not intervene. Under the intimidation of the Dark Lord, Draco's joy began to fade, replaced by the shrewdness and calmness inherited from his father, along with the strength bestowed upon him by Ethan. On the other side of the carriage, in a compartment of Gryffindor, Harry stared blankly as he stuffed Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into his mouth. Even when he encountered some peculiar flavors, he remained unfazed, earning the title of Brave One from Ron. However, one cannot entirely blame him. After all, amidst recent days, a flurry of rumors and conspiracy theories has been rampant, leaving one utterly bewildered as to who is who. The consequence, however, is that Harry has accumulated several nicknames, ones that have become widely known throughout the magical community. Harry, don't pay attention to their nonsensical chatter, Ron comforted him. You are the savior. How could you possibly harm anyone? Yet, despite this, it is true that your fortune has been rather unfortunate. Thank you, Ron, I am aware, Harry replied, concealing his face beneath his hood and reclining on the couch. Oh, well, it's all right. I'm glad you see it that way. Ron responded intermittently to Harry's words, and the atmosphere in the compartment grew increasingly awkward. Unable to escape it, Ron resolved to seek out another topic. Harry, do you know who the defense against the dark arts professor is this year? Who? Harry inquired. It's a woman, an official from the Ministry of Magic, Ron chuckled. Oh, that truly is unfortunate, Harry lamented, his spirits sinking further. I would rather it be Snape than have someone strange entering the castle again. Come finals, don't tell me she's yet another Death Eater in disguise. That's unlikely, Ron scratched his head. Dolores Jane Umbridge. I've heard everyone seems to like her. They often inquire about her parents. At this, Harry's curiosity was reignited. Who is she? The senior undersecretary to the ministry, someone who enjoys imposing rules. How can such a person be liked by others? Harry could hardly believe it. He himself was not fond of constraints. Ron shrugged, who knows? Anyway, my father mentioned that her parents are often inquired about. Beep. Congratulations to the host for discovering a storage ring without an elder. Beep. Wild martial arts manual discovered within the ring. Beep. System scanning in progress. Scan results are as follows. Thunderstorm technique. Refine the body with the power of thunder, temper spiritual energy, and accelerate the enhancement speed of thunder attribute spiritual energy. Do I possess thunder attribute magic? Can I utilize this technique? Beep. The 15-year-old gift package has been issued. Does the host wish to open it? Open. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring thunder attribute magic. Please select a safe location for attribute fusion. Are you looking for a dish to serve? Chill. Ahem, okay. I understand, I comprehend. Ethan glanced at the full moon outside the cave and thought to himself, there is no better time than the present. Resolute. He summoned a massive stone from the open ground outside, sealing the entrance entirely. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated solely by the glow of the lightning wood wand. All right, system. Let us begin. Ethan closed his eyes, mentally preparing himself. Got it. Chapter 226, A Change of Plans. A night passed in silence, leaving only cries of pain. Ethan had not experienced such agony in a long time. Curiously, he had found it somewhat exhilarating the previous night. It seems as though all the sorrows of this period have been forgotten, yet it remains etched in his heart, a reminder not to forsake his original intentions. Ethan wiped away the non-existent cold sweat and softly uttered, Woony. In a flash, Woony appeared before Ethan using the art of apparition. As Ethan's spirit companion, Woony possessed an intellect surpassing that of ordinary magical creatures, akin to that of a house elf. Over the past few days, it had diligently engaged in the study of spells. However, being a magical creature, its innate abilities were limited, and its magical prowess was scant, allowing it to master only the simplest of incantations. Among these was apparition. Though what constituted simple was relative to Ethan's perspective. Gazing at his companion, Ethan thought of his wife far away in Europe. Woony, there is something I need you to do, he said slowly, addressing the big red bird that was preening its feathers. What is it? Woony's little head tilted in confusion, momentarily unable to comprehend. Go to Busbarton and protect Astoria. As he spoke, Ethan approached a boulder, channeling lightning through his palm, pressing down gently. With a crack and a boom, the boulder shattered, sending plumes of dust into the air. Arcs of electricity danced over the debris, refusing to dissipate. Master, I shall take my leave. What will you do? The sunlight streamed into the cave, causing Ethan to squint. I'm fine, this place is quite safe. He stepped outside, with Woony following closely behind. During this time, I have discovered that this land of the flowering family is steeped in mystery. They surely have departments akin to the Ministry of Magic, and their efficiency surpasses that of the ministry itself. Their wizards are scrupulous in adhering to regulations. Yet, it is precisely because of these rules that we must not be too ostentatious here. No one would wish to confront such a vast community of wizards in this great nation. It is safe here, you will protect her, and you may also learn some magic. We do not have ample time to teach you here, do you understand? Ethan exhaled a deep breath, glancing back at Woony, seemingly seeking its opinion. Though nominally a pet, Woony's evolution had elevated its intelligence, subtly altering their relationship into that of partners. Individuals willing to entrust their lives to one another. Thus, out of respect, Ethan symbolically inquired of it. Woony tilted its head in contemplation and suddenly flapped its wings, declaring, Very well, master. Without a second thought, Woony took flight. As it soared through the air, thoughts danced in its mind. Oh dear. I wonder what the kitchen in Busbarton is like. Is it sturdy? Are the ingredients fresh? I suppose I must test it myself. As the willow catkins drifted away and the snow began to fall, with the cicadas ceasing their song and the frost turning cold. In a secluded courtyard deep within the mountains of the middle reaches of the Yangtze River, Ethan sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard. In the corner, new branches have quietly sprouted, while an old vest, hanging on the clothesline in the courtyard, has faded from repeated washings. A full year has passed, and the clothesline is now adorned with creeping vines. The sweltering heat and biting cold have swiftly passed, taking with them time and the essence of days gone by. A fleeting shadow of unattainable solitude flickered in Ethan's eyes, reminiscent of a deity gazing down upon the world they have created, serene as water and elevated above all. Ethan has spent the most mundane year of his life within this courtyard. During this time, he has spoken to no one, save for the 3 daily meals, leaving him with nothing but his solitary practice. Lacking any formal technique, he could only engage in spell casting and physical training, with his magical prowess growing incrementally. However, the tides of time have shifted. He has discovered an alternative cultivation method. Although the Thunderbolt technique promises a swift enhancement of his magical abilities, it subjects him to the daily agony of lightning-infused training, a torment few could endure. The effects of the pain mask have been reactivated. As its name suggests, the wearer experiences unending suffering, counterbalancing the pain, numbing Ethan's senses and enabling him to persevere. Now in September, Draco Malfoy and his peers have entered their 6th year and have already begun classes for a week. Last year, during their 5th year, numerous amusing anecdotes unfolded. all of which Draco eagerly recounted in his letters to Ethan. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Draco visited the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, a testament to the high level of trust placed in him. He candidly expressed his reluctance to visit that dismal place, where he encountered the unfortunate Harry Potter. The two exchanged incredulous glances, neither conceding to the other. Harry could hardly believe that this individual, whom he had always regarded as a Death Eater, could ever find himself there. Moreover, Draco's letters were rife with complaints about the defense against the dark arts professor. It seems a tradition to have peculiar instructors each year, and this year's was no exception. Umbridge imposed a plethora of rules on the walls, forbidding any rowdiness and mandating distance between the genders, even planning to teach the long-standing divination class herself. All of this bore the mark of Fudge, that cowardly man who transformed drastically after news of Voldemort's resurrection emerged. He began opposing Dumbledore's influence daily, attempting to expel everyone around him while strategically placing numerous ministry officials in positions of power to undermine Hogwarts' vital forces. The elderly woman taught no magic during her classes, instead insisting that students focus solely on theoretical knowledge. Undeniably, she would be better suited as an educator in the Muggle world. Furthermore, her authority within the school is absurdly elevated as a result of the ministry's intervention. She serves as a senior investigator at the magical institution. To clarify, this role is akin to that of a high-ranking official in the Muggle Department of Education. The faculty members find themselves powerless against this situation. Yet, where there is a will, there is a way, is it not? Two organizations emerged to exquisitely resolve this dilemma. Dumbledore's army, led by Harry Potter, and the Dark Lord Society, headed by Malfoy. Neither faction was willing to yield to the other, each striving to rally students from within the school. Within the Dark Lord Society, the majority of Hufflepuff students chose allegiance to Malfoy, largely due to Ethan's heroic act of saving Cedric during their 4th year. Additionally, Slytherin, who revered strength, also joined their ranks. Conversely, Dumbledore's army comprised predominantly of Gryffindors, with a modest representation from Ravenclaw. The core members were divided into several groups, embarking on the training of students in both magical arts and defensive spells. Malfoy astutely claimed the Room of Requirement as his own, transforming it into a makeshift headquarters for the Dark Lord Society, while Harry and his companions opted for the Hog's Head pub as their venue for magical instruction. With Ethan absent from the equation, the historical narrative aligned closely with the original text, save for Malfoy's unexpected maneuvers. Ethan's plans underwent slight modifications. He contemplated a brief return to stage a performance. Chapter 227, The Chess Player. Resolute in his determination, Ethan placed his hands on the ground and gradually rose to his feet, the prolonged sitting having left his legs numb. As he spoke, he began to channel a spark of lightning energy through his hands and pressed it against his legs. Instantly, a wave of heightened numbness enveloped him, affirming his father's words. Magic could indeed conquer magic. Once Ethan regained his composure, he stepped into the house. The interior was a harmonious blend of traditional and contemporary elements from the land of the rising sun. The structure was primarily wooden, adorned with the latest furnishings from this era. Progressing further inside, he entered an inner courtyard, surrounded by 4 rooms designated for materials, finished products, failed attempts, and an alchemy chamber. This represented his achievements over the past year, predominantly focused on crafting defensive artifacts. Among his proudest creations was a revolver, more accurately, an enchanted revolver. Its damage potential was akin to that of a standard revolver when aimed at a Muggle, yet its distinction lay in its magical disruption capabilities. Should one attempt to halt a bullet with a spell, they would find themselves facing death prematurely. Furthermore, this was merely the basic version of the revolver, which Ethan named Demon Slayer. Should its efficacy prove satisfactory and time permit, he contemplated creating revolvers imbued with varying elemental attributes. The bullets of this revolver possessed no inherent attributes, yet could be considered to embody all attributes, as they were forged from the wizard's magical essence. Their effects contingent upon the user's magical affinity. Ethan secured the revolver at his waist, donning a witch's cloak that concealed his secret weapon. After gathering the necessary items, he exited the door, the protective enchantment surrounding the premises designed to remain undetected for a decade. With no further attachment to the place, Ethan vanished in an instant, disappearing from sight. He has long since transformed from his former self, now possessing the formidable prowess of a legendary wizard. Although he has only just crossed the threshold into this realm, he is acutely aware that from this moment forth, his odds against Voldemort stand at 63 to 37. With the remaining factor being fate itself, the back-to-school season remains as vibrant and bustling as ever. Yet the vendors in Diagon Alley have noticeably diminished since the fateful day old Tom met his demise. Draco Malfoy accompanies Pansy to procure their potions textbooks. However, Draco does not require one, as Ethan has already sent him the exclusive potions book of the Half-Blood Prince. Potions is a profound discipline, and only those who excelled in their 5th-year final exams are permitted to take it. This, however, is old news. The new potions professor has taken a liking to the renowned Harry Potter and has already proposed to Dumbledore that admission should be granted regardless of grades. A revelation that has yet to reach the student body. This semester, Draco has a far more pressing task assigned by Voldemort to infiltrate and utterly dismantle Hogwarts, culminating in Dumbledore's demise. This endeavor necessitates a particular instrument. Draco ventures alone into Nocturne Alley, no longer the boy he once was. With his father imprisoned, he has assumed the role of the temporary head of the Malfoy family, maturing rapidly under the weight of familial responsibility and the imperative to safeguard his kin. What? Afraid of Death Eaters? No. What power do they possess? Apart from Voldemort, he harbors no fear of those miscreants. Such notions are unfounded. Of course, he must play his part. The fear expected amidst the ranks of those Death Eaters must be convincingly portrayed. Draco relays this intelligence to Dumbledore, who instructs him to act as he sees fit, provided he informs him beforehand, thus enabling their coordinated maneuver, feigning death to lure Voldemort out. The following day, the Hogwarts Express departs once again. Ethan has spent an entire day traveling to Beauxbatons, and after a night of intimacy with Astoria, he hastens back to Hogwarts early the next morning. He must orchestrate a plan. He cannot afford to wait another year. In the original narrative, Voldemort only resurfaced in his 7th year to recuperate. Now, with Voldemort's premature restoration of strength, Ethan cannot fathom that this noseless madman would refrain from assaulting Hogwarts. In the headmaster's office, Ethan dons a mask of anguish, clad in a witch's cloak and hooded. At this moment, no one comprehends his thoughts. This tranquility is unsettling. Half of it stemming from the grotesque mask he wears, a testament to the torment he endured to forge it. Ethan, it has been a year, and I find you quite unfamiliar, Dumbledore remarks. I deeply regret that my earlier miscalculations led to such events. Alas, Ethan responded with a calm demeanor, reflecting, perhaps my choice to trust you was the gravest error I have made thus far. I apologize. No, please do not continue in this manner, Headmaster. Ethan turned back, stating, I believe this performance is better left to your diligent student. I am not swayed by such tactics. So what brings you here today? Noticing Dumbledore feigning ignorance, Ethan decided to be straightforward, saying, let us discuss your plan. By June of next year, I do not wish for Voldemort to be alive. He will act this year, and his targets are both me and Hogwarts. As long as you remain unscathed, he will not dare to launch an overt attack here. Ethan interjected, thus you are orchestrating a ruse of death. Precisely, Dumbledore smiled, yet your assistance is required. Speak. As I have previously stated, I shall be as accountable to them as possible. Dumbledore smacked his lips and continued, Lucius is currently imprisoned in Azkaban. I need you to rescue him to prevent young Malfoy from being coerced into a corner. You need not worry. I shall undertake that task, Ethan replied nonchalantly. There is one more matter. Dumbledore raised a finger. Narcissa, young Malfoy's mother, is also ensnared in this predicament. And what else? Furthermore, I am rather famished. Shall we partake in breakfast together? Upon hearing this, Ethan shook his head, indicating that revealing their whereabouts was ill-advised. Very well, Dumbledore sighed. What a pity. I shall summon a house elf to place food at the office door. How does that sound? On the train. Petrificus totalis. Malfoy gazed placidly at the air above the ground before relying on instinct to remove the invisibility cloak. Pathetic. Do you think this would prevent me from discovering you? Malfoy crouched, scrutinizing this unfriendly acquaintance. You are exceedingly naive, akin to a child who is yet to mature. Back then, I found it hard to believe that someone as ordinary as you could be hailed as the savior, merely for vanquishing Voldemort. Now I comprehend. They merely utilized your name as a vehicle for their own notoriety. How laughable that I once harbored jealousy towards you. With that, Malfoy departed the compartment without a backward glance. Chapter 228, Headmaster of Azkaban. A week after the commencement of the term, Ethan discreetly left the school without disturbing anyone. Azkaban, a place both familiar and foreign. Ethan was already aware of its infamous reputation from his previous life, as it rivaled the notorious Azkaban of the Black family. Aside from the less than favorable environment, everything else was tolerable. Employing the Enderman's ability to apparate, he materialized after several flashes at the periphery of the British Isles. Azkaban Prison, a solitary island fortress in the North Sea, housed many dangerously malevolent criminals, all of whom bore varying degrees of blood on their hands from muggles. The Death Eaters residing in Azkaban were dreadfully few, to say the least. Over the years, one either succumbed to the Dementors or was released by someone from behind. The majority of those remaining here were cast aside by the wizarding community. Lucius was an exception, for he would soon be rescued by Ethan. Ethan produced a parchment from his sleeve, which bore the map of the location of Azkaban Island, provided by Dumbledore. The distance is considerable. Ethan scrutinized the map, making comparisons, and then approached a corner. Whoosh. In an instant, Ethan's figure vanished. Splash. Cough, cough, cough. Ethan plummeted into the sea, and as he resurfaced, he surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing but water. There were no ships, nor even a small island on which to land. With no other choice, Ethan resumed his teleportation. Whoosh. He drew closer to Azkaban, suspended in midair in a free-fall motion. This time, having learned from previous missteps, he teleported once more before making contact with the sea. 5 minutes later, a shadow emerged before Ethan's eyes, structures resembling a castle, shrouded in ominous, dark clouds. It was unmistakably Azkaban. With the target confirmed, Ethan arrived on the island in the next moment. He stood at the island's edge, which was not small, yet the castle loomed disproportionately large, covering the entirety of the island's landmass. The ground beneath Ethan's feet was scarcely a foot wide, a result of years of erosion by the sea. He pressed his hands against the stone wall to prevent himself from falling. Then, he unfolded another map. This one was a floor plan of Azkaban Castle, marking Lucius's location. Notably, this prison blueprint had been acquired from an aura responsible for transporting criminals, obtainable for merely 5 galleons. Ethan teleported into the castle's interior, where the restrictive enchantments could hinder apparition, yet they were futile against the Enderman's abilities. Ethan's purpose for arriving at Azkaban was twofold: to rescue Lucius and to confront the Dementors. Such valuable entities, if not seized amidst the chaos, would present fewer opportunities in the future. Although he could exert pressure through his status, Ethan Walker was not alone. He had a wife, and they needed to navigate the magical world with a respectable reputation, avoiding any infamous notoriety. Ethan brandished his lightning-struck wand, its tip emanating a faint glow. Exiting a derelict chamber, he stepped into the corridor. Suddenly, his ears perked up. The temperature around him began to plummet, rendering the already frigid environment even more unbearable. Instinctively, he moved back toward the wall. In the T-shaped corridor, Ethan lay in wait, poised to ensnare the first unwary soul. There were no aura guards here, only Dementors. Thus, any arrivals could only be Dementors. Beneath their masks of torment, Ethan observed the potent essence of souls drawing ever nearer. In the next moment, just as the 2 creatures and 1 man were about to converge, Ethan struck. He raised his wand high, murmuring incantations, and a magnificent white dragon materialized before him. Roar! The ferocious dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. Before the 2 Dementors could react, they were quickly devoured by the Patronus. Its brutal nature was vividly displayed at that moment, akin to a ravenous beast that seized upon any prey in sight. In truth, it had not feasted for quite some time, as Ethan had scarcely given it any attention in recent years. Feast, my friend. Today, indulge yourself to your heart's content, Ethan proclaimed. Yet he was acutely aware that his Patronus, with its mountain-like physique and stone-like appetite, could only consume a limited number of Dementors before reaching its limit. With this thought in mind, Ethan resolved to act swiftly, employing his disillusionment charm to flit through the castle's many corners. The cacophony of sounds, growls, chomps, and roars echoed throughout the castle, leaving no room for concealment. All those with awareness could hear. In a corner of the castle's prison, Lucius, with his eyes previously shut tight, slowly opened them, sensing that his freedom was imminent. Is it him? Or could it be someone else? Lucius pondered, suddenly anxious at the thought of his child and wife. He sprang to his feet and approached the iron bars, where numerous captured Death Eaters had already gathered in their cells. Ha! It must be Lord Voldemort come to save us. We shall soon be free. The first thing I shall do upon escaping is to eliminate a certain fellow for some amusement. Ha ha ha. As the Death Eaters clamored excitedly, Ethan had already dispatched most of the Dementors. His Patronus, having consumed many of its foes, had grown more solid and powerful. Are you satiated? Ethan murmured to the creature, before retracting it and heading toward the area where the Death Eaters were confined. As he approached, the raucous shouts abruptly ceased. Walker, it's not Voldemort. What is he doing here? Is he here to kill us? Some of the more timid had already fainted from fear, after spending so long in such a wretched place. It was a wonder they had not gone mad. Walker, I'm right here, Lucius whispered. Are you well? Ethan cast a peculiar glance at him. I'm managing, Lucius replied, struggling to muster a strained smile. The Malfoy family possessed some means to evade the Dementor's influence, allowing him a moment of restful reprieve. Ethan nodded, drawing his wand to cast the unlocking charm, freeing Lucius from his cell. We must leave at once. Lucius was eager to depart. Wait, Ethan said, a slight smile gracing his lips. There's one more thing. With purposeful steps, Ethan and Lucius exited the castle, leaving behind a trail of distinct blood footprints, one large, one small. Yet, with each step they took, the original bloodstains vanished as if they had never been there. Eliminate them all. If the Ministry comes after us, Lucius urged. Do they possess evidence? Ethan scoffed. And even if they did, would they dare? Or perhaps, would Fudge dare? If they do not eliminate them, they might later be rescued by Voldemort, presenting yet another obstacle. Ultimately, all of this is merely a manifestation of their inescapable fate. Chapter 229, The Pinnacle of Humanity. After escorting Lucius to a safe house of the Order of the Phoenix, Ethan returned to the school alone and made his way to the headmaster's office. Ah, Walker, It seems everything is proceeding smoothly, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Under the mask, Ethan merely nodded slightly, refraining from elaboration. Care for some? Dumbledore gestured towards a bag of sweets on the desk. There's a candy promotion. For just 5 nuts, you can acquire a large bag of cockroach clusters. In a buoyant mood, Dumbledore could not resist indulging. He tore open the wrapper and poured the contents onto the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Ethan, seated on a nearby sofa, began counting out of boredom, curious to see if the magical world's treats would be as shortchanged as those in the Muggle realm. Smack! Smack! Dumbledore, with graceful ease, seized one and began to eat. However, Ethan soon noticed something amiss. With a bag containing 16 sweets and Dumbledore having consumed 1, how could there still be 16 left? Was it a promotional bonus? Ethan's eyes darted, and beneath the mask, he calmly stated, I need to find a secure location near the school, Dumbledore. Dumbledore wiped the white residue from his mouth and replied, yes, you are correct. We cannot disclose Walker's return just yet. He pondered for a moment, gazing out the window. What do you think of the Slytherin chamber? Not suitable, Ethan promptly rejected. The place is too filthy, and cleaning it would be a hassle. Moreover, I require a space where I can gaze at the sky. It was not that Ethan was overly particular. He simply needed a place to practice his craft, which required sunlight. Is that so? Dumbledore contemplated for a full minute before responding. Behind the castle, in the Forbidden Forest, there is a location that may suit your needs. After conversing for nearly half an hour, Ethan finally rose, satisfied, and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Dumbledore before vanishing with a disillusionment charm. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by Ethan's glance, but soon, his attention was drawn back to the crawling sweets on the table, and he dismissed the moment from his mind. Grabbing a cockroach cluster, he indulged heartily. No. By Merlin's beard, Ethan exited the castle and arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid's hut could be faintly seen. Silently, he moved with the wind, coming and going without a trace. His residence for the past year was near a herd of unicorns. There stood a wooden cabin, built many years ago by a former headmaster, who had shared a close bond with the unicorns. In the past, every month would see me residing here for a few days. The unicorns, adhering to the directives of their former leader, would routinely ensure this place was kept immaculate. Upon Ethan's arrival, he simply settled in with his belongings. That night, Ethan sat cross-legged in the center of the bed and softly uttered in his mind, System, open the 16-year grand gift package. Ding, detecting that the system gift package has not yet been opened, initiating the process. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the coveted Grand Sorcerer's Robe. Suddenly, Ethan felt the presence of a new item within the system's space. It manifested as a classic robe, predominantly black with accents of purple and gold, its lines flowing gracefully. Unlike the restrained nature of a witch's cloak, it emanated a distinct aura of supremacy, far removed from that of an earthly sorcerer. Quite impressive, was Ethan's assessment. Does it possess any functions? He pondered, considering that such an illustrious item must hold more than mere aesthetic appeal. Ding, congratulations host, congratulations host. This is a divine artifact capable of transcending the limitations of this realm. Transcending magical boundaries? Isn't a legendary sorcerer the pinnacle? Have you ever heard of the concept of endless paths? Ethan's expression darkened. Well, why are you questioning me? Are you the one who has traversed dimensions, or am I? Or should I take your place? Cough, of course, I know. I simply momentarily forgot. Indeed, host, very well. Host, above the legendary tier lies divinity. Such beings truly exist in this world. They do, yet they are merely individuals of a higher caliber. However, there lies a distinction. Deities can traverse to other worlds, while legends cannot. Yet, this realm does not permit ascension to godhood. Thus, the ancient sorcerers endeavored to experiment with various methods, including the sacrificial offering of worlds, leading to the regression of civilizations. Ethan fell into contemplation, realizing the arcane world harbored such profound truths. So, can this grand sorcerer's robe enable me to attain divinity? It should be possible. Do you hear yourself? Cough host. The sorcerer's robe comprises a self-contained space, akin to a minor divine realm. Once donned, it can obscure celestial secrets and enable you to break through to divinity. Moreover, it possesses numerous functionalities. Everything the witch's cloak offers, it does as well, and it can significantly accelerate your magical prowess, allowing you to ascend at an astonishing rate. Must I depart after achieving divinity? You may choose to remain in this realm, but you will be bound to wear the Grand Sorcerer's robe for eternity, lest this realm expel you. Of course, you could also maintain a demigod status, which would prevent expulsion. What has occurred will inevitably recur. What has been done will inevitably be done again. Host. Enough. Ethan clenched his fists, a vision of Astoria flashing before his eyes. Enough, sigh. Ethan possesses an insatiable thirst for power, yet in the face of familial bonds, it appears utterly worthless. Donning the robes of the Archmage, he shall ascend to demigod status. With a year remaining, what Ethan requires is a resounding victory to resurrect old Tom. Let this venerable elder witness his union with Historia. Taking a deep breath, Ethan slowly adorned himself with the robes of the Archmage. In an instant, a tremendous force surged within him, his magical energy flowing like a roaring river, ceaseless and abundant. He could feel his strength ascending rapidly, every cell within him rejoicing with fervor. In the days that followed, Ethan relentlessly summoned lightning to forge his body beneath the enhancement of the Archmage's robes. With the combination of his cultivation techniques and the robe's power, his magical prowess surged at an extraordinary pace. Meanwhile, numerous events unfolded at the school. A series of unfortunate incidents befell the students, all fingers pointing towards Dumbledore. There were traitors seeking to harm the headmaster. This conclusion spread wildly among the students in hushed whispers. Harry Potter began to suspect Snape, trailing him daily. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from within Ethan. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stagnant air. It seemed that reaching the pinnacle of legend was an overly ambitious expectation. Breaking through to demigod status was no trivial feat, requiring at least several years of accumulation. Chapter 230. Dumbledore severely injured? Boom. At 6:30 in the evening, the sky had descended into darkness, thunder reverberating through the clouds across the region. The infirmary was filled with faculty members, each one casting anxious glances at the elderly figure on the bed. In this critical moment, Dumbledore was undoubtedly their greatest pillar of support. Those assembled here were all individuals trusted by Dumbledore, yet they maintained a facade, if they could not deceive their own. How could they mislead their adversaries? Cough, cough, cough. Dumbledore's gaze fell, blood seeping from his lips with each cough, as if he were on the brink of departing from them. Fortunately, Ethan was absent. Had he been present, he would have laughed for 3 days and nights, eager to document the scene. In fact, among the two students present, Malfoy and Potter, Malfoy was precisely that sort of individual. His involvement with the Order of the Phoenix was one matter, but his disdain for Dumbledore was another. Capturing this moment would serve him well should victory be achieved. A devious grin crept upon Malfoy's lips at the thought. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Malfoy, inwardly cursing, feeling that summoning this informed individual was the gravest misstep of his plan. On the other hand, Harry was oblivious to these machinations, consumed by sorrow. What on earth was happening? Why was the headmaster in such a state? Oh, what should be done now? The influence of the mysterious figure has been growing exponentially, as various factions such as werewolves, ogres, and goblins have been drawn together under his command. The term unrestrained no longer suffices to describe him. The old rat from the sewer has fortuitously stumbled upon his martial arts manual, returning with it. And Snape's words fell like a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, startling the surrounding faculty members. Someone remarked, "Truly a sharp tongue, how incisive." They marveled at Snape's audacity, unanimously believing him to be a vehement adversary of Voldemort. And indeed, this was the truth. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for the Dark Lord, a disdain rooted in the very core of his being. In his eyes, they were individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, rendering emotions utterly trivial. Perhaps it is only in the wake of loss that one feels regret, wishing to cherish what was once taken for granted, but by then, it is far too late. Of course, the mention of Voldemort could be omitted here. Ahem. Dumbledore struggled to open his eyes, exhaling labored breaths as he spoke. Voldemort is coming. It is imminent. I can sense his presence drawing near. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, someone has sent me a dark magical artifact. And I inadvertently ensnared Madame Pomfrey in this trap, informed them. With that, Dumbledore succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Headmaster, came the cries. Oh, do not despair, Harry. He has merely fainted temporarily, Madame Pomfrey quickly reassured, restraining Harry from approaching Dumbledore. Madame Pomfrey, do you mean to say that Headmaster Dumbledore is not in grave danger? Harry inquired eagerly. Not exactly, she replied with a shake of her head. The headmaster has little time left. He may last another 2 months at most. 2 months? At this revelation, a wave of sorrow swept through the assembly. Observing this, Madame Pomfrey could not help but tap her toes anxiously, thinking, "Oh, headmaster, if you must sleep, please do not snore at such a critical moment." She continued, "Yes, and during this time, not a single ounce of magic can be used, or else he shall meet with immediate demise." Ah! At these words, some professors could no longer contain their emotions and rushed out, weeping. Faced with such circumstances for the first time, the faculty appeared utterly at a loss. Even Professor McGonagall found herself unsure of how to proceed. The disparity in strength left them engulfed in despair. Once there had been a pillar of support, but now that pillar had crumbled, leaving them all adrift. "Please, return to your quarters," one said. "I shall keep watch tonight. When the headmaster awakens at midnight, I will inquire how we should proceed." They understood that forcing Dumbledore to awaken prematurely would yield no sweet resolution. After all, there remained nearly a month until the end of the term, so there was no need to rush. Although Dumbledore had not explicitly stated when Voldemort would strike, it was tacitly accepted that it would occur by the end of the term. The events of recent years had been too peculiar, and there seemed to be a discernible pattern to them. Once the crowd had dispersed, Madame Pomfrey sank into the sofa, exhaling a deep sigh of relief as she remarked, "At last, they have been deceived." No sooner had she spoken than a heavy, irregular snoring emanated from the nearby hospital bed, marking a fitting conclusion to the evening. "What are you truly afraid of? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Tell me." Voldemort thundered at the assembly of Death Eaters seated at the long table. "We have gathered nearly a dozen elite from various factions. Can we not conquer a mere school of magic? In numbers, the advantage is mine. However, before that, I require your assistance." With that, Voldemort slowly rose from his seat, his skeletal hands gliding over each position. "I need a functional wand. I wonder who among you dares to pledge their loyalty here." His raspy voice cut through the air like the scythe of death, grazing the faces of those present. Soon, he approached one individual, who faltered and, within a heartbeat, stood up, raising his wand high. "Master, I am willing to offer my wand to your greatness. Everything I possess belongs to you, including this wand. It rightfully returns to its owner." "Nonsense," I interjected. "What a ridiculous display." Voldemort revealed a smile he fancied to be benevolent, yet it was inherently sinister. "Ah, Hinny, you are rather commendable. Do you desire something in return?" "And no, how could I?" Hinny's heart raced as he disregarded all notions of dignity, kneeling before his master. "It is my honor to serve you." Voldemort, with a twisted gaze, caressed the wand, inhaling its essence through his flared nostrils. "There is one more thing. Master, whatever you command, even if it means my death, I shall comply." Hinny's words were abruptly cut short as Voldemort struck, declaring, "Then go die?" In an instant, Hinny felt a chill at his throat. And then he beheld the most terrifying sight of his life. Just before his eyes closed, he witnessed the crimson spray of his own blood. So this is death. Chapter 231, Mission Impossible. "Master." All present trembled, rising and prostrating themselves, their foreheads pressed to the ground. They could not comprehend why their master would slay a subordinate over a mere wand. Was it merely an expression of wrath? The reasons remained shrouded in mystery, as Voldemort offered no explanation. In his eyes, there existed only himself, his enemies, and his servants. The Death Eaters on the ground did not expect their master to elucidate anything. They lay there solely to demonstrate their fragile, yet unwavering loyalty. What ill intentions could they harbor? In the end, there was but one phrase that resonated. "Thank you, Master, for sparing my life." Hogwarts Castle's bell tower. This marks Ethan's inaugural visit to this place, and due to the lack of protective barriers surrounding the clock tower's summit, it is generally deserted during the late hours. However, tonight stands as an exception. Ethan has remarkably ventured from his temporary abode to this location, solely to meet one individual. The steady and powerful sound of footsteps approaches, gradually revealing a tall young man clad in a black suit, the very person who had sent him a letter the previous day. "Ethan?" With a slow turn, Ethan smiled and remarked, "It appears you have indeed matured. I recall you once expressed your disdain for the constricting nature of suits." A dry chuckle escaped Malfoy, who had shed the youthful exuberance of 2 years past. "Indeed, it is constricting, it binds." Beneath Malfoy's pallid complexion, 2 dark circles lingered, not excessively pronounced, yet undeniably present. "Over the past 2 years, I have often pondered. If you had not perished, why did you not return? Are you afraid? Or merely evading?" Ethan refrained from answering immediately, instead posing a question of his own. "I believe a man with a mind full of mischief such as yours must be orchestrating a grand scheme." Malfoy retrieved a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from his pocket. Ethan placed the glasses on the railing. A cascade of crimson liquid flowed forth from the bottle. "It seems," Malfoy continued, "that Voldemort is in for a rough time. Being targeted by you is undoubtedly the worst stroke of luck in his life." The 2 raised their glasses, gazing at the stars while engaging in casual conversation. "Do you possess such faith in me? Are you not afraid of losing everything?" Ethan remarked, somewhat surprised as he observed his reflection in the glass. "Afraid?" Malfoy replied. "How could I not be? My father and mother, they await my return. They have escaped Voldemort's grasp, but should I falter, I believe they would not hesitate to seek him out." "Afraid of you, perhaps?" Ethan said with a wry smile. "Isn't it you who led me into this predicament?" Malfoy jested. "Besides, this is my homeland. Being born and dying here does not seem so bad." Ethan's eyelids twitched, and he fell silent, at a loss for words. "Indeed, you've managed to leave me speechless. Best of luck to you." "Indeed." Clink. "To the greater good." As the wine glasses emptied and the cold wind howled, the approaching summer offered no warmth. The clock tower stood empty, save for 2 glasses perched on its railing, destined to witness a historic moment. Tick-tock. The clock struck midnight, heralding the dawn of a new day. This week marked the exam period, and today's tests ended in haste, leaving everyone hesitant to linger outdoors. Except for the first-year students, each was consumed by their own restless thoughts. The rumors concerning the impending final crisis spread like wildfire across every floor, every corridor, and every classroom. The students found the remaining days stretching interminably before them. As a day passed, during the evening meal when all gathered in the auditorium, Malfoy activated the hidden passage using the recording device left by Ethan, venturing alone into the Slytherin chamber. In the center of the chamber, the unmistakable stains of blood marked the floor, remnants of the basilisk that had yet to be cleansed. At the heart of the square stood a black vanishing cabinet. Initially, Malfoy had intended to place it within the room of requirement, but due to the multitude of prying eyes, he relocated it here. 2 vanishing cabinets existed, one in Hogwarts and the other in Borgin and Berks. They possessed the extraordinary ability to transfer objects or individuals from one cabinet to the other, facilitating instantaneous spatial relocation, defying the constraints of space. However, the Hogwarts cabinet had sustained damage, and Malfoy's task was to restore it while continuously sending apples and birds through for experimentation, ensuring that both inanimate objects and living creatures could be transmitted intact. Today marked the final day of this endeavor. According to Malfoy's calculations, the cabinet would be repaired in 5 minutes. Following the completion of the experiment, the ominous clouds enveloping the castle would soon descend. Apples, birds. Malfoy observed the pristine items within the cabinet, instinctively stepping back, his wand gripped tightly in hand. He simultaneously rotated a new ring on his finger, a device meant to transmit a signal, preparing those above for the ensuing performance. Suddenly, the black cabinet began to tremble, swaying in all directions with increasing intensity. Yet a mysterious force held it firmly on the ground, reminiscent of a weeble. Moments later, nearly 50 Death Eaters emerged from within, unmasked and revealing their true appearances. Concurrently, Snape stood atop the astronomy tower, gazing into the distance. Professor McGonagall, as was her routine, ushered students down the corridors, urging them to return to their dormitories. Everything unfolded in an orderly fashion, while our ailing Dumbledore indulged in his latest favorite confection, lemon drops, atop his sickbed. In stark contrast, a box of cockroaches he had purchased lay discarded in his office. Oh dear, I must consume all these sweets before they arrive, he mused, munching contentedly while reclining on his sickbed, gazing at the stars adorning the ceiling. As for the rationale behind moving the sickbed here, one would have to inquire with Madame Pomfrey. The patient, nearing death, necessitated the fulfillment of his every whim. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber, the Death Eaters, led by Bellatrix, had gathered in full force. Meanwhile, a suspicious Harry, plagued by uncertainty, made his way to the astronomy tower to check on the beloved professor he cherished. As he approached the cluttered room beneath the observatory, Professor Snape suddenly materialized behind him, signaling for silence. Just when Harry feared he would face punishment, an unexpected figure emerged. Malfoy. How could he possibly be here? Chapter 232, The Swordmaster No. The Explosive Boy Yes. At this moment, Malfoy was consumed by the most excruciating thoughts of his life. With a deathly pallor, he aimed his wand at Dumbledore, who lay in the center, through the astrolabe. Dumbledore, sensing his presence, turned his head and greeted him. Good evening. Draco, the weather is delightful tonight. What brings you here? Malfoy cast a glance at the dark, stormy skies outside, the winds howling chaotically. He was tempted to voice his thoughts, yet restrained himself, knowing the unfolding drama required silence. What were you just doing? Malfoy inquired. Oh, I was merely talking to myself. You know, it's quite a beneficial habit, Dumbledore replied evasively. Do you have a habit of conversing with yourself, Draco? Malfoy remained silent. A look of inner turmoil etched on his face. Dumbledore, seeking to stall for time until the Death Eaters appeared, utilized all his knowledge. Draco, he said softly. You want to commit murder. Malfoy interrupted. How do you know what I will or want to do? I have done many things. Do you think I indulge in Quidditch like Potter, day after day? Wake up, Dumbledore. You expect the Savior to be nothing more than an immature child. In veiled language, Malfoy expressed his true thoughts. To the ears of the Death Eaters, he was confessing to his misdeeds, but to Dumbledore, he was articulating the burdens of his undercover role. Clearly, Malfoy referred to the latter, yet Dumbledore could not speak openly. Cursing Katie Bell, intending for her to deliver the necklace to me. Poisoning that bottle of mead. I am aware of it all, Dumbledore said, struggling to rise and taking a few steps forward. Yet you still fell into the trap, did you not, my dear headmaster? That is indeed correct, Dumbledore did not deny it. A faint trickle of blood coursed from his lips. He believes in me. I am chosen. This is all fate. Malfoy furrowed his brow, attempting to convince himself. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. At this moment, Dumbledore was utterly devoid of strength. Raising his wand above his head. Disarm. Malfoy deflected the Elder Wand and summoned it to his side. The Elder Wand recognizes its master. It only acknowledges the powerful. Dumbledore said slowly, from this moment forth, it is yours. Meanwhile, Harry, standing in the cluttered room, felt utterly at a loss. No, Malfoy isn't one of the Order. Is he? Why? Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. You have indeed become someone like him. Very good, very good. You have done remarkably well, my boy. Upon hearing these words, Dumbledore inquired, "Are there others present?" Malfoy remained silent. Dumbledore's tone grew increasingly fervent. So it was accomplished. The vanishing cabinet within the room of requirement. Let me surmise. He possesses a twin cabinet known as the Gemini Cabinet, situated in Borgin and Berks. You are a genius, Draco. Dumbledore did not express anger. Rather, he lauded him, recalling a child he once knew many years ago, whose every decision led him astray. Poor fellow, one misstep led to another, leaving him no path of return. But you still have a choice, Draco. Silence. Malfoy wrestled with his inner turmoil. You know nothing, and why should you? At that moment, Bellatrix and her companions rushed in, approaching Malfoy from behind. Look who we have caught. Madness gleamed in Bellatrix's eyes. Well done, Draco. A dozen Death Eaters encircled Dumbledore, while others sealed off the surroundings. To them, it appeared there was no escape, except for the towering window behind them. In the past, they would never have dared such an act. But now, according to the conveyed information, Dumbledore was merely an elderly man devoid of magic. Could he escape if given a window? The answer was no. Draco, act swiftly. This is the Dark Lord's command and your honor, Bellatrix urged. In an instant, Snape appeared, without hesitation shielding Malfoy and pointing his wand at Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light surged forth, and Dumbledore fell from the astronomy tower. Everything transpired so rapidly. Harry summoned all the professors. The entire faculty and student body were stirred. They rushed out of the castle, where a bloodied figure lay before them. The face was obscured, but the attire and aged fingers revealed all. Professor McGonagall, Potter questioned in a heavy voice, "What has happened?" It was Snape. Harry, disregarding the awareness of those around him, murmured with vacant eyes, "The Death Eaters are within the castle." McGonagall's pupils widened in shock. She realized the school faced its most perilous moment in a century. Hagrid, please secure the headmaster's body. All students must gather in the Great Hall. Without Dumbledore, they had lost their greatest ally. But did this signify defeat? No. Meanwhile, Snape, Malfoy, and the cadre of Death Eaters departed the castle, returning to the opposite side of the Black Lake. "Master, Dumbledore is dead. I killed him." Snape half-crouched, bowing his head. "Excellent. Ha ha ha. Snape, you remain as decisive as ever," Voldemort remarked, glancing at the legion behind him. The army of the undead, other magical creatures, and his Death Eaters. "Dumbledore is dead," Voldemort bellowed amidst the throng. He stood atop a tree stump, reminiscent of Stalin during his speeches, gesticulating wildly as he unleashed a declaration devoid of faith. "Steeped only in terrorism. We have already seized control of the Ministry of Magic. Ha ha ha. We have thoroughly conquered the final bastion of the British magical community, Hogwarts. Undoubtedly, this place is a gathering of many young and exceptional wizards of this realm. Some of them shall join our ranks in due time. Now, unleash your fury upon them. Preserve the castle. It shall become our stronghold in the future. Oh, hail the great Dark Lord. Pure blood supremacy." Outside the castle, the protective barriers began to rise. Numerous professors raised their wands, chanting incantations. A potent surge of magic spread through the air, forming a semicircular shield around the castle. On the long bridge, Neville, "Boy, how goes the dynamite in your hands?" "All is well," Neville replied, having unraveled the enigma of his own potential since the previous year, successfully reclaiming his rightful place. "Well done, boy. Let those loathsome wretches witness the prowess of Hogwarts Dynamite Boy." At this, Neville smiled knowingly, thinking to himself, "I've grown. If only I were addressed as Sir, I would be even more delighted." Chapter 233, Ethan Walker. "Oh dear, did you blow it up?" Boom. "Like that?" "Indeed I did." Boom. "Finnegan, I believe this is the pinnacle of your academic achievements," Neville remarked, resting his hands on the bridge railing, gazing at the vast army before him. "You are not so bad yourself, Neville." Finnegan chuckled, giving him a pat on the back. "We shall be inscribed in history. From this day forth, no one in the wizarding world can overlook the power of gunpowder. Muggles are growing stronger. One day, we shall be vanquished by machines." Upon hearing this, Neville paused, pondering. "You might consider seeking out the first Dark Lord afterward. Perhaps he would take you under his wing." Outside the castle hall, as several professors were setting up the protective barriers, Professor McGonagall glanced at the imposing castle before her. With her hands raised high, her right-hand spell emitted a faint glow. "Stone sentinels, arise." Boom. In an instant, massive stone giants descended from the sky, wielding an array of weapons, maces, spears, shields, and swords. Clad in armor from the last century, albeit stone, they were visually striking yet of little practical use. "Hogwarts is under threat. Defend the borders. Protect us. Fulfill your duty to the school." Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Weasley observed the ranks of knights marching in unison, feeling both a sense of nostalgia and bewilderment. Little did Mrs. Weasley know, today was indeed an eye-opening experience. Professor McGonagall, noticing the absence of onlookers, leaned in and whispered to Mrs. Weasley, "I have long wished to employ this spell, yet have lacked the opportunity." She clasped the enchantment in her hands, her lips pursed, revealing not only concern but also a subtle thrill. It is likely they can provide a shield. Professor McGonagall produced a telescope. The stone pillars could only obstruct the giants. We must vanquish magic with magic. Ah, what a magnificent sight. Ethan soared through the depths of the forbidden forest, the Gryffindor sword in his grasp. No, it should now be referred to as the Walker's sword. Just moments ago, this blade had been reforged, erasing all traces of Gryffindor. What remained was solely his craftsmanship. The anticipation is palpable, remarked Voldemort, with Dumbledore by his side. For the first time, Dumbledore felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance, sensing victory within reach, provided that the individual mentioned by the Skeletal Knight did not appear. Otherwise, in the face of an unknown entity, absolute victory could not be guaranteed. Voldemort will be pleased to have you back, Dumbledore said to Ethan. Indeed, I share that sentiment. He replied with a chuckle. Boom, boom, boom. Charge. Voldemort commanded from a distance, directing the hulking giants to charge into battle. The bridge was shattered, incurring significant losses of his expendable forces. Unacceptable. Absolutely not. What are you afraid of? Is it merely the Muggle explosives that terrify you? Arm yourselves. We hold the advantage in numbers. With Voldemort's command, they circumvented the wooden bridge, arriving at the stone bridge, where dozens of stone pillars obstructed the sole shortcut. The giants, brandishing their bludgeons, engaged in a fierce melee with the pillars. The magically enhanced stones proved as resilient as steel, plunging like colossal swords into the hearts of the giants. Behind them stood Voldemort, orchestrating the chaos. Aim for their heads, you imbeciles. If all else fails, hurl them into the river. Do not impede our advance. After issuing his orders, Voldemort turned to his followers. Join me in assaulting the barrier. The air crackled with energy as they faced the immense shield. One person's magical strength was but a mere whisper against an elephant. This gathering was not merely a single Death Eater, but a multitude. Within the castle, the onlookers observed the shield becoming increasingly translucent, their anxiety mounting. What is happening? Have they all hidden away? Professor McGonagall inquired. Prior to this, she had arranged for the younger students to be concealed within the castle's confines, leaving only a handful of 7th-year students and members of the Order of the Phoenix behind. All is well. And you, Mrs. Weasley? Flitwick asked. I believe you should safeguard your daughter, the last line of defense. This, Mrs. Weasley began. Fear not, Professor McGonagall assured her. Very well. Seeing the crowd's reactions, Mrs. Weasley hesitated no longer and grasped Ginny's hand, leading her into the castle. But at that moment, the protective shield was breached. Another group had infiltrated from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This band of Death Eaters was tasked with indiscriminately attacking within the castle, intent on slaying anyone who stood in their way. In the corridors of the castle, Mrs. Weasley was directing a few students who had not yet managed to retreat in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, 5 or 6 Death Eaters approached from a side corridor. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light struck a student, and a scream pierced the air before silence fell. You vile creatures! A pang of sorrow flickered in Mrs. Weasley's heart. Yet they dared not halt. She and Ginny took up the rear. Shatter them to pieces. Ginny instinctively waved her wand, casting a spell at the Death Eater who had just attacked. A resounding explosion echoed as that Death Eater was indeed obliterated. What an intriguing girl, came a manic laugh. Bellatrix appeared, flanked by 5 or 6 other Death Eaters. Upon closer inspection, all were familiar faces from the past, along with some unsavory characters from Nocturne Alley. Just as Ginny prepared to cast another spell, Bellatrix preemptively waved her wand. Petrificus Totalis. Ginny's hand was frozen midair, and Bellatrix, reveling in her triumph, skipped toward her, wand in hand. However, Mrs. Weasley forcefully pushed her aside. Get away from my daughter, you repugnant fiend. With that, she conjured a petrification spell aimed at Bellatrix. Yet, the times had changed. Bellatrix, having survived several of Ethan's death-defying escapades, was well aware of the safety of her companions. In the heat of battle, they could function as support, and when passive, they served as shields. In an instant, one Death Eater was immobilized. The remaining ones launched an assault on Mrs. Weasley. Petrificus Totalis. X5. Just as the spells were about to strike her, a burst of red light shot in from the side, shattering those incantations. Dust and debris filled the air, and as everyone recognized the newcomer, a shockwave rippled through their hearts. Walker, it's you again, Bellatrix hissed through clenched teeth. Though her legs betrayed her, instinctively retreating a few steps. Bellatrix, it has been years, yet you remain as deranged as ever. Ethan turned, glancing at the still immobilized Ginny. With a gentle motion of his wand, he unleashed powerful magic to dispel the petrification spell. Ethan, Ginny's hand fell limply, and she staggered back a few steps. The first words upon regaining her freedom were the name of the man before her. Mrs. Weasley, hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. Had she not been there to steady her foolish daughter, Ginny might have fallen. Now, there was little time for such thoughts. Ethan smiled gently at the now-grown girl before him. Leave the rest to me. Mrs. Weasley, intending to call out to Ethan and prevent him from plunging into danger. Hesitated as a different thought crossed her mind. Could a Death Eater truly pose a threat to the person standing before her? The game is over. Bella. Ethan turned away from her and approached the Death Eater, his once handsome visage now devoid of joy, replaced by an abyss of lethal intent. Bella erupted into a fit of laughter, desperately attempting to restore her courage, yet even her laughter trembled with fear. Ethan, uninterested in further banter, sheathed his wand, and the space to his right began to fracture, exuding an oppressive atmosphere that stifled breath. A dark purple longsword emerged, and Ethan seized the hilt with one hand. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a Death Eater, previously immobilized, was cleaved in twain. How could this be? Bella gasped in terror. In a frantic bid, she brandished her wand, invoking Avada Kedavra. The incantation bore such force that Ethan could have evaded it even with closed eyes. Futile. Embrace your demise. Without hesitation, Ethan teleported behind the woman, his voice frigid enough to chill the air itself. In your next life, do not be so reckless. With a swift thrust of his sword, he pierced her heart. Bella. The remaining Death Eaters, paralyzed with fear, turned to flee, but Ethan would not allow them such escape. He withdrew the long sword from Bella, blood cascading down its blade. Engaging in fierce close combat with the group of Death Eaters, Ethan quickly neutralized their advantage in distance. Once within reach, their struggle was akin to children's play. Ethan moved with agility. The dark purple sword in his grasp danced like a serpent, and each Death Eater succumbed to his blade after but 2 strikes. The clash of steel and the splatter of blood fell like raindrops. As he turned, he found Mrs. Weasley and her daughter frozen in place. You must return now. This time, Voldemort shall not return. Just as Ethan made to depart, Ginny seized his right hand. At that moment, drenched in blood, Ethan bore no mind to the sticky crimson on his skin. Ginny removed a necklace from around her neck and pressed it into his palm. This was my Christmas gift when I was 1. It brings good fortune. At this point, Ginny struggled to articulate further, feeling the weight of 2 intense gazes upon her, her ears aflame with embarrassment. Be cautious. With that, Ginny summoned her strength, pulling Mrs. Weasley away without a backward glance into the depths of the castle. Ethan shook his head, resigned, and stored the necklace within his system's space. Good fortune, indeed, outside the castle. The courtyard was engulfed in chaos, smoke rising from the ruins of what had once been a formidable wall, now reduced to rubble. The situation escalated to such an extent that it could easily be likened to the battlegrounds of World War II. Dumbledore is dead. Huh. The oblivious Death Eaters began to frantically launch attacks against the students and faculty of Hogwarts. The professors were largely unfazed, yet the 7th-year students, on the verge of graduation, often found themselves needing to fend off a single onslaught. Harry Potter, a Death Eater, seeking greater power and advantage, must demonstrate loyalty and strength before his master. Voldemort had proclaimed before the conflict that Harry Potter must remain under his control. If that is the case, then capturing him alive becomes paramount. Amidst the onslaught of Death Eaters, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, several members of the Order of the Phoenix, and officials from the Ministry of Magic were too preoccupied to assist one another. Avada Kedavra, Petrificus Totalis. In an instant, bodies fell, only to rise again, rolling aside. Daring not to linger in one place for even a second, the magical energies flickered across the clearing, akin to a colossal electric magnetic field. Arcs of energy enveloping the entire area. Harry and Ron stood back to back, 5 Death Eaters relentlessly assaulting them. Yet, all the spells cast were mere ordinary disarming charms. None were fatal curses. The Death Eaters dared not employ them, and Harry would not either. Crucio. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Harry and Ron continually cast spells. Expelliarmus. 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 The Death Eater's patience was wearing thin, and the leader, Goyle, could no longer restrain himself. Expelliarmus. A tremendous surge of magic clashed against Harry, but in the next moment, he was sent flying 10 meters away, his wand tumbling before him. Harry. In a daze, a Death Eater directly cast a spell at Ron. Stupefy. Ron collapsed, blissfully unconscious. Ron. Harry, witnessing his dear friend fall, desperately sought to retaliate, but the searing pain in his body forced him to remain prone. He gazed at the wand lying 2 meters away, helplessly crawling forward. At that moment, he was tattered and covered in soot, resembling a miner emerging from a coal pit. Do not struggle any longer. Come with us to meet the Dark Lord. The Death Eater hurried forward, fearful that the prize before him might escape. Suddenly, the path was cleared by the fire god. An ancient voice descended from above, accompanied by a massive red flame that surged through the crowd. Oh, my form is but half of what it was. No, do not strike again. I wish to go home. In mere moments, 12 Death Eaters and over 30 of their kin were reduced to ash. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. No one shall disturb its peace. No one. The sudden appearance of the rescue alleviated the pressure on the white side. granting them a moment to gaze upwards. Unfortunately, amidst the swirling dust and smoke, it was difficult to discern the identity of the newcomer. Who could it be? My instinct tells me it is Dumbledore. But how can that be? Dumbledore is dead. No, I heard it. That phrase he cherished most. What phrase? Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Chapter 235. This sword shall strike. Defeating the forces of darkness. Dumbledore? Ah. Voldemort spread his arms wide, his pupils suddenly ablaze with crimson. Hot breath escaping the nostrils of his noseless visage as he bellowed to the heavens. Why? You have not perished. Who told me he was dead? Hey. Dumbledore laughed heartily. At this moment, he donned the pristine robes unique to the White Lord, crafted by the collective tailors of all European wizards, infused with the artistry of alchemists. This attire was designed to signify his identity as the White Lord, a symbol intended to restore stability to the world. However, he had only worn this garment once, during a time of victory, after which he received a letter of greeting from a dear friend, prompting him to permanently cherish this robe until it re-emerged decades later. Dumbledore felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. He believed his life was poised to conclude. He had found a successor, ensuring the magical realm's continued stability without needing to manipulate others due to the Dark Lord's machinations. If fate allowed, after this war concluded, he would still be alive to accompany him. Has it been over a decade, and you remain unrepentant? Dumbledore gradually descended, standing amidst the gathered faculty and students. At this moment, both factions had ceased hostilities, and the two great sorcerers faced one another. Repent? Why should I repent? Voldemort tilted his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I do not believe I have erred in any way. I am acting in the best interest of the magical community. The magical world shall rise to greatness once more because of me. Voldemort was nearly overwhelmed by laughter, cackling uncontrollably. Dumbledore did not interrupt his mirth. He patiently waited. He understood that today, he was not the focal point. The magical realm required a new symbol of authority. Dumbledore, prepare to meet your end. Amidst his laughter, Voldemort suddenly struck, raising his wand towards Dumbledore and shouting, Avada Kedavra. Dumbledore chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. The youth of today had changed. With that, he reached into his robe, producing a weapon of earthly truth. Boom. As the chamber revolved, a single bullet, forged from the essence of legendary wizards, erupted in a magnificent display of magic before anyone could react. The revolver. Voldemort instinctively touched his bald head, exclaiming, Fuck you, Dumbledore. Are you poised to betray the wizarding world and ally yourself with muggles? And oh no. Dumbledore chuckled as he concealed the truth. This was a magical artifact, not a mere muggle firearm. Dumbledore continued, the author is penning a grand narrative, and as it nears its conclusion, it is only fitting that he himself draws the final curtain. As he spoke, Dumbledore turned, his gaze penetrating into the depths of the castle. All were captivated by his intense stare. Inside the castle, Ethan's mind was concocting 108 excruciating methods to bring Voldemort to his demise. His eyes blazed with determination, his expression serene, the mask of anguish firmly in place once more. For Ethan understood that although Voldemort was the one he longed to vanquish most in this battle, the true adversary loomed ahead, those skeletal beings. He was uncertain whether King Arthur would make an appearance, and he wished fervently that he would not. Otherwise, the Divine Retribution Array, drawn from the 6th grade gift package in his hands, would soon be stained with blood. As Ethan drew ever closer, his footsteps echoed in the desolate castle, finally resonating outside. The gazes of the crowd converged at the castle's entrance alongside Dumbledore. A figure emerged, walking with deliberate strides, clutching a wand tightly. The vertical eye on the mask seemed capable of piercing through all worldly truths, sending a chill down the spine. Voldemort, upon sighting this individual, furrowed his brow. But as he caught a glimpse of golden strands peeking from beneath the hood, a flicker of recognition sparked within him. I did not expect you to return, he mused. Ethan let out a cold laugh, fully aware that Voldemort was merely testing him, and he harbored no secrets. Why should he? Do you think I left out of fear? A multitude against a single individual, and yet, I was still permitted to depart. I suspect your strength is not as formidable as you claim. At Ethan's scornful taunts, Voldemort's temper flared, and he turned sharply to his Death Eaters, commanding, none of you are to approach. Voldemort's gaze fixated on Walker, and at this juncture, he began to doubt whether the prophecy from years ago was accurate. Was it possible that she had deliberately conveyed a false prophecy to divert attention? Who could say? Ethan chuckled lightly. What significance do such musings hold now? Voldemort's eyes darkened, concealing his thoughts as a shroud. Their dialogue was neither too loud nor too quiet, perfectly audible to all in the vicinity. A considerable commotion erupted between the two factions. Walker, you're alive. It's good to have you back. Merlin be praised. It appears the situation is not dire. We still harbor hopes of victory. Ethan is truly the savior. Harry gazed at the figure standing defiantly against Voldemort. and his thoughts drifted back to their first encounter in their first year. Voldemort emitted a low, menacing growl once more, Avada Kedavra, confronted with the sudden death curse. Ethan remained unperturbed, refusing to evade the challenge. The Thunderstrike wand reappeared, becoming increasingly attuned to him since he had embraced its lightning affinity. Lightning manifested once more. In an instant, the Thunderstrike wand erupted with electricity, currents converging at its tip. With a resounding crack, two spells collided midair, exploding in a brilliant display. Ethan had no desire to compete in magical prowess with Voldemort. Hence, he opted for this incantation. Voldemort, next year on this very day shall mark your demise. The Killing Curse. The Fire Goddess Path. A multitude of formidable spells enveloped the surroundings, and what began as Voldemort's composure gradually devolved into disarray. Ethan initially intended to end his life with the Pain Mask, yet upon reflection, he realized that his serpentine form's magical resistance was only slightly inferior to that of a millennia-old giant, proving ineffective against serpentine magic. You cannot kill me. Instead, you shall only render me stronger. Oh. As he spoke, Voldemort was struck by the Killing Curse, a gaping wound appearing in his chest, shimmering scales scattering upon the ground. Speaking boldly, was he truly unafraid? Only he would know. An ancient saying from the land of flower planting holds true. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Contemplating this, Voldemort roared fiercely, adopting a desperate demeanor, and in the next moment, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Soaring into the air, with a mighty roar, Voldemort felt the sky darken abruptly. While in flight, he instinctively looked up, and there it was, Animagus. Ethan's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he descended with a claw. The piercing shrieks echoed through the black mist, reverberating throughout the castle. Boom. From whence he came, to where he must return. This time, he found himself at the center of the gathering, returning to his human form, with Voldemort now in a pitiful state beneath his foot. Ethan stowed away his wand and grasped the purple-gold longsword, having yearned for this moment for countless years. Ha ha ha. I am the Dark Lord. May the madman descend into hell to repent. In this moment, flashes of his parents' smiles and old Tom cradling his portrait flickered in Ethan's mind. Beneath the mask, he finally laid down the burdens of years, revealing a long-lost smile. The sword descended, severing the soul. Chapter 236, the final chapter. Letters. Dumbledore, I have penned many letters. Yet each time I merely set the pen down, crumpling the paper and casting it aside. I apologize. Could you write to me? I feel so lonely. Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore, I heard you plotted against a child? That madman. I often ponder why you, scoundrel that you are, still draw breath after being imprisoned for decades. Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald, I am truly sorry, my friend. If you have been reading the newspapers, you would know I have been quite busy of late. Oh my. I believe that madman has wreaked havoc upon so many edifices and the very fabric of order. If only I could snatch him back from the clutches of death to assist in the affairs at hand. Busy times indeed. Albus Dumbledore remarked, the task is complete, Walker. My most exceptional pupil. He is to wed a lady from the Gringotts family in a year's time, and I shall visit you after the wedding. Perhaps you could join in the festivities. I know you will come. Do remember to alter your appearance. Once all is settled, we shall relocate. Retirement beckons. Since the fateful day of the final battle, a full 365 days have passed. Today marks the last day of school for Ethan's cohort, barring any unforeseen events. They will soon disperse across the globe to fill the vacancies that await them. Ethan Walker departed the bustling London a year prior, following the conclusion of the battle. Old Tom has been resurrected by the power of the system, yet he remains as aged as ever, showing no signs of youth. Just when Ethan thought old Tom would return to the Leaky Cauldron to resume his duties, he proclaimed that the pub has a new proprietor. These old-timers have labored a lifetime, amassing countless galleons, and it is only fitting they pass the torch to the younger generation. Thus, the Leaky Cauldron has welcomed a new owner, Hannah Abbott. She has taken up with Neville Longbottom, and the two reside above the pub, where the clientele has shifted from the elderly to the youth. Upon his resurrection, old Tom intends to travel the world, embarking on his solitary journey. After attending to matters concerning old Tom, Ethan ventured to the Boothbaston School of Magic. Due to his remarkable achievements, he was appointed as a professor of alchemy by the headmaster for a term of 2 years. The vibrant life of Hogwarts held no allure for him. Instead, Ethan traversed the halls of the classroom, observing the young witches below, diligently scribbling away, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ding ding ding. Scritch scritch scritch. Ahem. Ethan cleared his throat and declared, the examination has concluded. Ladies, please place your papers upon the podium one by one, and then depart the classroom to embrace your holiday. Once the students were on break, Ethan brought Astoria to the Malfoy estate. Outside the grand manor, an array of uncommon decorations adorned the entrance, with many guests coming and going, truly a bustling affair. After all, since the battle, the Malfoy family has been heralded by the Daily Prophet as a family of unwavering loyalty. Today marks the wedding of Malfoy and Pansy, and a year hence we shall celebrate in like manner. What say you, Astoria? Ethan gazed tenderly at the beautiful lady beside him. I eagerly anticipate it, my dear. 365 days have quietly passed. Today, the Walker household is imbued with a sense of festivity. Time has reached midnight, and the house elves remain busy tidying up the remnants of the wedding celebrations. The newlyweds had already closed their door, and the entire mansion was suffused with the fragrance of love. In the master bedroom, Ethan had just emerged from the bathroom, a white bathrobe casually draped over his figure. Astoria lay on the bed, propped up on her elbows, her white lace nightgown radiating a unique allure. Ethan sat down beside her, his palm brushing against the coolness of the marble. Words were unnecessary. Everything unfolded effortlessly. The lights dimmed. The Walker family was not in one of a few gold galleons. Outside the door, a poem softly echoed. Without carving, jade does not become a vessel. The peaks and valleys twist and turn. Knowing that his brothers were not fond of lengthy narratives, he omitted an extensive account. On March 2, 1999, a new order was established in the magical realm, with Hermione Granger ascending to the position of Minister of Magic. Ethan Walker was awarded the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin. On July 1, 2000, Ethan Walker officially became the new White Lord. On August 1, 2000, he took on the role of President of the International Confederation of Wizards. On November 4, 2001, Astoria became pregnant. 10 months later, the son of the White Lord was born, and the entire magical community rejoiced. Time, as they say, gallops like a steed, and days and months flow like falling blossoms. Over the 30 years following 2000, many familiar faces departed. Dumbledore and his old friend were laid to rest beside his sister's grave. Old Tom could not withstand the ravages of time and subsequently passed away. No one knew where he was buried. Perhaps one day, a monument might be found upon a mountain. Astoria and Ethan had aged, their youthful appearances faded. Their son, John Walker, emerged as a new force in the magical world. Ethan's divine robe of magic was entrusted to Astoria upon his elevation to demigod status. Now, 30 years had passed. Astoria had ascended to the level of a demigod. None wished to grow old, and their time was limited. It was a pinnacle of strength for them. Once they ascended to higher planes, they would instantly break through to godhood and attain eternal time. Atop Mount Everest, Ethan wielded his wand, assembling the magical array piece by piece. It was indeed a divine array, yet in essence, it resembled a colossal laser cannon, aimed precisely at the direction they would ascend. Why create an array here? Astoria inquired. There's an ancient, immortal fellow who wishes to hitch a ride. Ethan replied with a smile. What of John? He asked, feeling a profound satisfaction with his son. However, he had not summoned him this time. Believing that every generation has its own fortune, living a peaceful life was not an ill fate. I have already penned the letter. He shall receive it once we depart. Technology in this chaotic realm continues to advance at an astonishing pace, with the sky adorned by satellites, all intent on scrutinizing the cosmos in its entirety. Ethan, wielding his sword and cradling Astoria, cleaved towards the heavens. One stroke shattered the void. The commotion in the air roused every living being upon this planet. The Walker couple cast a final glance towards London before ascending without a backward glance. How many years have passed? I shall ultimately return. The frozen throne is too frigid. It is time for some warm-up exercises. Undead, execute my will. Oh gods, brace yourselves for my wrath. In the far northern lands, the frozen throne stands resolute upon the glaciers, as King Arthur charges towards the rift, shrouded in the aura of death, with an array of skulls of various sizes advancing fearlessly behind their monarch. King Arthur. Beyond the rift, the hand of God descends from the heavens, casting a shadow over the earth. Sleep now, for the world shall no longer require you. Hell shall be your abode. Upon the summit of Mount Everest, the magical array activates. The divine and demonic energies pierce through the two realms. King Arthur and his legion of spectral soldiers, like a fleeting flash of brilliance, vanished in an instant, their cries echoing as proof of his passage. Oh,